Oh my god, I've actually traveled through time and space. Staring at the mirror, I saw a face so flawless it looked like it had been run through a beauty filter. Yet, it was completely unfamiliar. I was stunned for several minutes before I could barely accept this reality, which was even more outrageous than winning the lottery. I'd read plenty of novels and watched countless TV dramas about people being transported to other worlds, but I always thought those were just other people's stories. Never did I imagine that one day I'd be the main character. But why, out of all places, did I have to end up in the Marvel Universe? And in New York, no less. Isn't that just tossing me straight into the fire? Things might be calm for now, but once Tony Stark announces himself as Iron Man, this world is going to go completely off the rails. After that, superpowered beings, aliens, and cosmic overlords will start showing up one after another. Superhuman battles will erupt as often as fireworks, destroying streets or even entire cities in the blink of an eye, as if everything were just a game. And then Thanos will come to collect the Infinity Stones, threatening the entire universe. Who could possibly withstand that? Add to that Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, Ultron, and all those big bads who not only wreak havoc in one universe, but stir up trouble across the multiverse. What on earth is this world going to become? Just thinking of all the things that could happen in the future leaves me genuinely panicked. In a world like this, ordinary people are nothing but cannon fodder. Who knows? Maybe the Hulk drops down from the sky one day and smashes me flat, or 3 helicarriers come crashing down like a rainstorm and squash me to a pulp. Maybe I wake up one morning to find aliens have taken over the city. Worse yet, my hometown could suddenly be lifted 10,000 meters into the sky, only to come crashing down as a meteor. And worst of all, if Thanos snaps his fingers and I win the lottery, I'd vanish into dust, just another sacrifice for his so-called balance. Just thinking about all this makes me shiver uncontrollably. Digging into the memories of this body's previous owner, I recalled that just a few days ago, Stark Industries had unveiled the Jericho missile, making headlines across the news. Everyone's been talking about it. With a death missile like that on the scene, Tony Stark becoming Iron Man is just a matter of time. How could I not be terrified? I'm even wondering if it's still possible to run away from New York while I still can. Ding! System successfully bound. Just as I was fretting like an ant on a hot griddle, a notification chimed in my mind, cutting through the darkness like a sudden ray of light. Immediately after, a panel appeared before my eyes, only visible to me, completely undetectable by anyone else. The sensation was like stumbling upon a secret known to no one else in the world. Host, Rorschach. Current world, Marvel. Items, none. Cards, none. Skills, none. Legend points, 0. A system. I was so excited, I nearly jumped out of my skin. My golden sheet has finally arrived. It was like wandering through a desert for days and suddenly catching sight of an oasis. With the system as my hack, I finally had a foothold in the Marvel Universe. After carefully reading through the system's instructions, I realized it was actually a chaos system. All I had to do was stir up some trouble in the Marvel world and trigger emotional reactions from the people around me to earn legend points. Those points could be used to open treasure chests filled with all kinds of items and cards. It was practically a recipe for winning without lifting a finger. I could play mastermind behind the scenes, staying safe and having fun. This was perfect. Ding. Host is just bound to the system. You can now claim a Newbie gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Is that even a question? Claim it. Host has received a bronze treasure chest. Would you like to open it? I couldn't help but complain. A bronze chest? System. That's a bit underwhelming. Treasure chests come in 4 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. I was hoping for some kind of top-tier starter pack, but it's only bronze. Still, something is better than nothing. With a glimmer of anticipation, I decided to open the chest. A flurry of information popped up. Item: Akmenra's Golden Resurrection Tablet. Function: can be used to resurrect statues, puppets, specimens, and any other inanimate objects. Description: inspired by the magical tablet from Night at the museum, forged by a certain pharaoh in the Temple of the Moon, with its power drawn from the moon god Khonsu. Note: remember to let it soak up some moonlight now and then, or it will lose its effect. Item: Camphor Bracelet. Function: allows the wearer to transform into a camphor, super female warrior. Description: originates from camphor. As long as you wear the bracelet, you'll become a camphor with extraordinary fighting abilities. Note: male users, proceed with caution. Grade C, 2-star character card, Ling Lingi. Skills: mastery of blades, telekinetic throwing knives, precision throwing, and singing. Description: from Beijing with love. Descendant of a family of secret agents. Quirky as he may be, there's no doubt he's an exceptional operative. He's not a fan of guns, but his skill with a blade is unparalleled. Note: His melancholy gaze, sparse stubble, and masterful knife skills left a lasting impression on me. Not bad at all. Looks like my luck isn't half bad. The items from the chest were more interesting than I'd expected. Ling Lingi should be more than enough for this stage of the Marvel world. He might even be able to take on the fledgling Iron Man. The Minra's golden resurrection tablet doesn't have many restrictions. The only downside is that it consumes more magic if used in daylight. The camphor bracelet grants instant combat prowess. Even Captain America wouldn't necessarily be a match, although it could get awkward for a male user. Next, I rubbed my hands together, pondering how best to use this character card and these two item cards to stir up a little excitement in the Marvel Universe. New York, Captain America Memorial. The grand, brightly lit hall was packed with people. Every corner of the exhibition was crowded with Captain America fans from all over the country. Everyone bustled about, eager to learn more about Captain America's life, watching his documentaries, and even pausing in reverence before his statue. Nearly everyone seemed to be a devoted fan of Captain America. Not just the young, but also many middle-aged folks, and even elderly visitors mingled among the crowd. It was truly a spectacular sight. Steve Rogers, Captain America, was, without question, the most respected superhero in this world. No one else even came close. Born during World War II, he was a legend from the start. With the government's enthusiastic promotion, he had long since become a symbol of the American spirit. Many people grew up with the stories of Captain America. His influence is unmatched. No celebrity can compare. Mom, when I grow up, I want to be just like Captain America. In the grand hall on the first floor of the memorial, a lifelike bronze statue of Captain America stands tall. This is where countless visitors stop to take souvenir photos. A boy of 6 or 7, eyes full of admiration, gazed up at the statue before turning to the beautiful woman beside him. Really? My wonderful boy. The woman gently stroked his head, then raised her camera with a smile. Do you want to take a picture with Captain America? Of course, Mom. I can't wait. The boy replied eagerly, dashing over to stand in front of the statue, striking a pose for the photo. Click, click. The shutter snapped in quick succession as the woman captured this heartwarming moment. Just then, a deep voice suddenly called out from behind the boy, "Kid, move aside." The voice was strangely familiar, almost indistinguishable from Captain America's in those treasured archival videos. A hand reached out from behind, gripped the boy's shoulder, and lifted him up with ease. "Who are you? Let me go." The boy struggled furiously, trying to look back and see who had grabbed him. But before he could get a good look, he noticed the surrounding visitors gaping at him in terror. Every eye in the hall was wide with shock, staring in disbelief toward the boy, as if witnessing something truly impossible. See, Captain America has come back to life. Oh my God, the statue moved. How can this be? Cries of astonishment echoed through the hall, growing louder with each voice. Captain America, come back to life? The boy shuddered, barely daring to breathe. He twisted around with all his strength and saw that the Captain America statue, his photo backdrop just moments before, was now holding him up with one hand, looking down with a mocking gaze. Their eyes met in midair. "Ah!" The boy shrieked, his face turning pale with fright. "I can't stand kids." Captain America muttered with a frown, tossing the boy aside without a second thought. He swept his gaze over the crowd, then leaped from the high platform. Boom! The floor shook beneath the impact. "Ah, it's a ghost. This place is haunted." Panic erupted around the hall, screams threatening to bring down the very roof of the memorial. Everyone who witnessed the scene felt their hearts pounding out of control. Plus 0.01 legend points from a New York citizen. Plus 0.01 legend points from a New York citizen. Plus 0.02 legend points from a New York citizen. Watching the steadily rising legend points before his eyes, Rorschach couldn't help but let a smile curl at his lips. There could be no doubt, the resurrection of the Captain America statue was Rorschach's handiwork. No one knew that just 5 minutes earlier, in the quiet of the memorial's restroom, Rorschach had secretly taken out the Minra's golden tablet of resurrection and murmured the incantation. This chant did more than bring Captain America back to life. It subtly twisted his character, casting him in a far darker and more unsettling light than the world had ever seen. Only in this way could he create the greatest shock. As Rorschach had anticipated, the moment this shadowy version of Captain America appeared, his legend points began to surge wildly. And this was only the beginning. If word of the Dark Captain's resurrection reached the media, or even caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., then his legend would truly explode. The thought filled Rorschach with eager anticipation. Someone help! Somebody come quickly! The statues come to life. Oh my God! Shouts of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Rorschach remained quietly hidden amid the sea of people, drawing no attention to himself. Clang, clang, clang. All eyes were fixed on Captain America as he strode through the exhibition hall. Each step landed with a resounding thud, the heavy impact echoing throughout the space, creating a visual and auditory spectacle that none could ignore. What's happening on the first floor? What's going on? Why is everyone screaming? Visitors from other parts of the museum were quickly drawn over, curiosity swelling the crowd. One by one, they fell silent in shock at the sight of the resurrected Captain America. Legend points from New York Citizen plus 0.01. Legend points from New York Citizen plus 0.01. Legend points from New York Citizen plus 0.01. The legend points on Rorschach's display kept climbing. Are they scared already? This is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. Rorschach chuckled under his breath, thinking of the intricate plans he'd prepared, his face alight with anticipation. And so, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Captain America roamed the hall with impunity, finally coming to a halt before a particular exhibit. It was a display of Captain America's shield. Found it. A look of excitement flickered across the bronze captain's face. He stared through the glass at the shield, as if reunited at last with a long-lost friend. Crash! Suddenly, the bronze captain drew back his fist and smashed it through the bulletproof glass with a single, mighty blow. He reached in and seized the shield in one swift motion. Ah! His violent action triggered another round of startled screams. Even those who'd been bold enough to stand close now stumbled backward in fright. Many had assumed it was nothing more than a costume performance, a harmless spectacle. None of them had been truly afraid, until now. Who could have imagined he would be so violent? Shock swept across the scene. Stop! Drop the shield. Now! Surrender immediately, or we'll be forced to take action. A series of stern commands rang out. It turned out that the museum security team had finally arrived. Seeing the bronze captain rampaging through the exhibit hall, every guard was seething with anger. The bronze captain turned, his cold gaze sweeping over the security guards encircling him. He snapped impatiently, "Get out of my way!" With a thunderous stride, he paid no heed to the security staff, striding off to the side without the slightest concern. Seize him! The security captain was livid. This man was simply outrageous. He gave the order at once. The other guards responded swiftly, lunging at the bronze captain. Don't bother me. As they approached, the bronze captain waved his hand as if swatting away flies. Several guards were sent flying through the air. A metallic crash echoed through the room. The remaining guards, nerves taut and sweat beading on their foreheads, drew their sidearms. Bullets were chambered, and the dark barrels were aimed squarely at the bronze captain. Surrender now, or we'll open fire. The security captain shouted a warning, his voice echoing through the chaos. In a flash, the bronze captain ignored the threat. He hurled his shield with sudden force. It became a streak of light, striking the security captain in an instant. A heavy metallic thud resounded. The captain was struck as if hit by a sledgehammer, sent flying backward into the crowd of onlookers behind him. Pandemonium erupted across the hall. Fire! Shoot him! The security guard screamed, fear finally overcoming their hesitation. They opened fire on the bronze captain without mercy. But then, something unbelievable happened. Bullets struck the bronze captain, yet failed to harm him at all. Instead, there was only the sharp ring of metal and bright sparks flying where the shots landed. The bullets ricocheted away, utterly ineffective. A chorus of gasps swept through the crowd. Everyone stared in disbelief, hardly able to trust their own eyes. Could it be? Was this bronze captain not just someone in disguise, but real? The legendary Captain America statue, had it truly come to life? It was beyond belief. Legend points from New York citizens, plus 0.01. Legend points from New York citizens, plus 0.02. Legend points from New York citizens, plus 0.01. The stream of legend points continued to appear. Did not come any closer. Cries of terror broke out. The guards were now utterly petrified by the bronze captain. As he strode toward them, each one trembled uncontrollably. Gunshots cracked through the air as they fired again in panic, but their bullets did nothing. All they managed to leave were a few faint marks on the bronze captain's body. Nothing that could truly harm him. Bang! Bang! The bronze captain strode fearlessly up to the security guards, dispatching them one by one with his fists, as effortlessly as if he were swatting away flies. Having finished, he calmly walked over to his shield and picked it up without hurry. Then, holding the shield, his eyes razor-sharp, he slowly swept his gaze over the crowd. Anyone caught in the bronze captain's stare instinctively took a step back, unable to meet his eyes. Everyone present was deeply shaken by this powerful and unfamiliar monster. They watched the bronze captain with extreme caution, their bodies stiff, hardly daring even to breathe. A stifling tension hung over the scene. With all eyes on him, the bronze captain suddenly raised his arm, making everyone tense in anticipation. But instead of attacking, he simply declared in a solemn voice, "Hail Hydra!" Hail Hydra? What was going on? Everyone there was utterly confused and shocked. They all knew exactly who Hydra was. Captain America's life's work had been leading the Howling Commandos to destroy Hydra. Even his final sacrifice was made to defeat Hydra's leader, Schmidt. In that battle, he crash-landed a warplane on the ocean to save the citizens of New York, dying heroically. It could be said that Captain America's entire life was dedicated to fighting and eradicating Hydra. But now, the resurrected Captain America statue was shouting, "Hail Hydra!" Everyone was completely thrown by the bronze captain's actions. Legend value from New York Citizen, plus 0.01. Legend value from New York Citizen, plus 0.01. Legend value from New York Citizen, plus 0.01. As the crowd stared in disbelief, the bronze captain, having sworn loyalty to Hydra, departed the scene without a backward glance, shield in hand, head held high. The onlookers instinctively parted to make way for him. The bronze captain walked away in long strides under everyone's gaze. That was incredible. The captain's statue actually came to life. It's unbelievable. Not until the bronze captain's figure had completely vanished did the scene erupt into chaos. Everyone was left dumbfounded, discussing what had just happened and hardly daring to believe their own eyes. Many even uploaded secret recordings of the bronze captain's show of strength to social media. The incident spread across the internet at lightning speed. Reporters who reacted the fastest rushed to the scene, arriving almost the moment the bronze captain left. The media conducted detailed interviews and reports on the Captain America statue resurrection incident. The Captain America statue in the main exhibition hall of the Captain America Memorial has come to life. As unbelievable as that sounds, countless visitors witnessed the whole thing with their own eyes. According to our frontline reporters, the resurrected captain's personality has changed dramatically. He is no longer the upright and fearless hero people remember, but instead now acts more like a villain. After seizing Captain America's shield, he went on to attack the museum's security staff. In the chaos, the guards had no choice but to open fire in self-defense. But what happened next was even more bizarre. When the bullet struck the captain, it bounced off as if hitting solid metal. Eyewitnesses at the scene described a sharp, ringing clang, clear as if metal had collided with metal. And now, let's take a look at some footage captured by visitors on site. As the anchor's voice faded, the television screen shifted. A video, secretly filmed by a tourist, appeared on the large display. In the footage, the bronze-skinned Captain America could be seen wielding the shield, sending a security guard flying with a single blow. Other guards immediately opened fire, but the bullets, upon hitting him, only sparked with flashes of light and the unmistakable sound of metal, utterly incapable of harming him. Captain America, untouched amid the hail of bullets, effortlessly subdued all the security staff, leaving them sprawled on the ground. What on earth is going on? At first, I thought it was just a prank. How could this be real? Is he actually bulletproof? I always thought that was just an exaggeration. Could the captain statue have really come to life? Watching the broadcast, nearly every American citizen was left in shock. At first, many dismissed the claim about the statue coming to life, assuming it was just a media stunt for attention. But as the live footage aired, people finally began to grasp the seriousness of the situation, leaving many utterly dumbfounded. This is so childish. Who would believe something like this? This must be some kind of trick set up by the museum. How unoriginal. Of course, there were still plenty who scoffed at the report, firmly refusing to believe such sensational tales. Regardless, America's vast population meant the story traveled far and wide. Legend points for New York City citizens, plus 0.005. Legend points for New York City citizens, plus 0.007. Legend points from New York City citizens, plus 0.002. The impact of this wave of news coverage was immediately obvious. Just as Rorschach had predicted, the legend points surged like a geyser, almost flooding the entire system panel. The only disappointment was that points gained through indirect news coverage were meager, barely even 0.01 at a time. But Rorschach wasn't surprised by this. The system had long explained that legend points had to be harvested face-to-face. When gained through third-party transmission, like this, their effect was sharply reduced. Moreover, the legend points contributed by different kinds of people varied greatly. Ordinary people generally only gave about 0.01 legend points, while those with influence, law enforcement, senior officials, or members of Congress, could contribute several, even a dozen points. As for key characters in the narrative, their contributions could reach into the hundreds or even thousands. These were the true sources of legend points. Still, Rorschach wasn't about to turn away even these small gains. After all, many drops make an ocean. With a large enough base, the total could be considerable. Legend points, 2,421. Rorschach glanced at the display. Over 2,000 points of legend value had just been credited to his account, and this was only the beginning. He was brimming with anticipation for what was yet to come. So far, all he'd done was use a single Akamamra Resurrection Golden Tablet. Ling Lingi hadn't even made his official entrance. In fact, Rorschach had already planned a grand debut for Ling Lingi. The timing just hadn't arrived yet. Shaking off those stray thoughts, Rorschach refocused his attention on the giant screen before him. After Captain America took down all the security guards, he did something no one could have predicted. He actually shouted, "Hail Hydra!" right in front of everyone. As the host's voice faded, a video of the bronze Captain America triumphantly proclaiming "Hail Hydra" played on the big screen, instantly sending the atmosphere into a frenzy. Many people were too stunned to react, and legend value notifications began popping up in rapid succession. Legend value plus 15 from Tony Stark. Legend value plus 3 from Pepper Potts. Legend value plus 7 from Nick Fury. Legend value plus 5 from Natasha Romanoff. Rorschach's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Amid the countless trickles of 0.00x legend value, these single and even double-digit gains stood out starkly. There was no denying it. Story characters were far more valuable than ordinary people. Even a single event could bring in rewards leagues above the rest. However, since even Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff had now contributed legend value, S.H.I.E.L.D. would surely be getting involved in this matter soon. After all, it was their job to handle all sorts of anomalies. Get Coulson over here. Just as Rorschach anticipated, Nick Fury, after switching off the television and pondering for a moment, picked up his phone and gave a succinct order. It wasn't long before Coulson appeared before Nick Fury. "Sir, you called me. This is about the Captain America statue coming to life, isn't it?" Though phrased as a question, Coulson's tone left no room for doubt. This was hardly a puzzle. Nick Fury didn't answer directly. Instead, he just looked up at Coulson and asked, "You saw the news. What do you make of it?" "Whatever that statue is, one thing is for sure. It's definitely not someone in disguise." Coulson spoke with absolute certainty. "Most likely, it's some kind of advanced robot, or perhaps we're dealing with supernatural forces beyond our understanding. Could it be connected to Hydra?" Nick Fury mused aloud, deep in thought. That shout, "Hail Hydra!" from the bronze Captain America had left Nick Fury unsettled. Back in World War II, Hydra had wielded both cutting-edge technology and arcane powers. Though the organization had vanished for years, Fury's instincts told him something was amiss. "Hydra no longer exists, Director," Coulson replied. "Find out what's really going on, Coulson. Get to the bottom of it." Nick Fury paused for a moment, then waved his hand, dismissing Coulson without another word. "Understood, sir." Coulson responded at once and briskly left the office. As soon as he was away from Nick Fury, Coulson immediately called his team together and began investigating the bronze Captain America at once. It didn't take long before they tracked down his whereabouts. After all, the bronze captain, or rather, Rorschach, had never intended to hide his actions. To earn legendary status, he needed to attract enough attention. Without eyes on him, how could he possibly gain his legend points? So this is the world 70 years later? I never imagined things could change so much. Amid the bustling crowds and the lively streets, the bronze captain strolled leisurely with his shield in hand, carefully observing everything around him. Towering skyscrapers reached into the clouds. Massive neon billboards flashed with vibrant colors, and the roads teemed with luxury cars that far exceeded anything he'd ever known. Each sight made him feel as though he'd stepped through time itself. In truth, the resurrected bronze captain possessed his own complete and independent consciousness, although his body was no longer that of the original. Thanks to the resurrection magic of the Akamamra Golden Tablet, his soul was identical to his predecessors. However, because Rorschach had wielded the power of the Golden Tablet, he had tweaked the bronze captain's personality, making him a touch more brooding and mysterious and nothing more. That didn't mean Rorschach needed to control him like a puppet at every moment. Such constant control would only be exhausting. Instead, Rorschach would merely give the bronze captain a nudge or an order at critical moments through the tablet. The rest of the time, the bronze captain was free to act as he pleased. In truth, Rorschach didn't always know what he would do next, and that unpredictability only added to the fun. Take now, for instance, the bronze captain had suddenly stopped in front of a restaurant called Jack's, which took Rorschach completely by surprise. "I wonder what food in this era tastes like." Standing at the entrance, the bronze captain studied the lavish decor, a flicker of anticipation lighting up his face. Though he wasn't human and couldn't feel hunger, his sense of taste remained. The flavor of food, long forgotten, was still a novel experience to him. Without hesitation, the bronze captain strode to the restaurant and pushed open the door. He glanced around, spotted an empty table by the window, and made his way over to sit down. Hey, look, isn't that Captain America from the news? Is it true what they said? Did he really come to life from a statue? A hushed wave of conversation rippled through the room, and many people discreetly pulled out their phones to snap photos of the bronze captain. From the moment he'd appeared, no matter where he went, the bronze captain drew attention like a celebrity. Yet thanks to Rorschach's adjustments, he remained unfazed by the stares. He accepted everyone's gaze with perfect composure, as though he were Rorschach's instrument for gathering legend points. Is that really the guy from the news? I've got to call the police, right now. The restaurant owner, Jack, had clearly noticed the bronze Captain America as well, but he didn't dare make a rash move. The news had repeatedly reported that this bronze captain was not only unusually powerful, but also unpredictable in temperament. Whether he was a resurrected statue from the memorial or simply someone in disguise, one thing was certain. He was extremely dangerous. Jack knew better than to provoke him. All he could do was quietly pull out his phone and call the police, all the while instructing his staff to serve the bronze captain as usual, so as not to tip off this big shot to anything unusual. Sir, Captain America is currently dining at a place called Jack's Steakhouse. This piece of intel quickly landed in Coulson's hands. Upon hearing it, a look of puzzlement flickered across his face. Dining? Could he actually just be an imposter, rather than some supernatural phenomenon? After all, if he really were a resurrected statue, he shouldn't need to eat at all. Still, regardless of the truth, this Captain America remained highly dangerous, and Coulson dared not lower his guard. Without hesitation, he led his team, heading toward Jack's Steakhouse as fast as possible. Barton, find yourself a good vantage point for surveillance. Natasha, you're with me. The others stand by. Understood, sir. Once everyone was ready, Coulson and Black Widow entered the restaurant as ordinary customers. They kept a low profile as they surveyed the scene, quickly spotting the bronze captain, who was intently focused on his sirloin steak. After all, his bronze-colored skin made him stand out in any crowd. He was impossible to miss, and the shield at his feet was equally conspicuous. Coulson shot Black Widow a look. She understood instantly, seeking out the restaurant owner, Jack, revealing her identity, and requesting his cooperation for the next steps. For example, the restaurant paused its business, and the remaining customers were quietly and orderly ushered out, leaving the atmosphere calm and still. Coulson strode straight to Captain America's table and sat down unceremoniously across from him. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" he said, removing his sunglasses and fixing his gaze on the captain, who was elegantly slicing his steak. "Which law enforcement agency are you with?" Captain America asked coolly, as if he'd seen through Coulson's identity in an instant. Yet, he didn't seem to care, continuing to cut his steak with practiced poise. Coulson wasn't surprised to have been seen through. He calmly introduced himself, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. "We have a few questions we'd like to discuss with you. Of course, you're welcome to finish your lunch first." "Which division?" Captain America arched an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by the lengthy name. "No worries. You'll remember it soon enough," Coulson replied evenly, unfazed by the dismissiveness. "The steak here is quite good. I'd suggest you try some," Captain America said, popping a small piece in his mouth. "Thanks, but I'm not really hungry right now." Coulson shrugged. Captain America ignored Coulson after that, as if the man across from him didn't exist, and continued enjoying his first meal since his rebirth with single-minded focus. Coulson said nothing more, simply folding his arms and waiting patiently across the table. About 15 minutes later, Captain America finished the last piece of steak on his plate. With a look of satisfaction, he declared, "That was truly delicious." As he spoke, he dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin. By now, the restaurant had long since emptied out, leaving only Coulson, Black Widow, and Captain America behind. "It seems you really like the steak here?" Coulson asked with a gentle smile, his demeanor tranquil. "I do very much so. I'm quite pleased," Captain America replied with a nod. "I think I'll come back again." "I'm not sure you'll get another chance," Coulson said, his words layered with meaning. Then, his expression turned serious. "Now, shall we talk?" "Sorry, I don't make a habit of chatting with strangers," Captain America replied as he stood up, grabbing his shield from beside his feet, clearly preparing to leave. "That wasn't a request," Coulson answered, his tone still calm. "If you don't like it here, we can always continue this conversation back at headquarters." "I'm not going anywhere with you," Captain America replied coolly, tightening his grip on the shield as he turned to go. At that moment, Black Widow stepped forward, blocking his path. "In a hurry? Got a date waiting." Her voice was cold. "But with that attitude, I doubt you'd get many takers." "Want to give it a try?" Captain America shot back. "Sorry, you're not my type," Black Widow replied, keeping her composure. "Then I have no reason to stay," Captain America said, his face suddenly turning icy. "If you don't want to get hurt, I suggest you all move aside." "If I did that, I'd be out of job, Captain," Black Widow replied, the title laced with a hint of mockery. "Better than ending up in the hospital." "Who ends up in the hospital? Now that's still up in the air." "Is that so?" With a sudden motion, Captain America swung a powerful punch. His fist gleamed with a metallic sheen, brimming with astonishing strength. The blow sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling force. Black Widow's experience allowed her to judge the punch's power just from a movement alone. She didn't try to block it head-on. Instead, she leapt swiftly to the side, nimble as a monkey, easily dodging the attack. With a thunderous crash, Captain America's fist slammed into the table next to Black Widow, shattering the solid wood into splinters. Legend points from Natasha Romanoff, plus 37. Legend points from Phil Coulson, plus 24. Seeing the sheer force behind that blow, both Coulson and Black Widow's expressions grew grave. No matter whether this Captain America was real or not, it was clear he possessed strength every bit as extraordinary as the original. With a metallic clatter, Black Widow immediately drew her pistol, aiming the black barrel straight at Captain America. But he paid her no heed, as if the gun didn't exist at all. In a blur, he lunged at her again, fist striking out with relentless ferocity. Before Black Widow could even fire, her gun was knocked from her grip. Forced back by Captain America's relentless assault, she found herself retreating step by step, barely able to defend herself. At that moment, she was completely on the defensive. In terms of combat skills, the bronze Captain America was no less skilled than Black Widow. Coupled with his indestructible body, Black Widow was simply no match for him. Suddenly, the doors of Jack's Western restaurant burst open with a loud bang. A team of fully armed SHIELD agents stormed in, swiftly surrounding the bronze Captain America. What was a spacious hall just moments ago now felt crowded and tense. The sharp, mechanical clatter of weapons being readied filled the air. Every SHIELD agent raised their weapon, aiming straight at the bronze Captain America. A ring of dark muzzles boxed him in at the center of the chaos. "I suggest you cooperate. Otherwise, you won't like how this ends." Coulson's voice cut through the tension, his tone low and stern as he warned the bronze Captain America. "On the contrary, I love it. In fact, I'm enjoying every second." With a broad grin, the bronze Captain America suddenly snapped his arm, sending his shield hurtling toward Coulson. Though Coulson appeared mild-mannered and unassuming, he was one of SHLD's top agents, quick as lightning. He dove to the side, just in time, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The shield whooshed past Coulson's tailored suit and struck the restaurant wall with a resounding thud. Just like a giant dart, the shield embedded itself deep into the wall. The agents nearby couldn't help but gasp in silent awe. How much strength did that take? This Captain America, before them, was clearly no ordinary man. A barrage of gunfire erupted, echoing through the hall. In the face of so many guns pointed at him, the bronze Captain America didn't hesitate for a second. He charged forward. The SHIELD agents, unwilling to show weakness, squeezed their triggers in unison. Bullets rained down on the bronze Captain America, nearly engulfing him completely. Yet, he paid no heed to the flying bullets, as if they simply didn't exist. Without the slightest concern, he rushed straight at the SHIELD agents. The air rang with the sharp clang of metal. Every bullet that struck the bronze Captain America bounced harmlessly off his body, scattering sparks but leaving not a single mark. Legend points plus 112 from Natasha Romanoff. Legend points plus 89 from Phil Coulson. Legend points plus 34 from other SHIELD agents. No way. Did he really come back to life from that statue? Black Widow stared at the scene before her, her voice barely more than a stunned whisper. Coulson and the other SHIELD agents were equally dumbfounded. They never imagined that, just as the news reports claimed, this man was truly impervious to bullets. What was going on here? But now was no time for questions, because the bronze Captain America had already charged into their midst. Like a wolf among sheep, he knocked the agents down with a single punch, sometimes two with a single kick, dispatching SHIELD operatives with effortless ease. Fists thudded into bodies, punctuated by cries of pain and the heavy thump of men hitting the ground. The SHIELD agents were utterly powerless before the bronze Captain America, falling one after another with hardly any resistance. Some of the unluckier or less skilled agents even lost consciousness on the spot. The bronze Captain America cast a cold, sweeping glance at the remaining agents, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. Calmly, he strode to the wall, retrieved his shield, and, without the slightest hesitation, pushed open the door and left, as if nothing at all had happened. Whoosh! But just as he stepped outside, a sudden whistling sound sliced through the air. The bronze captain's expression shifted. He seemed to sense something. With a swift turn of his body, his right hand shot out and caught a flying arrow with impeccable precision. Snap! The arrow landed solidly in his palm. Legend points from Clint Barton, plus 21. Ha! The bronze captain glanced at the arrow in his hand, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. He turned his gaze toward the direction from which the arrow had come. There, hidden in the shadows, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, stared back in open astonishment. But Hawkeye's surprise soon faded, replaced by a slow, meaningful smirk. Boom! At that moment, the arrow in the bronze captain's hand exploded. A violent shockwave and a flash of fire hurled him through the air. With a crash, the restaurant doors behind him shattered to pieces. Hidden in the darkness, Hawkeye allowed himself a brief, satisfied smile. For someone to break through the cordon so quickly with Coulson, Natasha, and the others surrounding him, this was clearly no ordinary opponent. But did that mean Hawkeye could be underestimated? Anyone who took him lightly would pay the price. Yet Hawkeye's smile froze on his lips. For the bronze captain immediately rose from the ground, unscathed, and picked up his fallen shield as if nothing had happened at all. He looked up, locking eyes with Hawkeye across the distance, his gaze sharp as a raptor's. Their eyes met midair, clashing like blades. In a flash, with a flick of his wrist, the bronze captain hurled his shield, sending it streaking like a comet straight toward Hawkeye, who was standing on the balcony of the opposite room. From the ease of his movement and the force of the throw, it was clear that the explosion hadn't even scratched him. Legend points from Clint Barton, plus 119. Though startled, Hawkeye didn't pause for an instant. He ducked low, and the shield skimmed just above his head. With a shattering crash, the shield smashed through the glass door behind him, flew into the room, and finally embedded itself in the far wall. Legend points from Clint Barton, plus 79. This is insane, Hawkeye muttered, his mouth twitching as he stared at the shield still quivering in the wall. But he didn't panic. Crouching low, he quickly moved to take cover by the wall, peering through a gap in the bricks to watch the bronze captain and waiting for his chance. Suddenly, he sprang up. Swish! Another arrow shot straight toward the bronze captain. But the same mistake would not be made twice. The captain's lips curled into a cold smile. With a subtle shift, he dodged the arrow with ease. The arrow struck the ground beside him. Thud! But Hawkeye's attack was far from simple. This time, the arrow exploded, not in a blast, but releasing a cloud of green smoke. The green mist instantly enveloped the bronze captain. This was Hawkeye's special gas, potent enough that even a whiff would render an ordinary person unconscious. However, in the very next moment, a tall figure strode resolutely out from the swirling smoke, completely unfazed. What on earth is this guy? Is he really a resurrected statue? Barton frowned, suspicion written across his face. Suddenly, gunshots erupted, shattering the silence. From outside, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sprang their ambush, opening fire on the bronze Captain America. Bullets hammered against his body, ringing out with sharp, metallic clangs. Yet, none of these attacks made the slightest difference. The bronze captain remained expressionless, standing coolly as the bullets struck him. For now, he ignored Hawkeye Barton on the rooftop, and instead charged toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside. Chaos quickly descended upon the scene. In front of him, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were like helpless lambs, falling one after another, effortlessly knocked aside. Hey everyone, heads up, came a voice from behind. Black Widow dashed out from the restaurant, appearing at the bronze captain's back, her right hand raised and aimed at him. Bronze Captain America heard her and slowly turned around. With a snap, the Widow's bite on Black Widow's arm shot out its grappling claw with blinding speed, yet the bronze captain caught it with ease. A surge of electricity crackled from the device, blue-white arcs racing rapidly across the bronze captain's entire body. Given the excellent conductivity of bronze, the current seemed to wrap around him in an instant. But while bronze conducts electricity, it does not suffer damage as flesh would. The electric shock had no effect at all on his metallic body. Legend points gained from Natasha Romanoff, plus 41. Legend points gained from Phil Coulson, plus 22. Legend points gained from Clint Barton, plus 30. Legend points gained from other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, plus 16. You've got quite a few tricks, the bronze captain said, tossing the grappling claw to the ground with a dismissive smile. But none of these work on me. No sooner had he finished speaking than he blurred forward, streaking toward Black Widow like a bolt of lightning and swinging a powerful punch. His punch carried immense force, the metallic fist crashing down with tremendous impact. Black Widow knew she couldn't stand up to it head-on. She dodged swiftly, knowing that meeting it directly would only end badly for her. By now, the rumors of the Captain America statue's resurrection were starting to sound all too real to Black Widow and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This captain seemed invulnerable to bullets, immune to explosions, unaffected by gas, impervious to electricity. Clearly, he was no longer an ordinary man. The sound of blows filled the air as Black Widow and the bronze captain exchanged fierce attacks. After several intense rounds, she was finally knocked down by a heavy kick. "Are you all right?" a concerned voice called out. A pair of hands reached down, helping Black Widow to her feet. "I'm fine," she replied instinctively, but then froze, her movements halting. Something was wrong with that voice. She turned her head and saw, standing beside her, an Eastern man in a cheap suit, sporting a bright red floral tie and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Somehow, he had arrived at the scene without anyone noticing. There was no doubt, appearing at this critical moment, with such a unique presence, this could only be Ling Lingi. "Are you really all right? You don't look so well to me." Ling Lingi tightened his arm around Black Widow's waist with one hand, while with the other, he flicked away his cigarette, tossing his head to strike a cool pose as he looked at her and asked the question. Black Widow hesitated for a moment, feeling a mix of exasperation and resignation. Was this guy deliberately taking advantage of the situation under the guise of conversation? Ordinarily, she would have flipped someone like him right over her shoulder for being so forward. But now, with the situation so urgent, she didn't have the luxury to care. "This place is dangerous. You need to get out now." Black Widow broke free from Ling Lingi's grasp, her tone urgent as she spoke to him. "You're right. A place like this is far too dangerous for an ordinary person like you. Quick, get behind me." Ling Lingi nodded in agreement, then pulled Black Widow behind him without the slightest hesitation. For a moment, Black Widow was utterly stunned. She was a seasoned SHIELD agent, highly skilled. No ordinary person could even get close to her, let alone pull her behind them so easily. How had this guy managed it? "You." Just then, Ling Lingi pointed decisively at Bronze Captain America ahead and declared, "Let go of the girl behind me. If you've got guts, come at me instead. Thanks for your concern, but I don't need protecting." Black Widow stepped forward again, unceremoniously pushing Ling Lingi aside. She took the opportunity to call out to two SHIELD agents nearby, "Get him out of here now." The two agents nodded and moved in immediately, blocking Ling Lingi's way. "Sir, you need to leave this area at once." "Leave? Why should I go?" Ling Lingi waved his hands in protest. "You don't even know what's going on. I'm here to help. I'm the only one who can handle him. None of you stand a chance. Hey, you can talk to me, but keep your hands off. Don't mess up my clothes. I have an image to maintain, you know. Is this guy for real?" The two agents exchanged baffled glances as Ling Lingi rambled on, eventually giving up trying to reason with him and simply shoved him out of the way. Meanwhile, Black Widow was leading the rest of the agents in a confrontation against Bronze Captain America. To be precise, they were completely overpowered and on the defensive. The sharp thud of fists and feet clashing echoed through the air. Suddenly, Ling Lingi sprang into action, dropping both SHIELD agents with a single punch each, sending them sprawling to the ground with ease. "You people really need a lesson. I try to be reasonable, but you insist on forcing my hand, don't you?" Ling Lingi scolded impatiently, glaring at the two fallen agents. "Legend points from SHIELD agent +1. Legend points from SHIELD agent +1. The two agents stared up at him in utter astonishment, still reeling as they hit the ground. They were both rigorously trained professionals. How had this oddball managed to take them down in an instant? Ling Lingi paid no attention to their shock, striding confidently toward the front lines of the battle. A flurry of blows rang out. Black Widow was struck down once again, hitting the ground hard and landing in a tangle of limbs. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Ling Lingi approaching, her heart sinking. Why was he back? Hadn't she already had him removed? Why was he still here? "You." Black Widow was so furious she was on the verge of swearing aloud. "No need to worry. I'm here." Ling Lingi cut her off with a flourish, his voice brimming with self-assurance. Black Widow couldn't help but curse inwardly. She was sorely tempted to just pull the trigger and get rid of this troublemaker once and for all. Clang! A cold flash swept through the air as Ling Lingi drew a butcher's knife from behind his back. It was the very same blade he'd once used to slay the Golden Gunner. With the butcher's knife in hand, Ling Lingi charged at Bronze Captain America like a god of war descending onto the battlefield. Black Widow watched the scene unfold in speechless disbelief. Was this guy seriously trying to be funny? None of them, not even with all their guns, had managed to so much as scratch Bronze Captain America. Barton had tried explosives, and even those had failed. And now, someone actually thought a butcher's knife could take down this monster? Courting death. Bronze Captain America let out a cold snort, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes, and rushed straight at Ling Lingi. "Watch out! Get back!" Black Widow couldn't help but shout, racing toward Ling Lingi, desperate to get between him and Bronze Captain America to shield him from the oncoming attack. As much as she found Ling Lingi annoying, she couldn't just stand by and watch him get killed. At that moment, Ling Lingi remained perfectly calm. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the butcher's knife hurtling toward Bronze Captain America. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air like a cold streak of lightning, flying straight at its target. The next instant, bang! With a thunderous crash, Bronze Captain America was stopped mid-charge. His body jolted as if struck by a sledgehammer, and he was sent flying backward. Scrape, scrape, scrape! He skidded across the ground for several meters, his feet cutting furrows in the earth before he finally managed to steady himself, 4 or 5 meters away from where he'd started. But what shocked everyone even more was the sight of the butcher's knife now embedded in his chest. The blade had sunk deep into his body. Legend points from Natasha Romanoff, plus 347. Legend points from Phil Coulson, plus 318. Legend points from Clint Barton, plus 292. Legend points from other SHIELD agents, plus 32. The room fell silent. Every pair of eyes was wide with disbelief, fixed on Ling Lingi. Could this be real? Had he actually brought down Bronze Captain America with nothing but a butcher's knife? He'd managed to make Bronze Captain America feel threatened? How was that possible? That knife, could it really be more effective than all their guns? Just who was this man? Black Widow's steps faltered. She froze, her whole body turning rigid. So, you're from the Super God Academy? Impressive instincts. From a distance, Bronze Captain America spun around, his face openly showing shock and a fierce wariness as he questioned in a low voice. Super God Academy? Black Widow raised an eyebrow, carefully committing the unfamiliar name to memory. She had no idea what kind of organization this Super God Academy might be. Not even within SHIELD had she ever heard the name. But it didn't take much to figure out that any group shrouded in that much mystery was unlikely to be ordinary. The man who had just sent Bronze Captain America flying with a single strike was proof enough of that. And the wary, on-edge look on Bronze Captain America's face only confirmed her suspicions. That's right. Ling Lingi's voice rang out. At that moment, he straightened his back, dipped his head ever so slightly, and with his right hand, brushed the brim of his hat, striking a pose he thought was dashing. I am the very embodiment of wisdom and beauty, the symbol of justice and courage, an intern agent from the Super Academy. Ling Lingi. Coulson. Black Widow. In an instant, the formidable image Ling Lingi had built in their minds by driving back the Bronze Captain collapsed completely. Was this really the same man who had just sent the Bronze Captain flying with a single strike? If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, it would have been impossible to believe. But still, if even an intern agent possessed such power, just how strong must a full-fledged agent be? Natasha Romanoff's legend value, plus 27. Phil Coulson's legend value, plus 15. If you were a real agent, perhaps I'd be worried. But you're just an intern, and you think you can arrest me? The Bronze Captain, enraged by these words, yanked the butcher's blade from his chest and hurled it to the ground with a heavy thud. You people are far too arrogant. With a furious roar, the Bronze Captain charged at Ling Lingi again, fist raised, his presence as fierce and unstoppable as a wild beast. Yet even as the Bronze Captain launched this brutal assault, Ling Lingi stood there unruffled, as if savoring the gentle breeze and the warmth of the sun. He even took his time exhaling a slow, lazy smoke ring. As Ling Lingi played at elegance, the Bronze Captain was already upon him. A powerful fist came hurtling toward Ling Lingi's face, close enough to almost strike. Ling Lingi. Black Widow couldn't help but cry out. After witnessing Ling Lingi's formidable strength, all the SHIELD agents had naturally assumed he was the linchpin of this battle. But only now did a vital question dawn on them. Ling Lingi didn't seem like a normal person at all. Could this guy really be trusted? Just as everyone was holding their breath in tense anticipation, the previously languid Ling Lingi suddenly opened his eyes, a razor-sharp glint flashing within them. In that instant, everyone felt a surge of power radiating from him, as though a true king had arrived. With a gentle flick of his right hand, it was as if an invisible force stirred the air. In the blink of an eye, the butcher's blade that the Bronze Captain had tossed aside soared up from the ground and landed squarely in Ling Lingi's grasp. With a crisp snap, he twisted his wrist, gripping the handle tight, and without the slightest hesitation, brought the blade down hard on the Bronze Captain's swinging right arm. A sharp clang rang through the scene. The Bronze Captain's fist crashed to the ground, for Ling Lingi had severed his right arm in a single stroke. Natasha Romanoff's legend value plus 472. Phil Coulson's legend value plus 354. Clint Barton's legend value plus 292. Other SHIELD agents' legend value plus 46. Everyone was stunned, barely able to believe what they had just witnessed. To summon an object across space? How could that be possible? This wasn't a movie set. Did Ling Lingi truly possess supernatural powers? In contrast, the scene where the bronze Captain America's arm was severed by a single strike no longer seemed so impossible. Clang, clang, clang. While everyone was still reeling from shock, Ling Lingi had already begun relentlessly swinging his butcher's knife, launching a flurry of attacks at the bronze Captain America. With every strike, his blade carved deep wounds into his opponent. The sound of metal clashing echoed again and again. The bronze captain was forced to retreat, unable to muster any counterattack. Worse still, with every swing, Ling Lingi left a fresh, clear gash on the bronze captain's body. This guy, is he even human? The SHIELD agents surrounding them were utterly dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that the terrifying bronze monster would end up so battered and on the run? This isn't over. I won't let this slide. Amidst the fierce battle, the bronze Captain America spat out his threat and, seizing a brief opening in Ling Lingi's assault, quickly turned and fled. Trying to run? As long as I'm here, you won't get away. Ling Lingi spoke with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his tone brimming with effortless confidence. Suddenly, the bronze Captain America snatched a gun from a SHIELD agent and unleashed a hail of bullets at Ling Lingi. Ling Lingi was forced to duck behind nearby cover. By the time he peeked out again, the bronze captain had already dashed into a shop next door. After him, Black Widow made a snap decision, ordering the SHIELD agents to storm into the shop. But when they rushed inside, they found only chaos, no trace of the bronze Captain America. Refusing to give up, Black Widow raced to the back door and emerged onto another street. There, traffic bustled, and people went about their business as if nothing had happened. It was as though no one had ever burst out onto the street. Everything had returned to calm. Any sign of him? Coulson arrived hot on Black Widow's heels, immediately turning to her for answers. She shook her head, looking a little frustrated. Coulson took in the situation at once. He quickly issued orders to his team. Contact traffic control. Lock down the entire street. Notify the local police if anyone reports. Seeing Captain America, I want to hear about it immediately. Also, pull all surveillance footage. Any clue related to Captain America must be reported to me at once. Moo. Understood. The SHIELD agents answered in unison, then fanned out to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, Coulson and Black Widow hurried back to Ling Lingi. Even though the bronze Captain America had slipped away for now, encountering someone as formidable as Ling Lingi was no small victory. More importantly, this self-proclaimed Ling Lingi seemed to have come specifically to capture the bronze captain, and it was clear he possessed key information. Mr. Ling Lingi, I'm Phil Coulson from Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. May I have a moment of your time? We have some questions about the resurrected Captain America. Coulson's tone was impeccably polite as he addressed Ling Lingi. When a person overuses their brain, it can overstimulate the hair follicles, causing them to die and eventually leading to hair loss. Ling Lingi took the cigarette from his mouth, exhaled a swirl of smoke, and looked at Coulson seriously. He reasoned, judging by how far. Your hairline has receded. It's clear you've been thinking too hard. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the leader of these agents, right? He acted just like a master detective. Coulson was momentarily speechless. Anyone with eyes could tell I'm the leader. Do you really need to judge by my hairline? Is this guy deliberately mocking me? Since when is having a high hairline a crime? My apologies, Coulson. As the top agent of Super God Academy, I carry the heavy responsibility of maintaining world peace and upholding justice. I'm extremely busy. Ling Lingi's tone was firm as he turned down Coulson's request. Top agent? Didn't you just say you were an intern? Mr. Ling Lingi, we won't take up much of your time. Coulson, silently grumbling, quickly stepped forward, trying to block Ling Lingi's path. People like you, small fry, could never understand. Every minute of mine is incredibly valuable. I can't afford to waste it. With an air of righteous dignity, Ling Lingi shook his head. Yet his gaze couldn't help but drift to the Black Widow standing beside. Coulson, his eyes lingering on her a little too long. Under his breath, he marveled. Are all agents this exceptional nowadays? His expression and demeanor left no doubt. He was openly ogling, making no attempt to hide his interest. As for how to handle Ling Lingi, Coulson already had a plan forming in his mind. He didn't bother with any more empty words. Instead, he simply exchanged a glance with the Black Widow at his side. The Black Widow immediately understood his intention. Mr. Ling Lingi, we know you carry an important mission on your shoulders, but even for the sake of world peace, you still need to eat, don't you? Otherwise, how would you have the strength to go on? She took the initiative, stepping forward and deliberately moving in close to Ling Lingi. so close that he could feel her breath, and even sense her brushing lightly against him. Ling Lingi tensed ever so slightly, drawing out his reply, "You do make a fair point." Was shameless flirt. The Black Widow scoffed inwardly. And this was just the beginning. She hadn't even started to truly work her magic, and Ling Lingi was already struggling to keep his composure. She began to suspect that he might not have much experience with this sort of thing. "Isn't that right? And it happens to be mealtime. I've always admired you. Why not give me a chance to treat you to dinner? What do you say?" Her voice grew tender, her gaze laced with a subtle allure. "With such sincerity, it would be rude of me to refuse." Ling Lingi put on an awkward face, finally giving a reluctant nod. Well, I suppose I can agree, just this once. I can never say no. I'm too soft-hearted." "Coulson, I've never seen anyone so utterly shameless." "That's wonderful, Mr. Ling Lingi. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I happen to know a great restaurant nearby. Shall we go together?" The Black Widow made her suggestion, glancing discreetly at Coulson, signaling him to play along. Coulson caught her meaning instantly. "I'll leave it to you two to decide. I'm fine with anything." Ling Lingi's gaze never left the Black Widow, completely oblivious to the silent exchange between her and Coulson. "Then it's settled. Let's go, Mr. Ling Lingi." The Black Widow called out, leading Ling Lingi away from the scene. Legend points, 5,359. While Ling Lingi and the Black Widow made their way to the restaurant, Rorschach took the opportunity to shift his attention back to the system panel, a satisfied look spreading across his face. As expected, gaining legend points from story characters was by far the most effective method. In just a short while, his points had already broken the 5,000 mark. Even more importantly, these points had come only from SHIELD agents like Coulson, the Black Widow, and Hawkeye Barton. If more major characters were to get involved, someone like Tony Stark, for example, the rate of growth would be even faster. The prospect filled Rorschach with anticipation. The real story was just beginning. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and through his unique bond with the character cards, he kept a close watch on everything that was happening. It was worth mentioning that the system's character card feature could summon the corresponding characters directly, as if plucking them straight out of their respective films and bringing them into the real world. At the same time, the characters summoned by Rorschach were, in truth, entirely under his control. Just as he had previously used Akamanra to resurrect the Golden Tablet and manipulate the Bronze Captain, Rorschach could just as easily direct the actions of these newly summoned figures. Of course, he didn't need to intervene constantly. A subtle cue or a timely command at a critical moment was all it took. For the rest of the time, he preferred to remain a silent observer, watching events unfold from behind the scenes. These summoned individuals were far from mindless puppets, however. They still possessed their own thoughts, their own sense of agency. Take Ling Lingi, for example. In reality, Rorschach had only determined the timing of Ling Lingi's appearance, his background, and set his target as the Bronze Captain. Beyond that, he had issued no specific instructions. Everything else Ling Lingi did, he accomplished through his own judgment and initiative. It was fair to say that this system was indeed remarkably sophisticated and humanized. "All right, Mr. Ling Lingi, we've arrived." Black Widow's voice rang out as a sleek black sedan came to a graceful stop in front of an elegantly styled Western restaurant. The car door opened, and Black Widow stepped out first, followed closely by Ling Lingi. "Mr. Ling Lingi, what do you think of this restaurant?" Black Widow glanced at the establishment beside her, asking for Ling Lingi's opinion with considerate warmth. "It's all right, I suppose." Ling Lingi took in the surroundings, a faint look of dissatisfaction flickering across his face. But then he changed tack, his tone lightening. "But then again, what we eat doesn't really matter. What's important is who you share the meal with, isn't it?" "You're absolutely right, Mr. Ling Lingi. Well then, shall we go in?" Black Widow replied with a smile, warmly inviting Ling Lingi into the restaurant. The place, however, was rather quiet. In the spacious dining room, only a handful of guests were scattered here and there. What Ling Lingi didn't know was that these so-called guests were all SHIELD agents in disguise. In fact, the entire restaurant was under SHLD's control. Coulson had made sure every detail was arranged in advance. When dealing with someone as dangerous and enigmatic as Ling Lingi, SHIELD couldn't afford to let their guard down. Every precaution had already been taken. I actually transmigrated. Staring at the delicate yet unfamiliar face in the mirror, Roxia spent several minutes before finally coming to terms with this unbelievable reality. He had read plenty of novels and watched countless shows about transmigration, but Roxia never imagined that such a thing would one day happen to him. But transmigrating aside, why did it have to be the Marvel Universe? And why New York of all places in the Marvel world? This was just too much. It wasn't too bad for now, but once Tony Stark announced himself as Iron Man, The Age of Chaos would officially begin in this world. From then on, superpowered beings, aliens, cosmic tyrants, one after another, they would all make their entrance. Superhuman battles would flatten city blocks at the drop of a hat. Sometimes, an entire city would be wiped out as if it were nothing. And when the cosmic director Thanos started collecting the Infinity Stones, things would escalate to a whole new level. He'd be coming for the entire universe. And after that, Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, Ultron with infinite power, all of them would be just the tip of the iceberg. What's the fun in making a mess in just one universe? Stirring up the multiverse. That's where the real excitement lies. Thinking about where this world was headed, Roxia felt a panic that shook him to the core. For an ordinary person reborn into this world, they were basically cannon fodder. After all, you could never know if a big green brute would suddenly drop out of the sky and smash you into oblivion with a single punch. Nor could you predict if, at any moment, 3 gigantic helicarriers would come crashing down from the sky, grinding you and everything around you into a bloody pulp. You also couldn't know if, one day upon waking up, a horde of crazed aliens would have taken over your city. And there was no way to know if your hometown might suddenly be lifted 10,000 meters into the air, turning into a meteor. Of course, most important of all, you couldn't possibly know if, when the director snapped his fingers, you'd be the lucky winner, contributing your part to the grand cause of universal balance. Dust in the wind. According to the memories of his new body, just a few days ago, Stark Industries had launched the Jericho missile, instantly dominating the news and becoming the hottest topic in town. Everyone was talking about it. With this death missile unveiled, could Tony Stark becoming Iron Man be far off? How could Roxia not be anxious? He wondered if it was already too late to escape from New York. Ding! System successfully bound. Just as Roxia was on the verge of falling apart, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind. A corresponding panel appeared before his eyes. Of course, only Roxia could see it. No one else was aware. Host, Roxia. Current world, Marvel. Items, none. Cards, none. Skills, none. Legend value, 0. A system. My golden sheet is finally here. Roxia froze for a moment. Then a look of excitement spread across his face. With a cheat like this by his side, he finally had the confidence to carve out a place for himself in the Marvel Universe. Hosts can earn legend value by orchestrating certain events that stir emotional fluctuations in those around him. Legend points can be used to open system treasure chests, which contain various items, cards, and other rewards. After sorting through the system's instructions, Luo Xia understood it all at once. Wasn't this just a system designed for stirring up trouble? As long as he kept causing a stir in the Marvel Universe, he could harvest legend points and use them to grow stronger. Not bad at all. Luo Xia found himself quite satisfied with such a system. It allowed him to play the mastermind behind the scenes, orchestrating chaos without having to rush and endanger himself. Safe, yet full of style. Nice. Ding. The host is just bound with the system and is eligible to claim the system's Newbie gift pack. Would you like to collect it now? Just as Luo Xia was getting familiar with the system, another prompt sounded in his mind. Was there even a need to hesitate? Collect. The host has received a bronze chest. Would you like to open it now? A bronze chest? The system's being a bit stingy. Luo Xia couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The system's chest came in 4 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. When the system mentioned a gift pack, he had been full of anticipation. And yet this was it? A bronze chest? Still, it was better than nothing, and certainly better than a black iron chest. With a hint of anticipation, Luo Xia opened the bronze chest. A stream of information flashed before his eyes. Item: the golden tablet of Akmenra. Function: the user can use this tablet to resurrect statues, puppets, specimens, and any lifeless thing. Description: a magical artifact from Night at the museum, forged by an ancient pharaoh in the Temple of the Moon in his quest to transcend death. Its mystical power comes from Khonsu, the moon god. Note: be sure to let it bask in the moonlight from time to time, or it may lose its power. Item: camphor bracelet. Function: allows the wearer to become a camphor, a kind of super female warrior. Introduction: originating from camphor, simply wearing the bracelet turns you into a camphor with formidable combat abilities. Note: boys, use with caution. C rank, 2-star character, Ling Lingi. Skills: expert swordsmanship, energy blade control, throwing knives, singing. Introduction: from Beijing with love, a descendant of ace agents. While his nerves may seem a bit off, there's no denying his excellence as a secret agent. He isn't good with guns, but he's a master with blades. Note: his melancholy gaze, faint stubble, and incomparable knife skills have truly captivated me. Not bad. Looks like my luck isn't half bad. Luo couldn't help but break into an excited smile, having never expected much from a bronze chest. The contents had certainly exceeded his expectations. Though Ling Lingi's strength might not be top tier in the Marvel Universe, at this early stage, he was more than sufficient. He could even take on the earliest version of Iron Man without much trouble. After all, Luo didn't believe for a second that the Mark I armor could be tougher than the Golden Spear Knight suit. As for the two items, they were both excellent in their own right. Originally, influenced by the plot of the movie, Rorschach believed that the resurrection golden tablet of Acre Manra could only bring objects back to life at night. But now, after becoming a master of the golden tablet, Rorschach finally understood that the tablet actually had no such limitation. It's just that resurrecting during the day consumes much more magical power, and that's all there is to it. After all, the power of the golden tablet comes from the moon goddess. While the moon goddess doesn't vanish during the day, her power is greatly weakened. As for the camphor bracelet, it grants its wearer considerable combat prowess in an instant, enough to take on Captain America without much trouble. Aside from being a questionable choice for men, there's really nothing wrong with it. In fact, it even works better for gathering legend points. So, the question now is, how can these character and item cards be used to stir up some real action in the Marvel Universe? Rorschach rubbed his hands together, sinking deep into thought. In a corner of the restaurant, Black Widow and Ling Lingi sat face-to-face at a table by the window. It's rare to meet a secret agent as outstanding as Mr. Ling Lingi. Black Widow's voice drifted over, sparkling with admiration as she showered Ling Lingi with praise. Not only are your skills extraordinary, but your effortless charm and good looks are truly impressive. After spending some time together and subtly testing him, Black Widow was starting to get a sense of Ling Lingi's true character. Although this man claimed to be an ace agent, he didn't possess even the most basic qualities a secret agent should have. Aside from his dazzling butcher's blade technique, he seemed more like a vain, womanizing braggart straight out of the streets. But Black Widow herself was the real deal, a true ace agent. She was an expert at tailoring her approach to different personalities. Naturally, she quickly figured out how to play to Ling Lingi's tastes. Sure enough, being flattered by such a voluptuous beauty, Ling Lingi's grin stretched from ear to ear, his eyes narrowing into joyful slits. Natasha, you're too kind. It takes sharp intuition to spot talent like mine. You're impressive too. No, Mr. Ling Lingi, it's you who are simply too outstanding. It's impossible not to notice you. Black Widow's face took on a bashful smile as she subtly tried to fish for information. I wonder, are all agents from the Super God Academy as remarkable as you? There are plenty of agents in the Super God Academy, but you won't find many as cool as me. Ling Lingi waved her off with a dismissive chuckle. Do you know why that is? Cool? Black Widow scoffed silently to herself. This guy was the ultimate narcissist. He was about as far from cool as one could get. Especially with that garish red floral tie. So outrageously flashy, it was almost impressive, though his fashion sense was questionable at best. In fact, what Black Widow really wanted to know was whether all agents from the Super God Academy were as powerful as Ling Lingi, possessing extraordinary abilities. But Ling Lingi, it seemed, had interpreted her outstanding as cool, which was hopeless. Then again, maybe he was just deliberately dodging the question, refusing to reveal any real information about the Super God Academy. So, Mr. Ling Lingi, do you have any secret tips? Black Widow arched an eyebrow, feigning keen interest as she looked expectantly at Ling Lingi. Whether Ling Lingi was truly as he appeared, or simply playing Tai Chi with Black Widow on purpose, Black Widow had no choice but to go along with him. You're asking the right person, Ling Lingi replied, a smug grin spreading across his face. He reached down and casually picked up a suitcase that had been sitting by his feet. Right in front of Black Widow, he opened it. She leaned over for a look, only to find a case filled with hair dryers, cell phones, electric shavers, and other men's grooming products. Aside from those, the only item that seemed remotely like spy equipment was a single handgun. All along the journey, Ling Lingi had kept this suitcase close, and Black Widow had assumed it contained something important. But this was it? What kind of secret agent would carry these things everywhere? Unless, suddenly, Black Widow understood. Everything she saw was just a facade. Those so-called everyday men's items were nothing but clever disguises. In reality, each one had to be a high-tech gadget, specially modified for espionage. Just like Ethan Hunt or James Bond. There was really nothing surprising about it. Pretty much every intelligence agency had their own collection of little gadgets like these. At that moment, Black Widow's curiosity was piqued. She genuinely wanted to find out what was really behind those hair dryers and shavers. See the cell phone? Ling Lingi picked up a phone from the case, holding it up for Black Widow to see. There's a layer of metal mesh right here. In fact, it's actually a shaver. With that, Ling Lingi pressed a button, and the shaver whirred to life. He put the phone up to his ear, while the metal mesh part glided across his jawline. Now I can shave discreetly during a mission, and nobody will be the wiser. Black Widow fell silent. She had guessed the beginning, but never anticipated this ending. Those gadgets were disguises, yes, but the disguises were utterly absurd. What kind of agent would shave in the middle of a mission? And to think someone actually went to the trouble of inventing a cell phone shaver just for that? Black Widow felt as if a herd of wild horses was stampeding through her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. She had originally suspected Ling Lingi's odd behavior was all an act, but now, that conviction was seriously shaken. Legend points from Natasha Romanoff, +11. What about that other shaver? Black Widow's sharp eyes had spotted another shaver in the suitcase. Oh, that one. Ling Lingi put down the phone and picked up a shaver. On the surface, it's a shaver, but in reality, it's a hairdryer. He pressed a button with a soft click. Taking off his hat, Ling Lingi began blow-drying his hair right in front of Black Widow. So, I suppose this hairdryer isn't really a hairdryer either? Black Widow glanced at the hairdryer in the case, asking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Sharp as ever. You guessed it, Ling Lingi said, picking up the hairdryer to demonstrate. Actually, this one's also a shaver. Black Widow. This top agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. was now completely at a loss. A long line of embarrassment seemed to hang over her as she stared, dumbfounded. She swore she had never seen such an outrageous move in her life. Turning a shaver into a hairdryer, only to have the hairdryer turn back into a shaver. What was the point of all this, just for the sake of being contrary? To think she had assumed these were all some kind of high-tech gadgets, yet reality had slapped her in the face, loud and clear. Legend points from Natasha Romanoff, +26. It's truly eye-opening. No wonder Mr. 007 is so debonair. Despite the storm raging inside her, Black Widow kept a radiant smile on her face, her expression full of admiration. Of course, my reputation is well-deserved. 007 closed his case with a look of smug satisfaction, handling it with such care as if it contained something priceless. This must be your first time in New York, Mr. 007. Otherwise, I could never have missed knowing such an outstanding agent before, Black Widow continued, her tone casual as she probed for information. That's right. 007 held a cigarette between his lips and nodded. I came to New York this time for a special mission, to capture a dangerous individual. The resurrected Captain America statue? At once, Black Widow's demeanor shifted, her eyes fixed intently on 007. After all this banter had been for the sake of this very piece of intel. We have no idea how the statue came back to life, but surely that's nothing you can't handle, Mr. 007? Of course. You came to the right man. Basking in her praise, 007's face lit up with pride. He looked positively buoyant, as if the compliments from a beautiful woman had gone straight to his head. The statue's resurrection is actually quite simple. Someone stole the statue fruit from the House of Evolution. I'm here to find out who did it. House of Evolution? Statue fruit? Black Widow couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, carefully committing both names to memory. After playing along with this lecherous agent for so long, she had finally gleaned some useful intel. The House of Evolution sounded like an organization, one she'd never heard of before. Clearly, this was a group shrouded in mystery. As for the statue fruit, that was a completely new term to her as well. Statue fruit? Mr. 007, what kind of fruit is that? Black Widow seized the chance to ask. It's a type of devil fruit. It can grant life to any statue, bringing it back from the dead. At that moment, 007 suddenly realized he'd said too much. His mouth snapped shut, and his eyes widened. Wait, you're trying to get information out of me. You're just noticing that now. Black Widow couldn't help but groan inwardly. Of course not, Mr. 007. I'm only curious, that's all. Still, she would never admit it on the surface. Quickly changing the subject, she personally sliced a piece of steak and offered it to 007. This steak is excellent, Mr. 007. You should try it. She even poured him a glass of red wine. During the following period, Black Widow fully played to her strengths as a beautiful secret agent, using every subtle tease and flirtatious glance to make Ling Lingi feel dazed and distracted. Unfortunately, it seemed Ling Lingi had grown wary. No matter how hard Black Widow tried, she couldn't extract any more information from him. This, of course, was due to the instructions Rorschach had given Ling Lingi. After all, the plan was to stir things up, not to lay all the cards on the table at once. The idea was to throw out a few puzzle pieces, forcing S.H.I.E.L.D. to conduct their own investigation and piece everything together bit by bit, so the impact would be maximized. This time, through Ling Lingi's mouth, They had already dropped the names of the Super Seminary and the House of Evolution, as well as the mysterious devil fruits. That was more than enough. Well then, Agent Natasha, thank you for your warm hospitality. But I really must be going. After a satisfying meal, Ling Lingi stood up, picked up his suitcase, and took his leave. The mission to maintain world peace is still waiting for me. Every second counts. Mr. Ling Lingi, though we may not be as outstanding as you, we're local agents here in New York and know the city well. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to contact me. Black Widow didn't try to keep him. Instead, she quickly scribbled her phone number on a napkin and slipped it into Ling Lingi's coat pocket. If I need anything, I'll let you know. With a casual wave, Ling Lingi sauntered out of the restaurant, suitcase in hand, swaggering down the street. Only after his figure blended into the crowd did the smile finally fade from Black Widow's face. She immediately contacted Coulson. Chief, Ling Lingi has left. I saw him, came Coulson's prompt reply from a coffee shop across the street. I'll take it from here. With that, Coulson picked up his radio and gave the order, begin the operation. Stay sharp, don't alert the target. At Coulson's command, the SHIELD agents who had been disguised and lurking nearby sprang into action, tailing Ling Lingi without missing a beat. Ling Lingi, meanwhile, strode through the crowd at a leisurely yet flamboyant pace, as if he hadn't noticed a thing. After about 400 or 500 meters, he reached a fork in the road and slipped down one of the side streets. The two agents tailing him followed closely, creeping in after him with utmost caution, only to discover he had vanished. Where did he go? The agents began searching every nook and cranny, but no matter how thoroughly they looked, Ling Lingi was nowhere to be found. It was as if this flamboyant man had simply evaporated into thin air. To make matters worse, they realized they were standing in a dead-end alley. Legend points from SHIELD agents +2. Chief, we've lost him. The target has disappeared. After a fruitless search, the two agents could only report back to Coulson in exasperation. Someone as extraordinary as Ling Lingi. It's hardly surprising even Coulson managed to lose track of him. Coulson simply asked in a low voice, "Where are you now?" The two agents immediately reported their location. Coulson wasted no words. He and Black Widow set off for the scene without delay. It was only then that they discovered they had ended up in a dead end, a cul-de-sac with no way through. This is where you lost him. Coulson's brows knit together as he looked at his two subordinates and questioned them. Yes, sir. As soon as the target walked in, we followed right behind, but he vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Legend points from Phil Coulson +31. Legend points from Natasha Romanoff +37. Sir, what should we do next? Black Widow's voice rang out. She glanced at Coulson and asked, Let's head back to headquarters for now. After a brief moment of reflection, Coulson made his decision. They had failed to capture the Bronze Captain, and now Ling Lingi had slipped through their fingers as well. This operation could only be called a complete fiasco. Still, Black Widow had managed to extract some valuable information from Ling Lingi, so the mission wasn't a total loss. Withdraw. At Coulson's command, the SHIELD agents quickly retreated, vanishing without a trace. It was as if they had never been there at all. The first act of this grand drama comes to a close. Inside his apartment, Rorschach glanced at the Ling Lingi character card in his hand, a faint smile appearing on his lips. That's right. Ling Lingi hadn't disappeared into thin air. Rorschach, as the card's owner, had simply recalled the card. That was all there was to it. There was no way SHIELD's agents would be able to find him. Looking back over the first act, Rorschach was, all in all, quite satisfied. He had harvested a good haul of legend points, and the seeds he needed to plant were sown just as well. Now, all that remained was to let these threads ferment, and when the moment was right, the next act of this grand drama would unfold. The clash between Ling Lingi and the statue fruit wielder, the Bronze Captain's next moves, the tangled grudges between the Super Seminary and the House of Evolution. These captivating stories would all take the stage in due time. Rorschach looked forward to every moment of it. The Triskelion. Director's office. A somber atmosphere lingered in the room. Nick Fury leaned back against his chair, his face unreadable as he stared at Coulson and Black Widow, his two most trusted agents. No one could guess what was going through his mind. So, you can confirm, the Captain America you encountered really was a resurrected statue. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury swept his single eye over Coulson and asked in a deep voice. Yes, sir. We can confirm it beyond any doubt. With that, Coulson produced a case he had prepared in advance and placed it before Nick Fury, opening it up. Inside was a bronze arm, cleanly severed, the cut surface smooth as glass, perfectly even. Yet along the edges, tiny burrs remained, unpolished and sharp enough to draw blood with a touch. This was clearly no ornamental bronze craft. Taking the current situation into account, Black Egg already had a vague suspicion in his heart, but the thought was so outrageous that he chose not to voice it for now. He simply asked in an indifferent tone, "What is this?" "That's Captain America's arm," Coulson replied bluntly. Legend value from Nick Fury +5. Nick Fury showed no reaction on his face, keeping his astonishment well hidden. He simply picked up the severed arm and turned it over in his hand. After a moment, he set it back down. "You didn't capture Captain America, but managed to cut off his arm? I want to know, how did you pull that off?" If Captain America truly was a bronze statue, then clearly S.H.I.E.L.D. agents wouldn't stand a chance against him. They'd be beaten down in an instant. The bruises and wounds scattered across Coulson and Black Widow's bodies told the same story. Cutting off his arm? That sounded absolutely impossible. "Sir, in fact, we weren't the ones who severed Captain America's arm," Coulson said. That single sentence piqued Nick Fury's interest. It was someone else, a man who suddenly appeared, calling himself Ling Lingi. Ling Lingi? That's an odd name. Nick Fury raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like there's a good story behind this. Let's hear it." At that, Black Widow stepped forward, recounting every detail. How the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had been battered and thrown around by the bronze Captain America. And how, at the crucial moment, Ling Lingi appeared out of nowhere, wielding a butcher's knife, and left the bronze Captain America battered and bloodied. When Nick Fury finished listening, he was completely stunned. He'd dealt with aliens, fought vampires, and witnessed all manner of the supernatural, but even he was shocked by Ling Lingi. "You're telling me he cut off Captain America's arm with just a butcher's knife? You're certain he simply beckoned, and the knife flew from the ground straight into his hand?" Nick Fury stared at Black Widow, not because he doubted his trusted agent, but because these events sounded utterly preposterous. "I know it sounds unbelievable, sir, but Ling Lingi really did all of that," Black Widow responded, firm and resolute. Legend value from Nick Fury +15. Who on earth is this Ling Lingi? Nick Fury muttered in awe. Even the strongest human he knew of, Captain Marvel, couldn't pull off feats like summoning weapons from afar. This was utterly beyond Nick Fury's comprehension. "We don't know much about Ling Lingi, only that he claims to be an agent from the Super Academy. Judging by Captain America's reaction, that seems to be true. However, he's only an intern agent. So powerful, and yet only an intern? If someone like that were willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury would certainly treat him like royalty." Legend value from Nick Fury +7. Super Academy? What kind of organization is that? Nick Fury pressed on. "I've checked all our records, sir. There's no information on anything called Super Academy. As far as our intelligence goes, it's as if the organization doesn't exist at all," Coulson replied gravely. "Logically speaking, as long as any organization exists, it must leave some trace. It's impossible that not a single clue can be found. But the Super God Academy is an exception." Nick Fury's expression grew serious. Although he currently knew almost nothing about the Super God Academy, it was clear that this organization was extremely mysterious and dangerous. "In addition, sir, there's another organization you should be aware of, House of Evolution." Black Widow continued her report to the man with the eye patch. "House of Evolution?" Fury raised his eyebrows. "Great, yet another organization he had never even heard of. I've already investigated. Just like the Super God Academy, there's no information whatsoever on the House of Evolution. But according to Ling Lingi, the person who resurrected Captain America was able to do so because they stole something called a statue fruit from the House of Evolution. That's how they gained the power to revive statues." "Statue fruit?" "Yes, sir. It's a type of devil fruit. Although Ling Lingi didn't say much, it's not hard to infer that this is a fruit which grants special powers to whoever eats it. Eat it and gain superpowers? Legend value from Nick Fury +12. Heavens, think of how many organizations in America have spent countless resources trying to replicate the Captain America serum, pouring in endless funds, and yet have come up empty-handed. Or, to be precise, the only result was that green monster who only knows how to smash everything. But the House of Evolution actually managed to create a superpower fruit like this? Even someone as seasoned and composed as Nick Fury couldn't keep his cool at this moment. For all these years, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been the largest intelligence agency in the world. There were few secrets that could slip past their network. Yet now, Nick Fury felt as if S.H.I.E.L.D. was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Is there any lead on the person who revived Captain America's statue? After pondering for a moment, Fury looked at the pair before him and asked again. "Sir, I'm afraid we have absolutely no information." Coulson shook his head. "I think our only hope is to find the resurrected Captain America or this Ling Lingi fellow. Only then might we learn something. Coulson, I'm putting you in charge of this case." Fury gave his orders immediately. "Drop everything else you're working on. Natasha and Barton will assist you. Find out something, anything, as soon as possible." "Understood, sir." Coulson nodded. Just then, his phone started ringing. Coulson answered, and his eyes instantly lit up. Sir, we found Captain America. Really? Where is he? Fury asked at once. Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen? Fury's brows knitted together. What could Captain America possibly want in Hell's Kitchen? Sir, what should we do? Seeing Fury deep in thought, Coulson couldn't help but ask for instructions. We do nothing. After a moment's contemplation, Fury made his decision. Coulson instantly understood. What Nick Fury meant by doing nothing wasn't truly doing nothing at all. It simply meant not taking any concrete action against the Bronze Captain America for the time being, and nothing more. But assigning people to keep a close watch on Bronze Captain America's every move was, of course, a given. It didn't require Nick Fury to spell it out. After all, based on the information currently at hand, the Bronze Captain America was nothing more than a puppet. Behind him lurked a hidden manipulator, someone who had used the power of the statue to resurrect him. Even if they were to capture Bronze Captain America, it wouldn't make much difference. That shadowy figure pulling the strings was SHIELD's true target. And as for the captain having gone to Hell's Kitchen, a criminal's paradise, Nick Fury couldn't have cared less if he turned the entire place upside down. He was determined to see for himself just what secret purpose lay behind the mastermind's resurrection of Captain America through the statue. Keep a close eye on Captain America. If anything unusual happens, report to me at once. And don't let up on Ling Lingi either. Dispatch people to track his whereabouts, and if there's any news, let me know immediately. In addition, use every available resource to investigate the Super Divine Academy and the House of Evolution. Nick Fury's voice rang out again, his expression stern as he issued his orders to Coulson. Understood, sir. So this is Hell's Kitchen? While Coulson began to make his arrangements, the Bronze Captain America appeared on a street in Hell's Kitchen. He glanced at the filthy, garbage-strewn ground, wrinkling his nose in distaste at the rancid stench wafting through the air. Hell's Kitchen, the most chaotic and lawless corner of New York, bar none. All manner of scum, thugs, and criminals had made this place their den. Robbery, brawling, and gang wars were the daily norm here. Evil grew rampant and unchecked, and often it wasn't the government that ruled these streets, but the gangs, big and small, that carved up the city among themselves. This was no exaggeration, but a stark portrait of reality in Hell's Kitchen. The police, every government agency, there wasn't a single one that hadn't been infiltrated by criminals. To put it bluntly, for a good person to survive in this city would be incredibly difficult, perhaps even impossible. Fortunately for him, Bronze Captain America was no good person. In fact, he could hardly be called a person at all, and his arrival was destined to plunge this already turbulent place into even greater chaos. Hurry up, hand over all your money. Do as you're told, or I'll stab you right here. Please, I beg you. That money is for my wife's treatment. Without it, she'll die. A heavy blow landed, the sound echoing down the alley. That's not my problem. She's not my wife. As he reached a side street, Bronze Captain America suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had overheard this exchange drifting out from the nearby alleyway. Turning, he glanced into the shadows. Sure enough, there were two thugs, covered in tattoos of dragons and phoenixes. Anyone could tell at a glance that they were up to no good. Each held a gleaming knife, cornering a man in a business suit and glasses, who looked every bit the office worker, pushing him up against the wall. They cursed as they went, punching and kicking relentlessly. The Bronze Captain America didn't waste words. He strode toward the two thugs with long, purposeful steps. Help! Sir, please help me. They're robbing me. When the office worker saw someone approaching, he immediately called out to the Bronze Captain America for help. Before he could finish, there was a sharp smack. He was slapped hard across the face, sending him crashing into the wall, his head spinning from the blow. You think everyone's a daredevil? Lost your mind or something? The bearded thug, his face covered in a thick scruff, hurled insults as he continued to pummel the office worker. In Hell's Kitchen, the place was crawling with villains. Except for the Daredevil who had recently appeared out of nowhere, who would bother interfering in something like this? Most people would count themselves lucky just to stay out of trouble. The other thug, sporting a flashy earring, weighed his knife in his hand, glaring at the approaching Bronze Captain America. If you don't want to die, get lost. Mind your own business. But the Bronze Captain America's stride didn't falter in the slightest, as if he hadn't heard a word they said. I'll ask only once. Who's the top dog around here? That calm, almost lazy question drifted from the shadowy figure drawing near. At those words, both thugs, mid-robbery, and their would-be victim all froze, staring at him in disbelief. Was there really someone who didn't know who ran Hell's Kitchen? He had to be kidding. Just then, the Bronze Captain America stepped out from the darkness. Bathed in moonlight, his bronze-toned skin finally came into view. The sight left everyone momentarily stunned. Ha, what's this supposed to be? Some kind of street performer? Buddy, working this late, and still not calling a night? After that beat of surprise, the two thugs couldn't hold back their laughter, openly mocking the bronze Captain America. Clearly, they thought he was just another nutcase off the street. Without a word, the bronze Captain America reached out with his one and only left hand, grabbing the bearded thug by the neck. That's not the answer I want. With a single effortless motion, he hoisted the hefty thug clean off the ground. Judging by his size, the bearded man must weigh at least 200 pounds, but in the bronze Captain America's grip, he seemed as light as a feather. He lifted him with ease, not the slightest strain showing. Plus 0.01 to Hell's Kitchen Urban Legend value. Plus 0.02 to Hell's Kitchen Urban Legend value. Plus 0.01 to Hell's Kitchen Urban Legend value. Bastard. Let him go. A roar echoed out as the other thug, swallowing hard and stealing his nerves, lunged forward, stabbing his knife straight at the bronze Captain America's chest. The blade struck with a metallic clang, but then rang out the crisp clang of metal. Unbelievably, the second thug's knife was stopped cold, unable to pierce in the slightest. It was as though he'd stabbed into solid steel. What the hell? Both thugs stared in utter disbelief. Plus 0.02 to Hell's Kitchen Citizen Legend value. Plus 0.02 to Hell's Kitchen Citizen Legend value. Plus 0.03 to Hell's Kitchen Citizen Legend value. Bang! The bronze Captain America swept an icy glance at the thug who had just stabbed him. Without a word, he lifted his severed arm and drove it straight into the man's chest. Crack! With the sickening snap of breaking bones, the thug was sent hurtling through the air, flying back a good 5 or 6 meters. He crashed heavily to the ground. Plus 0.02 to Hell's Kitchen Citizen Legend value. Plus 0.01 to Hell's Kitchen Citizen Legend value. Plus 0.03 to Hell's Kitchen Citizen Legend value. I'll talk. Kingpin. Kingpin runs the biggest crew in Hell's Kitchen. The bearded thug trapped in Captain America's grip was completely terrified. After he and his companions provided another wave of legend value, he struggled desperately and blurted out the answer. Only then did the bronze Captain America loosen his hold, letting the bearded man drop. Cough, cough. The man clutched his throat, gasping and coughing violently. Heaven help him, in those brief moments he really felt like he'd brushed past death itself. His neck nearly snapped in that iron grip. Kingpin. Captain America arched an eyebrow. Clearly, this was a nickname, not a real name. Who is Kingpin? His gaze turned razor-sharp, boring into the bearded man's face as he asked in a low, menacing tone. I don't know. The bearded man shook his head, and seeing Captain America's cold displeasure, he nearly lost control of his bowels. I swear to God, I really don't know. Kingpin's true identity is always kept secret. Maybe some people know who he really is, but I'm not one of them. Captain America could tell the man wasn't lying, so he pressed on. Then who does know Kingpin's true identity? I have no idea. Only the big shots know who Kingpin really is. Guys like us, just street-level grunts. There's no way we'd ever find out. The bearded man shook his head desperately. Then you're of no use to me. A cold glint flashed in Captain America's eyes. He raised his only remaining left arm once more. Wait, I'm useful. I still have value. The bearded man nearly wet himself with fear and shouted at the top of his lungs. There's a place 3 blocks from here, the Bloody Rose Bar. That's Kingpin's turf. Maybe you can find out more there. Captain America finally lowered his arm. He shot a frigid look at the bearded man, said nothing, and strode off with long, purposeful steps. Whoosh. It wasn't until Captain America's figure disappeared into the alleyway that the two thugs finally let out ragged breaths, as if granted a last-minute reprieve from death. Heaven help them. Captain America had truly scared them both out of their wits just now. As for the office worker who had been robbed by those two thugs, he was long gone, having disappeared without a trace. Taking advantage of the moment when the two troublemakers were subdued by the bronze Captain America, how could he not seize the chance to escape? Was he going to stick around for the New Year celebration? Following the clues provided by the bearded thug, the bronze Captain America had no trouble finding the Scarlet Rose Bar. Although it was just 3 streets away, it felt like stepping into a completely different world. Especially this particular bar in front of him. It was dazzlingly luxurious, with an unmistakably high-class aura. For someone like the bronze Captain America, whose worldview was still stuck in the era of World War II, this was all the more astonishing. Now this is what I call a bar. Bronze Captain America nodded in satisfaction, then strode confidently to the door and pushed it open, entering with long, purposeful steps. Hey, look at that guy. What the heck? What's with that getup? Wait, did you guys watch the news today? The resurrected Captain America statue? With his striking appearance, the bronze Captain America immediately drew everyone's attention. Inside the bar, patrons all turned to stare at him, whispering among themselves. Some were seeing him for the first time, while others recognized him as the celebrity who had appeared on the news earlier that day. But even so, few really believed the rumors about the statue coming back to life. After all, such a thing sounded utterly absurd. Even though the news had shown footage of the bronze Captain America being immune to bullets, not many people took it seriously. These days, shooting a video like that is no big deal. Most assumed it was nothing more than a publicity stunt for the museum. In their minds, this guy was just someone who'd seen the news and jumped on the bandwagon, deliberately dressing up to draw attention. Regardless of what they believed, the bronze Captain America was without doubt the most eye-catching figure in the whole place. With everyone's gaze upon him, he held his head high and marched straight over to the bar. He picked a seat and sat down with casual ease. "Hey, buddy, what's with the outfit?" The bartender glanced at him and greeted him with a friendly laugh. "But I have to admit, it looks pretty cool." "Whiskey." Bronze Captain America ignored the small talk and simply held up one finger, sighing with a hint of nostalgia. "Heaven knows how long it's been since I last tasted whiskey." "One whiskey coming right up." The bartender shrugged, grabbed a glass, and poured him a drink. But before the bartender could set the glass down, the bronze Captain America grabbed his hand and snatched the entire bottle of whiskey. He tilted his head back and gulped it down in huge swigs, as if drinking plain water. In the blink of an eye, more than half the bottle was gone. The bartender stared in disbelief. He'd worked here for years, but had never seen anyone drink whiskey like that. Refreshing. Bronze Captain America wiped his mouth and let out a satisfied sigh, clearly wishing he could continue indulging. "I'd love nothing more than to keep drinking like this, but business comes first. Go get it, boss." The bartender gave bronze Captain America a quick once-over, raising an eyebrow. "What do you want?" "You're wasting my time, flunky. Just go get your boss," bronze Captain America replied, his tone domineering and unyielding. A sharp look flashed across the bartender's face. "You brought this on yourself," he retorted. Then, with a gesture toward a certain corner of the bar, he signaled. Immediately, two burly men, their presence alone intimidating, strode over. "Throw him out," the bartender ordered casually. The two hulking men moved to stand before bronze Captain America. One of them reached out, placing a massive hand on the captain's shoulder, trying to haul him away. But bronze Captain America acted as if nothing was happening at all. Instead, he calmly picked up the drink he hadn't had a chance to sip. "Can't let it go to waste," he mused aloud, then downed the liquor in one smooth motion. The man grabbing him watched with growing shock. As bronze Captain America drank, the thug was putting every ounce of strength he had into moving him, but it was as if the captain was bolted to the spot. No matter how hard he tried, the man couldn't budge him an inch. "What the hell is going on? Anson, what are you doing over there?" The second henchman frowned, cursing under his breath as he approached. He reached out and grabbed bronze Captain America's other shoulder. Suddenly, his face reddened with exertion. At last, he understood what his partner had been struggling with. This guy with his bronze-painted skin was downright bizarre. Both men, straining with all their might, were on the verge of bursting, yet the captain sat there, perfectly at ease, unmoved as a mountain. What kind of strength was this? Legend value from Kingpin gang member, plus 0.05. Legend value from Kingpin gang member, plus 0.05. Legend value from Kingpin gang member, plus 0.05. "I don't like men putting their hands on me." Bronze Captain America finally spoke up. Calmly, he set down his glass, then, with sudden speed, twisted aside and struck out. Thud! Thud! Two swift punches, precise and powerful, landed on Hansen and his partner. To any onlooker, they looked like simple blows, but both hulking men jerked as if struck by sledgehammers and were thrown back, crashing into the tables behind them, splintering wood and sending drinks flying. They lay there, motionless. The bartender stared in utter shock, nearly popping his eyes out of his head. Was this some kind of joke? Even the fabled Daredevil of Hell's Kitchen, the one who haunted every criminal's nightmares, wasn't this terrifying. "So, are you ready to call your boss out now?" Bronze Captain America rose slowly, his gaze razor-sharp as he swept his eyes over the stunned bartender. Gulp. The bartender instinctively swallowed hard, then shouted angrily in a low voice. "Who gave you the guts to cause trouble here?" "It seems you still don't realize how serious this is," the bronze captain said, shaking his head. "Very well, then I'll just wreck this place, and see if your boss can still sit still." Before his words had even faded, the bronze captain lifted his left hand and slammed it down fiercely on the bar in front of him. With a thunderous crash, the bar shattered beneath his palm as if it were nothing but brittle tofu, splintering into pieces and debris. Legend points from a member of Kingpin's gang, plus 0.05. Legend points from a member of Kingpin's gang, plus 0.07. Legend points from a member of Kingpin's gang, plus 0.06. Legend points from other bar patrons, plus 0.6. The entire bar fell into dead silence. Everyone froze, staring at the bronze captain in shock. It was clear they were completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. On one hand, the bronze captain's sheer ferocity was far beyond what anyone could have expected. His strength was off the charts, leaving people dumbfounded. On the other hand, who in Hell's Kitchen didn't know this was Kingpin's territory? And yet, someone actually dared to smash up Kingpin's bar? Was this a joke? Was the man out of his mind? Outrageous. The bartender's furious voice rang out, his words trembling, not just with anger, but also with fear. After all, with something like this happening, there was no way Kingpin would let him off the hook. Do you have any idea whose turf this is? And you dare to make trouble here? The bartender jabbed a finger at the bronze captain, his voice hoarse with rage. I know this is Kingpin's place. That's exactly why I'm here. For Kingpin. The bronze captain replied with utter disdain. Here for Kingpin? Was he insane? Did he have a death wish? Everyone around was shaken by the bronze captain's words. In Hell's Kitchen, no one had ever dared to openly challenge the underground Emperor Kingpin in front of so many witnesses. He's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Get him. Somebody, take this lunatic down. The bartender was completely thrown off by the bronze captain's declaration, pointing at him in a fit of panic and fury as he shouted. Not that the bartender needed to say much. After all, with the commotion the bronze captain had caused, the muscle-keeping watch had already been alerted. A group of burly men in suits burst out, muscles bulging. Take him down. A bald man who appeared to be the leader charged at the bronze captain without hesitation. The rest of the enforcers surged forward like a pack of wolves. A flurry of heavy blows and thuds rang out. But the bronze captain moved as if he were in a league of his own. Each punch laid a man flat. Each strike took down another. And in the blink of an eye, the 7 or 8 tough guys who'd rushed him were all sprawled on the floor. Groans of pain echoed through the bar. None of them had the strength to get back up. How could these ordinary gangsters ever be a match for the bronze captain? Stop! A sharp, commanding shout rang out. It was a blond man in a sharp suit, who finally appeared, his face contorted in rage. This man was none other than the manager of the bar, the very boss the bronze Captain America had mentioned earlier. He was Jason Brosnan, a senior figure in the Kingpin group. Flanking Jason were 4 men, also clad in tailored suits. Their jackets bulged conspicuously at the waist. Clearly, each was armed with a deadly weapon. I honestly thought you'd be able to keep your cool a bit longer, Jason sneered. With casual disdain, Bronze Captain America nudged aside one of the thugs lying at his feet, then turned to face Jason, calm and unruffled, casting a fleeting glance at him. A faint smirk of mockery played at the corner of his mouth. I swear, you will pay for everything you've done. Jason spat out through gritted teeth, his jaw clenched so tightly his teeth audibly clicked. I once thought you were a sensible man, but clearly, you have no idea what you're up against. Bronze Captain America simply shook his head at this and sighed. Very well, let me give you a little wake-up call. Clang. Before anyone could move, Jason whipped out a pistol with practiced ease, chamber round, and leveled it straight at the Bronze Captain America. Do you really think a bit of muscle means you can just waltz in here and cause trouble? Who do you think you are? Daredevil. Move 1 more inch, and I'll put you down. Believe it. Jason barked at him in a menacing tone. But the Bronze Captain America seemed not to hear, striding boldly toward Jason without the slightest hesitation. Jason was no saint. Seeing Bronze Captain America so recklessly tempting fate, he didn't hesitate for a second. Bang! The gunshot cracked through the air. Jason fired at Bronze Captain America without mercy. And then, clang! A shower of sparks erupted as the bullet ricocheted off the Bronze Captain America with a metallic ring, leaving him entirely unharmed. Plus 0.2 legend points from Jason Brosnan. Plus 0.5 legend points from other Kingpin group members. Plus 0.7 legend points from other bar patrons. What the hell? What on earth is going on? Jason Brosnan was utterly dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. Had this strange man just deflected the bullet? Impossible. Bang, bang, bang. Jason's face twisted with desperation as he pulled the trigger again and again, emptying his clip at Bronze Captain America. His henchmen followed suit, yanking out their own pistols and unleashing a relentless barrage at their target. Clink, clang, ping. But with every crisp, metallic note, the bullets bounced harmlessly away, not leaving so much as a scratch on Bronze Captain America. What are you? What kind of monster are you? Jason stammered, now drenched in sweat, his voice trembling with fear. The bravado from before was gone, replaced by a sudden, unexplainable terror. A man impervious to bullets or blades. What was happening to this world? It's true. The news was telling the truth. The statue of Captain America, it really has come back to life. Faint murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. At last, someone had realized the sheer impossibility of what had just occurred. Plus 1.2 legend points from other bar patrons. But the Bronze Captain America paid no heed to the commotion. With an air of unshakable authority, he strode straight to Jason's side and, with effortless might, sent every bodyguard surrounding Jason crashing to the floor. Finally, his eyes, sharp as blades, fell upon Jason. "Take me to Kingpin. I don't know who Kingpin is." Jason shook his head desperately now. "No one knows who Kingpin is. Are you playing games with me?" Captain America's expression darkened as he seized Jason by the collar and hoisted him off the ground. "Even someone like you doesn't know his own boss's identity?" "It's true, I swear." Jason shook his head frantically, trying to explain himself. "I've never met Kingpin. I have no idea who he is. He never shows his face. He always sends someone else to contact us." "Who is that person?" The Bronze Captain could tell that Jason wasn't lying, so he pressed on in a low, steady voice. "James Wesley." Jason, now utterly terrified, blurted out the name. "He's Kingpin's spokesperson. He handles everything for him." "James Wesley?" The Bronze Captain repeated the name silently, committing it to memory. Then, he let go of Jason and addressed him again. "Call him. Kingpin will kill me for this." Yet, Jason bit his lip and flatly refused the captain's demand. "If you don't do it, I'll kill you right now." A dangerous glint flashed across the Bronze Captain's face. "Go ahead." Jason responded with a cold laugh. He didn't want to die. He was terrified, in fact, but being killed by the Bronze Captain would only cost him his own life. If Kingpin found out, his family would not be safe. Jason knew exactly where his loyalties lay. "You've got more backbone than I expected," the Bronze Captain remarked, but he did nothing further. He simply patted Jason's cheek, and that was that. From the look in Jason's eyes, the resolve of a man prepared to die, the Bronze Captain could tell that Jason truly wasn't afraid of death. This wasn't bravado. So he released Jason, deciding on a different approach. "Listen up, everyone." The Bronze Captain swept his gaze across the room, raising his voice so all could hear. "Spread the word. From this moment on, wherever Kingpin's influence reaches, I'll smash every place I find, starting with this one." The crowd erupted in disbelief. Was this not a declaration of war against Kingpin? In this day and age, who would dare openly challenge Kingpin to take on the undisputed ruler of Hell's Kitchen? Plus 0.3 legend points from Jason Brosnan. Plus 0.6 legend points from other Kingpin gang members. Plus 0.9 legend points from other bar patrons. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Jason Brosnan was trembling all over, his eyes wide with fear. He jabbed a finger at the Bronze Captain, his voice hoarse with desperation. "You're going to..." Bang! Before the man could finish his sentence, the Bronze Captain America silenced him with a swift kick, forcing the rest of his words back down his throat. Then, with another powerful kick, he sent a nearby table crashing to the ground. Just as Bronze Captain America was about to unleash his fury and lay waste to the entire place, a faint whistling sound suddenly sliced through the air. A staff came hurtling toward him out of nowhere. Bronze Captain America twisted his body sharply to the side. With lightning speed, he snatched the staff out of midair with his remaining left hand. He caught it with a sharp, decisive motion. Now, Bronze Captain America finally looked in the direction from which the staff had been thrown. Standing 3 meters away in the hallway was a man clad in a tight red suit, his head protected by a matching red helmet. He held another white cane in his hand. The staff Bronze Captain America had just caught was connected to the one in the intruder's hand by a sturdy steel wire. Daredevil, the fearless guardian of Hell's Kitchen. At the same time, low murmurs of recognition and surprise rippled through those nearby. There was no mistake. The newcomer was none other than Daredevil himself. Jason Brosnan and the other henchmen of Kingpin usually loathed Daredevil with a passion, but now, in this moment, they were secretly grateful for his arrival. All of them pinned their hopes on Daredevil, praying he could defeat this monstrous opponent before them. This can't be. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, Daredevil's expression was one of utter disbelief. Because as he focused on Bronze Captain America, he couldn't hear even the faintest heartbeat, nor sense the slightest trace of body heat. His radar sense confirmed it. The figure before him had neither pulse nor warmth, nothing that marked him as human. But how could a person be without a heartbeat or body temperature? Could it be that this thing in front of him wasn't even human? Legend value from Daredevil plus 182. That's enough. You've done more than enough, haven't you? Though shock and confusion roiled inside him, Daredevil didn't forget his true purpose. His voice was steady as he called out to Bronze Captain America. "So, this is what gives you the confidence to meddle in other people's business." Bronze Captain America glanced at the white cane gripped in his hand. From the force and speed of that last attack, he could tell his opponent was an expert. An expert far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary human. But still, it's not enough. With a cold snort, Bronze Captain America gave the cane a sharp tug. An immense, overwhelming force surged down the steel wire connecting the two canes. Even Daredevil struggled to withstand the sudden pull, stumbling forward a step. But Daredevil was no pushover. Riding the momentum, he lunged ahead and lashed out with a fierce kick aimed straight at Bronze Captain America. The air seemed to rush as he struck, fast, forceful, and precise, the very embodiment of speed, power, and accuracy. In a flash, the kick was already upon Bronze Captain America. This was Daredevil, after all. An ordinary man would have had no chance to react, likely sent sprawling to the floor in an instant. But Bronze Captain America had been ready for Daredevil to close in from start. He neither dodged nor evaded. His only uninjured left arm suddenly swung upward, delivering a powerful punch straight at Daredevil. With a heavy, resounding thud, the Bronze Captain America's fist collided fiercely with the sole of Daredevil's foot. As the saying goes, an arm is no match for a leg. Going head-to-head with a punch against a kick is undoubtedly a huge disadvantage. Yet, with that punch, the Bronze Captain stood firm like a mountain, completely unshaken, while Daredevil's body trembled violently and he was sent tumbling backward. Crash! He even smashed a table behind him to pieces. What? Daredevil sprang to his feet in a swift, fluid motion, but his face was now filled with utter shock. No matter how he tried to make sense of it, he couldn't believe that the freak he was fighting possessed such overwhelming strength. Even now, Daredevil could feel his entire right leg, where he'd been hit, throbbing with numbness and pain. Legend value from Daredevil, plus 227. Legend value from Jason Brosnan, plus 0.6. Legend value from other Kingpin gang members, plus 1.2. Legend value from other bar patrons, plus 1.8. It wasn't just Daredevil. Everyone watching, including Jason Brosnan and the others, stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe what they'd just seen. If even someone like Daredevil couldn't stand up to that guy, weren't they all doomed? Whoosh. But Daredevil was not one to give up easily. Drawing in a deep breath, he charged at Bronze Captain America once more. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, swift and merciless as a storm. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp, metallic clatter rang out again and again, the sound of Daredevil's cane striking the Bronze Captain's body. What's going on? That metallic feel and that sound? Daredevil grew more bewildered with every blow. Earlier, when the Bronze Captain punched him, the impact had been through the thick sole of his shoe. Daredevil had sensed the fist was incredibly hard, but he hadn't thought much of it. But now, this was unmistakably the sensation of striking solid metal, and not the hollow sound of someone wearing a metal suit, but the unyielding impact of hitting a body made entirely of metal. The difference was stark. Remembering that he hadn't detected any heartbeat or sound from the figure before him, Daredevil's mind grew even more unsettled. Just what was this man standing before him? Legend value from Daredevil, plus 141. And so it continued. With shock and a growing sense of gravity, Daredevil and the Bronze Captain America clashed fiercely in full view of the stunned crowd. The ring of metal on metal echoed ceaselessly, like pearls scattering on a jade plate. But unfortunately, no matter how skilled he was, Daredevil was simply no match for the Bronze Captain. Of course, when it came to fighting technique, Daredevil was in no way inferior to his opponent. In fact, with his years of training under stick and his extraordinary radar senses, he arguably surpassed the Bronze Captain. But the real problem was that all those combat skills and advantages meant nothing in the face of the Bronze Captain. He was just too far out of reach. Even if Daredevil managed a direct hit on the Bronze Captain America, he couldn't inflict the slightest harm. But every punch and kick from his opponent landed hard, each one enough to make Daredevil reel in pain. From the very start, this was a completely one-sided battle. Throughout the fight, Daredevil was relentlessly overwhelmed by the Bronze Captain America, battered as if he were nothing more than a helpless underling. It was a sight too pitiful to watch. In just a few minutes, Daredevil was left battered and bruised, his face swollen and bloodied. Legend points from Jason Brosnan, plus 0.8. Legend points from other Kingpin gang members, plus 1.9. Legend points from other bar patrons, plus 2.1. Everyone around them was utterly stunned, staring wide-eyed, completely shocked by what they witnessed. Daredevil, the fearless guardian of Hell's Kitchen, a nightmare to gangsters like them, was now being beaten down like a stray dog. He didn't have a shred of strength left to fight back. Even a blind man could see the vast gulf between Daredevil's power and that of the captain. There was simply no comparison. They weren't even in the same league. Bang! Suddenly, another deafening blow rang out as the Bronze Captain America drove his fist hard into Daredevil's chest. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones breaking echoed through the room. Daredevil's large frame was sent flying once more. He crashed hard into the wall, then crumpled to the floor. Ugh! This time, Daredevil could hold on no longer. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was grievously wounded. That punch was the final straw that broke Daredevil's resolve. He gritted his teeth, struggling to rise and face his opponent again, but his strength was completely spent. He couldn't catch his breath. Staggering, he collapsed to the ground. What the hell are you? Daredevil lay helpless on the floor, staring up at the bronze Captain America as he strode toward him with merciless intent and managed to utter a hoarse question. It was the very question burning in everyone's mind. But the bronze Captain America paid him no heed. He stopped before Daredevil, looking down with a face as cold and unyielding as steel. Ask that question in hell, he replied, his voice icy. With those chilling words, he swung his iron fist high and brought it crashing down toward Daredevil's head. All around, people winced in horror. With fists and strength like that, the bronze captain's blow might very well kill Daredevil on the spot. Could it be that, at this moment, Hell's Kitchen's fearless defender was about to meet his end here? Whoosh! But just as the fatal blow was about to fall, a deep, rushing sound sliced through the air. A flash of cold, dazzling steel caught everyone's eye. A butcher's knife came spinning through the air, hurtling straight for the bronze Captain America. His expression changed in an instant. Even with a body tough enough to withstand bullets, he dared not take this attack head-on. He twisted his body and nimbly dodged to the side. He narrowly avoided the flying butcher's knife. Clang! Immediately after, the butcher's knife grazed the bronze captain's shoulder and plunged deep into the wall right next to Daredevil. The blade quivered, humming with a low, tense vibration. In an instant, the entire bar fell into a hushed silence. Now, every pair of eyes was fixed on that butcher's knife embedded in the wall. Everyone's expression was tinged with bewilderment. A butcher's knife from Slaughterhouse? Its appearance here was just too bizarre. And then, in the very next moment, people instinctively turned their heads, looking in the opposite direction to find out who could have thrown that blade. That's when they spotted him. An Asian young man in a tailored suit, a red floral tie, a cigarette dangling from his lips. No one knew when he had slipped into the bar. Without a doubt, it was Ling Lingi. Under the scrutiny of the entire crowd, Ling Lingi leisurely blew a smoke ring, then suddenly lifted his hand and struck a peculiar pose. He gestured forward, as if pulling something from thin air. With a sharp metallic clang, the butcher's knife, as if given life, yanked itself free from the wall and shot back into Ling Lingi's waiting hand. Legend value from Daredevil plus 492. Legend value from Jason Brosnan plus 9.1. Legend value from other Kingpin gang members plus 13.6. Legend value from other bar patrons plus 24.5. Retrieving a knife from across the room. Was such theatrics even possible? It's you again. The bronze captain's voice rang out. His eyes widened in rage as he glared at Ling Lingi from across the room, a mix of anger and wary respect flickering on his face. With me here, don't even think of causing any more trouble. You can run to the ends of the earth, but it won't do you any good. Ling Lingi pointed straight at the bronze captain, his words brimming with unshakable authority. Was this truly the same terrifying monster, now forced into retreat by this Asian man? The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in awe and disbelief. This time, you're not getting away. With those words, Ling Lingi wasted no time. Gripping the fierce, gleaming butcher's knife, he charged straight at the bronze captain. The air rang with the constant clashing of metal, each blow sending showers of sparks flying. But unlike the earlier scene, where the bronze captain toyed with Daredevil, it was now the bronze captain who was being utterly overwhelmed by Ling Lingi, a seemingly ordinary, even battered butcher's knife. Yet in Ling Lingi's hand it became nothing less than the scythe of death. He hacked at the bronze captain, blow after relentless blow. Every casual swing sliced deep into his opponent, leaving gruesome wounds. Who is this guy, really? This is unreal. No way. Cries of astonishment echoed through the room. Everyone was utterly stunned, left speechless by what they were witnessing. Even Daredevil, though blind, could sense every move of the fight with his radar sense. And he too was left speechless, dumbfounded by the spectacle. Legend value from Daredevil plus 534. Legend value from Jason Brosnan plus 14.2. Plus 14.6 legendary points from other members of the Kingpin's gang. Plus 25.5 legendary points from other bar patrons. Don't get too cocky. This isn't over between us. In the end, Bronze Captain America, his body covered in countless cuts and slashes, lost all will to continue fighting Ling Lingi. After throwing out that last threat, he turned on his heel and bolted, without any hesitation. Crash! Bronze Captain America, leapt forward with all his might, smashing the bar's front doors to pieces as he barreled through them, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Consider yourself lucky you ran fast. Ling Lingi chased him to the doorway, glancing left and right. All he saw was the endless flow of traffic, cars streaming past one after another. No sign of bronze Captain America anywhere. With that, he sheathed his butcher's knife and spat on the ground, thoroughly unimpressed. Are you all right? You look seriously hurt. Out of the corner of his eye, Ling Lingi caught sight of Daredevil lying on the floor in agony and made his way over. You've been coughing up a lot of blood. Hold on. Let me get you a Band-Aid. As he spoke, Ling Lingi patted down his pockets, and to everyone's surprise, actually produced a Band-Aid, which he earnestly tried to stick onto Daredevil. Daredevil. Everyone. He's on the brink of death. What's a Band-Aid supposed to do? Are you serious right now? Cough up. Daredevil let out a ragged cough, spitting up more blood. He struggled to speak to Ling Lingi. Thanks, but I don't think a Band-Aid's going to help me right now. If you really want to help, could you get me out of here? Daredevil knew all too well. If Ling Lingi left him here alone, he wouldn't make it out alive, even though he just risked his life to save these people from that monster. Of course, helping people in need is what I do best. Ling Lingi agreed without hesitation, his tone bright and decisive. You're in pretty bad shape. Let me get you to a hospital. As he spoke, Ling Lingi bent down and helped Daredevil up off the ground, ignoring the wary and suspicious stares all around, and started for the exit. Click! From behind, the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked echoed through the bar. Jason Bruce had stepped forward. He leveled his gun at Ling Lingi, a cold, mocking grin on his face. Did I say you could leave? Click! Click! Following Jason's lead, several others in the bar drew their own weapons, all aiming at Ling Lingi. Though his earlier display with the butcher's knife had sent bronze Captain America fleeing for his life, it hadn't been enough to truly frighten the hardened thugs of Hell's Kitchen. After all, Ling Lingi only had a knife. Unlike bronze Captain America, none of these men were about to get into a close-quarters fight with him. They'd have to be out of their minds to even try. No matter how skilled he was with a blade, could he really dodge their bullets? For Jason, who had both numbers and firepower on his side, there was little reason to actually fear Ling Lingi. Right now, all Jason could think about was the great achievement he would earn after handing over Daredevil, Kingpin's most notorious nemesis, to Kingpin himself. And then there was the sudden appearance of the bronze Captain America, who had caused so much chaos and destruction in the bar. Jason knew he owed Kingpin an explanation for that, too. The bronze Captain America had escaped, and, at the very least, they needed to figure out what kind of monster this guy really was, right? Naturally, this sort of messy business fell to Ling Lingi. Are you pointing a gun at my head? Ling Lingi paused, gently set Daredevil down, and turned around, unhurried and calm, a look of irritation painted across his face. What I hate most, he said, is people pointing guns at my head. It really ticks me off. And when I get angry, things can get very ugly. So bad, even I'm scared of myself. So, I'd advise you do the smart thing and let us go. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your lives. A harsh laugh escaped Jason's lips. Your knife skills are impressive, I'll give you that. But no matter how good you are, can you really beat a gun? If anyone should be smart here, it's you. There's mercy in the heavens above, but why is it that some people just can't help courting disaster? Ling Lingi glanced nonchalantly at Jason Brosnan and the henchmen pointing guns at him. Shaking his head, he sighed, his tone full of helplessness. Cut the crap. Jason tightened his grip on the gun, barking, drop your knife. Nice and slow. Try anything funny, and I'll blow a hole right through your skull. Jason was extremely wary of Ling Lingi's butcher's knife. If someone's determined to die, there's nothing anyone can do. What a waste. Ling Lingi shook his head again, then, without warning, spat in Jason's direction. With a soft flick, the cigarette dangling from his lips shot out, striking Jason square in the eye. Jason reflexively squeezed his eyes shut and jerked his head to the side, trying to dodge. In that brief flash of a second, Ling Lingi moved like lightning, drawing the butcher's knife from the sheath strapped to his back and bringing it down toward Jason in one swift motion. A sharp crack rang out. Jason felt a sudden pain in his right hand. Instinctively, he tried to pull the trigger, but realized he could no longer feel his fingers. Glancing down, Jason saw, horrified, that Ling Lingi had sliced clean through his trigger finger, taking the barrel of the gun with it. Legend value, plus 0.9 from Jason Brosnan. Another metallic flash. Ling Lingi's butcher's knife spun in his hand, then slashed across Jason's neck in one fluid motion. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Jason clutched his throat with both hands, eyes wide with shock and fury, collapsing to the ground in utter disbelief. Kill him. Shoot him. Kill him now. Only now did Jason Brosnan's henchmen snap out of their panic. They shouted, raising their guns and taking aim at Ling Lingi, fingers tightening on the triggers, ready to riddle him with bullets. With a swift flick of his right hand, Ling Lingi produced several throwing knives, which he sent whistling through the air with a sharp snap of his wrist. Blades flashed cold and bright once again. A sharp hiss sliced through the air. The chilling sound of blades piercing flesh rang out at once. The four gunmen staggered, their bodies freezing in place. Each of them now had a throwing knife embedded right in the center of their forehead. A moment passed, 1, 2 heartbeats before the gunmen collapsed to the ground in a tangled heap. They were off to join their dear Jason Bruce now. Suddenly, the entire scene fell into a stunned silence. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock, mouths agape, staring at Ling Lingi. No one even dared to breathe too loudly. This young Asian man with his deadly knives was simply formidable. Everyone present was deeply shaken by what he had done. Well, the troublesome flies have been swatted. Let's go. Ling Lingi spoke at last, unhurriedly slipping away his butcher's knife. He returned to Daredevil's side, supporting him, and swaggered out of the room. This time, not a single fool dared step forward to block Ling Lingi's path. Do you know where the hospital is? I can take you there. You've lost a lot of blood. Ling Lingi glanced at Daredevil, frowning slightly as he spoke. No, I can't go to the hospital. Daredevil was on the edge of collapse, his voice weak and broken, but he stubbornly refused to seek medical help. Man, you're going to die if you don't. Take me somewhere else. With the last of his strength, Daredevil managed to give Ling Lingi an address before losing consciousness. There was no doubt. The address he'd given belonged to Claire Temple, the Midnight Nurse, an ordinary woman who, by chance, knew every member of the Defenders. Following the directions, it took Ling Lingi about half an hour to arrive at a run-down, messy old apartment building. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A cautious voice came from inside. At the same time, Claire pressed her eye to the peephole, studying Ling Lingi standing outside her door. This was Hell's Kitchen, the most chaotic neighborhood in all of New York. Living alone, Claire knew better than to open her door recklessly. Doing so could easily lead to disaster. Good evening, miss. I am Ling Lingi, beauty and brains in equal measure, hero and champion of justice combined. A smug smile played on Ling Lingi's lips as he introduced himself to Claire. Claire? What in the world? Did some lunatic just show up at her door? Claire was just about to ignore him and walk away when a frail, barely audible voice drifted in from outside. It's me. It was Daredevil, finally regaining consciousness. Claire froze, then spun around and flung the door open. There, bloodied and battered, supported by Ling Lingi, stood Daredevil. Oh my God! A gasp escaped Claire as she clapped her hand over her mouth. Quickly, she and Ling Lingi helped Daredevil inside. What followed needed no explanation. Claire hurried to patch up Daredevil, her hands trembling as she worked. After more than an hour of chaos and effort, Daredevil was finally rescued and brought back from the brink. You know, if you keep this up, sooner or later you're going to get yourself killed. As Claire stitched up a wound on Daredevil's body, she spoke earnestly, I really don't want to see you in the morgue one day. Claire, that's not going to happen. Daredevil gave her a smile, but even he didn't quite believe his own words. But only if you're willing to change. You can't keep taking on the world all by yourself like you used to. Claire glanced over at Ling Lingi, who was sitting on the sofa shaving. I'm glad to see you finally have some company. Company? Daredevil instinctively looked in Ling Lingi's direction, though he couldn't actually see anything. No, you got it wrong. He's not my partner. I don't even know who he is. A look of surprise flashed across Claire's face. Daredevil always used to come alone. This time, he'd been brought in by Ling Lingi, so Claire had just assumed they were working together. But as it turned out, Daredevil didn't even know the guy. Still, Claire began to study Ling Lingi more closely. As someone born and raised in Hell's Kitchen, she could tell at a glance that he was an outsider. Sensing both Claire and Daredevil's attention, Ling Lingi looked over at them. You're looking much better now. Seems like you'll be fine. In that case, I'll take my leave. With that, Ling Lingi stood up. Wait a moment, sir. Daredevil quickly tried to stop him. Ling Lingi, he introduced himself. Mr. Ling Lingi, please wait a moment. Can you tell me what that thing in the blood rose was? Daredevil asked, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Lingi. Haven't you watched the news? Ling Lingi asked matter-of-factly, then suddenly realized he was speaking to a blind man. Sorry, I forgot you can't see. But you must have heard the news, right? Ling Lingi glanced at Claire. Claire hesitated under his gaze. I watch the news every day. Which story are you talking about? The one about Captain America's statue coming back to life. That's just a ridiculous publicity stunt. What? Claire replied, just as matter-of-factly. Like most people, she didn't believe any rumors about a statue actually coming to life. But Daredevil's expression suddenly changed. A statue come to life? The thing really didn't have a heartbeat or make a sound. When he struck it, it felt just like metal. Claire, what's this about a statue coming back to life? Can you tell me? Daredevil, now deadly serious, turned his attention to Claire. Claire was a little baffled by Daredevil's sudden urgency, but she went ahead and told him what had been reported in the news. Only then, still bewildered, did she voice the question that had been nagging at her. How could something as ridiculous as a statue coming to life possibly happen? I'd bet this is just some publicity stunt by the museum. Why do you all care so much about this news? Claire, maybe it's not just a publicity stunt, Daredevil replied gravely, his tone serious. That's right. The Captain America statue really did come back to life, Ling Lingi said at this moment, his voice firm and certain as he addressed the two. Legend value from Daredevil plus 52. Hold on. Are you saying a bronze statue came alive? Ling Lingi, do you realize what you're saying? Claire, weren't you just asking how I got these injuries? It's because I fought that statue just now, Daredevil answered Claire with a straight face. Legend value from Claire Temple plus 17. When the world was happening. Having a blind man with super senses was already enough to shatter anyone's worldview. And now, something even more outrageous had appeared. A statue coming to life. It was simply too insane to believe. Mr. Ling Lingi, you've been chasing that statue all along, so you must know what's going on with it, right? Daredevil's voice sounded again as he began to probe for information from Ling Lingi. Chasing a resurrected statue? Claire's eyes widened as she looked at Ling Lingi, her face full of disbelief. This guy seemed a bit eccentric, but who would have thought he was actually this capable? As an elite agent, I can't reveal too much information at will. I'm sure you both understand that, right? All I can say is, a statue can't come back to life on its own. What I'm really after is the person who brought the Captain America statue back to life. Though Ling Lingi claimed he couldn't divulge much, he still shared a crucial piece of information with Daredevil. Wait a moment, Mr. Ling Lingi. Someone brought that statue back to life? Who is that person? Daredevil was taken aback. The fact that someone could accomplish such an unbelievable feat made him press for more. Sorry, as an elite agent, Ling Lingi began but cut himself off abruptly. Suddenly, his expression changed, as if he'd just noticed something important. Do you smoke? Ling Lingi asked Daredevil with a grave look. I don't smoke. What? Daredevil was caught off guard by the question, hesitating for a moment. And you? Do you smoke? Ling Lingi immediately turned to Claire. I don't either, Ling Lingi. Why are you suddenly asking this? Claire was equally baffled. But Ling Lingi didn't answer either of them. As soon as he heard that neither smoked, he didn't say another word. Without hesitation, he suddenly reached out and drew a gun. He pointed it straight at a wardrobe in Claire's room and barked sharply. Come out. I know you're there. Come out. Seeing Ling Lingi so tense and ready for combat, Claire instantly grew anxious as well. Could it be that there was actually someone hiding in the wardrobe? How terrifying. However, Daredevil, who stood beside Claire, was filled with doubt. According to his senses, there was neither a heartbeat nor the sound of breathing coming from the wardrobe. There shouldn't be anyone inside. Yet, seeing someone as skilled as Ling Lingi acting so tense made Daredevil start to question whether his senses were playing tricks on him. After all, he'd just been injured. So Daredevil took another deep breath, gathered his concentration, and carefully probed the area again. But once more he found nothing. Come out. Stop pretending. On the other side, Ling Lingi kept his gun trained on the wardrobe, shouting a sharp command, but there was no response from within. Ling Lingi, did you find something? Is there someone in there? Claire walked in with a puzzled look, only to be stopped short by Ling Lingi. Don't come any closer. It's dangerous. Ling Lingi, from what I can tell, there really shouldn't be anyone in there. What did you notice? Daredevil approached, as well, cautiously seeking confirmation from Ling Lingi. He couldn't help it. After all his repeated checking, the wardrobe should have been empty. Already checked with both of you. You don't smoke. So there shouldn't be a cigarette but on the floor, which means someone else must have been here. And the only place in this room where someone could hide is right here. Isn't the answer obvious? With a cigarette dangling from his lips, a thin trail of smoke curling upward, Ling Lingi spoke in the tone of a detective unraveling a mystery, addressing Daredevil and Claire. Daredevil. Claire. So much for thinking Ling Lingi had discovered something important. This was it? That deduction and analysis. Utter nonsense. It was like some kind of joke. Ling Lingi, could it be that? Come out. Bang. Daredevil's words were cut off as Ling Lingi shouted angrily and in one swift motion, kicked the wardrobe door to pieces. I knew it. Wait, what? No one. How is that possible? Ling Lingi stared in disbelief at the empty wardrobe, his surprise plain to see. He looked like a mathematician running into an unsolvable problem. Do you smoke Winston cigarettes? At that moment, Claire picked up a cigarette but from the floor and asked Ling Lingi. How did you know? Ling Lingi's face was full of amazement. The cigarette but on the floor. That was yours. Claire pressed the butt into Ling Lingi's hand. What? Is that true? Ling Lingi raised an eyebrow, took the cigarette but from Claire and examined it closely. It really is a Winston? Oh shoot, I guess I did drop one earlier. My mistake. It was just a misunderstanding, a false alarm. Daredevil. Claire. Some secret agent, huh? Legend points from Daredevil, plus 39. Legend points from Claire Temple, plus 17. Sorry about kicking your wardrobe to pieces. I'll pay for the damage, don't worry. Ling Lingi glanced at the hole he'd made with his foot, an awkward look briefly flickering across his face. However, I'll only get my bonus after I complete this mission. Before that, I might need to borrow a little money from you first. Claire fell silent for a moment. Forget it, don't worry about it. She waved her hand dismissively. That rickety old wardrobe wasn't worth much anyway. Ling Lingi, please tell me about that statue. At this point, Daredevil addressed Ling Lingi seriously again. I can't just let it run wild in Hell's Kitchen. Investigating this matter is my responsibility, not yours. I advise you not to get involved. Your skills are decent, I'll give you that, but that's only compared to ordinary people. Next time, you might not be so lucky to have someone come to your rescue. Ling Lingi shook his head. Ling Lingi, please. This is my city. I can't just stand by while that thing wreaks havoc here. I think I have the right to know what's going on. And besides, I was born and raised in Hell's Kitchen. I know this place inside and out. I'm sure I can help. Daredevil wasn't about to give up. He began to reason with Ling Lingi, appealing to both emotion and logic. Ling Lingi, try trusting him this once. I think he'll surprise you. Claire chimed in, looking at Ling Lingi with a meaningful glance. Revealing the relevant intel to Daredevil was actually Rorschach's intention all along, so after putting on a show of reluctance, Ling Lingi stopped insisting. All right, strictly speaking, I'm not supposed to share mission details with outsiders, but you're right, I'm a bit outmatched on my own. How about this? You could serve as my informant. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Lingi offered Daredevil this compromise. Daredevil, who was used to working alone, knew this time was different. After all, the Bronze Captain America had beaten him within an inch of his life. He'd barely made it out alive. He understood now that this was beyond what he could handle alone. He didn't want to admit it, but he had to. Taking down that statue would ultimately require Ling Lingi's help. After weighing it over, Daredevil nodded in agreement. All right, hold on, wait a second. Claire raised a hand, cutting in before Daredevil and Ling Lingi could continue. She fixed Ling Lingi with a searching gaze. You keep calling. Yourself an agent, but, sorry, exactly which agency do you work for? CIA? FBI? I can assure you, I've never heard of anyone like you in their ranks. How could those low-level guys ever compare to me? A proud smile crossed Ling Lingi's face. I'm the ace agent from the Super Divine Academy. Super Divine Academy? What kind of place is that? Both Daredevil and Claire were completely bewildered. They'd never even heard of such an organization. But Ling Lingi clearly had no intention of enlightening them. He ignored their confusion and went straight to the story of the statue's fruit-wielding power. By the time he finished, the two of them were left utterly dumbfounded. Legend points from Daredevil, plus 57. Legend points from Claire Temple, plus 28. So Ling Lingi, who exactly is that statue fruit user? And why did he resurrect Captain America? After taking some time to fully process the astonishing information from Ling Lingi, Daredevil fixed his gaze back on him and pressed for answers. That's exactly what I need to find out. But there's no doubt the statue fruit user controlling those statues and coming to Hell's Kitchen must have some secret agenda. Ling Lingi spoke with unshakable conviction. Both Daredevil and Claire found themselves in complete agreement with his assessment. In fact, Daredevil silently made up his mind. Whatever that statue fruit user was planning, he would stop them at all costs. By the way, do you know who holds the most power in Hell's Kitchen? Just then, Ling Lingi recalled something important and stared intently at Daredevil, his tone grave. The resurrected Captain America keeps searching for the most powerful figure in this place. And as it happened, Daredevil did know the answer to that question. Very few people in Hell's Kitchen knew the true identity of Kingpin, but Daredevil was one of them. Wilson Fisk. After a brief pause, Daredevil uttered the name. The revelation that the Bronze Captain America was targeting Kingpin was something Daredevil had never anticipated. But, at least now, their next move had become clear. All they needed to do was keep an eye on Kingpin. Of course, with Daredevil's skills, tracking down the Bronze Captain America wouldn't be difficult. unless the target went completely underground and stopped making waves. Otherwise, the slightest ripple wouldn't escape Daredevil's keen ears. However, now that he knew there was a statue fruit user behind the bronze Captain America, Daredevil's focus shifted. After all, there was no point in confronting the bronze statue itself. The true threat was the one pulling the strings. Wilson Fisk. Ling Lingi's voice broke the silence, his face wearing a deliberately exaggerated look of surprise. Wait, are you talking about that bald, chubby guy? The well-known businessman. Businessman is just Wilson Fisk's cover. I have to admit, his disguise is quite convincing. Daredevil nodded in agreement. Excellent. Ling Lingi nodded with satisfaction. I'm very curious to see what exactly the statue fruit user is after. By the way, you become my informant, but I still don't know your real identity. Daredevil paused thoughtfully, but showed no intention of revealing his true identity to Ling Lingi. You can call me Daredevil, just like everyone else. Daredevil. Ling Lingi chuckled. That nickname's got some swagger to it. He didn't press further, though. Instead, he pulled out a sheet of paper and handed Daredevil a string of contact information. If anything happens, contact me immediately. After Daredevil took the note, Ling Lingi waved him off and strode away with casual confidence. Claire, I have to go too. After Ling Lingi left, Daredevil also stood up, preparing to bid farewell to Claire. Given the sensitivity of his identity, he was practically the public enemy of Hell's Kitchen. If anyone found out Claire was connected to him, it would put her in grave danger. Since there was nothing else to discuss, Daredevil naturally wouldn't linger at Claire's place any longer. Matt, your injuries. My injuries are fine, trust me. I've been through far worse. Daredevil cut Claire off with a wave of his hand. Though Claire remained deeply concerned about Daredevil's condition, she knew saying more would be pointless. She simply shrugged and let it go. She stood up and walked him to the balcony. Goodbye, Claire. Daredevil greeted her softly, then prepared to climb over the balcony and leave. Matt, tell me. Claire suddenly called out, her voice urgent. If you run into that statue again, you'll contact Ling Lingi, won't you? I will. Daredevil paused for a moment before giving a firm answer. Without further delay, he vaulted over the edge and disappeared in his usual, unconventional fashion. There was no other way. In light of his identity, Daredevil could never risk walking out the front door. Claire hurried to the balcony rail, just in time to see Daredevil, nimble as a monkey, gripping the drainpipe with both hands and feet, sliding smoothly down the side of the building. Once he landed, he turned and swiftly melted into the night, vanishing from her sight. Only then did Claire pull her gaze back, caught somewhere between amazement and worry. In this hellish paradise of rampant evil, where Daredevil haunted the nightmares of every criminal, there was now a resurrected statue on the loose and an eccentric agent hunting it down. What on earth was happening to this world? After leaving Claire's apartment, Daredevil wasn't finished for the night. Despite his injuries, he made his way to another neighborhood and climbed to the top of a tall building. There, he cleared his mind and unleashed the full potential of his radar senses. Hand over all your money. Do you know whose turf this is? Get him. Old man, you still haven't paid your protection fee this month, have you? The sounds from several nearby blocks flooded into Daredevil's ears. On a normal night, he would have zeroed in on the most urgent threat and intervened. But tonight, Daredevil ignored them. Because compared to these criminals, he had a far more important target to track, the Bronze Captain. Amid the tangled web of sounds, Daredevil managed to pick out the relevant clues, pinpointing the Bronze Captain's whereabouts. With a sudden leap forward and a flick of his cane, Daredevil swung out like Spider-Man, vanishing into the city's dark tapestry. Wesley, we've been hit at 3 different locations in a row. We have to tell. Hush. We never say his name. I know exactly what's going on. And so it went. After weaving through several more streets, Daredevil finally came to a stop. At last, he found an important lead. Wesley, Kingpin's spokesperson, had already heard about the attacks on Kingpin's establishments. Clearly, it wouldn't be long before this news reached Kingpin himself. Judging by the momentum of this Bronze Captain America, it seemed only a matter of time before he tracked Kingpin down. In the days that followed, Daredevil shadowed Bronze Captain America's every move, watching him with relentless attention. And just as he'd predicted, by the 3rd day, Bronze Captain America had uncovered Kingpin's true identity and was already making his way toward him. Wesley, unable to keep it under wraps any longer, finally reported everything to Kingpin. Someone trashed 7 of my places in a row, and you're only telling me now? Inside the opulent office atop Fisk Tower, Kingpin glared at Wesley standing before him, his voice a barely contained growl of rage. Normally, Kingpin had immense trust in Wesley, rarely losing his temper with him, let alone flying into a rage like this. But this time, Kingpin simply couldn't restrain himself. 7 of his places smashed one after another in just 3 days. It was outrageous. The money lost in those 3 venues didn't bother Kingpin much. What mattered was that his authority had taken a massive blow. As the underground ruler of Hell's Kitchen, even a small tear in his reputation could prove lethal. "I'm sorry, boss. I wanted to catch the guy before reporting this to you," Wesley stammered, bowing his head, unable to meet Kingpin's gaze. But you failed, didn't you?" Kingpin's lips twisted in frustration. "If you're going to keep this from me, at least catch the culprit, right?" Instead, his most trusted aide had failed to apprehend the man, leaving Kingpin to wonder if he'd misjudged him all along. "Wesley, you've really let me down." Kingpin rapped his cane against the floor, a dull, heavy thud echoing through the room. The sound wasn't loud, but it struck Wesley's heart like a hammer, making his anxiety deepen. "Kingpin, leave this to me." Bullseye, who had been leaning casually against the wall, suddenly sprang to his feet. "No matter who he is, I'll make him regret ever setting foot in this world." As he spoke, Bullseye's face was twisted with a kind of manic excitement. Wesley, standing nearby, couldn't help but shudder. As Kingpin's right-hand man, he knew Bullseye all too well, a bloodthirsty madman through and through. "Wesley, you're no longer needed on this case. Lester will handle it," Kingpin decided after a moment's thought. "Now, share everything you know." The culprit is a very strange fellow. He painted himself from head to toe in the color of a bronze statue, and with specialized makeup, he's made himself look exactly like Captain America. If he stands perfectly still, he could easily be mistaken for a Captain America statue. Wesley began his careful, detailed report to Kingpin. "So, the one who managed to cause so much trouble for my most trusted lieutenant is actually some crazed fan of Captain America with a few screws loose?" Kingpin couldn't help but let out a cold snort. "That's not all." Wesley's voice was tinged with anxiety as he hurried to add, "That guy, no one knows what he's wearing, but he's bulletproof, knife-proof, monstrously strong, and his fighting skills are off the charts. None of our men could lay a finger on him." Everyone's saying, the news is saying that the story about the American statue coming to life, it's true. A statue coming to life? Wesley, listen to yourself. Kingpin's cold snort cut off Wesley mid-sentence. "Wesley, you're getting worse and worse. Can't you even come up with a decent excuse anymore?" Bullseye, wearing a mocking sneer, chimed in with a derisive laugh. "A living statue? Why not just say Captain America himself came back from the dead?" Wesley hung his head so low he could barely meet anyone's eyes, with not the slightest intention of defending himself, because even he didn't believe the nonsense about a resurrected statue. How could something like that possibly be true? "Lester, you have one day. I want that man brought before me alive." Kingpin's voice sliced through the tension as he gave Bullseye his command, cold and sharp. "Dead or alive?" Bullseye idly flicked a playing card between his fingers as he asked, casual as ever. But no one should underestimate that card. In Bullseye's hands, it was a deadly weapon, no less dangerous than a bullet. "Alive. I want him alive. Don't you dare kill him." Kingpin, knowing Bullseye's nature all too well, laid heavy emphasis on his words. "How boring." Bullseye paused, the card frozen between his fingers for a moment before he began to shuffle again. "As long as he's not dead, right? Fine, he just beat the guy within an inch of his life. Leave him barely breathing, that was good enough. Bullseye, don't mess up my business. Everything else, I don't care." Kingpin, fully aware of the kind of man Bullseye was dealing with, gave his final order. "Go, no need." But just then, a deep, rumbling voice echoed from outside the door. Kingpin, Bullseye, and the others all stiffened, their expressions shifting instantly. Bang! A deafening crash filled the room. The door to the office had been struck with such force that it flew clean off its hinges, hurtling across the room. In a flash, Bullseye moved with the fluid grace of a cat, slipping to the side with an almost ghostly agility. As for Kingpin, despite his imposing size, Kingpin was all muscle, not an ounce of fat. His physique rivaled even the Punisher's, every inch as deadly. With a twist of his body, he dodged aside with a speed and agility that belied his massive frame. Poor Wesley, on the other hand, could only dive for cover, rolling clumsily across the floor like a startled mule. Hood, hood, hood. The battered door bounced and skidded across the ground, smashing into several tables before finally coming to a stop. Suddenly, the office fell silent. Kingpin, Bullseye, and Wesley all instinctively turned to stare at the doorway, eyes fixed on the source of the commotion. There stood a man whose skin was painted a deep bronze, striking an imposing pose right in the center of the room. "Boss, that's the one." Wesley immediately reported in a low voice to Kingpin as soon as he saw him. "Hey, you fat guy, are you Kingpin?" With the eyes of Kingpin and Bullseye fixed on him, the bronze Captain America swaggered boldly into the office. He looked down at Kingpin from a superior height and questioned him in a deep, commanding tone. Kingpin's mouth twitched involuntarily. His face looked as though he'd just been slapped. Nothing could be more humiliating. As the underground emperor of Hell's Kitchen, not only had several of his operations been wrecked, but now someone had come straight to his door. This was the ultimate disgrace. And fat guy? This guy actually dared to call him fat? He was practically asking for death. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what you want. One thing I can promise you, you're going to regret ever coming here. Kingpin's voice rang out, his eyes locked onto the bronze Captain America with a predatory glare. He spat each word out through clenched teeth. Bullseye. With that, Kingpin shot a glance at Bullseye. Without a word, Bullseye flicked his wrist and sent a playing card hurtling toward the bronze Captain America. But Captain America's reflexes were lightning fast. He snatched the flying card out of the air with a single, fluid motion. The way he did it, so effortless, so graceful, was nothing short of impressive. It said that a master's skill is obvious from the very first move, and with this action alone, Bullseye immediately realized that Captain America was no ordinary opponent. You seem like an interesting guy. I hope he can actually give you some fun. Bullseye raised an eyebrow with a hint of wildness in his eyes. Then with a flick of his hand, several more playing cards appeared between his fingers. It's worth noting, these weren't ordinary cards. These were metal playing cards. Small fry like you best stand aside. The bronze captain just gave Bullseye an indifferent glance, tossed the card he caught aside, and said casually, "Otherwise you'll die for nothing. If you can actually kill me, I'd thank you for it." Bullseye sneered at him. Then his hands blurred as he sent a relentless barrage of cards flying at Captain America. Card after card of gleaming metal whistled toward him. "How I miss my shield." Captain America sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Then, with a shift of his body, he charged straight at Bullseye. He didn't dodge or flinch, simply letting the metal card strike him head-on. Courting death. Bullseye snorted coldly. Kingpin, watching from the side, couldn't help but sneer as well. This guy dared underestimate Bullseye's cards? He was begging for death. And then, suddenly, the air was filled with the rapid clatter of metal striking metal. Every one of Bullseye's metal cards was deflected off the bronze Captain America, scattering harmlessly to the floor. At the same time, sparks danced and sizzled with each impact, lighting up the room in a shower of fire and lightning. A surprisingly dazzling sight. Those metal cards, lethal enough to kill a regular man 100 times over, hadn't managed to leave so much as a scratch on Captain America. What on earth was going on? Is this what Wesley meant by invulnerable to blades and bullets? Kingpin and Bullseye both wore expressions of deep confusion and bewilderment. Because looking at the bronze Captain America, there was no sign of any special clothing, no bulletproof vest or protective gear to be seen. On the contrary, his clothes seemed fused to his very being, as if his attire had been welded directly onto his body. And it was one thing for the metal playing cards to bounce off his torso, but how could they also rebound off his face? When the bronze Captain America spoke, his mouth moved freely and clearly. Obviously, he wasn't wearing any kind of metal mask. So what on earth was going on here? This man was nothing short of bizarre. Legend value, plus 99 from Wilson Fisk. Legend value, plus 76 from Lester Burnt. Legend value, plus 32 from James Wesley. While Kingpin and the others were still reeling from shock, the bronze Captain America charged at Bullseye with overwhelming dominance. He swung a heavy fist straight at Bullseye. Bang! With a thunderous impact, Bullseye's body shuddered violently, and he was sent flying backward. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped from Bullseye's lips, his face turning a deep, purplish red. Although his greatest skill was throwing, Bullseye was far from a slouch in close combat. Yet now, a single punch from the bronze Captain America had left him gasping for air. His body tingled with numbness, half his frame nearly paralyzed, and it felt as if his bones were about to snap. A look of utter shock and gravity appeared on Bullseye's face. Whoever this man was, it was clear he was a formidable adversary. Not daring to underestimate him, Bullseye took a deep breath and charged at the bronze Captain America again. Bang! But the bronze Captain America paid no mind to Bullseye's attacks, letting them land on his own body as he responded with a clean, decisive punch. Bang! Crack! The heavy thud of muscle colliding was accompanied by the unmistakable snap of breaking bone. Bullseye was sent flying again, as if struck by a sledgehammer. He sailed 5 or 6 meters through the air, slamming into the wall so hard that the entire room seemed to tremble. Then, like a broken puppet, he crashed to the floor. But this time, Bullseye couldn't get back up. He had lost all ability to fight. He strained with every ounce of his strength to rise, but it was no use. He could only curl on the ground, limp and helpless. Who are you? Bullseye's eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. With his skills, to be defeated in just 2 blows by this man? Impossible. It wasn't just Bullseye, Kingpin, too, was stunned by the bronze Captain America's sheer power. Bullseye was considered Kingpin's most formidable fighter, with hardly any peers in all of Hell's Kitchen. Even the fearless Daredevil, after many bouts with Bullseye, had never gained clear advantage. But now, unable to withstand 2 punches? Legend value plus 299 from Wilson Fisk. Legend value plus 176 from Lester Burnt. Legend points from James Wesley plus 132. The bothersome fly has been swatted. Oh, and by the way, you're not actually counting on the rest of the losers in this building, are you? I dealt with them long ago. So what's next? The voice of the bronze Captain America rang out, his tone rebellious and unyielding as he looked straight at Kingpin. Kingpin's expression darkened even further. The fact that his opponent could stroll into his office like this meant the building's guards had already been neutralized. Now, Kingpin could only rely on himself. It wasn't that Kingpin truly feared the bronze Captain America. What really stung was that someone of his stature was being forced to act personally, an affront to his dignity, to say the least. But right now, there was no other choice. So, are you going to make me beat you into submission, or will you surrender on your own? The bronze Captain America's voice came again. Surrender? You want Kingpin to surrender? Kingpin couldn't help but let out a cold, mocking laugh. The nickname Kingpin meant mastermind, the one pulling all the strings, a symbol of his supreme status. With a sneer, Kingpin suddenly raised his cane and pointed it at the bronze Captain America. A blinding beam of laser shot out from the cane, without warning, striking the bronze Captain America square in the chest. A sharp metallic clang rang out as the bronze Captain America staggered back a step. There, on his chest, the laser had burned a deep hole, the edges glowing red-hot from the intense heat. Molten copper even began to trickle slowly from the wound. Yet even so, the bronze Captain America remained completely unfazed. He simply glanced down at the new hole in his chest, then looked up nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. I have to admit, I didn't expect you to have a trick like that up your sleeve. He looked so calm and collected. It was as if the laser hadn't struck him at all, but had missed entirely. What on earth? Kingpin stared in utter disbelief. How could he be unharmed after that? Was this some kind of joke? That was a laser. No bulletproof vest, not even steel armor, could withstand a blast like that. It would have been burned clean through. And yet, this man stood there and scathed. No, the laser had, in fact, blasted a hole right through him. But the hole wasn't in flesh and blood. What leaked out wasn't blood, but molten metal. Could it be? Is this guy actually a statue? Legend points from Wilson Fisk, plus 482. Legend points from Lester Bont, plus 376. Legend point from James Wesley, plus 232. Impressive move, I'll give you that. If you've got anything else up your sleeve, bring it on. The bronze Captain America's face lit up with excitement, as if he'd finally found an opponent worth fighting. With a sudden blur of motion, he charged straight at Kingpin. His speed was astonishing. He was in front of Kingpin in the blink of an eye. With all his might, he threw a punch directly at Kingpin. Kingpin's combat skills were nothing to scoff at. He swayed his body deftly, dodging a punch from the bronze Captain America. With a flick of his cane, he cracked it down sharply against the bronze Captain's side. In that instant, crackling electricity burst forth from the staff, arcing violently in all directions. Can't you come up with something new? Like that laser trick from earlier? The bronze Captain America seized the sparking cane in his hand, tossing out a sarcastic remark. SHIELD agents, this big guy here, they all love their electricity. Sure, it was a devastating move against most people, but against him, it was worthless. With a squeeze of his hand, the bronze Captain America ripped the cane from Kingpin's grasp, snapped it in two with a sharp crack, and tossed the broken pieces to the ground. What on earth are you? By now, Kingpin had completely lost his composure. Lasers couldn't kill him, nor could electricity. No ordinary human could survive that. Unless he wasn't human at all. Legend points from Wilson Fisk, plus 264. Legend points from Lester Bont, plus 142. Legend points from James Wesley, plus 83. What I'm doesn't matter. What matters is, from this moment on, you will submit to me. The bronze Captain America didn't bother answering Kingpin directly. He simply declared, with an air of absolute authority, submit. Kingpin let out a cold chuckle. He had to admit, this monster was astonishing. But did this guy really think he was so easily cowed? You don't know who you're dealing with. The bronze Captain America snorted and wasted no more words. In a flash, he lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of blows like a raging storm. Thud, thud, thud. A relentless onslaught of heavy, bone-jarring strikes. Within moments, Kingpin was battered and beaten down, left utterly helpless. The truth was, Kingpin's own fighting prowess was formidable. He ruled Hell's Kitchen, with almost no rival in sight. Even his greatest nemesis, Daredevil, was no true match for him in a fair fight. It was just that someone of Kingpin's stature rarely needed to get his own hands dirty. But fate was unkind. Now, he'd run into a cheat like the Bronze Captain America. No matter what he tried, nothing could hurt this man, while every casual punch or kick from his opponent landed with devastating force. How could he possibly win? In just a matter of moments, Kingpin was left bruised and bloodied, his face swollen and his body a mess of wounds. Wham! Another punch. The Bronze Captain America smashed his fist into Kingpin's face, shattering his nose. Blood spurted out, streaming down his face, staining his mouth and teeth a gruesome crimson. Coupled with Kingpin's naturally savage features, the effect was downright terrifying. Submit or die. Choose. The Bronze Captain America gripped Kingpin's thick neck in one hand, pinning that massive body to the ground, looking down at him with cold command. You think this is the first time I've faced someone like you? Kingpin bared his teeth in a cruel, emotionless smile. To reach where I am today, I've faced more enemies than I can count. But in the end, I'm always the one left standing. This time will be no different. Then just go die. The Bronze Captain America seemed to have lost all patience. He let out a cold, disdainful snort and suddenly grabbed Kingpin by the collar, forcefully dragging him toward the balcony. Kingpin's massive frame was hauled along like a lifeless pig, helpless against the Bronze Captain's iron grip. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from those merciless hands, but it was all in vain. Before the Bronze Captain America, even Kingpin's monstrous size seemed utterly insignificant. And so it went. The Bronze Captain America dragged Kingpin all the way to the balcony without pause. What were you doing? Wesley's voice trembled as he spoke, eyes fixed on the Bronze Captain America with deep fear. The posture and purpose of the bronze giant filled him with a dreadful sense of foreboding. Let Kingpin go. It wasn't just Wesley who felt this panic. Bullseye, too, cried out in a feeble, wounded voice. But severely injured, all he could manage was a powerless plea. Yet the Bronze Captain America paid them no mind. He continued to drag Kingpin to the balcony before finally stopping and letting go. Kingpin, breathing hard, struggled to his feet in front of the bronze giant. Take a good look at the world behind you, because this is the last time you'll ever see it. There was a chill in the Bronze Captain America's voice. You're not actually going to throw me off, are you? Kingpin sneered. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Bang! Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Bronze Captain America spun with explosive force and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick straight to Kingpin's body. The kick was so fierce that Kingpin's hundreds of pounds were lifted clean off the ground. There was a tremendous crash as he smashed through the balcony window, shattering the glass to pieces. And just like that, he was sent flying out. Boss! Kingpin! Two cries of alarm rang out simultaneously. Wesley and Bullseye were nearly speechless, staring at the Bronze Captain America in utter disbelief. Had this monster just killed Kingpin? This was the 20th floor. Once Kingpin was kicked out, there could be no other ending but a gruesome death on the pavement below. Legend value from Lester Burnett, plus 462. Legend value from James Wesley, plus 247. And as if the shock to Wesley and Bullseye wasn't enough. Legend value from Wilson Fisk, plus 999. Even as he was kicked through the air, Kingpin couldn't believe that the Bronze Captain America would really kill him. You actually killed Kingpin. What have you done? Wesley's voice shook even harder, as if he'd been struck by lightning. He simply couldn't accept it. This was the Emperor of New York's underworld, the unbeatable Kingpin. And now he was just dead? What is that? But before the shock could settle, Bullseye's voice broke through, filled with utter disbelief. His eyes were wide as he stared at the balcony, mumbling as if he'd seen a ghost. Wesley, noticing his reaction, instinctively turned to look as well, and was left gaping, eyes bulging in astonishment. Suddenly, a giant bronze bird, towering over a man in height, came flapping its wings straight toward the office. Clutched tightly in the bird's talons, a chubby man in a white suit dangled helplessly, looking as small as a worm in its grasp. Who else could it be but Kingpin? Crash! In the next instant, the window, already half destroyed by Kingpin's earlier impact, was completely reduced to rubble. With a swift whoosh, the bronze bird soared into the spacious room and tossed Kingpin aside like a dead dog. Thud! Kingpin's massive body slammed down hard on the floor, making the entire ground tremble with the impact. He rolled over several times before finally coming to a stop. Silence. The whole scene was instantly plunged into absolute quiet. So quiet, in fact, that every breath sounded loud and harsh. Whether it was Kingpin, Wesley, or Bullseye, everyone stared in shock at the bronze bird, standing loyally beside the Bronze Captain America, and even taller than its master. They were dumbfounded, utterly speechless. At that moment, their entire understanding of the world was completely shattered. If the Captain America before them, rumored to be a resurrected statue, could somehow be explained as an imposter, then this bronze bird, surely no one could be pretending to be that. Legend value from Wilson Fisk, plus 675. Legend value from Lester Burnt, plus 526. Legend value from James Wesley, plus 432. I, Wilson Fisk, submit myself to you. After several seconds of dead silence, Kingpin's voice finally broke the stillness. He had come to his senses, pulled himself up from the ground, and walked over to stand before the bronze Captain America, bowing his proud head in deep submission. Heaven bear witness, even the legendary king of Hell's Kitchen, after a brush with death, was now utterly terrified. That's right, Kingpin was afraid. The moment he'd been kicked off the high-rise by the bronze captain, he truly believed his life was over. He regretted everything right then. Compared to life itself, or wealth and pride, they meant nothing. To be alive, that was what mattered. If given another chance, Kingpin swore he'd never provoke that monster again and risk his own life. And now, miraculously, that second chance had come. Seeing Kingpin finally bow his arrogant head and kneel before the bronze captain's imposing figure, a faint smile curled at the corner of Rorschach's lips. As expected, a man like Kingpin would never submit so easily. Only overwhelming, soul-crushing power could make him bend the knee. It was worth bringing in a second bronze bird for this moment. But even so, Rorschach knew that Kingpin was only yielding out of fear, not genuine loyalty. Deep down, he would never be as docile as he appeared. Yet Rorschach didn't really care. His goal was simply to stir things up, nothing more. He had no intention of becoming the new underground emperor of Hell's Kitchen in Kingpin's place. Excellent. The voice of the bronze Captain America rang out. He nodded coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Kingpin. Kingpin, you've made a wise choice. In the future, you'll only become more grateful for the decision you made today. As long as you serve my master well, my master will never treat you unfairly. Master? Both Kingpin and Bullseye, as well as Wesley standing aside, were deeply shaken by that single word from the bronze captain. This terrifying monster before them. Was he really just someone else's lackey? What kind of joke was this? Just who was this so-called master he spoke of? Plus 264 legend points from Wilson Fisk. Plus 152 legend points from Lester Bullseye. Plus 70 legend points from James Wesley. Boss, may I ask who your master is? Kingpin hesitated for a moment, then, with deep reluctance, forced out the word boss and began probing for the identity of the captain's mysterious master. You're not qualified to know who my master is yet. Don't bother asking. The bronze captain snorted coldly and curled his lip in disdain, as if someone of Kingpin's status wasn't even worth knowing the master's name. Kingpin's fist clenched slightly. He had always been an emperor of the underworld. When had anyone ever treated him like some lowly underling? But now, the circumstances were against him, and all Kingpin could do was silently swallow this humiliation. As long as you carry out the tasks my master gives you, you'll find yourself well rewarded. I know you may seem untouchable in Hell's Kitchen, but there are still some enemies even you can't handle. Am I right? The bronze captain's sharp gaze swept over Kingpin's face, as if piercing straight into his soul. Kingpin's lips twitched, but he didn't deny it, because every word the captain said was true. On the surface, Kingpin was indeed the feared emperor of the underworld, but in truth, he wasn't the sole ruler of Hell's Kitchen. Whether it was the Yakuza, Madame Gao's Hong Kong Syndicate, the Italian Mafia led by the filmmaker brothers, or even Old Man Leland, these were all forces Kingpin couldn't afford to offend. Unwilling as he was, at present, Kingpin had no choice but to share control of Hell's Kitchen with these four rival factions. But Kingpin, do you really think those enemies of yours could stand against a statue guardian like me? This single question from the bronze captain left Kingpin, Bullseye, and the others stunned and speechless. The implications behind those words were simply staggering. You mean, you truly are a resurrected statue? Bullseye's voice trembled with awe, his eyes wide as he stared at the bronze captain in disbelief. After witnessing the captain's superhuman feats, both he and Kingpin had suspected that the legend of the resurrected statue might actually be true. But a suspicion was just that, a suspicion. Now, hearing the bronze captain admitted himself, they couldn't hide their shock. After all, the very idea shattered everything they thought they knew. A statue. How could it possibly come back to life? This sort of thing is utterly unscientific. Legend value, plus 223 from Wilson Fisk. Legend value, plus 141 from Lester Bott. Legend value, plus 51 from James Wesley. With just that one sentence from the bronze Captain America, another wave of legend value was racked up from the three people standing before him. And that wasn't all. Legend value plus 284 from Matt Murdock. Even Daredevil contributed a new surge of legend value, which genuinely caught Rorschach a bit off guard. But then, considering Daredevil's superhumanly heightened senses, Rorschach found it understandable. It seemed clear that, at this very moment, Daredevil must be hiding somewhere in the shadows, eavesdropping on their conversation. And that was precisely what Rorschach had been hoping for. He had gone to great lengths to have Ling Lingi get close to Daredevil, even turning him into one of Ling Lingi's informants, all for the purpose of drawing Daredevil into this game. And Daredevil had not disappointed him. "Do I really look human to you?" The Bronze Captain's voice rang out, and with a perfectly natural shrug, he posed the question. It left everyone at the scene speechless, at a total loss for words. "Of course you don't look human, you monster." They could only shout this in their hearts. "I was originally nothing more than a lifeless statue in the Captain America Memorial Hall. It was my master, with supreme power, who granted me life. Only then did I come to know what it truly means to live." And the general, too. As he said this, the Bronze Captain reached out and gently stroked the head of the giant bird beside him. The bird immediately nuzzled up against him, just like a beloved pet. "General, that's the name I gave him. Sounds formidable, doesn't it? He was just another sad little statue in the park, there for people to gawk at. Same fate as mine, a pathetic existence. It was the master who gave him life, just as he did me." That's right, bringing statues and other lifeless things to life. That is the master's power. Legend value plus 254 from Wilson Fisk. Legend value plus 173 from Lester Bott. Legend value plus 46 from James Wesley. Kingpin and his group were utterly astonished. To be able to bring statues and such back to life. How on earth was that possible? It was simply beyond belief. In that moment, even though Kingpin had never met the master this Bronze Captain spoke of, he found himself overcome with a deep, ineffable reverence. "So, Fisk, do your work well for the master. If the master is pleased with you and grants you some of these statue sentinels, do you think there's anyone left in Hell's Kitchen who could possibly stand in your way?" That final remark from the Bronze Captain struck directly at Kingpin's heart. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Just one Bronze Captain had beaten him down like a stray dog. If such statue sentinels were at his command, he wouldn't need many, just a few would be enough. Even one. Would Madame Gao and her people still be able to block his path? A hard blow, followed by a tempting reward, the classic carrot and stick. It's always the most effective way to command loyalty. Even with someone like Kingpin, it worked wonders. After Bronze Captain America painted a tempting and delicious picture of the future for Kingpin, a subtle, yet significant shift had quietly occurred in Kingpin's mindset. "So, what do you need me to do now?" After calming his emotions, Kingpin took the initiative to fix his gaze on Bronze Captain America and asked. He was no fool. Even by the wildest guess, he could tell that Bronze Captain America hadn't gone to such great lengths to find him just for the sake of doling out a beating. There had to be more to it. Clearly, there was some other scheme at play, something that required the power of Hell's Kitchen's Kingpin. "For a variety of reasons, our master cannot make an appearance right now, so there are certain matters that you and I must handle on his behalf," Bronze Captain America explained. As he spoke, he produced a blueprint and handed it to Kingpin. "I need you to build the altar on this blueprint as quickly as possible." Kingpin took the blueprint and studied it. Although he didn't have a background in architecture, he could make sense of simple designs. The altar depicted was grand in scale, but not actually complicated. It posed no real challenge for him. However, some of the specific requirements for the altar left Kingpin feeling utterly baffled. "I can arrange for people to build the altar, but what does it mean that it needs statues representing the 5 elements? And what exactly is a hex gem? And these hex energy converters, what are those supposed to be?" And then there's the location. It says the altar must be built where fire virtue meets Een separation and activated when the 9 Een aligns with the moon. I don't get any of this. Kingpin began to pore over the blueprint with Bronze Captain America, trying to puzzle out its mysteries together. Legend value from Matt Murdock plus 58. Across the street from Fisk Tower, atop an unremarkable wall, Daredevil crouched hidden in the shadows, his expression grave. He couldn't make heads or tails of things like altars, 5-element statues, or hex energy converters, but that didn't stop a deep sense of crisis from settling in. It was obvious. Whatever Bronze Captain America wanted Kingpin to do, it was no trivial matter. "I have to tell 007 about this, immediately." Daredevil made up his mind. Without another moment's hesitation, he slipped away, vanishing into the night. Legend value, 8,268. Over 8,000 now, not bad for all the trouble Bronze Captain America and 007 have stirred up in Hell's Kitchen. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Rorschach nodded with clear satisfaction. The progress so far was impressive. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could collect 10,000 legend value and unlock another bronze chest. But Rorschach's thoughts drifted into contemplation. The current speed of harvesting legend value still felt a bit slow. After all, up to now, the number of agents causing trouble was far too small, just Bronze Captain America and 007, when you got right down to it. No matter how much those two stirred the pot, their reach was ultimately very limited. Take right now, for instance. 007 had managed to drag figures like Daredevil and Kingpin into the game. But how could Rorschach be content with harvesting legend value from just those two? The more chives, the better, of course. To say nothing of anything else, at this very moment, Hell's Kitchen is still home to quite a few other heavyweight characters in the story. For example, on the side of the protagonists, there's Luke Cage and Jessica Jones, while among the antagonists, there's the Whole Hand organization. If Rorschach, as the mastermind behind the scenes, didn't pull as many of these story characters into his game as possible, it would really be a waste of his title. Besides, the web has only just begun to spread. It's far from time for the mystery to be unveiled, and the big boss behind the scenes is in no hurry to make an appearance. So, for Rorschach, the desire to quickly rack up 10,000 points to open a bronze chest isn't all that urgent for now. Never mind, I'll just open an iron chest first. After thinking it over for a moment, Rorschach made his decision. The characters that come out of an iron chest are all D-level, ordinary people, in other words. Their abilities all fall within the normal human range, and bringing them into Rorschach's current scheme does seem a bit underwhelming. But then again, Rorschach still has a camphor wristband that he hasn't used yet. This wristband can bestow great power, and using it on a C-level character would actually be a bit of a waste. But for a D-level character, it's just right. And since an iron chest only costs 1,000 legend points, it's a pretty good deal. System, open one iron chest. With the decision made, Rorschach wasted no time and immediately triggered the opening of an iron chest. Skill card, top-tier hacking expertise. Effect, grants world-class hacking abilities. Description, all the hacking skills and experience of Seymour Burkhoff from Makita. He's a world-class hacker, capable of doing the work of an elite hacking team all by himself. Note, hackers and flowing long hair really are a perfect match. Item, mosquito and amber. Description, sealed within the amber is a prehistoric mosquito. Background, from Jurassic Park. It's an unremarkable mosquito, except that it's drunk a lot of prehistoric dinosaur blood, so it carries dinosaur genetic material inside. Note, beware of those with grand ambitions. D rank, 6-star character. Launch. Skills, cooking, singing, hand-to-hand combat. Proficient with all kinds of weapons. Background, from Dragon Ball. A mysterious woman with a dual personality. In her blue-haired state, she's a gentle and sweet girl. In her blonde-haired state, she becomes fierce, wild, and a true force of chaos. Note, whatever you do, don't let her sneeze. As expected, the iron chest and the bronze chest are simply in different leagues. Looking at the cards and items laid out before him, Rorschach couldn't help but sigh to himself. Just look at the bronze chest, right off the bat. It gives out golden resurrection statues and power-boosting wristbands. And what about the iron chest? Hacking skills and a bit of amber. The gap isn't just a small one. Still, even a mosquito's leg is meat, better than nothing for Rorschach at this stage. Besides, top-level hacking skills could come in very handy in certain situations. As for that amber-encased mosquito from Jurassic Park, Rorschach paused for a moment, thinking that this might be something worth making a fuss over. If he could truly recreate a Jurassic Park within the Marvel Universe, Rorschach believed he would surely be able to harvest a wave of legendary value, no matter what. However, something like this would require careful planning in advance. How exactly to pull it off would need some serious strategizing on Rorschach's part. Meanwhile, the D-rank character, Launch, could be put to use right away. 3-curve wing building. Director's office. Nick Fury sat upright at his desk, leafing through a hefty stack of files. Unable to help himself, he rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director looked glamorous from the outside, but only those who had actually sat in that chair knew what it truly entailed. It was not a job just anyone could handle. A mountain of issues, big and small, awaited Nick Fury's decisions. Countless choices were his to make, and Fury had to weigh every detail with painstaking care, even the things that seemed trivial at first glance. Because at his level, every decision could have far-reaching consequences and set off a chain of reactions. Even the smallest lapse in judgment could lead to disaster. Over the long run, even a man of iron would find it hard to bear. Tap, tap, tap. A knock on the door drew Nick Fury's attention. He looked up instinctively and saw that it was Coulson, his most capable subordinate. Come in. Nick Fury put away the files in his hand before allowing Coulson to enter. So Coulson, what news do you have for me? With a hint of anticipation in his eye, Fury watched Coulson carefully. Coulson had been investigating the Bronze Captain America and 007 for a while now. Since he'd come to report in person, it meant he must have found something. Sir, last night, Captain America broke into Fisk Tower. According to our informants, he's already brought Kingpin to heel. Coulson gave his report succinctly. Brought Kingpin to heel. Nick Fury's brow arched slightly. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he knew exactly who Kingpin was. That guy wouldn't submit so easily. But then again, if the one making a move was the Bronze Captain America, someone so extraordinary, it all began to make sense. What's Captain America's real goal in subduing Kingpin? Fury fixed Coulson with his one good eye as he asked, getting to the heart of what truly concerned him. We're not sure yet. But today, Kingpin suddenly started urgently gathering a large number of construction workers and civil engineers, along with some sculptors. Fury couldn't help but furrow his brow. Sculptors, he guessed, were probably meant for making more statues. Given the abilities of that statue fruit user, Fury naturally arrived at a logical conclusion. The other side was likely planning to resurrect even more statues. But what was with the construction engineers? That part left him puzzled. Regardless, the Bronze Captain America, or more accurately, the statue fruit user, seemed to be orchestrating a much larger game. Behind all this, there is undoubtedly a far grander and more terrifying scheme at play. However, due to a lack of clues and intelligence at present, it was utterly impossible for Nick Fury to guess what it might be. Where's Ling Lingi? After a moment's contemplation, Nick Fury fixed his gaze on Coulson and asked. 3 days ago, Ling Lingi showed up at a bar and got into a fight with Captain America. Since then, he's disappeared without a trace, Coulson replied. He really is as elusive as ever. Nick Fury curled his lips slightly, then gave a casual order. Don't let your guard down. Keep people on Ling Lingi. He's an important figure. Understood, sir. What about Super God Academy and House of Evolution? Any findings on them? Still nothing, sir. It's as if these two organizations don't even exist. I see. You can go now. Nick Fury considered for a moment, then waved a hand at Coulson. Report to me immediately if there's any news. Understood. At that very moment, Hell's Kitchen, alias Detective Agency. Though called a detective agency, this place was nothing like the usual ones. Forget about any fancy office environment. This agency didn't even have a proper office to speak of. It was simply Jessica Jones, who had made a few crude changes to the living room of her shabby apartment, and that was all. No, not even renovation. It was more like she'd just tidied up a bit. After all she'd really done was put a desk in the living room to meet with the occasional client. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soft snoring filled the air. As the alarm clock on the nightstand showed, it was already 11. But Jessica Jones was still sprawled out on the bed, fast asleep, enjoying her slumber to the fullest. Looking around, the bedroom was the very definition of messy and chaotic. Things were piled haphazardly on the nightstand, clothes strewn everywhere. A far cry from what you'd expect a young woman's room to look like. There was a reason for this. Those dark, endless days under the control of Kilgrave had inflicted deep psychological wounds on Jessica Jones. Ever since, Jessica had drifted through life in a haze, numbing herself with copious amounts of alcohol and reckless living. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a sharp rapping at the door, again and again, several times in a row. Jessica Jones finally, and very reluctantly, threw off her covers. Who the hell is it? She muttered irritably. Being woken up in the middle of a good sleep was the worst feeling. Jessica had already made up her mind. If whoever was knocking didn't have a good reason, she'd plant a fist right on their chin. She splashed some water on her face, threw on her ever-present black jacket, and at last, Jessica Jones opened the door. Standing before her was a striking Asian girl with long, wavy blue hair, dressed in shorts and a skin-tight top. A complete stranger. Sorry, can I help you with something? Jessica Jones reined in her temper and asked, forcing herself to be patient. Hello, ma'am. Isn't this a detective agency? Though Lingi said this, her eyes swept the room with suspicion. After all, the place was far too shabby. Even the door was broken. It fell woefully short of what she had imagined a proper agency would look like. Do you have something you want to hire me for? Upon hearing that a potential client had arrived, Jessica Jones' expression softened a bit. She gestured politely, inviting Lingi inside. Let's talk in here. Thank you. With polite acknowledgement, Lingi followed Jessica Jones into what passed for her office, and took a seat across from her. I'm Jessica Jones, private investigator and owner of this agency. How should I address you, miss? My name is Lingi. Miss Lingi, I'm someone who likes to get straight to the point. So, let's discuss your case. After a brief exchange of names, they wasted no time and got down to business. Jessica, I'd like to hire you to investigate someone for me. Lingi took a steadying breath and stated her request directly to Jessica Jones. Jessica quickly formed her own assumptions. Judging by Lingi's youthful appearance, it was probably another case involving relationship troubles. Most likely, the person Lingi wanted her to investigate was a third party in a love affair. Cases involving cheating spouses and catching mistresses were, after all, Jessica's most common commissions. She was an old hand at these jobs. She'd even honed a whole set of skills in covert photography. And with her ability to fly, Jessica could sneak into places no one else could reach to snap incriminating photos. Her technique was unmatched. But this time, Jessica guessed wrong. I don't know who he is, and that's exactly why I came to you. Lingi's answer caught Jessica off guard. Jessica blinked in surprise. I'm sorry, Miss Lingi. Could you be a bit more specific? Jessica spread her hands. Jessica, have you been following the news lately? Lingi asked instead. The news. Jessica raised an eyebrow. Does this have something to do with the case you want to discuss? Yes, it does. Which news story are you referring to? The one from a while back, about Captain America's statue coming to life. That was just some ridiculous publicity stunt, Jessica replied, giving her own verdict. What does it have to do with your commission? I don't know if the news about Captain America's statue coming to life is true or not. But just a few days ago, someone really did appear in Hell's Kitchen. He looked as if his skin was made of bronze, and his face was identical to Captain America's. Honestly, he looked just like a living statue. Everyone's saying the news is true. That Captain America's statue really has come to life. Jessica Jones fell silent. She'd heard about this. After all, she was a private investigator. Besides, word on the street was that Kingpin, the underground emperor of Hell's Kitchen, had 7 of his operations smashed in just 3 days. The whole neighborhood was abuzz. Of course, Jessica Jones had heard about it. What I want you to investigate is that person, or rather that thing. I want you to find him, or it. Lingi spoke to Jessica Jones with a look of unyielding seriousness. Sorry, I can't take this case. But after a brief moment of consideration, Jessica Jones refused Lingi without hesitation. She didn't buy into the rumors about the statue coming to life, but anyone bold enough to openly challenge Kingpin was clearly not just some ordinary character. There was undoubtedly a dangerous vortex swirling beneath the surface, and Jessica Jones wasn't about to foolishly throw herself into it. Money could always be earned. There was no need to get tangled up in trouble like this. Aren't you a private detective? Lingi pressed, a trace of unwillingness in her voice. That's just a nice way to put it, honestly. Most of the time, I just help people catch cheating spouses or track down unfaithful lovers. Jessica Jones gave a self-deprecating shrug. Look at where I live, where I work. That should tell you what kind of detective I am. Sorry you made the trip for nothing, but I really can't help you. Well, that's a real shame. Jessica Jones had made her stance clear. What more could Lingi say? With no other option, she stood up to leave, resignation written all over her face. Achoo! But just as Lingi straightened up, her body gave an involuntary shudder and she sneezed. And then, Jessica Jones, standing nearby, stared at her in stunned disbelief. Because Lingi's striking blue hair, which had left such a vivid impression, suddenly shifted with that sneeze, transforming instantly into a blinding, brilliant gold. A sneeze with a built-in costume change? Jessica Jones could only gape in astonishment at this bizarre turn of events. Could it be? Had this woman been wearing a blue wig all along, and somehow managed to slip it off when Jessica wasn't looking? But that didn't make sense. She would have noticed if Lingi had taken off a wig. After all, they were sitting face to face. There was no way she could have missed it. Maybe she must have had too much to drink last night. That was the only explanation for her muddled mind and hazy memory. What did you say? You dare refuse my commission? A furious shout erupted as Lingi, now blonde, slammed her foot down on Jessica Jones's desk, glaring at her with blazing anger. Don't you know what's good for you? One moment she'd been a gentle, polite young woman. The next, she had transformed into a raging tigress, her voice booming through the room. The speed of her mood swing left Jessica Jones momentarily speechless. This woman's temper turned faster than a flipped coin. But then, Jessica Jones couldn't hold back a cold, mocking laugh. Trying to intimidate her? This woman had chosen the wrong opponent. Don't know what's good for me? Listen, you've got 5 seconds to get out of my sight before I make you regret ever stepping in here. Otherwise, I promise, you'll wish you had. Jessica Jones fixed the blonde Lingi with a menacing glare, her voice low and threatening. Oh really? At that, Lingi's hand flicked, and out of nowhere, she produced a submachine gun. The cold, black muzzle pointed straight at Jessica Jones. Jessica Jones, help me find that person, or I'll start shooting. Blonde-haired Ranka shouted at Jessica Jones with an overwhelming sense of authority. But who was Jessica Jones? Does she look like someone who'd be scared off so easily by Ranka's threats? Oh, you gonna pull the trigger over something this trivial? Jessica Jones grinned, utterly fearless, her smile brimming with mockery. Go ahead, shoot if you dare. But in the very next instant, Jessica's smile froze on her face as if sliced away by a knife. Because Ranka didn't hesitate for a second, she pulled the trigger. Gunfire erupted in a relentless burst. Bullets from the submachine gun exploded out in rapid succession, spraying past Jessica Jones. A few even zipped, so close they grazed her hair. Behind her, glass shattered with a violent crash, and the wall was pockmarked with a chaotic flurry of bullet holes. Jessica Jones was completely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief, utterly at a loss for words. She could hardly believe that over something so minor, this woman would actually pull out a submachine gun and open fire without a second thought. Maniac. This woman was an absolute lunatic. Legend points from Jessica Jones, plus 348. Stop. Stop now. We can talk this through. Jessica Jones was nearly at her wit's end as she shouted at Ranka. Seeing Jessica finally back down in front of her, Ranka's lips curled into a satisfied, cold smile. She quickly put the submachine gun away and sneered at Jessica. I thought you were supposed to be tough? Jessica was so angry she could barely speak. No matter how tough you are, when someone's firing a submachine gun at you point blank, you're not about to mess around. Otherwise, you're really just asking for it. So, are you going to keep wasting my time? Or are we going to talk about this job? Jessica rolled her eyes, ignoring Ranka's taunts, and replied with clear irritation. What's there to talk about? I've already told you the target. Just find the person. Isn't that enough? Ranka replied impatiently, hefting the submachine gun again and pressing it to Jessica's head. You're not trying to pull any tricks, are you? Would you please put the gun down? Could you stop waving that thing around all the time? Jessica was truly exasperated by this lunatic standing in front of her. She admitted her own temper was bad enough, but compared to this woman, she was nothing. This one really would pull a gun at the drop of a hat. Let's talk. You hear me? Ranka jabbed the gun toward Jessica's face. Okay. Jessica raised both hands in surrender. I accept your job. Why don't we just sign a contract now? Is all that paperwork really necessary? Ranka sounded annoyed again. It's not a hassle. You just need to sign your name. Besides, would you really trust me if I only agreed verbally? This way we both have peace of mind. Jessica Jones spoke to the blonde Ramsey in a patient, coaxing tone. Ramsey thought it over and realized it made sense, so she nodded her head. Only then did Jessica Jones carefully open the drawer, take out a contract, and place on the desk. After filling in the necessary sections, she handed it to Ramsey. Take a look, see if there's anything you'd like to change. Ramsey accepted the contract almost by instinct and started to examine it. But at that instant, Jessica Jones suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, she snatched the submachine gun right out of Ramsey's hands. That's right. The contract, the whole act, none of it was real. Jessica Jones had never intended to take Ramsey's case. It was all just a ruse to lull her into a false sense of security. A cold chuckle escaped her lips. Now, it was Jessica Jones' turn to look triumphant. She leveled the gun at Ramsey. Well, who's in charge now, you witch? Not bad. Even with the gun pointed at her, Ramsey didn't flinch. In fact, a look of approval flashed across her face. Guess you're not completely useless after all. Thanks for the compliment. Jessica Jones forced a twisted smile, then barked, Now, get out of my office. Ramsey only laughed, a dismissive, mocking sound, completely ignoring Jessica's threat. That infuriated Jessica Jones. It was the same submachine gun, yet when Ramsey held it, Jessica was utterly cowed. Now that it was in Jessica's own hands, Ramsey acted as if it were nothing. The difference was infuriating. But Jessica's anger didn't last long. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of utter shock. Sweat poured down her face like a waterfall. Because in one smooth motion, Ramsey somehow produced a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. Jessica had no idea where it came from. Jessica's face was already on the petite side, but the massive rocket launcher almost dwarfed her entire head. There was even a rocket loaded in the tube, the warhead pressed right up against Jessica's face. Legend value from Jessica Jones, plus 548. It was just a case. Did it really have to escalate to rocket launchers? Boss? Isn't this a bit much? Completely over the top. Wait. No, there's something even stranger. After her initial shock, Jessica suddenly realized there was an even more important question. Where on earth did this crazy woman get the rocket launcher? And for that matter, the submachine gun before it? When Ramsey had walked in, she hadn't been carrying anything at all. A submachine gun and a rocket launcher aren't exactly subtle. If she'd brought them in, Jessica would have noticed. So what's going on? Was Ramsey some kind of magician? What Jessica Jones couldn't possibly know was that, just like someone whose hair changed color every time they sneezed, Ramsey possessed the bizarre ability to pull any kind of weapon out of thin air, wherever and whenever she pleased. That was her unique brand of magic. But in this moment, Jessica Jones didn't have time to ponder such surreal mysteries. Click! She immediately raised her hands and tossed the submachine gun onto the floor. I surrender. I'm surrendering 100%. There's really no need for a rocket launcher or anything like that. Saying this, Jessica Jones snatched up the contract from the table. Let's sign it. We can sign the contract right now. Sign your head. The blonde launchie snapped at Jessica Jones furiously, cutting her off before she could finish, and slapped the contract right out of her hands. I'm giving you just 1 week. If you can't find a person, I'll blow this damn place to pieces. If anyone else had said that, Jessica Jones wouldn't have taken it seriously. It would have sounded like nothing more than an empty threat, just tough talk. But coming from Launchie? Well, Jessica Jones truly felt a wave of genuine danger. She had no doubt that Launchie was perfectly capable of following through on her threat. 1 week, is it? Okay, Miss Launchie, no problem. With no choice but to yield, Jessica Jones agreed on the spot. So, can you put down the rocket launcher now? Smart move. Launchie let out a cold snort and casually tossed the rocket launcher onto the ground. Achoo! But just then, Launchie's body gave a sudden jolt, and she accidentally sneezed again. In an instant, her golden blonde hair seemed to shimmer with magic, and just like that, it turned back to its original blue. No wigs. Nothing at all. This time, Jessica Jones could see it perfectly clearly. Launchie's hair hadn't changed because of a wig. It had simply shifted color right before her eyes. Jessica Jones was left utterly dumbfounded. A sneeze that could trigger a full costume change? What kind of trick was this? But then again, considering how Launchie could pull out a submachine gun and a rocket launcher out of nowhere, Jessica Jones decided not to be surprised. Fine, this woman was simply beyond any normal logic. Now, with her blue hair restored, Launchie blinked, looking dazed, as if she'd just woken up. She glanced around instinctively. Then her face filled with astonishment. Jessica, what happened here? Why is this place such a mess? Jessica Jones almost burst out laughing in disbelief. Come on, lady. Wasn't it you who just went wild with guns a minute ago? Now you're pretending to be all innocent. What are you playing at? Do you think this is funny? Jessica's face fell, feeling genuinely insulted. Jessica, what do you mean? I really have no idea what you're talking about. Launchie blinked again, looking the picture of innocence. You don't get it? Jessica Jones was fuming, sorely tempted to slap this pretentious woman across the face. But then she remembered how, not long ago, this same woman had been waving around a submachine gun and a rocket launcher, so Jessica managed to restrain herself. She might just be a woman, but Jessica Jones was a super-powered one, and in Hell's Kitchen, there weren't many people she had to be afraid of. But even Jessica Jones had to admit, this was one woman she truly couldn't afford to cross. Fine, I've already agreed to take your case, so you can leave now. Jessica Jones gathered herself, her tone icy as she addressed Launchie. You really agreed, Jessica? Launchie's face lit up instantly with delight. That's wonderful. But almost immediately, a glimmer of confusion flashed across her face. But Jessica, didn't you say you wouldn't take this case? Why the sudden change of heart? Jessica Jones could feel her blood pressure shooting through the roof. Unbelievable. Absolutely outrageous. How could she not know why Jessica had changed her mind? Who was it that had shoved a rocket launcher in her face just moments ago? Jessica, are you all right? You look a little pale. Are you not feeling well? Should we go to the hospital? Just as Jessica was still trying to catch her breath, Launchie's worried voice cut in. She stared intently at Jessica Jones, her expression full of concern. But Jessica had already seen Launchie's true colors. There was no way she'd fall for this act now. I'm fine, Jessica replied coldly. That's good to hear. Launchie nodded. But Jessica, even though I don't know why you changed your mind and agreed to take my case, does this mean we can sign the contract now? Bang! Jessica Jones nearly exploded, slamming her hand down on her desk. First you tossed the contract on the floor, and now you want to sign it? There's got to be a limit to this kind of game. Jessica, what's wrong? You really scared me just now. Launchie looked at her with wide, startled eyes, the very picture of a frightened little deer. Jessica was willing to bet that any man who saw Launchie in this state would feel an irresistible urge to protect her. At this moment, Launchie was playing the damsel in distress to absolute perfection. But the more she acted this way, the angrier Jessica felt. Because after everything that had just happened, Jessica knew exactly how violent and volatile this woman truly was. Scared, Jessica couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Someone who points a rocket launcher at people's faces at the drop of a hat doesn't get to say things like that. Rocket launcher? Jessica, what are you talking about? I've had enough of your act. Can you please stop pretending? Jessica Jones finally lost her patience and shouted at Lingi. But as soon as she'd yelled, she regretted it, half expecting Lingi to whip out a submachine gun and go on a rampage. Yet, to her surprise, Lingi didn't do any of that. Instead, she just stood there, her eyes wide and innocent, looking utterly aggrieved by Jessica's outburst. Why are you being so mean? If you don't want to sign, then fine. No need to get all worked up. With that, Lingi stormed out in a huff. Jessica Jones still felt lightheaded, even after the woman's shadow had completely vanished from her office. That crazy woman, just left like that? It was completely beyond Jessica's expectations. What on earth is with that woman? She stood dazed for a moment, then couldn't help but mutter aloud. Earlier, when her temper flared, Jessica hadn't thought much about it. But now that she'd calmed down, something definitely felt off. Lingi's two completely different faces didn't seem like an act. Jessica Jones might spend her days in a drunken haze, but she hadn't forgotten the basics of detective work. Spotting lies, separating truth from fiction, those were skills she still had. Thinking it over carefully, the situation with Lingi seemed less like pretending and more like something else entirely, a split personality. The blue-haired Lingi was one persona, while the blonde Lingi was another. She couldn't figure out why changing personalities also changed Lingi's hair color, but if she set that aside, it was clear Lingi was a textbook case of dissociative identity disorder. Jessica had handled cases like this before. But even so, how the blonde Lingi could pull out a submachine gun as if by magic was still a complete mystery to her. Forget it. I'm done thinking about it. The more she thought, the more tangled her mind became. With a frustrated sigh, Jessica raked her fingers through her hair. Whether Lingi had a split personality or not, it had nothing to do with her. And as for the commission to investigate the resurrected Captain America statue, Jessica had never intended to take that on anyway. The place was already riddled with bullet holes by the blonde Lingi. If worse came to worst, she'd just move out. That's how Jessica Jones was. She'd bend, but never break under threats. She absolutely refused to be intimidated. Even if the blonde Lingi put a rocket launcher to her face, she'd still stand her ground. Besides, there was no contract between them. No matter what, Jessica would never admit to anything. Just then, the phone on her desk began to ring, its shrill sound slicing through the silence. She took a moment to calm herself, then answered, Alias Investigations. The case about investigating the Captain America statue. I advise you to stay out of it. That's my warning to you. Otherwise, deal with the consequences yourself. A deep male voice rumbled through the receiver. After delivering those two sentences with unmistakable authority, he hung up abruptly. A cold smile crept across Jessica's face. Threaten me? Did they really think I was born yesterday? The more you warn me off this case, the more determined I am to dig into it. Jessica Jones shouldn't be a problem now. Elsewhere, in his apartment, Rorschach turned his gaze away from the dialer software on his computer, thinking to himself. There was no doubt. The one who had just called to threaten Jessica Jones was none other than Rorschach himself. Of course, Rorschach didn't use his own phone to make the call. Instead, he relied on the cutting-edge hacker skills he had just acquired, manipulating the network to place the call to Jessica Jones through an absolutely secure line. Whether it was Jessica Jones herself or anyone else, tracing that call was simply impossible. No one would ever find a thing. After all, the world's top hacker skills are not something to be taken lightly. It's worth mentioning, though, that what Rorschach now possesses goes far beyond mere top-tier hacking. As a master of those character cards, Rorschach had long since fused all their abilities into his own body. In other words, whenever he wished, Rorschach could wield a blade with the force of his aura, just like Ling Lingi, and slice off the bronze Captain America's arm in a single stroke. He could just as easily switch personas, unleashing a more volatile and fantastical side, much like Launch. Not only has he mastered all kinds of firearms, but he can also conjure up any weapon he desires at any moment. He wouldn't dare to boast too wildly, but at the very least, keeping himself safe was no longer a problem. And as Rorschach continued to stir things up in this world, racking up legendary points and unlocking ever more advanced treasure chests, his power would only continue to grow. One day, to stand at the top of this world, side by side with titans like the Ancient One, might not be an impossibility at all. Of course, that dream was still a long way off. For now, in the Marvel Universe, Rorschach was little more than a small-time player. After indulging in these fantasies for a moment, Rorschach quickly collected himself and shifted his focus back to his current plans. By his own judgment, there was a high chance that Jessica Jones would get involved. He had good reason for this, thanks to the storyline for reference. In The Defenders, Jessica Jones was put in a similar situation. She was initially hired for a job and chose to refuse, but then someone called and threatened her. That threat lit a fire in Jessica Jones, and she immediately accepted the very job she'd just turned down. The situation Rorschach had set up now was exactly the same. And even if Jessica Jones didn't end up accepting the job as he'd hoped, it wouldn't be a problem for him. With the destructive power of blonde Launch, ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance. If Launch paid Jessica Jones a few visits, everything would be resolved one way or another. So Rorschach didn't waste any more time on Jessica Jones and turned his attention elsewhere. Next up, it should be Lady Gao's turn, right? Rorschach's eyes flashed as he drew a circle around Lady Gao's name on the plan in front of him. Since Launch had been brought into play, still wearing the C-Class artifact, the camphor bracelet, it would be a waste to use her as nothing more than a one-off client. Letting her wreak havoc on Lady Gao and her gang seemed just right. After all, they were nothing but scum. Rorschach had no qualms about letting blonde Launch mow them down. It was practically a public service. With that, Rorschach began to strategize in detail once more. Daredevil. Before long, something else caught Rorschach's attention. It turned out that Daredevil had already contacted Ling Lingi and arranged a meeting with him. Rorschach wasn't the least bit surprised by this. After all, Daredevil had managed to obtain quite a bit of heavy-hitting intel from Kingpin. And when it came to analyzing that information, besides Ling Lingi, there was really no one else Daredevil could turn to. This place isn't bad at all. On the rooftop of an abandoned building in Hell's Kitchen, Ling Lingi swept his gaze over the surroundings, unable to hide his satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. The atmosphere here is spot on. It's perfect for a secret agent rendezvous. I never would have guessed. Daredevil, you've got a knack for being a spy. Daredevil fell silent. If it was really that simple, becoming a secret agent would be far too easy, wouldn't it? Ling Lingi, that resurrected statue, has already found Kingpin, and it's taken control of him. Daredevil's voice rang out, cutting off his own internal complaints. He straightened, his expression serious as he addressed Ling Lingi. That doesn't surprise me in the least. Ling Lingi nodded with a look of deep understanding, as if everything was unfolding just as he'd planned. You asked me here because you found something important, right? He exhaled a smoke ring, casting a confident sidelong glance at Daredevil. That's right. I only managed to get part of the intel, but it's clear the one with the statue fruit power is plotting something big. Daredevil's tone was grave as he shared every detail of what he'd heard with Ling Lingi. You're certain the statue fruit user wants Kingpin to build an altar? Ling Lingi's voice turned heavy as soon as he finished listening. And he needs to use a hex energy converter too? He pressed Daredevil for confirmation. I heard it with my own ears. There's no mistake. Daredevil nodded emphatically, and from Ling Lingi's reaction, he sensed there was more to this. Ling Lingi, you must know what they're after, don't you? Oh, damn it. Ling Lingi couldn't help but curse. Even someone as blind as Daredevil could sense the turmoil in him at that moment. That guy's trying to awaken his devil fruit powers. I should have seen this coming. Awaken his devil fruit? Ling Lingi, what does that mean? Daredevil was completely thrown off by this. I told you. The one who resurrected Captain America's statue is a user of the statue fruit. Normally, his ability to bring statues to life is very limited. He can only resurrect a handful, because every power user has certain boundaries when it comes to developing their fruit. But those boundaries aren't unbreakable. Some power users have mastered a way to break through, something we call awakening. I never expected that the statue fruit user would actually know how to do this. Ling Lingi gave Daredevil a brief explanation. And what happens after awakening? Daredevil felt a sinking feeling in his chest. The user's abilities undergo a massive leap. If that happens, he'll probably be able to create an entire army of statues. Ling Lingi's voice dropped low, weighted with deep concern. Daredevil, standing nearby, couldn't help but turn pale at the revelation. Legend points from Matt Murdock, plus 246. Ling Lingi, we have to stop him. We can't let him complete his awakening. Daredevil steadied himself, then spoke to Ling Lingi in a tone that brooked no argument. Although he didn't yet understand why the statue fruit user was creating an army of statues, the recent actions of the Bronze Captain America made it clear that the mastermind behind all this was no saint. If such overwhelming power fell into their hands, who knew what horrors they might inflict upon the world? Daredevil had long seen himself as a vigilante, a guardian of Hell's Kitchen's peace and safety. There was no way he'd stand by and watch disaster unfold. Of course. Ling Lingi nodded solemnly, his rare seriousness lending weight to his words. I've been tracking this statue fruit user for some time. I still don't know who he is, but to throw me off, he's sent his statue minions on murderous sprees. Dozens have died at his hands already. Even pregnant women haven't been spared. If he truly awakens the power of the statue fruit and commands an army of statues, the consequences would be unthinkable. Daredevil's fists clenched tight, his sense of justice burning bright. Outrage filled him, his resolve to stop the statue fruit user stronger than ever. That altar. Daredevil took a calming breath, then began to analyze the situation carefully. Our top priority now is to prevent that altar from being completed. According to their current information, the altar was the key to the enemy awakening the fruit's power. Great minds think alike. Ling Lingi nodded in approval, looking at Daredevil with genuine satisfaction. Then, the task of upholding justice and peace falls to the two of us. Daredevil, this kind of dramatic flair was a bit much, even for him. All right, Matt. Ling Lingi ignored Daredevil's discomfort and spoke up again, only to catch himself mid-sentence. Sorry, did I just call you by your name? That slipped out. You know my identity? Daredevil fell silent for a few seconds, then asked in a low voice. Did you really think you could hide it from me? Ling Lingi grinned mischievously. Your secret might fool most people, but one quick check and I found out. Lawyer by day, hero by night. Should I keep calling you Daredevil, or maybe Matt Murdock? Legend points for Matt Murdock, plus 157. Realizing his identity was truly exposed, Daredevil gave up any further pretense. He pulled off his mask in one swift motion, revealing a young, handsome face to Ling Lingi. Matt Murdock, the lawyer, stood revealed. My situation is rather unique, so I've had to keep my true identity secret. I never meant to deceive you, Ling Lingi. I hope you can understand. Matt said solemnly, offering a sincere explanation. It's fine, I've always been broad-minded. I won't hold it against you. Ling Lingi waved his hand magnanimously, then looked Matt Murdock up and down. Not bad at all. Is this what you really look like? You're almost as handsome as me. Oh right. At that, Ling Lingi seemed to recall something important. He suddenly produced the suitcase he'd been carrying all along and, right in front of Daredevil, popped it open. I've got some good stuff here, specially made for dashing gentlemen like us. As for those not blessed with good looks, I wouldn't even mention it. He spoke to Matt Murdock with an air of mystery. Matt's curiosity was piqued instantly. He focused his radar sense on the case, eager to discover its contents. But when his senses returned to feedback, what he found inside was nothing more than some hairdryers, electric shavers, and other ordinary male grooming products. So, all this time, that suitcase Ling Lingi carried everywhere. This is what he's been lugging around. What were these, Ling Lingi? Matt Murdock was a bit bewildered. These are treasures. They're the secret to my ever-dapper style. Look at this phone. Oh, sorry, I forgot you can't see. Never mind. Here, feel this. There's a layer of metal mesh right here. Ling Lingi began rattling off the features of his gear as if he were showing off prized possessions. Just like Black Widow before him, Matt Murdock found himself completely thrown off by Ling Lingi's antics. Legend points for Matt Murdock, plus 128. Ling Lingi, let's get back to discussing how we're going to stop the statue fruit user. Matt hurriedly interrupted, cutting short the demonstration of the shaver-hairdryer combo. His tone turned serious. And before, didn't you have something you wanted to say to me? Indeed. Ling Lingi had seemed about to say something important earlier, but after accidentally blurting out Matt's real name, the topic had veered wildly off course. Oh, that. I wanted to ask if you know any others like yourself. Ling Lingi snapped his case shut as he shifted to business. Kingpin's influence in Hell's Kitchen is massive, and now, with a statue fruit user on his side, we're a bit outmatched, just the two of us. This was exactly what Matt Murdock had been worried about. He'd been fighting Kingpin for a long time and knew all too well what kind of power he wielded. Now, with an invulnerable statue bodyguard at his beck and call, Kingpin was more dangerous than ever. Even with Ling Lingi joining his cause, it still felt insufficient. I do know someone, Matt finally replied after a pause, though his expression was hesitant. But I've never agreed with the way he does things. Besides, he always works alone. Although Matt spoke vaguely, Ling Lingi, or rather, Rorschach, understood instantly who he meant. There was no doubt. It could only be the ruthless, tight-lipped Punisher, Frank Castle. These are extraordinary times, Ling Lingi advised Matt Murdock earnestly. Every extra hand means a little more strength. We'll talk about it later, Matt Murdock replied after a moment's hesitation, shaking his head. Unless it was absolutely necessary. He truly didn't want that guy involved. All right, for now, it's just the two of us, Ling Lingi conceded. I've already picked up a few leads on my end, so I expect we'll be making a move soon. Matt, get ready. What we're about to face is going to be a tough battle. Ling Lingi spoke to Matt Murdock with grave seriousness. Matt Murdock nodded back, his face just as solemn. 3 days later, inside a large warehouse in the northwest corner of Hell's Kitchen, an old, beat-up delivery truck was parked in the open space of the warehouse. Its back doors hung open as a group of burly men hauled one heavy crate after another, loading them into the truck. Judging by the men's impressive physiques and the effort it took for each haul, whatever was inside those crates must have weighed a ton. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a muscular man with a ponytail and a black jacket struggled up to the back of the truck, heaving a crate onto the tailgate. "This thing's insanely heavy," he gasped, wiping sweat from his brow. Despite his build, after just a few trips his arms were already starting to ache. "What's wrong, Dave? Didn't have breakfast?" joked another strong man in the truck, grabbing the crate Dave had just delivered. "Screw you, Matthew." Dave shot back, flipping him the finger. "Screw you too, pal." Matthew replied with a laugh, then braced himself and dragged the crate inside, grunting under its weight. "You're right, though. This thing's no joke." "Hey, Matthew." Dave glanced around, then lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Do you know what's in these crates?" "Dave, just do your job and keep your nose out of things you don't need to know," Matthew warned, his tone sharp. "Come on, man. Don't tell me you haven't heard the rumors. It's gold, isn't it?" Dave's eyes burned even brighter. After all, what did they risk their necks for every day under Kingpin's thumb, if not for money? And with this much gold, who would really miss a bar or two? "Do you have a death wish?" Matthew's voice grew even more severe. He shot a glance toward a man not far away, who stood overseeing the operation like a hawk. "Even he's here. That should tell you how much Kingpin values this shipment. If you want to stay alive, you'd better keep those greedy thoughts to yourself." Instinctively, Dave looked over at Bullseye, who was idly toying with a playing card. A wave of cold dread washed over him at the sight of Bullseye's savage expression. It was a chilling reminder. He was right. Even Bullseye was here. This shipment was clearly too important to mess with. If he dared try anything, the consequences would be dire. Money was great, sure, but only if you were alive to spend it. "Thanks, Matthew." "Forget what I said earlier," Dave muttered, backing off. "What did you say? Did you say something earlier?" "Of course I did. I said I hope you'll send my regards to your new bride." "Damn it. Hurry up, all of you. Stop dawdling. We move out in 20 minutes. Bullseye's cold, sharp voice cut through the air, making everyone freeze with apprehension. Dave and Matthew dared not utter another word of nonsense. They immediately buried themselves in their work. Yet, no one knew that in a very well-concealed corner just outside the warehouse, two figures were hidden away. One of them was dressed in a sharp suit, sporting a flamboyant red floral tie. The other wore a red uniform and a helmet adorned with cat-like ears. Without a doubt, it was Ling Lingi and Daredevil. "Matt, how's it looking? Did you hear anything?" Ling Lingi, casually shaving with his cell phone razor, asked Daredevil beside him. "Your intel was spot on. This really is the gold Kingpin wants." Daredevil nodded. Just moments ago, he had used his superhuman hearing to catch every word of the conversation between Dave, Matthew, and the others. "I knew it. My intel never lets me down." A hint of pride flashed across Ling Lingi's face. This gold must be for forging the metal element statue in the 5-element set. The 5-element statues are crucial for awakening the fruit. If we steal the gold, it'll deal them a heavy blow. Then let's do it. Daredevil's spirits lifted. He swiftly picked up his cane, ready to wield it as a weapon. "Hold on a second." Ling Lingi suddenly reached out and stopped Daredevil, as if he'd realized something important. "What is it?" Daredevil's expression turned serious. "Let me finish shaving first," Ling Lingi declared solemnly. "Almost done." Daredevil. With no time to deal with Ling Lingi's antics, Daredevil gripped his cane and, like a cat in the shadows, silently and skillfully crept toward the warehouse entrance. At the door, two guards were idly chatting and laughing. But then, thwack, bang, out of nowhere, a cane came flying, striking one of the guards squarely on the head. Without even a chance to react, he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The other guard gasped in shock. Before he could blink, a familiar figure appeared before him. Daredevil. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't even finish speaking before Daredevil knocked him out with ease. Carefully dragging both guards aside and hiding them, Daredevil slipped silently into the warehouse, scaling a high shelf to stay out of sight. By now, Ling Lingi had also burst in. Nobody move. Unlike Daredevil's stealthy approach, Ling Lingi made a grand entrance. Striding boldly through the main doors, he planted himself squarely in the middle of the room, sweeping his gaze over the crowd and letting out a commanding shout. Swoosh! At the sound of that shout, everyone in the warehouse froze for a moment. Instinctively, they all turned their heads, and every pair of eyes fell upon Ling Lingi. "I'm Ace Agent Ling Lingi. All of you, surrender immediately." Ling Lingi declared this with an air of utter authority. As he spoke, he reached into his suit jacket with his right hand, fishing out his sidearm. Yet, just as he drew the gun, his hand slipped. A sudden fumble sent the pistol flying out his grip. Seeing this, Ling Lingi lunged to catch it. But he overdid it. Instead of grabbing the gun, he only managed to smack it farther away. Bang, bang, bang. And so it went. The gun bounced and danced between Ling Lingi's hands for several awkward seconds before he finally managed to seize it and hold it steady. Sorry about that. I'm not exactly a gun expert, so my performance was a little off, Ling Lingi explained, a touch embarrassed to the crowd before him. Legend value from Matt Murdock, plus 79. Legend value from Lester Burnt, plus 58. Legend value from Kingpin's henchman, plus 2.6. An agent. Bullseye glanced at this oddball, standing before him, and couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. Guys, look at us, imagine our luck. We've actually drawn the attention of a real secret agent. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The whole warehouse erupted into raucous laughter. If even a guy who couldn't hold onto his own gun could be called an agent, then surely they could all be instructors by now. At least, they could handle a gun better than that clown. All right, enough. Bullseye's voice cut through the laughter, and at his command, the room fell silent. The only sound that lingered was his own voice, echoing through the suddenly quiet warehouse. He toyed with a playing card in his fingers, eyes fixed on Ling Lingi. Who sent you? Are you going to tell me yourself? Or do I have to make you? It's the blazing fire of justice burning in my chest. Ling Lingi declared, radiating righteous indignation. Scum like you, the dregs of society, doing evil at every turn. No hero could ever stand idly by. I'm simply doing what any true champion would. Bullseye, Kingpin's men. Take him down, and try not to kill him. Bullseye muttered, no longer interested in humoring this lunatic, and casually signaled to a few of the burly men behind him. Whoosh! Crash! But at that very moment, the air split with a sharp whistle. A staff flew out of nowhere and struck one of the henchmen, sending him sprawling to the ground. Then, in the next instant, a figure darted into the warehouse, launching a whirlwind assault on the crowd. Taken completely by surprise, several men were knocked to the floor before they had time to react. Daredevil. Bullseye's eyes narrowed as he watched his old nemesis weaving through the chaos, moving with uncanny speed. This was an adversary he knew all too well. He had created tremendous trouble for Kingpin. Bullseye and his opponent had tangled many times before, trading wins and losses, so he knew all too well just how formidable Daredevil truly was. But this time, even Daredevil wouldn't make it out alive. This shipment of gold was meant for crafting the 5-element statues, and Kingpin had never been so invested in anything. To guard against meddling from superheroes like Daredevil, Kingpin didn't just have Bullseye personally oversee the operation. He also deployed far more men than usual. This wasn't some petty job a lone Daredevil could disrupt. With a flick of his wrist, a metal playing card appeared in Bullseye's hand, and he raised it high toward Daredevil. Just then, a sharp whistle sliced through the air. Bullseye suddenly felt a jolt in his hand. A burst of sparks flashed, and to his shock, the metal card was knocked from his grasp by some invisible force, clattering to the ground. Bullseye glanced down. Beside his playing card on the floor, a throwing knife had also landed. It was obvious what had happened. Someone had hurled that throwing knife, striking his metal card out of his hand. Following the trajectory from which the knife had flown, Bullseye instinctively turned his head, surprise flickering across his face. For based on the direction, the one who'd thrown the knife and shot down his card was none other than Ling Lingi, the same bumbling fellow who could barely hold a gun steady. At that moment, Ling Lingi stood with a rakish tilt, one hand pressing down his hat, the other still poised mid-throw, as if frozen in a dramatic pose. The flair was undeniable. Legend value plus 62 from Lester Burnt. Well, I really underestimated you, Bullseye said, eyeing Ling Lingi in astonishment. He dismissed the man earlier for fumbling with his gun and acting so scatterbrained, thinking there was no need to take him seriously. But now, in hindsight, if Ling Lingi didn't have real skills, how could he possibly earn Daredevil's trust? Daredevil always worked alone, yet here was his only partner. There had to be more to him. In that instant, Bullseye's disdain for Ling Lingi vanished, replaced by a newfound respect. With a swift motion, Bullseye drew several more metal cards from his sleeve. His face lit up with the thrill of meeting a worthy opponent. After all, Ling Lingi's abilities were uncannily similar to his own. In this age dominated by firearms, warriors who could throw with such precision were vanishingly rare. Let's see just how good you really are. With those words, Bullseye wasted no more breath, both hands sending a relentless volley of cards whistling toward Ling Lingi. One card after another arced through the air in elegant trajectories, speeding straight for their target. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on Ling Lingi. But he didn't dodge or flinch. Instead, his hands moved as fast as lightning, leaving afterimages in the air. With a dazzling display of skill, he caught every metal card Bullseye had thrown. He even held one in his mouth. And, somehow, another was clamped between his legs. although his posture was a little awkward, almost comical. Even the wild barrage from the sharpshooter didn't so much as graze Ling Lingi. The sharpshooter's expression grew intensely grave in an instant. His pupils contracted sharply. A formidable foe. This man, who looked so unreliable at first glance, turned out to be the greatest adversary he had ever encountered. Legend points from Lester Bont plus 70. Ling Lingi casually spat out the metal playing card from his mouth and tossed the others aside, a trace of regret flickering across his face. I can see you have a bit of talent. But only just a bit. Maybe you can show off in front of ordinary folks, but the moment you run into a real master, you're nothing but a paper tiger. One hit and you're done. A real master? You mean yourself? The sharpshooter couldn't help but sneer. You think so too? That's what everyone says. Ling Lingi nodded earnestly, as if it made perfect sense. The sharpshooter. Lunatic. Swish, swish, swish. The sharpshooter's hands moved rapidly again, sending a rain of metal playing cards, and even some steel rods and other blunt objects flying toward Ling Lingi. Ling Lingi's response was much simpler. With a flick of his wrist, he grabbed a handful of throwing knives and hurled them back at the sharpshooter. Clang, clang, clang. A storm of metallic crashes rang out instantly. Everything the sharpshooter launched at him was deflected by Ling Lingi's flying knives. But that wasn't all. Ling Lingi's knives pierced right through the sharpshooter's defensive barrage, streaking toward his face, relentless in pursuit. The sharpshooter didn't dare take any chances. He couldn't simply catch the knives with his bare hands like Ling Lingi did, so he spun on his heel and dove for cover behind a nearby barrier. But what he never expected was that Ling Lingi's flying knives would actually curve midair, arcing around to chase him behind his cover. One of them embedded itself right in his shoulder. Legend points from Lester Bont plus 347. Shit. Staring at the knife stuck in his shoulder, the sharpshooter was completely dumbfounded. A knife that could turn in midair? What kind of joke was this? How is something like that even possible? Even though their throwing techniques looked pretty similar, at least on the surface, the reality was that they couldn't have been more different. The sharpshooter simply relied on brute strength, flinging objects with raw physical force. But Ling Lingi? He controlled his knives with inner energy. He possessed true martial skill, using his chi to direct the blades from afar. They were on entirely different levels. Whoosh! Still reeling from shock, the sharpshooter suddenly heard a piercing sound cut through the air. Instinctively, he dove aside. Thunk! Sure enough, another throwing knife streaked past, embedding itself in the very crate where he'd just been hiding. If he'd hesitated, even for a split second, he'd have ended up with another knife sticking out of him. Damn it, just what is with this guy? A tidal wave of disbelief surged in the sharpshooter's heart. He had never, in his entire life, encountered anyone who could throw knives that curved in midair. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. It was Kingpin's men. Seeing their comrade, Bullseye, wounded, they immediately drew their guns and unleashed a merciless hail of bullets at Ling Lingi. Ling Lingi, of course, knew this was no time for bravado. He darted aside, taking cover behind a nearby barricade. The sharp, relentless clatter of bullets rang out behind him, forcing him to keep his head down for the moment. Crouching low, Ling Lingi used the cover to his advantage, moving swiftly down the aisles of the warehouse, slipping from one passage to another. Start the car. Move it now. Bullseye barked out orders, clutching his injured shoulder, his voice echoing urgently to the Kingpin's men on the scene. Although not all of the gold had been loaded, the warehouse still held a portion. Given the current situation, they had no choice but to abandon what remained. Otherwise, they risked losing everything here. Hurry, get the truck started. Four eyes moved. Bullseye's commands rang out, spurring everyone into frantic action. Some of the men laid down suppressive fire on Ling Lingi and Daredevil, while Four Eyes sprinted toward the cab of the truck. We can't let them get away. In the thick of the fight, Daredevil shouted to Ling Lingi. They're not going anywhere. Ling Lingi replied confidently. With a quick motion, he produced a pair of throwing knives, one in each hand. He maneuvered to a spot where the enemy's firepower was weaker. Without another word, he suddenly popped out of cover, both arms snapping out as he let the knives fly. A flash of cold steel cut through the air, slicing into the ranks of the Kingpin's gang members. Agonized screams and pain grunts followed as several men dropped to the ground. The quick ones managed only to get wounded, but those who reacted too slowly were taken out on the spot. Move! Get out of here! Four Eyes, almost to the truck's driver's seat, was drenched in sweat and on the verge of panic. That seemingly unreliable guy was terrifying. He was even more dangerous than Bullseye. But just then, another knife whistled through the air, striking Four Eyes squarely in the chest. He let out a scream and crumpled to the ground. Damn it! Bullseye's face went pale with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Lingi limb from limb. But unfortunately, with a knife wound in his shoulder, he was out of commission, no longer a deadly threat but rather a liability. Who the hell is this guy? Since when did Hell's Kitchen have someone this formidable? Bullseye muttered furiously under his breath, clutching his wounded shoulder. He sprang up, firing wildly at Ling Lingi's last known position, bullets tearing into the spot where Ling Lingi had just shown himself. He had no choice. Stripped of his throwing skills, Bullseye could only rely on his gun now. But Bullseye with a gun, was he really still Bullseye? His lethality was diminished to a fraction of what it had been. All he could do was watch helplessly as his men fell one after another to Ling Lingi and Daredevil. Yet he was utterly powerless to change anything. Bullseye, we have to retreat. A voice rang out. It was Matthew, stumbling over to Bullseye in a state of utter disarray, shouting at him in desperation. What are you saying? Bullseye's rage exploded. He pressed his gun right up to Matthew's forehead. Do you believe I won't blow your brains out right now? Most of our guys are already dead. There's only a handful of us left. If we don't leave now, we're all going to die here. Matthew gritted his teeth, yelling at Bullseye, that guy with the throwing knives is a monster. He's not someone we can handle. Kingpin's men don't need cowards. But if we all die, who's going to warn Kingpin? That man is bound to become Kingpin's greatest threat. Only then did Bullseye slowly lower the pistol pressed to Matthew's forehead. He strained to poke his head out for a look, and sure enough, the situation was hopeless. Bodies were strewn everywhere, all of them his colleagues, and only a few stragglers were still clinging to life in the corners. And once those last men fell, escape would be impossible. Let's go. Bullseye clenched his jaw and finally made his decision. With Matthew's support, he struggled to his feet, and together they made a dash for the warehouse doors. Just then, from around the corner ahead, someone suddenly darted out, blocking Bullseye and Matthew's path. Both men's faces instantly darkened. For the one barring their way was none other than the knife thrower, even more terrifying than Daredevil himself. In such a hurry, where are you two off to? Ling Lingi wore an insufferably smug grin, standing there at ease as he regarded Bullseye and Matthew. Neither Bullseye nor Matthew wasted a single word. They grit their teeth, raised their guns, and aimed at Ling Lingi, ready to pull the trigger. But in a flash, Ling Lingi flicked his wrists, sending two cold flashes slicing through the air. Before Bullseye and Matthew could even fire, their guns were knocked clean from their hands by his flying knives. The air turned thick with tension. Both Bullseye and Matthew stood rigid, bodies taut. They had never felt death breathe so close. Ling Lingi, meanwhile, allowed a sly smile to play at his lips as he suddenly twisted his hand again. Both men instinctively clenched, bracing themselves. Yet, nothing happened. Bullseye and Matthew had been certain Ling Lingi would cut them down right then and there, but to their shock, they were perfectly unharmed. They looked up in confusion, only to see Ling Lingi staring at his empty right hand with a sigh. You've got to be kidding me. Ran out of knives at a time like this. Bullseye. Matthew. Was this guy for real? Was he here to crack jokes? Take him out. Bullseye snapped back to his senses and barked an order at Matthew. Without a word, Matthew dove for the guns lying on the ground, desperate to snatch one up and shoot Ling Lingi dead. But Ling Lingi made no move to stop him. Instead, he drew in a deep breath, and with both hands, assumed a beckoning stance. Whoosh! A fallen throwing knife on the ground suddenly sprang to life, as if animated by magic, and flew right back into Ling Lingi's hand. With a swift grasp, Ling Lingi caught it and launched it once more. Thud! Just as Matthew's hand reached for his pistol, the throwing knife pierced straight through his palm, pinning his entire hand to the floor. This can't be happening. Matthew's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Ling Lingi as though he had seen a ghost. In that moment, he even forgot the searing pain of his hand being impaled. He was utterly, completely shaken. Beside him, Bullseye was just as dumbfounded, his jaw dropping in shock. The scene had left him thoroughly rattled. A throwing knife that could curve midair was already unbelievable enough. But now, controlling an object from afar? What kind of sorcery was this? Legend points from Matthew Clint +5. Legend points from Lester Bont +109. Now it's your turn. Ling Lingi's voice rang out. With another wave of his hand, another throwing knife on the ground zipped back into his grasp. He seized it and hurled it fiercely at Bullseye. Swish! A cold gleam flashed through the air. But Bullseye was no pushover like Matthew. Even injured, his skills far surpassed Matthew's. The instant Ling Lingi attacked, Bullseye dove to the side with lightning speed, slipping into a nearby passage and narrowly dodging the flying blade. Ling Lingi considered giving chase, but just then Daredevil leapt down from above. We need to go. Kingpin is on his way, and he's bringing an army. Though Kingpin's men were still several blocks away, Daredevil's super hearing had already picked up their approach. It had to be said, Daredevil's radar senses could be downright uncanny at times. "Count that guy lucky," Ling Lingi muttered, abandoning his pursuit without hesitation. He joined Daredevil, and together they hurried to the truck loaded with gold. They both scrambled inside, and Ling Lingi started the engine with practiced speed, steering the truck swiftly out of the warehouse. In moments, they disappeared into the night. Roughly 20 minutes later, a convoy of vehicles rumbled into the warehouse, exuding an air of power and menace. The car door swung open, and a fat man in a white suit stepped out, flanked by his entourage. There was no mistaking him. This was Kingpin. In the center of the warehouse, Bullseye stood at the head of Kingpin's surviving men, who were huddled together like beaten roosters. Everyone bore wounds, and their disheveled appearance couldn't have been more miserable. Especially Bullseye. The worst injury was on his shoulder, and though it had been bandaged, he had lost a significant amount of blood. Bullseye's face was now pale as a sheet, almost corpse-like. He swayed unsteadily where he stood, as if he might collapse at any moment. As for those sprawled lifeless on the ground, it was obvious they were dead. And the truck, once destined for a secure drop-off and filled with gold, had vanished without a trace. Kingpin surveyed the scene, his face thunderous, as if he'd just been slapped repeatedly. What the hell happened here? What on earth happened? Where's the gold? Kingpin's gaze swept across Bullseye and the others, his voice low and menacing, like a beast on the prowl. Everyone immediately lowered their heads, shrinking away like mice before a cat, not daring to meet Kingpin's eyes. Each man trembled in fear, barely daring to breathe. It was stolen. Only Bullseye had the courage to speak the truth. The gold was taken. Bang! In a surge of anger, Kingpin slammed his fist down on a large crate beside him. Amazingly, the crate, nearly as tall as a person and packed to the brim with goods, was sent flying by the force of his blow. Had it been a person in place of that crate, there was no doubt they would have been hurled just as far. Kingpin's strength was, without question, extraordinary. Who did this? After venting his rage, Kingpin quickly regained his composure, his eyes locking onto Bullseye with a steely intensity as he pressed the question. "Daredevil," Bullseye replied truthfully. "Daredevil doesn't have that kind of skill." Kingpin scoffed. He'd clashed with Daredevil more than once, and had a clear sense of what the man was capable of. The guy was tough, sure, but at best he was on par with Bullseye. There was no way he could have left Bullseye and so many others in such a battered state. This time, Daredevil had help, a man of Asian descent, skilled with throwing knives. Bullseye's tone grew darker. He called himself Ling Lingi. Ling Lingi? A master of throwing knives? Kingpin fell silent, deep in thought. He'd never heard of anyone by that name. He looked more closely, noticing that everyone, including Bullseye, bore wounds from sharp blades. And as for the bodies strewn across the ground, it was even more obvious. That wasn't Daredevil style. Clearly, this was the work of Ling Lingi. To injure and even kill so many, Bullseye included, it was plain this newcomer was no ordinary foe. "Tell me more about this man," Kingpin ordered in a grave voice. "His throwing knives are incredible. I've never seen anyone wield knives like that. He could actually make them curve in midair. He even pulled knives from the ground into his hand, as if by magic." Bullseye reported, his face deadly serious. "Make knives curve in flight? Summon blades from a distance?" Kingpin's first instinct was to scoff at such an outlandish claim. But then he remembered, recent events had already shattered his old beliefs. If even statues could be brought to life, then perhaps nothing in this world was too strange to be true. "Ling Lingi? No wonder you couldn't beat him." A voice rang out from the front of the convoy. A Rolls-Royce door swung open, and Bronze Captain America stepped out. "Who is Ling Lingi?" Kingpin immediately leaned in, his tone grave, upon hearing that Bronze Captain America knew the name. "He's an intern agent from the Super God Academy. A real handful, that one." Bronze Captain America snorted coldly and raised his severed arm. "This hand of mine, he's the one who cut it off." Kingpin, Bullseye, and the rest all stared in shock, eyes wide. Legend value from Wilson Fisk, plus 385. Legend value from Lester Bont, plus 276. Legend value, plus 167 from James Wesley. Legend value, plus 24 from other Kingpin subordinates. Kingpin couldn't help but be shocked. He had experienced firsthand just how formidable the Bronze Captain America was, a true man of steel. None of the currently available weapons had any effect on the Bronze Captain. On top of that, with strength far surpassing any ordinary human and unparalleled combat skills, Kingpin simply couldn't imagine anyone who could possibly threaten the Bronze Captain. And yet, now, the Bronze Captain was actually telling him that his arm had been severed by another person, It was cut off by that guy named Ling Lingi. This revelation truly shook Kingpin to his core. To slice off the arm of a bronze statue, how much strength would that take? It was simply beyond imagination. In an instant, the name Ling Lingi was carved deeply into Kingpin's mind, filling him with profound unease. And if Ling Lingi could chop off the bronze captain's arm? Suddenly, something clicked. Kingpin's eyes swept over the many wounds crisscrossing the bronze captain's body. Before, Kingpin couldn't understand how someone with a bronze body could end up with so many gashes and cuts. But now he finally understood. Those must have been Ling Lingi's doing as well. That's right. All these wounds, big and small, were made by Ling Lingi's blade. The bronze captain immediately admitted it, seeing the look in Kingpin's eyes and knowing what he was thinking. Kingpin's eyes grew even wider in disbelief. Who exactly was this Ling Lingi to leave the bronze captain so battered and defeated? It was almost terrifying. Legend value plus 224 from Wilson Fisk. Legend value plus 132 from Lester Burnt. Legend value plus 118 from James Wesley. Legend value plus 15 from other Kingpin subordinates. Given all this, it became much easier to forgive Bullseye and the others for their failure. If even the bronze captain had been beaten so badly by Ling Lingi, how could Kingpin expect Bullseye to stand a chance against such a monster? In fact, the fact that Bullseye even survived an encounter with someone like that seemed impressive. He's only an intern agent? Wesley's voice broke the silence. As he adjusted his glasses, disbelief colored his words. If even the intern agents were this terrifying, what must the full agents be like? Just the thought was enough to send a chill down one's spine. What is this Super God Academy organization? Kingpin immediately pressed the bronze captain for answers, his tone grim and urgent. Super God Academy is powerful, but you don't need to worry too much. They won't interfere in Earth's affairs at random. All you need to do is carry out the tasks I've given you. The bronze captain didn't elaborate any further, choosing instead to brush aside Kingpin's concerns. Even so, Kingpin and the others still managed to catch a few key pieces of information. They don't get involved in Earth's affairs. Did that mean this organization wasn't even based on Earth? Legend points from Wilson Fisk plus 253. At this moment, however, Bronze Captain America clearly had no intention of revealing more, and it wasn't the right time to press for answers. Kingpin dropped the subject, but he made sure to etch the name Super God Academy deeply into his memory. Kingpin, if Ling Lingi is truly that powerful, what should we do next? Bullseye, forcing himself to speak despite his weakened state, fixed his gaze on Kingpin and asked, "There's no need to worry. I've already prepared a way to deal with him." Bronze Captain America smiled with complete confidence, then glanced at Kingpin beside him. "Is the statue I asked you to make ready yet?" This statue wasn't one of those elemental effigies used to awaken devil fruits. It was simply an ordinary metal sculpture. Bronze Captain America had specifically instructed Kingpin to have it prepared as a means to counter Ling Lingi. "I've had my people working on it day and night. At most, just a few more days and it'll be finished," Wesley answered on Kingpin's behalf. Hearing this, Bronze Captain America nodded in satisfaction, unable to hide his approval. Then, almost as an afterthought, he turned to Kingpin and asked, "Daredevil? Who's that? Just an annoying clown who doesn't know his place." Kingpin snorted coldly, though a faint smirk curled at the corner of his lips. He wasn't sure why Daredevil had teamed up with Ling Lingi, but once the other statues were revived, Daredevil's days would be numbered. The thought of this lifted Kingpin's mood considerably. Yet, remembering the huge amount of gold he just lost, he felt a pang in his chest, a wound that refused to heal. Having a large cache of gold stolen was a bitter lesson for Kingpin, but it didn't stop him from moving forward. Ever since he'd witnessed the power of beings like Bronze Captain America and Ling Lingi, individuals far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, Kingpin's entire outlook had undergone a radical transformation. It was as if the door to a brand new world had been thrown open before him. Not only had his values been reshaped, but his ambitions had expanded as well. Now, Kingpin wasn't content to be just the underground emperor of Hell's Kitchen. He hungered for a glimpse of even greater power. Fully committed, he spared no effort and held nothing back in assisting Bronze Captain America, eager to see the altar completed as soon as possible. And so, shipments of all sorts of materials began pouring into Hell's Kitchen from every direction, along with waves of recruited researchers. In short, resources of every kind were being funneled into the area. Naturally, as old friends of Bronze Captain America and steadfast partners of Kingpin, Ling Lingi and Daredevil were far from idle. They moved like hunters stalking prey through a dense forest, sabotaging Kingpin's operations at every turn and causing him constant headaches. Thus, under Rorschach's meticulous orchestration, the grand drama between Kingpin and Ling Lingi officially began. And with it, Rorschach's legend points climbed steadily. He was more than satisfied, for the stage had now been set, and the main act was ready to unfold. Next, his task was to keep enriching the subplots and framework of this grand drama, to make the spectacle even more vivid, more layered, and pulsing with life. After several days of groundwork, Jessica Jones had also achieved some progress on her end. Rorschach paid special attention to her efforts, and sure enough, Jessica Jones had successfully traced things back to Kingpin. He looked forward with great anticipation to seeing her join the unfolding drama in the days to come. Meanwhile, there was also Ranchi's side of things. Thanks to his own investigations over the past few days, Rorschach had finally uncovered the location of Lady Gao's secret base. It was time for Ranchi to stir things up once again. Hell's Kitchen. Inside a warehouse belonging to some factory. The heavy iron doors were tightly sealed. Save for a single exhaust vent high on the wall, there wasn't a single proper window to be found. This made the warehouse look especially dim, cramped, and oppressive. Anyone forced to stay here for long would find it a psychological torment. As far as the eye could see, the warehouse was packed with people. There were men and women, black and white faces, and even some Asian features scattered throughout. The crowd seemed thrown together with no sense of order. If there was any common feature among them, it was this: they were all young or in their prime. Hardly anyone looked over 40. Most seemed to be in their 20s or 30s. Help! Someone, please save us. Hey, let us out. Let me out, or I'll kill every last one of you. Some people sobbed in despair. Others shouted in rage. A few, frantic and furious, pounded hard on the locked doors. But most of them curled up in corners, shivering with fear. On every face was written panic and confusion, dread of the terrible fate that awaited them. Even the ones who looked tough were no exception. Sometimes, anger is just fear in disguise. It's useless. You're all just wasting your strength. But there was one man who looked remarkably calm, speaking in an even tone. He wore his hair in a ponytail, tattoos crawling up his arms. A gangster by the look of him. Still, all this struggling is pointless. From the moment we were taken, none of us were ever getting out of this alive. The man with the ponytail spoke without a trace of emotion, as if he were talking about someone else entirely. What do you mean by that? What are you saying? How much do you know? His words, packed with implication, drew a crowd of anxious faces around him, demanding answers. You fools. You're one step from hell, and you still don't know what's coming for you. Pathetic. He bared his teeth in a bitter grin. It seemed like he was laughing at them, and perhaps at himself as well. Sir, a soft, languid voice called out. A woman with a mane of blue, wavy hair, and a strikingly alluring outfit stepped forward, looking at the man with the ponytail. You seem to know something. Would you please tell us what it is? Ranchi gazed at him earnestly. What a stunning woman. The girl with the ponytail glanced at Ranchi, unable to keep a troubling thought from flashing through her mind. If it were any other time, she might have done something reckless, but now, she found herself utterly devoid of such impulses. Almost unconsciously, she swept her gaze around the room again, only to find every pair of eyes fixed desperately on her, hoping she could provide an answer. With a shake of her head, she let out a heavy sigh. Damn it, this is messed up. If I'm not mistaken, the person who brought us here is a lunatic called Madame Gao. But don't panic. She's not going to harvest your organs for sale, nor will she force any of you women out onto the street. At these words, both men and women in the crowd seemed to relax a little. The situation was still dire, but at least the two most horrifying possibilities had been ruled out. She'll only blind us, cut out our tongues, and make us work for her like machines, until we drop dead from exhaustion. Yet, even as a small sense of relief settled, the ponytail girl added this chilling detail in a calm, almost detached tone. What? Oh God, is that true? I don't want to lose my eyes. Someone please, help us. The warehouse instantly erupted into wails and cries of panic. The crowd was stunned by her words. Many collapsed into each other's arms, sobbing in terror. Ow! How can anyone be so utterly depraved? Lanchi gasped as the horror of Madame Gao's cruelty struck her, and soon she was crying out with the others, voice choked in despair. Help us! Someone get us out of here! The ponytail girl looked around at the sea of wailing, desperate faces, and felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Was this her punishment, she wondered? After all those years of oppressing and exploiting the powerless, had she finally become one of them? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the warehouse as the tightly shut iron door was yanked open. A short, stocky Asian youth appeared in the doorway, flanked by a group of equally tough-looking Asian men. He was none other than Jiliang Zhengtai, one of Madame Gao's lieutenants, ruthless, merciless, and just as lacking in scruples as she was. Let us out. Please, let us go. The moment the door opened, The prisoners surged forward in a desperate attempt to break free. But Jiliang Zhengtai stood rooted to the spot, his face expressionless. He calmly drew a pistol and fired a shot into the air. The deafening crack of the gunshot echoed like the tolling of a death knell, instantly silencing the chaos. Behind him, his men quickly pulled out their own guns, training them in unison on the trembling crowd. In these times, the threat of a gun was more than enough to crush any thoughts of resistance. With so many gun barrels pointed at them, no one dared move a muscle. Take them away. Jiliang Zhengtai surveyed the terrified faces before him, nodding with satisfaction. He gave a casual order to his men. Go to hell. A sudden shout rang out. Without warning, the ponytail girl launched herself forward like a bolt of lightning, making a desperate attack on Jiliang Zhengtai. Showdown was caught completely off guard and knocked to the ground, his gun snatched away by the ponytail. Bang! But Showdown's men were no amateurs. They responded instantly, and without hesitation, opening fire. Before the ponytail could act beyond their control, they gunned him down. And this was exactly what the ponytail had wanted. He knew he didn't have the ability to escape from Lady Gao, but he would rather die than accept a fate worse than death. Ah! A shriek pierced the air. Everyone present was stunned by the scene. Eyes widened in terror. They stared at the corpse on the floor, hardly daring to breathe. Anyone who dares to disobey, that's what awaits you. Shota climbed to his feet unhurriedly, brushed the dust from his clothes, pointed at the ponytail's body, and cast a glance around the crowd. He saw that everyone had been thoroughly cowed. At that moment, Shota seemed almost godlike, so far above them all, holding everyone's fate in his hands. Each of you only has one life, and I, for one, don't mind taking it from you. In the dead silence, only Shota's voice echoed, heavy and oppressive, like a hammer pounding on everyone's heart. So, whatever I tell you to do, you must. Achoo! Just as Shota was delivering his grand speech, a sudden, ill-timed sneeze broke the tension. In an instant, the atmosphere he'd so carefully constructed shattered. His impassioned speech came to an abrupt halt, his movements freezing in place. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and his expression darkened. Someone dared to interrupt him at a time like this? It was as if someone had slapped him across the face. Even if the interruption wasn't intentional, that didn't matter to Shota. What mattered was that his carefully crafted sense of dominance had been utterly destroyed. Who was it? Shota turned his head, searching for the reckless soul who dared to sneeze at a moment like this. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. In that instant, whoosh, it wasn't just Shota. Everyone present, from his own men to the victims he'd captured, couldn't help but turn their eyes toward the conspicuous blue waves in the crowd. Yes, it was unmistakable. Lanch was a striking presence in any crowd. Even in the West, where hair colors came in all sorts of shades, blue was still exceptionally rare. Add to that Lanch's stunning, voluptuous figure. She was, by any standard, a head-turner, drawing gazes wherever she went. Wait a minute. When did those blue waves turn to gold? Lanch's fellow captives all blinked, momentarily puzzled. They could have sworn this young woman's hair had been blue just moments ago. So how had it suddenly turned golden? Still, with so much at stake, no one had the luxury to dwell on such trivial details. Instead, every gaze directed at Lanch was filled with sympathy and pity. You have to pick the right moment to sneeze, girl. Interrupting that demon king while he's talking? Are you trying to get yourself killed? But on the other hand, to still have the nerve to sneeze at a time like this, she's something else, that's for sure. Was it you who sneezed just now? Shota's voice rang out. His face darkened as he strode right up to Blondie Lanky, looming over her like a demon, staring her down. It wasn't that Shota really cared about the sneeze. It was because Lanky had just slapped him in the face earlier. Now he needed to see her tremble and beg before him. Only then could he regain his dignity. It's over, it's over. That blue-haired, no, that blonde wildcat is done for. Everyone around involuntarily mourned for Blondie Lanky in their hearts. What? Got a problem with that? But the scene of Lanky cowering in fear never happened. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and shot right back, meeting his glare head-on. Shota's mouth twitched again. He hadn't expected this blonde woman to have such guts. He sneered coldly, slapping his gun rhythmically in his palm, a warning that couldn't be more obvious. Sorry, what was that? Didn't quite catch it. Shota's eyes turned colder, a murderous glint sparking within them. The room fell into an unnerving silence, broken only by the sharp, menacing slaps of Shota's gun in his hand. Suddenly, a crisp, resounding smack. Blondie Lanky landed a stinging slap right on Shota's cheek. Can you hear me now? She flexed her wrist, glaring at him with unshakable confidence. Holy, what the heck? Jaws dropped all around. Everyone stared at Blondie Lanky in utter shock, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Girl, are you insane? You dare lay hands on him now? Plus 2.1 urban legend points from Hell's Kitchen residents. You actually slapped me? Kira Shota was frozen, stunned beyond belief. He reached up, clutching his burning cheek, unable to process what had just happened. Was this woman mad? Did she not grasp the situation? He just killed someone right in front of them with 5 armed men by his side. Could she not see that? She must be crazy. Plus 2 legend points from Kira Shota. Plus 3.5 legend points from Lady Gao's men. Another sharp smack. In the next instant, Lanky's hand swung again, sending Kira Shota stumbling backward from a force. I'm slapping you, you bastard. With those shifty eyes and sneaky face, you look like trouble. Who else deserves a beating if not you? Again and again, the sound of slaps echoed as Lanky berated Kira Shota without mercy. How dare you, you witch? Kira Shota, now utterly dazed and humiliated, finally came to his senses after several heavy slaps. Enraged, he drew his pistol, ready to end this madwoman with a single shot. But just as he raised his hand, before he even had a chance to pull the trigger, the gun in Shota Kira's hand was knocked to the ground. After all, she was the top-ranked bounty on the list. Blonde Lanchi's skills were truly formidable. At the very least, she was in a league far above those ordinary gang members. A flurry of blows rained down. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession. After disarming Shota Kira, Blonde Lanchi went on the offensive like a street thug, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Curled up on the ground, clutching his head, Shota Kira looked utterly miserable. A chorus of gulps echoed through the room. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, utterly shocked by what they were witnessing. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. Every last one of them was stunned by Blonde Lanchi's ferocity and violence. This woman was downright terrifying. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and take down that crazy woman. Only then did Shota Kira's men snap out of their stupor. Still wide-eyed with shock, they charged at Blonde Lanchi with loud shouts. The reason they didn't simply pull their guns and shoot her was because all the captives were accounted for. They were working for Madame Gao, after all, and couldn't just kill people at will. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain it to Madame Gao. The earlier incident with Ponytail was an exception. Her actions had posed a direct threat to Shota Kira's life, so she was shot without hesitation. Even if Madame Gao found out, she wouldn't have objected. Lanchi's situation, however, was entirely different. More gunfire erupted, but Blonde Lanchi's ferocity exceeded everyone's expectations. Before anyone could get close, she suddenly flipped her hand and, as if by magic, produced a submachine gun from who knows where. You scum, go to hell. She squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The sudden roar of gunfire filled the air. Blonde Lanchi showed no mercy as she fired at her attackers. Her actions were so swift and unexpected that no one could have imagined Lanchi, who hadn't seemed to be carrying any weapon at all, could suddenly brandish such a deadly firearm. Shota Kira's men didn't even have a moment to react before their bodies were riddled mercilessly with bullets. They were torn apart, left looking like beehives. What the hell? Where did that submachine gun come from? Even as death closed in, confusion clouded the minds of Shota Kira's men. But sadly, by the time they lost consciousness, by the time their lives truly ended, no one could answer those questions. Legend points from Madame Gao's subordinates, plus 7.4. What's going on? It wasn't just the unlucky ones cut down by Lanchi who were left dumbfounded. Shota Kira himself was utterly stunned, completely at a loss. He stared, wide-eyed and in disbelief, at Blonde Lanchi, as if he were seeing a ghost. This woman was wearing ultra-short shorts and a skin-tight top. There was no way she could have hidden such a huge submachine gun, let alone a handgun. At most, she could have tucked a tiny cell phone into her pocket, nothing more. Besides, all these people had already been thoroughly searched before they were thrown in here. Logically, there's no way anyone could have hidden anything. Even when that violent woman attacked me, her hands were completely empty. So what on earth is going on here? Legend value plus 8 from Shota Kira. And you, go to hell too. The blonde-haired Lanchi's voice thundered out again, shattering Shota Kira's train of thought. In that instant, he was so terrified he literally wet himself. Wait, no. Rat-a-tat-it. Lanch didn't care about Shota Kira's pleas at all. She spun her weapon around and, without a second thought, riddled him with bullets until he looked like a human sieve. You bunch of idiots. How dare you mess with me? Are you all looking for death? Casting a disdainful glance at the bodies sprawled across the floor, Lanch curled her lip in contempt. With her gun still raised, she spat on the ground, radiating an air of absolute dominance. Suddenly, she sensed that something about the atmosphere fell off. Instinctively, Lanch turned her head and saw the other prisoners, those who had been locked up with her, gaping at her in utter shock and horror. Their faces were pale with fear, as if they were staring at some kind of demon king. None of them could have imagined such a dramatic twist of fate. After the ponytail girl was killed by Showdown, everyone had thought their lives were over, that they were about to descend into the living hell she'd warned about, with no hope of ever escaping. But in the blink of an eye, the gentle, delicate beauty locked up with them had transformed into a violent goddess of death. She had wiped out all their enemies. The turn of events was so sudden, no one could process it. Legend value plus 29 from Hell's Kitchen civilians. What are you all staring at? If you got time to gawk, why aren't you running for your lives? Morons! Launch barked at them in annoyance, regarding them as if they were a bunch of fools. Oh well, she actually makes a good point. What can I even say to that? Snapped out of their daze by Launch's scolding, the group finally came to their senses. There was no more hesitation. They threw themselves forward, scrambling over each other in a mad dash for the corridor ahead. Launch, meanwhile, strolled along at an unhurried pace, submachine gun in hand, exuding an aura of unshakable swagger. But then suddenly, those fleeing prisoners all skidded to a halt, terror etched on their faces as they hurriedly retreated, just like startled rabbits confronted by a wolf. At that moment, Launch saw the reason. A squad of masked, fully armed ninjas was flooding in through the corridor. Unlike Showdown, these ninjas were silent. No grandstanding, no shouting. On the contrary, they were as mute as shadows, not even uttering a single warning. Yet despite their silence, the icy indifference and unspoken menace radiating from them chilled everyone to the bone. They were like wolves, no need to bare their fangs or roar. Just by standing there, they commanded utter fear and submission. A wave of panic swept through the crowd, sending everyone scurrying back until they were pressed against the farthest wall, huddled together in a trembling heap. Only Launch remained standing tall and unmoved, in complete command of the scene. She still held the submachine gun in her hands. It couldn't have been more conspicuous. The ninjas began to move swiftly, each one stepping quickly, yet almost without a sound, like phantoms emerging from the darkness of the night. In an instant, they formed a tight circle, surrounding Blonde Launch at its center. These people, they're no ordinary folks. Blonde Launch swept her gaze over the surrounding ninjas, her expression turning serious in an instant. Though she'd never seen ninjas before, as the legendary thief ranked #1 on the bounty list, she certainly wasn't blind to danger. A young woman in her 20s, and yet you've managed to give me this much trouble. Clearly, I misjudged you. An aged voice rang out. At the end of the corridor, the ninjas automatically parted to either side, and an old woman who looked as if she might keel over at any moment hobbled forward, leaning heavily on her cane, trembling with every step until she stood before Blonde Launch. The stark contrast between the ninja's respectful demeanor and the frail, as if the wind could blow her over appearance of the old woman was striking. You must be Madame Gao. Blonde Launch sized up Madame Gao from head to toe, surprise flickering in her eyes. According to the memories implanted in her mind, Madame Gao was one of the hand's 5 fingers. Not only was she said to be an ancient monster who'd lived for 8 centuries, but her power was also nothing short of terrifying. She hadn't expected her to look like this. Truly, the saying holds, never judge a book by its cover. You came here specifically for me. Madame Gao didn't seem terribly surprised. This woman had been brought in as a supposed victim, yet she'd managed to sneak in a submachine gun and, with lightning speed, had eliminated Madame Gao's people. Clearly, she was here with a plan. You? You think I'd waste my time on an old relic like you? Don't make me laugh. Blonde Launch sneered, her tone dripping with disdain. I'm the most wanted thief alive. Of course I'm here for the hand's money. That's right. I'm here to rob you. Madame Gao fell silent. She'd lived a long, long life and held a high position within the hand, witnessing all manner of strange events. But someone barging into her domain and announcing their intention to rob the hand, that was a first. It was almost laughable. Madame Gao's first reaction was disbelief, for surely no one could be that mad. Anyone capable of tracking her down, identifying her as a member of the hand, had to know exactly what the hand was. To Madame Gao, it sounded much more like an excuse. Money I do have. Plenty of it, in fact. Madame Gao's voice was calm, a kindly smile lingering on her face, making her look for all the world like an ordinary little old lady. But I'm afraid that's not something you'll be able to walk away with. You think this ragtag bunch could stop me? Blonde Launch glanced around at the ninjas, a scoff escaping her lips. My beautiful lady, most of the time, the gun in your hand would indeed be enough to rely on. Unfortunately for you, this isn't most of the time. Madame Gao's expression didn't change. She regarded Blonde Launch with composed patience. A sudden metallic clash rang out, sharp and clear. Before Mrs. Gao's words had even faded, the sharp ring of metal clashing against metal echoed through the room. In an instant, several ninjas drew their katanas and lunged toward Blonde Launch with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Blonde Launch raised her submachine gun and unleashed a relentless barrage at the charging ninjas. The ninjas, all highly trained, immediately began to dodge with swift, practiced movements. Apart from the first few who were gunned down on the spot, the remaining ninjas managed to evade Blonde Launch's bullets with flawless agility. The sudden gunfire shattered the silence, loud and piercing, but the chaos quickly subsided. At the cost of just 5 lives, the ninjas had already closed in on Blonde Launch, forcing her to drop her submachine gun to the floor. Indeed, as the most wanted thief, Blonde Launch was certainly skilled. Yet, when faced with these elite ninjas, her abilities seemed to fall short. Not bad. Now, this is starting to get interesting. Even with her gun knocked from her hands, Blonde Launch showed not a trace of panic. Instead, her face lit up with excitement. Your optimism is misplaced. Mrs. Gao's voice was cold and merciless as she issued her command to the ninjas. Seize her. The ninjas before Blonde Launch surged forward again, charging straight at her. But once more, the crack of gunfire rang out. Mrs. Gao's eyes narrowed. She saw Blonde Launch had somehow produced another submachine gun, firing ruthlessly at the approaching ninjas. What's going on? Mrs. Gao was utterly stunned. She had seen it clearly. A ninja had sliced Blonde Launch's weapon in half, sending it clattering to the floor. So where had this new gun come from? How could she possibly be hiding something as large as a submachine gun on her person? Or was she concealing it? It was nothing short of magic. Legend value for Mrs. Gao, plus 62. Legend value for Mrs. Gao's ninjas, plus 23. At that moment, realization dawned on Mrs. Gao as she pieced together how Blonde Launch had managed to smuggle her weapons inside. Now this is intriguing. A glimmer of interest flickered across Mrs. Gao's face. She was no ordinary person, an old monster who had lived for 8 centuries, far beyond the experiences of most mortals. Mrs. Gao had witnessed more than her share of the supernatural. After all, she and her kind were living examples of the extraordinary. Now it seemed Blonde Launch possessed a similar kind of power. Mrs. Gao found herself genuinely curious about the secret behind Blonde Launch's seamless concealment, how she managed to hide things so perfectly. Still, it was only curiosity, nothing more. She felt no fear, no anxiety. After all, they were just some firearms, and in such a confined space, facing a group of highly trained ninjas, all the blonde-haired Lancy could do was take down a few more of them. She wouldn't be able to change the outcome in any meaningful way. And as for those fearless, death-defying ninjas, the hand had an endless supply. Madame Gao certainly felt no remorse at all. As expected, Madame Gao's prediction was spot on. After sacrificing a few more lives, the gun in Lancy's hand was once again knocked from her grasp by the relentless ninjas. And new wounds had appeared on Lancy's body. This can't go on. Lancy quickly assessed the situation. The advantage of firearms had been reduced to almost nothing in this scenario. These cold-blooded, merciless killing machines were simply too formidable. Before she could finish off these ninjas, Lancy would likely be cut down herself. It seems there's no choice but to transform into a camphor. She made up her mind without hesitation. Soft footsteps echoed, a barely audible rush, as the surrounding ninjas once again charged straight at Lancy. Just then, the blue bracelet she always wore on her wrist suddenly flared with light. In a flash, that dazzling radiance exploded outward, enveloping Lancy entirely in its glow. And when the brilliant light faded away, everyone saw that Lancy had completely changed. Her original outfit of short shorts and a tight top was gone, replaced by a blue pleated skirt and a crisp white short-sleeve shirt. The overall look was strikingly similar to a school uniform from Japan. At that moment, the sounds of fists and feet clashing rang out. The ninjas who had closed in on Lancy were sent flying backwards like rag dolls, slamming hard into the ground. You bastards! If you don't show me your real skills, do you really think I'm that easy to mess with? Lancy clapped her hands, sweeping the room with a look of utter disdain. Her presence radiated dominance. What just happened? Madame Gao was left dumbfounded. A transformation in the middle of battle, in the blink of an eye? What kind of sorcery was this? Of course, the outfit change wasn't the most shocking part. It was that this woman seemed to have become an entirely different person. The old blonde Lancy had some fighting skills, but she mostly relied on her weapons. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, she was still a far cry from the ninjas under Madame Gao's command. But just now, she had effortlessly taken down 4 ninjas in an instant. Her moves were so sharp, even Daredevil himself would have to step aside in awe. So what on earth is going on? Had she been pretending this whole time? Legend points for Madame Gao, plus 198. Legend points from Madame Gao's ninjas, plus 41. Legend points from Hell's Kitchen citizens, plus 25. Once more, the sound of quick footsteps filled the air. This time, after a moment's hesitation, the ninjas charged at Lancy once again, or rather at Camphor Lancy. In the blink of an eye, the ninjas had completely surrounded Camphor Launch, their samurai swords gleaming with a chilling, deadly light that stung the eyes of everyone nearby. With a sudden rush of movement, the samurai swords slashed fiercely toward Camphor Launch, each swing slicing through the air with a piercing, ear-splitting whoosh. All these sounds mingled together, weaving a bone-chilling symphony of death. "You bastards, go to hell." Camphor Launch spat out these cold words, her face an icy mask, betraying not a hint of panic. It was as if those ruthless, cold-blooded killing machines were nothing but a flock of helpless lambs before her. And in truth, that wasn't far from reality. Transformed into Camphor Launch, she possessed power and speed vastly enhanced, reaching the realm of a super soldier. In fact, her abilities far surpassed even those of Captain America. Now, Launch could leap dozens of meters with ease, punch straight through a solid brick wall, and her reflexes were many times sharper than any ordinary person's. To her, these ninjas really were like harmless sheep. With a swift movement, she nimbly dodged, and the three swords in front of her sliced through empty air, barely grazing her golden hair as they passed. Before those three ninjas could even react, Camphor Launch swept her leg in a graceful arc, sending all three flying through the air. A sickening crack followed, the sound of bones breaking echoing at the same moment. Before those ninjas even hit the ground, Launch had already disabled them. Some had their ribs shattered by her kicks, others had their spines or legs broken. When they finally crashed to the ground, all they could do was writhe in agony, drenched in sweat, completely robbed of their ability to fight. A few less fortunate or simply weaker died on the spot. There was no help for it. Camphor Launch now possessed such overwhelming strength that no ordinary person could possibly withstand a direct hit. A single blow from her was enough to be fatal. Thud, thud, thud. Again and again, the sounds of fists and kicks striking flesh rang out. Every ninja who charged at Camphor Launch was swiftly knocked to the ground by her relentless attacks. In just a matter of moments, the floor was littered with bodies, sprawled in every direction. Dead or wounded, not a single one could get back on their feet. Looking around, there must have been at least 20 or 30 of them. Now, only a handful of the strongest remained, barely holding on. But even they were like rabbits facing a lion, utterly outmatched, crushed from start to finish, unable to pose the slightest threat. Was she always this powerful? No way. She's fighting dozens of people by herself. What kind of monster have we ended up trapped with? Cries of shock and disbelief rang out at the scene. These came from the other unfortunate souls who'd been captured alongside Launch. Every one of them stared in utter disbelief, completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Even the wildest action movies weren't this spectacular. Legend points from Hell's Kitchen residents plus 34. This is insane. Who the hell is this crazy woman, anyway? Even Madame Gao herself was utterly shocked by Camp Frankie. Since her defection from Kunlun, she had never encountered anyone so formidable. This woman's strength was astonishing, on par with Iron Fist, if not his equal. To think that such a powerful figure still existed in the mortal world. Legend points from Madame Gao, plus 262. This cannot go on any longer. Immediately, a cold glint flashed in Madame Gao's eyes. She had intended to stay a spectator, but now she could no longer remain on the sidelines. The truth was painfully clear. Her ninjas were no match for this woman. She had no choice but to act herself. Having made up her mind, Madame Gao leaned on her cane and, trembling, made her way toward the battlefield. Seizing the right moment, Madame Gao suddenly waved her hand, sending a palm strike through the air toward Camp Frankie. A razor-sharp force swept over to Camp Frankie in an instant. Despite her frail, elderly appearance, Madame Gao's fingers packed a fearsome punch. Anyone who had faced her attacks knew this. That palm strike alone was powerful enough to overturn a car. Even Kunlun's Iron Fist would think twice before clashing head-on with Madame Gao's attack. But unfortunately for her, the opponent she now faced was Camp Frankie. Out of my way. Sensing the incoming attack, Camp Frankie's brows drew together in irritation as she too unleashed a palm strike across the void toward Madame Gao. A brilliant flash of white light shot forth as Camp Frankie struck. The white light instantly shattered Madame Gao's force, then surged forward with unstoppable momentum, crashing violently into Madame Gao. With a thunderous impact, Madame Gao's body shuddered, then she was sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball. She flew 6 or 7 meters before slamming into the wall behind her with bone-crunching force. The wall even caved in, leaving a deep crater where she struck. It was a terrifying display of the power contained within that burst of white light. When Madame Gao hit the ground, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She felt as though every bone in her body was about to shatter, her internal organs battered and broken. But there was no time for pain. Eyes wide with horror, Madame Gao stared at Kemp Frankie in disbelief. Who was this woman? To think she could seriously injure Madame Gao with a single blow. Legend points from Madame Gao, plus 513. Legend points from Madame Gao's ninjas, plus 49. Legend points from Hell's Kitchen citizens, plus 51. Hood. While Madame Gao was still reeling from shock, Kemp Frankie wasted no time, dispatching the few remaining ninjas with the speed of lightning. Only then did she dust off her hands, as if she'd done something trivial, and strode confidently toward Madame Gao. Madame Gao's expression turned ashen. This woman, who looked no older than a college student, was exerting a pressure on her like nothing she'd ever known. Especially the immense power that Kemp Frankie possessed, something she simply couldn't comprehend, had completely overwhelmed her. State your demands, she managed. Madame Gao let out a shaky breath, her demeanor humble to the core. You must have a reason for barging in here and killing your way through. Whatever it is, just say it. Madame Gao was no fool. She knew that at this moment, lowering her head was her only option. After all, this woman could end her with a mere gesture. Granted, Madame Gao had ways to resurrect herself, but after all these years, with her stock of dragon bones dwindling, she knew she didn't have many revivals left. That was her lifeline. She couldn't afford to use it lightly. Demands? What demands? Are you stupid? I already told you. I'm here to rob you. To rob you. Kemp Frankie barked at Madame Gao, berating her with such force that spittle sprayed across Madame Gao's face. Madame Gao was speechless. The old woman was completely stunned. This woman, fiercer than even the iron fist of Kunlun, had discovered her secret hideout, slaughtered dozens of her people without mercy. And yet, all just for a robbery? Really? Was this for real? Legend points from Madame Gao, plus 211. So how much do you want? Madame Gao asked again, her voice steady, but her gaze fixed intently on Kemp Frankie. Despite her suspicions that Kemp Frankie might have another agenda, she had no choice but to play along. What do you look down on me? Asking how much I want? Kemp Frankie seemed on edge, her temper flaring as she snapped at Madame Gao again. I want it all. Everything, you hear me? All, everything. That's right, everything. Madame Gao, as of now, I declare that everything you own belongs to me. Even you. You'll work for me from now on. Understood. Kemp Frankie announced it as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Even with Kemp Frankie's terrifying power, Madame Gao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. You've got quite the appetite. Aren't you afraid you'll choke on it? Whoosh. Kemp Frankie raised her hand and struck at Madame Gao. A powerful gust of wind rushed toward her. A flash of white light streaked past, so bright it nearly blinded Madame Gao. Madame Gao sucked in a sharp breath, her pupils contracting as her whole body tensed. It wasn't that she was scared. She'd seen her share of storms in her life. But when faced with such overwhelming force, even she reacted instinctively. Boom! A deafening crash echoed out as Kemp Frankie's white light grazed Madame Gao's hair and struck the wall behind her, blasting a gaping hole straight through it. Silence. The entire room fell deathly still. Madame Gao turned and glanced at the hole in the wall, cold sweat breaking out across her forehead as her face drained of color. That strike was outrageous. Was this really happening, or was she trapped in some action movie? Madame Gao had no doubt. If that blow had landed on her, she would already be a corpse. I know you possess the means to resurrect yourself, and I know just how long you've lived, but are you certain that your much-vaunted power to return from death will do you any good in front of me? With that, Kemp Frankie slowly let out another sentence, her words carrying a chilling calm. Boom! Lady Gao felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She stared at Kemp Frankie in utter disbelief, completely shaken to her core. Her wariness toward Kemp Frankie shot up to its absolute peak. Legend points from Lady Gao, plus 443. How do you know all this? Lady Gao's eyes locked on Kemp Frankie, her voice breaking with shock. This was one of their most closely guarded secrets. And yet, this mysterious and formidable woman had exposed it without hesitation, as if it were nothing. Panic. At this moment, Lady Gao finally began to feel real fear. After all, there's a world of difference between someone not knowing she could resurrect and someone being fully aware of it. If her enemy was kept in the dark, Lady Gao could still feign death and come back to life to save herself. But if the other party was already in the know, would she ever be given the chance? Hardly. No matter how many times she came back, it would be as easy as a flick of the wrist for her opponent to strike her down again. And with the Dragon Bone reserves dwindling, the number of times they could resurrect was already limited. Don't think the hand is so impressive. The only reason you believe that is because you have absolutely no idea how vast this world truly is. King Lingi sneered, her face full of contempt. Lady Gao fell silent. Had someone said this to her even half an hour ago, she would have slapped them flat to the ground with a single strike. After all, she was a monster who had lived for centuries, presiding over the mighty hand, a veritable giant. And now someone was calling her a frog at the bottom of a well? What a joke. But now, Lady Gao found herself speechless. King Lingi's overwhelming strength and omniscience had shaken her deeply. My lady, then, may I ask, how may I be of service to you? After a long struggle, Lady Gao finally chose to bow her head. She looked at King Lingi with humility, her tone deferential. That settles things with Lady Gao, at least for now. With his mind withdrawing from Lingi's character card, Roxia nodded in satisfaction. Through the display of King Lingi's overwhelming power, Roxia was confident that Lady Gao would not dare attempt any overt tricks. Of course, Lady Gao was hardly the type to submit willingly. Her submission to Lingi was merely a temporary concession to circumstance, nothing more. No doubt, she would be scheming in secret, plotting ways to undermine Lingi. But Roxia hardly cared about such things. His aim was only to harvest legend points, not to actually seize control of the hand. If Lady Gao truly refused to behave, Roxia wouldn't hesitate to eliminate her outright. Still, Lady Gao held other value for Roxia. After all, the hand had accumulated centuries' worth of power and resources. Its immense wealth and sprawling networks across business, politics, and more were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even though Kingpin called himself the Emperor of Hell's Kitchen's underworld, compared to the hand, he wasn't even worth calling a little brother. Without a doubt, if Rorschach wanted to recreate a Jurassic Park in a Marvel universe, the hand would naturally be the best partner for such an endeavor. This wasn't just about enormous financial and material resources. It also demanded advanced scientific expertise, along with a powerful network capable of navigating the legal complexities to ensure Jurassic Park could exist legitimately. In all of this, aside from Madame Gao, there were hardly any who could meet these requirements. So, in the days that followed, Lan Shi began to formally take over and involve herself in the resources controlled by Madame Gao and the Hand. Everything proceeded in an orderly and methodical fashion. There was nothing out of the ordinary about it. What delighted Rorschach most was that, just as he had predicted, every resource needed to replicate Jurassic Park was easily within reach for the Hand. He was more than satisfied with this outcome. With everything running smoothly on Lan Shi's side, Rorschach was able to pull back his focus from her for the time being. Instead, he turned his attention to the Bronze Captain America and Ling Lingi. This grand drama, orchestrated entirely by Rorschach himself, was becoming ever more spectacular. Hell's Kitchen, a nondescript little restaurant. In a quiet corner, three people with entirely different styles sat together. One was a sharply dressed man in a suit, radiating an air of elite sophistication. Another was a cold, stern man with a crisp, military-style haircut and a strong aura of a soldier. The last was also dressed in a suit, but he wore a flashy red floral tie and dark sunglasses, exuding a flamboyant charm. These three were, unmistakably, the main force currently standing against Kingpin and the Bronze Captain America. Ling Lingi, Daredevil, Matt Murdock, and the Punisher, Frank Castle. That's right. Initially, Matt Murdock truly hadn't wanted to bring Frank Castle into the fold. Although Frank shared his deep sense of justice and hatred of evil, his methods were far too ruthless and extreme. Frank never acted unless necessary, but when he did, there were no survivors. Matt Murdock simply couldn't accept such brutality. But sometimes there's no choice. Aside from the initial surprise attack he and Ling Lingi had launched against Kingpin, successfully stealing his gold, in every subsequent encounter, the tables quickly turned. The Devil Fruit user sent in two more Bronze Captain Americas to protect Kingpin's operations, leaving Ling Lingi and Matt Murdock utterly outmatched. As much as he hated to admit it, Matt Murdock had to face the truth. With just the two of them, they couldn't stop Kingpin. In fact, if it hadn't been for the sheer power of Ling Lingi's pig-slaughtering blade, they might not have even made it out alive. With no other options left, Matt Murdock finally called Frank Castle to join them. Frank, who had always made it his mission to take down criminals, didn't hesitate for a moment. The moment he learned of the Devil Fruit users and Kingpin's plans, he accepted Matt's invitation and threw himself wholeheartedly into their fight. "I've received solid intel." Ling Lingi's voice rang out. He looked at Matt and Frank with a solemn expression and said, "Tonight, a ship will dock at Pier 17. On board are the materials needed for awakening the devil fruit, the components for the water element statue. We have to stop them." Matt Murdock's face immediately turned serious. He spoke with unwavering determination, not a hint of hesitation. "The materials for the water element statue? What exactly are those?" Frank Castle frowned slightly. All these fanciful terms were starting to give him a headache. "I only know the water element statue is one of the 5 element statues: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but I'm not really sure what materials you need for the water one." Ling Lingi shook his head as he replied. The crucial point was that all these so-called 5-element statues and hex energy converters were simply figments of Rorschach's imagination. None of it actually existed. The so-called Devil Fruit Awakening was, without a doubt, a giant scam. Just some elaborate ploy to rope in Jean Bing, Daredevil, and the Punisher. After all, there was no such thing as a devil fruit in this world. Everything had been invented by Rorschach, the mastermind behind the scenes. He could spin any story he wanted. Doesn't matter. All we have to do is destroy the ship, right? Frank Castle responded coldly, his face expressionless. "Frank, not destroy. Seize it." Matt Murdock let out a sigh, looking both exasperated and helpless. "And Ling Lingi, you too. We've talked about this, remember? We can't just kill people at will." Frank Castle sneered. "Matt, after all this, are you still so naive? Do you really think your so-called mercy will stop those people? That's not a reason for us to decide who lives and dies. No one has that right." Matt Murdock retorted, his voice firm and full of conviction. "Matt, take my advice. Stick to being a lawyer. You're not cut out for this line of work." Frank Castle couldn't help but chuckle dismissively. All right. We're all here to fight for justice and keep the world safe. Maybe now's not the time to turn on each other." Ling Lingi stepped in, playing the peacemaker. "Little Red, I have to say, you really are too stubborn sometimes, but Ling Lingi, please don't call me Little Red. I'm begging you." Matt Murdock interrupted, clearly embarrassed. Here he was, a grown man, being called Little Red of all things. It was mortifying. He shot a fierce glare at Frank Castle. That humiliating nickname. Frank was the one who started it. And now Ling Lingi had picked it up, using it every chance he got. At least Frank only teased him with it when he was in his Daredevil costume. After all, it really was all red. But Ling Lingi? He called him Little Red no matter what. "Okay, Little Red." Ling Lingi agreed cheerfully, without missing a beat. Matt Murdock. "Forget it. Whatever. Let the world burn. But Xiaohong, even though I find you rather stubborn, I do respect other people's principles. If you're set on your no-killing rule, I won't interfere. That's just the kind of open-minded person I am. So let's leave it at that. You can handle the ordinary people, and if any statues show up, Frank and I will take care of them. How does that sound?" Clap. As he spoke, Ling Lingi couldn't help but clap his hands, clearly delighted with his own idea. "I'm a genius. Even I'm impressed with myself for coming up with such a brilliant plan." By now, both Matt Murdock and Frank Castle were well used to Ling Lingi's style. They thought about it for a moment and realized it was actually a workable solution. After all, both Matt and Frank understood they'd never be able to convince the other to change his mind. So why not settle for a compromise? "It's settled then," Matt Murdock declared, his tone resolute. And just like that, they reached an agreement. "Oh, by the way, Ling Lingi, have you managed to pinpoint the exact location of the altar yet?" At this point, Matt Murdock fixed Ling Lingi with a serious look. The 5-element statues were important, of course, but at the heart of it all was the altar. That was the true core, the key. Both Ling Lingi and Matt had spent a lot of time lately investigating the altar's whereabouts, but so far, they'd come up empty-handed. Unfortunately, they've hidden it far too well. "I haven't picked up the slightest hint," Ling Lingi said, shaking his head with genuine regret. "Wait a second." Just as Ling Lingi was about to say more, Matt Murdock's expression suddenly changed, as if he'd picked something up. He listened intently, and his face grew serious. "The Captain America statue, it's back." "What? Where?" Ling Lingi reacted quickly, flipping out the cleaver tucked behind his waist with a swift motion. He looked ready for battle, exuding a dangerous energy. This drew stares from the surrounding patrons, and more than a few people looked genuinely alarmed. "Ling Lingi, what are you doing? Put that away now." Matt Murdock hurriedly pushed Ling Lingi's hand down, exasperated. "The statue is still 2 blocks away. You could have said so sooner." Ling Lingi quickly sheathed his cleaver, then turned to the gawking crowd and waved his hand apologetically. "Sorry, everyone, just a habit. A swordsman never parts with his blade. Hope you don't mind." "A swordsman? What a weirdo." The people who'd been frightened by Ling Lingi's antics immediately relaxed when he spoke up. "Did they discover us?" Frank Castle, in contrast to Ling Lingi, stayed perfectly calm. He sipped his coffee, then finally asked. "Doesn't seem like it," Matt said, listening carefully before explaining the situation to Ling Lingi and Frank. "Someone's fighting the statue." He paused, then added, "It's a woman. Apart from us, there's actually someone else who can take on those statues." A look of shock flashed across Ling Lingi's face when he heard this. It seems Hell's Kitchen truly is a place full of hidden talents. Though Frank Castle didn't say a word, curiosity flickered in his eyes as well. After all, he had faced the bronze Captain America in person and knew full well how formidable that bronze statue was. No ordinary person stood a chance against it. Whoever that woman was, the one battling the bronze captain, she certainly wasn't just anyone. Ling Lingi, Frank, hurry. Matt Murdock could no longer sit still. He leapt to his feet, called out to Ling Lingi and Frank Castle, and dashed out without another word. Ling Lingi and Frank Castle wasted no time. Together with Matt Murdock, they swiftly left the room. They raced toward the site of the battle at top speed. Now that the bronze Captain America had reappeared, there was no way they could just stand by and do nothing. None of the three were ordinary people. Unleashing their full abilities, they sprinted through the streets, and, under Matt Murdock's lead, they leapt onto rooftops, darting swiftly atop the buildings. In this bold fashion, they crossed 2 whole streets and reached the one where the bronze statue and the mysterious woman were locked in combat. "They're just around the corner up ahead," Matt Murdock shouted as he raced forward, calling out to his companions. But even without Matt's warning, both Ling Lingi and Frank Castle could clearly hear the sounds of fierce fighting ahead. The commotion was tremendous. One could tell at a glance the battle was intense beyond measure. "Hurry!" Matt Murdock, anxious and pressing forward with all his speed, rounded the street corner. No sooner had he poked his head out than a massive boulder, as large as a human head, came hurtling through the air straight toward them. In a flash of steel, Ling Lingi swung his blade, shattering the giant rock into pieces in an instant. "Thanks, Ling Lingi." Matt Murdock clapped Ling Lingi on the shoulder in gratitude. The group now fixed their eyes ahead, and sure enough, they immediately spotted the bronze Captain America. At this very moment, the bronze captain was locked in battle with a woman dressed in a black jacket and blue jeans. Amazingly, the woman was wielding a marble statue taller than a person, swinging it with ferocious strength at the bronze captain. Clearly, the flying rock from before was just a fragment broken off from that marble statue. The statue was so heavy that, as the woman swung it, a deep, thunderous whoosh filled the air. With a resounding crash, the marble statue slammed into the bronze Captain America, catching him by surprise and sending him flying backward. What kind of monster is this woman? Even Frank Castle was stunned by the sight. Matt Murdock, though blind, could sense everything through his radar sense, and he, too, was left utterly astonished by what he perceived. Frank was right. Wasn't that woman a monster? There could be no doubt. The woman in the black jacket who fought fiercely with the bronze Captain America was undoubtedly Jessica Jones. Jessica Jones was still in a daze, unable to process what was happening. She never could have imagined that the news she once dismissed as absurd nonsense would turn out to be true. The statue of Captain America had actually come back to life. Her entire worldview was shattered. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Jessica Jones would never have believed such a thing was possible. In fact, even after she had just sent the bronze captain flying with a powerful blow, she still felt as if everything before her was utterly unreal. A thunderous crash suddenly broke Jessica Jones out of her thoughts. It was the bronze Captain America, the very one she just knocked down, striding out from the rubble without a scratch on him. Jessica's marble assault had been forceful, but it was no use. He wasn't flesh and blood, so he hadn't suffered the slightest harm. With a heavy, metallic rhythm, the bronze captain charged straight at Jessica Jones. Damn it! Jessica Jones cursed irritably, left with no choice but to hurl her marble statue at the bronze captain once more. But unfortunately for her, despite her impressive strength, her fighting skills were nowhere near the bronze captain's level. At first, she caught him off guard and managed to land a few hits, but the gap between them was too great to be bridged by mere tricks. It didn't take long before Jessica Jones found herself on the defensive, completely overpowered by the bronze captain. She could barely defend herself. If it hadn't been for the marble statue she wielded as a shield, Jessica Jones would have been left picking her teeth up off the ground. With a resounding crash, the bronze captain suddenly surged forward, slamming Jessica Jones to the ground. The marble statue in her hands shattered into pieces, leaving her defenseless. Jessica Jones staggered, her head spinning from the blow. The bronze captain seized the opportunity. He leapt high into the air, his fist descending mercilessly toward Jessica Jones. From the look of it, there was no way Jessica could dodge the incoming punch. Just then, the air suddenly split with a sharp sound. Jessica Jones caught a glimpse of something flashing before her eyes, hurtling straight toward the Bronze Captain. With a metallic clang, the Bronze Captain's body jolted. He stumbled back a full step. A butcher's knife was now embedded in his chest. A butcher's cleaver? Jessica Jones was completely stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at the blade lodged in the Bronze Captain. Was this for real? This thing had chased her all over, and she knew perfectly well it wasn't human. It was pure metal, through and through. How could a butcher's cleaver possibly pierce its defenses? Legend value from Jessica Jones, plus 259. Are you alright? A voice called out. Jessica Jones turned instinctively, and to her surprise, saw 3 men standing on the once empty street. It was obvious now. That butcher's cleaver must have come from one of these 3 men. But who were they? Jessica Jones let her gaze linger on the 3 men, but in the end, she couldn't help but fix her eyes on the cold and ruthless Frank Castle. There was simply no other way. Matt Murdock was blind, and the first impression given by the cigarette-dangling, laid-back Ling Lingi was naturally far less reliable than Frank Castle. And it was that same cigarette-dangling, sunglasses-wearing man who had just asked if she was all right. As a private detective, she at least possessed some basic deductive skills. "I'm fine, thank you all." Jessica offered her thanks, then quickly got up from the ground. "Ling Lingi, you again." A furious voice, tinged with deep wariness, suddenly rang out. The Bronze Captain America glared daggers at Ling Lingi, shouting in anger. The look on Bronze Captain America's face, combined with that word again, spoke volumes, leaving Jessica Jones momentarily stunned. It seemed this resurrected statue was actually quite wary of the seemingly nonchalant Asian youth. Jessica couldn't help but steal a glance at Ling Lingi, her eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Just then, Ling Lingi abruptly raised his hand and beckoned to the Bronze Captain America with a casual gesture. A sharp metallic clang rang out, accompanied by a flash of cold steel. The butcher's blade that had been lodged in the Bronze Captain America's chest suddenly sprang to life, soaring back into Ling Lingi's waiting hand as if summoned. Jessica was utterly stunned. Legend points from Jessica Jones, plus 365. If you don't want me to chop you up again, then get lost now. With the butcher's knife in one hand and a cloud of smoke curling from his lips, Ling Lingi exhaled coolly, issuing a domineering warning to the Bronze Captain America. "Count yourself lucky." Bronze Captain America shot Ling Lingi one last look, then gave Jessica Jones a cold snort. Without any further hesitation, he spun on his heel and took off at a run. The whole scene left Jessica Jones momentarily at a loss. The statue that had been chasing her relentlessly was actually frightened off by this Asian guy. So this man, who at first glance seemed anything but reliable, was actually this formidable? "Yeah, you better run. If I see you again, I'll chop you up every time." Ling Lingi shouted after Bronze Captain America's retreating figure, determined not to let him off easily. Jessica Jones. The moment he opened his mouth, any sense of mystery or expert aura he had was completely shattered. Wait a second. Did he really ever have that sort of aura in the first place? What a pity. If she'd fought with us, we might have been able to finish off one of those statues. Frank Castle remarked calmly, glancing at Jessica Jones as he gave his assessment. The reason everyone had let Bronze Captain America escape was simple. There was no point in dragging out the fight. At best, Ling Lingi would leave a few gashes on the statue, maybe even sever an arm or two, but for a statue, that hardly mattered. They could just weld the pieces back on and be as good as new. Ling Lingi had cut off the statue's arms before, but every time, their enemies would simply reattach them with a bit of welding, good as new, as if nothing had happened. Based on everyone's discussion, the only way to truly put an end to the resurrected statue would be to sever its limbs or decapitate it entirely. But that was no easy feat. Ling Lingi's blade was formidable, but not quite sharp enough to take off a head with a single stroke. This meant someone needed to provide support, someone who could help suppress the Bronze Captain to a certain extent, giving Ling Lingi the chance to strike. Unfortunately, neither Matt Murdock nor Frank Castle could offer that kind of backup. But the super strong woman they'd stumbled upon by accident seemed capable of just that. "Kill the statue. You've been fighting that monster all along? Who exactly are you people?" Jessica Jones's eyes swept over Ling Lingi and his companions, as if she were seeing them for the first time. From their brief exchange, she could clearly tell these folks were old adversaries of the Bronze Captain. "And who are you? Why did that monster go after you?" Frank Castle fixed his gaze on Jessica Jones, his tone direct and probing. Someone like the Bronze Captain wouldn't just attack an ordinary person for no reason. Of course, this woman, with her unnatural strength, was clearly no ordinary person herself. "All right, here's the deal. I'll tell you what I know, you tell me what you know, and we'll exchange intel. Sound fair?" Jessica Jones paused for a moment, then offered her proposal. Naturally, no one objected. Ling Lingi, Matt, and Frank agreed almost immediately, barely hesitating. Without further delay, the group left the scene and made their way to a quiet cafe in a nearby neighborhood. Matt Murdock, Frank Castle, Ling Lingi, Jessica Jones. They sat down by the window and quickly introduced themselves before getting straight to business. Matt Murdock gave Jessica a concise summary of the statue fruit users' abilities, the conspiracy with Kingpin, and the battles they've fought so far. Wait, Matt, are you saying those living statues were resurrected by someone, and there's more than one of them? If that person fully awakens their powers, they could create an entire army of statues. Jessica Jones was utterly stunned, left speechless in shock. There were actually people in this world who could bring statues back to life. It was almost impossible to believe. Legend points from Jessica Jones, plus 135. Still, if that was the case, it did explain why Captain America's statue had come back to life. So, Jessica, how did you get tangled up in all of this? Matt Murdock immediately pressed Jessica with the question weighing on his mind. Me? Jessica Jones shrugged, wearing a wry, self-mocking smile. I wish I knew why I always run into this kind of crap. God, I really regret ever taking that job. Jessica Jones truly wanted to question the heavens. Why did misfortune always seem to follow her? Everything was perfectly normal, and then she had to run into a lunatic who switched personalities every time he sneezed, and who proceeded to turn her office into a complete disaster with a submachine gun. And in the end, she somehow agreed to take on a job for that very lunatic, investigating rumors about a statue coming to life. Fine, she'd investigate. But who could have guessed that, at the end of her search, she discovered the resurrection of the statue wasn't just a rumor, it was real. And now, it was clear that Jessica Jones simply knew too much, and so the person with the power over statues had decided she needed to be silenced. A job? Frank Castle's expression shifted instantly as he picked up on some crucial details. So someone hired you for this? You don't strike me as a mercenary or a hitwoman. Who are you then? A private investigator. You actually seem more like a mercenary, Jessica replied, glancing at Frank Castle. This guy really was sharp. She didn't answer Frank's question directly, but everyone present could read the answer from her words. There was no doubt about it. The woman with super strength was, in fact, a private detective. And that made it obvious why the Bronze Captain America had set his sights on her. Clearly, she dug too deep into this case. A detective? Well, that makes us colleagues of sort. A pleasure to meet you. Ling Lingi chimed in from the side, extending his hand to Jessica. You're a private investigator too? Jessica raised an eyebrow, shaking hands with Ling Lingi in a perfunctory way, all the while sizing him up. This guy didn't exactly look like the sharpest tool in the shed, but he sure knew how to handle a knife. No, I'm a special agent, Ling Lingi said, withdrawing his hand and striking a serious pose. To be precise, a top agent. A special agent? Jessica couldn't help but arch her brow again. With which agency? FBI? CIA? Or something else? Jessica, you underestimate me. I'm in a league of my own. I'm not with any of those ordinary organizations. I'm the ace agent from the Super God Academy. Super God Academy? Jessica was completely baffled. She'd never even heard of such an organization. And an academy? Weren't those supposed to be schools? Since when did schools have agents? Jessica, we have an operation tonight. You should join us, Frank interjected before she could press further about this so-called Super God Academy. We could use your skills. Frank, I don't think it's a good idea to involve civilians in this. Matt Murdock immediately interjected, frowning. Civilians couldn't possibly fight statues like she did, Frank Castle replied, unfazed. With her help, maybe we could actually take down a few of those statues. An operation? What operation? Wait, you all have been fighting that thing, haven't you? Jessica Jones reacted almost instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, she made her decision. I'm in. Jessica Jones was nothing if not decisive. After all, she was already at odds with the person who possessed the statue fruit ability. At this point, there was no way out but to confront her head-on. Now that she had a few like-minded comrades to act alongside her, she knew exactly what choice to make. Frank, she's definitely strong, but she's not really a fighter. Maybe we should talk this through again. Matt Murdock still had his reservations. You're right, I'm not a fighter, Jessica retorted, rolling her eyes, but I can easily take down this so-called fighter you keep talking about. She shot back with no intention of holding back. And you? Sorry, no offense to people with disabilities, but are you sure there's nothing wrong with your eyes? And you call yourself a fighter? I don't see it. Trust me, there's a lot that you haven't seen yet. Matt fired back, equally blunt. He was just trying to look out for her, but Jessica's sharp response left him a little annoyed. All right, Red, Ling Lingi broke in. It's obvious Jessica is cut from the same cloth as us, standing up for justice and fighting for what's right. Isn't it a good thing for people like us to join forces and keep the world safe? Jessica, welcome aboard. Ling Lingi made his support clear. With Ling Lingi and Frank Castle both in favor, it was 2-1. And since Jessica's stance was so resolute, Matt Murdock had nothing more to say. Just like that, their alliance was officially formed. So what's the plan for tonight? Fill me in, Jessica asked, giving Ling Lingi and the others a serious look. 2 a.m. Pier 17. A biting wind howled through the darkness as the small group huddled in the shadows, shivering. Didn't expect the wind to be this strong here. My hair's a mess, Ling Lingi grumbled with some annoyance. Then, unhurriedly, he opened the suitcase he'd brought along. Good thing I'm always prepared. He rummaged around for a moment, then pulled out a comb and began tidying up his hair at a leisurely pace. Jessica Jones. A secret agent? She was bursting with things she wanted to say. Glancing at the others, she asked, "Are you sure this is the right place? We've been waiting for an hour already." Ling Lingi, are you certain about your intel? Frank Castle couldn't help but ask, double-checking once again. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ling Lingi. It was just that this man had a knack for doing things that left people completely dumbfounded. Frank Castle figured it was safer to ask one more time. When has my intel ever been wrong? Relax, Ling Lingi replied, brimming with confidence. As he spoke, he fished out what looked like a phone from his case. If you're bored waiting, you could always shave. Just don't take too long. The last time I used this, I think I forgot to charge it. Frank Castle. Someone's coming. Thankfully, Matt Murdock suddenly perked up, his senses sharpened. 2 kilometers out, 6 vehicles, 18 men. Their target is Pier 17. All of them work for Kingpin. The moment Matt Murdock shared this intel, both 007 and Frank Castle snapped in a high alert, shifting seamlessly into combat mode. Only Jessica Jones was left completely bewildered. Hold on a second. Jessica stared straight at Matt, her mind swirling with confusion. How do you know what's happening 2 kilometers away? And, no offense, but are you really blind? On this journey, Jessica had witnessed Matt's peculiarities firsthand. On the surface, this man certainly looked blind, but he didn't act like it at all. None of his movements were hindered in the slightest. The white cane he carried seemed more like a prop than a necessity. Yet if he wasn't blind, then there was something definitely off about his eyes. They didn't react to light at all. Jessica honestly couldn't make sense of Matt Murdock. Well, Matt shrugged, feigning modesty with a hint of mystery. Since I can't see, my hearing's a bit sharper than most. Nothing too unusual about that, right? She couldn't deny it. People who lose their sight often develop heightened senses. Or at least, that's what you'd expect. But come on, no matter how keen someone's hearing is, nobody can pick up sounds 2 blocks away. That's not just heightened senses. That's a superpower. Matt, however, clearly had no intention of explaining any further. Even though Jessica had joined their team, Matt wasn't about to reveal his true identity to someone he'd only just met. That's why he hadn't even put on his costume tonight. Naturally, Jessica had no idea that Matt Murdock was, in fact, the legendary Daredevil of Hell's Kitchen. Suddenly, zip, a noise caught Jessica's attention. She looked over to see Frank Castle unzipping a large duffel bag at his feet. Jessica stole a glance inside and involuntarily sucked in a sharp breath. The bag was packed with guns and ammo, far more than you'd find at a regular gun shop. We're talking grenade launchers, sniper rifles, submachine guns, the kind of heavy-duty, military-grade hardware you'd expect to see in a war zone. There were even several grenades tossed in for good measure. Was this guy planning to start World War III? And just who was he, anyway, to get his hands on this kind of firepower? Jessica was genuinely stunned. But Frank Castle paid her reaction no mind, methodically checking over his arsenal as if no one else existed. Shaking her head, Jessica finally tore her gaze away from the cold, relentless Frank. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at 007, who was still calmly fixing his hair. At this moment, she was feeling a bit overwhelmed. What sort of bizarre squad had she actually joined? But then again, wasn't she herself something of a misfit? With that thought, Jessica Jones felt much better. She settled in comfortably with his band of oddballs, quietly waiting for the enemy to arrive. Creak, creak. About 20 minutes later, several vehicles pulled up to the dock. Just as Matt Murdock had predicted, there were exactly 6 of them. 2 sedans, 2 vans, and 2 trucks. Not one more, not one less. Bang, bang, bang. Car doors sprang open in rapid succession. One after another, tall, burly men armed with weapons leaped out, gathering at the dock. Jessica Jones made a point to count them. Sure enough, there were 18 in total. That guy. Jessica couldn't help but glance at Matt Murdock again. Even among freaks, he was something else, a true outlier. It's bullseye. Frank Castle studied the figures moving about the dock and quickly drew his conclusion. Looks like we're in the right place. Bullseye was Kingpin's top confidant. If he showed up, it meant whatever was being transported here was incredibly important. Ling Lingi's intel was probably spot on. Bullseye? Who's that? Jessica Jones didn't recognize the name. She shot a questioning look at Frank Castle. Kingpin's #1 enforcer, Frank explained offhandedly. Then, cautiously peering out again, he said to Ling Lingi and Matt, "From the first car, only 2 people got out. That means there's probably 1 or 2 statues left inside, right?" This was hard-earned knowledge from Frank Castle's many encounters with Kingpin. The bronze captain rarely appeared in the open. He usually stayed inside the car, only stepping out when someone like them tried to stir up trouble. That sounds about right. Matt Murdock nodded. There was simply no way around it. These statues didn't breathe or have a heartbeat, and they remained motionless. No matter how sharp his radar senses were, Matt couldn't detect them unless he was face-to-face. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Suddenly, Ling Lingi crouched down, picked up a pebble, and began scribbling and sketching on the ground. He kept glancing up at the moon, measuring with his fingers, looking utterly mysterious and inexplicable. "Ling Lingi, what are you doing?" Jessica Jones whispered, baffled. "I'm calculating the angle of the moonlight," Ling Lingi replied earnestly. "That way, I can use mathematical formulas to determine the length and width of the vehicle shadow. From the size of the shadow, I can deduce how much the car's frame has deformed under weight and finally figure out the current load inside. That way, I'll know exactly how many statues are sitting in there." He explained this to Jessica with a straight face. "Oh, by the way, I just realized I'll need the Pythagorean theorem for this. It's been so long, I've forgotten it. Do you remember how it works?" Ling Lingi's expression was intensely focused, as if he were a top student in class, seriously debating a complex problem. Jessica Jones, are you actually serious, dude? Legend value from Jessica Jones, plus 38. Matt Murdock and Frank Castle were clearly used to this kind of thing. Their faces remained unchanged as they let Ling Lingi fuss on the ground by himself. The 2 of them, meanwhile, shifted into high alert, paying close attention to every subtle movement and sound around them. "The boat's coming." Almost 40 minutes later, Matt Murdock suddenly spoke up. Jessica Jones and Frank Castle immediately spotted it too. A boat was slowly approaching the dock, cloaked beneath the cover of night. Everyone instantly perked up, their nerves tingling with anticipation. "All right, everyone, are we ready?" Jessica Jones flexed her wrists and called out to her teammates. She glanced sideways at Ling Lingi and couldn't help but feel exasperated. The guy was still down on the ground, seriously working out his calculations. "Come on, you've been at this for almost an hour." Ling Lingi, stop calculating. "The boat's here." Jessica Jones had to reach out and tap Ling Lingi on the shoulder, forcibly snapping him out of his trance. "Ugh, don't bother me at a time like this." Ling Lingi brushed her hand off with clear annoyance. "Do you have any idea what it's like to be lost in the joy of mathematics, only to be interrupted out of nowhere? Please, show some respect for knowledge." "Thank you." Jessica Jones. "What the heck? You'll get used to it," Matt Murdock said quietly to Jessica Jones, though he made no move to stop Ling Lingi at any point. After working with Ling Lingi for so long, Matt Murdock was intimately familiar with his style. The guy might seem eccentric, his thoughts darting around in unpredictable ways that left everyone else scrambling to keep up, but he had never let them down. All in all, he was actually pretty reliable. What could Jessica Jones do? She could only pretend Ling Lingi didn't exist for the moment and focus on watching Bullseye's crew with Matt and Frank. Under their silent vigil, the boat soon docked. A group of people disembarked, ready to exchange with Bullseye's gang. "It's time." Matt Murdock didn't waste words. He reached out and yanked off Jessica Jones's scarf. "I need to borrow your scarf." "Hey, I just bought that. I'll return it as soon as I can." Matt Murdock quickly wrapped the scarf around his head, covering half his face. Jessica Jones watched, noticing that he'd covered his eyes completely. He really did look like a blind man now. "I've got it." Ling Lingi suddenly jumped up, delighted. "Oh, really? And what's the answer?" Jessica Jones shot him an exasperated glance. "It's either 1 or 2. Jessica Jones. Did you really need to calculate that? Whoosh. A flicker of movement. Matt Murdock had already sprung forward like a nimble panther, darting straight into the crowd on the dock. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, several people were knocked to the ground in an instant. Chaos erupted at the scene. Since when can a blind guy fight like that? Jessica Jones couldn't help but quip, watching Matt Murdock display skills far surpassing any Special Forces operative. Still, sarcasm aside, Jessica didn't waste any time. She too charged into the fray at full speed. Without mercy, she swung her fists at Kingpin's men. Jessica's brute strength was more than most could withstand. Though her fighting technique left much to be desired, the phrase sheer force trumps skill fit her perfectly. Each punch and kick sent someone sprawling. In terms of efficiency, she even outpaced Matt Murdock. Who's this woman now? Jessica's ferocity immediately drew Bullseye's attention. Without a word, Bullseye flung a metal playing card straight at Jessica. "Look out!" Matt Murdock shouted, snapping his wrist and sending his cane whipping through the air. Clang! A crisp, metallic sound rang out. A spark flashed before Jessica's eyes. Bullseye's metal card was neatly deflected by Matt's stick, spinning off and embedding itself in a nearby rock. Jessica felt a chill. These so-called freaks really did have to face other freaks. Clang! Clang! Amid the fierce battle, two heavy metallic thuds sounded as the lead sedan rocked violently. Two hulking figures emerged from the car, exuding an undeniable air of dominance. Both Jessica Jones and Matt Murdock instinctively tensed. Two bronze Captain Americas. Each bronze Captain America wielded a steel shield. "You go on ahead. Leave these guys to us," the one on the left said in a cold voice, addressing Bullseye and his men. "Go? You're dreaming." Ling Lingi's voice rang out as he leapt from the shadows. He adjusted his hat with exaggerated care, striding confidently onto the battlefield. Frank Castle, grenade launcher in hand, and several grenades strapped to his chest, followed suit with a chilling composure, moving toward the two bronze Captain Americas. The group of allies gathered together. Today, heroes from all corners of the world have come together. Not one of you will get out alive, Ling Lingi declared, reaching behind him and whipping out a butcher's knife. He spun it in his hand with a flare that radiated authority. Well, so you've all teamed up, the leftmost bronze Captain America sneered, ice cold. That saves us the trouble. Clang! Boom! A jarring gunshot shattered the air. Frank Castle, a man of few words and ruthless action, had already launched a grenade straight at the left bronze Captain America. Bronze Captain America was no slouch either. Instantly, he raised a shield and held it horizontally in front of himself. A tremendous crash rang out as the makeshift shield in his hands was blown to pieces by the grenade launcher. He, too, was sent flying by the explosion, slamming into a car parked by the roadside and flipping it over. But after all, he had a metallic body, and the shield had absorbed some of the blast. Bronze Captain America was barely affected. He scrambled to his feet immediately and charged at Frank Castle once more. Meanwhile, the other bronze Captain America wasn't standing idle. He swung his shield and charged straight at Ling Lingi. There was no need for words. Ling Lingi's butcher knife flashed mercilessly as he engaged bronze Captain America in a fierce battle. "Jessica," Matt Murdock called out while fending off the civilians Bullseye had brought with him. "Restrain one of the statues and give Ling Lingi an opening. You're the only one who can do it." "Oh God, I'm definitely going to regret this," Jessica Jones muttered, glancing around before walking over to the roadside and stopping in front of the car. With a low grunt, Jessica actually hoisted the car into the air. She strode toward the battlefield, the ground trembling with each step. "You've got to be kidding me. She's a monster, isn't she? No way, that can't be real." Jessica Jones's display of raw power left jaws hanging and eyes wide. Kingpin's men couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even Bullseye was momentarily stunned. As Jessica Jones, car in hand, closed in on the bronze Captain America fighting Ling Lingi, Bullseye's face twisted with urgency. Flicking his wrist, he sent a flurry of metal playing cards flying toward Jessica. But Matt Murdock wasn't about to let that happen. In a blur, he rushed to Jessica's side, whirling his cane in a tight defense, swatting every card out of the air. Unhindered, Jessica Jones reached the bronze Captain America locked in combat with Ling Lingi. "Move, Ling Lingi," Jessica shouted, swinging the car with all her might. With a thunderous crash, she smashed bronze Captain America beneath the car. But true to form, bronze Captain America wouldn't go down that easily. With a powerful heave, he began lifting the car, trying to throw it off himself. Unfortunately for him, Jessica gave him no chance. She lunged forward, pressing down with both hands, pinning the car, and him to the ground. For the moment, bronze Captain America was trapped. "Hurry, Ling Lingi, I can't hold him much longer," Jessica shouted, straining with all her might. The other bronze Captain America saw what was happening and tried to rush over to help, but Frank Castle's firepower was just too fierce. Grenade after grenade exploded around him, and with the occasional toss grenade for good measure, Frank completely cut off any hope of rescue. In this situation, Ling Lingi made his way smoothly to the subdued bronze Captain America. Holding his butcher's knife, a look of triumph on his face, he sneered, "Now, you've got nowhere left to run, have you?" A flash of steel sliced through the air. Without wasting another word, Ling Lingi brought his butcher's knife down in a merciless arc toward Bronze Captain America. To be precise, he aimed right for Bronze Captain America's head. Unable to dodge, Bronze Captain America could only raise his right arm in a desperate attempt to block. A harsh, metallic clang rang out. With a single stroke, Ling Lingi severed his opponent's arm. "No need to be scared. My knife is quick. You won't feel a thing," Ling Lingi said coolly, a cigarette dangling from his lips, brimming with swagger. Then, he raised the butcher's knife high once more, and again brought it down mercilessly. It looked as though Bronze Captain America's other arm was about to be chopped off as well. But at that critical moment, Daredevil, locked in combat with Bullseye and the others nearby, suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression changed sharply, and he instinctively looked up toward the sky. His heightened senses had already picked up on it. Something was coming from above. With a whoosh, a streak of light tore through the air, roaring toward Ling Lingi with the force of a thunderbolt. Ling Lingi reacted on instinct, darting aside with astonishing speed to dodge the attack. A resounding crash echoed out. A shield grazed Ling Lingi's clothes, narrowly missing him, and slammed into the car that Jessica Jones had pinned down. Had Ling Lingi been even a split second slower, he would have been struck down by that shield. What in the world was happening? Jessica Jones and Ling Lingi both tensed immediately. They had already subdued the Bronze Captain America before them, and Frank Castle had pinned down another one. So who had thrown this shield? At that moment, a strange sound came from above. Jessica Jones and Ling Lingi looked up instinctively, their faces changing in shock. "No way. Is this for real? This is insane." Jessica Jones couldn't help but mutter, wide-eyed in disbelief. Above them, a massive bronze bird was swooping down from the sky. And astride the bronze bird were not one, but two Bronze Captain Americas. One gripped a shield in his hand, while the other's hands were empty. It was obvious now. The shield that had just attacked Ling Lingi must have come from the Bronze Captain America on the bird. Legend points from Jessica Jones, plus 238. Legend points from Matt Murdock, plus 254. Legend points from Frank Castle, plus 242. It wasn't just Jessica Jones. Matt Murdock and Frank Castle, both in the thick of battle, were equally stunned by the sight of that enormous bronze bird. This was starting to get a little over the top. Two sharp, resounding thuds followed. The two Bronze Captain Americas leapt off the bronze bird in unison, landing with a commanding presence. Their landings rang out with two crisp, ringing sounds. One of the bronze super soldiers leapt in front of Jessica Jones. Another landed before Ling Lingi, exuding an aura of absolute power and dominance. A rush of wind filled the air. The bronze giant bird beat its wings once and soared to the dock, settling beside the boat moored there. It folded its wings and stood guard by the vessel in perfect silence, showing no intention of joining the fight. Yet even so, the atmosphere on the scene grew instantly suffocating and tense. Even without the bronze bird entering the fray, there were still 4 bronze super soldiers present. On average, that meant Ling Lingi and his companions would each have to take on 1 bronze super soldier alone. The situation could only be described as dire, so dire, in fact, that there was a real danger they might all perish here. After all, among the 4 of them, Ling Lingi was the only one truly capable of going toe-to-toe with a bronze super soldier. Jessica Jones was strong, yes, but she knew nothing about real combat. Truth be told, even if she possessed the same level of martial skill as the bronze super soldiers, she still wouldn't stand a chance against them. She simply lacked the means to injure them in the slightest. As for Matt Murdock, there was nothing more to say. He was all but helpless in this fight. Frank Castle could still put up a fight for now, but once his ammunition ran out, he'd become the weakest of them all. "Damn it, this is seriously bad news," Ling Lingi muttered under his breath. Jessica Jones had no time to worry about the bronze super soldier pinned beneath the car. She got to her feet at once and retreated to the side, bracing herself for the soldier who now stood before her. A deafening crash echoed out. The bronze super soldier under the car had effortlessly flipped the vehicle aside and now rose with unhurried confidence, joining his comrades' ranks. Together with the other 2 bronze super soldiers, they encircled Jessica Jones and Ling Lingi. Seeing this, Daredevil wasted no time. He abandoned Bullseye and the other bystanders, darting to the front line to stand beside Ling Lingi and the others. Now, the 3 of them faced off against the trio of bronze super soldiers. "I don't mean to kill the mood, but folks, I think we might need to retreat," Jessica Jones said, swallowing nervously. She glanced at Matt Murdock and Ling Lingi, her voice low and tense. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as just walking away now," Matt Murdock replied, his tone grim and his face even grimmer. As much as he hated to admit it, the situation had spiraled far beyond their control. Try to leave? One of the bronze super soldiers sneered, his voice dripping with scorn. None of you are getting out of here today. Before his words had even faded, the 3 bronze super soldiers charged straight at Ling Lingi, Jessica, and Matt. The clash of metal rang out, followed by the pounding thud of blows exchanged. In a cacophony of dull, relentless impacts, a fierce and desperate battle erupted. Though it was called a battle, the truth was that only Ling Lingi could hold his own against a bronze super soldier. Jessica Jones and Matt Murdock were instantly overwhelmed, struggling to catch their breath under the onslaught. Matt Murdock, especially, was in dire straits. All of his skills were nothing but a joke before the bronze Captain America. He couldn't inflict the slightest harm, not even a scratch, and every blow he landed merely rebounded, hurting himself instead. Because of this, Matt Murdock was the first to find himself in grave danger. Bang! Crack! Amid the fierce battle, one of the bronze Captain Americas landed a brutal punch squarely on Matt Murdock. Matt couldn't dodge in time. His whole body was sent flying like a punching bag. While he was still airborne, the sickening sound of bones breaking rang out. How could a mere mortal's body endure the crushing blow of a metal titan? His bones snapped instantly. Arg! He crashed hard onto the ground, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Curled up into a ball, Matt didn't even have the strength to get back up. Red! Ling Lingi cried out in alarm, ready to rush to Matt Murdock's aid, but the bronze Captain America beside him was no pushover. Though he couldn't defeat Ling Lingi, stalling him for a while was no trouble at all. Matt! Jessica Jones's face was twisted with anxiety, but she herself was being battered by another bronze Captain America, reduced to a pitiful state. Rescue was out of the question. She was struggling just to stay alive. All they could do was watch as a bronze Captain America strode step by step toward Matt Murdock. Bang! At that critical moment, Frank Castle, the Punisher, a man of few words and ruthless action, hurled a grenade, blasting the bronze Captain America in front of him off his feet. Then, spinning around, he fired a shot toward Matt Murdock's side. A grenade round streaked through the air, blasting the bronze Captain America, who was closing in on Matt, sending him tumbling backward. He crashed down onto the open ground of the dock, leaving a deep crater in the concrete. Whoosh! Clang! But Frank Castle's split second of distraction proved fatal. A battered shield came hurtling through the air, striking him square in the chest. Frank was knocked to the ground on the spot, his grenade launcher slipping from his grasp. Clatter, clatter, clatter. How could the bronze Captain Americas let an opportunity like this slip by? Immediately, one of them charged straight at Frank Castle. Frank felt like every bone in his body had come loose, his organs torn apart within him. But he had no time to care. Summoning all his strength, he forced himself up and scrambled toward the grenade launcher lying not far away. At the very last second, he reached it. But by then, the bronze Captain America was almost upon him. Without hesitation, Frank snatched up the launcher, swung the barrel toward his foe, and squeezed the trigger. Click! But he was just a moment too late. As he pulled the trigger, the bronze Captain America moved with lightning speed, grabbing hold of the barrel. Frank managed to fire, but with the bronze Captain's grip, his aim was pulled off target. The grenade round whizzed past the bronze Captain America, exploding harmlessly into the sea. A deep, vibrating hum echoed over the water. With another surge of strength from the bronze Captain, the barrel of the grenade launcher was crushed and twisted in his grip. Damn it! Frank Castle cursed inwardly, realizing things had taken a turn for the worse. He tried to retreat quickly, hoping to put some distance between himself and the bronze Captain, but unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. With a single motion, the bronze Captain reached out and seized Frank Castle by the throat. Lifting him off the ground as effortlessly as if he were a weightless chick, the bronze Captain dangled Frank in the air. Crash! The bronze Captain slammed Frank Castle hard into the ground, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Thud! Without pause, the bronze Captain kicked Frank Castle again, sending him flying. Frank Castle soared through the air, much like Matt Murdock before him, landing heavily more than 10 meters away. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he was completely unable to get back up. From a moment, the other 2 bronze captains appeared. Only a few minutes had passed, yet the entire situation on the battlefield had been completely reversed. In the blink of an eye, 2 members of the 4-person squad had been taken out. Only Ling Lingi and Jessica Jones were still struggling to hold their ground. Boom! With a deafening crash, the bronze captain who had been blasted away by Frank Castle's grenade launcher clawed his way out from the rubble. A grenade launcher is nothing to scoff at. Even a body of bronze has its limits. The bronze captain's torso was gouged with a deep crater, and half his shoulder had been blown away. The injuries looked terrifying, but in truth, His fighting ability was barely diminished. He had simply lost an arm. After all, a bronze body feels no pain, has no muscles or bones to break. Aside from being unsightly, a hole through the chest barely hindered his combat prowess. He once again advanced toward Matt Murdock, who was gritting his teeth, struggling to rise, but still staggered and barely able to stand. Frank Castle was in much the same predicament. Ling Lingi and Jessica Jones were desperate, their eyes wide with fury and helplessness, but there was nothing they could do to change the tide. They could only watch, powerless, as the two bronze captains closed in step by step on Matt Murdock and Frank Castle. Bang! As if things weren't bad enough, disaster struck again. While Matt and Frank faced grave peril, Jessica Jones was sent flying by a heavy blow from yet another bronze captain. Jessica! In the midst of the chaos, Ling Lingi couldn't help but shout her name, voice cracking with concern. "I'm fine." Jessica Jones gritted her teeth against the pain, forcing herself up from the ground despite the agony. Though she hadn't suffered as badly as Matt and Frank, who were all but incapacitated, her injuries were still severe. Trying to keep fighting now would be pushing herself to the absolute limit. At that moment, one bronze captain reached Matt Murdock. Another bronze captain loomed over Frank Castle. And the third bronze captain now stood before Jessica Jones. It was as if the very air in the room had frozen. The tension had reached its breaking point. Ling Lingi's four-person squad suddenly found themselves facing the greatest life-or-death crisis they had ever encountered. If anything went wrong, Matt Murdock and Frank Castle could be killed on the spot. In their current conditions, neither of them stood a chance of withstanding the next wave of attacks from the Bronze Captain Americas. A sharp rush of wind split the air as several Bronze Captain Americas, almost in perfect unison, launched their assaults against their respective opponents. Just then, in this moment of extreme peril, Jessica Jones suddenly sprang from the ground with an incredible leap, soaring a dozen meters high in a single bound. She traced a commanding arc through the air, landing squarely in front of Frank Castle. Yes, Jessica Jones could fly. A thunderous crash rang out as the Bronze Captain America, who had been facing Jessica, delivered a powerful punch to the ground where she just stood. An instant later, another explosive sound erupted. Jessica, having landed beside Frank Castle, wasted no time and launched a surprise attack on the Bronze Captain America before her. Catching him off guard, she landed a fierce kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Frank Castle's brush with death was narrowly averted. In another blur of action, Ling Lingi hurled his pig-slaying knife, sending it spinning through the air. It struck the Bronze Captain America, who was attacking Matt Murdock, knocking him backward. But in that split second of distraction, Ling Lingi left himself open and was knocked to the ground by his own opponent. Blood spurting, Ling Lingi staggered back, clutching his wound. Things had taken a grim turn. All four members of the squad were now injured. Ling Lingi, to lose focus at a time like this, you really must have a death wish. With a cold snort, the Bronze Captain America, before Ling Lingi lunged forward at breakneck speed. The other Bronze Captain Americas followed suit. Ling Lingi could barely hold his own, while Jessica Jones was just managing to help Frank Castle fend off their attackers. But on Matt Murdock's side, things were truly desperate. He couldn't hold out any longer. Matt! Matt! All three of them watched in helpless agony, eyes bloodshot with rage, but there was nothing more they could do. Meanwhile, the Bronze Captain America, who had originally faced Jessica, began closing in on Jessica and Frank, set on joining the fight against them. If he reached them, Jessica Jones would be in dire straits as well. But in that critical instant, just when all hope seemed lost, a missile warhead shot into view. It struck the Bronze Captain America squarely, detonating with a deafening roar. A blinding flash lit up the scene as the explosion tore the Bronze Captain America apart, scattering chunks of mangled metal everywhere. A one-hit kill. The Bronze Captain America, who had been suffocating everyone with his mere presence, was obliterated on the spot. "You bastards! I finally found you." At that moment, a brash, fiery female voice rang out. Everyone instinctively turned to look and saw a woman with golden waves, dressed in hot pants and a tight top, standing on the battlefield with unmistakable swagger. In her arms, she cradled a rocket launcher. It was clear now. The one who had just blasted a Bronze Captain America to pieces was this golden-haired woman with the big waves. The scene fell instantly silent. Every eye in the room was glued to Lingi, the blonde, their faces frozen in utter shock. Who was this stunning blonde, really? She'd shown up hauling a rocket launcher on her shoulder? Wasn't this just a bit too outrageous? Legend points from Matt Murdock, plus 345. Legend points from Frank Castle, plus 329. Legend points from Lester Burnt, plus 176. Legend points from Kingpin's henchmen, plus 25. It wasn't just the ones who'd never seen Lingi before. Even Jessica Jones, who had already experienced Lanchi's might firsthand, was left dumbstruck. Legend points from Jessica Jones, plus 150. Jessica Jones had never expected that, at such a critical moment, that madwoman would show up right on time. But what a relief that she did. A satisfied smile tugged at the corner of Jessica's mouth. Back when she'd been ruthlessly gunned down by the blonde Lanchi, Jessica could barely stand the sight of her. Now, in this moment, she couldn't be happier to see her. Jessica, you look downright pathetic. Lanchi sauntered onto the battlefield, rocket launcher slung casually over her shoulder, striding as if she owned the place. And whose fault is that? The biggest mistake I ever made was opening my door to you that day. Jessica Jones shot Lanchi a fierce glare, unable to hold back her frustration. If she hadn't welcomed this weirdo into her life, would she be in this mess now? You never stop whining. Took you long enough to track me down? Watch it, or I'll file a complaint. Lanchi snapped back at Jessica, her patience wearing thin. Jessica almost choked with rage at her words. Move it. If you get hit, I'm not taking responsibility. But before Jessica could fire back, Lanchi swiftly loaded another rocket into her launcher and aimed it right at the bronze Captain America near Jessica and Frank Castle. Whoosh! Another rocket screamed across the battlefield. Shit! Jessica Jones couldn't help but curse out loud. Was Lanchi trying to kill the bronze Captain America, or aiming for her instead? At the crucial moment, she grabbed Frank Castle and, with a powerful leap, took off from the ground, flying away just in time. The bronze Captain America, not one to be outdone, also dove to the side, throwing himself flat to avoid Lanchi's explosive assault. The rocket slammed into the ground. Boom! A thunderous explosion ripped through the air, sending shockwaves crashing out in all directions like a tidal wave. Even the bronze Captain America was tossed through the air. The heat was so intense that the surface of his armor began to melt and warp. But against all odds, he narrowly avoided that fatal blow. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding rang out. One of the bronze Captain Americas, seeing Lanchi reloading after firing, instantly charged at her. Because with every shot from her rocket launcher, Lanchi needed to reload before she could fire again. It was clear that the bronze Captain America intended to finish off Blondie Lancy before she had a chance to reload. With a sharp whistle slicing through the air, the bronze Captain America, who had been charging at her, hurled his shield mercilessly at Blondie Lancy. It flew in astonishing speed, and the force behind it was truly terrifying. Blondie Lancy, naturally, didn't dare to take it head-on. She sprang aside in a hurried leap to dodge. But even as she dodged, the bronze Captain America had already closed the distance, standing right in front of her. There was no chance to reload now. But then, Blondie Lancy did something that left everyone utterly stunned. Without warning, she simply let go and tossed her rocket launcher onto the ground. In the very next instant, she flipped her hand, and, as if by magic, a brand new rocket launcher appeared out of thin air. A fresh rocket was already loaded and ready to fire. What was going on? Was this some kind of magic trick? Those in the crowd who'd never seen this move before were left absolutely dumbstruck. Plus 226 legend points from Matt Murdock. Plus 215 legend points from Frank Castle. Plus 95 legend points from Lester Burnt. Plus 14 legend points from Kingpin's henchman. Then boom. With a whoosh, Blondie Lancy fired directly at the charging bronze Captain America. Caught completely off guard, he took the rocket straight on. Just like the first bronze captain, he was instantly blown apart, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Amazing! Ling Lingi couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement. Though Blondie Lancy hadn't been on the scene for long, in just a matter of moments she'd taken out two bronze Captain Americas, completely turning the tide. Die, you bastards! Blondie Lancy's furious shouts echoed again and again. With the rocket launcher hoisted on her shoulder, she unleashed a barrage of attacks on the two remaining bronze Captain Americas. The pier was rocked by one explosion after another, the relentless thunder of shellfire filling the air. The two remaining bronze captains, overwhelmed by her onslaught, could do nothing but duck and run for cover, looking utterly hapless. If not for their exceptional agility, darting around every corner of the dockyard to dodge her rockets, they would have already met the same fate as their fallen brothers. But even so, it was obvious this situation couldn't last much longer. Everyone knew it was only a matter of time before Blondie Lancy took out the last two as well. This blonde girl is insanely fierce, and I love it. Ling Lingi crossed his arms leisurely, now completely content to just sit back and enjoy the show. Matt Murdock, Jessica Jones, Frank Castle, and the others had gathered together, watching the chaos unfold. Jessica, do you know her? Who on earth is she? Matt Murdock couldn't help but ask Jessica Jones in a tone of disbelief. Even Frank Castle, who prided himself on his own ruthless violence, found himself gaping in awe. Only now did he realize, standing before Blondie Lancy, that he was nothing but a rookie. She's the client who hired me to investigate the Captain America statue. Jessica Jones shrugged at the group. Then, immediately, Matt Murdock and the others wore expressions of utter surprise and bewilderment. It was as if they were silently asking, "Are you kidding me? A client, and she's this formidable? You two bastards, if you've got guts, stop hiding like rats. Come out and face me if you dare." Blonde-haired Launch was firing away at the two bronze captains as she shouted her impatient taunt. But the bronze captains weren't fools. Why would they recklessly reveal themselves now, just to get blasted? You think hiding like this means I can't do anything about it? How naive can you be? Launch's voice rang out again, and her impatience showed as she casually tossed aside the spent rocket launcher. Instantly, the camphor wristband on her arm began to glow. As the light faded, a transformed, completely refreshed Launch appeared before everyone. Legend value from Matt Murdock, plus 352. Legend value from Frank Castle, plus 331. Legend value from Lester Burnt, plus 184. Legend value from Kingpin's subordinates, plus 21. Camphor Launch had made a dazzling entrance. With a sudden burst, Camphor Launch hurled herself forward, summoning all her strength as she charged straight at one of the bronze captains. Her speed was so astonishing that even Jessica Jones and Frank Castle found it hard to keep up with their eyes. She was like a gust of wind, swift and unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, she closed in on the bronze captain's hiding spot. This time, her opponent stopped dodging and leapt out, swinging his fists furiously in a barrage of attacks aimed at Camphor Launch. What is she doing? Jessica Jones watched anxiously from the sidelines, still not understanding what was happening. Why would you ditch the rocket launcher and go toe-to-toe with a bronze captain in close combat? Isn't that just asking to be killed? But in the very next moment, clang! A deep metallic crash rang out as Camphor Launch landed a punch that sent the bronze captain flying. Yes, that's right. They clashed head-on, and the one who was knocked away wasn't Camphor Launch, but the bronze captain. This has to be a joke. Jessica Jones stood there dumbfounded, murmuring in disbelief. As for Matt Murdock and Frank Castle beside her, there was no need to ask. They were just as stunned, their eyes wide in shock. Legend value from Matt Murdock, plus 627. Legend value from Frank Castle, plus 524. Legend value from Lester Burnt, plus 337. Legend value from Kingpin's subordinates, plus 81. Clang, 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 clang. From that moment on, the bronze captain's miserable ordeal began. Camphor Launch, single-handedly taking on both bronze captains, thrashed them like they were nothing more than unruly kids. Every punch and kick sent the bronze captains' bodies shuddering violently. They were beaten back relentlessly, barely able to catch their breath. Boom! Amidst the fierce battle, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted from Camphor Launch's right hand, slamming down onto one bronze captain's head. In an instant, the bronze captain's head was smashed into an unrecognizable mess. It was blown to pieces, scattering in all directions. Boom! The bronze Captain America collapsed onto the ground, completely motionless. Although the bronze Captain America was not made of flesh and blood, every part of its body functioned much like a human's. Consciousness was also something that relied on the head to exist. Once the head was gone, so was consciousness. What remained was nothing but a useless statue. Clang, clang, clang. Once again, the sound of metal striking metal filled the air. It was the last remaining bronze Captain America. Seizing the moment while Camp Frankie was dealing with its companion, it made a sudden dash toward Camp Frankie. "Get out of my way!" A sharp, commanding shout burst from Camp Frankie's lips. With a sudden turn, she lashed out with her palm at the final bronze Captain America from a distance. Whoosh! A streak of white light shot out instantly, striking the bronze Captain America. Thunk! The bronze Captain America was sent flying backward. Like a cannonball, it smashed into the surface of the water, sending up a burst of spray. Then all was calm again. Silence. The scene instantly became deathly quiet. Everyone stared at Camp Frankie in utter shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. None of them could trust what they had just witnessed. Was this woman even human? And she could actually fire white light to injure someone from afar. Was this some kind of joke? Was she a master of magic? Jessica Jones, in particular, was left utterly speechless, murmuring to herself in shock. No matter how she tried, she could never have imagined that the client with the split personality she once received could turn out to be such a powerhouse. Those were bronze Captain Americas. Even when the four of them teamed up, it was a grueling struggle. They were no match, barely escaping with their lives. Yet that terrifying client arrived, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, she wiped out all the bronze Captain Americas. The contrast was simply staggering. Legend points from Matt Murdock, plus 654. Legend points from Jessica Jones, plus 546. Legend points from Frank Castle, plus 511. Legend points from Lester Burnt, plus 361. Legend points from Kingpin's Henchman, plus 90. Clang, clang, clang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tremendous commotion arose again, drawing everyone's attention. It was the huge bronze bird, which had been guarding the edge of the ship all along and never joined the fight. Finally, it couldn't sit still any longer. Flapping its wings, it launched itself at Camp Frankie with a thunderous rush. This bronze bird was massive. Even just standing on the ground, it was taller than a grown man. Now, with its wings fully extended in flight, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Watch out! Jessica Jones couldn't help but call out to Camp Frankie. But Camp Frankie remained perfectly calm. She glanced up at the oncoming bronze bird, unhurried, and with a flick of her wrist, a rocket launcher appeared in her hand. Whoosh! A rocket shot out, striking the bronze bird head-on. Given its enormous size, the bronze bird had far less maneuverability than the bronze Captain America's. It was a sitting duck for Camp Frankie. In fact, it was even easier to deal with than the Captain America's. Boom! In the next moment, an ear-splitting explosion thundered through the air. Amid the shower of flames and sparks, the bronze bird was obliterated by Camp Frankie in an instant, reduced to nothing but scrap in the blink of an eye. It was a clean, decisive victory. A round of applause broke out. With a face full of admiration, Ling Lingi walked over to Camp Frankie. Miss, your skills are truly remarkable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ling Lingi. Ling as in Ling Lingi's Ling, and Chi as in Ling Lingi's Chi. May I ask how I should address you? At that moment, Camp Frankie's thoughts shifted, and she transformed once again into the blonde-haired Lanchi. She gave Ling Lingi a quick up-and-down glance, then curled her lip with an air of arrogance. Well, I suppose you're not completely useless. You're worthy of knowing my name. Lanchi. Lanchi? Matt Murdock and Frank Castle, who had just caught up, couldn't help but rack their brains over this name, but it drew a total blank. Neither of them had ever heard it before. Matt Murdock. Matt took the initiative to introduce himself to Lanchi, and then gestured to the stoic man beside him. And this is Frank Castle. You two? Honestly, you're a bit pathetic, aren't you? Lanchi shot a look of obvious disdain at the battered and bruised Matt Murdock and Frank Castle. Matt Murdock could only give a helpless, wry smile. What else could he say? Compared to this powerhouse who had single-handedly taken down 4 bronze Captain Americas and a bronze bird, they really were outclassed. And you? Lanchi turned her gaze to Jessica Jones, who was standing off to the side. I basically just saved your life, didn't I? That should cover your commission fee, don't you think? Business is business. Jessica Jones bristled with anger. If she weren't outmatched, she would have rushed up and fought Lanchi right then and there. If it weren't for you, would I even be tangled up in this ridiculous mess? And now you want to skip out on my fee? That's just bullying. Not good. The police are coming. Matt Murdock's expression suddenly shifted. He spoke in a low, urgent voice to everyone present. We need to get out of here right now. Jessica Jones shot Lanchi a fierce glare and dropped the argument about the fee. She turned to the others and said, those wannabes always show up late, after the heroes have already saved the day. Can't they ever do something original? Ling Lingi exhaled a smoke ring, shaking his head with a look of amused indifference. But what about the supplies on the ship? Matt Murdock frowned in concern. We can't let the police get their hands on those. Given Kingpin's sprawling network in Hell's Kitchen, it made little difference whether the supplies ended up with the police or in Kingpin's own hands. Were those things? Lanchi, noticing Matt's anxiety, couldn't help but ask. They're materials for making water element statues. Ling Lingi explained to Lanchi, Matt is right. These things are important. We can't let them fall into Kingpin's hands. Water element statues? Lanchi raised her eyebrows, still not quite understanding. In simple terms, once they get their hands on this thing, the mastermind behind everything will be able to bring even more statues back to life. Jessica Jones explained to the blonde Frankie, keeping it short and to the point. I see. Frankie suddenly understood. Well, that's easy then. As she spoke, Frankie flipped her hand, and a rocket launcher appeared once again. She turned around, aimed at the boat, and fired a rocket. With a deafening explosion, the entire boat was engulfed in a fireball and blown to pieces. Done. After finishing the job, Frankie casually tossed the rocket launcher to the ground and clapped her hands, as if she had just taken care of something utterly trivial. Matt Murdock's lips twitched slightly, as though he wanted to say something, but this was definitely not the time to linger any longer. Let's go. They'll be here any second. Matt warned everyone in a low, urgent voice. Without another word, the group made a swift retreat. What did you say? We actually failed. Our people were wiped out. Ling Lingi and Daredevil got away without a scratch, and the goods were destroyed. Kingpin received the news almost immediately. He was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. The deal at Dock 17 was never just a simple transaction. Kingpin had set the whole thing up as a trap for Ling Lingi and his team. According to the plan, the ones trafficking the water element statue materials expected Ling Lingi's group to show up, just as they had in the past, to ruin their operation. So Kingpin decided to turn the tables, using 2 bronze Captain Americas as bait, with another 2 in reserve, hoping to eliminate his troublesome adversaries in one fell swoop. 4 bronze Captain Americas, plus a bronze giant bird. By any measure, that should have been more than enough to take out Ling Lingi and his companions. But somehow this seemingly foolproof plan had ended in complete disaster. So what on earth happened? Kingpin's furious voice thundered as he glared at Bullseye, who had only just escaped with his life. A woman. Bullseye replied heavily. Just as everything was going according to plan, and Ling Lingi's group was about to be killed, a woman with golden hair suddenly appeared. It was her. She destroyed every Captain America statue, and even took down the bronze giant bird. What did you say? Kingpin's voice leapt several octaves, as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, and he barely managed not to burst out laughing. The whole thing was simply too absurd. The Captain America statues were made of metal. What kind of person could possibly destroy them? Let alone wipe out every single one. Utterly outrageous. I know how unbelievable it sounds, how completely absurd, but it's the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. Bullseye realized just how outlandish his story sounded, so he explained to Kingpin in all seriousness. That blonde woman possesses extraordinary power. She can send the Captain America statues flying with a single punch, leap dozens of feet in the air, and, most terrifying of all, she can fire white beams of light from her hands, just like a sorcerer. She used that kind of radiance to blow off Captain America's statue's head. And then, with a rocket launcher, she blasted the bronze bird to pieces. On the side, Kingpin's eyes widened involuntarily. He felt as if he were listening to a fantastical tale, one that defied all logic. How could such a person even exist in this world? Yet at the same time, Kingpin knew Bullseye would never lie to him. As terrifying and unbelievable as that golden-haired woman sounded, she had to be real. So who on earth was she? Legend value from Wilson Fisk, plus 438. Kingpin, what should we do next? Bullseye's voice rang out, his tone heavy as he stared intently at Kingpin. The threat posed by that blonde woman loomed overwhelmingly large. But Kingpin fell silent. Even with his formidable intellect, he could not come up with any reasonable countermeasure for the moment. After all, that woman was simply too powerful. Before such absolute strength, all schemes and plots seemed like nothing but a joke. You may leave for now. Kingpin didn't answer directly, only waved his hand to dismiss Bullseye. The moment Bullseye left, Kingpin made his way without delay to the true bronze Captain America, or rather, the very first bronze Captain America. Yes, that's right. Since his resurrection from the Captain America Memorial, the original bronze Captain America had taken a back seat, mostly acting as a mastermind behind the scenes after striking his deal with Kingpin. As for dealing with Ling Lingi and the others, those tasks had been left to the other statues. Kingpin began to relay the intelligence he'd gathered from Bullseye to the first bronze Captain America, and together they started to plot their next move. Legend value, 34,581. Not bad at all. Glancing at the legend value on his panel, Rorschach couldn't help but break into a satisfied smile. He had accumulated over 30,000 legend points, enough to open 3 bronze treasure chests. All the trouble he'd gone through to drag both superheroes and supervillains into this elaborate mess was finally paying off. It had been a bit of a hassle, but he had to admit the results spoke for themselves. Still, by now, the saga of the statue ability users was winding down. Whether it was Daredevil, Punisher, Kingpin, or Bullseye, it had become hard to squeeze any more legend value from them. After all, they'd already witnessed the extent of the card characters' abilities. There wasn't much left that could truly shake them. With that in mind, Rorschach felt it was time to consider how this grand performance should end. Let's open a treasure chest. Rorschach quickly made up his mind. The statue fruit ability user had always existed only as a fictional character he'd spun, since the day the statues were resurrected. At the Captain America Memorial, this person had remained only in stories passed from mouth to mouth, never once showing their face. But now, with the curtain about to fall, it was only natural for Rorschach to start thinking about giving this character a proper identity. First, this character's ability didn't need to be overwhelmingly strong. After all, their power was to resurrect statues, not to fight personally. So a D-rank character would suffice. Let's open a black iron chest first. After a brief moment's thought, Rorschach made his decision. Without further ado, he spent 1,000 legend points and opened a black iron chest. Skill card, Divine Disguise Technique. Effect, grants the ability to change one's appearance at will. Description, drawn from Shuangying in Detective D, The Empire of Heaven. This mastery encompasses all her disguise skills and experience. This art allows one to transcend gender boundaries and even modify one's voice. Note, one person, 1,000 faces. Item, Chill and Blood 1 drop. Effect, instantly grants immense power, but also drives the user into madness. Description, hailing from the Storm Riders, this is the essence blood of the mythical fire Chilin. Within it lies not only the beast's strength, but also its ferocious rage. Note, yes, this is the legendary Mad Blood. D rank, 8-star character, Jinx. Skills, expert in crafting all sorts of weapons and explosives, possesses notable hand-to-hand combat abilities. Description, from League of Legends, she's a total maniac known for leaving blazing trails and endless explosions wherever she goes. Note, when it comes to a runaway arsenal, explosives are a girl's best friend. Not bad at all. Given his previous experience opening the black iron chest, to be honest, this time, Luo Xia had deliberately lowered his expectations. But surprisingly, what he received far surpassed anything he'd imagined. First off, the skill and item cards this time were truly impressive. At the very least, they were far more reliable than that hacker skill and mosquito amber from the last black iron chest. Disguise techniques might sound old-fashioned, but in Detective D, the art of disguise is more like face-changing magic than mere makeup. It's not about smearing color on one's face. This technique actually shifts muscles and bones, transforming someone into a completely different person. It's truly the world's most supreme art of disguise. As for the Chill and Blood, well, although the aftereffects are intense, the power it offers is staggering beyond doubt. If used correctly, it could unleash unimaginable results. The only regret is that there's just a single drop. But considering this is only a black iron chest, Luo Xia couldn't really complain. After all, what more could you ask for when you only spent 1,000 legendary points? As for the character, he was even more surprised. He never expected to pull the infamous loose cannon Jinx. She's a genuine lunatic through and through. No exaggeration, Jinx is truly unhinged. Mentally, that is. But given her personality, she's perfect for stirring up chaos and trouble. If she were unleashed, she'd definitely give those Marvel folks a massive headache. All in all, Luo Xia was absolutely thrilled with this black iron chest. Well then, let's open a bronze chest next. After a brief moment of thought, Luo Xia made up his mind once more. Now that he had the statue fruit ability user, he naturally needed someone capable of defeating them. Yes, such a character was absolutely necessary. After all, that's the nature of drama. It needs to have ups and downs to be truly thrilling. You can't just have Ling Lingi and the others bulldoze there. Way through, sweeping aside every obstacle, defeating gods and demons alike, and even taking down the big boss behind the scenes without a hitch, can you? That would be utterly boring. So, from the very beginning, in Rorschach's script, Ling Lingi and his companions were destined to fail in stopping the statue fruit wielder. They would overcome countless hardships, finally confronting the statue fruit wielder in a decisive battle, only to fail to halt his plans. Worse still, they would almost lose their lives at his hands. It is precisely in this suffocating moment of utter despair that a new hero would descend from the heavens, turning the tide in one fell swoop. That's the most powerful effect and the best way to harvest legendary points. No sooner said than done, Rorschach wasted no words. He immediately spent another 10,000 points and opened a bronze treasure chest. Item, the Smile Curse. Effect, anyone who witnesses the cursed person commit suicide before their eyes will be inevitably cursed, and within 4 days, will die by suicide with a smile on their face. Description, from Smile, a curse cast by the Smile Demon. Those afflicted experience hallucinations, and, within 4 days, die by suicide with a chilling smile. Before death, the curse is always passed to the next victim. Note, have you ever seen a smile that sends chills down your spine? Item, Healing Gourd. Effect, automatically produces healing potions that cure wounds and ailments. Description, from the game Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, crafted by a legendary healer's disciple. The potion inside the gourd refills automatically after a rest. Note, after each use, you must wait 24 hours. C rank, 4-star character, Wu Liuqi. Skills, hairdressing, scissor manipulation using chi. Description, from Scissor7, a top stylist at the Chicken Island barbershop and a novice assassin, ranked 17,369 on the assassin leaderboard. Note, Stop selling beef awful. Let's go be assassins. Scissors 7? Not bad at all. Rorschach's eyes lit up ever so slightly. He was truly pleased with the character he'd drawn from the bronze chest. Granted, from the description, this Ulyochi was still in his amnesiac phase, so his real skills couldn't compare to the true shadow assassin, Chi. But even so, he was still an exceptionally powerful guy. Especially that pair of scissors. Now, that was something. The tricks he could pull off rivaled the sword control arts found in Shinsha novels, every bit as impressive. The only drawback was that he tended to be a bit of a goofball. As for the smile curse and the healing gourd, those were both extremely solid items as well. The healing gourd needs no explanation, an essential item for saving lives and recovering from wounds. Its importance speaks for itself. What's even more precious is that it's essentially a perpetual motion machine. Endless supply, never running dry. Its only flaw might be the 24-hour cooldown between uses. As for the smile curse, Rorschach couldn't help but shake his head. That item probably wouldn't be of use anytime soon. After all, it's a supernatural tool. There's no solution for ordinary people. Until Rorschach managed to draw someone capable of dealing with the supernatural, he had no plans to actually use it. After quickly sorting through the various items and characters he had acquired from this unboxing, Luo Xia began to carefully ponder his current setup. If it's Jinx, her persona doesn't quite fit the image of a shadowy mastermind like the statue fruit wielder. Luo Xia gently rubbed his temples. Jinx was a madwoman, truly, utterly deranged. Everything she did was driven by the wild currents of madness inside her, unleashing her destructive urges without restraint, tearing everything apart in her wake. Such a person was a world apart from the enigmatic schemer that was the statue fruit wielder, who plotted silently from the shadows. But then again, wouldn't it be even more effective to reveal the final twist with such a dramatic contrast? It seemed entirely possible. Luo Xia's eyes lit up with excitement as countless storylines began to play out in his mind, letting him fully savor the thrill of being the mastermind behind the scenes. That settles it. After weighing his options and making comparisons, Luo Xia couldn't help but slap his thigh in decision. As for how to arrange the identity of the statue fruit wielder and how to bring the battle of the statue fruit wielders to a close, Luo Xia now had a rough plan in mind. He was convinced that when this grand drama finally unfolded, it would give everyone a true taste of what real excitement was. In Luo Xia's original script, the identity of the statue fruit wielder was meant to be revealed only at the very end, which meant that before the final showdown arrived, Jinx and Wu Liuqi could still stir up a storm of their own. And he had already set up one final climax before the curtain would fall on the battle of the statue fruit wielders. Well then, let the show go on. With an expectant smile on his face, Luo Xia played the two new character cards he had just drawn. Marbury. This was a name synonymous with the most prestigious villa district in all of New York. Anyone living here was undoubtedly a super wealthy elite perched at the very top of the social pyramid. The most famous billionaire heir, genius scientist, and notorious playboy of the century, Tony Stark, also had his mansion here. And among all the luxury villas, his was by far the most spectacular. It was actually built atop a cliff. This was no exaggeration. Tony Stark's mansion truly clung to both mountain and sea, embedded right into the vast, endless cliffside overlooking the ocean. Though it was just a modest cliff by geological standards, it was still unmistakably a cliff. The level of prestige was simply unmatched. A soft hiss of tires skidding across the ground echoed as a black car pulled up in front of Tony Stark's mansion. The car door opened, and two men stepped out, one after the other. The first was a man in a suit and sunglasses, with a slightly stocky frame. He was none other than Tony Stark's driver and bodyguard, Happy Hogan. The second was an Asian man, wearing a white hoodie on top and black shorts below, his long hair tied up in a bun. Without a doubt, it was none other than the chief hairstylist of the original Grand Wellness Salon, Wu Liuqi. Wu Liuqi, you do know who you're serving this time, right? Happy straightened his suit, cast a glance at Tony Stark's lavish mansion, then turned to look at Wu Liuqi beside him. Of course I know, it's Tony Stark, the richest guy in all of New York. A tinge of excitement flashed across Wu Liuqi's face as he rubbed his hands together. Honestly, I've never given a haircut to someone this wealthy before. That's right. This time, Wu Liuqi had followed Happy to Tony Stark's mansion for one purpose, to give Tony Stark a haircut. With the kind of resources Rorschach now had at his disposal, pulling a few strings to replace Tony Stark's private hairstylist with Wu Liuqi was a breeze. Hardly any effort at all. As long as you know. Happy nodded. Tony doesn't like people touching him. Specifically, he doesn't like men touching him. So, do your best to avoid any physical contact with Tony. I realize that's a tall order for a haircut, but try to be careful. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Second, don't ask Tony for an autograph. If you're feeling starstruck, get it out of your system now, and stay calm once you go inside. Other than that, there aren't too many rules. Tony's not like those other rich folks. And besides, I'm sure that special skill of yours, what do you call it, chi-controlled scissors, Tony's gonna love that. In short, relax. Tony's actually pretty easy to get along with. Happy offered Wu Liuqi a heap of earnest instructions just outside the mansion door. Even though he'd already gone over all this in the car, he couldn't help repeating himself. Wu Liuqi, with his unpolished look, was the very picture of a small-town nobody, hardly someone who'd seen much of the world. If Wu Liuqi hadn't shown him that jaw-dropping, chi-controlled scissors technique, which left him thunderstruck, Happy would never have agreed to let this country bumpkin step in, even if Tony Stark's original stylist was out sick. I understand, don't worry. I've seen my fair share of big occasions, Wu Liuqi replied, trying his best to sound earnest and dignified. Big occasions? Outwardly, Happy kept a straight face, but inwardly, he was quietly dismissive. From the looks of him, this guy was straight from the bottom rung. What big occasions could he possibly have seen? Still, the fact that someone like this could wield such a supernatural skill was something Happy never would have imagined. The coexistence of these two wildly contradictory traits in one person struck Happy as more than a little odd. Come with me. Happy didn't say any more. He called Wu Liuqi over and led him to the entrance of Tony Stark's mansion. Beep, beep, beep. Once he'd punched in the code, the door slid open automatically, and Happy ushered Wu Liuqi into the extravagantly luxurious main hall. Whoa, people actually live in a place like this. This is more like a palace. Wu Liuqi glanced around in awe, looking utterly overwhelmed by the grandeur. Happy caught Wu Liuqi's reaction, but chose not to comment further. He simply gave Wu Liuqi a quick instruction. Wait here for a moment and don't touch anything. I'm going to check on Tony. I got it. Wu Liuqi nodded. I'll just stand here and wait. Only then did Happy feel reassured enough to head toward the basement to inform Tony Stark. However, Tony Stark was never known for his sense of time. Nearly an entire hour passed before he finally emerged from the basement. Happy, where's everyone? Where's my hairstylist? And who is this? Tony Stark entered the hall, glanced around, and couldn't spot his usual hairstylist. Instead, he found a stranger, which made him fix his gaze on Happy and demand an explanation. It wasn't that Tony Stark was judging by appearances, but truth be told, Wu Liuqi looked nothing like a hairstylist. He looked every bit the part of an utter loser. Seriously, Happy? Don't tell me this is my new hairstylist. But Tony Stark wasn't an idiot. He quickly put two and two together and immediately felt like he'd been made a fool of. What is this? Some kind of surprise party for me. Tony, he really is a surprise. Happy hurried over to explain to Tony Stark, his expression brimming with excitement. You won't believe it, but he's the craziest and most extraordinary hairstylist I've ever met. He's got a signature move you've never seen before, Tony. I guarantee you're going to love it. Seeing how confident Happy was, Tony Stark's curiosity was, in fact, thoroughly piqued. He instinctively gave Wu Liuqi a sidelong glance, as if trying to see if he'd misjudged him, to detect if there was anything special about this person. But no matter how he looked, Wu Liuqi appeared to be just an ordinary guy. Nothing more. Absolutely unremarkable. Crazy or extraordinary? I'll be the judge of that myself, Tony Stark said, fixing Wu Liuqi with a scrutinizing stare. So this gentleman is Mr. Wu Liuqi. Happy promptly introduced him to Tony Stark. That's certainly a name with character. Sounds very peculiar. I'm starting to get intrigued. Tony Stark continued to eye Wu Liuqi. So, Mr. Wu Liuqi, what's your big specialty? Show him. Happy urged eagerly from his side. Just imagining Tony Stark's reaction to Wu Liuqi's chi-controlled scissors technique filled Happy with anticipation. It's nothing all that special, really. On Little Chicken Island, even the folks selling milk tea can put on a good show. If you don't have a few tricks up your sleeve, you won't last long, Wu Liuqi explained calmly to Tony Stark. Then he casually reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of scissors. What's this? Tony Stark glanced at the scissors, momentarily at a loss. He couldn't fathom why Wu Liuqi would bring out such an unrelated object at this moment. They're scissors. How am I supposed to cut your hair without scissors? Wu Liuqi replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Wait a minute. Tony Stark was suddenly taken aback, hastily raising his hand to stop Wu Liuqi. You mean you're planning to cut my hair with those scissors? Are you kidding me? Tony Stark might not be in the hair and beauty business, but come on. He's seen enough to know what's what. He's had his hair cut plenty of times in his life. If there's one thing he can still tell apart, it's a real pair of hairdressing scissors. But the scissors in Wu Liuqi's hand? Those were definitely not professional haircutting tools. They were just your run-of-the-mill household scissors. The kind you use to cut paper, fabric, or whatever else you have lying around. And this Wu Liuqi actually planned to give him a haircut with those? Even Tony Stark, who's known for playing by his own rules, was a bit thrown off by this turn of events. I know, Tony. Happy was grinning even wider on the side. That was exactly my reaction at first. But trust me, you're about to be blown away. Seeing how confident Happy looked, Tony Stark temporarily set aside his doubts, curiosity now shining in his eyes. He was genuinely interested to see what kind of trick Wu Liuqi was going to pull off with scissors like that. Chi-controlled scissors. Under Tony Stark's watchful gaze, Wu Liuqi uttered those words lightly, then suddenly opened his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scissors flew from his hand and began spinning rapidly in front of him. As Wu Liuqi's hands moved with practiced ease, the scissors seemed to come alive, darting through the air in front of him, tracing intricate patterns at his command. It was, in a word, dazzling. Well, Tony? Chi-controlled scissors. Does that impress you? Happy boasted from the side. That's it. Tony Stark gave a dismissive smirk. I've seen more impressive acts on the street. Just saying, if you swapped those scissors for playing cards or something, it'd probably be a better show. Tony, he's not the kind of street magician we're used to seeing. Happy looked exasperated. And Chi-controlled scissors isn't some silly magic trick. You think I'd bring a magician just to amuse you? Am I that foolish or just bored? Who knows, Happy? My intelligence is simply on another level, so sometimes I just can't make sense of what ordinary people do. Happy, if you think I'm dumb, just say it. Jarvis, you saw Wu Liuqi's Chi-controlled scissors just now, right? Happy, not missing a beat, called out to Jarvis. Mr. Stark, Happy is correct. Mr. Wu Liuqi's Chi-controlled scissors is not a magic trick. Jarvis's gentle, ever-reliable voice chimed in, offering Tony Stark an explanation. According to my scans, the scissors in Wu Liuqi's hand are just ordinary scissors, not magical tools, and he isn't using any auxiliary devices. The scissors truly are moving around Mr. Wu Liuqi in a way I cannot explain. Only then did a look of genuine surprise appear on Tony Stark's face. If even Jarvis couldn't figure out, there was definitely something extraordinary going on. Although Tony Stark couldn't quite figure out how Wu Liuqi managed to do it, one thing was certain. This was absolutely not some crude street magic trick. Otherwise, there was no way Jarvis wouldn't have been able to analyze it. Interesting. Tony Stark's curiosity was now thoroughly piqued. He strode quickly over to Wu Liuqi and said, "May I take a look at your scissors?" Of course. Wu Liuqi didn't hesitate in the slightest. He simply handed the scissors over to Tony Stark. If you like them, you can have them. They were just an ordinary pair of scissors. Nothing more, nothing less. Thanks, but I just want to take a look. Tony Stark responded offhandedly, then began to turn the scissors over in his hands, examining them from every angle, scrutinizing every detail. No matter how closely he looked, he could tell they really were just ordinary scissors. That was all. There wasn't anything unusual about them. So, how do these scissors move like that? Even with Tony Stark's extraordinary intelligence and his vast reservoir of knowledge, so deep that others could only dream of matching it, he was completely stumped by Wu Liuqi's technique of controlling scissors with his energy. He had absolutely no idea how the other man had done it. Legend value from Tony Stark plus 234. Tony, what do you think of that move? Happy, seeing even Tony Stark so surprised, couldn't help but flash a smug grin. It's definitely an intriguing technique. Clearly it's far outside my field of research, but I'll get to the bottom of it sooner or later. Tony Stark handed the scissors back to Wu Liuqi. Don't tell me how you did it. I'll figure it out myself. Wu Liuqi. He had never met anyone quite so self-absorbed. But, honestly, that sort of ego made things easier. At least Wu Liuqi wouldn't have to waste his breath explaining anything. But you're really going to use these scissors to cut my hair? Well, I have to admit, I'm actually starting to look forward to it. Tony Stark clapped his hands together, turning to Wu Liuqi. Wu Liuqi's demonstration of his energy-controlled scissors had certainly raised his stature in everyone's eyes. Tony, now that we're on the subject, I just have to add, Wu Liuqi's skills as a barber are out of this world. He's the best stylist I've ever seen. Show him a photo, and he can give you a haircut exactly like the one in the picture. As Happy spoke, he couldn't help but run a hand through his own hair. Didn't you notice there's something different about me today? Only then did Tony Stark realize Happy's hairstyle was different than before. That's right. The reason Happy had been comfortable bringing Wu Liuqi here was because he'd already tried out the experience for himself. Frankly, for all his shortcomings as a bodyguard, Happy was pretty reliable when it came to other matters. So, can we get started now? Judging the time was just about right. Wu Liuqi waved the scissors in his hand and looked at Tony Stark, speaking up. All right, let's get started. Tony Stark nodded, but then something seemed to occur to him. He fixed his gaze on Wu Liuqi once more and asked, "So, are you really going to cut my hair using this chi-controlled scissors technique?" "Absolutely, either way works." Wu Liuqi nodded. "In the service industry, our ultimate goal is customer satisfaction. I can give you a regular haircut, or I can use the chi-controlled scissors. It's all up to your preference. Tony, you really have to try the chi-controlled scissors. I bet you've never had such an entertaining haircut in your life. Happy chimed in enthusiastically from the side. You're sure you can cut my hair like that? Tony Stark asked again, wanting to be completely certain. Of course, no problem at all. Wu Yoshi nodded earnestly in response. Seeing Happy's unwavering assurance and Wu Yoshi's confident demeanor, Tony Stark quickly made up his mind. Alright then, let's see what this chi-controlled scissors technique is all about. He addressed Wu Yoshi with anticipation, pulled up a chair, and sat down in front of a mirror in the living room. Okay, you can start now. Wu Yoshi walked over to Tony Stark, scissors in hand, and politely asked, So, how would you like your hair today? Simple. Just keep my effortlessly charming and mature look. Wait a second. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Tony Stark spotted a poster he'd left on a nearby table. He grabbed it and handed it straight to Wu Yoshi. Happy says you can copy a look from a photo exactly, so just follow what's on here. Tony Stark instructed Wu Yoshi. As long as it looks exactly like this, right? Wu Yoshi studied the poster for a moment, then looked at Tony Stark for confirmation, his face all seriousness. Of course, Tony Stark replied matter-of-factly. Is that going to be a problem for you? But in his brisk agreement, Tony Stark failed to notice that Wu Yoshi was holding the poster upside down behind him. The poster had images on both sides. One side featured the suave and debonair Tony Stark, while the other displayed none other than Obadiah Stane. And at this moment, Wu Yoshi was staring intently at Obadiah Stane's gleaming bald head, lost in contemplation. Not a problem at all. My skills are nothing you need to doubt. With Tony Stark's confirmation, Wu Yoshi wasted no more words. He set the poster aside and, with a flick of his right hand, declared, Chi-controlled scissors. With a sudden whoosh, the ordinary-looking scissors flew from his hand, spinning rapidly through the air. Tony Stark's eyes widened, glued to the reflection in the mirror, eager to see just how Wu Yoshi would pull off this jaw-dropping haircut. In the very next instant, Wuxi Chi gave a light wave of his right hand, and in a flash, the pair of scissors that had been hovering before him zipped straight to Tony Stark's forehead. At that very moment, Tony Stark felt an icy chill sweep across the top of his head. And this wasn't just any chill, it was a bone-deep cold. What a bizarre sensation, he thought, startled by the unfamiliar feeling. That was the very first thought that flashed through Tony's mind. He had gotten countless haircuts in his life, but never, absolutely never, had he ever felt anything quite like this. Then, almost on instinct, Tony Stark focused his gaze and glanced into the mirror before him. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split the sky. Tony Stark froze, rooted to the spot in utter disbelief. Who was that staring back at him from the mirror? Who on earth was that Mediterranean-looking guy? Oh my God, was that really me? Where was the hair on top of my head? How had it all vanished in the blink of an eye? No, this can't be happening. Terror flashed across Tony Stark's face, and his whole body began to tremble. He simply couldn't accept what he was seeing. Legend value plus 666 from Tony Stark. Just then, while Tony stood in stunned silence, Wuxi Chi's swiftly spinning scissors darted over his head once more. Now the left side of Tony Stark's scalp felt just as cold. Tony watched in horror as, in the mirror, the hair on the left side of his head disappeared just as completely. Stop it right now. Wuxi Chi, what on earth are you doing? A shout rang out. Happy, who had been standing off to the side in shock, finally came to his senses and rushed over, yelling as he grabbed hold of Wuxi Chi. He seized Wuxi Chi by the arm, roaring at him. What did you just do? Moving like a zombie, Tony Stark stood up, staring dazedly into the mirror at his half-bald reflection. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed onto the floor. Wasn't he supposed to be the world's most famous playboy, idolized by millions? And now he had ended up with a disastrous bald patch? Was there no justice left in the world? Why would you do this to me? In the next instant, Tony exploded with anger, suddenly spinning around and grabbing Wuxi Chi with both hands, shouting at the top of his lungs. What are you doing to him? Wuxi Chi was completely dumbfounded by Tony and Happy's reaction, his voice full of grievance. If you don't like how I cut it, you could have just said so. There's no need to come charging over and grab me like this. Grab you? I ought to punch you. Tony gritted his teeth, barely restraining himself from socking Wuxi Chi in the face. Who told you to shave my hair all off? I get it now. You must have been sent by one of my rivals to sabotage me, right? This is ridiculous. Wuxi Chi felt utterly wronged. You asked me to shave your head. I even double-checked if you wanted it just like that bald guy, and you said yes yourself. What bald guy? Who's bald? What did I ever tell you to shave it all off? Tony Stark still had a death grip on Wu Yoshi's arms. Explain yourself now. Let go of me. Wu Yoshi struggled with all his might, finally breaking free from Tony Stark's grasp. He snatched up the poster again and jabbed a finger at Obadiah Stane's shiny bald head. Didn't you tell me to copy his hairstyle? And now you're blaming me? Are you serious? Tony Stark took one look and nearly coughed up blood from rage. He snatched the poster away, flipped it to the other side, and pointed at his own suave, dashing self. He roared at Wu Liuqi, I wanted you to copy this side, not the other. My God. Wasn't it supposed to be the other side? Wu Liuqi was dumbfounded. He stared at the poster, now showing the confident, stylish Tony Stark, and, after a long pause, muttered, Why didn't you make it clear? I wasn't clear? How could I have been any clearer? Tony Stark was on the verge of a meltdown. Wasn't it obvious enough? You just handed me the poster and said to copy the hairstyle. You never said which one. So strictly speaking, this isn't really my fault, is it? Wu Liuqi scratched his head, forcing out an awkward, sheepish grin at Tony Stark. Heavens above, just put me out of my misery. Tony Stark groaned, covering his face in utter despair. He was completely, thoroughly defeated by Wu Liuqi. Did something like this really need to be spelled out? There were posters of Tony right there. Clearly, you were supposed to copy Tony, not someone else. Wasn't that obvious? Wasn't it? You want to die? Wu Liuqi perked up immediately. In addition to being a top stylist at a Baojian salon, I'm also a professional assassin. If you're really looking to end it all, you can hire me. I'm very reasonable with my rates. Sure, hiring someone to assassinate yourself was a little odd, but Wu Liuqi had actually taken jobs like that before. He had plenty of experience. Tony Stark. This guy. He must have been sent by someone to mess with me. Shut up. Happy glared fiercely at Wu Liuqi, completely beaten down by this disaster of a hairdresser. At a time like this, how could this guy still be making jokes? Couldn't he see Tony was about to explode? Where'd he brought Tony this time? What a bizarre character. Regret. At that moment, Happy was overwhelmed with regret. Tony, I'm so sorry really. I never expected this to happen. Happy hurried over to Tony Stark, wiping sweat from his brow and apologizing profusely. I don't want your apology. I want my hair back. Tony Stark was still trembling, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He shot a glance at the mirror at that glaring Mediterranean hairline. It made his mouth twitch even more. He couldn't bear to look. He simply couldn't. Mr. Stark, since things are already like this, why don't I just shave it all off for you? Seeing Tony Stark so devastated, Wu Liuqi offered his suggestion with the best of intentions. Shave it all off and go completely bald? Just like his dear Uncle Obadiah? The mere thought of that scene made Tony Stark feel as if the sky was collapsing on him. But when he looked again at his own Mediterranean hairline in the mirror, no, to be exact, his half-wrecked Mediterranean, it felt like not just the sky, but his entire world was crumbling into hell itself. Tony, seriously, maybe it's best if you just shave it all off. Happy stood by, nodding solemnly at Tony Stark. There's no saving it. Snap. Happy's words hit Tony like an arrow straight to the heart. Was he really about to say goodbye to his hair forever? Was the dashing, charismatic playboy Tony Stark about to retreat from the spotlight? How could he possibly go out in public looking like Obadiah Stane, a shining dome for all to see? Could it be? Would he have to wear a wig? Tony Stark simply couldn't accept that, no matter what. The thought alone made his gaze toward Wu Liuqi blaze with barely controlled rage. Just shave it all off. It took several long seconds for Tony Stark to finally make that painful decision. Happy was right. At this point, there was nothing left to save. All he could do was cut it off. No problem. Wu Liuqi instantly agreed, cheerfully, and with a flick of his right hand, declared, Chi-powered scissors, activate. Snip, snip, snip. The scissors began to whirl at lightning speed once more. Tony Stark squeezed his eyes shut in anguish. It was that damn Chi-powered scissor technique again. He never could have imagined it would be so fast that he didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, he'd ended up with a Mediterranean hairline. He hadn't even had the chance to stop it. Then again, for Tony Stark right now, the Chi-powered scissor was probably the best solution. At least it would all be over quickly, ending his misery as fast as possible. As Wu Liuqi expertly maneuvered the scissors through the air, Tony Stark felt the cool air rush over his scalp in all the newly exposed places. Within just a few seconds, a voice announced, done. Done? Tony Stark took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and summoned all his courage to open his eyes and steal a look at himself in the mirror. The first thing he saw was that gleaming, radiant bald head, drawing every eye in the room, whether he wanted it or not. But then, realizing the bald head belonged to him, Tony Stark almost couldn't stop himself from weeping. Why did this have to happen to me? What did I do to deserve this? Tony Stark pleaded with the heavens in his heart. Tony, honestly, it's not bad at all. It's not as bad as you think. Happy did his best to stifle a laugh, trying to comfort Tony. Trust me, you're the kind of guy who can pull off any look. Go away, Happy. I don't want to see anyone right now. I just want to be alone. Tony Stark waved him off, utterly dejected. He ignored everyone else, turned, and strode quickly toward the basement, needing some time alone. Looking like this, Tony Stark didn't dare show his face in public. Not even for a second. But as Tony Stark turned to leave, Happy quickly fished out his phone and, with practiced stealth, snapped 2 photos of Tony. This was blackmail material on Tony Stark. No way was he going to let such golden evidence slip away. Can I be honest? Honestly, Tony Stark with a shaved head is truly hideous. Wuxiaki couldn't help but mutter as he watched Tony's retreating figure. Even as a hairstylist, I just can't lie to myself about that. This is all your fault. Happy shot Wuxiaki an exasperated glare. He was at a total loss. What kind of mad genius could possibly mistake Tony Stark's wishes as wanting a haircut like Obadiah Stane's? What kind of weird logic was that? Could Tony's suspicion be right? Was this barber actually a spy sent by the enemy? Deliberately sent to mess with Tony Stark's head? If so, that was downright diabolical. I can't take it. I'm dying over here. Rorschach, who'd been focused on Wuxiaki, nearly doubled over with laughter. Heaven knows, turning Tony Stark into a walking Mediterranean and then taking it a step further to shave him completely bald, ending up as another Obadiah. This absolutely wasn't part of Rorschach's secret plan. His original idea was simply for Wuxiaki to show off a little chi-powered scissor art in front of Tony Stark, nothing more. He never expected things to go this far. But who could have predicted such a hilarious misunderstanding between Wuxiaki and Tony Stark? This outcome was far better than anything Rorschach could have imagined. Not bad at all. All in all, Wuxiaki's debut had left Rorschach thoroughly satisfied. Well then, let's see what Jinx has in store for us next. With anticipation lighting up his face, Rorschach turned his attention forward. Compared to Wuxiaki, Rorschach had cooked up an even wilder and more flamboyant entrance for Jinx. After all, if it wasn't crazy enough, it just wouldn't do justice to the title of loose cannon. Hell's Kitchen. On the rooftop of a tall building. Matt Murdock, Frank Castle, Jessica Jones, Ling Lingi, and Lanchi, the original 5 defenders, were all present, not a single one missing. They gathered together, and every face was grave and tense. The atmosphere was heavy, laden with unspoken worries. So, after all we've been through, after countless battles, some of which nearly killed us, has nothing really changed? Jessica Jones sat atop a pile of junk, disbelief etched on her face. In the end, Kingpin still managed to forge the 5 element statues. That's war for you. You can never guarantee you'll be the one who comes out on top. Frank Castle was as cold as ever, as if he were discussing something that had nothing to do with himself. But I didn't sign up for this fight, just to lose again. I've racked up enough failures in my life. I don't need another one. Jessica Jones was growing a little exasperated. This is all just pointless nonsense. I never should have joined in the first place. No, Jessica, it isn't pointless. Matt Murdock shook his head, his voice gentle as he tried to reassure her. If it weren't for us, Kingpin would have succeeded. Months ago, maybe even sooner. And besides, we haven't really lost yet. The statue fruit user hasn't awakened their power, right? You're good at comforting yourself, Jessica replied with a dismissive curl of her lip. But for me, what does it matter if it's a few months sooner or later? There's no difference at all. To protect world peace is a lonely path, one paved with thorns and danger. But a true warrior never backs down. Ling Lingi let out a slow cloud of smoke, his demeanor that of someone who had seen the world's hardships. Screw world peace. I couldn't care less. Jessica's face was filled with scorn. Everything I do has nothing to do with world peace. I just want to put an end to this damn mess. Though she joined this war, Jessica Jones was different from the others. No matter their reasons, the others were actively fighting, choosing to stand against Kingpin. They could have chosen to walk away, but every one of them had chosen to stay. Except Jessica Jones. She, more than anyone, genuinely wanted no part in this chaos. Yet she also knew, ever since she'd been dragged into it, there was no way out for her. Not unless she defeated the statue fruit user. Otherwise, the rest of her life will be spent constantly running, always hunted by that statue. I get it, but Red is right. We haven't lost yet. We still have a chance to stop them. Ling Lingi spoke up again, his tone grave as he addressed the group. Lanchi timidly raised her hand, her voice barely above a whisper. Isn't this not so good? Maybe we should call the police. With all of us here, why would we need those second-rate guys? Ling Lingi scoffed, shaking his head. That would just bring us down. Lanchi, we've talked about this, Matt Murdock added, already sounding weary as he explained. This is way beyond what they can handle. Involving them would only make things messy, and wouldn't help at all. Then can I leave? This is all just too scary for me. Really, I'm kind of terrified. Lanchi shrank back, looking genuinely shaken. Scary? You're the one who's really scary. Everyone present couldn't help but think it to themselves. If you're afraid, then let your other self come out, Frank Castle said, glancing at Lingi. Lingi, this isn't the place for you right now. But, oh God, I've had enough. Jessica cut Lingi off with a snarl, yanking her hair and giving her nose a quick scratch. Lingi sneezed, the sound sharp and sudden. Blonde-haired Lanky makes a dazzling entrance. Why didn't you call me out sooner? You idiots. Lanky swept her gaze over the crowd, her face full of discontent. If you won't show up yourself, how can you blame us? Who's the real idiot here? Jessica Jones curled her lip, firing back without hesitation. Jessica Jones wasn't exactly known for her patience. Clang. Suddenly, an assault rifle was pressed right up to Jessica's face. Lanky glared at her, barking, "What did you just say?" No one around so much as blinked at the scene. They were used to Lanky's explosive temper and her habit of pulling a gun at the drop of a hat. If, on occasion, she didn't pull a gun, people actually found it more surprising. Lanky, Jessica, Ling Lingi has some important intel to share. Why don't we hear him out first? Everyone remained unfazed. Only Matt Murdock spoke up calmly, addressing the two. Only then did Lanky lower her rifle, turning her attention to Ling Lingi as well. You said there's still a chance? Yes. According to reliable intelligence, Gene and his crew have nearly finished building their altar. What's left is the final, most critical piece, the Hex energy converter. As everyone focused on him, Ling Lingi's tone grew solemn. Once the converter is complete, that statue fruit ability user will be able to awaken their powers. If that happens, it'll be too late for us. They had to stop them. They had to prevent the Hex energy converter from being completed. The moment Ling Lingi revealed this intel, everyone present silently made up their minds. Ling Lingi, what do you know about the Hex energy converter? Frank Castle, as always, was calm and collected, like a machine running without emotion. He cast a cold glance at Ling Lingi and asked, "That thing is their top priority, and their security measures are airtight, practically impenetrable." Ling Lingi sighed, then shifted gears. "But as a top agent, that's nothing I can't handle. I still managed to dig up some crucial information, even though it cost me quite a bit." "Cut the chatter. Are you going to talk or not?" Lanky shoved her rifle into Ling Lingi's face again. Ling Lingi broke out in a cold sweat. "Lanky, you really need to learn to manage your emotions. It's basic training for any agent. If you'd like, I could offer." Rat-a-tat-tat. Lanky squeezed the trigger mercilessly, bullets whizzing past Ling Lingi's ears. "Is that really necessary?" Okay, don't shoot. I'll talk." Ling Lingi surrendered instantly, hands raised in defeat. The Hex energy converter is extremely sophisticated, technology far beyond what most people could handle. Even though that statue fruit user somehow got their hands on the blueprints, the good news is they still haven't figured out how it works. According to the intel I've received, they're planning to kidnap several top scientists to help them develop the Hex energy converter. Top scientists? That's certainly a useful piece of information. Jessica Jones couldn't help but reply with biting sarcasm. After all, there aren't that many top scientists in America. Just a few hundred or 1,000 or so. Ling Lingi, we need more precise intelligence. Matt Murdock chimed in from the side. There are indeed a lot of top scientists in America, Ling Lingi continued, but there's only one who stands at the very top. He raised a single finger. I believe you all know who I'm talking about. Tony Stark? That cocky guy who always looks like he needs a good punch in the face? Blonde Frankie caught on in an instant, her face full of disdain. He couldn't even invent a universal capsule, and he's supposed to be the best. Everyone present was stunned by the bombshell Ling Lingi had just dropped, so much so that no one paid any attention to the strange term, universal capsule, that Blonde Frankie had mentioned. Except for Ling Lingi. Universal capsule? What's that? Ling Lingi asked curiously from the side. What's it to you? Stay focused. Blonde Frankie shot him a glare, instantly snuffing out his curiosity. They want to kidnap Tony Stark? Ling Lingi, are you sure about this intel? Matt Murdock immediately pressed him in a low voice. Although he asked, deep down Matt was already 80% convinced. The news was simply too shocking not to double-check. After all, they'd been working together for quite some time, and Ling Lingi's intel had never been wrong. Those people are out of their minds. Even Jessica Jones was rattled. Despite Blonde Frankie's obvious disdain for Tony Stark, that didn't change the fact that, in everyone's eyes, Tony Stark was on a level of his own. He truly was the super scientist standing above all others. And the real kicker? He wasn't just a scientist. Behind Tony Stark stood the colossal Stark Industries. His connections in the military and government. They were deep and tangled, far beyond what any ordinary scientist could claim. Someone like that, anyone who dared lay a finger on him, was asking for death. But the most frightening part was the people targeting Tony Stark weren't ordinary, either. Most wouldn't dare mess with Tony Stark no matter how bold they were. But to that statue fruit wielder, it was nothing at all. We have to warn Tony Stark. After a brief, heavy silence, Matt Murdock was the first to speak up. We need to alert the authorities. Given Tony Stark's unique status, there was no way the few of them could offer him any real protection. Even trying to secretly guard him without. Alerting him was out of the question. If anything, they might even be mistaken for people plotting against Tony Stark and get themselves arrested. How do we warn him? Jessica Jones spread her hands. Do we just go up and tell him that some living statues are coming to kidnap him? That'd go over just great. We can only provide protection in secret, but that feels far too passive. Even someone like Frank Castle, an expert in strategic operations, couldn't come up with a better solution. Ling Lingi, do you have any more intelligence? For example, any idea when they might act, or what their plan could be? After a moment's silence, Matt Murdock fixed his gaze on Ling Lingi and asked again. For now, I don't. But give me some time. I believe I'll be able to find out, Ling Lingi replied, shaking his head. But that did little to ease anyone's worries. Who knew if Tony Stark might already be kidnapped by the statue fruit user before Ling Lingi got to the bottom of things? So, once again, the group launched into a round of heated debate over the issue. Unfortunately, after all the discussion, no one could come up with a truly effective solution. You could be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against one for 1,000 days. Actually, I have a good idea. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, blonde-haired Lanky's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she had just thought of something. You? Jessica Jones shot her a skeptical look, not bothering to hide her doubt. What kind of brilliant idea could you possibly have? Was it really possible to expect anything clever from someone whose first instinct was to pull a gun at the drop of a hat? Don't underestimate me, you jerk. Lanky snapped, and then she raised her right hand, waving it for everyone to see. A blue bracelet on her wrist caught everyone's attention. This bracelet can grant someone tremendous strength, turning an ordinary person into a super soldier. I can give this bracelet to Tony Stark. At that, everyone's eyes lit up with hope. Lanky had never been known for her brains, but there was no denying it. This was a stroke of genius. Everyone present had witnessed just how extraordinary Lanky's powers were. If Tony Stark could wield that kind of strength, it wouldn't matter how many statues the fruit user sent. None would stand a chance. And so, the group reached a happy consensus. Not one of the original defenders voiced even the slightest objection to Lanky's suggestion, because, without a doubt, it was the best solution to their problem. No one could think of anything more perfect. The only thing that caused a little concern was Lanky's famously hot temper, her tendency to pull a gun and start shooting at the slightest provocation. Patience was definitely not her strong suit. And for someone like Tony Stark, if a stranger suddenly showed up claiming he might be kidnapped and needed to wear a bracelet for protection, would he really believe it? Given Lanky's temperament, she'd likely lose patience after a few sentences, and who knew? Maybe she'd pull her gun again. But the truth was, no one else could really take her place. After all, the Kempa bracelet wasn't just some ordinary trinket. It was an artifact capable of granting superpowers. Something so important shouldn't just be handed to someone else to deliver. And from the look on Lanky's face, it was clear she had no intention of letting anyone else handle it. So, this difficult and crucial task naturally fell to Lanky herself. Let's just hope that, when the time comes, Lanky doesn't sneeze. That was all the others could do, silently pray for the best. If, at that moment, Blonde Lancy were to suddenly come online, now that would truly be a spectacle. In the days that followed, the original defenders kept one eye on the movements of the statue fruit user, while also paying close attention to Tony Stark's whereabouts. They were all hoping to find the perfect opportunity for Lancy to get close to Tony Stark. But, as luck would have it, Tony Stark, who had always been the center of attention, suddenly became uncharacteristically low-key. The casinos, the high-profile parties, places where he was once a regular, now saw no trace of Tony Stark at all. According to the investigation by Jessica Jones, the superpower detective, Tony Stark had been holed up at home, locked away from the world, for days on end. He stayed inside for several days straight. No wonder everyone was so baffled. What on earth was going on with Tony Stark? Was he ill? After all, who else could manage to stay cooped up at home for a whole week without stepping outside, even once? It wasn't until Jessica Jones accidentally snapped a photo of Tony Stark's bald head that she finally put the pieces together. Could it be that Tony Stark had cancer? No wonder he'd become a recluse. Since she was watching and taking pictures from a distance, Jessica Jones naturally couldn't get a good look at Tony Stark's complexion. Although some of his actions didn't quite match those of a typical cancer patient, what other reason could there be? It's not like Tony Stark would just shave his head on a whim, right? Maybe someone else would, but Tony Stark was the ultimate narcissist, a notorious playboy. He'd been linked to countless women, and rumor had it he'd even slept with every single Maxim calendar cover girl of the year. Would a man like that really not care about his own image? Jessica Jones was utterly stumped by Tony Stark's bizarre behavior. But in the end, none of this really concerned Jessica Jones. Whether Tony Stark was ill or not, their mission remained the same. After all, the statue fruit user certainly wouldn't care about Tony Stark's health, so neither could they. Jessica Jones continued her surveillance. Finally, 3 days later, Jessica Jones received some good news. Lancy, there's a press conference the day after tomorrow at Stark Tower. Tony Stark will be there in person. This is your chance. Jessica Jones immediately relayed the information to Lancy. Understand. I'll make sure the bracelet gets to Tony Stark. Lancy replied with determination. The original Defenders quickly set their plans in motion. When the press conference began on the third day, Lancy and Jessica Jones had already become members of the press, officially invited by Stark Industries. There was simply no other way. Blonde Lancy's personality was just too brash for comfort, so the team decided someone should accompany her to ensure the mission went smoothly and nothing unexpected happened. Given Matt Murdock's blindness, Frank Castle's face still plastered on wanted posters at every police station, and Ling Lingi's less than stable mind, really, the only person left for this job was Jessica Jones. Please come in. This way, please. After their identities were checked at the entrance, Lan Shi and Jessica Jones made their way smoothly into Stark Tower and found themselves in the Grand Hall where the press conference was being held. Looking around, they saw that the hall was absolutely packed, a sea of people, with powerful figures in designer suits weaving through the crowd. Anyone you picked out at random would be a heavyweight, a true mover and shaker. This press conference was, in fact, an unveiling for Stark Industries' latest product, a new missile called the Jericho missile. Aside from media staff, the event had naturally drawn a whole roster of high-profile guests. As for the main presenter, Tony Stark, the undisputed star of the show, he had yet to make an appearance. As usual, Obadiah Stane, representing Stark Industries, was circulating among the VIPs, welcoming these distinguished guests from all corners. Jessica Jones and Lan Shi didn't linger long in the main hall. After a quick survey, they slipped into a side room partitioned off from the main space. That room served as a resting area, just for the press and media workers. Lan Shi, I'm begging you, seriously. Jessica Jones knelt down with an earnest plea, her face deadly serious. Whatever you do, please don't sneeze. If you even feel like you might, hold it in, or cover your mouth and nose with your hands. Don't worry, Jessica, I can control it. Really? Lan Shi replied with a gentle nod, her demeanor calm and composed, a world away from her usual feisty self. Once we find Tony Stark and hand over the item, we'll leave right away. I hope so, Jessica said, but she couldn't muster the same optimism. I don't know why, but I got a really bad feeling about this. It'll be fine, Jessica, Lan Shi tried to reassure her. So, are you absolutely sure I can't just take the bracelet and pass it to Stark myself? Jessica pressed, not quite ready to give up. Sorry, Jessica, but I can't just hand the bracelet over to anyone else. If it absolutely has to change hands, I need to give it to him myself, Lan Shi replied, shaking her head firmly. Why did the bracelet have to be delivered by Lan Shi and no one else? Simple. Otherwise, how could chaos possibly ensue? With Lan Shi's unpredictable nature, if she didn't cause some trouble for Tony Stark, it just wouldn't live up to Rorschach's reputation as the mastermind behind the scenes. And besides, this was also about Jinx's grand entrance. That's right. The scenario Rorschach had crafted wasn't just about Lan Shi racking up legendary feats at Stark's expense. It was also the prelude to Jinx's arrival. Oh no, now that bad feeling just keeps getting stronger, Jessica Jones muttered, unable to resist covering her face in exasperation. In that moment, she suddenly felt a twinge of regret for agreeing to accompany Lancy on this mission at someone else's request. But now that she was here, Jessica Jones realized it was far too late for second thoughts. Lancy, stay here for now. I'm going to look for Tony Stark, Jessica said after a moment's consideration, giving Lancy a quick instruction before getting up and heading out. She began to move purposefully around the banquet hall, making a point to check places like the powder room and the lounge, hoping to track down Tony Stark ahead of time and finish this task as soon as possible. But it was no use. Before she could find Tony Stark, the staff politely but firmly ushered her back. Left with no choice, Jessica Jones could only return to Lancy's side, resignedly waiting for the press conference to begin. About half an hour later, Tony Stark, the man Jessica had been anxiously hoping to see, finally made his dazzling entrance. He really did show up right on the dot, not a second early. Jessica Jones got a first-hand taste of just how grand the entrance of a top-tier playboy could be. But in truth, Jessica Jones was a bit mistaken about Tony Stark this time. Yes, Tony Stark was usually a show-off, but tonight, the real reason for his reluctance to appear was the nagging insecurity he couldn't shake. Even though he wore a wig, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel a constant chill on his scalp. No matter how realistic, a wig is still a wig. That foreign sensation pressing against his forehead, so different from real hair, was a constant reminder. Tony Stark, at this moment, was bald. Rationally, Tony believed that no one could tell the difference with such a high-quality wig, but emotionally, he was anxious about standing in the spotlight. If anyone caught on, his legendary reputation would be utterly ruined. If this press conference weren't so critical, if he didn't have to personally present the Jericho missile, there's no way Tony Stark would have shown up. Everyone's come here to witness the new Jericho missile from Stark Industries, so I'll get straight to the point, he announced, stepping up onto the podium as all eyes turned to him. Tony Stark wasted not a single word, diving directly into the introduction of the Jericho missile. His speech was the very definition of concise. Just a few minutes, and he was done. That's all, he declared. Ordinarily, there would be a Q&A with reporters after the presentation, a chance for everyone to learn more about the Jericho missile. But tonight, Tony Stark decided on the spot to skip that entirely. As soon as he finished his quick introduction, he didn't pause for even a second. He simply spun around and strode off the stage. He left no room for questions. Mr. Stark, Mr. Stark. But the reporters weren't about to let Tony Stark slip away so easily. In a flurry, they surged after him, crowding forward in pursuit. However, Tony Stark's bodyguard squad, led by Happy, quickly blocked their way. Except for one woman, Jessica Jones. Jessica Jones possessed astonishing strength. Even someone as big as Happy nearly toppled over when Jessica gave him a push. The rest of the bodyguards were no match for her either. They simply couldn't hold her back. So Jessica Jones managed to break through and stood in front of Tony Stark. My God, what on earth does this woman eat? Happy was truly stunned. He rushed to position himself protectively in front of Tony Stark, trying to pull Jessica away. Sorry, Stark doesn't do interviews. But no matter how hard he tugged, Jessica wouldn't budge. Let go, Happy. Tony Stark stepped in, stopping Happy and waving off the rest of the team. He did have a soft spot for women, a rare redeeming quality in his character. As a woman, you managed to get past 4 men to reach me. That's impressive. So, I'll give you a chance to interview me. Consider it a reward for your efforts. But only one question. Choose wisely. As Tony Stark spoke, he couldn't help but give Jessica Jones a quick once-over, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Though Jessica Jones looked as skinny as a rail in the show, she actually fit Western beauty standards quite well. In the eyes of Westerners, she was undoubtedly a stunner. I'm not some damned reporter. Jessica Jones yanked off her press badge and tossed it aside. Listen, Stark, you're in danger. I see. So you snuck in here just to warn me about some danger? Tony Stark's expression didn't change as he responded smoothly. See, there's a perfectly clear logic here. A core logic. It doesn't matter what story you tell me. What matters is, how am I supposed to believe you? Sure, you're a knockout, but that's not enough. That's exactly what I intend to prove next. So, why don't we find somewhere more private to talk? Jessica suggested, knowing this was not the right place for a conversation. My place is perfect. Tony Stark answered without missing a beat. We could talk any way you like. As a private investigator specializing in cheating spouses and messy affairs, Jessica Jones was no stranger to the likes of Tony Stark. She knew exactly what he was thinking. But for the sake of her mission, fine, Jessica could put up with it. It's a deal, then Jessica agreed on the spot. Achoo. Just then, Jessica heard the faint sound of a sneeze from somewhere in the crowd. Damn it. Her expression instantly changed. Come on, Stark. We need to get out of here. Now. Jessica's face was full of urgency as she kept urging Tony Stark to move. Who would have thought? You're even more impatient than I am, aren't you? Tony Stark arched an eyebrow, teasing Jessica Jones with effortless charm, completely oblivious to the danger that was about to unfold. All of you bastards, out of my way! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted, punctuated by the staccato bursts of gunfire. Yes, that was unmistakably the sound of gunshots. Screams of panic instantly rose from the crowd. The packed throng, once shoulder to shoulder, descended into chaos. Those upper-crust socialites, usually so impeccably dressed and poised, now scattered in all directions like frightened rabbits, panic etched on every face. What's going on? Was that gunfire just now? Tony Stark was stunned. Instinctively, he turned toward the source of the shots, feeling a chill run down his spine. There she was, a blonde Asian woman, clutching a submachine gun, unleashing a merciless hail of bullets at anyone in her path. And as the gunfire blazed, she strode toward him with deadly intent. Legend points plus 468 from Tony Stark. Tony Stark drew in a sharp breath, eyes darting nervously to Jessica Jones at his side. So, this is the danger that the feisty lady warned me about? Who on earth is that blonde? And how can she be so fearless? Openly attacking me with a gun at an event like this? Does she have a death wish? Move it. Get out of my way. The gunfire thundered again. Like a contestant in the World Martial Arts Tournament blasting a path with a machine gun, the blonde launch was clearing her way with ruthless efficiency. Nobody dared stand within dozens of meters of her. With an air of absolute dominance, the blonde launch advanced straight toward Tony Stark. Tony, quick, you need to go now. You guys get Tony out of here, move. Happy crouched low, barking orders at the bodyguards he'd brought along, while fumbling for his own weapon to try and stop the blonde launch. Gunfire erupted once more as Launch swept her submachine gun toward the ceiling, shattering the chandelier overhead. With a tremendous crash, it came down, landing squarely in Tony Stark's escape route, forcing him to scramble away in utter chaos. His bodyguards, too, had no choice but to dive for cover. And still, the blonde Launch seized the moment, unleashing a relentless barrage at the bodyguards. The hail of bullets pinned everyone down, forcing them to cower behind whatever cover they could find, heads low and spirits shaken. There was simply nothing they could do. Launch's firepower was just too overwhelming. Ms. Undercover Reporter, Tony muttered, pressed up against Jessica Jones as he peeked through a gap at the rampaging blonde. Who is that violent blonde woman? You know what's going on, don't you? If you just listened and left a minute ago instead of dawdling, we wouldn't be in this mess. Jessica Jones shot Tony a fierce glare, then slapped her forehead in exasperation. Damn it. What kind of ridiculous trouble is this? At this point, Jessica Jones abruptly stood up and yanked Tony Stark to his feet. With an exasperated look, she called out to the blonde Launch. I've already made contact with Tony Stark, so can you stop now? She wanted to get Tony Stark out of there quickly because she was afraid that Launch would transform right there. But now that Launch had already transformed, there was no longer any need to drag Tony Stark away by force. Tony Stark. The playboy was truly bewildered, caught completely off guard by Jessica Jones. You two are actually working together? Shut up. Jessica Jones snapped, frowning. I don't have time to deal with you right now. All Jessica could think about was how to clean up the mess Launch had just made. She had no energy left to explain anything to Tony Stark. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. But the gun in Lanchy's hands didn't stop. Instead, she kept firing several more shots around Tony Stark and Jessica Jones. I don't need you telling me what to do. It wasn't until she got right in Jessica's face that Lanchy glared at her and barked out a reprimand. Jessica Jones was so furious she was actually trembling. Normally, Jessica herself had a pretty hot temper, but here, she was completely overpowered by Lanchy. Jessica's outbursts were still within normal limits. She knew when to hold back. But Lanchy? She didn't care about anything at all. Fine. Jessica Jones forced down her anger and frustration, spreading her hands. I won't interfere. I'll leave everything to you. Happy now? With that, Jessica made her position clear. She shifted her body to the side, putting some distance between herself and Tony Stark. Why on earth did I agree to team up with these lunatics? I must have lost my mind, she muttered under her breath as she walked away. At least you know your place. Lanchy finally looked satisfied, then leveled her submachine gun at Tony Stark. You get over here. You've managed to do what no one else could. I have to admit, I respect your courage, but let me be absolutely clear. You're not getting out of here. Even now, Tony Stark kept his composure, pride undiminished. Let me tell you what's going to happen next. Rat-a-tat. He'd barely finished before Lanchy raised her gun and unleashed a wild burst right in front of his face. Tony could actually feel the bullets whizzing past his ear and watch the shell casings tumble to the ground at his feet. He sucked in a sharp breath, instantly falling silent. No more smart remarks. In that moment, Tony Stark finally saw the truth. This blonde woman was completely unhinged. Did I give you permission to speak, you idiot? All you need to do right now is behave. Or do you want me to shoot you? Lanchy towered over Tony, shouting down at him. Tony Stark instantly became obedient, standing meekly before the blonde Lanchy like a student punished by the teacher. Gone was his previous bravado. Lanchy, someone's coming. At that moment, Jessica Jones noticed security personnel rushing in from every corridor, and she couldn't help but grimace as she warned the blonde Lanchy. Lanchy swept her gaze around at Jessica's words, and sure enough, she saw several security guards dashing their way. Without a word, she raised her submachine gun and ruthlessly squeezed the trigger toward them. A torrent of bullets sprayed out in a fierce barrage. The security guards, who had barely poked their heads out, were instantly forced back by the relentless gunfire. Nearby, Happy and a few other of Tony Stark's bodyguards saw that Lanchy was momentarily distracted. Seizing the chance, they rushed toward her, hoping to bring her down. But before they could even get close, Jessica Jones intercepted them all, swiftly knocking every one of them to the ground in a few deft moves. Don't do anything reckless. This is for your own good. Jessica Jones spoke to Happy and the others now sprawled on the floor, bruised and battered, stripped of any fighting spirit. She truly wasn't showing off. Jessica's actions really were for their sake. Getting beaten up by her was one thing, but provoking the blonde Lanchi? That could easily be fatal. Oh God, what am I even doing? Jessica Jones tore her gaze from the defeated bodyguards and glanced at the security men Lanchi had currently pinned down. She gritted her teeth, making up her mind. Leave them to me. All I ask is that you hurry up and finish your business. With that, Jessica Jones dashed off toward the security guards, tossing these words back to Lanchi as she went. You're such an act. Lanchi curled her lip in irritation, but she did lower her submachine gun for the moment and turn away. Her eyes swept the room, and there was Tony Stark quietly attempting to sneak out. A cold smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire cracked through the air, bullets striking the ground right at Tony Stark's feet. Okay. Tony Stark immediately threw up his hands in surrender, freezing in place. Are you trying to waste my time, you idiot? With a furious shout, Lanchi slapped Tony Stark hard across the face. The blow sent Tony staggering, and he tumbled to the ground in shock. Did I just get slapped across the face? Tony Stark was utterly stunned. In all his life, he had never been struck like that before. Legend points from Tony Stark, plus 524. And it wasn't just Tony. Everyone else in the banquet hall stared in disbelief. That blonde woman was truly fierce. Not only did she threaten Tony Stark with a gun, she'd given him a resounding slap in front of everyone. Now, that's what you call a real warrior. Legend points from New York citizens, plus 226. Because the guests invited to this press conference were all people of considerable status and influence, the amount of legend points contributed was particularly impressive. Run. Keep running. What's the matter? Out of breath already? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of blows filled the air as Blonde Launch charged right up to Tony Stark and started pummeling him with fists and kicks. She beat Tony Stark so badly, it was almost too pitiful to watch. Tony curled up on the floor, hugging himself tightly, his hands clutching his wig for dear life to keep it from being knocked off by Blonde Launch. Everything else, he simply couldn't worry about. Give me your hand. After giving Tony Stark a thorough thrashing, Blonde Launch suddenly made a strange demand, catching Tony completely off guard. What do you want? Tony eyed her warily, unsure of her intentions, but filled with a sense of dread. Not only did he refuse to extend his hand, he instinctively hid both hands behind his back. When I tell you to stick your hand out, you stick your hand out. What's with all the nonsense? Thud, thud, thud. Another round of punches and kicks rained down. Oh, come on. Could Tony Stark's situation be any more miserable? Every few moments he was getting hammered by a flurry of blows. The spectators around them were sweating bullets, faces dripping as if caught in a downpour, all thoroughly shocked by Blonde Launch's ferocity. One by one, they couldn't help but look at Tony Stark with deep sympathy and pity. Please stop. No more. If you want something, just say it. Beaten to his limit, Tony curled up on the ground in a ball, crying out to Blonde Launch with what little strength he had left. You think it stops just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Blonde Launch paid him no mind, cursing as she unleashed another wild barrage of blows. She kept hitting and scolding at the same time. I'm beating you because you're such a jerk. Always so smug and arrogant. Just looking at you makes my blood boil. If I don't give you a proper beating today, then I... Suddenly, she stopped mid-sentence, her fists frozen in the air. She had just landed a powerful kick to Tony Stark's head, only to be met with an unexpected sight. A bald head. She had actually kicked off his hair. Tony Stark's hair had come right off, falling to the ground. But Blonde Launch stared in surprise, picking up Tony's wig from the floor and feeling his bare scalp. You're bald. But? Oh no. At that moment, Tony Stark suddenly realized his head felt awfully chilly. His wig had been knocked off. Give it back. All sense of shame abandoned, Tony lunged for Blonde Launch, desperate to snatch his wig from her hands. What the no way? Did I just see that? Stark is bald. This is the biggest scoop ever. The charming, dashing Tony Stark is actually bald. So this is the real Tony Stark. A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the room. Those hiding in the corners, crouched beneath tables, stared in utter disbelief. The most flamboyant, dazzling playboy in all of New York, perhaps even the whole United States, was actually bald? What kind of joke was this? Legend points from New York citizens plus 328. Click, click. The sound of camera shutters snapped incessantly as the reporters' eyes gleamed with wild excitement, their frenzy almost animalistic, like flies drawn to honey. This press conference was more than worth attending. No one could have imagined stumbling upon such an explosive, earth-shattering scoop. Stop taking pictures. Everyone stopped shooting. Surrounded by the clamor of voices, Tony Stark nearly fainted from humiliation. If his shiny bald head made the front page, he'd become the laughingstock of all New York. How could he possibly live that down? Weren't you after my hand? Here you go. Whatever you're planning, please do it quickly. Even if you're going to kill me, I don't care anymore. My only request is, just make it quick. Clumsily jamming the wig back onto his scalp, Tony Stark finally gave up struggling. He thrust his hand out to the blonde Lancy. At that moment, all Tony Stark wanted was to escape this place, which felt no less than hell itself. As for what Lancy truly wanted, why she needed his hand, Tony Stark simply couldn't care anymore. Heaven help him. The piercing chatter and the equally stabbing stares around him left Tony Stark feeling utterly stripped and exposed. You see, wouldn't it have been easier if you'd just done this from the start? Did you really need a beating to feel satisfied? Are you some kind of masochist? Muttering under her breath, Lancy snatched Tony Stark's wrist and snapped a camphor bracelet onto him. What's this? Tony Stark glanced at the blue band, now on his wrist, blurting out his question. Could it be some kind of remote control bomb? Was this woman planning to use it to kidnap him? You sure ask a lot of questions. Lancy glared at him, but since this was the main point of her mission, she reluctantly explained, this thing will protect you if you're ever in danger. Just wear it, all right. In danger? Tony Stark wanted to tell Lancy, in all seriousness, that she was the greatest danger he'd ever faced. In all his years, when had he ever been beaten so badly by anyone? But the pain racking his body forced him to swallow those words, not daring to utter a single syllable more. He knew that if he so much as spoke out of turn, another storm of merciless blows would surely follow. That was a lesson he'd learned the hard, bloody way. All right, now that. Lancy's voice rang out again, instantly setting Tony Stark's nerves on edge. But this time, before Blonde Launch could finish her sentence, she suddenly sneezed. Achoo! In an instant, her striking golden hair vanished, replaced by her equally eye-catching waves of blue. Tony Stark, standing to the side, was left utterly bewildered. What was this? After beating him up, was she putting on a magic show for entertainment? Legend point from Tony Stark plus 318. What just happened? Launch glanced around with a confused look on her face. Then, her attention was quickly drawn to Tony Stark, standing right in front of her. Mr. Stark? Huh? What's going on here? You look terribly injured. Do you need me to call an ambulance? Tony Stark. First she beats him up, then she pretends to be so concerned. Why did criminals always seem to have a few screws loose? Especially when the criminal happened to be such a stunning beauty, both in figure and face. Tony Stark was convinced, when the news about this broke, this woman would definitely gather a legion of fans, even if she was a criminal. So, your goal was just to give me this bracelet? Now that you've done that, can I leave? Tony Stark stared at Launch with a blank expression. Enough talk. Get out of here now. Before Launch could answer, Jessica Jones, having already taken care of all the security, darted over, grabbed Launch by the hand, and dragged her away without another word. Tony. At that moment, Happy finally appeared, his face battered and bruised, rushing up to Tony Stark. Get me out of here now. Tony Stark barked at Happy, and, shielding his face, quickly left under Happy's protection. Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark. A swarm of reporters surged forward, buzzing like flies, hot on Tony Stark's heels, making his head pound with frustration. The scene was utter chaos. But for Jessica Jones and Launch, it was the perfect cover. With Jessica clearing the way, the two quickly forced a path and burst out of the banquet hall. They hurried downstairs to make their escape. A few security guards tried to stop them along the way, but Jessica Jones made short work of every single one. Until, you up ahead, listen up, surrender immediately. Raise your hands slowly, and put them where I can see them. A man with a receding hairline, leading a squad of heavily armed agents, closed in and surrounded Jessica Jones and Launch. With each sharp command from Coulson, the sound of weapons being cocked echoed in the air, and a ring of gun barrels cold and black snapped into place, all trained on the two women. Damn it! Jessica Jones couldn't help but let out a low curse under her breath, shooting a furious glare at Misty. I swear, I'm never going on another mission with you. Not in this lifetime. I must have been out of my mind to agree in the first place. I'm so sorry. Jessica, I really didn't expect this to happen. I'm truly sorry. Misty's face was full of remorse as she apologized from the side. Misty knew perfectly well that their current predicament was entirely her fault. She'd sneezed at the worst possible moment, and it had landed them both in trouble. Cease your conversation and put your hands up immediately. Coulson's voice rang out once more. Jessica Jones and Misty didn't try to resist any further. They obediently raised their hands. Take them away. At Coulson's command, several SHIELD agents promptly stepped forward, placing handcuffs on both Jessica Jones and Misty. Great. I've experienced a lot in my life, but this is the first time I've ever been treated like a criminal. Jessica Jones was beside herself with frustration. Sure, she could easily take down the agents surrounding her, but she didn't. After all, if she really chose to fight, that would make her an outright criminal for real. For now, things were still just a misunderstanding or an accident. Maybe there was still a way out. Jessica, I really am sorry, Misty whispered apologetically once again. Don't say another word. You're a walking disaster. Nothing good ever happens when I'm with you. Jessica Jones looked utterly defeated, as if all hope had drained from her face. And so it went. Jessica Jones and Misty, in a twist of fate, were honored with a trip to SHIELD's Manhattan branch, escorted by Coulson himself, and locked away in the highest security cell they had. The treatment? Absolutely top-notch. SHIELD. Outside the gates of the Manhattan base, Coulson stood at the head of a group of agents in sharp suits, lined up in two immaculate rows, standing at attention as though they were awaiting the arrival of someone truly important. Before long, a sleek black sedan rolled to a halt at the gate. One of the agents at Coulson's side immediately strode over and, with utmost respect, opened the passenger door. First out of the car was a head, large, bald, and unmistakably striking. This head was almost comically oversized, and there was a cord tied around it for some unknown reason. Looking closer, the bald egg actually had a nose and eyes. Of course, it was a person's head. There was no mistaking it. For someone like Coulson, a top-level SHIELD agent with considerable authority, to personally stand at the entrance waiting, there could only be one person, the legendary egg-headed Nick Fury. All right, what's the situation? Nick Fury asked casually as he strode confidently into the base, Coulson trailing closely at his side. Other than Tony Stark getting his face rearranged by Misty and a few guests being startled, there haven't been any major incidents, Coulson reported succinctly. He paused, then added, Of course, I suspect Tony Stark's next few days are going to be rather challenging. Can it not be difficult? The most flamboyant, cool, and extravagant playboy in all of America, the ultimate trust fund kid. Even getting publicly beaten up would be bad enough, but to have it revealed right there, and then that he's actually bald? His head was shining even brighter than Nick Fury's. This was just explosive news. Even someone like Coulson, who typically didn't care much for gossip, was now eagerly following the drama. Nick Fury, hearing this, couldn't help but feel a wave of relief inside. There were quite a few heavyweights at this Stark Industries press conference, and if anything had happened to any of them, that would have been a real headache. Fortunately, nothing too disastrous had gone down. So, instead of our two old friends clashing with Kingpin in Hell's Kitchen, why did they suddenly show up looking for Tony Stark? Nick Fury's single eye gleamed thoughtfully as he spoke in a measured tone. That's right. Jessica Jones and Ling Lingi. Nick Fury knew both of them well. Ever since the statue at the Captain America Memorial had come to life, SHIELD had kept a close watch on the situation. With the vast resources at SHIELD's disposal, there was no way anything happening in Hell's Kitchen could escape their notice. The Defenders, led by Matt Murdock and Ling Lingi, naturally ended up in SHIELD sites as well. Each and every confrontation in Hell's Kitchen over the past 2 months had been carefully documented by SHIELD. They'd already gathered detailed files on all the Defenders. Ling Lingi handed her transformation bracelet over to Tony Stark. Based on what we know from the scene, that seems to be the main purpose of their visit this time, Coulson promptly replied from the side. So, they want Tony Stark to have powerful abilities too. It looks like they're trying to protect him, Nick Fury concluded naturally, and just as naturally, his mind leapt to the next possibility. Could it be that the person with the statue's powers is planning to go after Stark? The logic here was simple enough, and combined with the information at hand, Nick Fury could easily make an educated guess. Whether that's true or not, I suppose we'll find out soon enough, Coulson answered from beside him. Walking and talking, the two quickly arrived outside a room that looked much like a pre-interrogation chamber. Coulson stepped forward and opened the door for Nick Fury. Inside, Ling Lingi's figure came into view. Without wasting any words, Nick Fury and Coulson walked right in and sat down across from her. Miss Ling Lingi, I didn't expect we'd meet under these circumstances. Of course, you don't know me, but I know quite a lot about you. In fact, you've managed to surprise me, time and again. Nick Fury took the lead, his words sincere rather than flattering. Whether it was Ling Lingi's golden-haired ability to transform weapons at will, or her superhuman combat power after her second transformation, both had left Nick Fury deeply impressed. So, sir, may I ask who you are? Ling Lingi glanced at Nick Fury and asked. Nick Fury, Director of SHIELD, Fury replied, introducing himself in a concise and direct manner. Director Fury, hello. I have a question. Are the people in the banquet hall all right? After the brief introduction, Ling Lingi couldn't hold back her concern and spoke up immediately. This made both Nick Fury and Coulson secretly sigh with admiration. What a wonderful young woman. Beautiful, gentle, polite, and so compassionate. How could her other personality be so violent? They're fine, you can rest assured. Coulson answered from his side, and as he spoke, he saw Ling Lingi visibly breathe a sigh of relief. Ling Lingi, tell me, why did you give that bracelet to Stark? Did you determine he was in some kind of danger and needed the bracelet's power? Nick Fury's voice sounded again, cutting straight to the point as he questioned Ling Lingi. That's a long story. I'm not sure if you'll believe it. Ling Lingi hesitated, uncertainty showing on her face. Are you talking about your fight with the statue fruit ability user? Coulson shrugged, putting on a slightly smug air. If that's what you're referring to, you can speak freely. We're well aware of the incident. You know about the statue fruit user too? Ling Lingi looked at Coulson in surprise. Ma'am, this is S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury replied with a helpless gesture. Well then, said Ling Lingi, letting go of her reservations as she turned to Nick Fury and spoke the truth. We received reliable intel that the ability user was planning to kidnap Tony Stark, so I decided to give him my bracelet for self-defense. Just as we thought. Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged glances, both immediately understanding. Everything was exactly as they'd expected. It really was the statue fruit user targeting Tony Stark. So, Miss Ling Lingi, why does the enemy want to kidnap Stark? Nick Fury pressed on, fixing his gaze back on her. Because achoo. At the sound of the sneeze, Nick Fury and Coulson's expressions immediately soured. In the blink of an eye, the gentle, blue-haired Ling Lingi before them vanished, and in her place stood the brash, golden-haired Ling Lingi, radiating intensity. Seriously? Of all times, why now? Coulson instinctively rubbed his temples, unable to hide his frustration. This golden-haired Ling Lingi was the epitome of arrogance and violence, quick to draw her gun at the slightest provocation. Even the most extreme troublemakers they'd encountered were nothing compared to her. They truly dreaded having to deal with this side of Ling Lingi. Where's this place? The golden-haired Ling Lingi sized up her surroundings in confusion, then quickly noticed the handcuffs on her wrists. It was instantly clear to her what had happened. Hey, Baldy, I don't care what apartment you're from. Just let me out right now. With a sharp smack on the table, blonde-haired Ling Lingi shouted at Nick Fury. Baldy? Even Nick Fury, usually so composed and unflappable, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth for a moment. No one had ever called him Baldy before. Back when he was just starting out, the worst he'd ever gotten was a muttered Nick here and there. But Baldy? That was a first. Legend points from Nick Fury plus 26. Legend points from Phil Coulson plus 15. Miss Ling Lingi, I hope you understand what you've done. Nick Fury's expression didn't change. Though he'd just been called Baldy, he only grumbled inwardly. This old fox never let his emotions show. You brought heavy weapons in his Star Tower, opened fire, and assaulted people. Even if your intentions were good, it doesn't erase the fact that you broke several laws. Given all this, this is exactly where you belong right now. And what happens to you next depends entirely on your attitude from here on out. Is that clear? So, Miss Ling Lingi, why did the user of that statue fruit power try to kidnap Tony Stark? Try and scare me? You think I'm that easy to frighten? Ling Lingi couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Let me warn you. Let me out right now. If my sister finds out I've been captured, you'll be in serious trouble. Sister? Both Nick Fury and Coulson paused for a second, clearly surprised. They had already dug through every last detail of Ling Lingi's background, and never once did they find mention of a sister for this eccentric, multiple-personality patient. Indeed, Ling Lingi's history wasn't a blank slate. Rorschach's god-tier hacking skills had come in handy here. And considering that the sister Ling Lingi referred to was obviously not just another reasonable version of herself, Nick Fury and Coulson quickly arrived at the only logical conclusion. This sister was someone else entirely. Maybe it was just a friendly nickname like bro or sis, nothing more. There might not be any real connection between her and the blonde Ling Lingi. The only thing they could be certain of was that this sister probably wasn't a saint, either. But as for Ling Lingi's threats, neither Nick Fury nor Coulson took them seriously in the slightest. What did she think she was, anyway? This was the S.H.I.E.L.D. Manhattan branch base. Even if Ling Lingi's sister was some kind of superhuman, did she really think she could storm the base and break her out by force? They'd love to see her try that. Maybe even lend her an army and see how far she got. You don't believe me? Think I'm bluffing? You're both idiots. Whatever. I've warned you already. If you want a court disaster, you'll have no one but yourselves to blame. Ling Lingi's voice rang out again, her face full of scorn as she shot Fury and Coulson a contemptuous glare. I don't care if you have a sister. I care even less about what kind of person your sister is, and I'm not the least bit interested in what she might do because you got caught. The only thing I care about is the person with the statue fruit powers. If you're willing to cooperate, then tell us the truth. If you refuse, that's fine too. We'll just wait for another version of you to show up. We've got all the time in the world. We can wait. After all, it's not me behind bars. Nick Fury paid no heed to the blonde Launchie's threats. From beginning to end, he kept a firm grip on the situation. Baldy, you really don't know what's good for you. Fine, get lost, the both of you. With a wave of her hand and a burst of impatience, Launchie broke into a tirade. Look at your sneaky faces. Nothing good ever comes from types like you. If I weren't cuffed, I'd put a bullet through each of you myself. This was your choice. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. With those words, Nick Fury decisively rose and left with Coulson. Blonde Launchie was indeed not a suitable person to negotiate with. Neither of them had the slightest inclination towards self-torment, so it was the right move to wait until she was out of the picture before trying again. Sir, you finally decided to come out. Closing the door behind them, Coulson let out a sigh of relief. It's hard to believe those two are actually the same person. There isn't a single normal one in their whole team. Nick Fury couldn't help but sigh as well. That alliance was nothing but a gathering of oddballs. But it was precisely this band of misfits that could handle someone with the statue fruit ability. It certainly saved Nick Fury a lot of trouble. All right, let's go check on Jessica Jones. Nick Fury immediately made up his mind. Though he'd hit a wall with blonde Launchie, Fury was confident that Jessica Jones would cooperate and tell them everything they needed to know. As for that hot-tempered blonde, let her spend some time reflecting. And as for the sister Launchie had mentioned, neither Fury nor Coulson gave it a second thought. What is that? Is that a missile? You've got to be kidding. As they walked down the corridor, Nick Fury and Coulson suddenly noticed that the agents passing by had all turned pale, staring anxiously out the windows. It was as if something catastrophic was unfolding outside. A sense of foreboding flashed through both Fury and Coulson's minds. They hurried to the window and looked out. Immediately, their faces drained of color. They saw several missiles streaking through the sky, trailing long tongues of fire, heading straight for the division's building. Though the warheads were much larger than ordinary missiles and had been reshaped to look like sharks, with a strangely cute appearance, painted with glowing graffiti in a style straight out of an anime girl's world, there was no doubt. They were missiles. And to top it all off, standing atop one of those missiles was a little girl with blue hair. Author's note on publishing. I nearly forgot to write a message for the book's release, but honestly, for a humble author like me, there isn't much to say. Still, I'm on my knees begging for your first subscriptions. The book goes live at noon. Dear readers, I hope you'll support me with a wave of enthusiasm, so this struggling writer doesn't end up in utter defeat. My deepest thanks. Oh my God, this has to be some kind of joke. Coulson's eyes went wide as he muttered in disbelief. He even rubbed his eyes, almost unconsciously, just to be sure he wasn't seeing things. How could anyone possibly be standing on top of a missile? What kind of supernatural move was this? Even in the movies, you'd never see an entrance this outrageously over the top. Coulson was certain that if he ever saw a scene like this in a film, he'd be the first to call it absurd. So ridiculous it'd be almost criminal. Yet here it was, a moment so unbelievable it would be mocked even in fiction, now playing out in real life before his very eyes. Beside Coulson, Nick Fury was equally speechless. Though he said nothing, his single eye was as wide as it could go, his face etched with shock. He, too, was completely stunned by the blue-haired girl's audacious arrival. Legend points plus 468 from Phil Coulson. Legend points plus 785 from Nick Fury. Legend points plus 218 from other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Who is she? That woman with the blue hair. Who on earth is she? Just what kind of person is she, really? Shouts of astonishment echoed all around. Every single S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was utterly shaken by the sight of the blue-haired girl. At that moment, the same question flashed through everyone's mind. Who exactly is this girl with blue hair? Sister. And just then, both Nick Fury and Coulson suddenly put the pieces together. Could it be that the woman making her entrance atop a missile was the little sister that blonde-haired Launchie had spoken of? But the situation was dire, and neither Nick Fury nor Coulson had the luxury of pondering this question for long. The missiles were just about to strike the base. Danger! Take cover now! Everyone move! Get to cover! Nick Fury shouted at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents ahead, his voice raw with urgency, all while making a hasty retreat himself. Truth be told, Fury hardly needed to remind them. The agents weren't fools. After a brief moment of shock, they sprang into action. They scattered and dodged in every direction, moving as fast as they could. The entire Manhattan branch base plunged into chaos. Amidst this nerve-wracking tension, the missile warheads slammed into the base building with brutal force. A deafening series of explosions erupted, the shock waves rolling outward like an unstoppable tidal wave. Raging flames, like demons unleashed from hell, devoured everything in their path. The whole base shuddered violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Crashing, rumbling. Everywhere you looked, there was nothing but collapse and destruction. One wall after another was forcibly toppled. The ground beneath their feet began to split open, and the ceiling above their heads shattered and crashed down. In an instant, everything was reduced to ashes and dust. It was nothing short of the end of the world. Amidst this upheaval of heaven and earth, fully half of the base building was utterly destroyed. Boom, boom. The rumbling of collapsing ground echoed incessantly. The very corridor where Nick Fury and Coulson were running was beginning to give way, fissures tearing open in the floor as if death itself had rent it with invisible claws. Every single agent behind them was swallowed whole by those yawning cracks. Nick Fury and Coulson summoned every ounce of strength they possessed, pushing themselves beyond any limit they'd ever known, running for their lives with reckless abandon. Jump! Hurry! Seeing the ground beneath their feet begin to sink as well, and knowing they were just moments away from sharing their colleagues' fate in the abyss below, Nick Fury yelled at the top of his lungs. Go! In that instant, their adrenaline surged to its absolute peak. The legendary skill of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agents erupted within them, as if they'd been injected with pure energy, launching them into the air in a desperate leap. Thunk! With a heavy thud, they landed on the other side, just in time, crashing to the floor like lifeless dogs. A deep rumble shook the ground behind them, accompanied by tremors reminiscent of an aftershock from a powerful earthquake. Neither Nick Fury nor Coulson had any time to care about the pain racking their bodies, nor the pounding in their heads that left them dazed as if they'd just taken a brutal beating. They clung to the floor, instinctively turning their heads to look back, their faces freezing in shock. Gone. Half the building was simply gone. It was nothing less than a living hell. Legend value from Nick Fury plus 1999. Legend value from Phil Coulson plus 1888. Indeed, after Jinx's devastating assault, half of SFLD's Manhattan base had been obliterated. But why only half? Because this time, Jinx's goal was to rescue the blonde Lancy. She couldn't risk destroying the entire building. If she did, what if Lancy got caught in the destruction? That was why Jinx targeted her main attacks away from the area where Lancy was being held, focusing her assault on the opposite side. And so, Nick Fury and Coulson, who were not far from Lancy, barely escaped with their lives. But the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed on the other side of the building weren't so lucky. No one knew how many were killed instantly by Jinx's death missiles, buried alive as the building collapsed, or burned in the fires ignited by the explosions. The carnage was beyond words. Legend value from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents plus 1821. Just as Nick Fury and Coulson had feared, it was a vision of hell on Earth. Sir, are you all right? Coulson was the first to recover. He rushed over to Nick Fury, helping him to his feet and anxiously checking on his condition. Nick Fury shook his head, but his face was so dark and stormy it seemed it might start to rain at any moment. Even Coulson could distinctly feel the fury burning within Nick Fury at this very moment. It was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Coulson knew, without a doubt, that his superior was truly enraged, so much so that there was a deadly intent simmering beneath his calm exterior. But, he thought, it was understandable. Since its founding during World War II, S.H.I.E.L.D. had endured countless wars, surviving storms of every kind, but this was the first time it had suffered such a devastating blow. For anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., this was nothing short of a stinging slap across the face. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury could never simply let it go. She's just a little thug, always firing off her guns, always unstoppable. As the two spoke, a flicker of emotion crossed their faces. From amidst the swirling dust and smoke, a sudden melody began to drift through the air. Who's there? Nick Fury and Coulson's faces changed at once. Instinctively, they drew their guns, instantly slipping into high alert. They exchanged a quick glance, then pressed themselves against the wall, moving in perfect tactical sync, alert, cautious, and treating every step as if they were facing a mortal enemy. Ahead, the haze was slowly lifting. Through the thinning smoke, they could just make out a slender figure perched atop the crumbling remains of a wall. Their vision was still partly obscured, and they couldn't see the figure's face clearly. But the lilting, melodious singing and the outline of her form told them she was a young girl. She seemed incredibly young. She sat there, legs swinging idly, her head gently bobbing to the tune, like a carefree sprite, humming with delight. Only, the song's melody and lyrics were oddly out of place in this scene. Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged a look, their expressions growing even more grave. From that silhouette alone, they could tell, the girl singing atop the shattered wall was the same one they had seen standing on the missile. Right before their eyes sat the very person who had bombed the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch headquarters. Nick Fury gave Coulson a tactical signal. and the two of them continued their cautious advance through the lingering smoke. By the time they reached the end of the ruined corridor, the haze had all but cleared. At last, they saw the girl's face clearly. She looked barely more than a teenager, the age of a high school student, radiating a vitality and boundless energy that belonged only to the young. Yet, this girl's energy seemed almost too intense. Like Launch, she had a striking head of blue hair. But unlike Launch, whose hair flowed freely across her shoulders, this girl had tied hers into two long pigtails, long enough to reach her waist. A quick glance revealed she was dressed in ultra-short shorts and a tight-fitting top. Her skin, exposed in broad swathes, was decorated with pale blue tattoos, patterns that looked like waves or clouds, impossible to say which. Nick Fury and Coulson's first impression was that this was just a rebellious teenager, trying to attract adult attention with her eccentric look, a classic troublemaker. But the moment they caught sight of the bazooka resting beside the girl, something that looked for all the world like a rocket launcher, that impression shattered instantly. This was no ordinary girl. This was a lunatic, a cold-blooded, ruthless executioner whose actions sent shivers down one's spine. Yet in truth, Nick Fury and Coulson weren't entirely mistaken. Jinx was, without a doubt, utterly mad. Hearing the commotion, Jinx stopped swinging her legs. She twisted around, leaning against a half-collapsed wall, her face aglow with excitement. What a spectacular and dazzling display of fireworks. Isn't it beautiful? Do you like it? Jinx shot Fury and Coulson a sidelong glance, fluttering her eyelashes as though showing off her masterpiece. Fireworks. Even an old fox like Nick Fury felt his temper rising. He leveled his gun straight at Jinx, his voice low and dangerous. Do you know how many people you've killed? Do you realize how many lives your so-called fireworks have claimed? Hey, Fishbones, looks like I've hurt this bald guy's feelings, Jinx said, drawing her face close to the rocket launcher as if it might answer her. What do you think I should do? She paused, pretending to listen intently, before a wild look overtook her features. If you're dead, you can't feel pain anymore, right? This world is a catastrophe anyway. Only death can truly embrace it. Why don't I help you two along? Maniac. A complete and utter maniac. Both Fury and Coulson felt a chill run down their spines. Jinx's crazed expression and utterly twisted worldview instantly brought to mind the most deranged serial killers. No, even the worst killers they'd ever heard of couldn't compare to this blonde, wide-eyed girl before them. Drop your weapon. This is your only warning. If you don't comply, I will shoot immediately. Fury fixed his one good eye on Jinx, gun cocked and ready in his hand. He wasn't bluffing or trying to scare her. This girl was simply too dangerous. If she so much as hinted at a threat, Fury would shoot her without a second thought. Sure. But Jinx just put a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, her expression conspiratorial. Quiet now. Let's start counting. I'll give you until the count of 3. Count to 3? What was that supposed to mean? Fury and Coulson exchanged baffled looks, utterly unsure what she was talking about. But Jinx had no intention of explaining. Leaning back against the wall, she idly swung a braid with her hand, looking as relaxed as could be. She began to count, her voice soft and lilting. 1, 2, 3. The moment those 3 words were spoken, both Nick Fury and Coulson tensed up, their muscles immediately tightening as they instinctively scanned their surroundings, bracing themselves for something to happen. But nothing stirred. Clang! Just as the two of them felt a subtle wave of relief, a piercing metallic crash suddenly rang out, sharp and startling, like someone had struck a gong. Nick Fury and Coulson whipped their heads around, only to see a monkey toy emerging from a gap in the wall, making its way toward them. The toy monkey clutched a pair of brass cymbals in its hands, clashing them together with every step it took. The sound itself wasn't particularly loud, but in the tense silence of the moment, it was jarringly harsh. A toy? Both Nick Fury and Coulson felt their sense of caution heighten. Looking closely, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary toy, nothing unusual on the surface. But there was no way a toy like this would ever show up in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters by accident. It was clear at a glance that this must be the work of that deranged girl. Naturally, neither Fury nor Coulson dared to let their guard down for even a second. Clang! The toy monkey banged its cymbals together again. Let it bloom. Let all bloom. Jinx twirled her braid with increasing excitement, her expression growing even more manic. She fixed Nick Fury and Coulson with a wild, unblinking stare, as if eagerly awaiting the next development. Something's wrong. Just then, a faint, almost imperceptible ticking sound echoed through the air, like the last seconds of a timer running out. In that instant, Coulson's face changed dramatically as understanding dawned. Without a second thought, he lunged at Nick Fury. Boom! The monkey toy exploded in a violent burst. A scorching wave of fire erupted outward, surging like a tidal wave and swallowing both Coulson and Fury in an instant. The force of the blast was terrifying, tossing the two of them aside like ragdolls. Their bodies flew several meters through the air as if struck by a high-speed train, before slamming hard into the wall with a heavy thud. The impact was so fierce, it seemed to make the wall itself shudder. And then, thud, thud. Nick Fury and Coulson crashed to the ground, their bodies rolling helplessly before going limp, lying sprawled and motionless like ragged, broken dogs. Beep, beep. Fury's world was suddenly filled with a shrill, overwhelming noise, his ears ringing so violently that he couldn't hear anything else, as if his eardrums were about to burst. If one looked closely, they'd see fresh blood seeping from Fury's ears. He shook his head hard, desperate to clear his senses, but all he could see was a blur of overlapping shapes, nothing distinct at all. With great effort, he managed to make out the figure lying in front of him, recognizing his most loyal subordinate, Coulson. "Cal, son," Fury murmured weakly. Even speaking had become a monumental effort, his voice frail and feeble, like that of someone gravely ill. If his head hadn't been right next to Coulson's, there was little chance anyone would have heard him at all. "NGH." With a guttural growl, Fury summoned every ounce of strength left in his battered body and began crawling toward the nearby Coulson. The short distance had nearly drained every ounce of strength from his body. When he finally managed to crawl to Coulson's side, the blurring in his vision eased just enough for him to read the usual signs and details with his eyes. But it was exactly because of this clarity that Nick Fury was completely stunned. He stared wide-eyed with his one good eye, murmuring as he gazed at Coulson lying on the ground. It was as if he'd been struck by lightning. "Coulson," Nick Fury whispered in anguish. Coulson was dead. His loyal subordinate had shielded Nick Fury from the brunt of the blast at the moment of the explosion, sacrificing himself in the process. Fury's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms so hard that his skin broke and blood welled up. So it wasn't just an exaggeration in novels. When a person is consumed by rage, they truly can clench their fists until they bleed. Legend points from Nick Fury plus 2,489. Thud thud. Footsteps echoed. With great effort, Nick Fury turned his head, just in time to see a pair of feet skipping lightly past him, and a hint of two blue ponytails swaying in the air. "All right, warm-up's over. Now, is it time to find my sister?" The girl's voice sounded airy, almost otherworldly. She bounced along, brimming with the joyful energy of a sprite. But in the very next moment, she paused. "Actually, maybe I'll wait a bit. Fishbones, you can't wait to blow up a few more things, can you?" I knew it." With that, her steps grew even livelier, full of glee. Stop, stop." Nick Fury summoned the last of his strength, calling out weakly to the girl in a desperate attempt to halt her. But he couldn't even open his mouth. Only ragged breaths escaped him, and with that his final reserves of strength flickered out. His world went black, his head slumped to the side, and consciousness deserted him completely. The girl's long, delicate legs strode right past Nick Fury without pause. In that moment, to her, Nick Fury might as well have been nothing more than dust on the ground. Hood hood. Hood hood. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded. Jinx stopped in her tracks, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She looked like a child on Christmas morning, catching sight of Santa Claus coming her way with gifts. Hood hood. Hood hood. The footsteps grew louder and nearer. The SHIELD agents were closing in. In no time at all, a group burst out from around the corner ahead. 8 SHIELD agents, guns drawn and aimed directly at Jinx. "Stop right there. Surrender immediately." The one who seemed to be their squad leader barked out a sharp command to Jinx. "Don't move, okay?" Jinx tossed aside the braid she'd been twirling playfully, giving them a wide-eyed blink. "Because I'm about to shoot at you." Before the words had even left her lips, Jinx's hand spun, and with a flourish, she produced a dazzling, cartoonish Gatling gun, as if conjured from a comic book. With a roar, the gunfire erupted. That was Jinx's favorite light machine gun, the pow-pow. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Clutching the pow-pow in her hands, Jinx wore an utterly manic grin, unleashing a wild barrage of gunfire at the SHIELD agents, reveling in the chaos. Bullets poured down like a storm, mercilessly sweeping over the agents. A hail of gunfire. This was a true hailstorm of bullets. Damn it! A curse rang out as every SHIELD agent's face twisted in shock. Who could have imagined that this blue-haired kid would open fire without a moment's hesitation? No warning at all. Madwoman. Legend points from SHIELD agents plus 96. Bang, bang, bang. Startled and panicked, the SHIELD agents sprang into action, returning fire and scrambling for cover. The air was split by a cacophony of gunshots, shrill and relentless. But, unfortunately for them, The pistols in the agent's hands were simply no match for Jinx's pow-pow. In the blink of an eye, she had them pinned against the walls, not daring to show themselves. And that was after half their team had already gone down. And Jinx? Her pow-pow looked huge, clearly heavy and with a massive kick, but in Jinx's hands, it seemed weightless, not slowing her down in the slightest. She darted left and right, wielding her weapon like a force of nature, nimble as a monkey. Without so much as a scratch, she left the SHIELD agents cowering like whipped dogs. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. The few surviving agents huddled in the corner, desperately shouting into their radios, afraid to stick their heads out. I'm shooting at you. Why are you hiding? Didn't I tell you to stand still? Jinx's lips puckered in annoyance. With a flick of her wrist, she pulled out 2 Chomper's grenades and lobbed them over. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous explosions shook the scene, and suddenly, everything fell silent. Only then did Jinx's smile return. Rumble! A chunk of ruined wall collapsed, sending a tremor through the ground as dust billowed all around. Jinx nonchalantly slung her pow-pow back, weapons and gear jingling as she skipped forward, humming a tune, and strode boldly into the swirling smoke. He's always crying, always whining, a loser through and through. She's a sweet little girl who loves the flash at the muzzle's end. What kind of sparks will fly when she meets him? Explosions. Explosions are a girl's best friend. Jinx sang as she walked, beaming with the glee of a child who'd had an afternoon of wild fun. But as she walked, her song came to an abrupt stop, and her manic expression grew even wilder. Because from behind her, a faint voice drifted through the haze. Owen, what's your status? Come in. Do you read me? Respond if you can hear. Jinx's curiosity was instantly piqued. She perked up her ears, straining to locate the source of the sound, and soon discovered it was coming from one of the unlucky fellows she had blown up earlier. In the dead man's hand was a walkie-talkie, gripped tightly. Unfortunately, he would never be able to answer it again. To avoid making any noise that might be heard by the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie, Jinx tiptoed quietly away to one side. Then she crouched down, pressing her ear against the ground. In an instant, all kinds of footsteps echoed through the floor, each one picked up with uncanny accuracy by Jinx. Most of the footsteps were scattered and chaotic, but mingled among them was a steady, powerful tread, distinct amid the confusion. Jinx's eyes sparkled with excitement. Things were getting more and more interesting. Judging by the sounds, there were quite a few newcomers this time. And those footsteps were unmistakably heavy, very different from the agents who had come before. Heavy footsteps meant one thing. Whoever they belonged to was carrying a lot of weight. But why was that? Because their owners were loaded down with gear, and they were wielding even heavier firepower. Although Jinx might seem wild and erratic, at times bordering on madness, that didn't mean she was brainless. Otherwise, she would have been caught by Vi and the other enforcers long ago. Jinx was more cunning than she let on. She might not have been a trained agent, but in her own way, she was as much a weapons expert and tactical specialist as any professional. By analyzing the pattern of footsteps, she quickly formed a rough idea of her incoming enemies and devised a plan of action. Haha, she giggled. With a sly grin, Jinx swiftly retreated, vanishing into the swirling haze of smoke and dust. Soon after her shadow disappeared, a squad of heavily armed agents appeared at the scene, body armor gleaming, tactical helmets in place, semi-automatic rifles at the ready. Jinx's assessment had been spot on. These weren't ordinary agents. They were members of a rapid response team. Though all of them worked for SHIELD, their combat abilities were on a whole different level. With a silent signal, the rapid response team's leader, Hanson Smith, brought them to a halt after they'd advanced a certain distance down the corridor. He had spotted the bodies of Owen and the others. Amid the smoky ruin and chaos ahead, several agents lay sprawled in grotesque positions, beyond saving. At Hanson Smith's command, the rapid response team moved with the precision of a well-oiled machine. Their advance stopped on a dime, barely a sound escaping as they assumed their positions. Then, just as Hanson Smith had, the others noticed the bodies of Owen and his team. But with nerves of steel, none of them showed the slightest hint of emotion. At another signal from Hanson Smith, 2 members of the rapid response team broke away, covering each other as they moved forward to investigate. Meanwhile, Hanson Smith and the rest maintained a vigilant watch, alert for any sign of danger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 2 team members made their way smoothly to the corpses of Owen and his companions and began to inspect them. After a moment, they turned to Hanson Smith and shook their heads. They were dead. All of them were dead. Legend value from SHIELD agents, plus 154. Clang. In the silence of the scene, a sudden metallic crash rang out, making every member of the rapid response squads tense up instantly. The two team members standing by the bodies of Owen and his group quickly noticed that something seemed to be moving beneath the corpses. That sound was coming from under their bodies. They exchanged a wary glance, then carefully shifted Owen's corpse just a little. To their astonishment, in the mess behind Owen, there was a toy monkey. What on earth? Boom! Before anyone could react, the toy monkey exploded in a violent blast. The two rapid response squad members were thrown to the ground on the spot. Hanson Smith and the others' faces changed dramatically. Clatter. But just as their attention was captured by the explosion ahead, a canister, flickering with blue phosphorescence, came flying out of nowhere and landed right in front of Hanson Smith and his men. Get down now! Hanson Smith roared, throwing himself to the side at once. The rest of the rapid response team did the same. Though none of them had seen a weapon glowing blue like that before, their instincts told them it was a special kind of bomb. And indeed, their hunch was right. Boom! The next instant, the canister detonated. But instead of flames and shock waves, what burst forth was a surge of blue electromagnetic pulse. The wave rippled outward like a great stone cast into water, surging in all directions with the force of a raging storm. In an instant, it engulfed everyone around Hanson Smith. Just like Nick Fury before them, Hanson Smith and his men were overwhelmed. Their heads spun, ears rang, the world tilted and spun. Their limbs grew weak. They were completely incapacitated. Bang! Jinx leaped down from the opening of a ventilation duct, her hands gripping her signature pow-pow gun once again. With a gleeful shout to Hanson Smith and the others, she called out, "This time, no dodging allowed." Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. With the pounding rhythm of gunfire and the blinding flashes of the muzzle, bright enough to hurt the eyes, one by one, the members of the rapid response squads fell to the ground. That's more like it. I knew you wouldn't dodge this time. When the chaos finally settled, every last one of Hanson Smith's team lay sprawled on the ground. And on Jinx's face, that satisfied smile returned once more. Boom, boom, boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. The base building was plunged into utter turmoil. Wave after wave of explosions, volley after volley of gunfire echoed through the halls, scarcely pausing for breath. Amid the blazing firelight and relentless hail of bullets, SHIELD agents fell one after another, falling at Jinx's feet. Even though those agents were all highly trained operatives, it was no use, because Jinx was a madwoman. She was still a powerful madwoman, bristling with superweapons, who acted without the slightest regard for consequences. On top of that, quite a few operatives had already perished in the initial barrage of missiles Jinx unleashed, so up until this point, the branch base had truly been powerless to stop her. Plus 124 legend points from SHIELD agent. Plus 58 legend points from SHIELD agent. Plus 113 legend points from SHIELD agent. With Jinx's wild rampage, Roxia immediately felt as if a barrage of legend points was raining down on his side, the notifications popping up one after another in rapid succession. The results spoke for themselves, astonishingly good. But, unfortunately, Jinx's methods were a bit too extreme. It was the very definition of killing the goose for its golden eggs. Most people harvesting leeks at least leave the roots to regrow. Jinx, however, yanked the whole lot out, roots and all. Originally, Roxia had planned to keep using high-quality leaks like Coulson for repeated gains, but the moment Jinx showed up, she wiped them out in one fell swoop. The loss made Roxia grit his teeth in silent pain. No, Jinx is simply too ruthless. It seems I'll have to design fewer scenes like this in the future. If I let her run wild a few more times, it really won't be worth the loss. Roxia made up his mind about this. However, Roxia continued to focus his mind on Jinx, checking her status. The loose cannon's arsenal was nearly depleted. Although Jinx called herself a walking armory, there was still a limit to how much weaponry she could carry. She couldn't keep up this bombardment forever. 2 choppers left, not much ammo for pow-pow, 1 zap grenade in reserve, and just 1 rocket left. Fishbones, I guess it's time to go find my sis, right? Jinx quickly inventoried her remaining ammo, and finally remembered she had something important to do. So she slung her rocket launcher over her shoulder, grabbed pow-pow, and, humming a jaunty tune, strode away with bold, confident steps. In a flash, her figure disappeared from sight. But how did Jinx know where Lanky was being held? Naturally, it was Roxia who projected the information from his mind into Jinx's through their psychic link as car-bonded partners. With Roxia's god-level hacking skills, breaking into the SHIELD branch's management system to find Lanky's location was a trivial task. And that wasn't all. Throughout Jinx's entire operation, Roxia had been quietly feeding her intel from behind the scenes. The surveillance cameras all across the Manhattan branch had long since become Roxia's eyes, and by extension, Jinx's as well. One could say that every move SHIELD made, Jinx had already anticipated. This was the very reason why Jinx alone could run riot through the branch base. Boom. Bang. With Roxy as support, a trail of explosions and fire was left in their wake as the distance between Jinx and Lanky steadily shrank. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Can someone please tell me what on earth is going on? Please. Inside holding cell 231, Jessica Jones was shouting herself hoarse at the corridor beyond, rattling the iron bars in front of her so hard they clanged loudly. The result was, unsurprisingly, absolute silence. No one paid Jessica Jones the slightest attention. SHIELD was in total chaos right now. Everyone was busy scrambling for their own survival. Who had time to worry about the suspects locked up here? You're driving me nuts. What are you shrieking for? Shut your trap already. From a next room, cell 8232, the sharp voice of blonde-haired Lan Chi rang out in a scolding tone. Lan Chi, don't you care about what's happening at all? Jessica Jones couldn't help but call back, her voice rising in frustration. Normally, Jessica might have traded a few barbs with Lan Chi. After all, that girl was notorious for her bad temper. But right now, Jessica was in no mood for banter. Ever since they'd been brought in, it had been one nerve-wracking moment after another. First, a massive explosion had shaken the entire building, making it feel like an earthquake was ripping through the place. Then, the deafening noise of explosions and gunfire had barely let up, and the base's alarms were still blaring even now. It sounded as if a full-blown war had broken out right inside the building. No, it's not that you don't care, Lan Chi. Do you already know what's going on? Lan Chi hadn't even replied yet, but Jessica Jones was already piecing things together. This level of calm, this wasn't like Lan Chi at all. You just don't let up, do you? Fine, I'll tell you. It's my little sister Jinx. She's here. Happy now? Can you shut up for a second? Lan Chi's voice came through the wall, muffled but still clear enough. Sister? Jessica Jones couldn't help but pause in surprise. She'd known Lan Chi for quite some time and never once heard her mention having a sister. Of course, that wasn't the point right now. What mattered was that all those terrifying explosions and chaos outside, Lan Chi's sister was the one behind it. Legend points from Jessica Jones, plus 148. Jessica rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Wasn't one lunatic like Lan Chi more than enough? And now there was another one? From a sheer scale of destruction outside, it sounded like Lan Chi's sister might be even more dangerous than her. No, don't. Don't shoot. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. As Jessica was talking to Lan Chi, sudden cries of panic rang out in the corridor, cut short almost instantly by a burst of gunfire. Boom! A violent explosion shook the air, and the door to the holding cell was blasted clean off its hinges, skidding far across the floor. Jessica Jones immediately craned her neck to look toward the entrance. There, bouncing into the room with a wild grin and a pair of oversized guns, was Jinx herself, brimming with manic energy. Lan Chi, my dear sister, I'm here to break you out. Jinx didn't even glance at Jessica Jones, striding straight up to Lan Chi with a beaming smile. Jinx, what took you so long? Only then did Lan Chi slowly get to her feet. Although her tone was reproachful, it was still much gentler than usual. Of course, I prepared a grand display of fireworks just to celebrate our reunion as sisters. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Jinx gave her long ponytail a little flick, looking at the blonde Lanky with a proud, expectant gaze as if waiting to be praised. How many times have I told you? Not to fool around when we're handling serious matters. Lanky shook her head in exasperation. Fireworks? Fooling around? These two sisters really are out of their minds. Next door, Jessica Jones was so dumbfounded she could barely speak, feeling as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat, and she just had to get out. Do you two even know what fun means? All right, sis, take a step back. I'll get you out of there right away. As soon as Jinx finished speaking, she raised her beloved bang-bang gun and, with a rapid burst of shots, blasted the lock to pieces. With a loud metallic creak, the iron bars swung open, and Lanky strode out with an air of unshakable confidence. She immediately raised her cuffed hands above her head and shot Jinx a look. And these? Hold still. Don't move, or I'll start shooting. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinx hoisted her bang-bang gun again and unleashed another volley. The bullets whizzed so close to Lanky's hair, it was a miracle they missed. Jessica Jones, watching from next door, was left wincing in horror, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. Didn't either of these sisters worry that Jinx might just blow Lanky's head off, or shoot her hands to pieces? Couldn't they just search the guards outside for a key to the handcuffs? Did they really have to make everything this intense? But Jinx's marksmanship was truly incredible. Despite wielding such a massive weapon, her aim was jaw-droppingly precise. Not a single hair on Lanky's head was harmed. Only the handcuffs were shattered. You're still the best, sis. When I shoot at other people, they're always dodging this way and that. So annoying. Jinx put down her bang-bang gun and couldn't help but complain to Lanky. Then just shoot a few more times. Lanky looked utterly unconcerned, then waved her hand and called to Jinx. All right, Jinx, let's get going. All right, sis, I'm out of ammo. Can you top me up? I've been holding back this whole way. Jinx sounded like a child begging her big sister for a new toy. If you ignored words like ammo and shooting, the two of them actually painted quite a warm and harmonious picture. But right now, all Jessica Jones felt was cold sweat trickling down her back. Hearing her sister's request, Lanky didn't waste a single word. With a quick flick of her hand, a rocket launcher appeared, which she casually shoved into Jinx's arms. Here, take this. You know I don't like using these. Jinx pouted. It's only fun if I make my own toys. Lanky could only sigh. There's just no reasoning with you. Lanky, with her golden hair, wore an expression of exasperation, but she still gave in to Jinx's request. Like a magician performing tricks, she conjured up a seemingly endless stream of firecracker grenades, monkey dolls, bang-bang gun bullets, and all sorts of Jinx-style munitions, stuffing them all into Jinx's eager hands. This is perfect. I can almost hear the world screaming. Jinx was delighted, calmly and methodically strapping all the explosives and ammo onto herself. One had to admit, Lanky and Jinx truly made the perfect pair. Jinx's style was to recklessly blast her way through enemies with every manner of firepower, laying waste to everything in her path. But such a method meant her battles could rarely last long. After all, unless she really carried an entire armory with her, no matter how much ammo Jinx brought, it would always run out far too soon. And Lanky? She was quite literally a walking arsenal. A bona fide, one-woman weapon cache. Once Jinx and Lanky joined forces, Jinx would have limitless firepower at her disposal. A truly godlike combination. Lanky, you too. Enough already. Are you planning to start World War III or something? Jessica Jones, unable to stand it any longer, shouted at the pair of sisters, wiping sweat from her brow. Do you two have any idea what you're doing? Well, I just found the perfect target. Jinx's attention snapped to Jessica Jones. With just a glance, her excitement soared. If I shoot at her, that's going to be absolutely gorgeous. Clatter. Before her words even faded, Jinx hefted her bang-bang gun, every barrel aimed right at Jessica Jones. You, my dear, are one of my most satisfying targets yet. Jessica Jones. What a familiar feeling. One wrong word and a gun was shoved in her face. These two really were sisters, through and through. Wait a second. Despite her speechlessness, Jessica Jones broke out in a cold sweat. Normally, even if someone pointed a gun at you, they probably wouldn't actually pull the trigger. Maybe just a bit of intimidation, like Lanky did. Sure, the hot-headed big sis loved to whip out her gun at the drop of a hat, but she'd never actually hurt anyone who wasn't an enemy. But Lanky's little sister? One look, and it was clear she was a total maniac, crazier than Lanky by far. And clearly, this one had carved her way through S.H.I.E.L.D. itself to reach them. Jessica Jones definitely wasn't about to test her luck. Jinx! Lanky hurried to intercept her sister. Look, this old hag might be annoying, but she's my teammate. Pick a different target, okay? Old hag. Annoying? If not for the urgency of the situation, Jessica Jones would have marched right over and given Lanky a piece of her mind. But now was clearly not the time. Just the thought of letting these two wild sisters loose on the world filled Jessica Jones with dread. Who knew what chaos they might unleash? She absolutely could not just stand by and watch it happen. She had to stop these two maniacs. No matter what, she had to stop them. This was the only thought flashing through Jessica Jones' mind at that moment. A partner? Well, all right then. Jinx, always obedient to the blonde Lingi, immediately holstered her bang-bang gun at the word. Guess I'll shoot you next time then. Gee, thanks. A loud clang resounded through the space. Jessica Jones had gripped the iron bars with both hands and, with a surge of strength, ripped the entire door right off its hinges. With another pull, crack, the handcuffs snapped apart. Even the wild and unpredictable Jinx was left a little dumbstruck. Wow, this woman is strong. I bet she'd be amazing if she ever exploded. What a sight that would be. Jessica Jones ignored Jinx and strode straight up to the two unhinged sisters. I'm coming with you. There was a sharp, crisp sound as blonde Lingi, with a swift motion, hoisted a rocket launcher onto her shoulder. Hot on her heels, Jinx gripped her bang-bang gun even tighter, her entire face alight with indescribable excitement and manic glee. It was as if something truly entertaining was about to unfold. Let's go. Blonde Lingi called out to Jinx and Jessica Jones, swaggering toward the exit without a hint of hesitation. They had barely rounded a corner when they saw that the doorway ahead was already swarming with heavily armed agents. No, to be precise, these were the elite of a rapid response team. Outfitted like special forces soldiers, the agents at the front even carried assault shields, and their formation, using the terrain, was textbook perfect for tactical deployment. The moment Ling Lingi and her crew appeared, countless little red dots danced over their bodies. The situation was on a knife's edge. One wrong move, and the three of them would be riddled with bullets by the SHIELD agents outside. Ling Lingi and Jinx didn't seem fazed, but Jessica Jones instantly broke into a cold sweat. Even for her, this kind of setup meant she could easily end up dead if she wasn't careful. God, why do I keep getting mixed up in this kind of crap? Jessica Jones felt like she was on the verge of tears. Lingi, Jinx, drop your weapons and surrender immediately. I'll only say this once. A voice rang out. Nick Fury, looking exhausted as if recovering from serious illness, shouted at the two with a megaphone. While the SHIELD division was being torn apart by Jinx, the bald commander had finally regained his senses. He'd managed to call in 2 more rapid response teams from headquarters just in time. While Jinx was busy rescuing Ling Lingi, he'd set up the perfect blockade, trapping the most violent, terrifying criminal in history right in the holding cell. But what happened next was no longer in Nick Fury's control. Baldy, do you think I'm that easy to scare? Blonde Lingi's presence was fierce, her eyes unblinking and her face twisted into a cold sneer. You bastards taste. Seizing the moment as Blonde Lingi launched into her bravado, Jessica Jones acted. With lightning speed, she grabbed a lock of Blonde Lingi's hair and brushed it right under her nose. Achoo! The familiar sound of a sneeze rang out. In the past, this sound had always grated on Jessica Jones's nerves, but in this moment, it felt like a chorus of angels to her. Perfect timing. Absolutely perfect. Just then, in the very instant the sneeze echoed, Blonde Lingi transformed as if by magic, spinning around and turning back into the gentle, courteous blue-haired Lingi. Huh? What's going on? What was I doing? Lingi glanced around at the scene before her, instantly startled by the chaos. She then realized she was somehow holding a rocket launcher. With a jolt, as if she'd been shocked by electricity, she immediately hurled it to the floor. No, don't. Sis, don't change back. A wail rose up nearby as Jinx let out a silent protest, her angry gaze turning instantly to Jessica Jones. I just knew it. You're only good for being my target practice. With a furious shout, Jinx hefted her pow-pow gun, ready to take Jessica Jones out. Jinx, stop it right now. Lingi quickly stepped in, grabbing Jinx's gun and scolding her. How many times have I told you? A young girl shouldn't spend all her time with guns and explosives. Haven't you learned anything from your big sister? Jinx immediately put on a pitiful expression. But sis, why are you being so mean to me? Didn't you always say that dynamite is a girl's best friend? What kind of big sister says things like that to her little sister? That other Lingi must be seriously twisted. Jessica Jones could only roll her eyes in disbelief. Did I really say that? Lingi tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then gently patted Jinx's head. We'll talk about this later. But for now, Jinx, I want you to drop every weapon you're carrying. These are just too dangerous. But sis, come on, drop them. Be good, and I'll make your favorite spicy chicken pizza when we get home. Really? You mean it? When have I ever lied to you? Then I want pineapple salad too, and your homemade ice cream. All right, you have my word. It was just like a scene from a loving, harmonious family. A kind big sister coaxing her sulking little sister. The sight was unexpectedly heartwarming and sweet. Yet this tender sisterly tableau stood in stark contrast to the arsenal of weapons bristling from Jinx's body, a jarring juxtaposition if there ever was one. Who would ever believe that this tiny, doll-faced girl was actually a ruthless, dangerous executioner? Thud. True to her word, after Lingi's promise, Jinx began to toss every weapon she carried onto the ground. Finally, across from them, Nick Fury and the others finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Honestly, Fury wasn't too worried about Lingi or Jessica Jones. His main concern had always been Jinx. Now that Lingi had handled Jinx, it felt like things were finally back under control. Hey, Uncle Baldy, are you about to give the order to arrest us? Don't be in such a rush. I'll give you till the count of 3. Just as he was about to say something, Jinx suddenly spoke up from across the room, her voice tinged with a mysterious air and just a hint of madness. Nick Fury's whole body tensed in an instant. The last time Jinx had asked him to count, he'd lost Coulson. Everyone, be alert. The target might use some kind of attack. If you notice anything unusual, shoot to kill immediately. Nick Fury issued the order in a low, commanding voice to everyone present. The rapid response teams, hearing his words, became even more vigilant, their focus sharpened to the extreme. At the slightest sign of trouble, they would respond without hesitation. 1, 2, 3. Just like last time, Jinx ignored everyone else and began counting to herself. Opposite her, Nick Fury's entire body went taut with tension. But after she reached 3, nothing happened. Still, Fury didn't let down his guard for a second. scanning the ground, watching closely for any sign of those monkey dolls or something else appearing. Thankfully, nothing did. Jinx, you'd better. Boom. Before Fury could finish his sentence, a deep, thunderous explosion suddenly rang out, powerful enough to send a faint shudder through everyone present. But with his wealth of field experience, Fury could instantly tell. This explosion hadn't come from inside the base. It was outside, somewhere beyond the building. What have you done? Fury gritted his teeth, his single eye fixed on Jinx with a deadly glare. Uncle Baldy, please, make sure you keep me somewhere with a window. I don't want to miss the grand fireworks show. I've arranged a beautiful fireworks display at 5 locations within a 30-kilometer radius. What you just heard was only the first. I can hardly wait to see the rest. Aren't you excited? Is there anyone in this world who doesn't love a fireworks show? In an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy and oppressive, as if a mountain had settled on everyone's shoulders. Every SHIELD agent present, Fury included, felt their breath catch in their throats. If Jinx was telling the truth, and there were bombs planted in 4 other locations, the consequences could be catastrophic. One wrong move, and this might become the biggest terror attack on American soil since the incident on August 11th. If something like that really happened, even an intelligence agency as formidable as SHIELD would be caught off guard, forced into an extremely precarious position. What just happened? Not wasting another second on Jinx, Fury tapped his earpiece and barked a question into the comm channel. Sir, an explosion just went off at a building on Worth Street. A voice came through the earpiece, tense and grave. Fury's expression darkened, growing so severe it seemed as if storm clouds were gathering on his face. Even the corners of his mouth twitched with restrained fury. His single eye, sharp as a beast's, locked onto Jinx, as if he could devour her with his glare alone. Although he hated to admit it, Nick Fury had to face the truth. This time, Jinx had really managed to threaten him. Even though Nick Fury couldn't be absolutely certain there were bombs at the other 4 locations, he didn't dare to take that risk. Because the girl standing before him was nothing short of a maniac. She had already blown up half of the Manhattan branch building, and just now, she'd set off another explosion on Worth Street. Judging by her actions, she was a madwoman who never cared about the consequences. There was a very real chance the other 4 bombs existed. Jinx, what have you done? Lanchi's voice rang out. Her expression was grave as she fixed her gaze on Jinx, demanding an answer. I told myself I'd take you with me, and I always keep my promises. Don't worry, sis. I think we'll be out of here very soon. Isn't that right, Uncle Baldy? Jinx grinned at Nick Fury, her eyes alight with mischief. But honestly, staying here to watch the fireworks is pretty tempting too. It's so hard to choose. Oh my god. Jinx, did you really plant more bombs elsewhere? Please, tell SHIELD where they are so they can be defused. Lanchi pleaded with Jinx once more. It's no use, sis. No one but me could possibly disarm those bombs. Jinx twirled one of her braids with a small, smug smile, as if she were showing off her masterpiece to her sister. Jinx, you can't do this. You can't keep playing with explosives. Lanchi frowned slightly, and then tried her best to reason with Jinx, urging her to reveal the locations of the bombs. But Jinx was unyielding, refusing to give and no matter what. Lanchi was at her wit's end. It's about to start. A brand new round of counting. Are you all ready? After a brief quarrel, Jinx suddenly burst out cheerfully, clapping her hands. This time, I'll count to 3 again. That's enough. Nick Fury cut her off, making a decision he clearly hated. You can go. Faced with Jinx's madness, Nick Fury backed down. He simply couldn't risk it. Uncle Baldy, you're such a buzzkill. We were just starting the explosion game, and now you're ending it before it's even begun. Fury's surrender only seemed to disappoint Jinx, who pouted in annoyance. All right, Jinx, let's just get out of here, Lanchi said with a helpless shake of her head. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Jinx's hand and led her toward the exit. Everyone stand down. Let them go. Nick Fury immediately barked the order to his waiting agents. Though the agents were reluctant, they obeyed and quickly cleared a path. They made way for Jinx, Lanchi, and the others. I'm so sorry for what happened today, sir, Lanchi said sincerely as she passed Nick Fury, unable to keep from apologizing. Nick Fury simply nodded, his expression unreadable, and said nothing more. Jessica Jones hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and hurried after the Jinx sisters, catching up to them. She knew perfectly well that if she just walked away now, it would be no different from being a fugitive. But there was nothing she could do. Jessica simply couldn't let go of her worries. If Lancy happened to sneeze again along the way, who knew what those 2 wild sisters might do next? One thing was certain, whatever it would be absolutely terrifying. Jessica Jones felt she had no choice but to keep an eye on Lancy. As for becoming a fugitive from SHIELD, well, that was the least of her worries now. And so, under the watchful eyes of Nick Fury and the other SHIELD agents, Jessica Jones and the Jinx sisters swaggered out together. Legend points, 38,951. Glancing at the numbers on his panel, Rorschach couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Jinx truly was a powerhouse when it came to racking up legend points. Her rampage through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Manhattan branch had netted him over 10,000 points in one fell swoop. In the past, Rorschach would have had to work for days to get that kind of haul. Of course, Rorschach also knew that such windfalls were bound to be rare. After all, Jinx was far too destructive, even by his standards. Even if he wanted to let her stir up trouble again, he couldn't keep unleashing her on major story characters like this. With over 30,000 legend points now in hand, Rorschach could open 3 bronze chests, but after a moment's thought, he decided to hold off. So far, the grand drama he'd set in motion was reaching its climax. Before the final curtain fell, there was no need to introduce new players. The character cards he'd already drawn were more than enough. Rather than drawing more cards to stir up chaos, it would be wiser to save up and open a batch of silver chests instead. After all, the silver chests could yield B-rank characters, something Rorschach was very much looking forward to. Until then, all he needed to do was grab a small stool, get some popcorn and a soda, and enjoy the show. Since the bracelet is now in Stark's hands, let's have Camp Stark make his grand entrance as soon as possible. As this thought crossed Rorschach's mind, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. With Tony Stark in the mix, Rorschach was sure things were about to get very interesting. Marbury, Stark Mansion. The most dashing playboy in all of New York, maybe even all of America, Tony Stark is actually bald. When he appeared with that shining dome, I wonder how many people, like me, were left completely dazzled. So all this time, Tony Stark's been wearing a wig in front of the whole world? I have to say, Tony Stark's new look has really stunned a lot of people. Was it some kind of illness? Or maybe a peculiar preference that made Tony Stark shave his head bald? In front of the television, Tony Stark wore the expression of a man who had lost the will to live. Remote in hand, he pressed the buttons mechanically, channel after channel. But aside from a few stations reporting on the recent building explosion, nearly every media outlet was obsessing over his gleaming bald head. Although the explosion at the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch was a far more serious matter, to everyone else, what could possibly be more interesting than Tony Stark's bald head? Who would even care about the explosion? Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. was deliberately downplaying the incident, using Tony Stark's bombshell news to distract the public. That's how things ended up like this. Tony Stark was everywhere on the screen. One particular photo of Tony Stark, sporting a shining bald head as he snatched a wig from the hands of the blonde-haired Lanchi, went viral and was picked up by countless media outlets. There was simply no helping it. That photo was an instant classic. Not only did it capture Tony Stark's face with remarkable clarity, it also froze his panic-stricken, almost helpless expression in time. With his hand clutching the wig, the moment was pure gold. A social disaster. A full-blown public embarrassment. Now, everyone in America had seen his gleaming, polished dome. How was Benny supposed to show his face in public after this? Unbelievable. Which bastard took that photo? Tony Stark was practically grinding his teeth in frustration, wishing he could find that unscrupulous reporter and give him a piece of his mind. Of course, the people Tony Stark really wanted to beat up were still Wu Liuqi, that unreliable hairstylist, and the violent blonde woman. If it hadn't been for those two, he would never have ended up in this ridiculous situation. Smack! Sitting off to the side, Pepper Potts snatched the remote from Tony Stark's hand and turned off the TV in one swift motion. Tony, I know this is infuriating, but this really isn't what we should be focusing on right now. Pepper Potts set aside any trace of sympathy, then pointed to the blue wristband on Tony Stark's arm. What exactly is that thing? Do you really think I care what it is at this point? Tony Stark replied feebly, spreading his hands in defeat. Tony, it's just a bald head. It's not the end of the world. Honestly, I think you look pretty good bald, Pepper Potts offered, trying to comfort him. If you're really trying to cheer up your boss, maybe a hug would be more effective, Tony Stark quipped, slipping back into his usual banter with his assistant. Oh, I was actually thinking about giving you a kiss, Pepper Potts replied, clearly enjoying their playful exchange and tossing the tease right back at him. A French one would be nice, I suppose. All right, Tony, enough. Figure out what's going on here. I mean it. Pepper Potts gave him a quick smile, then spoke to him with real concern. You can't always be a troublesome boss and make your assistant worry, right? Tony Stark finally stood up from the sofa, his expression growing serious at last. He examined the wristband, turning it over in his hands, and issued a command to Jarvis. Analyze this wristband. A beam of light swept swiftly across the bracelet, scanning it several times. Jarvis's voice sounded immediately. Sir, this is a wristband crafted from an unknown material. Is this really just a wristband? Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, utterly surprised. That crazy woman had made such a spectacle, beat him up until he was a complete mess, and in the end, All she did was simply give him a wristband? There was no way it could be that simple. This can't possibly be just an ordinary wristband. Tony Stark spoke with absolute certainty to Jarvis. Did you say unidentified substance just now? The material composition of this wristband doesn't match anything in my database. It's possible it isn't from Earth. So, you're saying this thing is extraterrestrial? Tony Stark was a little taken aback. He had no idea what it was, but the fact that it was something not from Earth instantly made it a lot more impressive. So, does this mean you can't analyze what the wristband actually does? Tony Stark raised his eyebrows again. No, sir, that's not necessary for this part. In fact, I found something interesting. I think you'll want to see it. Well, what are you waiting for? With a soft whoosh, Jarvis projected a video right in front of Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. A scene unfolded before them. Several bronze statues locked in fierce battle with a group of people skilled in all manner of combat. The sight was so shocking, both of them were left stunned. What is this? Those can't really be statues, can they? Pepper Potts' eyes widened in disbelief, and she shot a look at Tony Stark beside her. She desperately wanted to believe those statues were just people in disguise, but what kind of person could take so many bullets and still be fine? Or have their arm chopped off by a massive blade and act like nothing happened? Not even a single drop of blood? And who was that guy wielding the cleaver, able to control it from a distance without even touching it? Was this some kind of joke? That news story. I can't believe it's actually true. Tony Stark muttered under his breath. The reports about the Captain America statue coming to life had been everywhere. Of course Tony had heard about it. He'd always dismissed it as nonsense, just a cheap publicity stunt by the museum. But who could have imagined that outlandish story was real? The Captain America statue had actually come back to life. Legend value plus 421 from Tony Stark. Legend value plus 213 for Pepper Potts. At that moment, Tony Stark's entire worldview was shattered beyond repair. And this was only the beginning. As the fierce battle continued, they saw that same crazy woman, the one who'd beaten Tony up at the press conference. Her wristband suddenly lit up, enveloping her in a burst of light. And in the blink of an eye, the blonde woman transformed into a super soldier. With a single punch, she could send one of the Captain America statues flying. With a casual leap, she could cover dozens of meters in a single bound. She was a force of nature, unstoppable and wild. Tony Stark was certain. Forget about those Captain America statues. Even if the real Captain America himself showed up, he'd be completely outmatched by her. He was dumbfounded. Tony Stark was, for once, utterly speechless. He instinctively glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't have imagined that this seemingly ordinary bracelet could hold such extraordinary power. Legend points from Tony Stark plus 542. Legend points from Pepper Potts plus 335. Tony, I don't know how it works, but this bracelet can give people incredible strength. Pepper Potts' voice rang out, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Tony Stark. Tony Stark's heart was just as unsettled, but compared to Pepper Potts, he managed to remain much calmer and more composed. Jarvis, where did you find this video? After a moment's thought, Tony Stark asked the critical question. From the police systems database. It was an encrypted file, but I managed to crack it. Jarvis replied immediately. That being the case, there could be no doubt about the authenticity of the footage. It seemed that everything captured in the video was real. Even Tony Stark was left momentarily stunned. In that instant, he fell silent. The notorious playboy had been deeply shaken. All his life, Tony Stark had wielded unimaginable wealth and possessed an intellect far beyond that of most people. To him, the world was little more than a giant playground. Tony Stark knew he wasn't like ordinary people. They existed on entirely different planes. This wasn't arrogance, just reality. But at this very moment, Tony Stark realized he'd been nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well, never truly understanding the world around him. Resurrected statues, the Asian man wielding a deadly blade, a bracelet capable of transforming someone into a super soldier. Even that unreliable barber who'd given him a haircut. All of it, every last bit, lay far outside the bounds of Tony Stark's understanding, leaving him at a total loss. He was truly rattled. But now wasn't the time to delve into all that. There was something far more urgent demanding Tony Stark's attention. If that blonde woman had entrusted him with such a remarkable bracelet, didn't that mean he was about to face an extraordinary danger? Danger so severe, she believed only this bracelet could protect him? Could it be, was that wild, golden-haired woman telling the truth all along? At the press conference, Tony Stark hadn't believed a word she said, but now, he found himself wavering. Someone so out of the ordinary had gone to such great lengths to give him this miraculous bracelet. Surely, it wasn't just a trick. Maybe she really was telling the truth. Tony, do you really think someone's coming after you? Pepper Potts' voice was thick with worry. The same fears had clearly crossed her mind as well. If there is such a person, then he should be the one worried, not me. Tony Stark couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, shaking the bracelet on his wrist for emphasis. You saw what this thing can do. Only then did Pepper Potts look a little more at ease. The way Kemp Frankie performed so astonishingly had left an extremely deep impression on her. Pepper Potts believed that if Tony Stark could obtain the same kind of formidable power, then no enemy in the world would be able to threaten him. In fact, Tony Stark grinned at that moment. I'm actually looking forward to someone coming after me, because I can't wait to feel what it's like to transform. That feeling of being superhuman. It had to be absolutely awesome. For someone at Tony Stark's level, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the world was at his fingertips. There was barely anything left that could pique his interest. But now, the Kemp band had completely captivated Tony Stark. He was truly filled with endless anticipation. Yes, Tony, I'd love to see what you look like as a superhero, too. Pepper Potts' eyes sparkled with excitement, her face practically aglow with expectation. But, at this thought, a crucial question arose. Pepper Potts' brows knit together slightly. How exactly do you use this incredible wristband? Oh. Tony Stark's confident smirk froze for a moment. This really was a problem. He knew from the video that once the band lit up, it would trigger the transformation, but as for how to make it light up, he was completely in the dark. That blonde woman hadn't told him a thing. What a mess. I'll figure it out. I definitely will. Tony Stark reassured himself with unwavering confidence. From that point on, Tony Stark threw himself headlong into studying the Kemp wristband. He was utterly obsessed, working through the night for days on end, dark circles growing under his eyes, as if he were hooked on some strange addiction. And, as expected, the result was clear. He found absolutely nothing. The setback hit Tony Stark hard. It wasn't until the 5th day that Pepper Potts forcibly broke into the basement of Stark Manor and dragged Tony Stark out by sheer willpower. She even made him take a shower and get a haircut. Well, not exactly a haircut. He just swapped out his old wig for a new one. Only after this transformation did a refreshed Tony Stark finally step out the door. Because Stark Industries had an extremely important board meeting coming up. Important enough that even someone like Tony Stark, who almost never bothered with board meetings, absolutely had to be there in person. Mr. Stark, please, you must put this on. No sooner had he stepped out of his mansion than 2 plainclothes officers approached, one of them holding out a bulletproof vest. During the days Tony spent researching the wristband, Pepper Potts had already contacted the NYPD and arranged for Tony Stark to be protected. 2 police cars have been stationed outside Stark Manor for days. Sorry, I'm really not used to taking things handed to me by others. Tony Stark didn't bother to hide his disgust and brushed the offer aside without a second thought. Mr. Stark, sorry, I'm in a hurry. If you need anything, talk to my assistant, okay? Tony Stark didn't have the patience for 2 lowly officers. He simply slipped into his car. Drive. With a casual order to Happy, Tony Stark's luxury car roared off with style and swagger. Roughly half an hour later, Tony Stark's figure appeared inside the Stark Tower. Whoosh, whoosh. The very moment he showed up, Tony immediately felt every gaze in the room snap toward him. One after another, everyone was blatantly staring right at Tony Stark's shiny head. It made Tony feel utterly awkward and out of place. Want a good look at my bald head? Should I just take off the wig and give you all a proper view? Tony swept a sharp glance at the people who couldn't stop staring at him. All right, Tony, everyone's just waiting for you. Pepper Potts tugged at Tony from the side, quickly ushering him into the private elevator. Only when the 2 of them disappeared did the room erupt like a hive of gossip, with everyone chattering away, unable to contain their curiosity. Naturally, the center of all this discussion was Tony Stark's bald head. Tony, since when do you care what other people think? As the elevator slowly ascended, Pepper cradled a stack of documents and shot Tony a sideways glance, her lips twitching as she fought back laughter. Just now, Tony had seemed more than a little rattled. It was the first time Pepper had seen him so flustered and out of sorts. She had to admit, it was a moment worth remembering. Oh, come on, Pepper. If you want to laugh, just laugh. No need to hold it in. Tony let out a resigned sigh. He used to think of himself as untouchable, too cool to care about anyone's opinion, never letting anything shake his confidence. But now, Tony realized he'd been wrong. He never used to care what people said, but that was only because he'd never truly experienced what it meant to feel embarrassed and awkward. A public spectacle like this on a national scale, well, even Tony Stark needed to learn how to deal with it. Actually, from a business standpoint, this is a good thing, Pepper said, finally breaking into a smile. You're getting unprecedented attention right now, and the company's stock price has gone up too. Look at all I've sacrificed for the company. Tony spread his hands in mock exasperation. Ding! Just as they bantered, the elevator arrived at their floor. The 2 of them walked down the long corridor to its very end, arriving at the central boardroom on the top floor. They pushed open the door and went inside. Looking around, they saw the oval conference table was already surrounded, every seat taken. It was a sea of impeccably dressed executives. Any one of them would be counted among New York's, even America's, top tycoons. These were none other than the board members of Stark Industries. Among them sat Obadiah Stane, Tony's uncle-like elder, his presence unmistakable. Whoosh. And then, Tony Stark found himself in the exact same uncomfortable position as before. The board members, as if on cue, all glanced at his bald head. And Obadiah Stane, for reasons known only to himself, even reached up and unconsciously rubbed his own bald scalp. Legend points from Tony Stark, plus 124. On the surface, Tony Stark still looked as cool and unflappable as ever. But the legendary points he'd just contributed betrayed the turmoil within his heart. Look who's here. Fortunately, Obadiah Stane's voice came at just the right moment, breaking the awkward silence in the room. The old man wore a genial smile as he strode forward to greet Tony Stark, even throwing an affectionate arm around Tony's shoulders. At that moment, he and Tony truly seemed to share the genuine warmth of an uncle and his favorite nephew. Stane, is it just me, or have you put on a little more weight lately? Tony Stark glanced at Obadiah Stane with a mock-serious expression. Obadiah Stane, this brat really doesn't know how to make small talk. And I haven't even mentioned that shiny bald head of yours. Tony, come on, everyone's waiting for you. Obadiah forced a smile and led Tony to his seat. All right, everyone, Tony's here. Let's get started. Once Tony had taken his seat, Obadiah Stane rapped his knuckles on the table and cleared his throat. The room, which had been buzzing with conversation, instantly fell silent. It was clear that Obadiah Stane commanded considerable respect within Stark Industries. That's right, let's hurry up and get this boring, life-wasting meeting over with. Tony Stark said flatly, leaning back in his chair, voicing exactly what he was thinking. But the board members were already used to Tony's antics. No one batted an eye. This nonchalant swagger was simply Tony Stark being himself. Obadiah Stane then walked up to the podium to begin presiding over the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, our Stark Industries. Oh my God, what is that? A giant bird? What kind of bird is that? There's someone on its back. But Obadiah had barely started speaking when a chorus of shocked exclamations erupted from the room, instantly plunging the meeting into chaos. All the board members stared, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, at the windows, their faces a mix of astonishment and disbelief. What on earth was happening? Obadiah Stane instinctively turned to look outside, and there he saw, soaring majestically toward them, a gigantic bird that looked just like something out of a statue. Its presence was commanding, even intimidating. What kind of bird is that? How could it be so enormous? And that bizarre color? It was downright uncanny. But at that moment, what kind of bird it was seemed far less important, because, as unbelievable as it sounded, there was someone riding on its back. Someone was actually flying through the sky on the back of a giant bird. What kind of madness was this? Even someone as experienced and worldly as Obadiah Stane, who had weathered countless storms, was left utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. Legendary points from Obadiah Stane, plus 285. Legendary points from Stark Industries board members, plus 57. My God, Tony, look. Pepper Potts' mouth fell open in shock. She pointed outside at the giant bird, utterly speechless. What on earth? Even Tony Stark couldn't keep his composure. His eyes widened as he stared unblinkingly at the massive bird outside, his face a mask of pure shock. Legend points from Pepper Potts, plus 168. Legend points from Tony Stark, plus 367. The atmosphere in the conference room froze in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded by the spectacle outside. Shit. Everyone, be careful. Get out of the way. And then, chaos erupted in the conference room. People scattered in every direction, their faces drained of color, fleeing in panic like a pack of wolves was chasing them. Pure pandemonium. For that giant bronze bird didn't even try to turn. It simply crashed straight toward the window. With a tremendous crash, shards of glass exploded in every direction, and a massive shadow swept across everyone's eyes. The bronze bird beat its wings, bursting through the window in a flash, and with a deafening bang, it slammed into a section of the round table, sending it flying. The sheer force was truly extraordinary. Clang! A metallic ring echoed through the room. This strange man, who'd been riding atop the bronze bird, vaulted down in one agile motion, landing with commanding presence before everyone. Captain America? That's Captain America! Finally, at this moment, someone recognized the figure of the strange man. Yet even now, most people simply assumed someone was impersonating Cap. Surely it couldn't really be the Captain America statue come alive. Except for Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. Only the two of them knew, with absolute certainty, that the absurd news about the Captain America statue's resurrection was true. So that's it. This is what that woman really wanted when she gave me the bracelet. Tony Stark shot an instinctive glance at the camphor bracelet on his wrist, the realization clicking into place. Who are you? Do you have any idea where you are? What do you want? After a brief, tense silence, several board members found their voices and began hurling sharp questions at the bronze Captain America. But the bronze Captain America ignored them all, as if the bigwigs of New York around him didn't even exist. His gaze swept brazenly across the crowd, searching for someone. Still, for all their bluster, none of the board members dared step up to block his way. Whatever his true identity, this was a man who had just crashed in his Stark Tower, riding a giant bird. Such a dramatic entrance was enough to cow anyone. Suddenly, as the bronze Captain America's eyes fell on Tony Stark, he froze mid-motion. Then, without another word, he strode forward, each step powerful and deliberate, heading straight for Tony Stark. Just as I thought. Tony Stark's eyes narrowed slightly. So his target really is me. If this were the old days, Tony Stark would never have been able to stay this calm. After all, this was a supernatural being, something utterly bizarre. But now, oh hell, wait a second. Tony Stark's heart skipped a beat. He still hadn't figured out how to use the bracelet. How was he supposed to transform? He didn't have the slightest clue. Bang! The conference room door was suddenly flung open, and a group of security guards burst in, rushing straight toward the bronze Captain America. Tony Stark's bodyguard, Happy, also led several other guards into the room, quickly taking position around Tony and forming a protective circle. Normally, Tony Stark wouldn't have such a large entourage of bodyguards with him. The playboy absolutely hated being followed around by so many people. But these days were different. Once Pepper Potts learned that someone might pose a threat to Tony, she made all sorts of arrangements. Requesting police protection was part of it, and increasing Tony's personal security detail was another. Looking at things now, Pepper's precautions had certainly proven their worth. Tony, quick, let's get out of here. Happy called out to Tony Stark and, together with the other guards, swiftly escorted him from his seat. Bang, 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 bang. At that moment, a clamorous barrage of noise erupted. Bronze Captain America sprang into action, effortlessly knocking the security guards who rushed him to the ground. With every punch and kick, he struck down one or even two at a time, tearing through the crowd like a wolf among sheep, an utter rout, a crushing advance. Those ordinary men stood no chance against the sheer force of bronze Captain America. In the blink of an eye, every one of them lay sprawled on the floor. You two, get Tony out of here now. Seeing the situation, Happy quickly ordered two guards to protect Tony Stark, while he led the remaining two to confront the advancing bronze Captain America head-on. Clatter, clatter. They instantly drew their guns, the muzzles all trained on their foe. Stop right there, or we'll open fire. Happy glared fiercely at the strange intruder and barked out a warning. But bronze Captain America paid him no mind, as if Happy didn't exist at all, and continued his pursuit of Tony Stark. Stop, don't make me do this. Bang. After another warning, Happy finally gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. A bullet flew from the barrel, striking bronze Captain America squarely. Clang! A metallic ring echoed through the room. A spark flared, but the attack had no effect at all. Bronze Captain America was utterly unfazed. It was as if the bullet had been nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing past him. What the hell? Happy was stunned, and so were the other guards at his side. This guy was actually bulletproof, and no matter how they looked at him, it didn't seem like he was wearing any kind of body armor. What on earth was going on? Bang, 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 bang. But there was no time to ponder. Seeing bronze Captain America continuing his relentless pursuit of Tony Stark, Happy and the others hesitated no longer and began firing repeatedly, unleashing a hail of bullets. Gunfire filled the air, one shot after another. Clang, clang, clang. But aside from a few sparks leaping from bronze Captain America's body, none of the bullets had any effect. And in the brief moment it took for Happy and the other two guards to fire, bronze Captain America had already closed the distance and charged right up to them. With a single punch for each, without ever needing a second strike, he floored everyone present, including Happy. But still, it wasn't as if Happy and the others had been completely useless. Though they were beaten as miserably as stray dogs, they still managed to buy Tony Stark some precious time. With the protection of a few others, Tony Stark had already made a dash for the door. Suddenly, but the giant bronze bird gave a mighty flap of its wings and, in a blur, shot forward. It crashed down at the entrance like a fearsome guardian spirit, completely blocking the doors. Get out of the way, you damn thing. The two bodyguards at Tony Stark's side, drenched in sweat, let out desperate roars and opened fire on the bronze bird. But the outcome was all too obvious. Their bullets had no effect whatsoever, The bronze bird simply swept its wing, and with effortless ease, sent both bodyguards flying. By this point, not a single security guard could get back on their feet. Some had passed out, some had been taken out of commission, and the rest lay on the ground, groaning in pain. The situation had spiraled into its worst possible state. Silence. Instantly, the entire room fell deathly quiet. The air grew so heavy with tension that it seemed almost impossible to breathe. Everyone stared at the bronze captain and the giant bird as if they'd seen ghosts, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads, not daring even to breathe too loudly. At this moment, everyone truly, thoroughly, was scared out of their wits by these two monsters. Legend points plus 359 from Obadiah Stane. Legend points plus 114 from the Stark Industries Board of Directors. Tony Stark. In the heavy silence, the bronze captain strode purposefully toward Tony Stark once more, this time meeting no resistance at all. You need to come with me. If you want to take Tony, you'll have to get through me first. Mustering every ounce of strength he had left, Happy struggled to his feet, planting himself resolutely between Tony Stark and the threat. Happy, let me handle the heroics this time. But a strong hand landed firmly on Happy's shoulder, and Tony Stark's voice rang out beside him. Tony. Happy instinctively glanced back at Tony Stark. And in that instant, Tony Stark looked bold and indomitable, a confident and icy smile playing at his lips. He'd never looked more dashing. On his wrist, a blue bracelet was glowing with a vivid light. It's lit up. The bracelet's finally working. Pepper Potts, who'd been beside herself with worry, nearly leaped for joy when she saw the camp bracelet finally come to life. The anxiety and tension that had clouded her face vanished, as if wiped clean by an eraser. Relief swept over her. She was at last completely reassured. After all, Pepper Potts had watched the classified footage with Tony Stark, and in that video, the bronze captain was utterly powerless before the super soldier of the bracelet. He didn't even stand a chance. Tony, don't be reckless. Happy knew his boss was always unpredictable, never one to follow the rules, so there was no way Tony Stark would put himself in danger at a time like this. Leave it to me, Happy. You've already done more than enough. Tony Stark brushed past Happy without a second glance, stepping directly up to the bronze Captain America, who had filled everyone with endless fear and pressure. Tony. Happy. Before Happy could stop Tony Stark, Pepper Potts yanked him aside. Tony's right. Leave it to him. Pepper Potts pressed a steady hand on the anxious Happy, her face set with determination. What are you talking about, Pepper? This isn't a game. Happy was still beside himself with worry. Trust me, Happy. I can't quite explain it, but right now Tony isn't the same Tony you knew. He can handle that monster. Pepper Potts looked at Happy with unwavering conviction. Do you trust me? Of course I trust you. Then stay put, just watch. Though confusion and unease still clouded his mind, Pepper's attitude caused Happy to hesitate. Happy, just stay right there and watch how your boss transforms and gives this guy the beating he deserves. Tony Stark sounded more confident than ever, flashing Happy a roguish grin. Transform? What transformation? Happy was utterly baffled. And it wasn't just Happy. Even Obadiah Stane and the others were at a complete loss. What on earth were Tony and Pepper talking about? Had they lost their minds from fear? But then, what was the deal with that bracelet on Tony's wrist? In that instant, the camphor bracelet in Tony Stark's hand erupted with dazzling light, so bright it nearly blinded everyone in the room. The lights instantly wrapped around Tony Stark, racing across his body before quickly fading away. And then, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Pepper Potts, Happy, Obadiah Stane, the other board members, without exception, every single person stared at Tony Stark, eyes wide with disbelief. It was as if they'd all been struck by lightning. No one could believe what they were seeing. The person standing there, dressed in a super short sailor skirt with long flowing hair, was that really Tony Stark? Wait a second. The skirt was one thing, but what about those features on the chest? If their eyes weren't deceiving them, that was clearly a woman. So this was the transformation Tony Stark had been talking about. What a transformation indeed. Tony Stark had turned into a woman. And honestly, as a woman, Tony Stark was surprisingly attractive. Some of the less restrained folks in the room even felt their hearts skip a beat. Legend points from Pepper Potts, plus 512. Legend points from Happy Hogan, plus 424. Legend points from Obadiah Stane, plus 438. Legend points from Stark Industries board members, plus 220. A collective gasp echoed through the room. A gulp echoed through the room as Happy pointed a trembling finger at Tony Stark, his voice shaky with disbelief. Pepper, is this what you meant by transformation? I had no idea it would turn out like this. Pepper Potts was equally stunned, frozen in shock. Amidst the strange and tense atmosphere, Tony Stark. No, it should be she now. remained completely unaware of everyone's reaction. At this moment, Tony was utterly absorbed in the overwhelming power coursing through her body. She had never dared imagine that a mere mortal body could possess such strength. Though she hadn't tested it yet, Tony Stark was certain that with a single punch, she could easily take down a bull. No question about it. Taking on a mere bronze-level Captain America and his bronze-level bird companion? Child's play. Amazing. Utterly incredible. These wristbands are nothing short of a miracle. An uncontrollable, excited grin crept onto Tony's lips. She couldn't have been more pleased with the Kingpin wristbands. Wait, what's this sensation? Hair. Tony Stark, caught off guard by a cascade of hair brushing against her face, instinctively reached up and tugged at her own locks. Her delight grew even greater. Her hair had actually grown out, right then and there. Seriously, this wristband seemed to know exactly what she wanted. Well, maybe the hair was a bit too long. Wait, but what was going on with this odd sensation on her chest? Tony glanced down in confusion, utterly bewildered by the two prominent curves rising from her chest. Could it be swelling? Tony, is that really you? It was then that Obadiah Stane's incredulous voice broke the silence. Eyes wide, he stared at Tony Stark and shouted, "Where's Tony? Were you even? Wait, what was that voice?" Tony Stark clapped a hand over her mouth, suddenly realizing, as she pieced together all the changes, exactly what had happened. An explosion of realization struck her. She had actually turned into a woman. What the? How could this be? When he'd witnessed Blonde launch, transform, and unleash the power of Kingpin launch, Tony had genuinely hoped for a transformation of his own. But no one had ever told Tony Stark that he'd turn into a woman. And right in front of everyone, in front of the core members of Stark Industries. How was he ever supposed to face them again? "Watch out, Tony." A shriek snapped Tony Stark out of her thoughts. Pepper Potts had cried out in panic. It turned out that the bronze-level Captain America had launched a ruthless attack at Tony Stark, his powerful punch slicing through the air, headed straight for her face. Almost instinctively, in that split second, Tony tilted her head just enough for Captain America's fist to graze her flowing hair. Then, moving with lightning speed, Tony landed a punch right in the center of Captain America's chest. A resounding crash filled the room as Captain America was sent flying backward. The crowd was left utterly speechless, jaw after jaw dropped. Tony Stark, after transforming into a woman, was even more formidable than before. Another thunderous crash rang out. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the bronze Captain America, such a massive figure, was sent hurtling like a cannonball into the meeting room wall, crashing into it so hard that a huge crater appeared in the plaster. Cracks like sprawling spiderwebs snaked out from the pit, radiating in all directions. The resulting spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. With a thunderous crash, the bronze Captain America finally peeled off the wall and tumbled heavily to the floor. Everyone could see it clearly now. The bronze Captain America's chest was actually caved inward. A distinct imprint of a fist could be seen. It was obvious what had happened. That was the handiwork of Tony Stark's punch just a moment ago, forced in with brutal strength. This is insane. How is this possible? This has got to be fake, right? The entire meeting room fell suddenly and utterly silent. So silent, every breath sounded harsh and ragged. Everyone's eyes seemed on the verge of popping out of their sockets as they stared in disbelief at the stunning figure of Tony Stark. Their minds simply couldn't process what they'd just seen. Legend value plus 649 from Pepper Potts. Legend value plus 433 from Happy Hogan. Legend value plus 458 from Obadiah Stane. Legend value plus 270 from the Stark Industries board members. No way. Am I really this strong now? Tony Stark suddenly raised her fist, her face etched with incredulity. That was the bronze Captain America. He'd been wild and unstoppable, shrugging off the efforts of countless security guards, whose weapons seemed utterly useless. And yet, he couldn't withstand a single punch from her? Overwhelming. Simply overwhelming. Legend value plus 721 from Tony Stark. Now it's my turn to shine. With that newfound strength coursing through her, Tony Stark felt nothing short of unstoppable at that moment. With a flourish, she tossed her lustrous hair, strutting toward the bronze Captain America with unshakable confidence. Wait, what? Suddenly, Tony Stark's body stiffened, her steps faltering for a split second. Why on earth did I just flip my hair? I'm a man. Why would I make such a flamboyant move? Did anyone notice? Outwardly, Tony Stark kept a poker face, but inwardly, she darted a surreptitious glance around the room. Sure enough, a crowd of people stood gaping at her, clearly stunned by what they'd just witnessed. They probably never imagined that the always cool, always dazzling Tony Stark could become so alluring after transforming into a woman. Of course, that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was Tony Stark actually spotted a few notorious perverts in the crowd, secretly drooling. Yikes. Tony Stark was instantly seized by a wave of revulsion. This blasted wristband. She shot a resentful glance at the blue wristband on her arm, feeling utterly at a loss. Why hadn't that equally troublesome blonde woman told her sooner that this wristband could only turn people into women? Let's just end this, and fast. Resolving herself, Tony Stark's face hardened with determination. If she wanted to avoid any more embarrassing situations like this, there was only one solution. Swiftly defeat both the bronze Captain America and that giant bronze bird. Whoosh. Once Tony Stark made up her mind, she didn't waste another word. She charged straight at the bronze Captain America. With a powerful stomp, cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the floor beneath her feet. In a heartbeat, Tony Stark's figure blurred into a phantom, darting to the bronze captain's side at a speed no one could possibly react to. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. Thus began the bronze captain's tragic ordeal. The same bronze Captain America who had crushed everyone with despair and pressure was, in the blink of an eye, reduced to a pitiful wreck. Tony Stark pummeled him mercilessly, leaving him utterly defenseless, flailing helplessly under her onslaught. With each rhythmic blow, fist marks blossomed one after another across the bronze captain's body. Wish, wish, wish. The bronze bird couldn't stand to watch any longer. Flapping its wings, it dove at Tony Stark, intent on teaming up with the bronze captain against her. Get out of my way. Tony Stark snapped with a sharp rebuke. Almost by instinct, she swung a punch at the bronze bird. In a flash, a streak of white light burst from her fist. With a thunderous impact, it struck the bronze bird squarely. The bronze bird's body shuddered violently, then shot backward like a cannonball, sent flying across the room. You gotta be kidding me. Is she even human? A chorus of shocked cries erupted through the conference room. Some present almost bit their tongues in disbelief. Beating the bronze captain was one thing, but now she was taking out opponents from a distance? No, wait, from a distance attacking a bird? What happened to the laws of science? Turns out I can do that too. Tony Stark froze for a split second, then her confidence soared. She looked as if she'd been supercharged, brimming with excitement. Zap, 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 zap. White flashes streaked one after another as Tony Stark unleashed a barrage of energy attacks at both the bronze bird and the bronze captain. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, she battered them both, leaving the pair battered and riddled with wounds. Go, Tony, go. Well done, Mr. Stark. No, that's Ms. Stark. That's right. Let's hear it from Ms. Stark. Ms. Stark? More like Ms. Stark. Cheers and applause erupted all around. The board members, who had been cowering in the corners in terror just moments before, were now watching with rapt excitement. They looked so thrilled, they might as well have been munching popcorn and sipping soda. This meeting was worth attending. Who would have thought they'd witness such a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle? The directors were convinced. If they released this footage of Ms. Stark, the company's popularity would skyrocket. And so would the stock price. Perfect. All at once, everyone whipped out their phones, eager to record Tony Stark in action. Ms. Stark? Ms. Stark? Tony Stark, locked in fierce battle, nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Can't you good-for-nothings do something useful for once? She thought. While Ben was fighting monsters with all his might, the others were just standing around, watching the spectacle and munching on snacks. What a bunch of unreliable people. But right now, Tony Stark had no time to waste on those shameless bystanders. She gritted her teeth and ramped up her attack, unleashing a relentless onslaught on the bronze captain and the bronze bird. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. At last, under Tony Stark's furious barrage, the two monsters were finally reduced to a heap of twisted metal, lying motionless on the ground. Well done, Tony. I knew we could always count on you. Obadiah Stane's voice rang out. Laughing heartily, he strode toward Tony Stark. But he paused as his eyes swept up and down Tony Stark, finally settling on the bracelet on her wrist. What's the story with this transformation? Everyone had seen clearly how Tony Stark transformed. It was all because of that bracelet. And that bracelet, it seemed to be the one that the woman who crashed the press conference, after giving Stark a thorough beating, had forcibly strapped onto Tony's wrist, wasn't it? Who would have thought it would turn out to have such an extraordinary effect? Yet Tony Stark didn't bother responding to Obadiah Stane. After making sure the two bronze monsters were well and truly defeated, she dashed out without so much as a backward glance. Now that she was in a woman's body, every extra second spent in front of everyone was sheer agony. Tony, Tony, Obadiah Stane called out twice and hurried after her. But Tony Stark was simply too fast. He had barely reached the doorway before she had already vanished from sight. Oh well, I'll have a proper talk with Tony next time. Obadiah mused, stopping in his tracks after a brief moment of thought. Given Tony Stark's current state, it was probably really not the best time. Tony, Pepper Potts, too, quickly raced after Tony Stark, chasing her all the way to the private elevator. Rumble. By the time Pepper Potts arrived in a hurry, the elevator doors were slowly closing. Tony, wait. Pepper called out loudly. Rumble. The already closed doors slid open once more. It just goes to show, people really are different. If it had been Obadiah Stane, or Happy, or anyone else standing at the elevator, Tony Stark would never have opened the doors again. But Pepper Potts was different. First, their relationship was anything but ordinary. Second, Pepper was one of the only two people who knew the secret of the camphor bracelet. On this matter, Tony Stark truly didn't see Pepper as an outsider. Hurry up and get in. Tony Stark waved her hand at Pepper, quickly beckoning her into the elevator. Pepper Potts, in her high heels, rushed inside as fast as she could. Ding! The elevator doors closed once more, and the car began its slow descent. Inside the cramped space, the atmosphere suddenly grew a little strange. What is it you want to say, Pepper? Go ahead, just say it. I know you must have something on your mind. Tony Stark folded her arms, her entire posture radiating a kind of playful defiance in front of Pepper Potts. Oh my God, Tony, you are absolutely stunning. Believe me, if you entered a beauty pageant right now, you'd walk away with the crown. Pepper Potts could no longer hold back. She gazed at Tony Stark in amazement, almost feeling a pang of inadequacy herself. Seriously, it's one thing if she's not as pretty as other women, but now she's not even as pretty as Tony? Where's the justice in that? That actually sounds like a pretty good idea. I bet it would be hilarious. Tony Stark pursed her lips, considering the suggestion. But that's something we can think about later. Right now, the most important thing is figuring out how to change back. With a sudden shift in tone, her face grew serious. Ding! Just then, the elevator doors slid open. Both Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, perfectly in sync, dropped the banter and hurried out at top speed. With hurried steps, they quickly left the scene. Who was that? Looks just like Mr. Stark. Yeah, it's uncanny. Could she be Mr. Stark's sister? People passing through the lobby couldn't help but steal glances at Tony Stark, and soon whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Tony Stark wanted nothing more than to cover her face. Her pace quickened even more. Tony, Pepper Potts suddenly called out. Following her startled gaze, Tony Stark's lips began to twitch. The bracelet was glowing again. Last time the bracelet lit up, she had transformed. So this time, oh hell. Tony Stark froze, unable to stop herself from cursing under her breath. No way. Not now, of all times, damn it. She didn't spare another thought for anything else. Like someone fleeing for her life, she broke into a run, heading straight for the exit. But then, in a flash, the bracelet's light flared. And in the very next instant, the elegant, striking Tony Stark vanished without a trace, replaced by the cool, swaggering Tony Stark everyone knew. And, to add insult to injury, when Tony Stark had appeared as Tony, that thick, silky hair had effortlessly knocked Tony's wig clean off his head. Now, as Tony disappeared, the long hair was gone too. Tony Stark's bald head was left completely exposed, with nowhere to hide. Right there, in full view of everyone. The whole room seemed to freeze. Tony Stark himself stood motionless, as if struck by lightning. This day, without question, was shaping up to be the darkest moment of his entire life. And yet, this was only the beginning. Because, thanks to the handiwork of some unscrupulous mastermind behind the scenes, it took less than half a day for Tony Stark to become the biggest headline across every major news outlet and radio station. I believe everyone here shares the same question as I do. Who exactly is this mysterious woman who has appeared at Stark Industries, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Tony Stark? This enigmatic woman's face is almost identical to Tony Stark's. Like they're twins separated at birth, it's hard not to let one's imagination run wild. The sudden appearance of a Captain America statue at Stark Tower, that bizarre giant bird, and the mysterious woman with powers rivaling Superman. What secrets might be hidden behind all these events? What really happened at Stark Tower? Was the Captain America statue an intentional impersonation? Or, as the rumors suggest, did the statue truly come to life? Judging by the videos leaked by insiders, the whole affair is shrouded in mystery. Yet one thing is undeniable. The woman suspected to be Tony Stark's sister is the real showstopper. All of New York now waits for Tony Stark's explanation. Everyone wants to know, does he really have a sister who's every bit a super soldier? Tony Stark became an overnight sensation. A sensation that burned brighter than ever. It wasn't just the news media. On social media, her following exploded, with countless fans clamoring for her attention. Some even declared, quite loudly, that they wanted to win Tony Stark's heart. She had only debuted for half a day, yet Tony Stark had already become the hottest, most popular superstar in town. She was hailed as the goddess and dream girl of countless geeks and LSPs alike. Who could blame them? Tony Stark had it all: stunning figure, striking looks. Here, one had to marvel at the power of the Kingpin wristband. Even though she still had Tony Stark's facial features, transformed into a woman, she was simply beautiful. Not strange or unsettling at all. From any angle, Tony Stark was a flawless beauty. There was no bad side to her. A woman like that, combined with superhuman strength on par with Captain America and a background shrouded in mystery. If she didn't become a sensation, it would defy all logic. Legend points from New York City residents, plus 0.007. Legend point from New York City residents, plus 0.005. Legend points from New York City residents, plus 0.004. As the story spread like wildfire, the legend points on Rorschach's panel shot up, their numbers racing across the screen. Granted, racking up legend points through third-party channels like news reports wasn't the most efficient method, but with such a massive population, the numbers added up quickly. All things considered, Rorschach was reaping quite the harvest of legend points this round, and he was more than satisfied. Well then, it's time for the final act. The saga of the statue user has dragged on long enough. With that, Rorschach shifted his focus back to Ling Lingi, Matt Murdock, and the rest of the original Defenders. Hell's Kitchen. Inside an abandoned factory, the original Defenders had gathered once again. The atmosphere was as somber as ever. None of the Defenders looked particularly pleased. So, they really pulled it off, didn't they? Jessica Jones's voice sounded muffled, laced with frustration. So, even though we stopped them from kidnapping Tony Stark, in the end they still succeeded? I hate to dampen everyone's spirits, but according to our intel, Kingpin and his people really did manage to build the Hex energy converter. For once, Ling Lingi's expression turned grave. This means their altar must already be complete. Ling Lingi's words cast a heavier shadow over the group. We should have seen this coming all along, shouldn't we? Frank Castle, in contrast, remained calm. Without Tony Stark, they could always kidnap someone else. We can't protect everyone. That's right, and that's exactly what they did. Matt Murdock nodded emphatically from the side. There's no point talking about it now. What does it matter? Blonde-haired Lanchi smacked the table. If they've already succeeded, our focus shouldn't be on why they succeeded, but on how we're going to respond. Lanchi's right. That's why we're all sitting here. Matt Murdock agreed with another firm nod. No matter what, we have to stop the awakening of the statue fruit ability user. Ling Lingi, have you found the exact location of the altar? Frank Castle shot a serious look at Ling Lingi. Someone finally asked the crucial question. Ling Lingi grinned, a sly and almost flamboyant smile lighting up his face. The group's spirits lifted at his sudden change in demeanor. Ling Lingi, you found the altar's location? Jessica Jones pressed, unable to hide her impatience. Of course. Ling Lingi adjusted his hat with a flourish. As a top agent, I don't have my reputation for nothing. They've hidden it flawlessly, but even so, they couldn't escape my notice. That's right, I found the altar's location. Finally, some good news. Jessica's eyes lit up. The same spark of hope appeared in Matt Murdock and Frank Castle's faces. Damn it. Lanchi, however, flew into a rage, grabbing Ling Lingi by the collar and hauling him up. Why are you only telling us this now, when it's such critical information? Shouldn't something this important have been shared with everyone right from the start? All this time, you've been rambling and stalling. Are you looking for a beating? I saw you all so caught up in discussion, I didn't want to interrupt. Is that so wrong? And don't think you can push me around just because I'm a gentleman. I'll put up with you for a long time, Lanchi. Clatter. A submachine gun was suddenly shoved right in Ling Lingi's face. Actually, I've been working on self-cultivation lately. It's a very advanced discipline. You probably wouldn't understand, so let's just say it's all about patience and not holding grudges. So Lanchi, go ahead and take it out on me. I won't fight back, because I am a man of great composure. Matt Murdock and the others couldn't help but look at Ling Lingi with deep admiration. To be able to speak of cowardice with such fresh elegance, even to the point of sounding proud of it. Aside from the genius that is Ling Lingi, there probably isn't a second person in the world who could pull this off. Smack! Blonde-haired Lanchi slapped Ling Lingi on the head with an exasperated huff. Enough with your grace. Just spit out already. All right, Ling Lingi, hurry up and tell us where the altar is, Matt Murdock urged, sounding a bit helpless. Russell. Finally, Ling Lingi cut the nonsense. He promptly pulled out a map and spread it open before everyone. Then, he produced a marker he'd prepared in advance and drew a big X at a specific spot. This is it. Ling Lingi began his explanation. According to the intel, That statue fruit ability user will activate the altar and awaken the fruit in 3 days. 3 days. The defenders all tensed up a little. Just 3 days. The time frame was painfully short. This was especially true for someone like Frank Castle, a strategist who built every operation on solid intelligence and meticulous planning to guarantee success. 3 days simply wasn't enough. But now they had no choice but to grit their teeth and press on. Everyone, brace yourselves. This will be a tough and brutal fight, Frank Castle warned them, his face grim, delivering a sober dose of reality. Finally, maybe this damned mess will be over soon. Jessica Jones, on the other hand, couldn't have cared less about the details. She just wanted it all to end as quickly as possible. I'm bringing my sister Jinx in on this, Lingi declared, tossing her submachine gun down by her feet with her usual swagger. This time, I swear, I'm taking that bastard down. Just the mention of Jinx made Jessica Jones shiver. Jinx's rampage through S.H.I.E.L.D., so wild and unhinged, still made Jessica uneasy just thinking about it. Now, Jessica, like Frank Castle, was a wanted fugitive, all thanks to Jinx. Lingi, maybe let's not bring Jinx in, Jessica blurted out, her objection almost instinctive. Oh, you got a problem with that? Lingi shot her a glare, raising her submachine gun in a not-so-subtle threat. Or maybe you'd like to ask my gun if it cares about your opinion? You brainless woman, always waving a gun around. Say that again. Clatter. The submachine gun was hefted once more. Lingi, think this through. This is extremely dangerous, Matt Murdock interjected calmly from the side, trying to keep Lingi grounded. My sister's just as dangerous, Lingi replied, utterly unconcerned. No one doubted that. Everyone had heard the story of Jinx storming into S.H.I.E.L.D. single-handedly to break Lingi out. The news had left them all stunned at the time. So, seeing Lingi insist on bringing Jinx along, no one voiced any further objections. If my senior brother could arrive on time, that so-called statue fruit ability user wouldn't even be a threat. My senior brother could finish him off with a single snip of his scissors. Ling Lingi's face was full of regret. It's just that 3 days is too short, and I'm not sure if my senior brother can make it in time. With just this one sentence, Ling Lingi had stoked everyone's curiosity to the max. This was Ling Lingi, the eccentric master who could control blades with his aura. Yet he actually had a senior brother? And from the way Ling Lingi spoke, did his senior brother actually use scissors? One used a butcher's knife, the other used scissors. These two brothers were so unconventional that they left everyone speechless. Truly worthy of being siblings. Ling Lingi, you have a senior brother? How come you've never mentioned him before? Even Matt Murdock couldn't contain his curiosity and started asking Ling Lingi about his senior brother. My senior brother is such a transcendent figure. Why should I tell you ordinary mortals about him? Ling Lingi looked smug, as if everyone present was hopelessly inferior compared to his senior brother. Besides, unless there's an earth-shattering crisis that no one else can handle, my senior brother rarely shows himself. Is your senior brother also from the Super Divine Academy? Frank Castle chimed in, making the obvious assumption. That's right. Ling Lingi nodded emphatically. My senior brother, Wu Liuqi, is a once-in-a-century genius at the Super Divine Academy. In his hands, even an ordinary pair of scissors becomes a sacred weapon. Countless masters have fallen to his blades. Your senior brother's name is Wu Liuqi? Jessica Jones couldn't help but interrupt Ling Lingi. Wu Liuqi? What kind of bizarre name was that? It was as quirky as Ling Lingi's own. No wonder they were brothers. And your senior brother uses scissors? Jessica pressed on before Ling Lingi could answer. As a hairstylist, isn't it perfectly reasonable to carry a pair of scissors for self-defense? Ling Lingi replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hairstylist. Matt Murdock was completely confused. Your senior brother is a hairstylist? If he was Ling Lingi's senior brother and also from the Super Divine Academy, shouldn't he be an agent, just like Ling Lingi? A hairstylist was the last thing anyone expected. Right, hairstyling is my senior brother's main profession, but when business is slow, he also sells beef offal on the side, and moonlights as an assassin. Ling Lingi explained with absolute sincerity, oh, and my senior brother is actually ranked on the assassin leaderboard. If you ever need someone taken out, just come to me. Mention my name for a 20% discount. And if you buy a yearly package, you get a free lottery draw. Guaranteed value for money. Everyone. A hairstylist, a beef offal vendor, and an assassin all rolled into one. How reliable could that possibly be? Thinking of Ling Lingi's usual antics, everyone had been holding out some hope for Wu Liuqi. But now, that hope had taken a considerable hit. Besides, Ling Lingi had already said Wu Liuqi might not even make it in time. So when they started planning their next move, everyone simply left Wu Liuqi out of the equation. Even so, when everyone took stock of their current strength, they realized that Lingi had already retrieved her wristband from Tony Stark, ready to transform into a super soldier at a critical moment. Plus, with Jinx, the fierce loner who could storm S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters all by herself, there was a real chance they could win this fight. In fact, there was even room for a little hope. I still have a few things to prepare. Everyone, let's meet again in 3 days. At this moment, Frank Castle stood up, gave everyone a brief nod, and strode out without another word. I need to get ready too. Might as well take these couple of days for a good shower and a haircut. Ling Lingi also rose to his feet. A shower and a haircut? Was that really necessary right now? Everyone couldn't help but silently grumble in their hearts. But after knowing Ling Lingi for so long, they understood. He was someone who had style etched into his very bones. He'd even shave in the middle of a mission. So, no one bothered to argue. They just let this oddball do as he pleased, as long as it didn't get in the way. After exchanging a few farewells, the rest also drifted off to make their own preparations. 3 days swept by in the blink of an eye. On a night when the moon was hidden and the wind was sharp, several shadows moved through Hell's Kitchen, gliding like wraiths through the sleeping city. At last, they halted outside a construction site tucked into the northwest corner of Hell's Kitchen, blending quietly into the shadows around them. There was no mistaking it. These were Matt Murdock, Ling Lingi, and the others, the original defenders, now fully prepared for battle. According to Ling Lingi's intel, the altar is inside that construction site. Jessica Jones pulled out a map, double-checked their location, then nodded to the others. That should be right. Frank Castle surveyed the surroundings, offering his expert assessment. Strategically, this really is a perfect spot for cover. Before he could finish, Frank Castle unzipped his heavy duffel bag with a smooth motion and started equipping himself. Grenades, launchers, knives, pistols. He packed every conceivable weapon onto his person. Whoa, Uncle Frank, so you're into big, colorful explosions too. Jinx leaned in, eyes gleaming as though she'd just found a kindred spirit. She dug through Frank's bag, but soon looked disappointed, shaking her head. But Uncle, are these flashy toys really going to do the trick? Why not try mine instead? With a quick flick, she tossed a chewer grenade at Frank's feet. Frank glanced down at the cute, doodle-covered bomb by his boots, and could only wonder, who's the one with the flashy toys now? Thanks, but I got everything I need, Frank replied, stone-faced. Uncle Frank, you're no fun at all. Jinx pouted, scooping up her chewer grenade and tugging at Lingi's sleeve. Sis, what are we waiting for? Why don't we just blow this place up right now? Swish. As she spoke, Jinx hoisted her Fishbone's rocket launcher onto her shoulder. From the look on her face, she wasn't just playing around. She fully intended to let it rip. Wait a minute. Matt Murdock wiped the nervous sweat from his brow and quickly called out to stop her. Jinx had really gotten under his skin. He'd heard stories of Jinx's legendary feats before, but only after meeting her in person did Matt and the others realized just how unhinged she truly was. She was a super lunatic in every way, outdoing even her own sister. Forget everything else. For just this short journey, Jinx had already tried to blow something up at least 5 times. If it hadn't been for blonde Lanky holding her back, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Now everyone finally understood why Jessica Jones reacted the way she did whenever Jinx's name came up. Hold it right there, Uncle Blind Man. I'm working on some killer lines for my grand intro. Don't interrupt my flow. Jinx made a shushing gesture at Matt Murdock. I want to give the most dazzling explosion the entrance it deserves. Got any good suggestions? That's enough, Jinx. Blonde Lanky quickly pressed down Fishbones, stopping her. Let Matt scout ahead first, and make sure this is the right spot. You're stopping me again, sis. Jinx immediately protested, sulking. You promised I could have my fun this time, but now you won't let me blow up this or that. If you keep this up, I'm going to explode myself. Just hold on a little longer, Jinx. I promise. You'll get to blow up as much as you want soon, all right? Lanky soothed her like a caring big sister, coaxing her mischievous sibling. But their conversation sent chills down everyone else's spines. Talk of blowing things up like it was nothing. Was this really the sort of thing sisters discussed? You'd better keep your word, sis. Jinx, though grumbling, finally lowered Fishbones. Now, little one, it's not good to think about blowing things up all the time. Here, Jinx, Uncle has a lollipop for you, very sweet. Ling Lingi reached into his jacket pocket and, to everyone's surprise, actually pulled out a lollipop. With a gentle, kindly smile, he offered it to Jinx. What's this? A lollipop, of course. You call this a lollipop? Jinx curled her lip in disdain. She then picked up an explosive chewer grenade, weighing in her hand. This is what I call a lollipop. Want to try, old man? Uncle appreciates the offer, but I'll have to pass. Ling Lingi shook his head so fast it was almost a blur. Uncle's got a toothache lately. Maybe too much heat in my system. Who knows? There are 54 people inside. Kingpin and Bullseye are both present, along with 7 statues. And this building structure, definitely not your typical construction. It's much more complex and massive. While Ling Lingi tried, unsuccessfully, to sweet-talk the kid and ended up being outmaneuvered himself, Matt Murdock had already used his radar sense to carefully scout out the construction site. No mistake about it. It must be in here. Jessica Jones chimed in emphatically from the side. Frank Castle gripped his submachine gun tightly, his knuckles turning white. According to Matt Murdock's senses, there was almost no doubt left. This place, there was a 90% chance this was the altar's location. Let's begin. Frank Castle took the initiative, standing up and laying out a quick strategy. There are 2 entrances. Ling Lingi, Jessica, and I will take one. Matt, Lanchi, Jinx, you 3 take the other. Okay, no problem. The group responded in quick succession. When it came to tactical planning, Frank Castle was a true expert. No one had any objections to his arrangements. Of course, the Wild Sisters, Blonde Lanchi and Jinx, were never ones to follow orders from anyone else. The only reason they didn't protest was their eagerness to rush in and cause a scene. All right, move out. Soft footsteps echoed in the darkness. Like agile cats, cloaked by the night, they crept silently toward the construction site. Just as quietly, they dispatched the guard stationed at both entrances, slipping inside undetected. Only then did the true face of the construction site reveal itself before their eyes. Just as Matt Murdock had sensed, this was no ordinary building. Instead, it was a grand, imposing, and utterly bizarre hall, exuding an overwhelming, majestic presence. Its style was impossible to pinpoint. None of them had seen anything like it in all their lives. The walls were covered in mysterious symbols they couldn't decipher, and at certain points, 7 statues of varying colors stood sentinel. It was immediately obvious. These were the 5 element statues they had tried so hard to stop, but ultimately failed. Those statues were connected by an intricate web of conduits, indecipherable, yet clearly following some hidden order. And then, spread across the altar was a massive device, sprawling like an assembly line. Energy flickered across its surface, swirling around the 5 element statues, radiating outward through the altar and those strange symbols. Perhaps it was the hex energy converter. Whatever it was, its ominous power was unmistakable. There was no doubt now. They could be 100% certain. This was the altar they had all been searching for. Around the altar stood the original bronze Captain America and Kingpin, gesturing and deep in discussion. Behind them, for more bronze captains stood tall like javelins, exuding a suffocating sense of menace. Nearby, Bullseye's squad, armed to the teeth and clearly more than just ordinary gangsters, waited, their discipline and training evident at a glance. It was a formidable scene, intimidating by any measure. But the defenders had come prepared. Everyone, don't make any sudden moves. Listen, I have a plan. After quietly surveying the scene, Frank Castle immediately spoke in a low voice over the comms. To prevent. There's no need to be afraid, nor any need to stay alive. Everything bloomed in the explosion. Hith. Frank Castle's warning was cut short as Jinx, unable to contain herself any longer, suddenly leapt out. Her Fishbone's rocket launcher was hoisted onto her shoulder in one swift motion. The oversized barrel instantly pointed straight at the altar ahead. Who's there? Who? Shouts of alarm broke out at once. The bronze Captain Americas, along with Kingpin, Bullseye, and the rest, were immediately startled by Jinx's sudden appearance. They all turned sharply, searching for the source of the commotion. What they saw was a scrawny girl, seemingly no older than her teens, stepping into full view. What the hell? A child? Wait a second. What's that she's got on her shoulder? Get out of the way now. It's a rocket launcher. Panic erupted among the crowd. With a deafening blast, under the stunned and horrified gazes of Kingpin and his crew, Jinx's face lit up with a crazed, ecstatic grin as she unleashed a Reaper missile. The missile streaked through the air, trailing a dazzling, blinding tail of fire and light, arcing beautifully toward the altar. But just then, suddenly, several launch ports sprang open from the ground surrounding the altar, and a volley of interceptor rounds shot out. Jinx's Reaper missile was intercepted mid-flight. With another thunderous explosion, the missile detonated prematurely outside the altar, engulfed in a searing blaze. A terrifying wave of heat rolled through the air, the shockwave surging out in all directions like a tidal wave. In that instant, it felt as though the earth beneath everyone's feet trembled. Even the very air around them seemed to evaporate under the blast's relentless heat. For a moment, it was as if the world itself was ending. Screams of terror rang out, only to be instantly swallowed by the overwhelming roar of the explosion. A few unlucky souls standing too close had no time to react before the raging inferno consumed them whole. Their fate was all too easy to imagine. It was no wonder the Reaper missile was one of Jinx's favorite weapons. Its destructive power was truly unmatched. The defenders were certain. If Jinx's missile had actually struck the altar, it would have utterly destroyed it. But unfortunately, the statue fruit users had come far too well prepared. They even had an anti-missile system. Unbelievable. Anyone who didn't know better would think this place was a military base. Damn it. Jessica Jones couldn't help but slap her thigh in frustration. What a shame, Matt Murdock murmured with a quiet sigh. I knew it wouldn't be that easy, Frank Castle, ever the calm one, remarked coolly. The statue fruit ability user had fought them many times and knew their tactics inside out. Taking certain precautions against a missile from the blonde Lanchi was hardly surprising. But because of this, just as everyone had predicted, the situation was bound to turn into a hard-fought battle. Especially with the wild, reckless sisters, blonde Lanchi and Jinx, who had no concept of teamwork. Any hope of an efficient, precise assault fell apart. Frank Castle felt a faint headache coming on. But at this point, there was nothing for it but to grit his teeth and press on. Enemies are invading. Protect the boss. Guard the altar. Take them down. A chorus of angry, murderous shouts erupted. Even the most sluggish of Kingpin's men stationed there finally caught on to what was happening. One after another, they drew their guns, mercilessly firing at Jinx and any defenders daring to show themselves. Gunshots exploded, sharp and deafening, shattering the quiet of the night. A hail of bullets immediately forced the defenders, just poking their heads out back behind cover. Everyone was pinned down, huddling behind barricades, not daring to make a reckless move. These hounds just won't give up. Kingpin, I'll handle them. Bullseye's face twisted into a vicious grin. After a nod to Kingpin, he swiftly pulled out several metal playing cards and strode towards the battlefield. The original Bronze Captain America said nothing, simply nodded to the other 6 bronze captains. They understood at once, charging straight for the defenders' hiding spots. Thus, the all-out battle between the statue fruit ability user and the defenders erupted in full force. And immediately, the fight reached a fever pitch. Looking at the battlefield, the situation was decidedly grim for the defenders. Though Jinx had managed to catch everyone off guard at the start with a missile that blew up a few unlucky souls, it hardly made a dent. Kingpin had stationed far too many men here. Losing a handful of goons barely made a difference. There were still more than 40 people unleashing relentless gunfire on the defenders, and at least half of them were wielding submachine guns. To ensure the statue fruit ability user's awakening went smoothly, Kingpin had gone all in. The firepower he'd assembled was enough to fight a small war. Gunfire rattled nonstop. Bullets whizzed everywhere. Calling it a storm of lead was no exaggeration. Very nice. Looks like Jinx really managed to piss them off. Jessica Jones huddled behind cover, her voice raised in frustration. Usually fearless and fighting barehanded, she now found herself completely pinned down, unable to do a thing. On the other side, Matt Murdock was in much the same predicament. Gunfire raged. Frank Castle, silent as ever, fought with cold efficiency. Like a heartless killing machine, he seized every opening to fire back with deadly precision. But almost every time he fired a shot, he had to duck back immediately. Otherwise, the Punisher would be riddled with bullets in no time. Even so, if Frank Castle weren't wearing a bulletproof vest, he probably would have been wounded already. There was simply no way around it. The enemy's firepower was just too overwhelming. As for the other 3 overpowered folks, the scene was completely different. Now, this is a real party. Scream your hearts out. Cheers. Time to pop some bottles. Haha. Jinx was as giddy as a kid receiving red envelopes during the Lunar New Year, grinning from ear to ear. Bang. Amid her wild laughter, she tossed out a concussion grenade, glowing blue as it arced through the air. Boom. An instant later, the explosion reverberated, and a few unlucky enemies caught in the blast froze in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button on their lives. Any last words? No? Then you can die now. Jinx sprang out with her pow-pow gun, and without mercy, squeezed the trigger of the enemies she'd just immobilized. Hood. With every spray of blood, one after another of Kingpin's henchmen dropped to the ground. Damn it. The others nearby, seeing what was happening, all swung their guns toward Jinx and opened fire. But Jinx darted back like a nimble monkey, vanishing from sight in a flash. The bullets hammered uselessly into the wall where she'd just been. You dare lay a finger on my sister? You bastards can all go to hell. With that furious roar from the blonde lancer, a missile streaked through the air. The ground shook violently once more, trembling beneath the explosion. Flames blazed against the night sky, swallowing up another wave of enemies. Let me show you my flying knives. Behind another barricade, Ling Lingi held a throwing knife with the air of a true master. The flying is from Little Lee's flying dagger, and the dagger is also from Little Lee's flying dagger. Swish! He hadn't even finished speaking, and without rising, he casually flung a knife backward from behind cover. The blade curved midair, homing in on a gunman and striking him dead center in the forehead. Are you kidding me? How is that even possible? Jessica Jones, watching from the side, couldn't help but blurt out a sarcastic remark. She'd witnessed Ling Lingi's bending knives before, but it still stuck in her throat, impossible to ignore. It was just too unscientific. Swish, swish, swish. Under Jessica's gaze, Ling Lingi kept pulling out knives with both hands and tossing them out, even taking a moment to light a cigarette for himself. Hood. Yet one enemy after another kept dropping, taken out with uncanny precision. Jessica Jones couldn't help but feel utterly useless in comparison. Jessica, a voice called out from nearby. It was Frank Castle, waving her over. Jessica instinctively turned her head. Clack! He tossed her a submachine gun. Sorry, I know everybody calls me the violent chick in private, but honestly, this kind of thing just isn't my style. Jessica Jones spread her hands apologetically, making no move to pick up the weapon Frank had offered. In this, Jessica Jones and Matt Murdock had quite a bit in common. Even on such a life-and-death battlefield, all Jessica Jones could do was knock her enemies down, nothing more. She simply couldn't bring herself to harvest lives as mercilessly as Frank did. Suit yourself. Frank Castle didn't argue any further. Instead, he pulled out several gas grenades and hurled them toward the enemy. Clink clatter. A sharp hiss followed. Clouds of acrid gas erupted, quickly enveloping the approaching enemies. Cough, cough. One after another, those low-level thugs fell victim to the gas, clutching their mouths and coughing uncontrollably. Frank Castle seized the moment, unleashing a barrage of furious firepower. Grenades flew, followed by a wild burst from his submachine gun. One enemy after another dropped to the ground. Amid the obscuring smoke, the steady, rhythmic clank of metal striking the floor suddenly echoed out. Frank Castle immediately realized a bronze Captain America was charging his way. He remained calm, smoothly swapping in a grenade launcher. Just as expected, the moment he loaded it, a figure lunged from the smoke straight at Frank. Bang! The grenade launcher boomed. Bronze Cap hefted a shield in front of him, but both man and shield were blasted backward through the haze. And it wasn't just Frank Castle. Every other defender found themselves under assault by a bronze Captain America. No, to be precise, it was a whole bronze Captain America squad attacking. Because it wasn't just bronze caps in their ranks. Kingpin's gunmen were also part of the assault. These shooters followed every order the bronze caps gave, operating with ruthless efficiency under their command. They unleashed a merciless, relentless onslaught against the defenders. The battle quickly escalated into sheer brutality. But unfortunately for Kingpin's forces, the defender side had more than one cheat-level powerhouse. Especially the wild blonde sisters, Lan Shi and Jinx, their impact was overwhelming. With Lan Shi as a walking arsenal, the sisters essentially had limitless ammunition at their disposal. Missiles, rockets, concussion bombs, they rained down in a relentless barrage as if there was no end to their supply. Who could withstand such firepower? Not even the bronze captains. Add to that Frank Castle's own devastating arsenal and Ling Lingi's deadly throwing knives, each strike lethal. No matter how intimidating Kingpin's forces seemed at first, they simply couldn't withstand the onslaught from the defenders. They were cut down in short order. Even among the 6 bronze captains, 2 had already been eliminated, though the remaining 4 still proved a major headache. Lan Shi, these guys are like indestructible cockroaches. Are we supposed to keep fighting them until the end of time? Hurry up and transform. Already, Ling Lingi called out, snatching his butcher's knife back from the chest of a fallen bronze cap and turning to shout at the blonde. Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Lan Shi shot back at Ling Lingi, clearly annoyed. Of course not. Ling Lingi knew all too well that blonde Lan Shi responded better to softness than a force, so he immediately changed his tone. I'm only making a practical suggestion. You don't have to pay it any mind. As if I ever have. Since when have I ever listened to you? Blonde Lan Shi curled her lips in disdain, but nonetheless tossed aside the rocket launcher in her hand and transformed into Camp Lan Shi. In a flash, Camp Lan Shi sprang forward, leaping dozens of meters in a single bound. She swiftly tracked down the bronze Captain Americas who were hiding behind cover to avoid the missiles, and unleashed a ruthless barrage of punches. With a flurry of dazzling white streaks, the remaining 4 bronze Captain Americas were dispatched in an instant, their heads taken out with effortless precision by Camp Lan Shi. And with that, every last one of the forces arranged by Kingpin and the original bronze Captain America had been eliminated by the defenders. Apart from Wesley, who still stood guard beside Kingpin with a few men, everyone else now lay defeated. Nowhere left to run, have you? Ling Lingi let out a triumphant laugh, confidently smoothing his hair as he strode with swagger toward Kingpin and the original bronze Captain America. Kingpin, surrender. You've already lost. Matt Murdock's face was cold and merciless as he delivered his verdict to Kingpin. Is it finally over? Is this wretched ordeal really ending? Jessica Jones allowed herself a hint of relief. All that remained was to take down this fat man and the last bronze Captain America. Then everything would be settled. For them, this was hardly an insurmountable challenge. Now, as the defenders closed in from all sides, completely surrounding him, Kingpin's expression grew darker and darker. His eyes swept over the bodies strewn across the ground, lingering especially on the corpse of his most loyal and capable subordinate, Bullseye. The anger and unwillingness in his heart burned fiercely. He, Wilson Fisk, he had never lost so miserably in his entire life. No, he hadn't lost. At least, not yet. Suddenly, Kingpin snapped his head around, ignoring the defenders. His gaze locked onto the original bronze Captain America. At this point, shouldn't your master finally show himself? That caught everyone off guard. Every defender present was momentarily stunned. Something wasn't right. Indeed, after all this fighting, the most crucial figure, the user of the statue fruit, had yet to appear. A collective unease settled over the defenders, their faces once again growing tense and grave. Despite having defeated so many foes, they were all just cannon fodder, minions, ultimately meaningless. As long as the statue fruit user remained in the shadows, none of this would truly be over. That was their real target, the one they absolutely had to eliminate. Speak. Who is your master? Who's the one with the statue fruit power? Jessica Jones glared fiercely at the bronze Captain America, demanding an answer. My master? He's already here. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the bronze Captain America spoke those unexpected words. Then, he turned and bowed slightly to one of the defenders. Master, everything has gone exactly as you planned. It's time to close the net. Whoosh. With this simple gesture from the bronze Captain America, every defender present instinctively turned their heads, their gazes drawn toward where he bowed with utmost respect. One by one, they all froze in shock. Lingi? This statue, actually called Lingi, Master. Lingi, the very person everyone had been desperately searching for all along, the shadowy manipulator behind the scenes, the one who possessed the statue fruit powers? The revelation caught everyone completely off guard. Impossible. After a brief, stunned silence, each of them shook their heads fiercely in disbelief. Sure, after Lingi transformed into her volatile self, her temper had become notoriously foul. She'd pull a gun on the group at the slightest provocation. But no matter what, she'd fought alongside them through thick and thin, a comrade in arms they trusted time and again. Deep down, everyone still believed in Lingi. Sowing discord? Come on. Can't you come up with something a little more sophisticated? Give me a break. Ling Lingi was the first to speak up, shooting the original bronze Captain America a look of utter disdain as he fired back with a mocking retort. You really think we'd buy into your nonsense? Jessica Jones couldn't help but let out a cold, scornful laugh as well. Frank Castle, however, merely shot Lingi a wary, sidelong glance. Frank had known betrayal before, and on the battlefield, he'd seen enough schemes and double crosses to understand the darkest corners of human nature. He wasn't like the others. He wouldn't let his emotions cloud his judgment so easily. There had to be a reason why the statue called Lingi its master at this moment. Whatever that reason was, Frank Castle was convinced it couldn't be just some childish attempt to stir up trouble. That would be far too crude. The statue wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. Lingi, I think you owe us an explanation. Frank Castle fixed Lingi with a grave, searching look. Frank, don't tell me you're actually buying into this guy's crap. Matt Murdock immediately frowned in disbelief. Now, what a bunch of idiots. Honestly, I'm touched. At that moment, Kemper Lingi suddenly let out a cold, scornful laugh, her voice dripping with ridicule. She swept a mocking gaze across the defenders, regarding them as if they were clueless fools. Now, the defenders had no choice but to acknowledge the truth they'd been so desperate to avoid. Lingi, Jessica Jones stared at Lingi, stunned, her face a mask of disbelief. What, you? You skinny beanpole? How do you call yourself a detective with that kind of brain? Absolutely laughable. Kemper Lingi laughed even more brazenly, her derision echoing around them. Lingi, tell me this isn't real, Matt Murdock pleaded, struggling to accept the truth. Still lying to yourselves at a time like this? Pathetic fools, every last one of you. Kemper Lingi shook her head in disgust, her taunts and scathing criticisms landing mercilessly on Matt Murdock. By now, There was no room left for doubt. Lingi really was the one with the statue fruit powers. A storm raged in the hearts of the defenders. They simply couldn't believe it, nor did they want to. How could Lingi possibly be the statue fruit user? Why did it have to be Lingi, of all people? Legend points from Matt Murdock, plus 528. Legend points from Jessica Jones, plus 492. Legend points from Frank Castle, plus 322. Sis, you really should take a good look at their faces. Ha, it's just too funny. I almost couldn't help blowing them all up. Jinx burst out laughing, clapping her hands with glee. She looked for all the world like an innocent child who had stumbled upon a hilarious fairy tale. And it wasn't just the defenders who were stunned. Even Kingpin and his men, standing by the original bronze Captain America, were left utterly baffled. The woman they'd always seen as their most dangerous nemesis, the madwoman who had caused them endless trouble, turned out to be their boss, pulling the strings all along? What kind of joke was this? Was this some kind of undercover drama? Legend points from Wilson Fisk, plus 456. Legend points from James Wesley, plus 126. Unbelievable. It really is you. Frank Castle managed to keep his composure better than the others. No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his gun and aimed it straight at Kemp Frankie. Bang! But Kemp Frankie simply waved her hand, swatting Frank Castle aside as easily as batting away a fly. He shot backwards through the air like a cannonball. Was Kemp Frankie's strength really that terrifying? She could crush a handful of bronze Captain Americas with her bare hands. She was on a whole different level. Frank Castle never stood a chance. He hit the ground like a rag doll, sprawled out and motionless, unable even to lift himself up. Frank! Jessica Jones cried out in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged straight at Kemp Frankie. Her fist, strong enough to punch through a brick wall, swung toward Kemp Frankie with all her might. Out of my way! Kemp Frankie lashed out, unleashing a streak of white light that blasted Jessica Jones square in the chest. Ugh! Jessica let out a muffled groan as she was sent flying across the room. Matt Murdock and Ling Lingi wasted no time. One whipped out his white cane, the other brandished a butcher's knife. Together, they rushed at Kemp Frankie. Thud, thud, thud. But the outcome was never in doubt. After a few heavy, bone-jarring blows, both Ling Lingi and Matt Murdock were knocked flat by Kemp Frankie. You lot just stay down on the floor and don't move. I'm about to start shooting. Jinx announced with mock solemnity to the defenders, flipping her famous bang-bang gun into her hands. She was all set to turn the heroes into Swiss cheese. Smack! But just then, a hand pressed down on her gun. Jinx, they can't die just yet. Kemp Frankie shook her head at Jinx. Otherwise, why would I have let them live this long? Ugh, you're no fun. This is so boring. Not fun at all. Jinx pouted, sulking in protest. But in the end, she did as Kemp Frankie said, putting her bang-bang gun away. Let's begin the awakening ritual. At this moment, Camphor Lingi casually gave an order to the original bronze Captain America. Yes, master. The original bronze Captain America responded respectfully, then turned to Kingpin and his men, issuing a command. Capture all of them and tie them to the last few spots on the altar. All right, everyone move quickly. Tie them up. Don't let any of them get loose. Of course, Kingpin himself wouldn't dirty his own hands. Wesley immediately rallied the others, and according to Camphor Lingi's instructions, they seized the defenders one by one. They tied them up to several pillars that had clearly been prepared in advance. The bindings were tight, bundling them up like dumplings, leaving no room to escape. Jessica Jones, the brawny heroine, received even more special attention from Camphor Lingi. While the others were tied up with ordinary ropes, Jessica was bound with heavy iron chains. Damn it! Jessica Jones glared daggers at Camphor Lingi, gritting her teeth as she struggled furiously. But all she accomplished was making the iron chains rattle noisily. Her struggles didn't help at all. To make matters worse, Jessica had already been beaten so badly by Camphor Lingi that she was practically limp, like a dog on its last legs. After a few attempts, she was completely spent. All she could do was voice her helpless anger. Save your strength, Jessica. There's no way we can match Lingi. Not far from Jessica, Ling Lingi appeared much calmer, unhurried and composed. So what do you suggest we do? Just sit here and wait, and let that witch do whatever she wants. Jessica's face was filled with frustration and unwillingness. At this point, all we can do is hope for my senior brother. Ling Lingi sighed deeply. He said he'd come and help as soon as he finished selling his beef offal. Let's hope he gets here in time. The defenders couldn't help but shudder at that statement. If they weren't tied up so tightly, they might have collapsed on the spot. Seriously? Of all times, he's still selling beef offal? Could this senior brother, who's somehow a hairstylist, street food vendor, and assassin all rolled into one, actually be reliable? The more they heard, the less hope they had. But Truth be told, aside from this seemingly unreliable Wu Yochi, they didn't really have any other hope left. Ms. Lanchi. While the defenders were quietly exchanging words, Kingpin approached Camphor Lanchi with a dark, sullen face. I have some questions. May I ask you for some clarification? Normally, I don't bother with ugly brutes like you, but since you've done quite a lot for me, go ahead and ask. Camphor Lanchi, every bit the queen on her throne, glanced down at Kingpin with a hint of disdain. If you're the one with the statue fruit power, why do you need to sacrifice so many of my people? What's the point of all this? Kingpin kept his face expressionless, but inside, he was seething with rage. After all these battles, after all the losses and trouble Lanchi and the other defenders had caused him, how many of his people had they killed? How much had they cost him? And in the end, the mastermind behind it all turned out to be his own greatest enemy. On one hand, you're exhausting yourself, pouring everything into building an altar, and on the other, you're going all out to destroy it. What kind of bizarre logic is that supposed to be? Are you just bored out of your mind? Fatty, don't you think it's way more fun this way? Isn't it a lot more interesting? Don't you feel the thrill? Jinx shot back without missing a beat, as if her reasoning was perfectly obvious. Fun? Thrilling? Interesting? Kingpin simply couldn't accept such an answer, no matter what. So, just for some pointless amusement, so many people have to die for nothing, like fools in someone else's game? These sisters must be totally insane. Have you ever wondered what an altar really is? Suddenly, the original bronze Captain America spoke up from the side, his words carrying a hidden meaning. An altar? Kingpin was caught off guard by the question, and before he could really think it over, the original bronze Captain America supplied the answer. An altar needs sacrifices. Sacrifices. Kingpin's lips twitched, and his fists clenched instinctively. So all the people he'd assigned were just sacrifices from the start? They were doomed from the very beginning? Damn it. The Underground Emperor of New York was furious. This was too much. Way too much. Even playing games should have its limits. Now move all these bodies over there. Be careful. Even though they're dead sacrifices, they're still important. Bronze Captain America paid no attention to Kingpin's murderous glare and continued coldly, issuing orders. What else could Kingpin do? The dead were dead. He couldn't risk his own life by falling out with Lanky over a few corpses. After quickly steadying his emotions, he immediately told Wesley and the others to move the scattered bodies to the designated area. They arranged them just as the original bronze Captain America instructed. It's almost time. Now, there's just one step left. Kempf Lanky glanced up at the moon with an air of ceremony, looking for all the world like Zhuge Liang reading the stars, then waved her hand. It's time to prepare the living sacrifices. Living sacrifices? So that's why those defenders were kept alive until now. Wesley couldn't help but cast a look of sympathy and pity at the tightly bound defenders. If it was just to be used as a living sacrifice, wouldn't it have been better to be killed from the start and become just a dead offering? It was almost too cruel to watch. Let's begin. Kempf Lanky nodded at her loyal subordinate, the original bronze Captain America. Without a word, bronze Captain America picked up a dagger and strode toward the tightly bound defenders. The defenders instantly tensed. I don't know why, but I've had a really bad feeling about this. Ling Lingi instinctively shrank back. That guy's coming at us with a knife? Of course it's nothing good. Jessica Jones shook her head in disbelief and muttered under her breath. God, what kind of mess have I gotten myself into? Living sacrifices. Matt Murdock said gravely, his voice as heavy as his expression. None of the others could hear what Kemp and Frankie's group were saying, but thanks to his own superhuman hearing, Matt Murdock caught every word loud and clear. Frankie wants to use us as live sacrifices. It's a crucial part of the awakening ritual. She's been scheming against us from the very beginning. The realization made Matt Murdock grit his teeth in anger. Live sacrifices? Seriously? That's terrifying. Ling Lingi's whole body shuddered, as if a prim and proper young lady had suddenly run into the infamous libertine Tian Boiwang. His reaction could not have been more exaggerated. Frank Castle, ever the stoic, didn't waste a single word. His cold eyes simply locked onto the approaching bronze Captain America. His mind was still racing for a way to break this deadlock. Not until the very last moment would the Punisher ever accept defeat. Under the watchful eyes of the group, the bronze Captain America soon strode right up to them. His gaze swept over the defenders, finally landing on Ling Lingi. A cold, mocking smile crept onto his lips. Ling Lingi stiffened instantly. He managed a stiff, awkward grin at the original bronze Captain America. Hey cousin, how's it going? Had dinner yet? The moon's looking pretty nice tonight. Ling Lingi, you've been hounding me like a dog all this time. Never thought you'd end up in a mess like this, did you? The bronze Captain America let out a cold laugh, then suddenly grabbed Ling Lingi by the wrist, raising his dagger menacingly. You bastard. What are you planning to do to Ling Lingi? Jessica Jones couldn't help but shout. But the bronze Captain America paid her no mind. His dagger plunged into Ling Lingi's arm, slicing through his skin. A stream of blood instantly began to trickle down Ling Lingi's arm. You think I'm out of tricks? Not a chance. I've still got one final move left, a terrifying one. Are you really going to force me to use it? With those words, Ling Lingi drew himself up, his presence suddenly swelling with a burst of kingly, awe-inspiring energy. Ling Lingi still has a trump card? That revelation sent a jolt of hope through the defenders, each of them clinging to it like drowning men grasping at their last straw. At this moment, Ling Lingi's final move was their only lifeline. You jerk! If you had a trump card, why didn't you use it earlier? Jessica Jones couldn't help but curse him out from the side. Enemy or not, she was starting to understand just why Frankie was always so tempted to give Ling Lingi a good beating. Shut up, Jessica! Don't mess up my focus. Ling Lingi shot Jessica Jones a glare, then took a deep breath and lifted his chin, staring up at the night sky at a dramatic 45-degree angle. His whole demeanor changed in an instant. Gone was the unreliable jokester. Suddenly, he radiated an almost sage-like air. Frank Castle, Jessica Jones, and Matt Murdock all watched him intently, each in their own way, waiting for Ling Lingi to turn the tide. With everyone's gaze fixed on him, Ling Lingi's face suddenly crumpled, and he burst into loud, racking sobs. Oh, mighty hero, please have mercy. I've got an 80-year-old mother at home, a toddler only 3 years old, and a beautiful young wife waiting for me. Please, I can't die here. He was actually begging for mercy, tears and snot running down his face. Jessica Jones, Frank Castle, Matt Murdock. All the defenders felt utterly defeated, as if the world had just played a terrible joke on them. So, begging like a dog, is that Ling Lingi's ultimate move? Ling Lingi, drop your pathetic tricks. It's far too late for that. The original bronze Captain America sneered coldly, completely unmoved. He gripped Ling Lingi's arm with brute force and carved a symbol into it with his dagger, a pattern none of them could decipher. Blood trickled down from the wound, following the lines of the symbol. The crimson drops fell into a groove at Ling Lingi's feet, a channel that had clearly been prepared in advance, and the blood slowly began to flow through it. Once he'd operated on Ling Lingi, the original bronze Captain America moved on to Matt Murdock and the other defenders, repeating the same grim ritual. He carved matching symbols into each of them, letting their blood flow freely. Throughout the ordeal, the defenders fought desperately, struggling with every ounce of strength, but it was all in vain. In the end, they were powerless to stop the bronze Captain America and could only submit to his will. Master, it's done. Having finished his work, the original bronze Captain America dutifully approached Kemp Frankie to report. Begin the ceremony. Kemp Frankie nodded, giving the order with effortless authority. The bronze Captain America accepted the command and stepped into the altar, performing a series of actions that were inscrutable to everyone else. After pressing down on a few stone slabs that seemed to serve as switches, the entire altar began to glow. The Hex energy converter burst into a blinding light, making everyone squint and shield their eyes. Strange, arcane patterns on the altar lit up all at once. A mysterious force started to gather, brewing across the altar. It quickly converged upon Kemp Frankie. Sparks crackled. Thunder rolled. In the blink of an eye, Kemp Frankie was wreathed in streaks of electricity, shrouded in swirling mist. Everyone present could feel an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, as if caught in the eye of a storm just before it breaks. But in truth, it was nothing more than a show of lights and shadows, nothing else. Still, for Kingpin and the defenders, it was as real as any awakening they'd ever faced. This is bad, Ling Lingi muttered under his breath, his face dark as he watched Kemp Frankie soaring among the clouds. Give her 10 minutes at most. She'll be fully awakened. At this point, what more can we do? Jessica Jones replied weakly, her spirit utterly broken. In fact, with so much blood draining from her body, Jessica Jones could only remain upright thanks to the chains binding her. If not for that, she would have collapsed long ago. Frank Castle and Matt Murdock fared no better. The blood loss was taking a heavy toll on them all. To be honest, I have one more trick up my sleeve, Ling Lingi said after a moment's hesitation, glancing at the others, but I'm not sure if I should use it. Save it. I've given up hoping for your tricks to help us. Jessica Jones interrupted him flatly. Jessica, have you misunderstood something? You don't actually think I was begging for mercy earlier, do you? Ling Lingi looked at Jessica Jones, who seemed as if she'd just suffered a tremendous grievance. How could a man of my unyielding spirit ever do something like that? I was buying us time. For my senior brother, Wu Yochi. I was stalling to help him. Don't you all get it? But then again, with my masterful acting skills, it's perfectly understandable that you'd be fooled. I can't really blame you. It's my own fault for being just too outstanding. So what's your big move this time? Matt Murdock interrupted Ling Lingi, his voice weak. He asked, but didn't dare hope for much. After all, Ling Lingi's previous antics had left everyone thoroughly rattled. Actually, I've never told you my true identity. I am the legendary child of the Qian. Qian blood runs through my veins. In an instant, Ling Lingi adopted an air of profound mystery. You might not have heard of the Qian. It's a divine beast, you see. That's right, the blood of a divine beast flows within me, granting me tremendous power. If I unleash the power of my bloodline, defeating someone like Lan Shi would be child's play. I could cut her down in a few strokes. If your bloodline is that powerful, why haven't you used it? Jessica Jones quipped, her lips curling in a mocking smile. Because that power is just too overwhelming. I can't control it. If I unleash it, I might not be able to tell friend from foe. I'm afraid the first people I'd kill would be you. After all, you're standing so close to me, Ling Lingi declared with righteous conviction. You really can spin some wild tales, can't you? Jessica Jones shook her head, chuckling. Ling Lingi's attitude was certainly admirable. Matt Murdock and Frank Castle couldn't help but exchange glances and shake their heads in secret. They'd expected as much. The so-called big move was never anything they could actually rely on. Still, hearing Ling Lingi's outrageous stories at what might be their last hour wasn't the worst way to go. Suddenly, a rumbling echoed beneath their feet, the sound of things splintering and breaking filling the air. The group looked over, unable to help themselves, eyes widening in disbelief. From the ground, hand began to break through the surface, reaching up from below. Beneath the altar, it turned out, the earth was packed with statues. All around, the same scene played out in every spot where the ground was broken. First a single hand, then another, then a head and a torso. Everywhere you looked, statues were crawling out from beneath the altar. There were so many, dozens, maybe even 100 or more, packed together as far as the eye could see. The scene was like something straight out of a horror film, making everyone's skin crawl. Plus 785 legend points from Matt Murdock. Plus 774 legend points from Frank Castle. Plus 712 legend points from Jessica Jones. This is bad. She's just about to succeed. Ling Lingi's face was ashen as he muttered in a low, tense voice. Matt Murdock, Frank Castle, and the other defenders felt their hearts sink. Had they really given everything, even risked their lives, only to lose at the very end? No one could describe how unwilling everyone felt in their hearts. Whoosh! Yet, at that perilous moment when everything hung in the balance, the sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly erupted. A streak of light flashed by, faint yet unmistakable. What's that? What is it? The defenders all tensed, their expressions hardening. Before anyone could make sense of what was happening, the streak of light swept swiftly across Ling Lingi. Snap, snap, snap. In an instant, the ropes binding Ling Lingi were sliced clean through. It's my senior brother. Ling Lingi leapt down from the pedestal at the base of the pillar, joy lighting up his face. Wu Yochi, he's finally here. Jessica Jones and the others, hearing this, were stunned and overjoyed. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the streak of light darted toward both Matt Murdock and Frank Castle, cutting through the ropes that held them as well. And as for the iron chains binding Jessica Jones? Clang! With a crisp, ringing clash of metal, sparks flew as the iron chains were severed right then and there. Wu Yochi might have used nothing more than an ordinary-looking pair of scissors, but these were no ordinary scissors. After all, could regular scissors possibly snip through the arm of a Storkland robot so easily? Those scissors were infused with Wu Yochi's very own energy. Whoosh! After freeing everyone, that streak of light performed a bold, sweeping arc in midair. Snap! Finally, it landed neatly in a waiting hand. Scissors. It truly was a pair of scissors. Only now did the defenders realize that the light that had rescued them was, in fact, a pair of scissors. Their eyes dropped lower, and there they saw a young man in a white hoodie and black shorts, who had somehow appeared unnoticed amidst the chaos. Though his skill with the scissors was nothing short of astonishing and had left a deep impression on everyone, at this moment he looked every bit the picture of an ordinary young man, without even a hint of a master's presence. Appearances can be deceiving, after all. What was even more surprising was that Ling Lingi's so-called senior brother seemed even younger than Ling Lingi himself. There was no doubt this was Wu Yochi. Who is this guy, anyway? And what's that in his hand? A pair of scissors? Kingpin and Wesley couldn't take their eyes off Wu Yochi, utterly shocked by his earlier display of wielding scissors with such mastery. To be able to control scissors in such an unbelievable way. No matter how ordinary Wu Liuqi looked, none of them dared make a reckless move. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy sound of metal clashing rang out as the original bronze Captain America wasted no words and charged straight at Wu Liuqi. Wu Liuqi, look out. Jessica Jones couldn't help but call out to Wu Liuqi in warning. At this point, the defenders were all losing blood fast and had no strength left. Besides, each of them was busy tending to their own wounds, unable to help in any way. All hope now rested on Wu Liuqi. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Scissor control, cheese style. With perfect composure, Wu Liuqi reached out toward the bronze Captain America. The scissors in his hand spun rapidly and shot forward like a bullet, headed straight for the bronze warrior. Clang! A sharp, crisp sound rang out. The bronze Captain America, charging forward, seemed to crash headlong into a car and was instantly knocked backward, tumbling through the air. A deep gash appeared across his chest. At the same time, Wu Liuqi's scissors were forcefully knocked aside by the bronze Captain America. After all, they were only a pair of scissors. Trying to slice through a solid metal statue in one stroke was simply impossible. Yet, even so, the defenders watching were left utterly stunned. After all, that was just an ordinary pair of scissors. What if Wu Liuqi had used Ling Lingi's pig-killing knife instead? Everyone couldn't help but anticipate what would happen. Clearly, Wu Liuqi was thinking the same thing. He glanced at the bronze Captain America, who was scrambling up from the ground and charging toward him again, then called out to Ling Lingi, "Hey, Chi, lend me your knife for a moment." With that, he pointed casually. A metallic clang rang out. Before the words had even left his mouth, Ling Lingi's pig-killing knife, previously confiscated and discarded by the enemy like trash, suddenly shot up from the ground. Gleaming coldly, it slashed straight across the bronze Captain America. There was a resonant clash. With that sound, the bronze Captain America was cut cleanly in half at the waist. The two halves of the statue were flung several meters through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact seemed to make the earth itself tremble, and then the statue lay utterly still. At last, it's not boring anymore. Finally, a fun target. Now we can really play. With a thrill in her voice, Jinx grabbed her pow-pow gun and pulled the trigger at Wu Liuqi. A hail of bullets erupted, raining down on Wu Liuqi. Isn't this a bit much? Wu Liuqi muttered in protest, but he didn't panic. Calmly, he raised a finger. In a flash, his rapidly spinning scissors appeared in front of him, ringing with metallic chimes and shooting sparks. Astonishingly, Wu Liuqi was able to block Jinx's bullets with nothing but a pair of scissors. Jessica Jones and the others nearby were left speechless. This was a bit over the top, wasn't it? The gunfire continued to roar. Jinx, naturally, wasn't about to keep firing at the same spot. When she saw her bullets blocked by the scissors, she immediately shifted her aim, targeting the areas the scissors didn't cover. Wu Liuqi remained unhurried. With a light spring of his feet, he shot a dozen meters into the air, dodging Jinx's barrage in a single leap. Bullets tore countless craters into the ground where he'd stood, but Wu Liuqi himself was completely unscathed. Controlling the scissors with my energy. While still airborne, Wu Liuqi beckoned with his right hand. The scissors leapt up again, turning into a streak of light that shot toward Jinx. In an instant, Jinx's pow-pow gun dropped from her hands to the ground. Just then, Wu Liuqi landed softly, reached out, and retrieved his scissors. "You kids and your love of violence. Do your parents know what you're up to?" Wu Liuqi scolded Jinx as he wiped the blood from his scissors. "Hurry to a hospital, or, if you drag this out any longer, things are going to get serious." That's right. Wu Liuqi didn't kill Jinx. He might be an assassin, but he would never casually take the life of a little girl. All he did was wound Jinx's arms so she could no longer use her guns, and that was it. This guy. Gulp. On the sidelines, Kingpin, Wesley, and the others watched with beads of sweat forming on their brows, swallowing nervously. Each and every one of them had been completely overawed by Wu Liuqi. None dare make a move. Just like that, Wu Liuqi effortlessly resolved the crisis facing the defenders. "Chi, are you all right? You look a mess." Wu Liuqi sheathed his scissors and walked toward Ling Lingi and the others. "As soon as I finished selling beef offal, I rushed right over. Luckily, I wasn't too late." "Senior brother, you finally made it." Ling Lingi greeted Wu Liuqi with delight. "How was business today? Did the beef offal sell well?" The older one calling the younger one senior brother. No matter how you looked at it, it just felt off. Don't get me started. People these days are getting harder and harder to please. They said my scissor control performance wasn't good enough. Wu Liuqi started to complain to Ling Lingi. "Sorry, I hate to interrupt your touching reunion, but Ling Lingi, didn't you say Lan Chi was about to succeed?" Matt Murdock finally couldn't hold back and interjected, cutting off the unreliable pair. For heaven's sake, with everything going on, they were still chatting about business. It was like the house was on fire and they were discussing groceries. Clack, clack, clack. Clack, clack, clack. Hearing this, Wu Yoichi looked around and finally noticed the ground was crawling with statues trying to escape. Some statues had managed to pull out half their bodies, some only their heads. Others had already climbed out completely. The situation was truly hanging by a thread. No need to panic. Leave it to me. Wu Yoichi patted his own chest, brimming with confidence. Then, with a flick of his right hand, his scissors once again transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the air. They darted around inside the Hextech energy converter. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous explosion echoed out. The Hextech converter was instantly destroyed. All the crackling energy that had surrounded King Lingi vanished in a flash. The statues crawling up from underground immediately froze in place. Phew! Seeing the ritual thwarted at the very last moment, the defenders all let out a long sigh of relief. Just in time. Absolutely just in time. Heavens, their hearts had been in their throats the whole time Wu Yoichi was sabotaging the altar, nearly leaping out of their chests. No! King Lingi's furious roar rang out, her awakening forcibly interrupted, her face now twisted with murderous rage. Her gaze swept around instinctively, the flickering explosions throughout the altar burning into her heart like searing pain. Crack! King Lingi's fist tightened, knuckles popping with rage. So close, ruined to the final moment. With the altar in ruins, her awakening was doomed to fail. Damn it, if only she'd had a few more seconds, her awakening would have been complete. Jinx! Out of the corner of her eye, King Lingi spotted the injured Jinx lying on the ground. With a gasp, she darted more than 20 meters in a flash, landing right in front of Jinx. Big sis, I'm fine. Jinx's voice was frail and weak as she called out to King Lingi. Hurry, get my sister down for treatment. King Lingi immediately barked orders to Jean Bing and his men. Jean Bing glanced at Wesley, who didn't hesitate for a second. He quickly gathered a few people and rushed over, carrying Jinx away in a hurry. None of the defenders tried to stop any of this. At that moment, they were all utterly drained, without a shred of strength left. Especially someone like Matt Murdock, with his bleeding heart nature, stopping them didn't even cross his mind. Suddenly, King Lingi turned around, her gaze icy as she swept her eyes across the defenders. A chill ran through the hearts of everyone she looked at. So, it was you, ruining my ritual and hurting my sister? At last, her eyes settled on Wu Yoichi, and a murderous aura flared from her, impossible to suppress. Lingi, it's all over now. Before Wu Yoichi could say a word, Matt Murdock shook his head and sighed. Over? Far from it. King Lingi let out a cold laugh. She wasted no more words. In a blur, she leapt dozens of meters, charging straight at the defenders. Don't worry, everyone. Leave her to me. Wu Yoichi's voice rang out as he pointed at King Lingi. The scissors in his hand slipped free and shot toward her as she soared through the air. Scissors? Are you kidding me? King Lingi scoffed, swinging her right hand forward. A beam of white light shot out to collide with the scissors. But with a gentle flick of Wu Yoichi's hand, the scissors twisted nimbly in midair, dodging her energy attack and continuing their pursuit. King Lingi had no choice but to tumble through the air and drop back down to the ground. But those scissors clung to her like a shadow, relentlessly homing in. With a nimble dodge, King Lingi barely avoided them. The scissors grazed past her and stabbed into the ground, gouging out a crater. A barrage of booming and whistling sounds filled the air. Again and again, the sharp whistle of blades cutting through the air and the crash of impacts echoed without pause. Wu Yoichi didn't even step forward himself. Just by controlling the scissors, he completely blocked King Lingi's advance. Under his command, the scissors danced like a living spirit, circling King Lingi and launching attack after attack. King Lingi tried every trick up her sleeve to break free from Wu Yoichi's scissor blockade, but she never succeeded for a moment. Yet even so, King Lingi was no ordinary opponent. Her agility was remarkable as she managed to evade almost every attack. Wu Yoichi's scissors continued to smash into the ground, pillars, and buildings all around King Lingi, raining destruction wherever they struck. Wherever it struck, a massive crater would appear, as if a grenade had just exploded. The crowd watched in utter disbelief. It was hard for them to imagine that a pair of scissors could wield such terrifying power. Even someone like King Lingi, a super soldier far more formidable than Captain America, was no match for a pair of scissors. Gulp, gulp. Especially for Kingpin, Wesley, and the others, it felt as if they were dreaming. They had never seen anything like a fight between a person and a pair of scissors in their entire lives. How could those scissors keep flying around, launching attack after attack? What kind of supernatural technique was this? No wonder he's Ling Lingi Sr. He really is incredible. Jessica Jones couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Both men could control objects with their energy, but Wu Youqi's mastery of wielding scissors was leagues above Ling Lingi's blade control. At best, Ling Lingi could make his blade circle around once before it was done, but Wu Youqi's scissors? Endless. They'd already flown dozens of circles outside. To think a single pair of scissors could keep someone as skilled as Kim Frankie at bay. You had to respect that. Legend value from Matt Murdock, plus 839. Legend value from Frank Castle, plus 814. Legend value from Jessica Jones, plus 802. See? I told you my senior was amazing. Ling Lingi began to show off in front of the defenders, acting as if he were the one who had Kim Frankie running in circles, not Wu Youqi. Although they didn't appreciate Ling Lingi's smug expression, none of them could find a rebuttal. Because Wu Youqi truly was incredible, far beyond what they could even comprehend. Senior, stop fooling around and finish that woman off already. I'm still waiting to go home for dinner. Ling Lingi shouted at Wu Youqi, raising his voice. Fooling around? The defenders wanted to retort. You call this fooling around? Why don't you try it yourself? But when they saw Wu Youqi standing casually to the side, making no other moves except for the occasional gesture to control his scissors, they were left speechless once again. All right then. For a master like Wu Youqi, toying with Kim Frankie like this might really count as just playing. Very well, it's time to bring this to an end. Wu Youqi nodded, then made a splitting gesture with both hands. Break apart, scissor blades. Snap! With a sharp sound, what was once a perfectly intact pair of scissors suddenly split into two. Swish, swish, swish. The two scissor blades traced elegant yet lethal arcs in the air, coming at Kim Frankie from two completely different directions, closing in to attack her. What? Kim Frankie gasped in shock. She had barely been holding her own against Wu Youqi's scissors before, but now she was immediately outmatched. Assailed by both blades, she was thrown into chaos, completely overwhelmed. Swish, swish, swish. Slash. The two blades circled Kim Frankie a few times before a burst of blood suddenly splattered forth. Bang! With that spray of blood, Kim Frankie's body jolted violently. She staggered back several heavy steps before finally regaining her balance. But at that very moment, as both of Wu Youqi's scissor blades spun at high speed, one of them suddenly froze in place. Because Kim Frankie had caught one of the blades with her bare hand. A sharp, wet drip echoed as blood immediately welled up from her palm, spilling in hot rivulets to the ground. Yet Kim Frankie acted as though she didn't feel a thing. Her face was cold and unyielding, not even a flicker in her eyes. Clearly, she was not one to hesitate. In a flash, a streak of white light burst from Kim Frankie's clenched hand. Not good. With a deafening explosion, the scissor blade she'd seized shattered instantly in her grip, reduced to useless fragments. You got some guts, I'll give you that. Wu Youqi couldn't help but offer a grudging compliment. Still, with only one scissor blade left, its power was greatly diminished. But at this point, he had no better options. After all, there was just a single blade remaining. Fortunately, considering Kim Frankie's strength, even one blade might just be enough. It would just take a bit more effort, that's all. Wu Youqi, without missing a beat, sent the last scissor blade hurtling toward Kim Frankie in another attack. This is all you're doing. Kim Frankie's face twisted into a vicious snarl. While dodging Wu Youqi's assault, her hands moved in an odd, intricate pattern. The ritual was interrupted at the crucial moment. You ruined my awakening. But even unfinished, it's more than enough to deal with you. Statue sentinels, awaken. Awaken now. With a guttural shout, a deep, grinding rumble filled the room. The once still statues began to stir again, their stone arms flailing as they clambered forward. What's happening? The statues are moving again? But didn't we stop the awakening ritual? We definitely interrupted it. The defenders' faces drained of color, their nerves fraying in an instant. If all these statues came to life, who could possibly hold them back? Wu Youqi? No matter how skilled Wu Youqi was, he couldn't hope to keep them all at bay. Ling Lingi, what's going on? Why can she control the statues, even after we wrecked the ritual? Matt Murdock demanded, his voice tight with worry. She's lost her mind. She's completely insane. Ling Lingi wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression grim. She never truly finished the awakening. If she forces herself to control this many statues, it'll kill her. I'm afraid she'll kill us all before she dies herself. Jessica Jones swallowed hard, horror etched across her face. Frank Castle, as ever, remained unervingly calm. Without a word, he stooped and picked up a fallen gun from the ground. He aimed at Kemp Frankie and fired. A gunshot rang out. But Frank Castle, weakened by blood loss, couldn't possibly hit a moving target like Kemp Frankie. His aim was wildly off the mark. And to make matters worse, Kemp Frankie was moving at lightning speed, dodging Wu Liuqi's remaining scissor blade. With effortless leaps, Kemp Frankie could cover several, even a dozen meters at once. His agility was simply terrifying. For Frank Castle, trying to land a shot on Kemp Frankie in such circumstances was nothing short of wishful thinking. This is bad, really bad. Wu Liuqi's expression was equally grim. He could no longer keep up his act and finally charged at Kemp Frankie himself. While using his exquisite martial skills to fight Kemp Frankie, he also controlled a scissor blade as a support in the battle. Once again, he managed to pin Kemp Frankie down, leaving him with no room to maneuver. Seeing this, Frank Castle finally lowered his gun. In this situation, firing wildly would only interfere with Wu Liuqi and serve no useful purpose. All the other defenders kept their eyes locked on Wu Liuqi. At this moment, everyone pinned their hopes on him. Taking down Kemp Frankie before those statues could climb out was the only way to break the stalemate. And yet, fate rarely favors one's wishes. Though Wu Liuqi was beating Kemp Frankie like a dog, it was still no easy feat to finish him off in a short time. Suddenly, with a harsh grinding sound, more than a dozen statues burst out from beneath the ground in the heat of their struggle. 7 or 8 of them rushed to help Kemp Frankie against Wu Liuqi, while the remaining 4 or 5 charged toward Ling Lingi, Matt Murdock, and the others. In an instant, the situation became dire. Wu Liuqi, who had Kemp Frankie completely suppressed, now found himself embroiled in a desperate fight. That went without saying. As for the defenders, their odds were grim, almost a guaranteed death trap. They had trouble handling even a single statue, let alone a whole group. And this was just the beginning. For as panic spread among them, more and more statues began to erupt from beneath the ground. With the siege intensifying, whether Wu Liuqi could survive became a question mark. Hurry, all of you get out. I still have some explosives left. Frank Castle waved frantically at the other defenders. He could only use the bombs to cover their retreat and buy his companions precious time to escape. It's no use, Frank. We're already surrounded. Matt Murdock shook his head. With his superhuman hearing, he could sense statues crawling out everywhere around them. It was impossible to escape. Ling Lingi, give your sword to your senior, quickly. In a moment of panic, Jessica Jones finally remembered a desperate move. Earlier, Wu Liuqi had dispatched a statue with a single slash of that sword, as if he were slicing vegetables. So what about now? Granted, things were dire, and rescuing everyone was unlikely, but doing something was better than nothing, wasn't it? Besides, this might just improve Wu Liuqi's chances of survival. It's no use, Jessica. Everyone has their own weapon. My senior uses scissors. If he took my sword now, it would only hold him back. Ling Lingi shook his head. Then, a look of determination appeared on his face, as if he had just made a crucial decision. It seems, he said, I really have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Ling Lingi, not now. Jessica Jones looked at him in utter exasperation. Is this really the time for your antics? My friends, it's been an honor fighting alongside you all. Ling Lingi glanced at his fellow defenders, left them with this baffling remark, and suddenly charged at the oncoming statues, blade in hand. Hey, Ling Lingi, it's dangerous. Ling Lingi, come back. A chorus of alarmed cries rang out at once. Jessica Jones, Matt Murdock, and Frank Castle were all caught completely off guard by Ling Lingi's sudden action. Up until that moment, everyone had subconsciously assumed he was just fooling around again. After all, that was Ling Lingi's style, always unpredictable, regardless of the situation. But who could have expected that this time, he was dead serious? Before anyone realized what was happening, he had already dashed forward, leaving them no time to stop him. Ling Lingi, Jessica Jones, anxious and worried, rushed forward to try and pull Ling Lingi back. The situation was far too dangerous. Sending Ling Lingi alone against those statues was no different from sending him to his death. There was no way the defenders would just stand by and watch him do that. If they were going to face those statues, they should do it together. Wait, Jessica! But Matt Murdock suddenly called out to stop her. Don't rush in just yet. What are you talking about? Forget it, we'll talk later. There's no time, Matt. Jessica was still flustered and impatient. I can sense an incredible energy coming from Ling Lingi. No, it's more than that. It's an energy so powerful it's frightening. Matt Murdock's face showed astonishment. I think this time, Ling Lingi's ultimate move might be real. Matt's right. Frank Castle chimed in, cutting straight to the point. Ling Lingi looks like a completely different person right now. Seeing the serious looks on Matt and Frank's faces, Jessica Jones finally stopped, her eyes filled with doubt and surprise as she stared at Ling Lingi. Could it be true? Did Ling Lingi really have some secret trump card? And come to think of it, his movements did seem much sharper and fiercer than before. He was moving at lightning speed. Under the watchful eyes of Jessica Jones and Frank Castle, Ling Lingi closed the distance to the statues in a flash. With a sudden sweep of his right hand, his butcher's knife carved a cold arc through the night, flashing like lightning as it sliced across one of the statues. A piercing ring of metal echoed through the air, followed by a shower of sparks. The bronze statue struck by Ling Lingi was cleaved clean in two at the waist. Both halves of the statue's body shot backward like meteors, crashing hard against the ground behind them. The force of the blow was so great, it even sent another statue flying from the impact. The power of that single strike was truly terrifying. It was every bit as formidable as the blow Wu Liuqi had delivered earlier. Clang, clang, clang. Immediately after, Ling Lingi spun around, and the butcher's knife in his hand traced a graceful arc through the air. A series of sharp, crisp sounds rang out in rapid succession. One statue after another was split cleanly in two by Ling Lingi's blade. Each swing took down a statue without exception, as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. There was a wild, unstoppable force to his every move. In the blink of an eye, the 5 statues that had rushed at the defenders were all slaughtered without mercy, leaving not a single one standing. No way. That's Ling Lingi. Jessica Jones almost bulged her eyes out in disbelief. Frank Castle and Matt Murdock stood stunned, equally bewildered. When did Ling Lingi become this formidable? He's taking down metal statues with a single blow, like he's chopping chickens? This is absurd. Legend points plus 957 from Matt Murdock. Legend points plus 942 from Frank Castle. Legend points plus 915 from Jessica Jones. This guy is actually that strong? It wasn't just the defenders who were dumbfounded. Kingpin and Wesley's people were all frozen in shock as well. A butcher? This terrifying? Then why couldn't he beat Lingi before? The ground kept cracking open with a grinding roar, snapping everyone out of their stupor. Ling Lingi had only just demolished the metal statues around him when even more began crawling up from underground, completely encircling him. Then, like a swarm, they all charged at Ling Lingi at once. Looking out across the scene, all anyone could see were metal statues stampeding in every direction, so many that Ling Lingi's figure was completely swallowed up. Jessica Jones and the others, who had just been filled with excitement, now found themselves anxiously sweating for Ling Lingi. Ling Lingi, watch out! Jessica Jones shouted at the top of her lungs. But in the chaos, there was no way Ling Lingi could hear her. All Ling Lingi could do was keep swinging his butcher's knife with cold determination. The clash of metal rang out again and again, echoing around the room. And then, Ling Lingi's solo performance began. Alone with his blade, he plunged into the midst of dozens of metal statues, slashing and hacking, moving with the ferocity of a wolf among sheep. Statues were split apart one after another amid the relentless clanging, each blow echoing like a storm of steel and thunder. Astonishingly, those dozens of metal statues proved completely powerless against him. In just a moment, Ling Lingi had wiped out every last one. When everyone looked again, the scene was almost unreal. Ling Lingi stood alone, knife in hand, surrounded by scattered halves of metal statues. The sight was striking, making Ling Lingi at that moment look every bit the god of war. So this is your ultimate move, Ling Lingi? That's incredible. Jessica Jones, overjoyed, stepped toward Ling Lingi. As Ling Lingi heard her approach, he spun around sharply. Jessica's steps instantly froze, her smile vanishing in an instant. She almost gasped out loud, barely able to catch her breath. Jessica Jones had just realized that Ling Lingi, for some unknown reason, had turned almost beast-like. His entire demeanor radiated raw savagery, and, most disturbingly, his eyes were now completely blood-red. The sight was nothing short of bizarre, deeply unsettling, even. A low, menacing growl rumbled from his throat, chilling Jessica to the bone. Ling Lingi, what's wrong with you? A wave of dread washed over Jessica Jones as she called out to Ling Lingi, an ominous feeling rising within her. Clang! But Ling Lingi paid her no heed. Gripping his butcher's knife, he charged straight at Jessica Jones, intent on attack. What's happening? This can't be real. Jessica was thoroughly shaken, but she quickly put the pieces together. All those outrageous claims Ling Lingi had made about his so-called mythical beast bloodline. Now, unbelievably, they seemed to be true. Watch out. Wu Youqi's voice rang out. He pointed his scissor blade and launched it toward Ling Lingi. With a flick of his wrist, Ling Lingi knocked the blade aside, but his attention was now diverted. Without hesitation, he turned his butcher's knife and rushed toward the battlefield, where Wu Youqi and Kemp Frankie were locked in combat. The clash of metal rang out, crisp and sharp, a symphony of steel upon steel. As the statues fighting alongside Kemp Frankie against Wu Youqi were sliced down by Ling Lingi as if they were nothing more than vegetables. What is with this guy? Kemp Frankie's face was contorted with disbelief and fury, as though she had just been viciously slapped. But there was no time for her to ponder. Ling Lingi was already coming at her again. And Wu Youqi? He had already vanished from sight. No one knew where he had run off to. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. Now, on the battlefield, only Ling Lingi, empowered by his bloodline, remained, furiously attacking Kemp Frankie. Kemp Frankie, having fought Wu Youqi for so long and forced herself to awaken so many statues, was utterly spent. A spent arrow, no match at all for Ling Lingi in his current state. It didn't take long. With a swift slash, Ling Lingi sent Kemp Frankie crashing to the ground. A deep, bone-revealing wound gaped across Kemp Frankie's chest, leaving her unable to rise again. Ling Lingi, I never imagined you were hiding such a... Lying on the ground, Kemp Frankie gazed weakly up at Ling Lingi. She didn't even get to finish her sentence before a mouthful of blood spilled from her lips. Clang! Ling Lingi, in this state, had no intention of wasting words on her. Seeing that she was still clinging to life, he leapt forward and brought his knife down once more. A flash of blood burst forth. Kemp Frankie was nearly cleaved in two. This time, she had nothing more to say. Her life had finally and completely slipped away. At the very moment of her death, the Kemp bracelet on her wrist suddenly emitted a flash of light and vanished into thin air. From afar, the mastermind, Rorschach, had reclaimed his artifact remotely. He had no intention of leaving such a treasure behind for the likes of Kingpin and his cronies. Whoosh! And in the next instant, a blue-haired, wavy-locked Lanchi reappeared before everyone's eyes. Lanchi, from a distance. Jessica Jones murmured softly, a deep sorrow welling up in her heart. Unbidden, her mind wandered back to the first time she met Lanci. Lanci was a woman with a rare dual personality. The golden-haired Lanci was fiercely violent, while her usual self was gentle and courteous. Although it was the golden-haired Lanci who betrayed them all, Jessica Jones wasn't sure if the regular Lanci even knew about her counterpart's schemes. Now, seeing that even gentle Lanci had died like this, Jessica Jones felt a heavy weight pressing down on her chest. Matt Murdock's face showed even greater distress. Even after everything the golden-haired Lanci had done, Matt Murdock had never wanted to kill her. In fact, if Ling Lingi hadn't acted so quickly, Matt Murdock would have tried to stop him. Only Frank Castle remained cold as stone, his expression utterly unreadable. Ling. Chill. Jessica had just started to call Ling Lingi back when, out of nowhere, Wu Youqi clamped a hand over her mouth, cutting her off before she could finish. Don't draw Lingi's attention, unless you want to fight him again, Wu Youqi whispered as he quickly pulled Jessica back behind cover. Wu Youqi, is this the power of Ling Lingi's bloodline? Jessica nodded, then looked at Wu Youqi with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. That's right. This is his family's legacy, the Mad Blood, Wu Youqi explained, though the heaviness in his voice went unnoticed by the others. Once the Mad Blood is triggered, Lingi can't tell friend from foe. All he knows is a relentless urge to kill. So right now, it's best not to disturb him. So he really is the child of the Qilin, Matt Murdock said in astonishment. To think he's actually the child of the Qilin. I never imagined he came from such an extraordinary lineage. Jessica was still having trouble wrapping her head around it. That unreliable guy Ling Lingi, of all people, turned out to be someone so important? The idea just didn't fit, no matter how she tried to make sense of it. It felt like the story itself had taken a jarring turn. This time, we really owe Ling Lingi, Frank Castle remarked at last. If Ling Lingi hadn't taken care of the army of statues, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Other than Wu Youqi, not one of them might have survived. Honestly, if Ling Lingi had a trump card like this, why didn't he tell us sooner? Jessica couldn't help but mutter, her lips twisting in mild complaint. Well, actually, Wu Youqi looked as if he wanted to say more, then hesitated. Never mind. What is it, Wu Youqi? Matt Murdock, always perceptive, sensed something and pressed him. It's nothing, Wu Youqi replied, shaking his head. Lanci. Just then, Ling Lingi's voice rang out. He was staring down at Lanci's lifeless body, pain written all over his face. So, I was the one who killed you? Clearly, Ling Lingi had regained his senses. Ling Lingi, Jessica Jones, the other defenders, and Wu Youqi all rushed out at once, quickly surrounding Ling Lingi. Ling Lingi, you really pulled off a miracle. You took us all by surprise. Jessica Jones happily slapped Ling Lingi on the shoulder. But to everyone's surprise, Ling Lingi's body wobbled and he suddenly collapsed toward the ground. Thankfully, Wu Youqi was quick to react and caught Ling Lingi in his arms before he hit the floor. It was only then that the group of defenders noticed how deathly pale Ling Lingi looked, his face utterly drained of all color. He seemed like someone gravely ill, on the verge of collapse. Ling Lingi, what's wrong with you? Jessica Jones's expression changed dramatically, an overwhelming sense of dread rising in her heart. She instinctively glanced at Wu Youqi, only to see grief written all over his face, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her heart skipped a beat. She recalled how, before Ling Lingi decided to unleash the power of his bloodline, he'd told everyone, "It's been an honor to fight alongside you." At the time, it hadn't seemed unusual, but thinking back now, wasn't it almost like a final farewell? No, it couldn't be. Jessica Jones's fists clenched tightly. I'm fine, really. I just overexerted myself a bit. Just a little tired, that's all. Ling Lingi forced a weak smile for everyone, trying to make light of it. So, how was I just now? Pretty cool, right? You were amazing. Absolutely awesome. Jessica Jones nodded fervently. Wu Youqi, what's happening to him? Matt Murdock asked Wu Youqi in a low, urgent voice. My junior brother's Qilin blood isn't something that can be used lightly, Wu Youqi explained to everyone, his voice heavy with pain. Once he uses it, it burns away his very life force. The words hit like a thunderclap. The defenders stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, their bodies trembling. No, that can't be true. Jessica Jones shouted at Wu Youqi, her voice raw. Quick, get him to a hospital. Hurry. Matt Murdock was frantic, fumbling with panic. Senior brother, I really wish I could have one more bowl of your homemade beef awful. Ling Lingi's voice sounded like the last echoes of a dream, broken, trailing off, growing fainter and fainter, until finally there was only silence. His head lolled to the side, and he lay motionless in Wu Youqi's arms. Ling Lingi, Matt Murdock's voice trembled, as did his hands. With great effort, he reached out to check Ling Lingi's breathing, but recoiled as if shocked by a current. No! Matt Murdock was petrified on the spot. Ling Lingi, you get up right now. Jessica Jones sobbed, her tears streaming down like rain. Even Frank Castle, normally so cold and emotionless, was overcome with grief. Legend value from Matt Murdock, plus 1,547. Legend value from Frank Castle, plus 1,245. Legend value from Jessica Jones, plus 1,126. So, this is how Ling Lingi and Lanchi's story ends. Withdrawing his thoughts from the character cards, Rorschach's heart was filled with a torrent of emotions. Both Ling Lingi and Lanchi were the earliest veteran characters he'd unlocked, companions who had been with him for such a long, long time. To say he felt nothing would be a lie. But even so, what must end must come to an end. After all, whether it's the defenders or supervillains like Kingpin, both sides have almost become immune to these two figures. It's nearly impossible to rack up any more legend points from them. Everything must move forward. With this thought, Luo Xia steadied his mood and entered the system panel to take a look. Legend points, 77,684. Over 70,000. Luo Xia's spirits immediately soared. It must be said, the final showdown between the statue fruit user and the defenders turned out to be incredibly effective. Whether it was Lanchi's dramatic betrayal, Wu Youqi's dazzling entrance, or Ling Lingi's ancestral berserker blood, each shown in their final moments. They harvested a juicy wave of legend points from the defenders. Of course, the earlier spectacle of Tony Stark transforming into Tony Stark also contributed a hefty sum of legend points. Tony Stark truly is a premium cash cow, one of Luo Xia's prime targets for harvesting. Looks like he'll need to take advantage of him more in the future. But for now, time to open a treasure chest. Let's start with a black iron chest for some fun. After a moment's thought, Luo Xia made up his mind. Without another word, he immediately spent 1,000 legend points to open a black iron chest. Item, Memory Eraser. Effect, just as its name suggests, it can erase specific memories from a specific person. After erasing, you can also implant specific memories into the target. Description, from Men in Black, this piece of alien tech was developed by the Immigration Bureau, specifically to wipe memories of those who accidentally witness extraterrestrials. Note, don't forget to wear sunglasses when using it. Skill, top-tier racing skills. Effect, Allows one to become a world-class race car driver. Description: drawn from Dominic Toretto in Fast and Furious. All his racing skills and experience. Note: I don't have friends. I have family. D-rank 9-star character. John Preston. Skills: mastery of all weapons, gun kata, expert in hand-to-hand combat. Description: from Equilibrium. The most elite Grammatin cleric. Outwardly, a cold-blooded weapon, but inside, gentle and deeply emotional. Note: that's right, the legendary gun kata. Not bad at all. Luo Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had to be said, this black iron chest was a jackpot, far surpassing Luo Xia's expectations. You could even call it a stroke of luck. Although John Preston is rated only D rank, his overall strength is truly formidable. He's in no way weaker than Ling Lingi, who came out of the last draw. It's just that he's an ordinary human, with no supernatural powers. But in the movie, this guy was a true force of nature. Dual pistols in hand, he could take on an entire squad of armed agents without breaking a sweat. Though gun kata emphasizes combat, this overpowered skill set also gives a natural edge in dodging bullets. Otherwise, how could John Preston possibly face a barrage of gunfire from a crowd multiple times and walk away unscathed? And besides his mastery with firearms, John Preston is equally adept at hand-to-hand combat, or wielding blades and other weapons. Effortlessly skilled, almost terrifyingly formidable. No wonder he holds the highest rating among D-rank characters. As for the other items, racing skills need little comment, but the memory eraser stick is pure high-tech wizardry, and I think it came out of a mere iron chest. One has to admit, this time, Roxia's luck in opening chests has truly been exceptional. Well then, let's keep the momentum going and open a batch of bronze chests. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Roxia seized the moment and spent another 10,000 legend points to open a round of bronze chests. Item: Cortana. Function: Super Artificial Intelligence. Description: originating from Halo, Cortana is a highly advanced AI of the UNSC, renowned as the finest artificial intelligence, and has even developed human emotions. Note: this time, she will not betray humanity. Skill: Kamehameha one-time use. Function: Supreme Martial Arts move. Description: from Dragon Ball, this ultimate technique was created by Master Roshi. It is a legendary move that gathers all of one's energy into a single concentrated blast. Note: the Kamehameha, you deserve it. C rank, 6-star character, Uncle 9. Skill: mastery of various Maoshan arts. Description: from the Mr. Vampire series, Uncle 9 is a Maoshan Taoist priest renowned for his profound mastery of Taoist magic. Note: my name is not Lam Chinging. Uncle 9? Not bad at all. Roxia nodded to himself in silent approval. He was more than satisfied with this haul. When it comes to exorcising ghosts and warding off evil, Uncle 9 is the undisputed authority. It seemed the smiling curse he'd drawn last time would finally have its use. As for the super AI Cortana, she would be incredibly useful to Roxia as well. Though Cortana's fame in the world of artificial intelligence may not be as widespread as Red Queen, Skynet, or Jarvis, she is by no means inferior. With such an AI by his side, countless tasks would become much easier for Roxia. It would save him the trouble of manually hacking things himself. And as for the Kamehameha, there's no need to say more. Though it's strictly a martial arts technique, its effects are nothing short of magical, with jaw-dropping power. Unfortunately, the skill is single-use only. But then again, considering this all came from a mere bronze chest, well, Roxia admitted he might be getting a bit greedy. A gun kata priest, Uncle 9. Resting his chin in his hand, Roxia gazed at the spoils from this chest-opening session, falling into deep thought. The grand performance featuring the statue fruit user had already reached its finale. Its star had exited the stage, but the torment of the defenders had to go on. Roxia needed to prepare a new spectacle, introducing new characters to keep reaping rewards in the future. If that's the case, the characters he just obtained might not quite be enough. And honestly, the character of Uncle 9 is rather limiting. Weaving too many plot lines around him would end up feeling awkward and forced. Since that's the case, let's open another bronze treasure chest. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Xia made his decision. He acted on his thoughts without hesitation, immediately spending another 10,000 legend points to open a bronze treasure chest. Item: lightsaber. Effect: a dazzling plasma energy sword. Description: originating from Star Wars, this legendary weapon has been passed down among the Jedi for thousands of years. It is forged from kyber crystals. Note: be very careful not to hold it the wrong way. Skill: soul swap technique. Effect: allows people to exchange souls and bodies. Description: inspired by a Chinese odyssey, this is the signature move of Bull Demon King's sister, Neo-Xiang. It can swap the souls and bodies of multiple people at once, but requires a 7-day cooldown after each use. Note, watch out for stray dogs. Grade C, 6-star character, combo card Tion K and DK. Skill, Kung Fu Masters, adept at sonic attacks. Description, from the film Kung Fu, these two rose to the top of the assassin rankings after the evil cloud god was admitted to the asylum. Note 1, a heart-wrenching melody. Where in the world can one find a soulmate? Note 2, combo character card. The two must be used together. Tion K and DK. Now that's impressive. Luo Xia was thoroughly exhilarated. This pair of old friends possessed extraordinary abilities, by far the most powerful character card Luo Xia had ever drawn. The only catch was that this was a combo card. Tion K and DK could only appear together and couldn't be used separately. In other words, even though there were two of them, they effectively counted as just one character. Otherwise, their rating would certainly be higher than 6 stars. After all, even separated, each one of them would be stronger than Wu Liuqi, the best character Luo Xia currently had. If he could use them as two separate characters, Luo Xia could accomplish a great many tasks. But clearly, the system wasn't about to let Luo Xia get such an easy bargain. There's no such thing as a buy-one-get-one-free deal in this world. Such wishful thinking was bound to be disappointed. Now that I've got enough characters, it's time to seriously start drafting the next stage of the script. Rubbing his hands together, Luo Xia began to sink into deep thought. He took out a sheet of draft paper and started reviewing all the narrative threads he'd already set into motion. First and foremost was the aftermath of the war between the statue fruit users and the defenders. Luo Xia had already laid ample groundwork for this storyline. Jinx, the sister of the statue fruit user, was still alive. It was only natural that she would continue to oppose the defenders and seek vengeance for her sister in the days to come. Beyond that, Luo Xia had always been preparing for Jurassic Park. Now that Lan Chi had taken control of Madame Gao, relevant resources had been steadily redirected, and progress was coming along smoothly. Still, building such a park was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. What's more, Luo Xia had yet to draw a character powerful enough to deal with those dinosaurs. Judging by the strength and ratings of the recent character cards, he estimated that at least a grade B character would be needed for that kind of challenge. Or perhaps a top-tier grade C character. So there's really no rush for something like Jurassic Park right now. In other words, what Roxia needs to focus on at the moment is orchestrating the battle between Jinx and the defenders. As for this battle, Roxia already has a general plan forming in his mind. Given Jinx's abilities, it's clear she's not strong enough to take on the defenders by herself. The Kampf bracelet has been overused and won't yield any more legendary points, so Roxia has no intention of relying on it any further. At this point, it's the perfect moment to introduce a new character. How exactly to go about it? Roxia began to ponder deeply. He had to admit, there was something truly satisfying about being immersed in this behind-the-scenes scheming. Soon enough, Roxia's eyes started to gleam with excitement. He had already drafted an equally thrilling script for the aftermath of this great battle. Of course, now that Uncle Gio, the professional in handling supernatural events, has made his entrance, the smile curse naturally needs to be woven into the story as well. But then, who will be the scapegoat for this misfortune? After a moment's contemplation, a sly smile curled up at Roxia's lips. Sankey Building, Director's Office. In that fierce battle, the statue fruit user, Lan Chi, has been confirmed dead. Super Seminary Agent Ling Lingi exhausted herself to death after fighting nearly 100 statues. Lan Chi's younger sister, Jinx, was severely injured and is currently missing. We found no trace of her whereabouts. Ling Lingi's senior, Wu Liuqi, is also missing. Sir, here's the incident report for your review. A sharp, capable-looking agent in a crisp suit stood respectfully before Nick Fury, placing a briefing on the director's desk with due deference. Originally, it should have been Coulson standing before Nick Fury. But alas, his most loyal subordinate gave his life in the Manhattan branch, trying to save him. So now, standing before Fury was another elite SHIELD agent, Winston. Paper rustled softly as Fury flipped through the report, then nodded at Winston, signaling that he understood. Though his expression remained stoic, inwardly Fury couldn't help but sigh. The statue fruit user he'd been relentlessly hunting turned out to be Lan Chi. Even old Egghead himself had been caught off guard by this twist. All right, you may go now. After pausing briefly, Fury collected his thoughts and waved Winston away. But Winston didn't leave. Instead, he hesitated, as if something weighed heavily on his mind, something difficult to put into words. It was clear he had something to report, but couldn't quite bring himself to say it. Agent Winston, is there something else you wish to say? Fury shot Winston a sidelong glance. Only then did he notice that Winston looked far from well, his face drawn and haggard, as if he hadn't slept a wink all night. "Sir, I'm not sure how to put this. You might think I've lost my mind, but lately I've been experiencing some very strange things." Winston hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. As if recalling something truly terrifying, a look of panic flickered across his face. Even his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. This only deepened Nick Fury's curiosity, and his expression grew more grave by the second. After all, Winston was a senior SHIELD agent. His mental fortitude should have been unshakable. What could possibly have happened to make him panic and lose all composure like this? "Winston, I'm listening," Nick Fury said, his voice low and steady as he addressed the agent. "I know this sounds insane." "Shit. No, don't come any closer. Stay away." Winston hadn't even finished his sentence before he suddenly began screaming in terror, as if he'd just seen a ghost. His eyes were wide with fear, staring at some fixed point in the air, as though there was something or someone there. His whole face twisted in horror, contorted by pure dread. "Agent Winston, what's wrong with you?" Unable to sit still any longer, Nick Fury sprang from his chair in alarm. No, stay back. Get away. Please, let me go." With a heavy thud, Winston, frantic and flailing like a madman, suddenly collapsed to the floor. At the same time, his body started convulsing uncontrollably. "Winston, what's happening to you?" "Winston." Nick Fury rushed over to Winston's side at once, urgently checking his condition. As one of the top agents, Fury was well-versed in basic first aid. But at this moment, he realized none of the skills he had were of any use. He couldn't even begin to make out what was wrong with Winston. Without hesitation, Fury turned and reached for the phone, ready to call for backup. But just as he picked up the receiver, an eerie silence fell behind him. His movements halted for a split second, and he instinctively turned around, only to see Winston standing up from the floor. Winston stared straight at Fury, a twisted smile stretched across his face. But it wasn't a normal smile. It was as if he were forcing his facial muscles to mimic one. It looked painfully stiff, and something about it sent a chill down Fury's spine. "Winston, what just happened?" Suppressing his doubts, Nick Fury fixed Winston with a hard, unblinking stare and demanded an answer. At the same time, every instinct he had was on high alert. Because the Winston standing there now, something was deeply, undeniably wrong. Yet Winston gave no response. He just kept grinning, eyes locked on Fury, the smile never wavering. There was a sudden, unsettling sound as Winston reached behind his back and drew his service pistol, gripping it tightly in his hand. "Winston, what are you doing? Put the gun down." Fury's reflexes kicked in. He was even faster than Winston, drawing his own weapon first and aiming it squarely at him. But Winston acted as if he hadn't heard a word, ignoring Fury completely as he lifted his gun. To Fury's shock, Winston didn't aim at him. He pressed the barrel to his own forehead. "Winston, put the gun down." Fury was both stunned and bewildered, unable to make sense of the situation. All he could do was bark the command, hoping to break through whatever had taken hold of his agent. Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly. A crimson bloom burst from Winston's head. With a heavy thud, Winston's body shuddered and collapsed straight to the ground. Blood pooled across the floor in an instant, its sharp metallic scent quickly filling the room. His head blown apart, Winston was without a doubt dead on the spot. Yet in a chilling twist, even in death, Winston's lips were still curled in that bizarre, unsettling smile. His eyes remained wide open, fixed unblinking on Nick Fury. Even someone as hardened as Nick Fury felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Legend points from Nick Fury plus 387. Instinctively, Fury holstered his gun and glanced down at the body lying at his feet, his face darker than ever before. A senior agent, one he'd trusted and valued, a man of great authority in SHIELD, had just committed suicide right in front of the director himself. And right before doing so, he'd acted in a way so strange, so deranged, it bordered on madness. Fury could sense something profoundly wrong at play. That eerie smile frozen on Winston's face only deepened his confusion. What kind of twisted soul could die with a smile like that? Surely only a lunatic, someone whose mind was utterly unhinged, would behave this way. But just minutes earlier, as Winston gave his report on the statue fruit incident, he'd seen the picture of normalcy. No sign of anything amiss. Crash! A loud noise echoed through the office. The door burst open as a squad of SHIELD agents in sharp suits rushed in, responding instantly to the gunshot. They caught sight of Winston's body sprawled on the floor, and all gasped in shock. A senior officer, dead right before the director of SHIELD. And by the looks of it, the man had taken his own life. What had just happened in this office? "Director, are you all right?" One of the senior agents stepped forward, his expression grave as he addressed Fury. "Secure the scene. And get Natasha here now." Fury didn't waste words. After a brief pause, he issued the order in a clipped voice. Yes, sir. The agent responded firmly and immediately began contacting the Black Widow. Natasha had been on another mission, but at Fury's urgent command, she made her way back at top speed. Director, what's happened that's so urgent you had to call me back? Natasha asked, her face serious as she looked at Fury. She knew that for the director himself to summon her in such a hurry, it had to be something truly grave. 40 minutes ago, Winston killed himself in front of me, right here in my office. Fury's single eye glinted with a somber light as he glanced at Natasha. Winston? He killed himself? In front of you, Director? For a moment, Natasha was stunned, wondering if she'd misheard. Legend points for Natasha Romanoff plus 349. This was just too damn messed up. Winston was a top agent on the same level as Coulson. After Coulson's death, Winston temporarily took over, becoming Nick Fury's most trusted confidant. And yet, in less than half a month, he had apparently taken his own life. And it happened right in Director Fury's own office. Black Widow immediately sensed the unusual and sensitive nature of the situation. Even if she only half thought it through, she could tell that the waters behind this ran dangerously deep, deep enough to swallow her whole if she wasn't careful. Not only that, but before his death, he acted in some very strange ways, Nick Fury added. He then briefly described Winston's puzzling actions to Black Widow. The more she heard, the more bewildered she became. What on earth was going on here? Natasha, drop everything else you're doing. I need you to get me an answer as fast as possible. If you need any resources, request them from me. If you need any clearance, come to me. I want just one thing, an answer. Is that clear? Nick Fury's voice rang out, solemn as he gave Black Widow her orders. Do I even have a choice? Black Widow replied with a shrug, accepting the mission and heading out. Watching her retreating figure, Nick Fury instinctively rubbed his temples, feeling an unusual wave of fatigue. A resurrected statue, a madwoman who blew up the Manhattan branch, a subordinate who took his own life for no clear reason. Why did troubles keep piling up one after another these days? If only Coulson were still around. Nick Fury found himself missing his capable right-hand man, Coulson. Back in the day, he could throw all these problems onto Coulson's plate without a second thought. A tireless, uncomplaining, and supremely competent subordinate like that. 1 in a million. Forget it. Time to check on Coulson. His vacation has lasted long enough. Muttering under his breath, Nick Fury casually grabbed his coat, pushed open the door, and walked out. That's right. Coulson wasn't actually dead. No, strictly speaking, he had died. But Nick Fury had secretly activated an ultra-classified project called the Tahiti Initiative, in hopes of bringing Coulson back to life. Very few in S.H.I.E.L.D. knew of this plan. It was based on Kree technology and designed to resurrect fallen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. But so far, the project was still experimental, with the technology highly unrefined. Though Coulson had been revived, he was left with significant complications yet to be resolved. No one knew when, or if, he would be able to truly return to Fury's command. Crossing the hallway and entering the private elevator, Nick Fury quickly found himself in the lobby on the first floor. Director, sir. Many people in the vicinity greeted Nick Fury with respectful deference. He nodded casually in reply, not breaking stride as he exited the office building. What do you think you're doing? Do you even know where you are? Hurry up and take your junk away. You people are being way too pushy. This isn't your turf, you know. Just as he descended the staircase, Nick Fury was greeted by the sound of a heated argument. He saw several administrative staff in sharp suits surrounding an elderly Asian man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s, shouting at him as if trying to drive him away. In front of the elderly man sat an incense burner. 3 sticks of incense, all lit and gently releasing wisps of smoke, stood upright in the burner. Crazy old man, get out of here. The administrators, growing impatient, began to forcibly shove the elderly man. One of them even lashed out, aiming a kick at the incense burner. What a sorry state the world is in. People's hearts have truly changed for the worse. The elderly man sighed, shaking his head in resignation. But then he sprang into action. Though he appeared frail and unassuming, a sudden, tremendous strength surged from his body. With just a few swift punches and kicks, he sent the administrators sprawling to the floor. A glint of surprise flashed in Nick Fury's eyes. This old man was no ordinary person. Even if those involved weren't trained agents, but just administrative staff, they were still young and fit. How could they be beaten so badly by an elderly man, left groveling on the ground? You old devil. 2 of the staff, their tempers flaring, scrambled to their feet and charged at the old man again. But suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. Stop, D-Director. Good morning, sir. At once, the 2 administrators stood at attention, trembling, their foreheads beaded with sweat. What could be more humiliating than having the director walk in on a scene like this? What's going on here? Nick Fury cast a cold glance at the two, his face expressionless. "Yes, sir. This man just started burning things here for no reason," one administrator nervously reported to Fury. Nick Fury immediately grasped the situation. Strictly speaking, this street didn't belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., but it was right at the agency's doorstep. If someone started burning incense outside, it made sense for staff to intervene. That explained the scene he had just witnessed. "I understand. You're dismissed." Nick Fury had no interest in wasting words on the two embarrassed staffers and waved them off. Only then did his gaze settle fully on the elderly Asian man. Looking him over, Fury noticed that despite his age, the man showed no signs of frailty or decline. On the contrary, he was brimming with vitality, his spirit sharp and alert, clearly no ordinary individual. Life is most fearful of abrupt endings, and incense fears two short and one long. Yet, that's exactly how these burned. The old man crouched by the incense burner, staring at the now extinguished sticks and letting out a long sigh. "Sir, what does that mean?" Fury didn't understand, but he sensed the old man's words carried a deeper meaning. When incense burns in this pattern, it foretells a death in the house. At that, the old man, Uncle Nine, stood upright, casting a glance at the S.H.I.E.L.D. building behind him. "There's bound to be a corpse inside." Legend value from Nick Fury plus 397. Nick Fury couldn't help but be astonished. Winston's suicide, right in front of him, had been carefully kept under wraps. Except for a handful of agents directly involved, not a word had leaked out. Not to mention an outsider like this. Most people within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself were completely in the dark. So how did this elderly man before him know? It seems my guess was right. Uncle Nine cast a sidelong glance at Nick Fury, understanding dawning in his eyes. Though Nick Fury was an old fox, never letting his emotions show, that might fool most people. But for someone as seasoned and perceptive as Uncle Nine, even the slightest flicker of expression couldn't escape his notice. When Uncle Nine mentioned the dead just now, he saw a subtle ripple in Nick Fury's composure. Well hidden, yes, but there are always involuntary reactions. And those subtle signs did not escape Uncle Nine's sharp gaze. "Why are you so certain there was a death involved, sir?" Nick Fury fixed his single eye on Uncle Nine, as if trying to peer straight into his soul. On one hand, Fury genuinely wanted an answer. On the other, he was stalling for time, trying to lull Uncle Nine's suspicions so he could be apprehended. That's right. Even as he spoke, Nick Fury had already pressed a concealed transmitter without betraying a hint of movement. At this very moment, a S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team was racing through the Triskelion, heading his way. To someone like Fury, Uncle Nine was just too suspicious. He had to be captured and interrogated immediately. "I already told you, didn't I? Look at the way these incense sticks have burned." Uncle Nine gazed down at the two short, one long incense sticks in his hand, still murmuring to himself in wonder. Only then did Nick Fury recall that, moments ago, Uncle Nine had lamented, "For people, nothing is more ominous than 3 long and 2 short. For incense, 2 short and 1 long is the worst." His brow arched in surprise. "You mean you deduced all this just from the way the incense burned?" Nick Fury, after pondering for a moment, finally ventured a tentative conclusion. "What else?" Uncle Nine shot back, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Nick Fury fell silent. Was this some kind of joke? You burn a stick of incense and claim to know someone died in S.H.I.E.L.D.? That a bit much, even for the world's greatest spies. Wait a moment. Uncle Nine's voice rang out again as he studied Nick Fury, as if making a new discovery. He stared even more closely. "I see darkness clouding your brow, ill omens circling overhead. You will face a bloody misfortune within days." "My brow? What do you mean by that?" Nick Fury was genuinely puzzled by Uncle Nine's words. "You could think of it as your forehead," Uncle Nine replied, pausing to explain. Nick Fury was at a loss for words. Was this old man insulting him? His whole body was dark. Why single out his forehead? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you're dark-skinned, though you certainly are. But what I'm talking about is the shadow of misfortune hanging over your brow. If I'm not mistaken, you were present when the death occurred, weren't you? You've been tainted by something unclean. Uncle Nine spoke with unwavering conviction, his expression turning grave. "Tell me quickly what happened. Just don't let it be that ghostly thing I've been tracking." It seems the old gentleman knows quite a lot, Nick Fury thought warily, his caution deepening. "I won't beat around the bush with you. Will you come clean right now, or would you prefer to talk somewhere else?" "Were you listening to what I said?" Uncle Nine urged earnestly, his tone full of warning. "This is a serious matter. That ghostly thing has already taken many lives, and when it strikes, it's never just one person who dies. How many could die?" Nick Fury raised an eyebrow once more. "If I don't step in to stop it, there's no telling how many lives could be lost," Uncle Nine replied sternly, staring at Nick Fury. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. A team of sharp-suited agents rushed swiftly to Nick Fury's side. "Sir," James, the team leader, reported to Fury with utmost respect. "Take him back. I'll handle the interrogation myself." Nick Fury cast a sidelong glance at Uncle Nine, issuing the order to James without a hint of mercy. James and the SHIELD agents exchanged quick glances at Uncle Nine, a flicker of doubt passing through their eyes. The signal from their superior had summoned the entire squad. They'd been expecting a major operation. And in the end, they were just apprehending an old man? Could this old man really be that formidable? What's the meaning of this? Uncle Nine glanced around at the intimidating formation, clapping his hands together in resignation. Foolish. Truly foolish. It seems someone really has died in this building. But surely you're not suspecting me, are you? Otherwise, how would you know so much? Nick Fury pressed from above, his tone accusatory. I already explained to you. Based on the way incense burns? Absurd. Take him away. Nick Fury had lost all patience for Uncle Nine's explanations. If it were really Uncle Nine himself, he wouldn't have resisted. He would have let Nick Fury arrest him without protest. But how could Rorschach allow such humiliation? He instantly issued an order to Uncle Nine. Uncle Nine immediately swallowed any thought of letting S.H.I.E.L.D. take him without a fight. Enough. Uncle Nine shook his head with a sigh. With a swift motion, he slipped his right hand inside his robe. Don't move. Stay where you are. The sharp, commanding voices rang out at once. James and his men, thinking Uncle Nine was reaching for a weapon, instantly drew their guns, aiming them squarely at him. But instead, Uncle Nine pulled out a strange circular object. The disc was covered in symbols none of them understood, except for the well-read Nick Fury, who recognized them as the Bagua, symbols from Chinese culture. With the Bagua disc in hand, Uncle Nine turned his wrists lightly, drawing a trace of sunlight. Then, he quickly spun the disc towards the agents around him. From the yin-yang eyes of the disc, a sudden beam of light shot forth, illuminating James and his team. To their horror, the agents charging at Uncle Nine realized they couldn't move at all. Their bodies refused to obey. At this moment, Uncle Nine produced another yellow umbrella, set on the ground, and gave it a gentle flick with his hand. Amazingly, the yellow umbrella began to spin ceaselessly, like a perpetual motion machine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Uncle Nine then gestured with both hands in a way that Nick Fury couldn't make heads or tails of, and suddenly James and the rest of the SHIELD agents started spinning around in place in perfect unison. What on earth is going on? Nick Fury was utterly bewildered. Who exactly was this old man, and what kind of power did he possess? Pulling his gaze away from his subordinates, now little more than marionettes, Nick Fury's single eye fixed once again on Uncle Nine. His face was heavy with caution and dread. A squad of highly trained SHIELD agents, right before their director's eyes, were running around in circles like fools. The scene was both ridiculous and grotesque, yet at the same time, deeply unsettling. Just what had that elderly Asian man done? Some kind of dark magic. Nick Fury had no idea what kind of technique Uncle Nine was using, but anyone could see that a man capable of such extraordinary feats was no ordinary person. Legend points from Nick Fury plus 446. I don't know what you've done to turn my team of highly trained agents into a bunch of circus clowns, but right now, Nick Fury broke off, drawing his gun and aiming it at Uncle Nine. Stop. Now. Barbarians, utterly beyond redemption. Uncle Nine sighed, shaking his head. With a sudden flourish, he pointed his hands at Nick Fury and again made a gesture the director couldn't begin to comprehend. Not good. Nick Fury realized too late and squeezed the trigger. The fate of his agents was a stark warning. How could he let Uncle Nine go on with his strange hand signs? But it was already too late. Just as Nick Fury went to pull the trigger, he suddenly found himself losing all control over his own body. A mysterious force seized him, taking command in an instant. And then, Nick Fury, too, became a puppet on strings, forced to watch helplessly as his own hand pressed the gun barrel to his forehead. Swish! Even someone as seasoned and cunning as Nick Fury broke out in a cold sweat. If Uncle Nine made him pull the trigger, he would end up just like his dear subordinate Winston, a coward who died by his own hand. Worse still, there would be no evidence whatsoever linking his death to the old man. So what if Uncle Nine had made some bizarre gestures at the scene? There were no laws against that. Was there even the slightest shred of proof connecting Nick Fury's death to those strange movements? So if Nick Fury really were to take his own life here, it would be a senseless, meaningless death. Legend points from Nick Fury plus 498. What are those people doing? In broad daylight. Are they out of their minds? And that bald guy looks like he's about to shoot himself? You're right, if you want to do it, why is he just standing there fiddling with a gun? Must be nuts. A buzz of shocked and confused murmurs rippled through the crowd. A number of passersby were drawn to the strange antics of Nick Fury and his team, whispering and pointing as they watched. Most of them had looks in their eyes, full of pity, as if they were watching a group of special needs children. Nick Fury, SHIELD agents, utterly mortified. They were absolutely mortified, including Nick Fury himself. Every single SHIELD agent felt their faces burn with embarrassment, their entire bodies tense and uncomfortable. They all wished they could just find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Even someone as unflappable as Nick Fury felt the situation slipping out of his control. Thank goodness the old man's skin was dark enough to hide his expressions, or else it would have been impossible for him to mask the awkwardness he felt inside. Now, can we talk? Uncle Nine's voice broke the tension. He glanced at Nick Fury with the calm confidence of someone firmly in control. I suppose, yes. Nick Fury's lips twitched, and he nodded with obvious reluctance. By agreeing, he was basically conceding defeat in front of Uncle Nine. With Nick Fury's pride, that was the last thing he wanted to do. But he also realized that, at this point, he had no other choice. With a swift series of movements, Uncle Nine raised his hands again, tracing out a sequence of mysterious gestures. The moment he lowered his hands, Nick Fury and every SHIELD agent instantly regained their freedom, coming to an abrupt halt and ceasing their ridiculous display. Everyone let out a long breath, finally able to relax. When they looked at Uncle Nine again, their eyes were filled with deep wariness and more than a little fear. This unassuming old man was downright terrifying, and his powers were beyond anything they'd ever seen. Sir, James stepped up to Nick Fury's side once more, though his eyes never left Uncle Nine, watching him like a hawk. Stand down. Nick Fury cut James off with a wave of his hand. These highly trained agents were now completely useless. In fact, they were more likely to get in the way. If this old man had truly wanted to hurt them, he could have killed Nick Fury 10,000 times over by now. Though Nick Fury and his team had been thoroughly humiliated, his suspicions about Uncle Nine had actually decreased. After all, someone with such incredible abilities, who could change the course of events with a single gesture, wouldn't need to lie or scheme. If he wanted to harm SHIELD, no one could stop him. There was simply no need for deception. Yes, sir. James responded crisply and immediately led the rest of the team away. Now, only Nick Fury and Uncle Nine remained on the scene. Those were truly breathtaking skills, Nick Fury said, holstering his now useless pistol and regarding Uncle Nine with newfound respect. Witchcraft? No, witchcraft is fairly common in our line of work. So, old man, what exactly did you use just now? Voodoo? Or something else? Witchcraft? Voodoo? Those are nothing but petty tricks, unworthy of true mastery. Uncle Nine instinctively curled his lip, pride flashing across his face. I am Lin Lingi of the Malchon sect. Out of respect, the neighbors all call me Uncle Nine. Uncle Nine? Uncle Nine? This old man really knows how to take advantage of title. Nick Fury silently grumbled to himself, but he made sure to firmly remember the name Malchon. Although he had never heard of that name before, with such extraordinary skill displayed by Uncle Nine, Malchon was certainly no ordinary place. Uncle Nine, I know a really nice cafe nearby. Why don't I treat you to a cup of coffee? Nick Fury, after a brief moment of thought, offered Uncle Nine an invitation. He still had a great many questions he wanted to ask Uncle Nine. No need. I've had enough of foreign tea every single day. I'm honestly tired of it. Uncle Nine waved his hand dismissively. Besides, I'm in a hurry. Let's just talk here. Tell me, did you see someone kill themselves right in front of you? That's top secret SHIELD information. Even I can't share it lightly, Nick Fury replied. Ever the skeptic, he had come to trust Uncle Nine to a certain extent, but was still unwilling to reveal such details too easily. Honestly, when your life's on the line, who cares about secrets? Uncle Nine looked exasperated. Listen, if it really is that ghostly entity, you won't live past 4 days. 4 days. Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils constricted ever so slightly. After witnessing Uncle Nine's seemingly supernatural abilities, Nick Fury knew better than to think he was just being alarmist. I didn't see any ghosts, but you're right. Someone did kill themselves right in front of me. After a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury finally decided to tell Uncle Nine the truth. If there wasn't some kind of ghostly influence, why would a perfectly normal person suddenly kill themselves? Uncle Nine spoke with absolute certainty. And before that person died, did they smile? A creepy, unsettling kind of smile? Nick Fury's eyes narrowed once again. Legend points from Nick Fury plus 351. So, Uncle Nine, you know what's really going on here? Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, his single eye fixed intently on Uncle Nine. Uh-huh, I knew it. Uncle Nine clapped his hands in dismay, his expression full of regret. It just had to be that ghostly entity. You mean that ghost controlled or influenced my man, causing him to die in such a strange way. Drawing together the clues, Nick Fury made a logical deduction. To be precise, he was possessed. Uncle Nine's expression turned serious as he explained, and now, that evil spirit has set its sights on you. At most, you have 4 days before it comes to claim your life. An evil spirit. Nick Fury sank into deep thought. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was no stranger to supernatural occurrences, and had even dealt with them before. If Winston's suicide truly was the result of some otherworldly force, it would, in fact, make more sense. Why would this evil spirit come after me? After a moment's reflection, Nick Fury asked Uncle Nine this crucial question. He was no novice. These things, vengeful ghosts or evil spirits, never chose their targets at random. There were always trigger conditions of some sort. For instance, maybe you accidentally touched some related item or interacted with certain connected people. In this world, the living have their path, and so do the spirits. Naturally, evil spirits have their own way as well. Uncle Jew leisurely lit his own tobacco pipe, took a slow puff, and said, "Who told you to look at that evil spirit's smile? The moment you see it smile, you're marked for death. So the rule of that evil spirit is that whoever sees its eerie grin will die." Nick Fury's mind was as sharp as ever, and he quickly pieced together the situation. Without exception, Uncle Gio nodded emphatically. A chill crept up Nick Fury's spine, making him tense all over. Then, Uncle Gio, is there a way to deal with that evil spirit? You must have a solution, right? Nick Fury fixed his gaze on Uncle Gio once more and asked in a grave tone. There's always a way. Uncle Gio mused for a moment, then produced a piece of yellow talisman paper and a peculiar-looking box, handing them both to Nick Fury. Keep this talisman with you at all times and never take it off. It can shield you from one attack by that evil spirit. And keep this ink line close. If the evil spirit shows up, use it to draw a line around yourself. It'll hold the spirit at bay for a while. Time is short. I need to make some preparations over the next few days, and then we'll wipe out that evil spirit in one decisive move. A talisman? An ink line? Nick Fury stared blankly at the two strange items in his hands, utterly bewildered by Uncle Gio's methods. He was sorely tempted to ask if Uncle Gio was really sure that a slip of paper and a chalk line could do anything at all. But then he remembered how Uncle Gio had managed to toy with SHIELD's top agents using nothing but a bagua compass and an umbrella. Sensibly, Nick Fury kept his mouth shut. He carefully stowed away the talisman and the ink line. I can tell you're blessed with good fortune and not destined for an early grave. If you run into that ghost, don't forget to call me. Uncle Gio slipped a piece of paper with his phone number into Nick Fury's hand. With that, Uncle Gio gathered up his belongings from the ground and walked away without looking back. He left Nick Fury alone, reeling in the cold night wind. Done. Uncle Gio's connection has been firmly established. Retracting his focus from Uncle Gio, Rorschach's face lit up with anticipation. He could already imagine the chaos when the smiling phantom plunged S.H.I.E.L.D. into turmoil, sending everyone into a panic. Then, at the height of the crisis, Uncle Gio would make his dazzling entrance and settle what even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't handle. Rorschach was certain that the scene would be nothing short of spectacular. Besides, the smiling phantom usually claimed victims 4 days after being seen, so there was still some time left. Meanwhile, he could set things in motion for the aftermath of the battle involving the statue fruit user. With renewed energy, Rorschach turned his attention to Jinx. Hell's Kitchen, Madame Gao's secret stronghold. Inside an opulent hall, 5 people sat together in a circle. Anyone familiar with the Hand would be stunned to see the gathering. For these 5 were figures of great renown. 4 of them were none other than the highest-ranking leaders of the Hand, the so-called Five Fingers. Madame Gao, Sowand, Murakami, and Bakuto. With the exception of Alexandra, the supreme leader of the Hand, every single core member was present. As for the 5th person, his identity was equally remarkable. He was none other than Shin, a disciple of Murakami, one of 5 Fingers. For a long time, Shin had been disguising himself as a member of the Japanese Yakuza, working undercover in Hell's Kitchen alongside Madame Gao, secretly cooperating to stir up trouble. Outsiders still believed these two were unrelated individuals, but in truth, both were key members of the Hand. Our investigation is complete. That madwoman is dead. Shin's voice broke the silence in the room. He swept his gaze solemnly over the other 4 fingers of the Hand and began his report. Dead. Madame Gao sounded a little surprised. The reason she had summoned the other 3 fingers was precisely to deal with Confrontation. She had no choice. Confrontation was simply too formidable for her to handle alone. Only by uniting the power of all the fingers could she hope to stand a chance. Why wasn't Alexandra present? The reason was simple. Alexandra was their supreme leader and should not be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. Besides, Alexandra was gravely ill, her body weakened beyond measure. Even if she came, she would be of no help. 4 fingers plus Shin, whose abilities were comparable to the fingers themselves. Madame Gao was confident that was enough to deal with Camp Lanchi. Yes. Do you remember the battle that took place that night? Shin nodded. It was a war between Lanchi and the defenders. It was during that fight that she was killed by the one wielding the butcher's blade. Madame Gao and the other fingers nodded in agreement. The explosion that night had been so loud that only the deaf could have missed it. It had caused quite a stir in Hell's Kitchen. Afterward, the Hand had made some inquiries, only to discover that it had been a battle between Kingpin and the defenders. Rumor had it that 50 or 60 people died, and even rocket launchers had been brought out. It was truly outrageous. What they hadn't expected was that Lanchi had perished in that very battle. That's good news. Saves us the trouble. Madame Gao's voice rang out, a faint smile flickering across her face. The old woman was clearly in a fine mood. Though she believed that 4 fingers plus Shin would have sufficed to take down Lanchi, she knew it would not have been an easy fight. If they'd had a clash, it would have been a vicious battle. To avoid it altogether was naturally something she was delighted to see. With all the fuss you made about her, I'm actually curious to see if that woman was really as formidable as you claimed. Murakami curled his lips in disdain, clearly unimpressed. He never believed Lanchi was as powerful as everyone made her out to be. The only reason Madame Gao struggled was because she was getting old. Nothing more. Boom. Just as he was about to speak again, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. The entire building trembled as if struck by an earthquake. What's going on? All the fingers of the Hand turned pale and sprang to their feet at once. Leaders, someone's attacking. They're at our door. A ninja burst in, bowing respectfully as he reported to the fingers. They're attacking us? I'd like to see who's got the nerve. Soanda let out a cold snort, wasted no more words, and strode purposefully toward the door. Madame Gao, Murakami, and the 3 other Yakuza fingers all moved in unison, stepping forward and out the door. Bang! The door was flung open. The core members of the syndicate looked over and saw, amid the smoky ruins of the shattered entrance, a blue-haired girl, barely more than a child, standing there with a rocket launcher slung over her shoulder. Behind her stood 2 men, both cloaked in long robes, hats pulled low, sunglasses hiding their eyes, each carrying on his back a long, white cloth-wrapped object. What was going on? Madame Gao, Murakami, and the others exchanged quick glances. On every face, they could see the same flicker of confusion. The one with the rocket launcher, she was clearly just a child. No older than a high school student, at most. How could a kid that young be firing a rocket launcher at people? Even these syndicate fingers, monsters who had survived 8 centuries and weathered countless storms, found themselves momentarily thrown off by Jinx's entrance. Well, looks like the welcome party went off with a bang. Not a bad way to make an entrance. Jinx casually swung her rocket launcher on her back, then waved at Madame Gao and the others. Hi there, child, who sent you? Leaning lightly on her cane, Madame Gao stepped forward. She looked so frail, it seemed a gust of wind might knock her over. You'd better tell us the truth. That way, we can avoid any unpleasantness. She didn't care that the person before her was just a kid. After centuries of unleashing plagues and earthquakes, bringing about citywide extinctions as easily as drawing breath, a child meant nothing to these old monsters. Conscience? That had been devoured centuries ago. Why would they care whether she was a child or not? If Jinx refused to cooperate, Madame Gao wouldn't hesitate to use the cruelest means at her disposal. Unfortunately for her, the girl standing before them was no ordinary child. What are you talking about? Aren't we having fun? You all make such great targets. I'd love to see what it looks like when the bullets start flying your way. I bet it's beautiful. Jinx's eyes sparkled, as though painting a lovely picture in her mind. As she spoke, she absent-mindedly lifted her gun. Madame Gao froze in place, her frail form suddenly rigid. Was this girl not right in the head? And people who aren't right in the head, well, you can't predict what they'll do. She might just pull the trigger at any moment. Best to keep some distance from someone like that. Without making a fuss, Madame Gao began to edge quietly backward. Child, I don't know who taught you to use such things, but those weapons won't bring you any safety. Once she'd steadied herself, Madame Gao addressed Jinx again. You're a clever girl. Surely you understand the situation, don't you? Oh, Fishbones, why didn't you say so sooner? We're supposed to be here for a real mission. Jinx startled everyone with her antics, then suddenly set down her bang-bang gun. Looks like I can't blow you up after all. What a shame. But you'd better behave, or Fishbones is going to be very upset. This crazy girl and her nonsense. No need to waste words on her. Xan sneered coldly, stepping forward to take Jinx down. But Madame Gao gently held him back with her hand. So what exactly are you here for? Madame Gao asked, her tone gentle, her eyes kind, like a benevolent elder speaking to a child. You all used to be my sister's playthings. Now, I'm announcing that you're my toys. My sister's things belong to her little sister too. Don't you agree? Jinx said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Sister? Madame Gao's brow furrowed slightly. But as her gaze happened to fall on Jinx's blue hair, a realization flashed through her mind. In all the years she'd spent lurking in Hell's Kitchen, Madame Gao had only ever seen two people with blue hair. One was the crazy little girl standing before her. The other, another madwoman. Your Lanchi's little sister? Madame Gao's face suddenly grew grave. If this girl really was the younger sister of that lunatic, then even if she was just a child, Madame Gao dared not let her guard down. She looked carefully at Jinx's wrist, noticing there was no blue bracelet there, and allowed herself the smallest sigh of relief. See, I told you I was right. Jinx clapped her hands in delight. You're all still obsessed with my sister, truly the best toys she ever had. Obsessed? What kind of obsession is that supposed to be? Madame Gao's face grew cold, her patience quite spent. Without another word, she shot a look at Xian. Xian understood instantly. He gripped his ninja blade and charged straight at Jinx. Though Jinx was armed with heavy weaponry, no one seemed concerned. The bigger the gun, the less chance she'd have to use it. With Xian's skills, even a nuclear bomb in Jinx's hands would be useless if she never got the chance to fire it. With footsteps as light as a whisper, Xian moved like a ghost in the night, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Jinx. He reached out to seize her. But just then, like a shadow flitting through the darkness, someone appeared in front of Jinx, swift as a specter. With a movement as quick as lightning, the newcomer brushed Xian's hand aside and, in the same fluid motion, struck at Xian with an open palm. A rush of wind whipped through the air. Xian's pupils contracted sharply. He was no amateur. From that simple palm strike, he could tell this was a true master. And the attack came so fast he had no time to dodge. Forced to react, Xian swung his palm up to meet the blow head-on. There was a dull thud as their hands collided. The stranger stood unmoved, steady as a mountain, while Xian's body shuddered violently before he was hurled backwards, crashing to the ground like a sack of potatoes. What? Madame Gao, the gambler, and the other hand lieutenants were all stunned. Xian sprawled on the ground, couldn't keep his composure, either. Was this guy in sunglasses really that formidable? Guard! With a low shout, Murakami waved his hand, issuing a command. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall as ninjas dressed in black, their faces covered in ninja, swords in hand, surged in from every passage like a rising tide. In the blink of an eye, the once empty hall was packed to the brim. Each ninja radiated a chilling aura, their gazes cold and merciless, true killing machines, devoid of any emotion. A deadly tension filled the air, thick and oppressive. Seize them. At Murakami's next order, all the ninjas surged forward, ruthlessly charging straight at Jinx. Uncle Heavenscar and Earth Cripple, I hope you have fun. Jinx laughed mischievously, stepping aside to make space for Heavenscar and Earth Cripple. Of course, with Jinx's personality, it was almost impossible for her to stay that quiet. Normally, she should be getting more excited, firing her gun and tossing grenades with reckless abandon. But that approach could no longer earn Roxia any more legendary points. So Roxia had given Jinx a direct order, instructing her to tone it down and behave herself for once. Though it was admittedly a little cruel to restrain the maniac girl, the truth was that this time, the real stars of the show weren't Jinx, but Heavenscar and Earth Cripple. Steps echoed, drawing ever closer. Facing the overwhelming tide of ninjas rushing towards them, Heavenscar and Earth Cripple remained calm and unhurried. They reached behind and took out an object wrapped in white cloth and, right before everyone's eyes, unwrapped it. Only then did Lady Gao and the others finally see what it was. A guqin, an ancient Chinese zither. What? The key figures of the Hand Association exchanged bewildered glances. Why would those two guys in sunglasses take out a guqin at a moment like this? Were they planning to use it as a weapon? But how on earth could a guqin be used to fight? It made absolutely no sense. And while Heavenscar and Earth Cripple took their sweet time, the ninjas had already closed in on them. Blades flashed through the air, slashing down at the pair with deadly precision. At that critical moment, Heavenscar and Earth Cripple finally sprang into action. With unhurried ease, they tossed the guqin into the air, then suddenly crouched low, crossing their legs as if taking a seat in midair. To an outsider, it would have looked like they were simply sitting comfortably on chairs. One leg even bent at a perfect right angle, just as if it were resting on the ground. And yet, there were no chairs behind them. The two of them were sitting in thin air, supported by nothing at all. If nothing else, Just this display alone was enough for the higher-ups of the Hand Association to recognize that Heavenscar and Earth Cripple were far from ordinary. Even so, Lady Gao and her companions didn't believe the pair could possibly withstand the wave of ninjas they had unleashed. And none of them could guess what sort of attack involved taking out a Guqin at a time like this. Suddenly, the Guqin, which had been tossed high, dropped gently down, landing perfectly across Heavenscar and Earth Cripple's legs. Only then did Lady Gao and the others realize these two actually intended to play music? Right now, of all times? What kind of mysterious stunt was this? With everyone's gaze fixed on them, Heavenscar and Earth Cripple lightly plucked the strings, and a beautiful melody instantly filled the air. What Lady Gao and her companions didn't realize was that, though the music was enchanting, every note was lethal. A piercing, blade-like sound sliced through the air, carried on the lingering notes of a zither. It struck the onrushing ninjas without mercy. The sharp, chilling sound of blades rending flesh resounded, and sprays of blood burst again and again in midair. With each muffled groan, several ninjas were flung backward, crashing violently to the ground. A single glance revealed the grisly truth. Each ninja who had been thrown back bore gaping, bloody wounds on their chests. They lay motionless on the ground. They had been killed outright. What's happening? What on earth is going on? Lady Gao, the gambler, and the other core members of the Hand Society nearly popped their eyes out in disbelief. Killing just by playing the zither? What kind of absurdity was this? What exactly were those two guys in sunglasses doing? Why was it that simply by playing music, their well-trained ninjas were mysteriously being slaughtered? Legend value from Lady Gao plus 348. Legend value from Shuangying plus 365. Legend value from Murakami plus 334. Legend value from the Gambler and others plus 315. Legend value from Shin plus 298. The notes rang out, clear and bright. Under the stunned, disbelieving gaze of Lady Gao and her companions, Tion K and DK looked every bit like two musicians lost in their art, their fingers passionately dancing across the strings. The gentle, flowing melody continued, weaving through the air. To be honest, in Lady Gao and the others' ears, the music was exquisitely beautiful, a balm to the spirit. It calmed the heart, bringing a sense of deep, instinctive peace. However, the chilling, slicing sound continued to echo. Beneath the beautiful melody, the ninjas of the Hand Society were cut down as if by an invisible scythe, falling one after another. In just a fleeting moment, half of the dozens of ninjas had already collapsed to the ground. The core members of the Hand Society swallowed hard, a heavy gulp betraying their fear. Those two men in sunglasses were simply too terrifying, too bizarre. Altogether now, the gambler's voice rang out, his face grave as he addressed his companions. The other core members of the Hand Society each nodded in agreement. By now, it was painfully clear. Relying solely on the dozens of ninjas they had sent was nearly hopeless against these two formidable foes. They could not afford to stand by any longer. With the steely ring of blades unsheathing, Murakami, the Gambler, Shuangying, and Shin each drew their ninja swords and charged forward. They joined the remaining ninjas, encircling Tion K and DK in a determined assault. And as for Lady Gao, the old woman's cane was in fact a deadly sword. The 5 core members attacked Tion K and DK without hesitation or mercy. The melodious notes still flowed undisturbed. But only as they stepped into the battlefield did the 5 finally realize just how much deadly intent was hidden within that beautiful music. The chilling, slicing sound continued to pierce the air, relentless and inescapable. A flurry of sharp, slicing sounds suddenly filled the air, rushing straight toward them. It was as if someone had unleashed an invisible hail of secret weapons in their direction. And not just one or two. These unseen projectiles came from every possible angle, above, below, left and right. There were so many, so densely packed, it was impossible to guard against them all. This is bad. Feeling the force of those invisible attacks, Murakami felt as if his head might explode. How could anyone possibly defend against an onslaught of this magnitude? Forget about being able to see them. Even if these attacks were visible and tangible, they would still be unstoppable. How could simply plucking the strings of a zither unleash such terrible, deadly force? What kind of technique was this? In that instant, Murakami felt all his years of understanding shatter to pieces. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He swallowed hard, his grip tightening on his ninja sword, swinging it so rapidly that not a speck of air could slip through, relying solely on the sounds to guide his defense. He hacked and parried with desperate, relentless speed. Clang, clang, clang. Metallic crashes rang out, echoing through the scene as steel met invisible blows. Slash, slash, slash. But the attacks were formless, and there were just too many. No matter how skilled Murakami was, there was no way he could fend them all off. It wasn't long before fresh wounds began to appear all over his body, blood seeping from cuts old and new. Clang! With a resounding crack, Murakami felt his hands jolt. His ninja blade had been snapped clean in two. Damn it! His face drained of color in an instant. Before he could react, several razor-sharp sound blades struck him squarely in the chest, right at his vital points. Slash! 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 Blood sprayed in streaks as Murakami crashed to the ground, as lifeless as a discarded rag doll. He didn't move again. He was unmistakably a corpse. Slash! 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 One after another, accompanied by the chilling sound of flesh being sliced open. More and more ninjas fell where they stood. Bodies piled up on the ground, the killing relentless and unending. In less than 10 minutes, save for Lady Gao, not a single ninja remained alive. Even the 4 elite members of the Han Society had been wiped out. At that moment, Lady Gao herself began to tremble uncontrollably, her composure slipping away. Impossible! How could this be possible? She stared wide-eyed at Tion K and DK, frozen in disbelief. She even rubbed her eyes hard, as if hoping it was all an illusion. But she nearly blinded herself, and the corpses were still sprawled everywhere, exactly as before. This wasn't a trick. It was real. Those 2 men in dark sunglasses had killed dozens of Han Society ninjas just by playing a tune. They'd even taken out the other 3 fingers and the letter Shin, who was as powerful as any of them. They were monsters, plain and simple. No ordinary person could do something so utterly impossible. She was terrified. Even Lady Gao, who had roamed the earth for more than 8 centuries, felt herself gripped by pure, unadulterated fear. Her terror of Tion K and DK reached a fever pitch. Compared to these two, even that madwoman Lan Chi seemed less frightening. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, several crisp slaps rang out, snapping Lady Gao back to reality. She looked up to see Jinx with her eyes wide, her entire face alight with excitement and delight. It felt just like watching a breathtaking, magnificent performance. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Every fiber of my being is screaming. I almost wish I could blow this place to pieces. Jinx, swept up in her excitement, lifted her pow-pow gun and fired wildly into the empty air, her fingers squeezing the trigger with manic glee. A spray of bullets rattled against the surrounding walls, leaving a line of bullet holes in their wake. Hiss! Madame Gao drew in sharp breath. This crazy girl really is out of her mind, isn't she? If that old fool hadn't dodged just in time, she would probably be lying dead at Jinx's feet by now. Uncle Broken Sky, you two really brought the house down just now. Where's the cheering? Hey, Madame Gao, why the sour face? You're killing the vibe. Jinx's voice rang out, thick with dissatisfaction, as she pointed her pow-pow gun straight at Madame Gao. Madame Gao tensed up immediately. Now that she was the last one left of the hand, if Jinx actually pulled the trigger, there was no way she could get out of it alive. My lady, I am willing to submit. A wise woman knows when to yield. Once again, Madame Gao bowed her proud head to Jinx. Just as I served Lady Lan Chi, I pledge my loyalty to you as well, my lady. How boring. Jinx spat on the ground, then shoved the barrel of her pow-pow gun right into Madame Gao's face. You're so obedient, you almost make me feel bad about shooting you. Sweat beaded and streamed down Madame Gao's forehead. Lan Chi was insane enough in her eyes, but Lan Chi's little sister? She was madness multiplied 10,000 times over. My lady, if you spare my life, I swear I can be useful to you. Swallowing hard, Madame Gao scrambled to prove her loyalty. Give me your orders, and I will do everything in my power to see them done. Right? Why should I spare you anyway? Wait, let me think about it. Jinx rested her chin on her hand, adopting a look of deep contemplation. But it lasted only a second before her manic expression returned. She raised her pow-pow gun again, aiming it at Madame Gao. I'll give you until the count of 3. No, wait, how about 30? Jinx's eyes sparkled with excitement. Guess what I'm thinking? No prize if you're right, but if you're wrong, which would you like to meet? Pow-pow, Fishbones, or Chomper? Madame Gao wanted to curse aloud. How in the world was she supposed to guess what went on in this lunatic's head? If she were dealing with anyone halfway normal, she could at least try to deduce their intentions from their words or behavior. She could reason things out. But this girl was pure chaos. Her actions were utterly unpredictable, wild, and unrestrained. Who could possibly guess? 1, 2, 3. Jinx ignored Madame Gao completely. She swung her pow-pow gun and began hopping and skipping around, counting out loud like a playful little sprite. Swish! Cold sweat poured down Madame Gao's face. There was no rhyme or reason to any of this. How could she possibly guess? Miss Jinx needs you to find the defenders. Thankfully, those two bodyguards of the mad little lady seemed far more reliable. The man standing on the left spoke to Madame Gao with an emotionless expression. Find the defenders? So that's it. They want revenge for Lingi. Madame Gao's eyes lit up as she finally understood. Rest assured, Lady Jinx. I will mobilize the full strength of the hand to locate the defenders and help Lady Lingi get her revenge as soon as possible. Madame Gao immediately pledged her loyalty to Jinx, her tone firm and resolute. Uncle Tion K, do you have to embarrass me like this? Jinx pouted unhappily at Tion K. Miss Jinx, avenging Miss Lingi is the priority right now. Maybe save the games for later. Tion K let out a helpless sigh, clearly at his wit's end with this mischievous girl. Hearing this, Jinx for once grew serious. She turned to face Madame Gao, her gaze solemn. Go. I want you to find the defenders as fast as possible. Or else. Jinx's lips curled into a menacing grin. I'll burn you, my little toy, as an offering for my sister. I'm sure she misses you, doesn't she? Understand. Madame Gao shivered, a chill running down her spine. The hand is back under control. Retracting his thoughts from Jinx and Tion K, Roxia nodded to himself. That's right. Having Jinx storm the hand with Tion K by her side wasn't just about finding the defenders. That was only part of Roxia's plan. He also wanted Jinx to act as Lingi's successor, continuing to help him tighten his grip on the hand. Such a powerful force could provide Roxia with tremendous advantages on many fronts. He certainly wouldn't let go so easily. Not to mention, Jurassic Park still relied on the hand's resources to keep progressing. As for the looming battle between Jinx and the defenders, Roxia had no intention of interfering. Let Madame Gao handle things in her own way. After all, if everything played out strictly according to the script, where would be the fun in that? Even puppet masters don't need to control every detail. Guiding the big picture and a few key moments is enough. And from the intelligence Roxia had gathered, the defenders had temporarily disbanded after thwarting the plans of the statue fruit user. Now, they were each on their own. So, which one of them would be the unlucky one to get caught by the hand first? Roxia found himself genuinely curious. He turned his focus to this drama he had orchestrated, eager to see how it would unfold. His anticipation was almost palpable. And sure enough, on just the third day, the first unlucky soul appeared. Hell's Kitchen, a filthy, run-down street. Thud, thud, thud. With a quick succession of heavy blows, two burly men crashed to the ground like sacks of potatoes. Standing tall before them was a man in a striking red uniform, his physique imposing and powerful. He radiated an aura of unshakable confidence and strength. Daredevil, I'll never forgive you. One of the men spat out the words at Daredevil, but his threat sounded empty and defeated. Save it for the police, came the calm reply. Daredevil, while expertly binding the two burly men together with his rope, shot back a mocking retort. Beep, 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 beep. With his superhuman hearing activated, Daredevil instantly caught the distant wail of police sirens several blocks away. He wasted no more words. In a flash, he sprang to his feet and melted into the shadows, vanishing into the night. But he had barely vaulted across 3 streets when his body suddenly tensed and came to a halt. He whipped his head around, looking back toward a street corner shrouded in darkness. Who's there? Daredevil called out in a low, commanding tone toward that direction. Someone had been tailing him all this time, and not just anyone. The pursuers were fast, but their steps were as light as drifting leaves, barely making a sound. It was as if they weighed nothing at all. If not for Daredevil's extraordinary hearing, it would have been impossible to notice those nearly inaudible footsteps. Just from that alone, Daredevil knew the two following him were no ordinary adversaries. A song to break the heart. Where in the world can one find a kindred spirit? At the shadowed end of a narrow alley, 2 deep, resonant voices rang out, lingering and melodious, like mountain streams echoing through the valleys. Their voices emerged from the darkness, and as the last note faded, 2 figures dressed in flowing robes, each carrying a guillotine on their backs, appeared before Daredevil. There could be no doubt, these were Tion K and DK. Who are you? Why are you following me? Ignoring their cryptic words, Daredevil instinctively tightened his grip on his cane and demanded an answer in a low voice. We have long heard of Daredevil's legendary skills and have come to witness them firsthand. That is our first reason. The second, my brother and I shared a deep bond with Miss Lingi, yet she died at the hands of your defenders. As Tion K and DK slowly advanced, they made their intentions clear. Daredevil's expression grew ever more grave. These 2 mysterious figures, whose presence alone spoke volumes, were here to avenge Lingi. It seemed there would be no peaceful resolution tonight. I regret Lingi's death as much as anyone. You may not believe me, but I truly never meant to kill her. In truth, it was an accident. Daredevil furrowed his brow, attempting to reason with Tion K and DK. And he wasn't exactly lying. Lingi's death was caused by Ling Lingi, who had lost his sanity to inherited madness. It truly was an accident. At least for Daredevil himself, he had never intended for Lingi to die. Williuki felt the same. A life for a life. Justice is clear. No more talk. Prepare yourself. Tion K and DK had no interest in Daredevil's explanations. With cold determination, they issued their challenge. Snap! The two men slid their gyukins from their backs, setting them across their knees once more. Daredevil. What on earth were these two up to? Though he could not see, Daredevil's radar sense allowed him to perceive with perfect clarity what the pair was doing. It seemed they had drawn out musical instruments. What were they planning to do? Under Daredevil's utterly bewildered gaze, Tion K gently plucked the strings of his guqin. Ting! A single note rang out from the instrument. Playing the guqin, Daredevil grew even more confused, unable to fathom what Tion K and DK were up to. But in the very next moment, Daredevil's expression changed drastically. This is back. He suddenly heard the whistle of something slicing through the air, a deadly projectile aimed right at him, though he couldn't tell who had fired it or from where. Whoosh! Daredevil's body shot to the side in a burst of agility, as nimble as a monkey, dodging at the last possible second. Crack! The ground where he'd just stood was gouged open by a razor-sharp blade of sound, sending chips of stone flying. What's going on? Daredevil was shocked. At first, he thought someone else was hiding nearby, launching a sneak attack. But soon, his heightened senses confirmed that apart from the three of them, not another soul was present. And what he'd taken for a thrown dagger, some hidden weapon, wasn't really a weapon at all. Because after striking the ground, that projectile simply vanished without a trace. What on earth was happening here? Legend points from Daredevil plus 357. Ting, ting, dong, dong. Ding, dong, dong, dong. But Tion K and DK gave Daredevil no time to process what was happening. With practiced hands, they plucked the guqin strings again and again, unleashing wave after wave of sound. SSSHHH. SSSHHH. With each beautiful, haunting note, invisible blades of sound shot toward Daredevil in rapid succession. This is back. Daredevil felt his scalp tingle and every hair on his body stand on end. He could sense, with terrifying clarity, that these projectiles filled the air all around him. And this time, he finally realized they weren't being fired by anyone. They were appearing out of thin air, conjured by the music itself. It was uncanny, unnatural. Swish! Even as these thoughts flashed through his mind, the deadly sound blades were already upon him. Instinctively, Daredevil swung his white cane in defense. Clang! But the cane was sliced cleanly in two, no match for the power of the sound. Left with nothing but a broken stick, Daredevil tossed it aside, dodging and twisting, leaping desperately to evade the relentless barrage of sound. But it was all in vain. At best, he could snatch a few breaths of borrowed time. SSSHHH. Crack! 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 One after another, the sound blades struck home, slashing into Daredevil's body. His chest, his arms, his legs, wounds open everywhere, blood spurting wildly. The sheer force of the attack sent him flying across the room, crashing hard against the wall before collapsing to the floor. He lay still, unmoving. Only then did Tion K and DK finally stop playing. With unhurried composure, they packed away the ancient guqin, wrapping it carefully in white cloth and slinging it over their shoulders. They didn't spare so much as a glance at Daredevil's fallen form, turning away as if nothing had happened. Melting into the darkness, they vanished from sight. They had killed countless people before. There was no need to check. They knew with certainty that Daredevil's fate was sealed. His heart and organs had all been fatally wounded. There was no chance he could have survived. Ahem, ahem. Ah! His body convulsed twice involuntarily. Another couple of coughs escaped his lips, and then he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Daredevil felt his consciousness slipping away, growing fainter with every passing second. The strength within him was draining away like air from a puncture balloon, leaving him so weak he could barely move a finger. Even the simple act of breathing had become a monumental effort. So this is what dying feels like. Such a thought flickered through Daredevil's mind. He knew, with certainty, that this time there was no hope for him. In a matter of seconds, his mind would be swallowed by darkness, and every function of his body would grind to a halt. Step by step, he was being led toward death. There was no mistake. Daredevil could smell death in the air. Yet, in spite of it all, Daredevil felt no regret for the path he had chosen. In this hazy state between dreams and reality that comes on the brink of death, the memories of his life paraded before his mind's eye, like scenes from a film. As his awareness faded, his resolve only sharpened. This was his life, a life that had meaning. If given the chance to start over, Daredevil knew he would walk the same road, without a moment's hesitation. No regrets. Goodbye, Frank. Goodbye, Jessica. Goodbye, Wu Yoichi. Daredevil's life was free of regrets now. Or perhaps his only regret was failing to warn his comrades, those who had fought by his side, about the true threat posed by Tion K and DK. Those two were dangerous. Far more dangerous than Blanche. Matt! Matt! Just then, a faint voice called out to him, and a gentle force shook Daredevil's body. The sensation brought him back to his senses for a moment, and he realized his luck might not be so grim after all. Wu Yoichi. It's me. Wu Yoichi had arrived, just in time. How could Rorschach, the mastermind, allow such a valuable asset like Daredevil to die so easily? When Tion K and DK set out to assassinate Daredevil, Rorschach had already sent orders to Wu Yoichi, ensuring he would arrive at the critical moment. Wu Yoichi, danger! Cough, cough, there are two dangerous people. Daredevil gripped Wu Yoichi's clothes with all his remaining strength, unconcerned with his wounds, desperate to warn him. Matt, don't talk. Save your strength. I'll get you out of this. Wu Yoichi quickly pressed down on Daredevil to steady him. It's no use, I can't make it. Daredevil's breath grew heavier and more erratic. He knew full well his condition was beyond saving. There's no time, listen to me. If you keep talking, then you really won't have any time left. Wu Yoichi cut him off again. As long as I'm here, you're not going to die. As he spoke, Wu Yoichi produced a small gourd, removed its stopper, and placed it at Daredevil's lips. Here, drink this. Wu Yoichi, MMPH. Daredevil, anxious to say more, found himself with no chance. Wu Yoichi simply tilted the gourd and forced the liquid into his mouth. A cool, refreshing liquid slid down his throat, instantly spreading through every inch of Daredevil's body. It was a sensation of comfort so pure and invigorating, it was almost indescribable. Daredevil immediately felt strength return to his body, which just a moment ago had been utterly exhausted. His foggy, scattered mind snapped into clarity in an instant. Right then, he felt as if he had just awoken in the morning, fresh from a deep and restful sleep. He was brimming with energy, pulsing with vitality. I'm actually okay, he stammered in disbelief. Daredevil scrambled up from the ground. He checked his own condition, and his whole face was a picture of stunned confusion. He was fine. He was really, truly fine. Just a second earlier, he'd been on the verge of death. He instinctively ran his hands over his body and found that every wound, big or small, had completely healed, as if they'd never existed at all. If not for the blood and grime caked over his skin and the tattered, blood-stained clothes he wore, Daredevil might have believed all the agony he'd just suffered was nothing but a bad dream. Legend points from Daredevil plus 553. Incredible. Wu Yoichi, what did you give me to drink? Daredevil asked, astonished, turning to where Wu Yoichi stood. Healing gourd. Something new from the science division, Wu Yoichi replied, shaking the gourd in his hand. Honestly, I didn't expect it to work this well. You guys at the Super Seminary developed this? That really is miraculous. Daredevil couldn't stop marveling, but then a sudden thought darkened his expression. But if you had something like this, why didn't you last time? Ling Lingi wasn't wounded. He burned up every last drop of his life force. Even a healing gourd couldn't help with that. Wu Yoichi answered, his voice heavy. Ling Lingi's death weighed heavily on him, too. Enough. Let's not dwell on that for now. Matt, what was it you wanted to tell me? Wu Yoichi steadied himself, getting back to the matter at hand. Two dangerous people are here. Daredevil's face turned serious. We need to gather everyone, and fast. The defenders are about to reunite. Rorschach felt a surge of anticipation at the thought. But to be honest, even with all the defenders assembled, and with Wu Yoichi on their side, they still probably wouldn't be a match for those two monsters, Tion K and DK. Those two were, without question, completely overpowered in the current Marvel Universe. It seemed clear. It was time to bring in Luke Cage and Dany Rand, the Iron Fist as well. Only with their addition would the defenders truly be complete. But that could wait a little longer. For now, Rorschach had another show he wanted to see. After days of simmering, SHIELD's supernatural incident had finally reached its dramatic climax. Triskelion Building. Director's office. Nick Fury's face was clouded with a dark, oppressive gloom. Egghead, as they called him, had been run rag these past few days, looking visibly more haggard with each passing hour. No, Truthfully, the entire SHIELD staff was starting to look worn down. Rumors of hauntings in SHIELD had gripped everyone in a persistent, suffocating fear. It hung over them like a midnight nightmare, making it almost impossible to breathe. By all accounts, SHIELD agents are supposed to be highly trained, exceptionally skilled professionals. They shouldn't be the kind to believe in tales of ghosts or monsters. But the truth is, SHIELD has been anything but peaceful these past few days. In just 4 days, 7 agents have died, 7. Each of them met their end in a bizarre, inexplicable way, often in full view of the public. One agent was quietly eating in a restaurant when, without warning, he plunged his fork into his own eye. Another was in the office printing documents when, suddenly and without reason, he smashed a window and slashed his own throat with the shards of glass. And then there was a high-ranking officer, right in the command center, orchestrating operations, who drew a tactical knife and drove it straight into his own heart. The other agents died in similarly strange and unsettling ways, every death a mystery that defied explanation. And every single one of those who took their own lives shared one detail. In their final moments, they wore an eerie, bone-chilling smile. In an instant, a wave of panic swept through SHIELD. A shadow fell over everyone's hearts. People became anxious and fearful, tiptoeing through their days. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one dared set foot in SHIELD headquarters. Even those who couldn't avoid coming in were too terrified to speak above a whisper, afraid that even the faintest sound might disturb the lurking ghost. As the director of SHIELD, how could Nick Fury not be overwhelmed? In fact, he felt as if his head might just explode. But after everything that had happened over the past few days, Nick Fury found himself more convinced than ever by what Uncle Nine had told him. Because everything was unfolding exactly as Uncle Nine had predicted, death was not a one-off event. Winston's death had only been the beginning. Director, we found out the truth. Across the desk, Black Widow handed Nick Fury a file. Winston and every other colleague who committed suicide in the past few days, they all witnessed another suicide 5 days ago. That person, just like the others, had that same unsettling smile before dying. Uncle Nine was right. Anyone who sees that bizarre smile is doomed. No exceptions, Nick Fury muttered. At that moment, his brow furrowed so tightly it resembled a withered chrysanthemum in late autumn. His frustration had reached its peak. Everything was happening just as Uncle Nine had said. And if this pattern continued, who knew how many SHIELD agents had witnessed those suicides in the past few days? Dozens? Hundreds? Did this mean that SHIELD was about to lose people in droves? As much as he hated to admit it, Nick Fury had to face the fact. Right now, the only one who could save SHIELD, and himself, was Uncle Nine. That's right. It wasn't just for the others. It was for his own survival, too. According to Uncle Nine's prophecy, today marked the 4th day. That vengeful spirit was coming for Nick Fury, today. And when it came to that terrifying entity, Nick Fury was utterly helpless. So was the entirety of SHIELD. Have you managed to get in touch with Uncle Nine yet? Nick Fury rubbed his temples, easing some of his fatigue, before glancing at Black Widow and asking. Not yet. Black Widow shook her head. I've already assigned people to keep calling Uncle Nine's number, but no one ever picks up. Nick Fury's expression darkened even further. He tried to contact Uncle Nine countless times over the past few days, but not once had he succeeded. He'd even sent out a number of agents to investigate Uncle Nine's whereabouts, but all efforts had come to nothing. It was enough to make Nick Fury's anxiety reach a boiling point. Uncle Nine, oh, Uncle Nine, can't you just give me a number I can actually reach you on? Keep trying to contact Uncle Nine. Nick Fury instructed Black Widow with a serious look. Before he could finish his sentence, Fury gasped sharply. Right before his eyes, something strange happened. Black Widow's head suddenly fell off her shoulders. With a dull thud, it landed squarely on Fury's desk. The head was facing him directly, eyes wide open, staring intently at him. Even the lips were twisted into that chilling, unsettling smile. Director, I'm waiting for you. The head actually spoke, and even threw Fury a flirtatious wink. Jesus Christ! Fury shot to his feet as if struck by lightning, unable to sit still for another second. He was breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his forehead. Crash! His chair went flying backward from the sheer force of his movement. Legend value from Nick Fury plus 647. Director, are you alright? A startled voice snapped Fury back to reality. He looked around. His desk was completely empty, nothing on it. Then he glanced at Black Widow, his trusted subordinate, who was standing in front of him just as she should be, her head perfectly secure on her shoulders. It was as if he'd just imagined the whole thing. Director Fury? Black Widow was eyeing him with a look of concern and confusion. What on earth had happened to him just now? Could it be because of that vengeful spirit? Black Widow knew all too well that Director Fury had seen that terrifying smile as well. It's nothing. You may go for now. Fury waved her off without another word. If you manage to reach Uncle Nine, have him come here at once. Yes, sir. Black Widow acknowledged and hurried out of the room. Only when her figure had completely disappeared from sight did Fury finally let out a long, shaky breath. His tense body relaxed a little, and he quietly put away the protective talisman he'd been clutching in his hand. Heaven help him. He wasn't even sure whether he'd just experienced a hallucination or if Black Widow had been possessed by the vengeful spirit. And it wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Ever since 4 days ago, when Fury had watched Winston take his own life right before his eyes, he'd been seeing these bizarre visions everywhere he went. Every now and then, the people around him would suddenly have their heads explode, blood streaming from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, or suffer ghastly deaths as if their hearts had been ripped out by some demonic beast. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. God only knows how Nick Fury had survived these past few days. The fact that he hadn't lost his mind by now was, in his own opinion, nothing short of a miracle. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his nerves. Then, he picked up the chair he'd knocked over earlier, set it upright, and sat back down. Leaning against the comfortable backrest, he let his single eye narrow, trying to allow himself a moment's respite. He'd been tormented for days on end, and was truly at the end of his rope. Suddenly, just as he settled in, Fury's body tensed up, frozen in place as if someone had pressed the pause button on him. Because out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a shadow. It was as if someone was standing right in front of him. But the truth was, after Black Widow had left, not a single person had come into the room. So, who, or what, was that shadow? Nick Fury's breath quickened. Instinctively, his right hand dove into his pocket, clutching tightly at the talisman Uncle Nine had given him as he sat bolt upright. Nothing but emptiness. There was no shadow at all. Fury let himself relax a little, subconsciously wiping the cold sweat from his brow. But the moment his hand dropped, it was as if he'd been struck by lightning. A face appeared right in front of him. To be specific, it was the face of a monster, skinless, twisted, and terrifying, its mouth gaping wider than a human head. That horrifyingly huge mouth would have been bad enough, but inside it there were several more mouths. It was like those Russian nesting dolls. One enormous mouth held a slightly smaller one, inside that an even smaller one, and so on, each mouth within another, each one grinning at Nick Fury. A specter, an evil spirit, was here. There was no doubt about it. The thing standing before Nick Fury was the smiling nightmare itself. The time of the smile curse had come. The smiling nightmare had come to claim Nick Fury's life. Shit! An exclamation burst from Nick Fury's lips as his mind went blank with terror. Instinctively, he stumbled backward. Crash! But he was the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a reason. His reflexes were fast. As he retreated, Fury whipped out his gun and fired at the smiling nightmare. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, sharp and deafening. Several bullets struck the smiling nightmare dead on. But it was as if the monster was made of mist. The bullets passed straight through, striking only the wall and the door behind it. They didn't harm the smiling nightmare in the slightest. The smiling nightmare paid no attention to Fury's actions. It simply continued, unhurried, advancing towards him step by step. Thud, 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 thud. With every step the smiling nightmare took forward, Nick Fury was forced to take a step back. Until he backed into the wall. There was nowhere left to go. He could only watch in helpless terror as the smiling nightmare drew closer. He could only watch as that monstrous hand reached out for him. Uncle Nine, I'm counting on you. Nick Fury gritted his teeth and quickly pulled out the talisman that Uncle Nine had given him, slapping it onto the smiling nightmare's body. To be honest, although Nick Fury had already witnessed Uncle Nine's miraculous powers with his own eyes 4 days ago, he was still extremely uneasy at this moment. There was a reason for this. He had already instructed his tech team to analyze the talisman and the ink line tool that Uncle Nine had handed over. After thorough examination by the specialists, it turned out that the talisman was nothing more than an ordinary piece of paper. Nothing special about it at all. At most, it was covered with some elaborate symbols that no one could decipher, but seemed to carry some mysterious weight. And the ink line tool? It was just a typical carpenter's chalk line from China, with no special features. Fury hadn't overlooked the ink inside. Either, it was analyzed as well. The results showed that the ink consisted mainly of chicken blood, incense ash, and glutinous rice, mixed with regular ink. Nothing more. Could such things really stand a chance against this demon? An evil spirit impervious even to bullets? Fury found it hard to muster much confidence. But now, with nothing left except the talisman in his hand, he had no other options. All he could do was grit his teeth and risk it all. Smack! Fury moved fast. Before the smiling nightmare's claws could reach his face, he slapped the talisman onto its body. Whoosh! In that instant, the simple yellow paper, without any fuse or trigger, mysteriously burst into flames on its own. A blaze erupted, the fierce fire instantly engulfing the smiling nightmare. A shrill, piercing screech. The creature's body convulsed violently, its eerie, horrifying form twisting and writhing in agony. Its grotesque, fearsome face contorted as well. Several gaping mouths bared their teeth, all stretching wide in unison, unleashing anguished howls. The sight was even more terrifying than before. Even Nick Fury felt his scalp tingle and his skin crawl at the spectacle. Especially the strange, ear-splitting shrieks from those many mouths, distorted, otherworldly wails like something straight out of a nightmare that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Fury was certain that if any film ever captured the smiling nightmare's terrifying cries at this moment, it would scare audiences out of their wits. But at the same time, Fury was suddenly filled with hope, his single eye shining with excitement. It worked. Uncle Nine's talisman actually worked. No wonder they called him Uncle Nine. Legend points from Nick Fury plus 386. In this moment, Fury's confidence soared. The fear and anxiety that had plagued him before faded almost entirely away. The smiling nightmare kept up its ghastly screaming, stumbling under the searing flames of the talisman. And yet, even now, the fiend still fixated on Nick Fury. Staggering, it kept reaching for him. Its monstrous, claw-like hands stretched toward Fury's face, or more accurately, toward his mouth. If the creature managed to catch him, in the very next moment, it would tear open his mouth and crawl inside, possessing his body from within. Fury knew, if that happened, he would be taken over. If something like this were to happen, Nick Fury would be finished, utterly doomed. He would end up just like Winston and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had taken their own lives, smiling as they died in front of everyone else, passing on the curse. Then, whoever witnessed Nick Fury's smiling suicide would repeat the same pattern he had followed these past few days. Suicide, passing on the curse. Endless. Eternal. Fortunately, at this moment, the smiling nightmare was already injured, struggling in pain, a small window of opportunity for Nick Fury. It was now that Fury's elite agent instincts kicked in, sharp as ever. He ducked low and sprang forward, swiftly dodging past the smiling nightmare, brushing dangerously close to that terrifying figure as he darted ahead. On the way, he snatched up the ink line tool he'd left on his desk earlier. The smiling nightmare shrieked and screeched, relentless in its pursuit of Fury. "You monster, stay right where you belong." Fury snarled, his voice icy cold. He yanked out the ink line, bent low at the doorway, and, with a practiced pull, snapped the line tight. With a sharp snap, the inked string sprang back, leaving a clear black mark across the floor. After completing this, Nick Fury calmly put away the tool, standing steady and unflinching outside the door. His lone eye glinted coldly as he stared down the onrushing, smiling nightmare. The talisman's power filled Fury with newfound confidence. He was sure, just as Master Nine had promised, that this ink line would stop the evil spirit. Footsteps pounded, heavy and urgent. With Fury's unwavering gaze locked on, the smiling nightmare charged right up to him. But at the same time, it reached the line of ink drawn on the floor. Suddenly, the ink line on the ground seemed to glow, as if special effect had been cast upon it. Nick Fury's single eye widened in astonishment. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he never would have believed it. How could a simple line on the ground shine like that? It defied science, defied reason. Legend points from Nick Fury, plus 437. At the very moment the ink line shone, the smiling nightmare recoiled, a flash of dread in its eyes. Its shrieks grew even more piercing and desperate, and it stopped dead in its tracks. It clawed and lashed out at Nick Fury from across the line, but didn't dare cross it. Not by a single step. No wonder Master Nine had such a reputation. The amazing Master Nine. Fury felt his spirits soar. Yet at the same time, a sense of danger pressed down on him. The flames that had been burning on the smiling nightmare's body had now died out, and the wounds that had been scorched into its flesh were healing rapidly, so fast one could practically see them vanish. The talisman's power would only last for a limited time. By that logic, would the ink line be the same? "Sir, Director Fury." Several voices called out. It was Black Widow leading a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had arrived just in time. Each one gripped their pistol tightly. The earlier gunshots, as Fury fired at the smiling nightmare, had already put everyone on high alert. "Natasha, have you gotten in touch with Master Nine?" Fury immediately asked Black Widow, wasting no time on anything else. "I was just about to report to you, sir. We've made contact with Uncle Nine. He's on his way here as fast as he can." Black Widow quickly relayed the update to Nick Fury. At this, Nick Fury's spirits lifted instantly. Uncle Nine was coming. Finally, some hope. For now, all he could do was keep that evil spirit trapped inside the room. That was the extent of his capabilities. If they wanted to completely destroy this ghost, they would have to rely on Uncle Nine. A piercing, bone-chilling screech suddenly drew everyone's attention. People craned their necks, peering into the room, and one by one, they couldn't help but gasp in horror. What on earth was that thing? It was absolutely terrifying. Far more monstrous and grotesque than anything they'd ever seen in a horror movie. Legend value plus 324 from Natasha Romanoff. Legend value plus 51 from other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. A nervous gulp echoed through the tense air. Even Black Widow, a seasoned agent who had seen her fair share of horrors, felt a cold shiver run down her spine. I take it, that's the ghost we're after? She shot a glance at Nick Fury beside her, her tone leaving no room for doubt. It was obvious, there was no need to elaborate. But it was worth noting, under ordinary circumstances, aside from those cursed by the sinister smile and targeted by the smiling wraith, no one else could even see such a creature. The only reason the smiling wraith had revealed itself in front of everyone was because of Uncle Nine's talisman. What is that thing supposed to be? So this monster is what killed so many of our people. My God, how can something like this even exist in our world? A hushed chorus of fearful exclamations rippled through the crowd. No one could possibly remain calm when encountering the smiling wraith for the first time. The wraith unleashed another shrill, ear-splitting scream, sharper than before. Suddenly, it lunged with terrifying speed, charging straight at the people gathered outside the door. Bang! 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 The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents reacted in a flash, each one raising their weapon and firing instinctively at the smiling wraith. Bullet after bullet tore through the air, all finding their mark. But just like before, when Nick Fury had fired, the bullets simply passed right through the ghost's body and slammed harmlessly into the wall behind. They didn't so much as slow it down. These weapons are useless against it. Nick Fury shook his head with a frustrated sigh. Then, catching something out of the corner of his eye, his expression changed abruptly. The glowing line of ink on the floor was starting to fade, its light growing faint and weak. No wonder the ghost was starting to break free. Move! Clear the way now! Nick Fury barked, shooing a few people out of his path, and once again pulled out the ink marker. He gave Black Widow a meaningful look. The two of them quickly snapped into action, drawing another line with the ink across the doorway. The smiling wraith, which had been menacing and aggressive just moments before, recoiled like a startled rabbit, scrambling several steps backward. That ghost is actually afraid of the line. Black Widow couldn't help but marvel. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of principle was at work here? It seems this thing is afraid of fire. Nick Fury ignored Black Widow and quickly ordered a nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Bring me the flamethrower now. Yes, sir. The flamethrower was brought over without delay. Without hesitation, Nick Fury grabbed it and personally aimed the nozzle at the smiling nightmare, pressing the trigger. A fierce blast of flames surged toward the smiling nightmare. But just like the bullets they had fired before, the flames had absolutely no effect on the creature. The smiling nightmare seemed almost insubstantial in the face of the fire. After a few futile attempts, Nick Fury sighed and lowered the weapon. It was still fire, but clearly not all fire was the same. Before Uncle Nine's flames, the smiling nightmare had screamed and writhed in agony. Before theirs, it was completely unbothered. Fortunately, while they were helpless against the evil spirit, Uncle Nine's ink line remained remarkably effective. It had successfully sealed the spirit within the room. For now, all they had to do was keep things as they were until Uncle Nine arrived. However, sir, the evil spirit, it's going into the wall. A trembling voice called out as someone pointed in panic at the smiling nightmare inside the room. Nick Fury's expression darkened instantly. Muscles that had just relaxed tensed up again, every nerve on high alert. He hardly needed the warning. He saw it too. When the spirit found itself unable to break through them directly, it switched tactics. No longer trying to grab Nick Fury at the door, it turned and moved toward the wall. Then, without a sound, it slipped right into the wall and vanished. It's gone. The evil spirit's gone. Where did it go? Panic swept through the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Like startled rabbits, they clutched their guns and scanned the room in confusion and fear. Gun barrels swept about wildly, ready to fire the instant the spirit reappeared. Even though they already knew their weapons were useless against it, this was the only thing they could do. What else could they do? Try to wrestle a ghost barehanded? Nick Fury swallowed hard, nerves stretched to the breaking point. He gripped the ink line tightly, standing guard as if facing a deadly enemy. If the spirit could walk through walls, then it could appear from anywhere. Hurry, everyone inside. Nick Fury barked at the agents. Their only hope now was to get everyone into the office and stretch the ink line around the room, forming a closed barrier. Only then could they truly keep the spirit at bay. But even this came with a deadly risk. They already knew the ink line's power over the spirit was only temporary. If they used up the ink this way, they wouldn't last long. If the ink ran out before Uncle Nine arrived, they'd be finished. But at this point, Nick Fury was out of options. Hurry, everyone. Nick Fury barked another harsh order at everyone. Yet, ideal plans are always rich and full, but reality is painfully stark. No matter how well Nick Fury had imagined things, events would not unfold the way he hoped. Suddenly, without any warning, a shadow emerged from beneath the floor, right in the midst of the crowd. It was none other than the Smiling Nightmare. The moment it appeared, it lashed out with a claw, snatching the nearest agent. From its claw, a small version of the Smiling Nightmare split off, burrowing straight into the agent's body. Instantly, a twisted, eerie smile curled on the agent's lips, and with a grotesque kind of glee, he shoved his gun into his mouth. Bang! Scalding blood sprayed everywhere. Mercy, please, have mercy. Help! Somebody help me. Oh God, don't come any closer. The room erupted into a cacophony of wails and screams, panic gripping everyone as they bolted in terror, desperate to escape, tripping over themselves in their haste. But whoever managed to outrun the supernatural on foot? Evil spirits do not obey the rules of physics. Many, without realizing it, turned to flee only to slam, face first, right into the Smiling Nightmare. And in that instant, the curse was passed on. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another, shrill and relentless. One by one, SHIELD agents fell where they stood, lifeless in growing pools of blood. Red spread from every corner, soaking into the floor, painting it a ghastly crimson. In the blink of an eye, the scene had turned into a hellish slaughterhouse. Cold sweat broke out, streaming down foreheads. Even Black Widow, a hardened veteran who had seen her share of battles, felt her mind teetering on the edge of collapse, gasping for breath as icy dread gripped her. She swore she had never witnessed anything so terrifying in her entire life. Never before had she faced such utter helplessness or despair. Instinctively, she glanced at Nick Fury beside her, only to find his face as ashen as her own. Confronted by this horrifying specter, even the most powerful, high-ranking leader, one who wielded unimaginable authority, was rendered powerless. Director, quick, get inside. But Black Widow was, after all, SHIELD's ace. Even in shock, she kept her composure, swiftly covering Fury as they retreated into the office. It was a cruel decision, but at this point, abandoning the colleagues outside was the only way left. If they wanted to keep Nick Fury alive, they had to seal him in with the inked thread before the spirit reached him. Then, wait for Master Nine's arrival. Nick Fury understood this all too well. He gritted his teeth and said nothing more, and together, he and Black Widow hurried toward the office. But just as they turned around, they found the vengeful spirit, who had been slaughtering others moments before, now standing right in front of them. Had they not reacted instantly and stopped short, they would have collided headlong with the nightmare, just like the others. A sharp, cold gasp escaped them both, minds reeling as if about to explode. Legend points plus 548 from Nick Fury. Legend points plus 576 from Natasha Romanoff. Whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the Smiling Nightmare, just as it had done with others before, extended both of its hands, one toward Nick Fury, the other toward Black Widow, reaching for them with astonishing speed. It moved so fast that Nick Fury only saw a blur before his eyes. He hadn't even managed to raise the ink line in his hand when the creature's claws were already right in front of his face. It's over. That was the only thought flashing through Nick Fury's mind in that split second. You fiend, how dare you run wild here? Right at that critical moment, a low, commanding voice rang out, sharp and full of authority. Whoosh. At the same instant, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed across the room. Nick Fury and Black Widow both blinked, their vision momentarily blurred, just in time to see something streaking through the air toward the Smiling Nightmare, swift as lightning. The creature, which moments before it seemed almost ethereal, suddenly jerked as if struck by a tremendous force. It was sent flying backward, tumbling through the air. The object that had struck it spun in a graceful arc, then flew back and landed squarely in the hand of an elderly man clad in a striking yellow Taoist robe, radiating a strong and commanding presence. Only then did Nick Fury and Black Widow truly see it. The thing that had just sent the Smiling Nightmare hurtling away was a sword, its blade crafted from ancient Chinese coins strung together. There was no mistake. It was one of Master Nine's most iconic tools, the coin sword. Master 9. It's Master 9. Their gazes shifted upward, and a familiar face with its distinctive straight brows came into view. Nick Fury and Black Widow couldn't help but cry out in surprise and relief. Of course, Black Widow had never actually met Master 9 before. But this man, who had burst onto the scene in a flash of thunder and driven back the evil spirit, could be no one else but the Master 9 whom Nick Fury had spoken of with such hope. I hurried as fast as I could, yet I was still a step too late. That fiend has already harmed so many. Master 9 surveyed the devastation around him, his voice heavy with regret. I'm ashamed of my failure. Master 9, now isn't the time for self-reproach. Destroying that evil spirit is the most urgent task. Nick Fury rushed to Master 9's side, his tone grave and resolute. You are right, Master 9 nodded, then instructed him briskly, get everyone to move behind me. You all heard Master 9, everyone fall back. Nick Fury clapped his hands to get attention and issued the order to the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the scene. Master 9? Who on earth is that? The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents exchanged uncertain looks, skepticism mixed with hope in their eyes. But seeing how respectfully their director addressed the newcomer, and recalling how this very man had just single-handedly repelled the evil spirit, the agents had no choice but to pin their last hopes on Master 9. With those thoughts racing through their minds, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents acted quickly, retreating behind Master 9 and clearing an open space for him. A chilling, nerve-rattling screech pierced the air. It was the smiling nightmare, once more rising from the ground after being struck by the coin sword. It stared at Master 9, mouth agape, as if it could sense the old man's formidable power. But in the very next moment, the smiling nightmare hesitated no longer. It broke into a run, charging straight at Master 9. All the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present, including Nick Fury and Black Widow, instinctively tensed, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on Master 9. In this moment, every shred of hope rested on Master 9's shoulders. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Master 9 suddenly extended his right hand, swiftly brushing the copper coin sword with his index and middle fingers. A resonant hum filled the air. Without warning, the once unremarkable sword of copper coins burst forth with an intense, dazzling golden light. The sight left everyone marveling in astonishment. A sword made of coins, glowing with such brilliance. How was that possible? Then, without pause, Master 9 gestured again, pointing at the smiling wraith with a practiced flick of his fingers. The golden sword seemed to come alive, whistling through the air as it shot straight toward the smiling wraith. In a heartbeat, it pierced the specter clean through. The smiling wraith's body convulsed violently, flung backward by the force of the blow. It crashed to the ground, writhing in agony. A harsh, searing sound like something sizzling filled the room. At the same time, thick plumes of black vapor began to billow from the smiling wraith's wound. Even those who knew nothing of Taoist arts could instantly see just how devastating Master 9's attack had been to the evil spirit. That's amazing. The wraith is hurt. Master 9 is incredible. Everyone's spirits soared, hearts that had leapt to their throats finally settling back in their chests. The suffocating gloom the smiling wraith had cast over them was swept away in an instant. Master 9 truly could handle this evil spirit. No wonder the director himself treated him with such reverence. He truly was extraordinary. So, this is Master 9? Remarkable indeed. Even Black Widow's eyes sparkled with astonishment and admiration. This Master 9, in whom Nick Fury had placed such high hopes, was clearly no ordinary man. The smiling wraith's unnerving shrieks still echoed through the air. It struggled desperately, hands reaching out in a frantic attempt to pull the copper coin sword from its body. But as its hands touched the sword, they sizzled and burned, making the wraith's agony even more unbearable. Yet, faced with a life-or-death crisis, the smiling wraith could hardly care about scorched hands. Fighting back waves of excruciating pain, it managed, at the cost of nearly burning its own hands to cinders, to wrench Master 9's sword free. With a metallic clatter, the sword fell to the ground. The smiling wraith, like a startled rabbit, dared not linger another moment. Its body began to sink rapidly into the floor. That's right. The smiling wraith was trying to escape. Even a creature that had turned all of S.H.I.E.L.D. into a living nightmare now cowered before a big demon king like Master 9. Master 9, this evil spirit can slip through walls. Nick Fury called out urgently in warning. No matter, Master 9 replied calmly, not the least bit flustered. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a talisman and hurled it forward. The talisman seemed to come alive, flying through the air and adhering to the ground right in front of the smiling wraith. In that instant, the talisman blazed with light. Just as the smiling wraith body was halfway submerged, an invisible force surged up, flinging it back out. Ah, what's this? Nick Fury, Black Widow, and the others were all left utterly dumbfounded by what they saw. Is that even possible? As expected of Master 9, the eerie screeching continued, echoing through the room. After realizing that it could no longer pass through the floor beneath its feet, the smiling nightmare swiftly changed course and began to charge at the walls, desperately searching for another way to escape. It tried to burrow into a different wall. Try to run now? A bit too late for that. Master 9 let out a cold snort, the sound brimming with confidence. With a swift motion, he pulled out a handful of talismans and, with a practiced flick of his wrist, tossed them forward. The talismans flew from his hand, each one with a clear purpose, spreading out in perfect coordination and sticking themselves onto every wall in the room. In an instant, every wall surrounding the smiling nightmare was plastered with the powerful charms. With a heavy thud, the smiling nightmare, which had managed to force half its body into the wall, was instantly bounced back out. But the smiling nightmare was not a spirit easily given to despair. Undeterred by one failed attempt, it immediately switched tactics, choosing another wall to crash into with ferocious determination. This time, it didn't even manage to burrow in. Instead, it crashed headlong into the barrier and was stopped cold. Before Master 9, the smiling nightmare found itself with nowhere to run. To their utter astonishment, Nick Fury and the others could vividly sense the terror and dread emanating from the smiling nightmare. That's right. The horrifying spirit was now completely terrified by Master 9. At that moment, Master 9 extended a finger toward the copper coin, sword lying on the ground. With a swift whistle, the sword leaped into his hand as if summoned by an invisible force. Gripping the coin sword, Master 9 charged straight for the smiling nightmare. Despite his age, Master 9 moved with remarkable agility. His fluid, almost dance-like movement put even the most highly trained agents to shame, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon the smiling nightmare. With a flurry of swift strikes, he unleashed a relentless assault on the spirit. After just a few blows, the smiling nightmare was left scrambling away in utter panic, reduced to a pitiful mess, fleeing for its life. It darted from corner to corner, trying desperately to escape, but it was utterly powerless before Master 9's pursuit. Deep gashes appeared all over its form where Master 9's sword had struck, and thick, dark smoke billowed forth from its wounds. It was a scene of pure misery. This moment was a perfect mirror of what had happened not long ago, when the smiling nightmare had mercilessly slaughtered the SHIELD agents, leaving them to flee in terror and despair. Only now, it was the smiling nightmare that was desperately trying to escape, not the agents. It must be said, the SHIELD agents couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction as they watched. Director Fury, how on earth did you find someone as powerful as Master 9? Black Widow even found the time to lean over and ask Nick Fury, her voice laced with awe. She shot Master 9 a look of pure reverence before turning a curious gaze back to Fury. Well, I suppose I just got lucky. Nick Fury replied after a moment's thought, though his answer was a bit absent-minded. In truth, his mind was preoccupied with a single thought. I absolutely must recruit Master 9 into SHIELD. Missing out on such a legendary figure would be a loss worth billions, he thought to himself. Just then, as Black Widow and Nick Fury were speaking, Master 9 suddenly dove forward with a nimble roll. With the agility of a monkey, he sprang to face the grinning nightmare in an instant. With a swift motion, his sword pierced straight into the gaping mouth of the fiend. A series of piercing shrieks echoed through the air. The grinning nightmare convulsed violently, as if its very lifeline had been seized, and then collapsed to the ground. It lay utterly still. A sinister hissing filled the room. In that moment, the grinning nightmare's body began to rapidly dissolve in a black smoke, streaming away in thick, swirling wisps. In a mere blink of an eye, the evil spirit that had filled everyone with dread had utterly vanished, fading to nothing under the collective gaze of the onlookers. It was dead. That terrifying specter was finally destroyed. Every SHIELD agent breathed a deep sigh of relief, each one feeling as if they had been granted a new lease on life. Heaven knows how hard these past few days had been for them, with the shadow of the fiend looming over SHIELD. Day after day in constant fear, worried they might suddenly end up like Winston and the others, smiling as they died by their own hands, without rhyme or reason. Now at long last, those days were over. Mission accomplished. Uncle Nine's voice rang out. He sheathed his coin sword and walked over to Nick Fury and Black Widow. Uncle Nine, we truly owe you this time. Who knows what would have happened to SHIELD without your help? Nick Fury said sincerely. Had Uncle Nine not arrived in time to banish the evil spirit, it wouldn't have been surprising if every SHIELD agent had perished. As a Taoist, it is my duty to exorcise demons and banish evil. "There's no need for thanks, Nick Fury," Uncle Nine replied, waving his hand dismissively, as though he had done nothing out of the ordinary. "No, Uncle Nine, you saved us. You saved S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow interjected forcefully. "I merely did what I was meant to do." "You overstated," Uncle Nine said, still humble as ever. This humility only deepened Nick Fury's and Black Widow's respect for him. This was the mark of a true master, possessing extraordinary powers, yet never arrogant or conceited. Truly admirable. "Uncle Nine, would you have any interest in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury couldn't help but extend an olive branch. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm a man of Malchon. Changing allegiances is not my way, though I thank you for your kindness," Uncle Nine replied, his refusal firm and clear. "Now that my work here is done, it's time for me to take my leave. Farewell, everyone." With that, Uncle Nine bade farewell to the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and departed with effortless grace. All he left behind were eyes filled with reverence, as if they had witnessed a deity among men. The supernatural encounter is now concluded. After Uncle Nine's departure from S.H.I.E.L.D., Rorschach promptly put away Uncle Nine's character card. He didn't even spare a thought for whether nearby security cameras might capture the mysterious disappearance. After all, the super AI Cortana was already fully operational. With Cortana in place, every camera in the city connected to the network was under Rorschach's complete control. And given Cortana's level of intelligence, plugging any gaps in surveillance was something she would handle without needing Rorschach to say a word. Even the details of Uncle Nine's background, related information, and traces of his daily life were all meticulously fabricated by Cortana. If S.H.I.E.L.D. or any organization tried to investigate Uncle Nine, they would actually find some corresponding evidence. It wouldn't be a blank slate. In the past, all this work required Rorschach to manually manipulate things himself, relying on his world-class hacker skills. Tedious, time-consuming, and nowhere near as efficient as Cortana. Now, aside from some script-related matters, even the various aspects of Rorschach's daily life were handled seamlessly by Cortana. She was practically Rorschach's perfect personal assistant. Rorschach was, to say the least, extremely satisfied with this alluring super AI who not only possessed great capabilities, but also genuine human emotions. With Uncle Nine's matter wrapped up, it's time for the big show with the Defenders to continue. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, eagerly shifting his attention back to the Defenders' side. Hell's Kitchen, a deserted street. Looking around, Matt Murdock, Frank Castle, and Jessica Jones, the original trio of Defenders, were all present. Of course, Wu Youqi was there as well. Ever since his junior, Ling Lingi, had died in the battle against the statue fruit wielder, Wu Youqi had stepped in to take Ling Lingi's place and temporarily join forces with the Defenders. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Matt Murdock and Wu Youqi. Incredulity and astonishment were written across every face. "He almost killed you just by playing a few notes on a zither? That's honestly the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard." Jessica Jones shook her head again and again, unable to believe it. "Matt, no offense, I know your senses are incredibly sharp, but you are blind, so is it possible you made a mistake?" "Jessica's right," Frank Castle chimed in, agreeing. "How could music sound like a dagger and actually hurt you?" Even though they'd already witnessed resurrected statues, superpowered wristbands, and all sorts of bizarre things, the idea of music being a murder weapon just seemed too far-fetched. Despite all they'd been through, some things were still beyond belief. "No, Matt is telling the truth." Wu Youqi spoke up, his expression serious as he explained. "The two who attacked Matt are called Heaven's Cripple and Earth's Defect. They used to be the top-ranked assassins, and the Academy once tried to hunt them down, but they managed to escape. I never expected them to resurface here in Hell's Kitchen, working for Jinx." With Wu Youqi's impressive skills and his remarkable background, his words left no room for doubt. Jessica Jones and Frank Castle could no longer dismiss the story. After all, this was an officially certified figure from the Super God Academy. While the notion of killing with music was still difficult to accept, there was no denying that Heaven's Cripple and Earth's Defect were extremely dangerous individuals. Leaving aside that they nearly killed Matt, the fact that they'd managed to evade capture by the Super God Academy was already an astonishing feat. For this reason alone, Frank Castle and the others dared not take him lightly. "Wait a second." Just as everyone was about to say something more, Matt Murdock suddenly spoke, his expression turning grave. "Someone's watching us, right at the northeast corner." The people present all reacted, their faces shifting. Instinctively, they all turned to look in the direction Matt Murdock indicated. Sure enough, they spotted a head with curly hair cautiously peeking out, using a pile of junk for cover while keeping a close eye on them. The observers' movements were extremely subtle. If Matt hadn't pointed it out, no one would have noticed a thing. In an instant, The head disappeared the moment everyone's gaze swept over. Damn! With his extraordinary sense of hearing, Matt Murdock caught the low curse that escaped from their watcher. Chi control, scissors. Without wasting a word, Wu Liuqi flicked his hand, and his scissors shot into the air with a sharp whoosh. In a flash, the pair of scissors transformed into a streak of light, darting toward their target. In the blink of an eye, the weapon reached the hiding place, right in front of Dany Rand. A hidden weapon. Dany Rand's face tensed with caution. He dared not underestimate the danger. Now was no time to worry about whether he'd been exposed. He launched himself aside with the agile speed of a monkey. Clang! The projectile struck the wall next to Dany with such force that it left a pit in the concrete. Dany thought it was over, but to his astonishment, the weapon curved mid-air and boomeranged back toward him. What the? Dany was momentarily stunned. Legend value from Dany Rand, plus 367. He never imagined that a thrown weapon could change direction on its own, catching him completely off guard. All he could do was dodge in a hurry. Swish, swish, swish. Wu Liuqi's scissors relentlessly pursued Dany, one attack after another. If Dany had a weapon, he might have parried the attacks. But as someone who always fought barehanded, he was clearly at a disadvantage here. Swoosh! After dodging left and right several times, the scissors shot straight for Dany's throat. But thankfully, Wu Liuqi had no intention of killing. His scissors stopped, hovering right at Dany's throat. They didn't advance any further. As scissors? It was only now that Dany realized the deadly weapon that had hunted him so relentlessly was, in fact, just a pair of scissors. Was this some kind of joke? Since when could scissors do something so incredible? Legend value from Dany Rand plus 439. Who are you? Why were you spying on us? The defenders began closing in on Dany Rand, with Jessica Jones stepping forward, her gaze fixed on him, demanding answers. Wait, please, don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. Dany Rand quickly raised his voice to explain to the defenders. I'm here because of the hand. The hand? What's that? Jessica Jones frowned and grabbed Dany Rand's collar with force. Listen, you'd better come clean, or I'll show you that a woman's punch is nothing to scoff at. I'm looking for the hand, and I have reliable intel. They're hunting you down. So, I thought, maybe you could help me find the hand. I mean no harm, really. Dany Rand, feeling overwhelmed, quickly tried to explain himself to everyone. But where did Dany Rand get this information? There was no doubt. It was the work of some unscrupulous manipulator behind the scenes. Hold on a second. Frank Castle suddenly realized who Dany was. Aren't you that rich kid from Rand Enterprises? That's right, it's me. But more importantly, I am the immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun. My mission is to destroy the hand. Dany declared this to everyone, full of conviction. So we have a common enemy here. We're not each other's enemies. You keep going on and on about the hand and this fist business, but the truth is we've never even heard of this so-called fist organization. At this point, Jessica Jones was beginning to believe Dany might not actually be one of Jinx's people as she'd feared, but she still wasn't quite buying his story. Jessica, actually, Jinx is currently in charge of an organization, and it's called the Hand. Wu Liuqi spoke up quietly from the side, adding, didn't I mention this to you all before? Jessica Jones, why is it that such crucial intel is only coming out now? Sure enough, Wu Liuqi could be just as unreliable as Ling Lingi sometimes. But regardless, Wu Liuqi's information matched up with what Dany Rand had said. And, of course, everyone recognized that Dany really was that high-profile heir who'd been making headlines lately. So, the wariness and hostility toward Dany Rand faded quite a bit. Of course, there were still questions. For example, things like Immortal Iron Fist. No one really understood what that meant. Your Iron Fist? Wu Liuqi gave Dany Rand a once-over, a puzzled look on his face. But you look so weak. An Iron Fist shouldn't look that fragile, should he? Dany Rand. Who is this clown? If you've got nothing useful to say, maybe just keep quiet. You know about the Iron Fist? Dany shot Wu Liuqi a look full of irritation. Of course I do. Wu Liuqi rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, then made a request. Since you say your Iron Fist, why don't you light up your fist for us right now? Man, I'm not going to summon my chi just to prove a point. That's ridiculous. My chi is for fighting, not for settling doubts. Dany refused without hesitation. True, you'd need time to recover after summoning your chi. Wu Liuqi nodded in agreement. Who exactly are you? Why do you know so much about the Iron Fist? Dany Rand was genuinely astonished, staring hard at Wu Liuqi. In front of this clownish fellow, it was as if the Iron Fist had no secrets at all. Let's wait until I've proven you're really the Iron Fist. Then we can talk about all this, said Wu Liuqi, pausing to reconsider his approach. Maybe asking you to ignite your fist was a bit much. But surely telling us your master's name isn't too difficult, is it? If I tell you, Are you sure you'll know who I'm talking about? Dany Rand stared straight at Wu Yochi, eyes unblinking. That's none of your concern. But if you can't even say the name, then you're definitely an imposter. Before Wu Yochi could answer, Jessica Jones cut in, directing her words at Dany Rand. Lei Gong. Dany hesitated for a moment, but eventually gave a name. I was trained in Kunlun by Lei Gong, so I suppose he counts as my master. He's telling the truth. He is the Iron Fist. Wu Yochi nodded in affirmation to the other defenders gathered around. Only now did the group finally shed their last doubts about Dany Rand. The Immortal Iron Fist? What's that? And what's Kunlun? Matt Murdock turned his head toward Dany Rand, his tone laced with confusion. Why don't you explain things for your teammates? Dany shrugged, tossing the question right back to Wu Yochi. He was curious to see just how much Wu Yochi really knew about Kunlun. There's no time. Suddenly, Matt's expression sharpened, all senses on high alert. They're coming. At the same moment, Matt spun around to directly face one of the intersections, every muscle tensed. Clearly, whoever they were, it wouldn't be long before they appeared from that very direction. Heavenly Cripple and Earthly Defect. Frank Castle's face turned grim as well. Without a word, he drew his gun from its holster, ready for whatever was about to emerge. Jessica Jones, too, braced herself, steeling for a fight. Only Dany Rand looked completely baffled. Who's coming? Why do you all look so tense? It wasn't that Dany's mind worked slowly, though, admittedly, that played a part. But Heavenly Cripple and Earthly Defect hardly sounded like people's names. For someone hearing it for the first time, it was only natural not to connect it to humans. Haven't you been searching for the hand all this time? The two who are coming, they're with the hand, Wu Yochi said, pulling his scissors from his belt. Dany's eyes lit up with excitement. The hand. Had he finally found them? Maybe this trip hadn't been in vain after all. The hand. I've finally found you, Dany declared, his voice ringing with confidence. Only then did a thought hit him. He turned, frowning. Wait a minute. How did you even know members of the hand were coming? He looked Matt Murdock up and down, unable to hide his skepticism. No matter how you looked at it, this man was blind. Relying on a blind man for intel? It just didn't make sense. My hearing's just a bit sharper than most, Matt said casually, all senses on edge as he waited for Heavenly Cripple and Earthly Defect to appear. Mr. Rand, let me remind you, the two people coming this time are extremely, extremely dangerous. So unless it's a fight you absolutely can't avoid, I suggest you leave right now. Jessica Jones offered Dany Rand a well-intentioned warning. Although she might seem hot-tempered and a bit prone to violence, there's no denying that deep down, Jessica is a genuinely kind person. No, I won't leave. I've been searching for the hand for so long, and now I've finally found them. Dany Rand shook his head firmly, then added, Besides, I'm not as weak as you all seem to think. After all, he's the 66th Iron Fist of Kunlun. Dany Rand had to admit, being underestimated by Wu Yochi had really gotten under his skin. Seeing how determined Dany was, the other defenders didn't try to persuade him any further. They silently agreed to let Dany stay and fight alongside them. After all, judging by what Wu Yochi said, it didn't seem like this guy was just an ordinary person. Even if they weren't sure what Iron Fist really meant with a name like that, it was obvious his fist packed some serious power. Footsteps echoed softly. In the gaze of everyone present, the faint sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. Two Eastern men appeared before them, both dressed in long robes, wearing hats and dark sunglasses. Their appearance was plain enough, but everyone in the room could sense an indescribable pressure radiating from them. On their backs, each carried an ancient zither, carefully wrapped in white cloth. These were none other than Tion K and DK. Every muscle in Matt Murdock's body tensed instantly. Among everyone present, only he had faced the might of these two before. He knew all too well just how terrifying they truly were. Matt, are those the two who look like they're cosplaying? Jessica Jones stared intently at Tion K and DK, her voice low as she questioned Matt beside her. Matt nodded, his expression growing even more serious. Everyone, be careful. Their zither is deadly. A deadly zither? Dany Rand, never the sharpest thinker, was left utterly baffled by this cryptic warning. What does that mean? Are they really carrying a musical instrument? He whispered the question to Matt. That's right. That zither is their weapon. Matt nodded solemnly, explaining, I don't know how it works, but when they play it, it can unleash blades as sharp as daggers. What? Dany's voice shot up an octave, completely stunned. Play a zither and shoot out daggers? Was this some kind of joke? But he didn't have time to dwell on it. At that moment, Tion K turned toward Matt Murdock, surprise in his voice. You're still alive? Not only that, but you look as vigorous as ever. I must have underestimated you. You're clearly no ordinary man. Tell me, where's Madame Gao? Dany Rand paid no mind to whatever grudges might exist between Tion K, DK, and the defenders. He simply shouted at Tion K and DK. He's not one of the defenders. DK turned his head and spoke quietly to Tion K at his side. But then, without another word, he drew out his zither. No matter. It makes no difference. Killing defenders or killing anyone who got in their way. It was all the same to them. And although they didn't know who Dany Rand was, the moment they realized he was an enemy of Lady Gao, that made him an enemy of Jinx as well. So killing him was just as well. With Chi, guide the shears, Wu Yoshi acted without hesitation. At that moment, he thrust a finger at Tion K and DK. A flash of light burst forth from his scissors, shooting straight toward the pair. Frank Castle, never one for words, drew his pistol in one swift motion and pulled the trigger at Tion K and DK without mercy. A volley of gunshots rang out, bullets whistling through the air at their targets. At that critical instant, the white cloth strips wrapped around DK's ancient zither suddenly burst apart, as if struck by some inexplicable force. The strips broke into fluttering fragments, scattering in all directions. With a gentle thud, DK set the zither upright on the ground. At the same time, Tion K's hands moved deftly, plucking the strings in a rapid rhythm. A clear, melodious note rang out from the instrument. And just then, Wu Yochi's scissors and Frank Castle's bullets reached Tion K and DK. But in that very moment, as the zither sounded, a sharp, slicing noise cut through the air. Though Dany Rand and the other defenders couldn't see the blade-like force Matt Murdock had warned them about, they all heard the distinct whistle of something slicing through the air, a sound only a blade could make. A metallic clang echoed out. Wu Yochi's scissors were knocked away by the sound blade, sent spinning through the air. Frank Castle's bullets were sliced clean in half, the fragments clattering into the ground and leaving small craters in the earth. What just happened? What was that just now? Dany Rand was left utterly bewildered. Frank Castle and Jessica Jones were equally at a loss, unable to make sense of what they'd witnessed. Previously, when Matt Murdock had told them that zither music could kill like a dagger, they hadn't believed him, no matter what he said. But now, with just a few notes, the two musicians had created exactly that effect. No one could see the sound blades, but Wu Yochi's scissors and Frank Castle's bullets had most definitely been stopped. That was an indisputable fact. So what on earth was going on? Legend points from Frank Castle plus 456. Legend points from Jessica Jones plus 442. Legend points from Dany Rand plus 421. Another soft sound rang out. After successfully fending off the defenders' first wave of attacks, Tion K and DK swiftly switched to joint strike mode. Seated as if upon thin air, they rested the zither across their legs. For hands moved in concert, plucking and strumming the strings. A cascade of crystalline notes rang out, echoing in the air. The sound of the zither floated through the air, lingering and melodious. Yet beneath its enchanting beauty lurked a deadly menace. A sharp, slicing noise suddenly filled the air. Again, the air was sliced by that razor-sharp sound. All the defenders instantly picked up on the piercing whoosh of invisible blades, tearing through the atmosphere from every direction. Get down, it's dangerous. Matt Murdock was the first to dive behind nearby cover, shouting a warning to the others as he moved. But he hardly needed to say it. The rest of the team sensed the danger at once and reacted instinctively, dodging for safety. A thunderous barrage erupted all around them. Again, a deafening wave of destruction battered the surroundings. Just as they ducked behind cover, the world seemed to explode with the relentless shattering of objects close by. Their shelters were riddled, as if sprayed by machine gun fire. Blow after blow tore through, leaving what was once solid now riddled with gaping holes. Chunks of stone and fragments of wall blasted outward in all directions, flying through the air like shrapnel. The car Jessica Jones had chosen for shelter was especially devastated, its frame twisted and scarred with a terrifying number of fresh gashes. A tense silence fell, broken only by the sound of nervous gulps as everyone swallowed hard. Beads of cold sweat broke out on every defender's forehead. This was insane, utterly, unbelievably over the top. If they had hesitated for even a heartbeat, wouldn't they have ended up just like their ruined cover, shredded by nothing but the music those two were playing? Even a hail of submachine gun fire wouldn't have been any worse than this. What kind of supernatural zither music was this? No matter how you looked at it, the whole thing was chillingly bizarre. Again, the slicing sound filled the air. Again, the world shook with another barrage. And so it went. Under the overwhelming assault of Tion K and DK's sound blades, the defenders didn't even dare poke their heads out, let alone try to fight back. They could do nothing but cower behind their meager cover, as helpless as turtles hiding in their shells. Only Wu Liuqi, wielding his scissors with a shield of qi, could manage a feeble counterattack. But that didn't last long. His scissors were soon shattered by the barrage of sound blades. Though it stung their pride, the defenders had to admit they were being utterly routed by Tion K and DK. This can't go on. Huddled behind cover, Jessica Jones shouted to her teammates. Retreat. We have to pull back. Frank Castle immediately offered the suggestion. These two terrifying opponents would require a carefully crafted plan and thorough preparation to defeat. Rushing in like this, there was simply no way to win. Does the hand really have people this powerful? Dany Rand was left utterly dumbstruck. He'd tangled with the hand before. Sure, their people had skills, but nothing like this. This was in another league entirely. The music stopped. Wu Liuqi said in surprise. While everyone was still cowering like frightened turtles, the deadly music of Tion K and DK suddenly ceased. Stay alert. They've moved. 6 o'clock. Matt Murdock shouted, voice urgent. The group all turned to look, and sure enough, Tion K and DK had somehow slipped away from their original spot at the intersection and now appeared in new position. Their previous cover was now completely useless. A single, clear chime echoed through the tense air. The sound of the guqin rang out once more. A sharp, slicing noise tore through the air. Again, a storm of sonic blades shot forth in all directions. The defenders felt their scalps prickle with terror and instinctively dodged aside. But only those with exceptional skills, Wu Liuqi, Dany Rand, and Matt Murdock, managed to avoid the onslaught in time. Frank Castle, however, was a beat too slow. He let out a muffled groan as he collapsed to the ground. Several ghastly wounds appeared on his body in an instant. Frank! Jessica Jones cried out in alarm. This woman of brute strength hefted the car in front of her, using it as a shield. Only then did she manage to block the relentless barrage of sonic blades aimed at Frank Castle. Jessica hurled the car straight at Tion K and DK, then scooped Frank up from the ground. With a swift leap, she landed behind another piece of cover. It was only then that Jessica noticed blood seeping from a wound on her own abdomen. Though she'd managed to grab the car in time, she had still been a fraction too late. A sudden, resonant strum of the guqin. A phantom fist materialized from the vibrations, invisible yet powerful. It struck the car Jessica had thrown with a tremendous force. The car was sent flying backwards with a thunderous crash. Frank! Frank! Behind cover, Jessica pressed desperately on Frank Castle's wounds, trying to stem the bleeding. As for her own injuries, she had no time to worry about them now. Go! We have to go! Frank Castle seized Jessica's hand. If we don't, none of us are making it out of here. No, Frank. We're not leaving you behind. Matt Murdock's voice rang out, resolute and unwavering. Matt, there's no time for pointless arguments. You know this is the only way. Frank Castle's voice was growing weaker. Those two are too strong. We don't stand a chance against them. Wu Liuqi, think of something. Aren't you from the Super God Academy? You must have a way. In her panic, Jessica turned to Wu Liuqi, calling out for help. Her head was beginning to spin. She feared she might not last much longer herself. She didn't know if Wu Liuqi had a plan, but right now, if there was anyone left to count on, it had to be him. Following Jessica's lead, the rest of the group also fixed their hopes on Wu Liuqi. Even Dany Rand. In this dire moment, Wu Liuqi's extraordinary power and mysterious background made him the group's natural pillar. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. Wu Liuqi did not let them down. He actually had an answer. I can't shatter the moon like Master Wu Tion, but for these two, what I have should suffice. Wu Liuqi, you really do have a trump card. Jessica Jones was overjoyed. She had been grasping at straws, uncertain whether Wu Liuqi could help. After all, even if Wu Liuqi hailed from the Super God Academy, it was clear he was just as wary of Tion K and DK as the rest of them. What's more, Wu Liuqi had already said that Tion K and DK once managed to escape the pursuit of the Super God Academy. So even if Wu Liuqi couldn't do anything to his opponent, it wouldn't be surprising. But Jessica Jones never expected that Wu Liuqi could actually handle someone like that. This guy, he can even take down such a terrifying enemy. Dany Rand stared at Wu Liuqi, torn between shock and disbelief. The terror of Tion K and DK was beyond anything he had ever imagined. He could hardly believe there were people in the world so strange, so unpredictable, and so overwhelmingly powerful. Once, Dany Rand had been proud of his iron fist, but in the face of such power, it seemed laughable, not worth mentioning at all. If he went up against that foe, there would be no outcome but instant defeat. And this guy with the scissors, who looked a bit ridiculous, even was actually that strong? Wait a second, Wu Liuqi. Matt Murdock suddenly remembered something and hastily called out to Wu Liuqi for confirmation. Your ultimate move. It's not like 007's, is it? 007's ultimate move came at the cost of burning up his own life. If Wu Yochi's ultimate move was the same, Matt Murdock absolutely could not accept it. Hearing Matt Murdock's words, Jessica Jones began to feel anxious as well. Relax, my ultimate move isn't like that. Wu Yochi waved his hand dismissively, then swiftly pulled out a gourd and tossed it in front of Jessica Jones. Quick, give him a sip. And you're hurt too. Take a sip yourself. What is this? Jessica Jones, completely at a loss, picked up the gourd from the ground and gave it a shake. There was some liquid inside, but as for what exactly it was, Jessica Jones had no idea. Jessica, do as Wu Yochi says. Drink it, and your wounds will be healed. Matt Murdock brightened up and called out to Jessica Jones, I've tried it myself. Everyone who's used it swears by it. Drink it, and I'll get better. Jessica Jones looked skeptical, clearly taking Matt Murdock's words with a grain of salt. It wasn't that she didn't trust the potion in the gourd. They'd fought side by side for so long. There was a baseline of trust between them. It's just that she couldn't muster the same optimism as Matt Murdock. After all, Frank Castle's injuries were really severe. Come on, Frank, hurry up and take a sip. But Jessica Jones didn't dwell on it. She quickly helped Frank Castle up and gave him a sip from the gourd. And then, Jessica Jones was stunned to discover that all of Frank Castle's wounds had stopped bleeding. Not only that, but his face, which had been as pale as paper, suddenly regained a healthy flush. Incredible. I'm completely healed. Frank Castle sprang to his feet. He checked his condition and could only marvel at the results. He'd come back to life, good as new. What kind of miraculous elixir was this? Legend points from Frank Castle plus 551. Witnessing Frank Castle's miraculous return from the brink of death, Jessica Jones was stunned. How could she possibly hold back now? Without hesitation, she took a hearty swig from the gourd of healing potion. And then, plus 532 legend points from Jessica Jones. While Frank Castle and Jessica Jones were both restored to full strength, Wu Yochi himself was far from idle. He began to prepare his ultimate move in earnest. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Wu Yochi drew in a deep breath, brought his palms together, and assumed a striking stance. The pose itself didn't seem particularly complex, nor did it appear especially advanced, but in that instant, the defenders all felt an overwhelming aura and pressure radiate from Wu Yochi. It was as if, at that very moment, he had become an entirely different person. A sudden, ripping sound filled the air. The fabric of his clothes tore apart. Wu Yochi, once appearing rather lean, suddenly had his muscles swell at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a towering Hulk, with arms thicker than most people's legs and a chest that would put a bodybuilder to shame. Even the likes of Schwarzenegger, Stallone, or Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson would look like amateurs next to Wu Yochi now. This is unreal. Jessica Jones could hardly believe her eyes. The other defenders were equally dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. Was this even possible? Could human bodies' muscles really inflate to such proportions in mere seconds? It defied all logic. Hey man. Just then, Wu Yochi began to chant under his breath. His hands, still pressed together, drew back to his waist. Before their eyes, a dazzling sphere of energy began to form between his palms. It looked as though it had been conjured with the help of some top-tier special effects. The brilliance was so intense, it nearly blinded everyone present. This. Dany Rand was so shocked he could barely string together a sentence. It was clear just how shaken he was. He himself had mastered channeling the energy within his body to ignite his fist, yet Wu Yochi was shaping his energy into a literal sphere. In comparison, Dany felt like a complete novice. If even the Iron Fist was this rattled, Matt Murdock and the other defenders were at a total loss. Their very understanding of reality was collapsing. How could anyone create a glowing ball of energy with their bare hands? Utterly impossible, as all eyes remained locked on Wu Yochi. The energy sphere in his hands rapidly expanded, soon reaching the size of a human head. Everyone felt a suffocating sense of dread, their hearts pounding in their chests. It was clear to all. If that energy sphere exploded, they wouldn't stand a chance. They'd be obliterated on the spot. So, they have a true master among them after all. From a distance, even Tion K and DK, who had been relentlessly attacking the group, felt the terrifying surge of energy and immediately grew grim. It was a gravity they had never experienced before. Ding dong. Without another word, the two of them struck their instrument strings with force. Immediately, a battalion of soldiers, conjured from razor-sharp sound waves, sprang into existence. A squad of ghostly soldiers rode forward on horseback, wielding gleaming blades and broadswords, galloping wildly as they charged toward the defenders ahead. With a thunderous shout, Wu Yochi sprang into action, his hand striking out fiercely toward Tion K and DK. A sphere of energy in his palms suddenly erupted, transforming into a terrifying beam of light that shot forth. That fearsome power exploded instantly, as if the heavens and earth themselves were trembling under its force. Boom! The energy beam blazed through the air, striking the ghostly army conjured by Tion K and DK's sonic blades in an instant. The two forces collided head-on with tremendous force. A tidal wave of energy surged outward, a terrifying, unstoppable shockwave rippling in all directions like a violent storm at sea. The strongest technique of Tion K and DK, their formidable ghostly army, was reduced to nothing under the might of the energy beam, shattered like clay figurines in a hurricane, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What? Tion K and DK's faces changed drastically, their composure lost. That was their ultimate move. How could it be so completely overwhelmed? Boom! In the next moment, the energy beam, unstoppable as a landslide, crushed the ghostly army to dust. Almost without slowing, it struck Tion K and DK themselves in a flash. Clang! The zither in their hands shattered instantly into dust. Immediately after, the two of them convulsed violently, as if struck head-on by a speeding train, and were flung backward through the air. They were hurled at least 40 or 50 meters before crashing down. Thud! Thud! They hit the ground like rag dolls, landing in a heap. When everything finally settled, the blinding beam fading away, the thunderous roar subsiding, and Wu Yochi's turtle school energy dissipating, the defenders could only stare, utterly dumbfounded. Looking around, they saw that the very spot where Tion K and DK had stood was now a massive crater, at least a dozen meters wide, blasted out by Wu Yochi's attack. From the center of that pit, cracks radiated outward like a spiderweb, spreading in every direction. The damage extended for more than 100 meters. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, sharp intakes of breath echoing at the scene. Matt Murdock, Frank Castle, Jessica Jones, and Dany Rand, one and all, looked as if they'd been struck by lightning. They stared, petrified, at the devastation wrought by the turtle school energy, utterly stupefied. Frozen in place, they stood unmoving for several seconds, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Are you kidding me? One punch, and it blasted a crater more than 10 meters wide into the ground? Is this even human? Even a missile couldn't do better than that. Plus 1438 legend points from Matt Murdock. Plus 1324 legend points from Jessica Jones. Plus 1358 legend points from Frank Castle. Plus 1333 legend points from Dany Rand. So terrifying. At last, after a long moment, Jessica Jones managed to speak, her voice barely more than a dreamlike murmur. He looked at Wu Yochi as if he had just seen a ghost. Wu Yochi, are you sure you're human? If he were human, how could he possibly do something like that? Who on earth is this guy? How can anyone be so monstrous? Dany Rand stared fixedly at Wu Yochi, feeling as if all the knowledge he had accumulated during his time in Kunlun had just been shattered to pieces. After all, when he defeated the immortal Shou Lao in Kunlun and became the next Iron Fist, he believed he had already mastered the world's most powerful force. But now looking at things, what a joke. Compared to that turtle school energy blast, his Iron Fist was so insignificant, it wasn't even worthy of carrying its shoes. Dany Rand was genuinely shaken to his core. At that moment, the exaggeratedly swollen muscles on Wu Yochi's body quickly receded, and the original, slightly skinny Wu Yochi reappeared. Yet now, Wu Yochi looked utterly drained, as if he had just survived a serious illness. His body swayed unsteadily, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Wu Yochi! Matt Murdock, quick as lightning, reached out and caught Wu Yochi before he could fall. He couldn't help but show a look of obvious concern. Jessica Jones and Frank Castle, standing to the side, were just as anxious, each holding their breath in worry. They were genuinely afraid Wu Yochi might follow in Ling Lingi's tragic footsteps. I'm fine, just completely exhausted. Honestly, I feel like I don't have a single ounce of strength left in me. Wu Yochi panted for breath, sounding incredibly weak. Would a sip of this help? Jessica Jones immediately handed over the gourd of healing potion. I'm just worn out, not injured. Wu Yochi waved her off, tucking the gourd safely away. Besides, there's only a little bit of this healing potion left, barely enough for one more use. Better not waste it. Let me help. Dany Rand volunteered, stepping right up to Wu Yochi. He placed his hands on Wu Yochi's body and closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, both of his palms began to glow with a golden light. That's right. Dany Rand was channeling his chi. His chi wasn't just a weapon. It also had healing and restorative powers. In fact, according to legend, not only could it heal and restore, but it could also hypnotize and even allow the spirit to leave the body. It was almost unbelievable. So, this is what it means to light up your fists? Jessica Jones watched with amazement. It's bizarre, sure, but after seeing music that can kill and energy blast stronger than missiles, fists that glow are honestly not that surprising anymore. Frank Castle didn't say a word, but he was just as stunned on the inside. Today, he had witnessed more wonders than he could have ever imagined. All right, Iron Fist, I've got some strength back. No need to waste any more of your chi. Soon, Wu Liuqi, feeling a bit better, patted Dany Rand on the shoulder, and Dany stopped at just the right moment. Just as Wu Liuqi had said, his chi was precious. Best not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that Wu Liuqi was unharmed, only then did everyone at the scene turn their attention to Tion K and DK, who were lying on the ground in utter misery and disgrace. Are they dead? Dany Rand asked instinctively, struck by such a terrifying chi blast. There's no way they could survive, right? No, they're not dead. Matt Murdock replied with absolute certainty. Their hearts are still beating. How do you know that? Dany Rand's face was full of doubt. They were over 100 meters away, and he hadn't gone over to check. How could he be so sure? As I said, my hearing is a bit more sensitive than most, Matt Murdock shrugged. Dany Rand was left speechless. You can hear someone's heartbeat from this far away? That's just a bit sensitive. You really are modest. Since they're still alive, everyone, I'll take them back to the academy, Wu Liuqi announced, glancing at the crowd around him. Given that Tion K and DK were fugitives originally captured by the Super God Academy, no one present had any objections. As expected of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, what power! Even Rorschach, who had long since read Dragon Ball and knew how devastating the Kamehameha could be, was stunned by the spectacle Wu Liuqi created. After all, reading about it in a comic is one thing. Experiencing it firsthand is something else entirely. When Wu Liuqi unleashed that blast, Rorschach could vividly sense the world-shaking energy through several of his character cards. The impact on his mind and spirit was beyond words. What a shame. The Kamehameha is a single-use skill card. Rorschach couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Such a powerful move, and Wu Liuqi had used it up in one go. It really was a pity. But when he checked his legend points again, well, Rorschach thought to himself perhaps he should learn to be content. Tion K and DK are out of commission for now, but the fun doesn't stop here. Soon enough, Rorschach shook off these distracting thoughts and refocused on stirring up trouble. While the defenders clashed with Jinx these past days, Rorschach hadn't been idle. He had been making the necessary preparations all along. After all, since unlocking the Gunslinger Priest, he still hadn't made an entrance, and the soul transference technique, a skill practically made for mischief, had yet to be used. Previously, Rorschach had never found the right opportunity, but now, the time had finally come. Star Tower. Private parking lot. Listen, I've already sent you the itinerary. Every time and place is clearly marked. There won't be any problems. I expect you not to let me down. Obadiah Stane, a cigar clamped between his lips, spoke on the phone from a deserted corner. Don't worry, Mr. Stane. I'll deliver that man's head to you. Came a deep, gravelly voice from the receiver. But the rest of the payment, make sure it's on time. Do you think I look like someone who's short on cash? Obadiah Stane snorted coldly, once again emphasizing with force. Just do what you're supposed to do, and you'll get every cent you deserve. No more, no less. Wait for my good news. Beep, beep, beep. With that, the call ended. Obadiah Stane tugged at his collar, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and only then walked over to his luxury car. He opened the door and slipped inside. Let's go, he instructed his driver offhandedly. Where to, Mr. Stane? But suddenly, a stranger's head turned from the driver's seat, flashing Obadiah Stane a cryptic, knowing grin. Who are you? What do you want? Obadiah Stane was taken aback. His driver had actually been replaced. Clearly, someone was targeting him. Yet, no matter the situation, Obadiah Stane was a seasoned player. Though surprised, he kept his composure, trying to communicate calmly with this unfamiliar man. Even if I told you everything, you'd forget it soon enough anyway. So I think I'll save my breath. The stranger in front finished speaking, and without warning, swung his fist, landing a heavy blow on Obadiah Stane's head. Obadiah Stane staggered. He didn't even have time to react before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Who knows how much time passed before Obadiah Stane slowly regained consciousness. As he woke, he found himself in a remarkably shabby room, clearly brought here by someone. Stane, you're awake. A voice sounded right beside him. It was oddly familiar. Obadiah Stane turned his head on instinct and was immediately startled. Stark, where are we? Why are you here? That's actually what I was about to ask you. I woke up 5 minutes before you and found myself lying here in the same room as you. Tony Stark, even now, still had that careless, irreverent air about him. Thank goodness I woke up 3 meters away from you, so at least we can say nothing strange happened while we were out. Tony, you were kidnapped too? Hearing Tony Stark's words, and thinking back on his own experience, Obadiah Stane instantly realized what had happened. Obviously, Tony Stark shrugged, stepped forward, and helped Obadiah Stane to his feet. Kidnapped? What a novel experience. I've never had anything like this happen to me before. I suppose this is new for you too, right, Stane? Obadiah Stane had no time for Stark's jokes. He immediately started searching himself. He doubted they'd let him keep his phone, but he couldn't rest easy until he checked for himself. Once he confirmed there was no such careless oversight, Obadiah Stane moved on to check the door, window, and other possible escape routes, looking for any chance at self-rescue. Don't waste your energy. Tony Stark sat calmly where he was. Seriously, if someone managed to kidnap the two of us at the same time, whoever it is, do you really think they'd leave us any chance to escape? Obadiah Stane's movements gradually came to a halt. Tony was right. The two of them, without a doubt, were the most powerful figures in all of New York. Their connections in the military and political circles were deeply rooted and intertwined. To target either one of them wasn't merely a challenge to Stark Industries. It was a direct provocation against both the military and the government. And to go after both of them at the same time, that was utterly unthinkable. To put it bluntly, it was nothing short of a death wish. In such circumstances, whoever was orchestrating all this from behind the scenes would have planned every step with absolute precision. How could they possibly let the two of them turn the tables so easily? All right, whoever you are, you must want something from us if you've gone to such lengths to bring us here. But unless you speak up, we'll never know what it is, will we? Tony Stark cast a quick glance at the surveillance camera in the corner, then continued in his usual easy tone. So, isn't it about time for you to show yourself? The door creaked open. A stranger, a young man neither of them recognized, stepped into the room. Do you have any idea what you've done? Listen, whoever you are, you're finished. Obadiah Stane jabbed a finger menacingly at the young man. And he wasn't just bluffing. To go after the two of them meant that the military, the FBI, the CIA, countless agencies would be mobilized at once, coming down on the perpetrator with the harshest retribution. No one could possibly get away with this. But before that happens, you'll need us to accomplish whatever you're after, and we'll use that as leverage for our survival. So, shall we get started? Tony Stark spread his hands in a gesture of open negotiation. Yet the stranger offered no explanation. Instead, he simply walked right up to the two men. He reached out and seized them both. Soul transfer technique. Soul transfer technique? What on earth was that? That was the final thought flashing through the minds of Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane. In the next instant, they were overwhelmed by a dizzying, whirling sensation. An inexplicable force seemed to create a powerful vortex, as if it were sucking their very souls away. And then, everything went black, and they lost all consciousness. What's going on? What just happened? When Obadiah Stane opened his eyes again, he was instantly struck by a profound sense of wrongness throughout his entire body. It was a feeling that defied description. It wasn't pain, nor discomfort, nor any physical sensation he could name. It was simply an overwhelming sense that something was terribly off. But what exactly was wrong? He couldn't quite say. Out of the corner of his eye, Obadiah Stane noticed that same strange young man, sitting casually in a battered old recliner, leisurely trimming his nails. With a sudden surge, Obadiah shot up from where he lay. He couldn't be bothered to figure out what was wrong with his body. All that mattered was demanding answers. Pointing at the young man, he barked, "What did you do to me?" Wait, what was that? The moment he spoke, Obadiah was jolted by a shock. Why did his voice sound like that? Hold on. Not only his voice, when did his physique get this good? Where's his big belly? And Obadiah Stane reached up and touched his own forehead. What was going on? He was sure he'd been bald, so why was there hair on top of his head now? Panic set in. For once, Obadiah Stane, who had always maintained his composure, was truly unsettled. Because what was happening to him now was far beyond anything he could understand. What did you do to me? Soul transference technique? What's that supposed to mean? Obadiah stared at the unfamiliar young man, his eyes wide with shock and anger. Don't look at me like that, as if I've done something terrible to you. In fact, you've hit the jackpot. The young man spoke casually, handing Obadiah a mirror he'd prepared in advance. Obadiah took the mirror and looked. Boom! It felt as if his brain had exploded. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Who was staring back at him? Tony Stark. How could his face possibly be Tony Stark's? What kind of sick joke was this? Legend points from Obadiah Stane plus 687. I've actually turned into Tony? Then what about Tony? For a few seconds, Obadiah stood frozen, before the reality of the situation dawned on him. That's right, Tony has become you now. Don't you think that's rather interesting? The young man confirmed Obadiah's suspicion. Interesting? Obadiah wanted to curse at him. Was this guy insane? How could this possibly be interesting? This was downright horrifying. But on second thought, Obadiah quickly realized, maybe this wasn't so bad after all. After all, hadn't he always wanted to take back everything that should have belonged to him from Tony Stark? He'd even gone as far as to hire someone to assassinate Tony. And now, he'd skipped all the steps and struck at the root. He had become Tony directly. All at once, everything was settled. I don't know why you did this, but if I want to remain this way forever, what price do I have to pay? After a moment of contemplation, Obadiah made this earnest request to the young man. To stay this way forever? Are you sure that's what you really want? Have you forgotten what you've set in motion? Just a friendly reminder, Rhodey's plane is waiting at the airport. In 30 minutes, it'll be on its way to Afghanistan. A mocking smile played on the young man's lips. Obadiah was taken aback. There was no mistaking the implication in the young man's words. He actually knew what Obadiah had been plotting in secret. His arrangement with the 10 rings had been incredibly well hidden. How could anyone have found out? Legend points from Obadiah Stane plus 332. As for Rhodey's plan about to take off, that wasn't really an issue for Obadiah. Now that he'd become Tony Stark, he could simply contact the 10 rings and call off the hit. But would Rorschach really let Obadiah get what he wanted so easily? He had gone through all this painstaking trouble, and it certainly wasn't to hand out favors to Obadiah Stane. What exactly do you know? Obadiah Stane fixed his gaze on the mysterious young man, his face more solemn than ever. And what is it that you're really after? There's no point in discussing any of this. The young man simply shook his head, unwilling to waste more words on Obadiah Stane. Calmly, he pulled out a pair of sunglasses and slid them onto his face. Then, he reached into his pocket and produced a sleek silver stick, holding it up before his eyes. Obadiah Stane was still puzzling over what that thing could be. A flash of light burst from the memory eraser in the young man's hand. Obadiah Stane's mind went blank, as if he'd been put under a hypnotic trance. Forget I ever existed. And from now on, you're Tony Stark. You'll soon board Rhodey's plane to Afghanistan and carry out the deal. You'll only remember your true identity when you're kidnapped and trapped in a cave. After a moment of confusion, Obadiah Stane quickly accepted the memories the young man had implanted in his mind. The door creaked open. Happy Silhouette appeared before Obadiah Stane, waving him over. Come on, Tony, we're going to be late. That's right, Rhodey's waiting for us. Without hesitation, Obadiah Stane hurried after Happy and quickly left the room. Of course, the Happy here wasn't the real Happy. He was nothing more than a wax figure reanimated by Rorschach using the Akamana Golden Tablet. Aside from causing all sorts of mischief, the Akamana Golden Tablet was also incredibly handy for creating useful helpers. Rorschach, in fact, was quite pleased with this particular artifact. While Happy was escorting Obadiah Stane to meet up with Rhodey, Tony Stark was just waking up in the back seat of Obadiah Stane's car. Much like Obadiah Stane moments ago, Tony Stark's face was clouded with confusion and bewilderment. The last thing he remembered was being in a strange room somewhere, and that mysterious man had used some kind of soul-shifting technique on him. Then, he'd blacked out completely. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting inside a car. Tony Stark had absolutely no idea what had just happened. Soul-shifting technique? What the hell is that? What did that guy do to us? A deep unease gnawed at him, and he quickly began checking himself over. Wait a minute. What's with this big belly? And these clothes? When would I ever be caught dead in something this outdated and tacky? This was exactly the kind of outfit only Stane would wear. And why does my head feel so cold? Just like that time, the unreliable hairdresser Wu Liuchi shaved me bald. Panic set in. Tony Stark was in full-blown panic mode. He couldn't sit still a moment longer. He yanked down the vanity mirror on the driver's side. Boom. With just one glance, Tony Stark's mind exploded. Stunna. This has got to be some kind of sick joke. He actually saw Stane in the mirror. Legend points from Tony Stark plus 995. No, this can't be real. It can't be happening. Tony Stark's voice trembled, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, unable to accept what he saw no matter what. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst out of the car, instantly recognizing the underground parking lot of Stark Industries, and rushed straight into Stark Tower. Mr. Stane, Mr. Stane, Mr. Obadiah. Every employee of Stark Industries who passed by greeted Tony Stark with utmost respect and courtesy. Tony Stark ignored them all, charging directly into the restroom and stopping in front of the full-length mirror. Boom. No, how could this be? Tony Stark staggered, as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing to the ground. He had actually turned into Obadiah Stane. Legend points from Tony Stark, plus 1,578. What a sick joke is this? Tony Stark dazedly touched his now aged face, frozen in shock. He simply couldn't believe that such a bizarre thing could really happen in this world. Creak, creak. After several seconds of stunned silence, Tony Stark suddenly lunged forward to turn on the faucet. He thrust his bald head directly under the running water. Whoosh! A torrent of icy water poured down, chilling Tony Stark to the bone, gradually restoring a measure of his sanity. That guy. Yes, it's all that guy's doing. I have to find him, and fast. As Tony Stark calmed down, his mind grew clearer. He immediately knew what he had to do. He began retracing the entire process of his abduction, ready to check surveillance footage and investigate any personnel possibly involved, whatever needed to be done. These steps went without saying. Tony Stark became completely absorbed in his tasks, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. It wasn't until Obadiah Stane's secretary hurried over with a report that he snapped back to the present. Mr. Stane, something terrible has happened. We've just received word. Mr. Stark was attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan. All his security detail were killed, and Mr. Stark's whereabouts are unknown. What did you say? Boom. It was as if Tony Stark had been struck by a bolt from the blue, his expression changing dramatically. Even his voice turned into a stammer. Anyone, no matter how oblivious, could see how devastating this news was for Obadiah Stane. I never imagined Mr. Stane cared so much about Mr. Stark. The secretary couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Just look at Mr. Stane's face. Someone who didn't know better might think he'd lost his own parents. This godfatherly uncle to Tony Stark truly loves him. So moving. Tell me exactly what happened. Leave nothing out. Tony Stark seized the secretary, his voice still shaking. After all, that was his own body. Absolutely nothing must go wrong. Legend points from Tony Stark, plus 888. Mr. Stane, you're hurting me, the secretary said, her voice tinged with pain. Yet she felt all the more touched by the bond between Stane and Tony, the affection between uncle and nephew shining through. Moved by this, she told Tony Stark everything she had learned, recounting every detail without holding anything back. Afterward, Tony Stark got in touch with Colonel Rhodes, seeking a thorough account of what had happened. Despair settled deeper on his face with every word. Now, a terrible truth had become undeniable. Tony Stark, or rather, Tony Stark's body, had indeed been the target of a brutal attack and was now missing. There was even a chance he might already be dead. With a heavy thud, Tony Stark collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing his temples with all his might. His head felt so swollen and tangled, it was as if it might explode at any moment. First, he'd inexplicably been swapped into Obadiah Stane's body by some kind of soul transference magic. Before he could even figure out what to do about that, another catastrophic blow had landed. Why was his luck so abysmal? But Tony Stark had no idea. This was only the beginning. Just then, he noticed the faint sound of a phone ringing somewhere on him. Patting himself down, he quickly found a satellite phone in his pocket. He had no idea who the caller might be, so without hesitation, he hung up. But almost immediately, the phone rang again. After 2 or 3 persistent calls, Tony Stark, thoroughly annoyed, finally answered. Listen, whoever you are, I'm in the middle of something really important. Why didn't you tell us the person you wanted killed was Tony Stark? The other person cut him off bluntly, completely ignoring whatever Tony was trying to say. Obadiah Stane, you're going to pay dearly for your lies. The price for killing Tony Stark just went up. What on earth? Tony Stark was stunned, left utterly speechless. All this talk about killing Tony Stark, was this some kind of twisted prank? Excuse me, kill Tony Stark? I have no idea what you're talking about. Tony blurted out, saying exactly what was on his mind. Don't play games with me. Check your email. We'll discuss the new fee later. I'll be in touch, the voice barked. The line went dead with a sharp click. Tony Stark quickly checked Obadiah Stane's computer, and sure enough, there was an encrypted email waiting for him. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Tony. He cracked it open in no time. A video popped up, a video of Tony Stark being kidnapped. Boom. His mind felt like it exploded all over again. Yes, again. In just half a day, Tony Stark had lost count of how many times his brain had felt like it was blowing apart. So, that call just now, was it real? Not a prank. Stane, the man he'd always regarded as an uncle, actually wanted him dead? Legend points from Tony Stark, plus 666. At that very moment, where am I? Inside a cave deep within the endless deserts of Afghanistan, Obadiah Stane slowly opened his eyes, his mind clouded and disoriented. With great effort, he took in his surroundings, realizing he was in an extremely dim cave. A man, bald just like him, or rather, like his former self, was shaving his beard nearby. He was about to ask the man what was going on, when suddenly, it was as if a hidden switch inside his subconscious had been flicked. A flood of buried memories surged up, as unstoppable as the tide. Obadiah Stane was left utterly stunned, frozen in place. I'm not Tony Stark. I'm not Tony Stark. I'm Obadiah Stane, he murmured, almost in disbelief. It all came rushing back to him. Everything. You took quite a hit. Your mind must be a mess right now. I suspect you've got a concussion, but unfortunately, there's no equipment here, and I'm not a doctor. So, there's nothing we can do to check you out, said the man who was shaving. This was Enel, the scientist who would later sacrifice himself for Tony Stark. Enel turned around, concern etched on his face. You must have a lot of questions. Let me help you get your bearings. This is the Ten Rings hideout, isn't it? Obadiah Stane let out a bitter laugh. After all, he himself had masterminded this attack. How could he not know who was behind it? By the original plan, he should have been killed. The fact that he was still alive was a surprise, and he could not quite figure it out. He didn't have to wonder for long. Soon, members of the Ten Rings arrived and laid out their demand. They wanted him to build the Jericho missile. What? Was this some kind of twisted joke? Obadiah Stane was utterly dumbfounded. He didn't have the first clue about building a Jericho missile. He couldn't even cobble together a homemade bomb. I'm not Tony Stark. Tell them, he pleaded desperately. As unbelievable as it sounds, I swear I'm telling the truth. I'm not Tony, he insisted, sweat pouring down his face as he begged Enel to translate for him. I don't know the first thing about making a Jericho missile. His head throbbed with anxiety as he pleaded with Enel, hoping for some help. Stark, what are you doing? Enel hissed, exasperated. You can't possibly think a ridiculous lie like that will get us out of this. Listen, I know you don't want to build their missile, but at this point, neither of us has a choice. Lie? What lie? Obadiah was on the verge of tears. He was telling the truth, for heaven's sake. But Enel had a point. No ordinary person would believe such a story. What are you two whispering about over there? Think you can pull tricks on me? Barked a burly, bearded lieutenant of the Ten Rings, his patience snapping as he saw Enel and Obadiah talking privately. Without another word, he raised his gun and struck each of them hard on the head with the butt. Thud! Thud! The force of the blows was enough to make their heads ring, pain shooting through their skulls as both Obadiah Stane and Enel collapsed to the ground. As for Ethan, there's no need to say much. Being locked up here, getting beaten, was just business as usual for him. But Obadiah Stane had always lived a life of luxury and privilege. When had he ever been treated like this before? The shock and pain were simply overwhelming. I can't do it. Tell him, I can't build missiles. I really can't. Disheveled and desperate, Obadiah Stane lay sprawled on the ground, shouting hoarsely at Ethan. At this point, he no longer cared if anyone understood who he truly was. All he wanted was to make them believe this simple fact. He couldn't build missiles. But how could the members of the Ten Rings believe him? In their eyes, Tony Stark was just making excuses, flatly refusing their demands. What a man of unbending will. They were impressed. Even the bearded leader couldn't help but give Obadiah Stane a nod of approval. He'd always assumed these trust fund kids were cowards who would break at the slightest threat. Never did he expect that the man before him was a true warrior. If that's the case, what more was there to say? Time to get serious. At his command, the bearded leader's men began subjecting Obadiah Stane to brutal torture. Soon, the cave was filled with his agonized screams, echoes of pain so intense it sounded as though they were butchering a pig. The ordeal lasted over half an hour. By the time Obadiah Stane finally passed out from the torment, he still hadn't given in. He stubbornly insisted, over and over, that he didn't know how to build the Jericho missile. Ethan was in awe. His impression of Tony Stark, the infamous playboy, was utterly transformed. This was no spoiled, decadent rich kid. This was a true hero. A rush of cold water splashed over his head, and Obadiah Stane drifted back to consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the bearded men still looming nearby. They were flexing their muscles, cracking their knuckles, vicious smiles stretching across their faces. It was clear they hadn't had their fill yet. No, Obadiah Stane's howl was filled with pain and utter despair. Legend points from Obadiah Stane plus 999. Wait a minute. Seeing the bearded leader pull a red-hot branding iron from the fire, Obadiah Stane couldn't help but tremble, losing all composure as he howled in terror. But the bearded man paid no heed. He jabbed the branding iron closer, right up to Obadiah Stane's face. Obadiah could feel the searing heat radiating from it with terrifying clarity. Wait, I want to see your leader, Raza. Desperate, Obadiah Stane roared at the bearded man. After enduring so much, the old fox had finally thought of a way to save himself. Ethan translated for him, and the bearded leader's face twisted with surprise. How did Tony Stark know the name of their leader? Suspicious, the bearded man pressed Obadiah for an answer. It's Stan. I overheard it from Stan. I never dare believe it was true, but I can't believe it really is. Listen, I've also heard some other things from Stan. Things that don't bode well for you. Obadiah spoke with complete conviction. But how could the bearded man simply trust Obadiah Stane so easily? After all, someone who's made a name for himself in the 10 Rings isn't a fool, much less someone to be taken in so readily. Yet, as Obadiah Stane began to reveal the details of their dealings, piece by piece, the bearded man's expression changed to one of shock. With the facts laid bare before him, he had no choice but to believe what Obadiah Stane was saying. "What exactly did you overhear?" the bearded man asked in a low, grave voice. "I'll tell you," Obadiah replied, "but you have to promise to let me go. You really think you're in any position to bargain?" The bearded man let out a cold, dismissive chuckle, pressing the red-hot iron even closer to Obadiah Stane's face. I'll talk. Just get that thing away from me." Obadiah Stane immediately caved in. Truthfully, he was only putting on a show. He never expected these terrorists to honor any promise. But in his current predicament, he'd be a fool not to at least try to negotiate for his own sake. And now, under pressure, Obadiah Stane spilled the truth as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Stane plans to get rid of you too. He'll never find where our base is," the bearded man scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. "Governments from half the world have tried to eliminate them, and yet here they still were, alive and well. There's a mole among you, Stane's spy. You're not nearly as safe as you think. Use your head. If you kill me, do you really think Stane would leave himself exposed like that?" At that, the bearded man's smile faded. Because, logically, there wasn't anything wrong with what Obadiah Stane was saying. And since Tony Stark had been able to recount, without missing a beat, the specifics of the deals between Obadiah and their group, the bearded man was actually inclined to believe Tony Stark. "This place isn't safe anymore. If Obadiah finds us, we're all dead. We have to move out right now." Obadiah Stane shouted at the bearded man with great urgency. His real aim, of course, was just to buy himself a little more time. And, as a bonus, to throw Tony Stark under the bus once more. As it turned out, this tactic worked like a charm. The bearded man immediately left, his face grave, and reported everything he'd learned from Obadiah Stane to his leader, Raza. Raza, for his part, was even more inclined to believe it. Not long ago, he'd received a call from Obadiah Stane himself, and the man's attitude had taken a sudden turn. Now he was saying he no longer wanted Tony Stark dead, that they should let him go, and even offered to pay extra for it. Was this some kind of joke? Did he think he was haggling over vegetables at a market stall? Who just changes their mind at the drop of a hat? And as far as Raza knew, Obadiah Stane was nothing but a complete scoundrel. One of the worst of the worst. Why would a man like that suddenly grow a conscience? Something wasn't right. Something was very wrong. But now, hearing what the bearded man had to say, Raza finally found a plausible explanation. That guy must be planning to take him out the moment he handed over Tony Stark. That's just like Obadiah Stane, ruthless to the core. What a classic Stane move. Rita let out a cold laugh. "But you're underestimating the 10 Commandments, gang, far too much." After a brief pause for thought, Rita reached out to Obadiah Stane, once again, laying out a condition for him. If they wanted Tony Stark released, this matter would have to be negotiated face to face. Tony Stark knew full well how dangerous this was, but to save his own skin, he was left with no choice but to risk it all. He took the gamble and agreed to meet with Rita. And the result? Rita captured Tony Stark as well. She locked him up in the same cave where Obadiah Stane was being held. With a heavy clang, the iron door slammed shut. As Tony Stark, who had just been shoved to the ground, got to his feet, he immediately spotted a figure he knew all too well. His anger erupted on the spot. In a flash, he lunged straight at Obadiah Stane, shouting, "Stane! Tony!" Obadiah Stane was startled. All those lies he'd spun were just to buy himself more time, to try and save his own neck. But to turn around and see Rita had managed to capture Tony too? Her efficiency was almost absurd. Off to the side, Ethan was left dumbfounded. What was going on with these two? Why did they shout each other's names the moment they met, as if the other didn't know who they were? Had they both taken a blow to the head? "I've always respected you. I even saw you as an uncle. And yet, you try to have me killed." Tony Stark, seething with rage, grabbed Stane by the collar, demanding answers through gritted teeth. "What are you talking about?" Obadiah Stane tried to play dumb, even now. "Don't treat me like an idiot. I got that call from the bald guy, and I saw the email he sent you. I know everything." Tony's anger showed no sign of fading. His eyes blazed with fury. "Don't be so naive. I'm just taking back what should have been mine all along." Obadiah Stane snorted coldly, dropping the act. Ethan was stunned yet again. Tony Stark wanted to kill Obadiah Stane? What in the world was happening here? Was the richest playboy in all of New York really this ruthless? Ethan's mind spun, unable to process it all for a long moment. All this time, he thought Tony Stark was just an arrogant, spoiled heir. But now, he realized how wrong he had been. enduring torture for over half an hour without breaking, and even daring to plot against someone like Obadiah Stane. Now that was true courage. Legend points from Ethan Hunt, plus 54. Gentlemen. After watching this family feud play out for a while, Ethan couldn't help but interrupt, helplessly. Maybe the two of you should put your grievances aside. For now, at the moment, we're all in the same boat. Instead of fighting among ourselves, we should be thinking about how we're going to survive tomorrow. Obadiah Stane's face darkened immediately. How to survive tomorrow? Since the threat he had orchestrated with his own hands no longer existed, didn't that mean he'd have to be forced into making the Jericho missile again? But Obadiah Stane's gaze flickered over to Tony Stark on the other side, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With Tony here, this problem would be easily solved. All it took was a little deception. Listen, Tony. Obadiah Stane put on a serious face as he began explaining to Tony Stark. Tomorrow they're going to force me to build the Jericho missile. We have no other options, so I need you to make that missile for me. I know, they won't let us go in the end, but at least we'll stay alive for now. While we're still breathing, we can think of another way out. At first, Tony Stark flatly refused. How could he possibly help the Ten Rings build such a weapon of mass destruction? But soon, Tony saw things differently. He knew he'd never actually make a missile for them. But during this time, he could build something else, something that would help them escape. So, Tony agreed to Obadiah's plan. For the time being, uncle and nephew had finally reached an uneasy truce. Just as Obadiah predicted, the very next day, the bearded warlord appeared again. He demanded that Obadiah build the missile. This time, Obadiah didn't put up a fight. He agreed at once. He even insisted he needed Obadiah Stane as his assistant, managing to keep Tony Stark in the cave and out of immediate danger. What happened next hardly needs to be spelled out. Tony Stark began stringing the 10 rings along, all the while secretly working on his suit of iron armor. Meanwhile, at that very moment, a visitor arrived to see Wu Liuqi, Pepper Potts. Pepper's reason for seeking out Wu Liuqi was simple. She wanted to ask for his help in rescuing Tony Stark. Thanks to the camphor wristband incident, Tony Stark had done thorough research on the Defenders. So Tony Stark knew all about the Super God Academy, and he hadn't kept his investigation secret from Pepper Potts. So she, too, was aware of this mysterious and incredibly powerful organization, which is why she had come to him now. I'm due to return to the Academy in a couple of days. I'm afraid I won't have time. Wu Liuqi shook his head, leaving Pepper instantly anxious and disappointed. Mr. Wu Liuqi, I know my request is a bit much, but could I beg you to delay your return for a little while? I'm truly out of options. Ms. Potts, please don't worry. Wu Liuqi interrupted her gently. Though I have to go back to the Academy, I have a friend who happens to be in New York right now. I can ask him to help rescue Tony Stark. A radiant joy lit up Pepper Potts' face at these words. Inside the cave. Tony, what on earth are you doing? Obadiah Stane stared at the drawings Tony Stark had sketched, his face flushed with a mix of anger and anxiety. I know you don't want to build the missiles, but couldn't you at least pretend? What are these? Do you really think they're fools? Anyone could tell at a glance. Those things were definitely not missiles. Even if those terrorists weren't exactly scholars, the difference was so glaring that sooner or later, someone would notice. And if they did figure it out, wouldn't that be the end of them? Tony was playing fast and loose with both their lives. Obadiah Stane was far from pleased. I don't owe you an explanation. In fact, I don't even want to speak to you. Could you do me a favor and just keep your mouth shut? You're making me feel like I've swallowed a fly, disgusted and sick to my stomach. Tony Stark fired back, cold and merciless. After finding out what Obadiah had done to him, Tony truly couldn't muster a single ounce of goodwill toward the man. Listen, Tony. Clang. Suddenly, the heavy iron door was thrown open with a crash. Rita strode in, flanked by a group of henchmen, making a bold and intimidating entrance right before the eyes of Obadiah Stane and Tony Stark. The sudden intrusion immediately made the two tense up. This is bad. Rita must be here to check on the missile progress. If he caught wind of anything suspicious, it'd be over for them. But, to both Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane's astonishment, Rita did nothing of the sort. He didn't even ask a single question. Take them away. With a stony face, Rita issued a curt command to his men. Without another word, his henchmen stepped forward and seized Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane. Where are you taking us? What do you want? A growing sense of dread crept over both Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane. They struggled instinctively, doing their best to resist. Obadiah Stane, in particular, looked downright queasy. Could it be that Rita had uncovered Tony Stark's secret scheming and was about to torture them again? Damn Tony. Obadiah cursed silently. But what he feared didn't happen. Instead, Rita simply marched the two of them out of the cave. At the cave entrance, a car was already waiting for them. It seemed they were being transported somewhere else. Creak. Before anyone could make another move, chaos erupted out of nowhere. A bald man, leading a squad of armed men, stormed onto the scene with unmistakable force. They quickly encircled everyone. Wait, another Rita? Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane exchanged a single glance, both utterly dumbfounded. Because the one leading the armed group was also Rita, and, standing right there beside them, there was still another Rita. Two Ritas. What was going on? Was one of them an imposter? It's uncanny. Even I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Rita sized up the other Rita, standing beside Tony Stark and his companion, her face breaking into an expression of approval. Now, tell me, who are you? Why did you sneak in here, and what are you after? Without waiting for a response, Rita's gaze turned icy cold as she fixed her eyes on the other version of herself, her voice low and commanding. Under the intense scrutiny of Rita and everyone else present, the other Rita reached up and untied the scarf wrapped around her head. A cascade of thick, jet-black hair tumbled into view, drawing everyone's attention. But this wasn't right. This Rita was a fake. The real Rita was bald. So, the question arose, who was this imposter really? Just then, the false Rita reached into her hair and, to everyone's shock, pulled out several long silver needles. The crowd recoiled, stunned by what they saw. Had this person really driven those long needles into their own head? But that wasn't all. As the silver needles were drawn out, everyone present watched in horror as the imposter's facial muscles began to writhe and transform. It was grotesque, downright chilling. How could a human face contort and change like that? When the strange undulations finally ceased, an entirely unfamiliar face stared out at the crowd. There was no denying it. This was some freakish disguise technique straight out of Detective D. The gun kata cleric. That's right. Standing before them was none other than the gun kata cleric. Everyone around was absolutely stunned. What kind of trick was this? Pull out a few needles, and your whole face changes? Was this some kind of magic? Whether it was Rita's own Ten Commandments gang, or Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Who exactly are you? After a moment of stunned silence, Rita fixed a deadly stare on the gun kata cleric, her voice sharp and demanding. Though the figure before them looked thin and stood alone, for some inexplicable reason, Rita and her crew felt an immense, indescribable pressure. John Preston, the gun kata cleric, spoke in a calm, detached tone, as if stating something trivial. I'm here to take these two away. Take them away? Just you? Ha ha ha. Rita burst out laughing, as if she had just heard the world's greatest joke. Her henchmen behind her couldn't help but shake with laughter too. One by one, they eyed John Preston as if he were stark raving mad. Even Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane suspected Preston must be joking. This was Rita's stronghold. Not even an army could breach it, and yet this lone man was making such an outrageous claim? Was he out of his mind? You two, go sit in the corner behind the door. But John Preston remained deadly serious. He turned and instructed Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane with unwavering conviction. Listen, whoever you are, we appreciate the gesture, but this is suicide. Stop before you get yourself killed. Tony Stark, with good intentions, tried to warn John Preston. No, that's not going to happen, John Preston replied, his confidence unwavering. Forget about him. Sensing that things were going south, Obadiah Stane immediately pulled Tony Stark back into the cave. They ducked into a shadowy corner behind the entrance. Thanks to the cave's layout, that spot would remain safe even if a gunfight broke out. Once the two of them were securely hidden, clack, clack, two crisp sounds rang out. John Preston had flicked his wrists, and two pistols slid smoothly from his sleeves, landing perfectly in his hands. You're courting death. Rita's face contorted with rage. Right in front of all these people, this man dared to draw his guns? He must have a death wish. Bang! A single gunshot echoed. Without hesitation, Rita fired straight at John Preston. But John Preston simply shifted his body ever so slightly, with a casual, almost leisurely grace, and the bullet whistled harmlessly past him. What? Rita was stunned. He dodged a bullet? Impossible. Bang, 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 bang. Rita's gun spat fire without mercy, unleashing a barrage at John Preston. At that very moment, John Preston sprang into action as well. He gripped both pistols tightly, his arms moving in a distinct, almost mesmerizing rhythm. Every motion precise and filled with a strange elegance. His feet glided in sync, his waist twisting, his entire body flowing with the dance of battle. With each swirling motion, his guns unleashed a relentless storm of bullets. And then, the unthinkable happened. Despite Rita and his men firing wildly at John Preston, creating a veritable hailstorm of bullets, Preston remained untouched. By all rights, he should have been riddled with holes in an instant. Yet, in the chaos of flying lead, John Preston was completely unharmed. He was actually dodging bullets. Thud! Thud! In stark contrast, Rita and his men, those who were supposed to have the upper hand, fell one after another, crumpling to the ground like wheat before the scythe. In the span of mere moments, the floor was littered with bodies. Rita himself was among the first to fall, gunned down by John Preston's unerring aim. Kill them! Hurry! Shouts of rage resounded as the entire Ten Rings compound was thrown into turmoil. Waves of terrorists stormed in, guns at the ready. But the scene repeated itself. John Preston remained unscathed, while his enemies fell in droves, one after another. This. What kind of monster is he? Both Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane stood dumbfounded, utterly shaken. How is this possible? Why can't we hit him at all? Die, you bastard. It wasn't just Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane who were terrified. Even the hardened terrorists of the Ten Rings found themselves paralyzed with fear in the face of John Preston's carnage. What kind of demon was this man? Why was it that so many of them ganged up to ambush that one man? Yet in the end, it was they who fell. This defied all logic. It made absolutely no sense. Plus 647 legend points from Tony Stark. Plus 332 legend points from Obadiah Stane. Plus 98 legend points from the Ten Rings gang members. Bang, 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 bang. Just like that. The storm of gunfire at the scene, deafening and relentless for several minutes, gradually faded, becoming more and more sporadic. And then it disappeared completely. Silence once again reclaimed the scene. At this moment, aside from John Preston, not a single soul remained standing. Looking around, the ground was littered with bodies. At least 50 or 60 men lay dead as far as the eye could see. All right, you can come out now. With a flourish, John Preston holstered his twin pistols, then turned his head and called out coolly to Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane. Hearing his voice, Tony and Obadiah didn't dare let their guard down. Cautiously, quietly, they rose, peering out from their cover. And then, a carpet of corpses met their eyes. A wave of metallic, bloody stench slammed into their senses. A Reaper. This man was a Reaper, pure and simple. The two men stared at John Preston, shaken to the core. Who in the world was this guy? This was just unreal. He had single-handedly taken down 50 or 60 men. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, neither of them could ever have believed it. Let's go. I'll get you out of here. John Preston crooked a finger at them, then strode ahead with quiet confidence. Not long ago, he had said those words to Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane, but at the time, they'd thought the gun kata priest was insane. Now, however, they believed him completely. The man before them was no ordinary person. Clang! When they reached the car, John Preston was the first to open the door and slide into the driver's seat. Tony and Obadiah didn't need to be told twice. They swiftly got in as well. The engine roared to life, and with a rumble, John Preston pulled away, leaving the carnage behind. Not bad. The gun kata priest is certainly living up to his reputation. Retracting his focus from John Preston, Rorschach nodded with satisfaction. That final massacre, performed right in front of Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane, had made a tremendous impact on both men. The results were clear on the legend points display. To be honest, though, the way this soul-swapping game was unfolding had veered a bit from Rorschach's original script. According to the original plot, once Tony Stark learned that his body had been kidnapped, he would undoubtedly try every possible way to rescue himself. That would have been the perfect moment for Rorschach to introduce the gun kata priest. With a carefully crafted excuse, the priest would lead Tony Stark in a direct assault on Rita's stronghold, cutting down their foes and harvesting a hefty sum of legend points from Tony Stark. Of course, that would have meant Tony Stark would never become Iron Man. After all, without that unforgettable cave experience, how would Tony Stark ever have come up with the idea to build the Iron Man suit? But with Rorschach pulling the strings behind the scenes, none of this is a problem. He could guide Tony Stark to become Iron Man in all sorts of ways. In fact, if it served the goal of harvesting more legend points, it wouldn't even matter if Tony Stark didn't become Iron Man. Everything would be dictated by the needs of the story. Yet Rorschach didn't expect Obadiah Stane's audacious maneuver to send Tony Stark right back into the cave once again. Still, he had to admit, the outcome was even better than he'd anticipated. Not bad at all. Rorschach was absolutely, thoroughly satisfied with this turn of events. Legend points. 98,524. He glanced at his panel. The legend points were about to hit 100,000. Just a bit more effort, and he'd soon reach that milestone, finally meeting the conditions to open a silver chest. But after thinking it over, Rorschach realized the time wasn't quite right to open a silver chest. A single tree doesn't make a forest. With just one person, the play can't go on. Up to this point, the characters, items, and scripts he'd drawn from the chest had all been played out. In other words, Rorschach needed to replenish his stock of new characters, items, or skills. All things considered, he decided it was best to open a round of iron and bronze chests first. As for the silver chest, there was no rush. He'd open it once his legend points were truly abundant. Let's start with a bronze chest. Rorschach made up his mind quickly. Without further ado, he spent 10,000 legend points and opened a bronze chest. Item: the amazing tuxedo. Effect: a tuxedo that transforms its wearer into a superhuman. Description: hailing from the tuxedo, this appears to be an ordinary tuxedo on the surface, but it's actually a piece of high-tech battle gear. With the right programming, it grants the wearer incredible strength, as well as mastery of martial arts, dance, and a variety of other skills. Note: that's right, it's a piece of black-tech clothing. Skill: Supreme Observation Haki. Effect: sharpened senses and the ability to perceive the presence of living beings nearby. Description: from One Piece, one of the 3 forms of Haki. It allows users to sense, predict, and, at its highest level, even foresee the future. Note: this Haki is also known as Mantra. C rank, 7-star character, Kimimaro. Skills: Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Kekkai Jinkai, Shikatsumiyaku. Description: from Naruto, a ninja with the Shikatsumiyaku Kekkai Jinkai, the strongest of the Sound 5. Note: I firmly believe that as long as I live, I have an important purpose. Not bad at all. A deeply satisfied smile appeared on Rorschach's face. He had to admit, the items he'd drawn from the chest this time were truly excellent. Whether it was the items, the characters, or the skills, they were all top-notch. The amazing tuxedo spoke for itself. It could turn an ordinary person into a super soldier. And as for observation Haki, it was incredibly useful for Rorschach as well. This thing, in a certain sense, is just like spiritual perception. It allows Roxia to monitor what's happening in the outside world at any time. It's even more convenient than Cortana controlling the city surveillance systems. And as for Kimimaro, with those incredibly flashy ninja techniques and his unique bloodline, he's the perfect choice for stirring up trouble. Considering those techniques from Kimimaro's Shikatsumiyaku, there's no doubt he's the ideal pick for a formidable villain boss. After all, let's be honest, pulling bones out of your own body at a moment's notice is genuinely unsettling for most people. Well then, let's draw an opponent for Kimimaro. In high spirits, Roxia rubbed his hands together, spent another 10,000 legend points, and opened a bronze chest. Item: Stone Mask. Effect: turns the wearer into a vampire. Description: from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Invented by the Pillar Man Cars in pursuit of becoming the ultimate being. Anyone can activate it with blood, transforming into a vampire. Note: JoJo, I'm done being human. Skill: Myriad Swords return to the sect, one-time use. Effect: Supreme Sword Technique. Description: from the Storm Riders. The signature technique of the Sword Sect, created by the legendary Sword Sovereign, Master of Nameless. With this move, a myriad of swords bow and worship. It represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Note: who cares if it doesn't kill? Looking cool is what matters. C rank 7-star character, Zenitsu Agatsuma. Skills: Martial Arts, Thunder Breathing. Description: from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. A member of the Demon Slayer Corps, timid and cowardly, unable to take a step when he sees a woman, but actually a true hero at heart. Note: please don't call me the Sleep Ashira. These are some interesting draws this time. Roxia's eyes couldn't help but light up, and a faint, intrigued smile appeared at the corner of his lips. After all, the Stone Mask is a tool for creating vampires, while Zenitsu Agatsuma is a professional vampire slayer. Granted, the vampires in Demon Slayer might not be exactly the same as those in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But vampires are vampires. There's bound to be plenty of overlap between the two. Roxia was confident that Zenitsu's Thunder Breathing would be incredibly effective against any vampire made by the Stone Mask. This time, why not just set up a full-blown biohazard scenario? Even the heroes and villains are already made. You have to admit, the loot box system really knows what you want this time. Let's go for an iron chest as well. 2 bronze chests were plenty, but while his luck was running strong, Roxia decided to open one more iron chest. It was only 1,000 legend points after all. Item: Honesty Red Bean Bun. Effect: a magical red bean bun that makes people honest. Description: from Tricky Brains. Eat it and you'll tell the absolute truth, but the effect only lasts 30 seconds. Note: look closely. I'm not the lying red bean bun. Skill: Gambling Techniques. Effect: mastery of all forms of gambling. Description: contains all the gambling techniques and experience of Ko-Chun, the god of gamblers, from a movie God of Gamblers. Note: chocolate slick back hair. This is the signature style. D-rank 6-star character, John Wick. Skills: master of all weapons, expert in hand-to-hand combat. Profile: hailing from the John Wick series, he is the legendary assassin of the Continental Hotel, dispatched to eliminate the mythic figure known as the Night Demon. Note: my dog, touch it and you die. Looks like we pulled a real tough guy this time. Staring at John Wick's character card, Roxia couldn't help but let out a sigh of awe. After all, when a man turns the world upside down and leaves rivers of blood just over a dog, there's simply no reasoning with him. He remembered seeing a fan-made tally once. Over the course of the John Wick trilogy, the titular character took down more than 400 people. And before Roxia crossed over, the fourth installment was just about to hit theaters. He could already imagine the coming all-out war, with John Wick going after the high table itself. At that rate, another 100 bodies would just be par for the course. And the root of it all? The death of a single dog. Who could argue with that? If that dog knew that hundreds would join it in the afterlife, it would surely rest in peace with a smile. So, should the legendary tale of John Wick carving a bloody path through New York for his dog be replayed in the Marvel Universe? Roxia thought it just might be worth a try. Of course, this was Marvel after all, a world where S.H.I.E.L.D. loomed large. For John Wick to cut down gods and men alike as he did before wouldn't be so easy here. However, Roxia slapped his thigh in excitement. Wasn't this the perfect chance to use the magical tailcoat? Still, there was no rush. John Wick's Rampage would be just a sideshow. Roxia's main focus this time was the biohazard instance. Without wasting another moment, he started plotting his next move in meticulous detail. Soon, Roxia lifted his head, eyes sparkling with excitement. This is where it all begins. Hell's Kitchen. Inside the opulent Fist Tower. We've received confirmation. Lady Gao is now firmly under the control of Lanchi's sister, Jinx. Wesley, bespectacled and impeccably polite, reported to Kingpin with the utmost respect. Jinx. Kingpin's face grew grave as he uttered the name. That wild little girl, with blue hair like Lanchi's, twin pigtails trailing to her waist, and weapons strapped all over her small frame. Kingpin remembered her only too well. He found it both surprising and unsurprising that Jinx had managed to subdue Lady Gao. After all, he'd crossed paths with Lady Gao more than once, and knew just how formidable that unassuming old woman really was. For someone like her to fall under the control of a girl who looked like an ordinary high schooler, it was almost unbelievable. But then again, remembering that Jinx was the sister of that terrifying statue fruit wielder, Kingpin could accept it. That woman operated on a whole different level than the rest of them. What about the Defenders? And Wu Youqi? Kingpin pressed on, his voice low. The Defenders clashed with Jinx's crew last time. Since then, they've gone quiet. Wesley adjusted his glasses. As for Wu Youqi, he's shrouded in mystery. I haven't found anything on him yet. After a brief pause, Wesley immediately assured Kingpin. I'll keep investigating with everything I've got. I promise I'll find something. Wesley, be careful. We can't alert them to our suspicions, Kingpin replied, his tone much more cautious. The world has changed. It's not what it used to be. In the past, Kingpin had been the undisputed emperor of Hell's Kitchen, commanding the winds and clouds. He was a major force in the entire underworld of New York. But now, there were people with the powers of the statue fruit, agents from the Super Academy. Each one wielded extraordinary abilities beyond imagination. The mere aftermath of their battles had cost Kingpin dearly. And all Kingpin could do was swallow his anger. He didn't even dare seek out Jinx for retribution. He had witnessed, with his own eyes, the ultimate showdown between Lanchi and the Defenders. Seen Wu Youqi wielding his scissors with chi, watched Ling Lingi carve through hundreds of statues as if chopping vegetables with a butcher's knife. After seeing all that, Kingpin could only recognize how insignificant he truly was. Was he resigned to this? Of course not. But what could his unwillingness change? Facing such beings, even Kingpin didn't dare provoke them lightly. This world has always been what it is. It's just that you've never truly seen its real face. At that moment, a cold, unexpected voice sounded out of nowhere. Who's there? Kingpin and Wesley were startled, turning their heads in unison. There stood a youth with silver-gray hair and striking features, about the same age as Jinx, who had somehow appeared not far from them without either noticing. In the old days, Kingpin would never have spared a thought for a kid like this. After all, he looked so young, just a high schooler. What trouble could someone like that possibly cause? But ever since witnessing Jinx's madness, Kingpin no longer dared to underestimate even the youngest faces. And besides, this child had managed to enter the heavily guarded Kingpin Tower as if it were his own home, getting right up to Kingpin without alerting a single soul. If nothing else, That feat alone was more than enough to command respect. No ordinary person could have pulled it off. Who are you? Kingpin's eyes locked onto Kimimaro, his face grave and intense. Kimimaro, from the House of Evolution. Under the gaze of Kingpin and Wesley, Kimimaro introduced himself. The House of Evolution. Both Kingpin and Wesley's pupils narrowed, their faces suddenly wary, as if facing a dire threat. If memory served, Lingi, the statue fruit user, was a traitor from the House of Evolution, wasn't she? And now, here was a core member standing before them in person. Though his understanding of this organization was limited, Kingpin dared not show a shred of carelessness. He could still vividly recall the terrifying sight of Lingi commanding hundreds of statues. The grip on his cane tightened unconsciously. I wonder, what business brings someone from the House of Evolution to see me? Kingpin's expression grew even more serious as he fixed his gaze on Kimimaro. I need some manpower. And you, Kimimaro said calmly, are in a position to provide it. Kimimaro's expression remained blank, his voice cool and detached. Lingi has failed, but your performance was at least passable. You are qualified to continue working for the House of Evolution. Across from him, Kingpin's face twisted in anger. Listen to that. What kind of attitude was that? He was the undisputed underground emperor of Hell's Kitchen, and yet in Kimimaro's mouth, it sounded as if he were some nobody, some insignificant figure. Qualified? As if working for the House of Evolution was some kind of honor for Kingpin. Kimimaro, I don't think you quite understand who I am. Kingpin spat out coldly, no longer hesitating. He pulled out a walkie-talkie. Everyone get in here. Now. Bang. It didn't take long. The office door was flung open with a crash, and one after another, men in sharp suits surged into the room like a tide. In moments, Kimimaro was surrounded on all sides. Clatter. Clatter. Every single one of them leveled a handgun, their black barrels all aimed steadily at Kimimaro. The tension in the room became almost suffocating, thick enough to cut with a knife. Let me make one thing clear, Kingpin declared, emboldened by the 20-plus gunmen at his back. No one challenges Kingpin's authority. Not even the House of Evolution. With so many armed men present, Kingpin's confidence swelled. He glared at Kimimaro, voice cold and hard. You overestimate yourself, Kingpin, Kimimaro replied, as icy as ever, not sparing so much as a glance for the sea of gunmen. These third-rate thugs, these are your trump card? You'll soon see just how laughable your so-called advantage is. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. As Kimimaro finished speaking, both Kingpin and Wesley suddenly saw something strange. A cylindrical shape began to push out from Kimimaro's wrists. It kept inching outward, as though some creature was crawling under his skin, trying to break free. It was bizarre, impossible to describe. The next instant, two sharp bone spikes emerged into Kimimaro's hands, gripped firmly between his fingers. Kingpin and Wesley both stared in stunned disbelief. So this was the kind of monster the House of Evolution bred. There really were no normal people among them. Shoot, Kingpin barked. He didn't have the faintest idea what those things growing from Kimimaro's wrists were, but he wasn't an idiot. He knew a weapon when he saw one. Without any hesitation, he gave the order. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots exploded through the room, echoing one after another. Swish, swish, swish. But in that very instant, Kimimaro moved as well. His body flickered, and in a heartbeat, he vanished from where he'd been standing. He moved so fast that not a single person present could react in time. Swish! A moment later, Kimimaro materialized in front of one of the gunmen like a ghost, with a flick of his bone spike. Slash! The man's heart was pierced instantly. Swish! Kimimaro flashed again, appearing before a second gunman. Slash! This time, the man's throat was sliced open in a blink. And so it went. Slash, slash, slash. Slash, slash, slash. The sound of blades tearing through flesh and bone filled the air, relentless and chilling. Kingpin and Wesley couldn't keep up with Kimimaro's movements at all. They could only catch fleeting glimpses of his shadow, darting from one side of the room to the other. One after another, his subordinates collapsed to the ground in a relentless, unstoppable wave. In less than a minute, all traces of gunfire on the scene had vanished without a trace, because everyone present had been utterly wiped out by Kimimaro. Silence. Suddenly, the entire place was shrouded in a heavy, still quiet. Both Fisk and Wesley stared blankly at Kimimaro, their hearts surging with a tidal wave of shock and fear. Was this child even human? He was utterly terrifying. His well-armed men, who usually struck fear into others, were as weak and helpless as lambs before this boy. Legend points from Wilson Fisk, plus 328. Legend points from James Wesley, plus 80. Whether you admit it or not, since you've worked for Ranchi, in everyone else's eyes, you're already part of the House of Evolution. Kimimaro walked up to Kingpin, holding 2 bone spikes that still dripped with blood, the crimson drops pattering to the floor as he spoke, aiming them directly at Fisk's vital points. Do you realize what that means? Fisk's face instantly turned grim. He wasn't a fool. Of course he understood the implications. Any day now, the enemies of the House of Evolution might decide to come after him. And considering how terrifying a group like the House of Evolution was, anyone could imagine the caliber of their enemies. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. No matter how arrogant Fisk was, he didn't believe he could stand against such formidable foes. Just look at Ronchi and Kimimaro. Either one of them alone could easily wipe out his entire criminal empire. If I cooperate with the House of Evolution, what do I get in return? After a long silence, Fisk finally relented a little, his tone softening just a touch. Power. Kimimaro uttered the word quietly, but it struck straight at Fisk's core. You can gain tremendous power. Power. Power like Ronchi, Wu Yoshi, and Kimimaro. Power that transcended ordinary humans. What I need to do? Fisk raised his head, locking his eyes on Kimimaro, his voice low and resolute. Manpower. Kimimaro put away his bone spikes. Hell's Kitchen is your territory. I need you to capture enough people for me. May I ask what you're capturing them for? Snatching people off the streets was no trivial matter, even for Fisk. He paused for a moment, his face turning serious as he questioned Kimimaro. No need to worry. If you serve the House of Evolution faithfully, everything you need to know, you will eventually know. Everything you deserve, you will eventually receive. But Kimimaro offered no further explanation. Fisk could understand that. After all, their cooperation had just begun. There wasn't even the most basic level of trust between them yet. It was only natural that the other side wouldn't reveal too much at this stage. But Fisk wasn't in a hurry. No matter what Kimimaro wanted to use him for, Fisk intended to seize this opportunity. After all, this was his gateway into the world of the extraordinary. The House of Evolution might think they were using him, but it remained to be seen who was truly using whom. Then, do you have any particular requirements for the people you want captured? Fisk dropped the topic and began to seriously discuss the details of the job with Kimimaro. The stronger, the better. After a moment's thought, Kimimaro gave Kingpin this answer. The stronger, the better? Kingpin fell silent for a brief moment, then, with his usual composure, lifted his head once more. As it happens, I know of several very suitable candidates. The only issue is, they're so powerful, I might not be able to capture them myself. That's not a problem. If it comes to it, I'll handle it. Kingpin's clearly planning to use Kimimaro as his weapon, isn't he? Having picked up the whole exchange through his observation hockey, Roxia couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Even without thinking too hard, he could guess exactly who those suitable candidates Kingpin mentioned were. It had to be the Defenders, the very people who'd brought Kingpin endless trouble. Sure, the feud between Kingpin and the Defenders had been orchestrated by Lan Shi, but what started it all no longer mattered. After everything that's happened, there was no turning back. Both sides were locked in a bitter rivalry. It was only natural that Kingpin would want to use Kimimaro to eliminate the Defenders. And in fact, this suited Roxia's plans perfectly. After all, if you're going to stir up trouble, you should get as many story characters involved as possible. Targeting the Defenders was exactly what Roxia wanted. Defenders, are you ready to face another round of terror? A subtle, knowing smile curled at the corners of Roxia's lips. Colleen, I've finally found a solid lead. The hand is hiding out right here in Hell's Kitchen. Guess who's behind it? Our old friend, Madame Gao. Don't worry about me. I've run into a few like-minded allies. And for now, we've formed a temporary alliance to take down the hand. In fact, we've already struck them a heavy blow. It's been a huge success. By a street-side hot dog stand, Dany Rand stood waiting for his order, chatting away with Colleen Wing on the phone. He looked in high spirits, energetic, upbeat. He truly hadn't expected to meet others with special abilities like his own here in New York. Fighting side by side with them was an experience he cherished. The only thing that left Dany Rand a bit frustrated was how much his confidence had been shaken. The memory of that overwhelming Kamehameha still echoed in his mind. Impossible to forget. All right, here's your hot dog. Thank you. Dany grabbed the hot dog and took a huge bite, eating with real gusto. Despite now being the billionaire head of Rand Enterprises, years of living on that island had left Dany unfussy about food. As long as it was edible, it was good enough. Dany Rand. Just as he was eating and chatting with Colleen, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Dany glanced over and saw it was only a child, so he didn't think much of it. After all, here in New York, he was at least a minor celebrity. It wasn't unusual for a kid to recognize him. Hey kid, yes, I'm Dany Rand. Why are you out so late? Shouldn't you be home? Dany even showed a bit of concern for the kid. It's you. Good. After Kimimaro locked onto his target, he wasted no words. With a single thought, 2 bone spikes sprung forth, instantly gripped in his hands. What the? Dany Rand was left utterly dumbfounded. In a flash, the very next moment, Kimamaro's figure flickered, and he vanished from where he'd stood. This wasn't just an exaggerated description, it was a plain fact. Kimamaro truly disappeared, as if someone had simply erased him from reality with a swipe of an eraser. Suddenly, almost simultaneously, Kimamaro's silhouette materialized right in front of Dany Rand. It was abrupt, startling, and throughout that entire movement, Dany, with all his martial mastery, hadn't caught so much as a hint of the technique. Dany's shock was palpable. To be honest, for someone from the Marvel Universe, even a martial arts master like Dany Rand, this instant movement jutsu from the world of Naruto was nothing short of a cheat code. Legend value from Dany Rand plus 358. In a blink, as Kimamaro appeared before him, the bone spikes in Kimamaro's hands lashed out mercilessly, stabbing toward Dany Rand with ruthless precision. The force and speed behind the attack were both at the very peak. What kind of madness is this? Dany's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a child be this terrifyingly strong? He had no time to continue his conversation with Colleen Wing. The hot dog and his phone were tossed aside in an instant. He threw himself wholly into the fight. The sound of fierce movement filled the air as both sides clashed in a rapid exchange of blows. With a swift sidestep, Dany narrowly dodged the bone spikes slashing for him. But who could have guessed that? Right at that moment, another bone spike would suddenly protrude from Kimamaro's chest. Kimamaro spun fiercely, and the bone spike raked across Dany's body. The timing was impeccable. That surprise attack from Kimamaro's chest caught Dany completely off guard. He was hit before he could react. A spray of blood burst forth. Fortunately, Dany was no rookie. He narrowly avoided a fatal wound at the last second. The gash was shocking to behold, but it wasn't lethal. What just happened? Dany instinctively pressed a hand to his wound, completely bewildered. What was up with that guy's body? How could bones sprout out like that? Legend value from Dany Rand plus 424. Okay, you asked for this. He didn't understand exactly what was happening, but one thing was crystal clear. If he didn't call upon the Iron Fist now, it would be too late. Dany raised his fist. In the darkness, a brilliant golden light blazed from his hand. With a flicker, Kimamaro's lightning-fast form came to a halt before Dany Rand. He glanced at Dany's glowing fist, a trace of surprise flickering across his face. This was a technique he'd never encountered before. Kimamaro could sense, clear as day, an immense energy radiating from those glowing fists, utterly different from chakra. An intriguing martial art, Kimamaro mused, his interest piqued, though only slightly. Techniques, when all is said and done, are merely auxiliary. The true key lies in the person who wields them. During their recent exchange, Kimamaro had already seen through most of Dany Rand's tricks. This man's martial arts, there's really not much to them. Even if his opponent possesses some means to unleash a burst of inner power temporarily, it poses no real threat to Kimamaro. Kid, I don't want to hurt you. Turn back now, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Dany Rand raised his glowing fist high, delivering one final warning to Kimamaro. Hurt me? You'll be the one bleeding. Kimamaro was unmoved. With those words left hanging in the air, he dashed toward Dany Rand once more in a swift, unhesitating surge. You brought this on yourself. Dany Rand let out a cold grunt. Gritting his teeth, he swung his luminous fist with all his might, aiming it straight at Kimamaro. Kimamaro neither dodged nor flinched. His right hand snapped upward, sweeping horizontally in front of him. He meant to block Dany Rand's iron fist. Dany's face was a mask of icy disdain. His iron fist could punch through walls, yet this guy dared to block it with his bare hand? Reckless fool. But at that very moment, the familiar sound of bone and flesh shifting rose up. Dany Rand saw several sharp bone spurs erupt from Kimamaro's right hand in a sudden, violent motion. Those bone spurs clustered together, forming a small shield that Kimamaro held before him. The next instant, Dany Rand's fist crashed hard against Kimamaro's bone shield. Kimamaro's body shuddered violently as a tidal wave of force slammed into him. Yet he turned that momentum into a series of backflips, easily dispelling the impact. In a few quick, fluid moves, he landed lightly on his feet, face unflushed, breath steady, completely unfazed. As for Dany Rand's expectation that Kimamaro's arm would be broken by the blow, sorry, but that simply didn't happen. The protruding bone spurs on Kimamaro's right arm remained as unyielding as ever, firmly attached to his hand. They weren't shattered. In fact, they hadn't even cracked in the slightest. What? How can this be? Dany Rand's face drained of color, a storm of shock and disbelief raging inside him. He had unleashed the iron fist. Yet someone had taken it head-on and emerged completely unscathed? Was this some kind of joke? Legend points from Dany Rand plus 666. And those bones erupting from the kid's body, were they made of steel or something? How could they be so tough? Even the Iron Fist couldn't break them? Even if they were forged from real steel, they shouldn't withstand the full force of his Iron Fist. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on Dany Rand's forehead. That kid, who looked no older than a high schooler, was now putting more pressure on Dany Rand than anything he had ever felt in his life. If that's all you've got, then this ends here. Kimamaro's voice was cool and distant, his eyes cold and expressionless, as emotionless as a machine. As he spoke, Kimamaro extended his hand. With one swift motion, he seized his own spine and pulled it out in its entirety. Dany Rand felt a chill explode across his scalp. Pulling out a spine? What kind of nightmarish move was this? But Kimamaro had no interest in exchanging words with Dany Rand. Gripping the spine whip tightly in his hand, he charged at Dany once again. What could Dany Rand do? He could only grit his teeth and face his opponent, swinging his glowing fist in defiance. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Dany's luminous fist might have looked impressive, formidable even, against an ordinary foe, but to Kimamaro, it was nothing. In terms of martial skill, Dany Rand was a master, but even he might not measure up to Kimamaro. No matter how strong his punch, how many times could he actually land a hit on Kimamaro? And even if he did, with Kimamaro's inhuman bone defense, it would barely scratch him. Now, with Kimamaro wielding that fearsome weapon, how was Dany supposed to fight back? The air filled with the rush of movement, the sounds of battle, bodies colliding, and the sharp crack of bone against flesh. After a brief but intense exchange, Kimamaro's bone whip lashed out, striking Dany squarely. Dany's large frame was hurled backwards, crashing to the ground. A long, bloody gash appeared instantly across his body. That strike was no minor blow. Even for a martial arts master like Dany Rand, it took tremendous effort to haul himself back up from the ground. "But what are you?" Dany demanded, eyes locked on Kimamaro as if he were staring at a monster. No, there was no as if about it. This child standing before him truly was a monster. "Kimamaro of the House of Evolution," Kimamaro replied, his name and title delivered without hesitation. "The House of Evolution," Dany echoed, his expression shifting as calm slipped away. After fighting side by side with Matt Murdock and the other defenders for so long, Dany knew full well that the hand had fallen under the control of a woman named Jinx. And Jinx's sister, she was from the House of Evolution. Dany didn't know much about them, but he knew this. The House of Evolution was shrouded in secrecy and filled with extraordinary individuals beyond imagination. He never expected to meet one face to face. And this one was every bit as terrifying as the rumors claimed. "No matter what your purpose is, I won't let you succeed." Dany gritted his teeth, forcing his battered body to charge Kimamaro once again. But this time, Kimamaro didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he tossed his bone whip aside. He simply raised both hands toward Dany. Shikatsumiyaku, 10-finger drilling bullets. A rapid-fire whistle of bone, tearing through air erupted. Without warning, the 10 bones from Kimamaro's fingers shot forth like bullets, streaking toward Dany Rand. The piercing sound of bone blades slicing into flesh was followed by the eruption of crimson blooms, blood spraying into the air. Dany Rand crumpled to the ground in an instant. A heavy, final thud echoed through the silent aftermath. With that heavy fall, Dany Rand collapsed onto the ground like a lifeless dog, unable to rise again. The reason was simple. His injuries were far too severe. Even before summoning the Iron Fist, Dany Rand had already been pierced by Kimamaro's bone spikes. And after calling upon the Iron Fist, things had hardly improved. He'd been stabbed by bone spikes and lashed by a bone whip. Now, Kimamaro's 10 finger bones had shot into his body, leaving several fresh wounds. Even the Iron Fist of Kunlun could not endure such torment. The fact that he had managed to stay conscious until now was already a testament to his extraordinary endurance. In fact, if Dany Rand were left lying here without any help, the only outcome awaiting him would be death. However, Kimamaro's goal was not to kill Dany Rand. Seeing that Dany was completely powerless to resist, Kimamaro began striding step by step toward him. He swaggered right up to Dany Rand's side, looking down at him from above. "Why? Why has your House of Evolution come to Hell's Kitchen? Why are you targeting me? What are you after?" Dany Rand, utterly spent, could only stare up at Kimamaro with shock and unwillingness burning in his eyes, demanding answers in a low, hoarse voice. But his voice was so weak, it was barely a whisper. "In time, you'll know." With those words, Kimamaro turned his hand and produced a mask, seemingly carved from stone. There was no mistaking it, the stone mask. Holding the stone mask, Kimimaro crouched down before Dany Rand. He pressed the mask toward Dany's face. What are you going to do to me? Dany Rand didn't know what the thing was, but even without thinking hard, he knew it couldn't possibly be anything good. He summoned every ounce of strength he had left, desperately trying to resist or dodge. But at this point his body was utterly depleted. He couldn't move an inch. Dany! A cry of alarm rang out, sudden and sharp. In the same instant, a white cane shot toward Kimimaro. It was Daredevil, his senses heightened to inhuman levels, who had heard the battle between Kimimaro and Dany Rand and rushed over at once. But how could a simple cane possibly harm Kimimaro? Without even using his bone spikes, Kimimaro casually swatted the cane aside with a wave of his hand. The cane zipped back along its cord and landed firmly in Daredevil's grip. His expression was grim, his sightless eyes fixed intently on Kimimaro. Why is the House of Evolution after Dany? What are you planning to do to him? So, you're one of the defenders, aren't you? Kimimaro didn't bother to answer Matt Murdock. Unhurried, he straightened up. Perfect timing. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Shikatsumiyaku, 10-finger bullets. A sharp, slicing sound tore through the air. 10 bone projectiles ripped across the space, blasting straight toward Matt Murdock. What on earth? Matt Murdock was completely thrown off. With his radar sense, he could clearly perceive that Kimimaro held no weapons in his hands. So how were these deadly projectiles being fired at him? Moreover, those hidden weapons were radiating a strange warmth and energy into the air. The temperature they gave off was exactly like that of the human body. Legend value from Matt Murdock, plus 357. A sharp, metallic clatter rang out. But Matt Murdock had no time to investigate these oddities. His white cane was a blur as he swung it with impenetrable precision, knocking every single fingerbone projectile from Kimimaro to the ground. Kimimaro cast a quick glance down at Dany Rand, realizing that Dany's breathing was growing faint and shallow. Any more delay, and Dany might not survive. So Kimimaro decided not to waste any more time on Matt Murdock. A chilling crack echoed through the air. With a thought, he activated the power of the dead bone pulse, and his spine began to grow once more. Then, he wrenched his own spine free again. Be careful, Matt. Dany Rand's consciousness was already slipping away, his vision swimming as he struggled to warn Matt Murdock. But even speaking was an impossible effort. Though Matt Murdock could not see, he sensed clearly that his opponent had drawn out something warm and alive. Its shape, it was unmistakably his spine. The realization left Matt utterly bewildered. Still, he pushed aside his confusion, gripping his cane tightly as he charged at Kimimaro. In a blink, he was right in front of Kimimaro, swinging his cane in a forceful blow. Kimimaro retaliated at once, but his strength seemed to have vanished. With a single swift kick, Matt sent Kimimaro sprawling. Immediately, Matt's instincts told him something was wrong. This was the man who had beaten Dany so badly. How could he be so weak now? A heavy thud sounded. Yet in that instant, the Kimimaro sprawled on the ground, transformed into a lump of stone. The body replacement jutsu. That's right. While Kimimaro had never used it in the original Naruto series, this was one of the basic 3 body techniques. Of course he had mastered it. What the? Matt Murdock was stunned, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. He had sensed something odd about the fallen Kimimaro, but it never occurred to him that it was a mere stone. No. A split second later, a dreadful premonition shot through Matt's mind. But it was too late. With a sharp crack, Kimimaro had used the instant transmission technique to appear at Matt's side and struck him with a whip-like blow, sending Matt flying several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. Matt Murdock was finished. He was utterly defeated in an instant. Kimimaro ignored Matt and walked straight to Dany Rand. He pulled out the stone mask once more. Stop! What are you doing to Dany? Matt Murdock called out with the last of his strength, but he was powerless to intervene. He's dying. I'm saving his life. Kimimaro replied coolly. Without another word, he pressed the stone mask firmly onto Dany Rand's face. A terrible cracking sound followed. Several claw-like appendages burst forth from beneath the mask, plunging deep into Dany's flesh and blood. Dany's agonized scream tore through the air. A tormented scream burst forth from Dany Rand beneath the mask. But in the very next instant, Dany Rand, who had been slumped on the ground like a pile of broken mud, suddenly sprang to his feet with a flicker of motion. His eyes behind the mask blazed an alarming, blood-red hue. It was as if he were wearing crimson lenses, giving him a look both shocking and unforgettable. What's happening? Matt Murdock, lying on the ground, was utterly stunned. Thanks to his radar sense, Matt knew all too well the true state of Dany Rand's body. He could sense with perfect clarity that Dany Rand had suffered grievous injuries. With the severe blood loss, The last remnants of life within Dany's body were ebbing away. That evolution house guy might have been despicable, but in this, he hadn't lied to Matt Murdock. Dany Rand was, without a doubt, on the brink of death. There was no time even to get him to a hospital. Unless it was something as miraculous as Wu Yochi's magical gourd, Matt couldn't imagine anything that could save Dany Rand now. And yet, after Kimimaro placed that mask upon Dany's face, Dany had suddenly come back to life, as if nothing had happened. No, it was more than just coming back to life. Matt could sense with chilling clarity that, after his resurrection, a massive, overwhelming force was now surging within Dany Rand, one so powerful it made even Matt's heart race in alarm. It was a strength far greater than Dany Rand had ever possessed before. What on earth was that mask? Plus 428 legend points from Matt Murdock. Even if he didn't know exactly what the mask was, one thing Matt Murdock knew for certain. That mask had to be something evil, because Dany Rand's current state was clearly very wrong. The aura now radiating from him was nothing like that of a normal human being. It was something strange, something Matt had never sensed before, and it filled him with deep unease. Dany, what's happening to you? A terrible premonition seized Matt Murdock's heart, and he shouted out to Dany Rand with genuine concern. Blood, blood, Dany Rand murmured, his words slipping out unconsciously, as if in a trance. At that moment, he was consumed by a fierce, gnawing thirst. But it wasn't the ordinary thirst for water. It was an overwhelming craving for fresh blood. Every cell, every muscle in his body screamed out the same message to Dany Rand. They needed to be nourished by blood. What's happening to me? What just happened? Why would I have such thoughts? Dany Rand shook his head violently, then tore the stone demon mask from his face, panic and terror written all over him. What on earth had come over him just now? He had actually wanted to drink blood? Dear God, how could he possibly have such twisted and evil thoughts? Don't suppress your instincts. You've already evolved into a higher form of life. Kimamaro's voice sounded. He observed Dany Rand's current state for a moment, then nodded slightly in satisfaction. What's happening to me? What did you do to me? Dany Rand stared at Kimimaro, his voice trembling with shock and fury. You're simply trying to replenish your life force. It's a unique gift of your kind. Don't suppress your true nature. You're no longer human, so stop letting yourself be bound by human thinking. Kimimaro spoke with a casual indifference, but his words struck Dany like a bolt of lightning, making him stagger in disbelief. No longer human? Nonsense. Dany desperately wanted to tell himself that Kimimaro was spouting nonsense, but no one understood the dramatic changes in his body better than he did. Deep down, Dany Rand was truly afraid. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Kimimaro had no reason to deceive him. You're talking absolute rubbish, Dany growled, his voice thick with a mix of anger and dread. In a heartbeat, he pushed off the ground and shot toward Kimimaro like an arrow loose from its bow, moving with a speed that far surpassed anything he'd known before. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Kimimaro. With a forceful exhale, Dany's fist hurtled toward Kimimaro, merciless and unyielding. The power behind that punch was leagues above what he had once been capable of. Ever since becoming a vampire, every aspect of Dany Rand's physical abilities, strength, speed, agility, had been dramatically enhanced. Taken together, Dany's overall combat prowess had more than doubled. No, multiplied many times over. Even Kimimaro had to start taking Dany seriously now. They clashed with a rapid series of thunderous blows, each strike ringing out with staggering power, their movements a blur of speed and precision. The battle, already intense before, now reached a whole new level. Every punch and kick from either side carried a force that could chill the heart. Their zigzagging movements left afterimages in their wake, astonishing to behold. Watching from the sidelines, Matt Murdock realized he didn't stand a chance of intervening in a fight of this caliber. He would be crushed in an instant. The exchange continued, blow after blow, relentless and fierce, until suddenly Kimimaro leapt out of the fray with a swift body flicker technique. He nodded in satisfaction. The experiment was a success. The results are exactly as expected. You bastard! What are you talking about? Dany Rand erupted in rage, his entire body trembling with fury. An experiment? So he was nothing but a guinea pig to these so-called House of Evolution people. Blinded by anger, Dany charged at Kimimaro once more, his face twisted with murderous intent. He was now bent on ending Kimimaro for good. But would Kimimaro simply let Dany have his way? Dance of the Pine Needles, Shikatsumiako, Kimimaro intoned. With a sickening crunch, sharp, durable bone spikes erupted from every part of Kimimaro's body, transforming him into a walking arsenal, like a hedgehog bristling with lethal quills. Even if Dany wanted to attack, It was nearly impossible to find an opening. What kind of monster is this guy? Dany felt his scalp go numb. How could someone's bones grow and shift in such bizarre ways? Was this even possible? Are those his bones? He can actually control his own skeleton at will. On one side, Matt Murdock finally managed to stagger to his feet, gasping for breath and trying to steady himself, utterly speechless for shock. Was that thing even human anymore? Legend points from Matt Murdock, plus 514. With a sudden whoosh, a sharp sound cut through the air. Kimimaro unleashed another body flicker technique, vanishing from the spot like a specter. He reappeared just as eerily in front of Dany Rand. A sickening, wet slicing sound filled the air. Again and again, the razor-sharp blades tore through flesh and blood. Under Kimimaro's relentless assault, deep and terrifying wounds opened up all over Dany Rand, his entire body quickly soaked in blood. He collapsed backward, utterly spent. Dany! Matt Murdock couldn't help but shout in alarm from the sidelines. No one could possibly survive an attack like that, could they? Dany Rand had thought the same thing. But in the next moment, to his utter astonishment, he noticed that the gruesome wounds on his body were healing, rapidly, visibly, right before his eyes. How is this possible? What's happening to me? Dany was completely dumbfounded, running his hands in disbelief over the places where Kimimaro's bone spikes had just sliced him open. Where there should have been ghastly wounds, his skin was now smooth, as if he'd never been hurt at all. If not for the blood still smeared on his skin and the torn remnants of his clothes, Dany would have thought he'd just awoken from a dream. I already told you, you've evolved into a higher form of life. It seems you haven't yet adapted to your new existence. Kimimaro's voice was calm and unruffled, explaining the situation to Dany. What did you do to me? Dany Rand roared in fury. Blood. Blood. But soon, Dany felt the craving for blood growing stronger inside him. The single word echoed relentlessly in his mind. Gulp. Especially when he saw the blood staining his own skin, Dany couldn't help but swallow hard and lick his lips. His reason began to blur, the bloodlust he'd repressed for so long suddenly surging to the surface. It threatened to overwhelm him entirely. A wild impulse grew inside Dany's mind, to drain Matt Murdock standing nearby, to drink every last drop of his blood. Dany, what's happening to you? Matt Murdock noticed something was wrong and started approaching Dany. Don't come any closer. Stay away. Dany mustered every ounce of self-control, fighting the urge to pounce on Matt, and yelled at him in warning. Damn it, what's happening to me? He spun back toward Kimimaro, screaming in desperation. Restoring your life force is now instinct for you, especially after you've expended so much of it. And blood contains exactly the energy you need. Kimimaro's expression remained perfectly composed. I don't believe you. Dany bellowed and charged at Kimimaro once more. The slicing sound echoed again, wet and relentless. Again and again, the clash continued. Dany Rand collapsed to the ground once more. After another fierce bout with Kimimaro, Dany's life force was nearly depleted, drained down to its lowest ebb. His craving for blood, in turn, had reached a fever pitch. The last thread of reason within him was finally swallowed whole. With a sudden burst of speed, Dany no longer cared about Kimimaro. He lunged straight at Matt Murdock, wild and relentless, like a rabid hound descending upon its prey. Dany, snap out of it. Calm down. Matt Murdock was desperate. Right now, Dany Rand had become a bloodthirsty beast, and Matt himself was nothing more than prey. Dany's attacks came fast and furious. Matt barely had time to react before a heavy blow sent him crashing to the ground. Already wounded by Kimimaro, he was no match for Dany in this state. In a dizzying instant, Dany pounced, pinning Matt to the ground with a vice-like grip. He bared his teeth and lunged for Matt's throat. Dany, wake up. It's me, Matt. Matt Murdock fought with everything he had, but Dany's strength was overwhelming. Helpless, he watched as Dany's jaws drew closer to his neck. In a last-ditch effort, he called out to Dany with all his might. Matt? Dany froze, his body rigid. At last, a sliver of clarity broke through the haze. Yet that moment of reason was pitifully small, barely a drop of water in a raging sea of bloodlust. No, I can't let this happen. Seizing the fleeting clarity, Dany clenched his teeth and summoned the energy within him. A golden light began to shimmer faintly around him. This energy was not just restorative, it also steadied the mind and calmed the soul. Under its influence, Dany's frenzy abated, and he slowly regained control. The gnawing hunger was, for now, held at bay. Dany, a shaken voice sounded nearby. Matt Murdock, still reeling from the ordeal, stared at him in disbelief. Matt, I'm so sorry. I can't control myself. Go. Get out of here. I don't know how long I can hold on. Dany shouted desperately at Matt. No, Dany, I'm not leaving you. Matt Murdock's loyalty was unwavering. Dany had fought side by side with Matt for days, and he knew all too well how stubborn Matt could be. Words would do no good. Without warning, Dany struck, landing a precise blow to the back of Matt's head. Matt never saw it coming. Caught completely off guard, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Without hesitation, Dany bolted down the street, putting as much distance between himself and Matt as possible. His thoughts were simple. He had to get away, far away, before he did something truly unforgivable. To think he can still keep his wits about him at a time like this. Even Kimimaro, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but be astonished. He paid no attention to Matt Murdock, who lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly devoid of threat. With a flick of his body, he darted off in pursuit of Dany Rand. The bioweapon storyline has been successfully planted. Rorschach withdrew his focus from Kimimaro and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Dany Rand had now fully become Dio Brando, and Matt Murdock had witnessed the entire transformation with his own eyes. There was no doubt that Matt Murdock would never turn a blind eye to such an event. A war between the Defenders and the Vampires was now inevitable. Rorschach found himself genuinely looking forward to how things would unfold in the days to come. But for now, something else had momentarily drawn his attention. Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane had returned. Unlike the original incident, where only Tony Stark was kidnapped, this time both Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane had been taken captive together. The drama was even more explosive than before. After all, these two were the only heavyweight figures in Stark Industries. And yet, they'd both been kidnapped at once. The uproar this caused. Even now, many people could hardly believe it. What sort of terrorist would dare to go this far? Were they not simply courting death? In response to this nationally watched incident, Stark Industries quickly called a press conference. At the press conference, Tony Stark recounted to everyone how his beloved uncle, Obadiah Stane, had risked everything to negotiate with the terrorists alone in order to save him, only to end up being captured himself. And together, they'd both had a brush with death. His words were delivered with tears streaming down his face. The deep bond between uncle and nephew moved everyone present, as well as every viewer watching from home. Stark Tower, at a deserted bend in the corridor. Pepper, I know this sounds impossible, but it really happened. Listen, I'm Tony Stark. Tony Stark had cornered Pepper Potts, his face brimming with earnest conviction. Mr. Stane, what are you talking about? Naturally, Pepper Potts couldn't believe him, though she tried to be understanding of Obadiah Stane's apparent ramblings. After all, he'd been kidnapped by terrorists, reportedly tortured in unspeakable ways. It was only natural for him to have some psychological issues after such an ordeal. In fact, it wasn't just Obadiah Stane. Pepper Potts had noticed that Tony Stark himself had been acting strange these past few days. But considering the trauma of their kidnapping, no matter how odd the two of them behaved, she found it hard to be surprised. You don't believe me, Pepper. You just don't believe me. Seeing Pepper Potts' reaction, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel a little deflated. Still, he understood. What had happened to him was just too bizarre for any sane person to accept. Mr. Stane, you really don't have to come back to work so soon. After all you've been through, everyone will understand. Pepper Potts' voice was gentle as she tried to comfort Obadiah Stane. Forget it. Tony Stark simply shook his head, refusing to waste any more effort. Instead, he offered Pepper Potts a warning. Be careful, Pepper. He's not the Tony you used to know. Mr. Stan, what are you talking about? I'm really confused, Pepper Potts admitted, her face blank with bewilderment. Just pretend I was never here. Tony Stark paused for a moment, then waved her off, ignoring the puzzled look in Pepper's eyes as he turned and walked away. After a brief attempt, Tony Stark had given up entirely on trying to explain. He understood now that what he truly needed to do was to quickly find the person who had used the soul exchange technique to swap bodies between him and Obadiah. Ever since being rescued from that cave, Tony Stark had been focused on this very mission. But, unfortunately, the culprit seemed to have vanished in a thin air. No matter how hard Tony searched, there was simply no trace to be found. I know many people now believe that Stark Industries has done enough. Our weapons are in high demand, both with the military and private buyers. But it's not enough. As Tony walked past a conference room, he heard the spirited voice of Tony Stark echoing from within. His face darkened. Obadiah. He had to stop this man, no matter what. After accidentally discovering that Obadiah Stane had actually hired the Ten Rings terrorists to assassinate him, Tony Stark began a deep investigation into Obadiah Stane. The more he looked, the more disturbing the truth became. Tony Stark discovered that Obadiah Stane had been secretly selling weapons to all sorts of terrorist groups. No one could know just how many wars had been sparked by Stark Industries weapons. Obadiah Stane was fueling chaos in this world. He had to be stopped. Tony Stark made a silent vow to himself. He even began to form a rough plan in his mind about how to bring it all to a halt. Back in that cave in Afghanistan, Tony Stark had designed an entirely new weapon, hoping to use it for his escape. Yet, due to John Preston's timely intervention, it had never come to fruition. But now, it seemed the idea could finally move forward. Obadiah is starting to develop the Iron Man armor now. Isn't this whole story taking a wildly different turn? Rorschach muttered, slightly exasperated. To be honest, he hadn't quite anticipated things would develop this way. Still, watching the changes in this world set in motion by his own hand, he couldn't help but find the whole situation fascinating. Originally, Rorschach had planned to switch Tony Stark and Obadiah's bodies back after their rescue. But now, it seemed events were unfolding in a far more interesting direction. Rorschach decided there was no harm in letting things play out for a while longer. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Turning his attention to the defenders, Rorschach noticed they had gathered once again. He refocused, devoting himself to the events unfolding in the Resident Evil scenario. Hell's Kitchen. Outside an unremarkable clubhouse, Matt Murdock, Frank Castle, and Jessica Jones, the three defenders, had assembled once more. Apart from all this, there was another figure, Colleen Wing, a strikingly poised woman of Asian descent, katana in hand. The moment she heard that Dany Rand might be in trouble, she rushed straight to Hell's Kitchen. After a bit of investigation, she managed to regroup with the other defenders. Matt, are you sure Dany's in there? Colleen cast a skeptical glance at the blind man by her side. They hadn't conducted any surveillance. How could he be so sure? Colleen herself wasn't just a martial arts master. She was also a professional detective. A real investigator, far more skilled than the half-baked Jessica Jones. Yet she hadn't found a single clue indicating that Dany Rand was inside the club. I know. I was just like you at first. You'll get used to it, Jessica Jones said earnestly to Colleen. As for Frank Castle, he didn't waste a breath. He simply reached into his bag and pulled out a submachine gun. Hey, is that really necessary? Colleen was visibly startled. Did he seriously need to whip out a gun at the drop of a hat? This wasn't World War III. Trust me, it's necessary. This is Hell's Kitchen. Frank replied coolly. Let's go in. Matt Murdock called out to the group. No one argued. They advanced swiftly toward the club. The door was slightly ajar. Colleen carefully pushed it open, and sure enough, just as Matt Murdock had said, a young man with blonde curls, dressed in a crisp suit, lounged lazily on the sofa inside. Who else could it be but Dany Rand? Dany! Colleen's face lit up with joy. She darted instinctively toward him. Wait! But Matt Murdock stepped in, blocking her path. He fixed his sightless gaze on Dany, wary. Dany, is that really you? Dany looked just fine now, but Matt could never forget that night Dany had tackled him to the ground. This Dany had been altered by Kimamaro's strange mask. What are you talking about, Matt? Of course I'm Dany. Dany Rand stood up, spreading his hands. I've been waiting for you all. What took you so long? Dany. Seeing Dany unharmed, Colleen couldn't hold herself back. She pushed past Matt and rushed straight to Dany, wrapping him in a fierce embrace. Colleen, you're here. I knew you'd come. Dany returned her hug warmly, his face brimming with relief and happiness. They looked every bit the couple reunited after a long separation. Jessica Jones let out a quiet sigh of relief, glancing sidelong at Matt Murdock. Matt, where's the monster you were talking about? Dany's standing right in front of us. Perfectly fine, oh shit. Jessica Jones hadn't even finished her sentence before she let out a startled cry, nearly biting her own tongue in shock. Her eyes were wide open, staring in disbelief at Dany Rand ahead of her, thoroughly shaken. Watch out, Colleen. Matt Murdock shouted even louder, because at that very moment, Dany Rand, who was holding on to Colleen Wing, suddenly opened his mouth wide. Like a ferocious hound, he lunged at Colleen's neck with his jaws. It was clearly a human mouth, yet stretched far beyond what should have been humanly possible. And that wasn't all. Inside his mouth, long beast-like fangs gleamed menacingly. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. A beast. In that instant, that's exactly what Dany Rand felt like to the defenders. What on earth was happening? Hearing the gasps behind her, Colleen Wing sensed something was terribly wrong. She tried to push Dany away to see what was going on, but realized his grip was like iron. She couldn't break free at all. Dany, let me go. Even Colleen, no matter how oblivious, was starting to realize something was terribly wrong. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from Dany's hold. But the very next moment, she discovered Dany's strength was astonishingly immense. Even straining with all her might, she couldn't budge him an inch. She watched in horror as Dany's sharp fangs descended toward her neck. Bang! In that split second, Frank Castle raised his arm and fired a shot. With a hiss, a bullet tore through the air and punched right through Dany Rand's forehead. Scalding, crimson blood spurted out, splattering across Colleen Wing's face. Hood, hood, hood. The sheer force of the blow made Dany's body shudder violently. Colleen was immediately wrenched free from his grip. As she looked up, she was met by the sight of Dany's blood-soaked face, especially the ghastly bullet hole in his forehead. It was a sight impossible to ignore. Dany. Colleen's voice trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide with shock, unable to process what had just happened. She had just found Dany Rand, and now she was watching him get killed right before her eyes. But then, in the very next moment, Colleen was utterly dumbstruck. Instead of collapsing lifeless to the ground as she expected, Dany Rand straightened up almost instantly. The gaping wound in his forehead healed before her eyes, sealing up in a matter of seconds. Clink! The bullet was pushed out of the wound and dropped to the floor. What was happening? Colleen was completely stunned. He survived a bullet to the head? This had to be some kind of joke, right? Legend points from Colleen Wing, plus 368. This must be a joke, right? Jessica Jones murmured, equally shaken. Even the ever-stoic Frank Castle couldn't hide his astonishment. Legend points from Jessica Jones, plus 456. Legend points from Frank Castle, plus 425. Frank, we fought side by side before. Did you really have to shoot without a second thought? Dany Rand whipped his head around suddenly, and the chilling intensity in his eyes was enough to make even Frank Castle feel a shiver run down his spine. Dany, what's wrong with you? Why have you become like this? Colleen Wing's voice rang out, her disbelief echoing as she shouted at Dany Rand. What's wrong with me? Dany Rand spread his arms wide, as if savoring the power surging through his new, transformed body. I have evolved. I've become something beyond human, and now I'm offering you all the same chance. Dany, I know you're still in there. Matt Murdock called out sternly from his side, his voice heavy as he tried to reach the real Dany Rand. I don't know what that mask has done to you, but I know you're still in there, Dany. How self-righteous of you. You think I need saving, Matt? I've never felt better in my life. Dany's gaze swept across their faces. This is your final chance. Join me. Dany, I don't know what's happened to you, but this isn't who you are. Colleen Wing shook her head over and over, shouting at Dany with a firm, desperate voice. Is that so, Colleen? Is that what you really think? Ignorance has blinded you, kept you from seeing the truth. Let me help you with that. Before his words had even faded, Dany Rand's body flickered, vanishing from where he stood. Like a specter, he lunged straight at Colleen Wing. What? Colleen gasped in shock. Dany was moving so fast, at least twice as fast as before, maybe more. Colleen Wing had spent countless days fighting side by side with Dany Rand, battling the hand together. She knew his abilities as well as her own. They were evenly matched. When did he become this strong? With a heavy thud, Colleen's defenses crumbled under Dany's overwhelming strength, and she was sent tumbling through the air. She crashed hard on the ground. In a blur, Dany Rand darted in again, pouncing at Colleen like a wild beast. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Frank Castle didn't waste a single second. He raised a submachine gun and squeezed the trigger at Dany Rand. A hail of bullets tore into Dany's body, one after another, each impact ripping open fresh wounds. But Dany Rand seemed utterly unfazed, charging at Frank Castle with inhuman speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Frank. He launched a brutal punch straight at Frank Castle. With a sharp crack, Jessica Jones appeared just in time, reaching out to grab Dany Rand's arm. Dany, are you really going to hurt us? Jessica Jones glared at Dany, her voice low and urgent. Dany didn't answer. Instead, he flexed his right arm with sudden force. An immense, tidal wave of power surged through him, and Jessica could no longer hold on. Dany flung her away with a single blow. She crashed to the floor with a metallic clatter. Jessica Jones crashed down onto a table, smashing it instantly into splinters. Ignoring the pain that racked her body, threatening to tear her apart, Jessica stared at Dany Rand with utter shock. How had that curly-haired kid suddenly become so strong? He could actually go toe-to-toe with her now. And it wasn't just Jessica. Every defender in the room was equally stunned. This was Jessica Jones, after all, the woman with superhuman strength. She was practically unstoppable when it came to raw power. And now, Dany Rand had actually overpowered her. The shock quickly gave way to a tremendous sense of pressure that weighed heavily on everyone present. The Dany Rand standing before them wasn't just a martial arts master. His speed and strength had exploded to outrageous levels, far beyond anything a normal human could hope to achieve. Worse yet, he now possessed a terrifying, almost monstrous ability to heal himself. And let's not forget, he could bite. With those razor-sharp teeth. To put it bluntly, Dany had become a full-blown monster. Even though the defenders outnumbered him, none of them felt confident facing such a creature. Do you feel my power now? I've become stronger than any of you, above all of you. In this moment, Dany Rand was utterly triumphant. He swept his gaze over the others with a look of unassailable superiority. Oh my God, Dany, what did they do to you? Colleen Wing looked at him, struggling to recognize the man she once knew. They set me free, and now I'm going to set you free too. You'll thank me for it. Just wait and see. With those words, Dany Rand's form blurred as he lunged forward at the defenders again. A furious melee erupted instantly. Even with 4 formidable defenders against him, the vampire-like Dany Rand battered them as easily as if they were unruly children. Colleen Wing, Matt Murdock, Frank Castle, ordinary humans, all of them, were no match. In just a few swift strikes, Dany left them battered and bruised, each one nursing injuries. Even Jessica Jones, with all her powers, found herself struggling desperately to hold her ground. The fight was hopelessly one-sided. But that wasn't the end. Jessica, you really are a pain, you know that? Dany Rand, having had several of his punches blocked by Jessica, finally lost his patience. He let out a guttural growl and swung a vicious punch at her. Jessica's whole body ached, but she knew no one else could withstand Dany's blows. Gritting her teeth, she swung her fist to meet his attack. And then, in the next instant, Dany Rand's punch erupted into a blazing inferno. Fiery energy burst forth, dazzling and fierce, forming a fist of living flame that seared everyone's eyes. What? The defenders could hardly believe what they were seeing, their eyes nearly leaping from their sockets. Flaming fists? What kind of nonsense is that? If things like super speed, immense strength, or even self-healing are just barely believable, then a flaming fist is pure fantasy. Legend value from Matt Murdock, plus 587. Legend value from Jessica Jones, plus 554. Legend value from Frank Castle, plus 514. Legend value from Colleen Wing, plus 324. Of course, the defenders had no idea that the so-called Flaming Fist was actually a power granted to Dany Rand by the Stone Mask. That's right, the Stone Mask has the ability to awaken certain special powers in its wearer. For instance, Dio Brando gained the power to freeze others, and could even shoot laser beams from his eyes. But Dany Rand, who could already summon his inner energy and channel it into his fists, awakened the ability to unleash a flaming fist. Although, in truth, the flame wasn't fire at all, but a golden energy that blazed around his hand. It was, in fact, very similar to the energy Dany Rand used to summon before, a transformed, evolved version of his inner chi. There was no denying it. The Stone Mask had changed Dany Rand in ways no one could have imagined. Thud! A heavy, dull impact resounded through the air. Without any suspense, the flaming fist landed squarely on Jessica Jones. Jessica's entire body jolted, and then, like a cannonball, she was blasted backward at tremendous speed. She flew more than a dozen meters before crashing hard into a wall, then slumped down to the ground in a heap. And then, she didn't move. No more sound or sign of life. Jessica! The other defenders cried out in shock and horror. Jessica Jones, who had always seemed like an unstoppable force, had just been taken out by a single punch from Dany Rand. Whoosh! Colleen Wing darted to Jessica's side to check on her, and finally let out a long sigh of relief when she realized Jessica had only passed out. We have to pull back now. Frank Castle's voice cut through the chaos, low and grim. Though the defenders were deeply unwilling, they knew Frank was right. It was clear as day now. None of them, even together, could stand up to Dany Rand. And now, with Jessica Jones, their powerhouse, down for the count, if they hesitated any longer, they could all end up at Dany Rand's mercy. Retreat. We're pulling out. Matt Murdock echoed, his voice equally grave. Colleen didn't waste words. She quickly hoisted Jessica up and started moving for the exit. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Frank Castle unleashed a hail of gunfire at Dany Rand, cold and relentless, trying to pin him down and buy his teammates time. He was covering their retreat. Whoosh! Dany Rand, utterly unfazed by the bullets, immune to the rain of gunfire, charged straight through, closing in on the others without a second thought. Clang! Clang! But Frank wasn't finished. With practiced precision, he yanked the pins from several grenades and hurled them at Dany Rand without hesitation. Boom! 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 The explosions erupted with deafening force, shockwaves roaring out and engulfing Dany Rand in a blinding inferno. But in the very next moment, the defenders all realized that Dany Rand, despite being blasted into a bloody, battered wreck, was still walking toward them through the flames. Frank Castle remained unflappable, keeping his trademark composure even in the face of danger. Though the grenade hadn't killed Dany Rand, at least it had bought him some time. He had already reloaded his grenade launcher. Boom! A grenade shot out and struck Dany Rand, whose injuries had left him slow and unsteady. Dany's body was sent flying like a cannonball, tumbling through the air. There was no doubt now the defenders' plan had failed. In fact, it was nothing short of a crushing defeat. They had originally hoped to rescue Dany Rand from Kimimoro's clutches, but Kimimoro never even showed himself. Just Dany Rand alone had left them utterly outmatched and broken. And judging by Dany's current state, while no one knew exactly what had caused such a transformation, it was clear that bringing him back to his senses would be no easy task. Worse still, Jessica Jones had been gravely wounded by Dany as well, adding insult to injury. This is beyond what we can handle, Frank Castle said grimly, his brow deeply furrowed. After a moment of heavy silence, he made a decision. We have to alert the Super Academy. Having fought side by side with Ling Lingi and Wu Yoichi before, everyone knew at least a little about the relationship between the Super Academy and the House of Evolution. Both groups were powers far beyond their imagination, and, for what they could tell, the two were not on friendly terms. There was an undercurrent of rivalry between them. Last time, when Lan Shi from the House of Evolution snuck out and caused trouble, it was the Super Academy that took responsibility for apprehending her. Now that the House of Evolution was stirring up trouble again, it was only right, by reason and necessity, to inform the Super Academy once more. Matt Murdock had nothing to add. He agreed with Frank Castle's judgment. But there was a serious problem. Wu Yoichi had already returned to the Academy. They had no idea how to get in touch with Wu Yoichi. And so, for the time being, the defenders went to ground, lying low and keeping out of sight. Jessica Jones was recovering in the hospital. There was no question about that. The defenders shifted their focus from confronting Dany Rand and Kimimoro to figuring out how to contact the Super Academy. Although Wu Yoichi had gone back to the Academy, the defenders discovered that he had a friend still in New York. That friend wasn't a member of the Super Academy, but he was no ordinary man either. Rumor had it, he'd single-handedly rescued Tony Stark from a gang of terrorists. John Preston. He became the defenders' new target. But to their dismay, John Preston was even harder to find than they'd expected. They followed lead after lead, but nothing useful turned up. For now, let the defenders' story hang in suspense. With his observation hockey withdrawn, Rorschach couldn't help but ponder his next move. At this point in the biochemistry storyline, a glaring problem had emerged. The defenders were clearly outmatched. Kimimoro needed no further mention. Just the vampire Dany Rand alone was enough to sweep aside all of the defenders. And with Kingpin, under Kimimoro's control, relentlessly abducting people throughout this period, a growing number of new vampires had been created. The defenders didn't stand a chance. Let's bring S.H.I.E.L.D. into this as well. Rorschach made the decision with unmistakable delight. Triskelion headquarters. Director's office. Natasha, you must have heard about the recent string of disappearances all over New York, haven't you? Nick Fury, his single piercing eye settling on Black Widow, asked casually. Sir, since when do we concern ourselves with missing persons cases? Black Widow's curiosity was piqued. Given the scale of S.H.I.E.L.D., missing persons cases would never warrant their attention. But for Director Fury to take an interest, it could only mean this was anything but simple. Click. Nick Fury didn't bother with further explanation. He simply picked up the remote and pressed a few buttons. A series of related files began to play on a large screen in front of them. No, please, help me. On screen, they saw a humanoid monster, its body stiff, limbs grotesquely uncoordinated, pounce and pin a person to the ground, then sink its teeth into its victim with savage force. The anguished screams, even through the speakers, sent chills down Black Widow's spine. What is that? Black Widow fixed her gaze on Nick Fury, her tone grave. I've picked up some intel. Someone's been conducting covert biochemistry experiments. That creature escaped from one of their labs. Though she'd suspected as much, Fury's words still rattled Black Widow. That thing, the one eating people, was actually man-made? With so many recent disappearances in New York that even Black Widow had heard about, the number must have reached a significant level. If all those missing people had been turned into monsters like this. Just the thought made Black Widow's blood run cold. All signs point toward Hell's Kitchen. Natasha, I'm assigning you a rapid response team. Get to the bottom of this. Leave no stone unturned. Nick Fury's face was grave as he issued the order. Yes, sir. Black Widow didn't waste a word. She acknowledged the command, then strode briskly from the room. After a series of deployments and reconnaissance missions, by nightfall, Black Widow led a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to the outskirts of an unremarkable-looking factory complex. Deploy the drones. At her command, several drones were launched, piloted swiftly into the factory grounds. Everything inside was transmitted in real time to the team's monitors via the drone's cameras. One by one, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stared at the feeds, their eyes widening in shock. because the drone surveillance revealed that inside the factory, there wasn't a single person to be found. All they saw were row upon row of coffins. The coffins were packed densely, filling the entire factory, lined up in perfect order, and the sight was beyond eerie. Coffins? Something isn't right. Very wrong indeed. Both Black Widow and the other agents all sensed it at the same time, an unspoken agreement hanging in the air. Still, no matter what, this place needed to be investigated thoroughly. Whatever strange secret was hidden here, that was exactly what they all had to find out. With that, Black Widow led the SHIELD agents as they slipped quietly into the factory. They moved with practiced speed, conducting their search and reconnaissance in record time. "Ma'am, there's not a soul in here, just these damned coffins." A SHIELD agent hurried over to report to Black Widow. "Did you check inside the coffins?" Black Widow paused, then asked the critical question. The agent hesitated, caught off guard, and then shook his head. Did the commander suspect someone might be hiding inside the coffins? But what kind of person would hide in a coffin? "Hurry, check the coffins." Black Widow wasted no time, snapping out the order to her team. "You two with me." A bald agent quickly signaled to two others, heading straight for the nearest coffin. Suddenly, a low, oppressive sound echoed through the space. A harsh, grating noise, as if two massive objects were scraping against each other. What was that? Black Widow snapped into full alert in an instant. She made a swift tactical gesture, and every SHIELD agent on site tensed up, weapons drawn in a heartbeat. Eyes scanning all directions, ears straining for the slightest sound. Their movements slowed, and the entire squad shifted into a tactical formation, ready for anything. No matter what might happen, they were prepared to respond with maximum efficiency. Yet after their tense sweep, nothing seemed out of place. There was nothing here but the coffins, not even a shadow. In the darkness, the atmosphere grew heavier, thick with an uncanny sense of dread. The scraping noise grew louder, echoing through the silent factory. "It's the coffins. Those coffins over there, they're moving." Suddenly, a SHIELD agent cried out, pointing straight at one of the coffins. It was nighttime, and with so many coffins packed together, the movement had been subtle. Only now did the agents notice something was off. In a rush, all eyes turned toward the spot. Sure enough, they saw the lid of a coffin trembling, shuddering as if something alive inside was pushing from within. "You two, go check it out." Black Widow gave the order almost offhandedly to two nearby agents. "Yes, ma'am." The two set off at once. But before they could take action, the tremors spread. One coffin after another began to shake, all across the floor. And then, with a crash, the lid of one coffin was suddenly flung open by tremendous force. Then, a pair of hands reached out from within. Black Widow and the SHIELD agents tensed up in an instant, nerves stretched tight. In perfect unison, they raised their guns, staring at the coffin as if facing a deadly enemy. A sharp crack rang out. Those hands gently gripped the edge of the coffin. Then, a figure slowly pushed itself up and began to crawl out of the coffin. "Stop! Hands in the air!" A SHIELD agent barked a harsh order at the figure. But the figure acted as if they hadn't heard a word. Its body lurched and staggered, heading straight towards the agents. Beams of flashlight swept over, powerful light illuminating the figure's face. A collective gasp filled the air. The SHIELD agents nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets in shock. What on earth was this thing? How had its face rotted to such a degree? Was this some kind of zombie cosplay? "Stop! I said stop!" More urgent shouts rang out. But it was clear the vampire wasn't going to listen, charging unflinchingly toward the group. Gunshots shattered the stillness of the night. Without hesitation, several SHIELD agents pulled their triggers, firing at the vampire. Yet the creature only slowed for a moment. It didn't fall, didn't even seem truly wounded. Relentlessly, it kept coming at the agents. What the hell is this thing? The SHIELD agents felt as if their heads were about to explode. A metallic clatter echoed out. One by one, coffins were forced open, their lids knocked aside. Vampires, one after another, crawled out from within. Looking around, it was a nightmare. Hands reaching out of coffins everywhere, unsteady figures stumbling out into the open. "Fall back! Everyone fall back now!" Black Widow didn't dare hesitate. She immediately led the agents in a rapid retreat. But it was already too late. Vampires poured out from every passage, surrounding them from all sides. Gunfire erupted, frantic and unending. Black Widow and the SHIELD agents all fired mercilessly, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets at the oncoming vampires. The vampires moved slowly, their movements painfully stiff, but there were simply too many of them, and bullets seemed to do nothing to stop them. In the chaos, one agent after another fell, each becoming food for the ravenous creatures. Explosions roared out, shaking the air. Fortunately, the SHIELD agents had come prepared. Grenade after grenade was thrown, blasting a bloody path through the horde. But just as Black Widow and her team finally made it to the exit, they found a young man in a sharp suit already standing there, blocking their way with an air of casual dominance. A faint, mocking smile played across his lips. It was clear he had been waiting for them. "Who are you? Why did you unleash all these monsters?" The Black Widow stared intently at the young man, her voice steady and commanding as she questioned him. "A monster?" The young man, hearing this, couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. "What a bunch of ignorant people, trapped in your own narrow world. What do you really know? Well, perfect. Let's use you as my first experiment for this new skill I've just awakened." With those words, he shifted his stance and charged straight at the Black Widow. Bang, bang, bang. The Black Widow didn't hesitate for a second. She squeezed the trigger, firing directly at the young man. Several bullets struck his body, yet they didn't seem to affect him at all. "You're a monster too." The Black Widow was stunned. Now she understood. This person before her wasn't human either. He was a monster as well. Only, he was of a higher order. While she was still reeling from shock, the young man had already darted up to her. His fist swung toward her. A dazzling beam of light erupted as he punched, striking the Black Widow squarely. Instinctively, she tensed, bracing for pain. But to her utter astonishment, she realized she was completely unscathed. Not only was she unharmed, she didn't even feel the slightest discomfort. It was as if that flashy, special effects-laden punch hadn't touched her at all. What in the world was going on? Was his punch really that weak? But now wasn't the time to ponder these things. Since she was fine, the Black Widow quickly twisted to the side and launched a fierce kick at the young man. But then, something horrifying happened. She discovered her leg passed straight through his body. It was as if he'd become intangible. What was happening? The Black Widow was completely dumbfounded. "Ma'am, ma'am." At this moment, the frantic voices of several SHIELD agents caught her attention. She turned her head, and her mind went utterly blank. Because there, lying on the ground, was another version of herself. Then who was she? Legend points for Natasha Romanoff, plus 547. "I'm right here." "You too, I'm right here." The Black Widow waved frantically, calling out to the two SHIELD agents. Her voice was loud, almost shouting, but the two showed no sign that they'd heard her at all. Judging by their expressions, it was as if she were invisible. She even tried to reach out and touch them, but to her shock, her hand passed right through their bodies. What on earth is happening? She was completely at a loss. "It's useless. Her soul has already been knocked out of her body by me. What's lying on the ground is nothing but an empty shell." The young man's triumphant voice rang out. "Ha ha! Aside from Lord Dany, I'm the strongest there is." It's worth mentioning that this young man wasn't transformed directly from Kimimaro by the Stone Ghost mask. Kimimaro had used the Stone Ghost mask to transform only Dany Rand. All the other vampires were made by Dany Rand. These vampires transformed by Dany Rand, or perhaps it's more fitting to call them the living dead, are for the most part the lowest rank of such creatures, barely different from zombies. Yet, among them, a rare few like Dany Rand himself not only retain their minds but even awaken unique abilities. Take David Hayter, for example, who with a single punch nearly knocked Black Widow's soul right out of her body. And every living dead created by Dany Rand is utterly loyal to him. It's a kind of bloodline dominance that cannot be defied. "My soul, my very soul." A thunderous shock crashed through Black Widow's mind, as if she had been struck by lightning. So now, she realized, she was nothing more than a wandering soul. But why that man's punch managed to wrench her very soul from her body? It was terrifying beyond belief. How could any human possibly do something like that? Legend value plus 666 from Natasha Romanoff. "Ma'am, ma'am." The voices of the last two SHIELD agents rang out again, drawing Black Widow's attention. Looking over, she saw one agent lifting her limp body while the other pulled the pin on the last grenade and hurled it straight at David Hayter. With a deafening blast, David Hayter's body was thrown into the air by the explosion. Gunfire erupted. The agent gripped his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the swarm of vampires closing in from all sides. "Hurry! Get out of here now!" But in the very next instant, David Hayter, blown aside by the grenade, began to rise from the ground once more. His body, shredded and bloody from the blast, seemed to heal before their very eyes, as if enhanced by digital effects. Wounds closing, flesh knitting together at unnatural speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood there completely unscathed. Except for his tattered clothes, there was no sign he'd ever been hurt at all. How is this possible? What kind of monster is that? The last two SHIELD agents were nearly scared out of their wits. Black Widow felt her scalp tingle with fear. If even a grenade couldn't kill him, how were they supposed to fight a creature like this? What kind of place was this? What horror had been bred here? A chorus of guttural, beastly roars erupted all around. One glance at the unharmed, triumphant David Hayter, and at the vampires surging in like a dark tide, and despair washed over Black Widow and the two agents alike. Suddenly, in the pitch-black night, a blazing golden light cut through the shadows. It swept through the vampire horde like a sword of judgment. The sound of flesh being sliced filled the air as a golden sword of light darted and weaved, felling vampires wherever it went. Uncle Nine! It's Uncle Nine! At the sight of the golden light, Black Widow's heart soared with hope. It was unmistakably Uncle Nine's copper coin sword. With the coin sword unleashed, the vampires instinctively recoiled, afraid to come any closer. A path was carved open, clear by sheer force. Uncle Nine caught the returning copper coin sword in a flash and leapt to stand in front of the last two SHIELD agents. "You two stay close to me." Uncle Nine spoke in a low, grave tone to the two SHIELD agents. Although Uncle Nine had helped SHIELD resolve the Smile Nightmare incident, such supernatural matters remained highly classified within the organization. Aside from a handful of those directly involved and a few witnesses, most people didn't even know who Uncle Nine was. But even so, when these two agents saw the old man carve a path through the chaos with nothing but a lightsaber, how could they not realize this elder was no ordinary person? Without a word, they immediately fell in behind Uncle Nine. Neither human nor zombie. What kind of evil fiends are these? With his coin sword in hand, Uncle Nine swept his gaze over the swarm of vampires around them, unable to keep a frown from furrowing his brow. He could see it clearly. Although his coin sword inflicted a certain degree of harm on the vampires, it never dealt a truly fatal blow. Creatures that were neither living nor undead. Uncle Nine had never encountered such things before. "Uncle Nine, I'm counting on you from here." Black Widow, almost on instinct, called out to him. "You must get this intel back safely." Agent Natasha, how did your spirit leave your body?" Black Widow had only meant to send a silent prayer, never expecting Uncle Nine could actually hear her. But to her astonishment, not only did he hear her, he actually saw her. He even responded. Uncle Nine truly lived up to his reputation. He was extraordinary in every sense. Legend points for Natasha Romanoff, plus 468. "Uncle Nine, you can see me?" Black Widow was both stunned and delighted. "No, never mind. Now's not the time for talk. Uncle Nine, please, get my two colleagues out of here. I shall do all I can." Uncle Nine answered solemnly. "So a strange old man's shown up. Looks like you're not so ordinary after all." David Hayter gave Uncle Nine a deeply curious look, then grinned slyly. With a sudden shift, he lunged straight at Uncle Nine. With a flash, Uncle Nine's coin sword swung down in a powerful arc toward David Hayter. A wound split instantly across David Hayter's body. "What kind of sword is that?" David Hayter gasped in shock. There was something inexplicable about that blade, a force that gnawed at his body, slowing his healing drastically. That sword was even deadlier than a grenade. David Hayter was, for once, truly astonished. But Uncle Nine was just as surprised. David Hayter's strength and speed were both astonishing. If not for his lack of skill in close combat, Uncle Nine would never have landed a hit. On any other day, Uncle Nine might have been interested in trading a few more blows. But now, the situation was far too urgent. He needed to end this quickly. With a whistling flutter of his robes, the two SHIELD agents barely registered a blur before David Hayter was right in front of them. Both men tensed in terror. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire erupted once more as the agents, panicked, squeezed off shots in David Hayter's direction. But as expected, their bullets had no effect on him whatsoever. David Hayter was moving so fast, many of their shots simply missed him entirely. Yet Uncle Nine remained completely calm. With a flick of his wrist, a talisman appeared in his hand. With a crackling sound, as he gave a gentle toss, the talisman seemed to come alive, flying straight toward David Hayter. Considering how fast David Hayter was moving, it should have been impossible for a flimsy piece of paper to catch up to him. And yet, the talisman in Uncle Nine's hand seemed to have eyes of its own, homing in on David and sticking right onto him. "What's this?" David glanced down at the yellow paper, now plastered to his chest, utterly bewildered. But David Hayter wasn't stupid. Though he couldn't recognize what kind of talisman it was, he was sure it couldn't be anything good. Immediately, he reached out, trying to rip the talisman off and toss it away. But before he could, the talisman suddenly burst into flames. A surge of fire leapt up from it, instantly engulfing David Hayter's entire body. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream tore through the night air. David completely forgot about attacking Uncle Nine or the SHIELD agents. He dropped to the ground, desperately rolling and slapping at the flames to put them out. How could a simple piece of paper catch fire like that? The two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind Uncle Nine watched, dumbfounded. This elderly man, with his hair already turned gray-white, truly had some extraordinary tricks up his sleeve. With another flourish, Uncle Nine produced a handful of talismans and hurled them forward. Each talisman unerringly found its mark, sticking to a vampire's body. Uncle Nine made a beckoning motion. At once, each vampire was surrounded by raging fire. The two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents couldn't help but let out long sighs of relief. The horde of vampires that had nearly overwhelmed them suddenly collapsed in droves, and the pressure on them eased dramatically. Without wasting a moment, Uncle Nine took out a bagua compass and formed a strange gesture with his hands. In a flash, the agent saw a beam of light shoot down from the moon above, striking the bagua compass. The compass instantly lit up, shining like a mirror and casting a blazing beam of light forward. Wherever the light reached, the vampires seemed to meet their greatest nemesis, unable to approach and scrambling to get out of its way. Those who dodged too slowly were caught in the beam, letting out agonized shrieks. A sickening hissing sound filled the air, as if acid had been poured over them, and tendrils of white smoke rose from their bodies. This is incredible. The two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could only stare in amazement. Mao Shan's sorcery, to people like them, was nothing short of unfathomable magic. But Uncle Nine frowned in silence. Whether it was the coin sword or the bagua mirror, though they worked on these creatures, their effectiveness was clearly diminished. Authentic Mao Shan techniques seemed somewhat out of place when used against such beings. Take this. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Uncle Nine handed the bagua mirror to one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, while he himself gripped the coin sword tightly. And so it continued. The group no longer lingered in battle. Using the coin sword and the bagua mirror to clear a path, they finally managed to carve a bloody way out. They succeeded in escaping from that hellish place. Sir, would you be willing to come with us back to S.H.I.E.L.D.? We need your help right now. New York needs your help. No sooner had they escaped than one of SHIELD's agents extended an invitation to Master Nine. Bringing S.H.I.E.L.D. into this had always been Rorschach's plan. Even if the agent hadn't asked, Rorschach would have made sure Master Nine paid them a visit. Of course, given Master Nine's character, faced with such an event, he would never shirk his responsibility. Let's hurry, Master Nine replied, nodding. Exorcising demons and vanquishing evil is my duty as a Taoist. When such things arise, I cannot turn away. The two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were overjoyed. Without delay, they brought Black Widow's body and Master Nine back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as fast as they could. They soon stood before Nick Fury. The sight of the rapid response team returning with only 3 survivors, and even Black Widow's fate uncertain, made Nick Fury's face darken with a stormy gloom. The losses were devastating. Truly devastating. Fury wasn't overly troubled by the loss of ordinary agents. But someone like Black Widow, loyal, supremely capable, and willing to handle any dirty work without hesitation. If he lost her, it would be a deep, painful blow. The only small comfort was that Master Nine had appeared once again. Yet for that very reason, Fury felt an even deeper sense of foreboding. After all, nothing ordinary would ever demand the attention of someone like Master Nine. Master Nine, we really owe you. If not for you, Natasha and the others would have been lost. Though he still had countless questions, Fury first expressed his gratitude. Please don't say that. I am ashamed. If I had arrived sooner, so many would not have died or been wounded. Master Nine replied, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. No, Master Nine, it is we who should thank you. Fury said sincerely, though he quickly shifted the conversation. But these pleasantries can wait. What matters most now is those monsters. Master Nine, you must know something about them, don't you? An evil artifact was secretly brought into New York. I've been pursuing it this whole time. If I'm not mistaken, those monsters were all transformed under the influence of that artifact. After a brief pause, Master Nine revealed the truth to Fury. An evil artifact? Fury echoed, genuinely surprised. He had suspected some kind of bioweapon experiment. Not this. What kind of artifact could possibly turn people into zombie-like monsters? Fury pressed, his one good eye fixed on Master Nine. The stone mask. It appeared more than a century ago, causing no end of chaos. It contains a sinister power that can lead people down a demonic path. I never imagined that, after more than 100 years, the stone mask would resurface. As Master Nine finished, Fury's expression grew even grimmer. The situation was far more serious than he had imagined. When it came to an evil object that had been around for at least 100 years, Nick Fury wasn't at all confident that S.H.I.E.L.D. could handle it. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was a powerful organization, there was an awkward truth. They truly lacked experts in the supernatural. For this, it seemed they would still have to rely on Uncle Nine. Uncle Nine. Just as Nick was about to formally ask for Uncle Nine's help, a SHIELD agent hurried over to him. Director, Agent Natasha. At this point, the agent shook his head. The meaning couldn't have been clearer. Nick Fury's expression darkened. At that moment, he had no time to think about Uncle Nine. All his attention turned to the medical bay, and he rushed off without delay. Uncle Nine said nothing more and followed Nick Fury inside. Director, I'm sorry. Agent Natasha has passed away. A doctor in a white coat walked up to Nick Fury and shook his head. She's been dead for about an hour. Nick Fury didn't say a word. He strode straight to Black Widow's side and pulled back the white sheet that covered her entire body. After checking for himself, he found that Black Widow had no breath, no heartbeat, and not a trace of body warmth left. There was not the slightest sign of life anywhere on her body. She was, without a doubt, truly gone. Agent Natasha, thank you for everything you've done for S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked down at Black Widow's body, his face grave, his voice filled with respect. Don't be too quick to grieve. She's not dead yet. Uncle Nine walked up to Black Widow's body as well, but what he said to Nick Fury was quite surprising. Uncle Nine, what do you mean by that? A trace of confusion flashed in Nick Fury's single eye. Uncle Nine didn't look like he was just trying to offer comfort. I mean exactly what I said. She's not dead. Isn't it obvious? Uncle Nine replied matter-of-factly. But I just examined her closely. Natasha has no vital signs at all. Medically speaking, she's been dead for an hour, Nick said, feeling even more bewildered. She's not dead. She just lost her soul. Uncle Nine waved his hand dismissively. As long as I can call her soul back, she'll live again. Her soul lost? The idea sounded so outlandish that Nick Fury was momentarily stunned. Her soul is gone? So Uncle Nine, are you saying souls really exist? Nick glanced at Uncle Nine, asking almost reflexively. But as soon as he spoke, he realized how foolish his question sounded. If spirits and ghosts existed, why should souls be any less real? And coming from an authority like Uncle Nine, this was not something Nick Fury could ignore. Even if he couldn't fully believe it, Nick decided to let Uncle Nine try to summon Natasha's soul. There's no time to waste. Please, Uncle Nine, do what you can for Natasha. Nick Fury urged him at once. There's no rushing this. I still have to prepare a few things, Uncle Nine replied, shaking his head. Here's what we'll do. You stay here and watch. Over Agent Natasha's body. I'll return soon. If all goes well, I'll be back in an hour and a half, 2 hours at the most. I promise I'll come back. Uncle Nine, wherever you need to go, I'll arrange a plane to take you. There's no need. Uncle Nine refused him outright. Not just anyone can set foot on Mao Shan, not even to a branch temple. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, Agent Natasha will not die. Seeing how resolute Uncle Nine was, Nick Fury decided not to press the matter further. Natasha, no. Uncle Nine had barely left when Hawkeye Barton, having just received the news, rushed in. When he saw Black Widow's body, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. In all of S.H.I.E.L.D., no one shared a bond deeper than that between Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow. It was Hawkeye Barton who had first recruited Black Widow into S.H.I.E.L.D. Afterward, the two of them undertook countless missions together, forging a friendship far deeper than ordinary camaraderie. Black Widow's death, for Hawkeye Barton, was without question a devastating blow. Director, how did Natasha die? Barton forced himself to look up, his eyes locked intensely on Nick Fury as he asked in a low, steady voice. No matter how Black Widow had died, Hawkeye Barton was determined to avenge her. Barton, try to calm down. After a brief hesitation, Nick Fury spoke the truth. Actually, there's a chance Natasha isn't dead. Both Barton and Black Widow were Nick Fury's most trusted right-hand agents. With S.H.I.E.L.D. now facing a series of supernatural operations, the bald-headed director intended for Barton to join in as well. And Uncle Nine's attempt to call back Black Widow's soul was the perfect opportunity. Director, please don't try to comfort me. Hawkeye Barton shook his head. With all my experience as an agent, do you really think I can't tell the difference between the living and the dead? No, Barton, I'm not just trying to comfort you. Nick Fury's tone turned serious as he explained. From an agent's perspective, I agree with your judgment. Natasha is dead. But Uncle Nine offered a different explanation. Uncle Nine. Hawkeye Barton raised an eyebrow. Who is this? Some code name? I'm sure you've heard some rumors about SHIELD's recent supernatural incidents. Nick Fury gave only a brief mention, but Barton immediately understood. The Smiling Phantom had killed so many in S.H.I.E.L.D. There was no way Barton hadn't heard of it. But since the incident had been classified as top secret, even Barton didn't know the full story. Now, with Nick Fury suddenly bringing it up, how could Barton not sense that something was amiss? Could it be? That's right. The supernatural events were real. not just rumors. There was indeed a vengeful spirit that killed a large number of agents. And it was Uncle Nine who resolved the incident. He possesses some truly extraordinary skills, especially when it comes to the supernatural. Nick Fury was so grave that even Barton, despite himself, began to feel a flicker of hope. What did Uncle Nine say? Barton looked at Nick Fury, full of anticipation. According to Uncle Nine, Natasha isn't dead. Her soul is just missing. And next, Uncle Nine will... Nick Fury paused, searching for the right words. He'll perform a ritual, what he calls opening the altar, to summon Natasha's soul back. When the time comes and Natasha's soul returns to her body, she will be brought back to life, Nick Fury said solemnly to Hawkeye Barton. Hawkeye Barton was at a loss for words. Even if it was that uncle who solved the supernatural case saying this, wasn't a bit too far-fetched. It sounded like pure fantasy, didn't it? Sir, do you really believe in this kind of ridiculous claim? Barton raised an eyebrow. Logically, I don't believe it either. But considering that Uncle Nine did handle that supernatural incident perfectly, I can't help but have a bit of hope. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before sharing his thoughts with Barton. Barton thought it over and decided not to argue further. As unbelievable as it all sounded, to put it bluntly, Black Widow was already gone. What harm could it do to let Uncle Nine try something? After all, this was someone Nick Fury had high hopes for, a man of extraordinary abilities. 2 hours later, Uncle Nine appeared before Nick Fury again, this time dressed in traditional Taoist robes. Uncle Nine, you're finally here. Nick Fury, who had been anxiously awaiting his arrival, hurried to greet him. Uncle Nine nodded calmly in response. After a brief pause, he turned to Fury and said, "Everything I need is in the car. Could you send a couple of people to help me bring it up?" So, this was Uncle Nine? While Uncle Nine and Fury exchanged greetings, Hawkeye Barton took the chance to size him up from head to toe. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see anything particularly special about the man. Still, Barton wasn't the type to judge by appearances. He knew that anyone Fury valued this much must have something extraordinary about them, so he felt no inclination to underestimate Uncle Nine. "I'll go." Hearing that Uncle Nine needed help moving things, Barton immediately volunteered. Soon enough, Hawkeye led a few others to carry all of Uncle Nine's props upstairs, only to be left a little dumbfounded. There was a table, yellow cloth, an incense burner, candles, calligraphy brushes, and even something resembling an ancient Chinese sky lantern. And that wasn't all. There were even eggs. To Barton, it all seemed completely random and utterly unrelated. Could these things really bring Natasha back to life? A deep skepticism flickered in Barton's heart. Just moments ago, Fury had confidently assured him how formidable Uncle Nine was, but now Barton felt all his confidence slipping away. He dare not hope for much. Everything he saw just felt too absurd. As for Nick Fury, he had far more faith than Barton did. After all, he had seen with his own eyes how copper coins and yellow paper became powerful tools in Uncle Nine's hands. Naturally, he didn't dare take this lightly. "Uncle Nine, is there anything else you need us to do?" Fury came forward, voice low and serious. "No need," Uncle Nine replied, shaking his head. "I'll be setting up the ritual next, and there's nothing you can help with. Just make sure no one disturbs the site." "Don't worry, Uncle Nine. I've already given the orders. No one will come near." Fury nodded at once. Uncle Nine glanced once more at Nick Fury and Hawkeye Barton. "You two may stay, but make sure you keep silent," he instructed. Nick Fury and Hawkeye Barton naturally nodded in agreement. Uncle Nine said nothing more. He began to busy himself right in front of them, swiftly setting up an altar. Once the altar was ready, Uncle Nine moved on to other preparations. He produced a compass covered in incomprehensible symbols, appearing to calculate some kind of direction. Then he set up a soul-summoning lantern in a specific spot, something he had prepared beforehand. After that, Uncle Nine picked up some eggs placed on the altar, dipped a calligraphy brush in special red ink, and painted mysterious symbols on them, symbols no one else could decipher. Ting ting clang. After shaking a bell a few times, Uncle Nine lit 3 sticks of incense, placing them carefully into the censer. Whoosh! When everything was in place, Uncle Nine performed a nimble somersault, landing smoothly as he grabbed the soul-summoning banner he had readied earlier. Flutter, flutter, flutter! Heaven and earth, heed my command! By the decree of the Supreme Elder, bring forth the soul, summon. With each word ringing with authority, Uncle Nine waved the soul banner in a precise, ritualistic gesture. Off to the side, Hawkeye Barton watched, his brow furrowed in skepticism. To him, Uncle Nine's performance seemed no different from the tricks of any street charlatan. He found it hard to believe that these bizarre rituals and muttered incantations, words no one else understood, could possibly bring Natasha back from the dead. But just at that moment, a sudden, chilling wind swept through the room. It whipped Nick Fury's trench coat into a flurry. What the? At last, a look of genuine astonishment appeared on Hawkeye Barton's face, his eyes wide with confusion as he glanced around. This was a sealed room. How could there be wind out of nowhere? Not only that, but the draft sent chills racing down his spine, a deeply unsettling sensation for a seasoned agent like him. In the midst of the eerie wind, the soul-summoning lantern, which had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly flared to life. An uncanny glow filled the room. Hawkeye Barton had carried that lantern up here himself and inspected it thoroughly. It was nothing more than a cloth shade and a candle, nothing special at all. So how could such a simple device ignite on its own? What he didn't realize was that, at that very moment, Black Widow's soul was standing right in front of the lantern. But neither he nor Nick Fury could see her. "Uncle Nine, is that you? It was you who brought me here." At first, Black Widow's spirit seemed a little dazed, but the moment she recognized Uncle Nine, understanding dawned. Her whole being, or rather, her entire soul, suddenly buzzed with excitement. She didn't know exactly what Uncle Nine was doing, but it certainly looked as though he was trying to save her. "Agent Natasha, don't worry. You'll be returning to the world of the living very soon." Uncle Nine nodded gently at her. "Agent Natasha?" Hawkeye Barton and Nick Fury exchanged a glance, each reading the same mix of surprise and doubt in the other's eyes. From the way Uncle Nine was behaving, it seemed as if he truly was speaking with Natasha. Could it be that her soul had really been summoned? Of course, neither of them could see anything out of the ordinary. Still, they remembered Uncle Nine's earlier instructions. No matter how many questions they had, now was not the time to ask. They kept silent, resisting the urge to interrupt. Instead, they fixed their gaze on Uncle Nine, waiting to see what he would do next. Under their watchful eyes, Uncle Nine set aside the soul-summoning banner he had been holding. He replaced it with a peachwood sword. With the sword's tip, he tapped into the rice jar, lifting a single grain onto the blade. Then he flicked the talisman onto the sword and began to sweep it through the air in brisk, practiced motions. "Heaven and Earth's decree, by the command of the Supreme Elder Lord, urgent and as desired, I order, return the soul." As he finished the incantation, Uncle Nine abruptly pointed the peachwood sword at the Black Widow lying before him. In an instant, Black Widow vanished from sight, dissolving into several streaks of light visible only to Uncle Nine, which shot into the body lying on the stretcher. Uncle Nine nodded in satisfaction and finally put away the peachwood sword. "How did it go, Uncle Nine?" Nick Fury and Barton, seeing that the ritual was over, hurried over, eyes full of hope and worry. "I did not fail in my task," Uncle Nine replied with a nod. "I'm all right. Thank you for your concern." At that moment, a weak voice rang out. Fury and Barton turned as one, and to their astonishment, the woman they had deemed lost, her life signs gone, pronounced dead, was now sitting up, propping herself up with trembling arms. Legend value from Nick Fury plus 756. Legend value from Clint Barton plus 681. "Natasha, you're awake." Hawkeye stared at her for a full 2 seconds, hardly daring to believe his eyes, then dashed to her side in a rush of shock and joy. It was almost beyond belief. Natasha, who had been a lifeless corpse, was now alive again. Barton couldn't help glancing back at Uncle Nine, still unable to wrap his mind around what had just happened. A few simple rituals, a table, a flag, a sword, and a woman who was truly dead had been brought back. If that wasn't a miracle, what was? "Barton, are your eyes a little red?" Natasha's voice teased him gently as, with his help, she got down from the stretcher. Nick Fury said nothing more, but the relief and satisfaction in his nod spoke volumes. At last, his most trusted agent had been saved. "Uncle Nine, you saved my life." Supported by Barton, Natasha walked over to Uncle Nine and thanked him sincerely. The way Barton now looked at Uncle Nine was completely transformed. Gone was the skepticism and disbelief. In their place was genuine awe. Just as Director Fury had said, Uncle Nine was truly a master, a real one. "It was only my duty, Agent Romanoff. There's no need for thanks." Uncle Nine waved a hand, as if he had done nothing more than a simple favor. As humble as ever. "Ninth Uncle, I know this isn't the best time to disturb you, but the situation is urgent. We need to come up with a plan as soon as possible. So there are still some matters I must ask your guidance on." Nick Fury, his expression grave, addressed Ninth Uncle directly. "You flatter me. Of course, I also hope to rid the world of these demons and monsters as quickly as possible." Ninth Uncle's face grew serious as well. "In fact, when I returned just now, I consulted some of the ancient Maoshan texts. The situation is even trickier than I originally thought." "Ninth Uncle, what's going on?" Black Widow, ignoring her own weakness, couldn't help but ask from the side. "Aren't those zombies the result of some kind of bioengineering?" She was no fool. Seeing Ninth Uncle appear, she realized things weren't as simple as they seemed. They aren't the kind of zombies you see in movies. They're a rather unusual kind of vampire. Vampires? Nick Fury, Barton, and Black Widow exchange glances, all taken aback by this revelation. Vampires are a popular figure in Western culture. Hardly anyone hasn't heard of them. They appear everywhere in literature and film. And as SHIELD agents, Nick Fury and Black Widow were well aware that vampires truly exist in their world. But whatever those things were in Hell's Kitchen, they were nothing like the vampires they knew. Ninth Uncle, why do these vampires look so different? Black Widow voiced her doubts. That's why I said they're a special kind of vampire, Ninth Uncle began, explaining to the group. They're different because these vampires aren't undead, they're still living people. Only, they've fallen onto a demonic path. That's right. The vampires in JoJo are set up exactly this way. They're not corpses but living beings. You could consider them humans whose hidden potential has been awakened. Otherwise, where would Dio Brando get so many sons? Living people. Nick Fury and the others were at a loss for words. Whatever those monsters were, they didn't feel comfortable calling them human. Maoshan techniques are meant to banish spirits and demons, not people. So when facing these vampires, our Taoist arts are inevitably less effective. Ninth Uncle shook his head and sighed. How can that be, Ninth Uncle? I saw how effective your talismans were against those vampires. Black Widow interjected. She had seen with her own eyes how Ninth Uncle's talismans worked wonders. The talismans only worked at about 60% of their intended power. Ninth Uncle shook his head again. And that's considered good. The coin sword and the 8-trigram mirror, they only managed about 50%. And with so many of those vampires, talismans alone won't be enough. Why not? Can't we just make enough talismans? You think drawing talismans is that easy? Ninth Uncle gave a weary sigh. Especially now, in these waning days of magic. If they're vampires, shouldn't they be afraid of the sun? Hawkeye Barton cut straight to the point from the sidelines. That's right, they're indeed afraid of the sun, Uncle Nine nodded. That's why they lie in their coffins during the day and only come out at night. But even knowing this, for the moment, no one could come up with an effective way to deal with these vampires. After all, vampires aren't fools. They know their own weaknesses. How could they not take precautions? Anyone with half a brain could guess that these vampires would be hiding themselves away tightly during the day, making it nearly impossible to find them so easily. And even if they were found, the vampires would surely have a whole array of defensive measures in place. It simply wouldn't be that easy. Uncle Nine, are there any other Maoshan practitioners here in New York? After a brief moment of contemplation, Black Widow looked up and asked Uncle Nine. Although Uncle Nine had clearly stated that Maoshan techniques were only about 60 or 70% effective against vampires, in Black Widow's eyes, that was already quite remarkable. At the very least, it was far more useful than conventional firearms. If there were a few more people like Uncle Nine leading the fight against the vampires, their chances of success would increase dramatically. I'm the only one from Maoshan in New York, Uncle Nine replied with a shake of his head. But then he changed his tone. But there's no need for everyone to worry. When it comes to handling these vampires, there's actually someone even more suitable than I am. Uncle Nine, who is it? All the SHIELD agents on site immediately turned their attention to Uncle Nine, a rather interesting junior of mine. His Knicker and blade was forged from orangutan scarlet iron sand that has absorbed sunlight, making it a deadly nemesis for vampires. And his thunder-breathing technique is absolutely perfect for dealing with them as well. Leaving this matter to him puts my mind at ease. With just that brief introduction, Nick Fury and the others were immediately intrigued and curious about this junior Uncle Nine spoke of. Terms like Knicker and blade and thunder-breathing meant nothing to Nick Fury and his team, but they certainly sounded impressive. Uncle Nine, is your junior in New York? You're in luck. That kid happens to be in America these days. I've already alerted him to come over as soon as possible. All the pieces are in place. With his thoughts returning from Uncle Nine's character sheet, Rorschach nodded quietly to himself. For this biohazard scenario, the main character Rorschach had chosen was not Uncle Nine, but Zenitsu Agatsuma. Uncle Nine's appearance was just a prelude, a way to set the stage. The goal, of course, was to introduce Zenitsu Agatsuma. And, as it turned out, this setup was proving to be remarkably effective. Thanks to Uncle Nine's groundwork, even Nick Fury and the other SHIELD Corps members were now filled with anticipation and curiosity about Zenitsu. All that was left was for Rorschach to pick the right moment for Zenitsu to make his dazzling entrance. And as for the defenders, after a brief consideration, Rorschach decided they, too, would join in for the final battle. After all, the more characters he could weave into the story, the better. Of course, that was just one of the reasons. Another key reason is the imbalance of power. Even with Zenitsu Agatsuma and SHIELD joining forces, they still pale in comparison to the vampire army created by Kimimaro. And let's not even mention Kimimoro's own strength. Just one Dany Rand is enough to give everyone a tough time, not to mention all those reanimated corpses. What's more, vampires with supernatural powers like Dany Rand aren't limited to just David Hayter. The gap between the two sides is indeed quite daunting. Well then, let's send a few more helpers to the defenders. After a brief consideration, Rorschach made his decision. He knew that the defenders had been searching for John Preston all this time, but with Preston being a non-existent person, even their extraordinary skills wouldn't help them find him. So now, it was time for John Preston to make his appearance. Hell's Kitchen, the defenders' secret base. Though called a secret base, it was really just an abandoned warehouse. It had only been given a modest makeover by these penniless heroes. Nothing more. Hood, 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 hood. The continuous sounds of fists pounding sandbags and wooden swords striking training dummies filled the air, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Matt Murdock, Frank Castle, and Colleen Wing were all training hard, sweat streaming down their faces. Matt Murdock's hands were even bloodied from the relentless blows. Yet he seemed not to notice, hammering away at the sandbag as though it were his sworn enemy. Jessica Jones, however, was absent. Her injuries were more serious than expected. Though she'd been discharged from the hospital, she still wasn't up for such intense training. Besides, training was never really Jessica's style. She's the type who charges headfirst into things. Clang! In the midst of the heated training, the base's heavy iron door was suddenly yanked open. A steely-eyed middle-aged man in a trench coat strode inside, his steps long and purposeful. In an instant, every defender's gaze snapped to him, each showing heightened vigilance. "Who are you?" Frank Castle sheathed his knife and eyed the stranger with a stern look. "John Preston." The middle-aged man introduced himself. "You've been looking for me lately." "John Preston. It's him." The defenders were instantly energized. They'd been searching for John Preston for ages, but without a single clue, most had been on the verge of giving up. No one expected him to show up of his own accord at this crucial moment. "How do you prove you're really him?" Frank Castle's face remained impassive as he asked the key question. "That's easy." With those words, John Preston flicked his wrists, and two pistols appeared in his hands. The defenders' expressions changed in a flash. Bang, 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 bang. Before anyone could react, gunshots rang out. Clang. Frank Castle's knife was instantly shot from his hand. But Frank Castle was hardly one to be easily bested. He reacted almost on instinct, rolling swiftly across the ground as he drew his pistol in one fluid motion. Bang. But before he even had a chance to fire, a bullet struck his pistol, knocking it clean out of his hand. And, almost simultaneously, Colleen Wing's wooden sword and Matt Murdock's newly drawn white cane were both shot from their grips by John Preston. All of this happened in less than 10 seconds from start to finish. Clang. With effortless flair, John Preston holstered both his pistols, his stance unshaken. He hadn't even taken a single step throughout the encounter. The defenders were left utterly stunned. What kind of godlike marksmanship was that? How could such ordinary pistols be wielded with such devastating precision? Had John Preston intended to kill, the defenders would likely all be dead by now. "Wu Yoichi mentioned you to me. So, tell me, what business do you have with him?" John Preston strode confidently to stand before the defenders. At this point, any lingering doubts the defenders had about his identity completely vanished. "John, we've run into some trouble here. We need help from the Super Seminary," said Matt Murdock, his expression grave. "It's the House of Evolution. They've resurfaced." "The Super Seminary is already aware of the House of Evolution," John Preston replied calmly. "You don't need to worry." A surge of hope lifted the defender's spirits. "Where's Wu Yoichi? Why hasn't the seminary sent anyone yet?" Frank Castle cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Wu Yoichi has other matters to handle, but the Academy has already dispatched someone else. They're on their way and should arrive soon," John Preston assured them. "In fact, you probably know them too." A sly smile played at the corner of John Preston's mouth. "We know them?" Curiosity instantly piqued among the defenders. Elsewhere, at New York Airport, Hawkeye, Barton, and Black Widow, both dressed in casual attire, stood waiting in the arrivals hall just outside the exit. Barton held up a large placard. On it, a name was scrawled, Zenitsu Agatsuma. That's right, SHLD's long-awaited secret weapon against the vampires, Zenitsu Agatsuma, had finally arrived in New York. Nick Fury took this very seriously, dispatching not one, but both of his most trusted agents to greet the newcomer. Such an arrangement, such treatment, there was no denying the importance. "Barton, what do you think's happened to this world?" Black Widow's voice broke the silence. Having survived a close brush with death, she seemed more reflective. "Devil fruit users' spirits, now a stone mask. I almost missed the days when our biggest enemy was the Red Room." Black Widow herself had once been an agent of the Red Room, and Hawkeye Barton was the SHIELD operative originally sent to eliminate her. Yet Barton had chosen not to kill her. Instead, he brought her into SHIELD, on the condition that SHIELD would accept her only if the Red Room was destroyed completely. It wasn't even an official SHIELD mission. Barton and Black Widow had taken on this almost impossible task together, and seen it through to the end. I suppose that's why the director places such importance on Zenitsu Agatsuma. Hawkeye Barton let out a long, heavy sigh as well. Who would have thought that picking someone up would require agents of their rank, and not just one, but two at once? Can you believe that? Barton understood. Picking someone up was only half the story. The real goal, as laid out by Fury, was for the two of them to establish a connection with Zenitsu Agatsuma. With incident after incident arising far beyond SHIELD's capacity to handle, Fury was increasingly aware that their organization's foundations were no longer sufficient. The Demon Slayer Corps? Maushan, Barton, the directors handed us a real headache this time. When's it ever not a headache? I guess we're just destined for tough luck in this line of work. The two of them exchanged a few idle complaints, when suddenly Black Widow's eyes lit up. She nudged Barton with her elbow. Barton, he's here. Truth be told, Barton had already spotted him, even without Natasha's reminder. A blonde-haired boy was walking out of the terminal toward them. Zenitsu Agatsuma. Zenitsu Agatsuma, over here. Barton waved enthusiastically at the boy with the golden hair. The teenager looked around, then locked eyes on Hawkeye and Black Widow, and immediately headed their way. So, this is what Uncle Gio meant by a bit young. This is just a kid. Black Widow was stunned. She'd assumed Uncle Gio had given them an old photo of Zenitsu, but it turned out to be nothing of the sort. Zenitsu Agatsuma looked exactly as he did in the photo. It seems you're right. Hawkeye Barton was taken aback as well. This kid looked like a high schooler at best. Could he really handle those vampires? Was Uncle Gio really not joking? You two are with SHIELD, right? By now, Zenitsu Agatsuma was already standing before Barton and Natasha. He bypassed Barton entirely, his eyes landing directly on Black Widow. But Uncle Gio never told me such a beautiful woman would be picking me up. May I ask your name? I'm Zenitsu Agatsuma. Pleased to meet you. I look forward to working together. Zenitsu's enthusiasm was overflowing. Hello, Zenitsu. I'm Natasha Romanoff, and this is Barton. We're here on behalf of SHIELD. Welcome. Black Widow responded politely, greeting Zenitsu. Natasha? What a lovely name. And Natasha, you came all this way just for me. Does that mean you like me? As Zenitsu spoke, he grew more and more excited, as if he'd just won the lottery. This is the first time in my life a foreign woman has ever liked me. Black Widow. Hawkeye Barton. Young man, I think you might be misunderstanding something. No need to be shy. You came all this way for me. If that's not love, what is? I'm truly touched. Since you like me so much, Natasha, let's get married. Black Widow nearly burst out laughing. What was with this kid? Proposing marriage at a first meeting? She was completely flabbergasted. As a seasoned SHIELD agent, one who wasn't above using her looks as a weapon, she was rarely caught off guard by anything. Throughout her long and storied career, countless people had fallen hopelessly under her spell. But this move from Zenitsu Agatsuma, even the Black Widow was left completely at a loss. Kid, you must realize I'm old enough to be your mother, right? Black Widow couldn't help but cover her face, shooting Zenitsu a look of utter exasperation. It doesn't matter. True love transcends everything. I don't mind at all. Zenitsu's eyes sparkled with boundless excitement. Let's pick a date for our wedding. Black Widow was speechless. You may not care, but I do. Ha, Natasha, I support this match. Let me just say, you have my blessing. Hawkeye Barton burst out laughing from the sidelines. And I'm pretty sure the boss won't object either. Though he was teasing, Barton wasn't entirely joking. If Zenitsu was serious, not just playing around, but truly wanted to marry Black Widow, Barton would bet that Nick Fury would be on his knees begging Natasha to accept. Really? Natasha, I knew we were meant for each other. Zenitsu's excitement only grew. All right, kid, that's enough. Joke's over. Black Widow shook her head and tried to compose herself. Joking about marriage with a child. This was just too bizarre. But what she didn't know was that Zenitsu wasn't joking. He was dead serious. He was in fact a bona fide marriage maniac. No, I'm not joking at all. I really like you. Heaven and earth can attest to my sincerity. Zenitsu declared, utterly earnest. Kid, I can feel your sincerity, I really can. But how about we head back to SHIELD first? Everybody's watching, you know, Hawkeye interjected, unable to bear the awkwardness any longer. All right then, we'll discuss our wedding plans once we're back settled. Zenitsu clapped his hands together, beaming. Black Widow was speechless. Settled? Who said anything was settled? She and Barton exchanged a glance, both seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. And a flicker of doubt. This was the junior that Uncle Nine had so highly recommended. Never mind that he was just a kid. He couldn't stop talking about love and marriage, and seemed a bit off. Was he really up to dealing with those vampires? With these heavy doubts lingering, Hawkeye, Barton, and Black Widow brought Zenitsu back to S.H.I.E.L.D. and straight to Nick Fury. The moment Nick Fury laid eyes on Zenitsu, his thoughts mirrored those of Natasha and Barton. Was this really the young man Uncle Nine had recommended? But then, an image of Jinx flashed through Nick Fury's mind. That crazy woman who had nearly leveled the Manhattan branch. She had been just a kid, too. Kids these days, it seemed, were not to be underestimated. Hello, Mr. Zenitsu Agitsuma. I'm Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm sure Uncle Nine has mentioned me, Fury said, swiftly setting aside all distractions and stretching out his hand with utmost seriousness. Hello, Mr. Nick Fury. Although I have no idea what kind of creatures these vampires are that Uncle Jim mentioned, I must admit I'm not very strong. I don't want to die. And more importantly, I haven't even gotten married yet. I can't stand the thought of dying before I've tied the knot. So, Mr. Nick Fury, please, you absolutely must keep me safe on this mission. Zenitsu Agitsuma shook hands with Nick Fury, speaking to him with earnest seriousness. Nick Fury was silent for a moment. This person, so highly recommended by Uncle Gio, was a bit different from what Nick Fury had imagined. His humility was almost excessive. You're too modest. If Uncle Gio holds you in such high regard, you must be someone extraordinary. Nick Fury exchanged pleasantries with Zenitsu, keeping his expression neutral. After exchanging these rather pointless words, the conversation turned serious. Nick Fury began to discuss strategies for dealing with the vampires. Since Zenitsu didn't know much about these unusual vampires, Nick Fury first played some footage for him. What terrifying monsters. There's no way we'll survive, is there? Fighting things like that is certain death, right? Uncle Gio has led me astray. He's led me astray. Oh no, this is just too scary. Zenitsu trembled like a frightened child watching a horror movie, visibly shaking with fear. Nick Fury and his team could only stare in bewilderment. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether Zenitsu was only pretending to be scared, or if he was genuinely terrified. After all, the way he looked ready to faint with fear didn't seem like an act. But then again, would Uncle Gio really recommend a useless coward? Uncle Gio wasn't the sort to make careless decisions. Nick Fury and his team truly didn't know what to make of it all. Zenitsu Agitsuma, this is all the information we currently have on the vampires. Do you have any thoughts? After briefing him, Nick Fury asked Zenitsu in a solemn tone, what is there to say? Since Uncle Gio entrusted me with this mission, I'll see it through even if it kills me. Zenitsu declared with determination, only for his expression to collapse a second later. But this time, it really might kill me. Oh no. Zenitsu's demeanor was nothing like what they'd expected. In fact, he seemed completely unreliable. But in the end, Nick Fury and his team chose to trust Uncle Gio's judgment, officially including Zenitsu as a core member of the operation. He would even be one of the main players in the mission. Barton, Natasha, the two of you will lead the operation. You are to follow Zenitsu's lead and fully support his actions at every turn. All right, let's move out. Once everything was ready, and as night fell, Nick Fury's order sent a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents out once more. With heads held high, they marched off toward Hell's Kitchen. About an hour and a half later, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came to a stop outside a deserted factory building. According to reliable intel, this was one of the vampires' secret hideouts. As usual, the first step was reconnaissance. Hawkeye and Black Widow quickly issued commands, and the agents sprang into action. But the results of their scouting were nothing short of astonishing. Inside the abandoned factory building, it was shockingly empty. Not even a trace of a shadow could be seen. There wasn't a single coffin in sight, either. Learning from her last experience, Black Widow had come prepared this time, bringing along some of the most advanced equipment available. The kind equipped with thermal imaging and X-ray vision capabilities. Yet, even with all this technology, they still failed to uncover the slightest clue. Natasha, something's not right, Hawkeye murmured as he came up beside Black Widow, his voice low and cautious. S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't incompetent. How could they make such a basic mistake? Even getting the location wrong? Clearly, that was out of the question. There were only two possible explanations for the desolate emptiness of this place. First, the information had been leaked, and the warning had spooked the vampires into moving out before they arrived. But that seemed unlikely as well. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been watching this place from the shadows all along. Pulling off a complete relocation without alerting SHIELD surveillance would be extremely difficult. Second, the information had been deliberately planted by the enemy, meant to lure SHIELD's people here. That could only mean there was an ambush waiting for them. Hawkeye suspected the latter was more likely. He had no concrete evidence, just the keen instincts honed by countless missions over the years. But even after S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had meticulously searched every inch of the place, they still came up empty-handed. This only deepened Barton's unease. Was he just being paranoid? Something's definitely off, Black Widow agreed, nodding as a slight furrow appeared between her brows. They'd already scoured this place from top to bottom, and it was truly deserted. Not even a ghost shadow. After a brief discussion, she and Barton quickly reached a consensus. They would conduct one more thorough sweep of the factory, and if nothing turned up, they would call off the operation. Someone's coming. But just then, Zenitsu Agatsuma, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed to a corner not far from the group. Someone? Barton and Black Widow exchanged startled glances. They hadn't noticed a thing. But since Zenitsu had said so, neither of them dared let their guard down. Immediately, they both fixed their wary gazes on the direction Zenitsu was pointing. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents did the same. The atmosphere in the room grew instantly tense and heavy. All eyes were glued to that shadowy corner. What a sharp kid. With a note of surprise in the voice, a figure suddenly darted out from the corner. There really was someone there. Barton and Black Widow couldn't help but cast a surprised glance at Zenitsu. They'd gotten used to his timid and cowardly demeanor over the past few days, but in this moment, he'd truly impressed everyone. Footsteps echoed on the floor. Under the watchful eyes of the group, the figure emerged from the darkness, gradually coming into focus. A strapping young man with a head of golden curls appeared before them. Dany Rand. Surprise flickered across Black Widow's face. He was, after all, a member of the Defenders, even if he had joined later on. But seasoned agents like Black Widow and Hawkeye Barton were keeping a close eye on him. According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence dossier, this man was considered a heroic figure. So why are you here? Yet, given the tense circumstances, Black Widow didn't dare let her guard down. She fixed a steely gaze on him and demanded in a low voice. He's a vampire. Before Dany Rand could respond, Zenitsu Agatsuma spoke up first, his tone serious as he warned everyone. A vampire. At those words, Black Widow and Hawkeye Barton's faces changed in unison. They couldn't help but scrutinize Dany Rand from head to toe. Yet no obvious signs gave him away. Still, since Zenitsu Agatsuma insisted, the two of them instantly raised their guard. So it's you. In that moment, understanding flickered in Black Widow's eyes. The Lord Dany, mentioned by the vampire who once nearly tore out her very soul. He must be Dany Rand. Who would have thought that Dany Rand, a defender, had become a vampire himself? You little brat. You certainly know a lot. Dany Rand looked at Zenitsu Agatsuma, surprise deepening in his eyes. A child showing up in a situation like this was odd to begin with. Now it was clear, this boy was no ordinary kid. And you're holding a sword. Did you come here to deal with me? Dany Rand lifted his brows at Zenitsu, challenging him. And no, I did come here to stop you. Zenitsu's voice was trembling, the words tumbling out as he shrank back toward the group behind him. No, this isn't going to work. I can't do it. Can I just go home now? Hawkeye Barton. Black Widow. Honestly, why do they ever expect anything from Zenitsu Agatsuma? Dany Rand. Was this kid here just for comic relief? That's right, kid. You really should be at home. Dany Rand scoffed, unable to stop himself from laughing. And you? Black Widow tore her gaze from Zenitsu and turned it sharply on Dany Rand, her eyes cold and commanding. You should come back to S.H.I.E.L.D. with us. I'm happy to go wherever you want me to go. Dany Rand spread his hands, a mocking smile flickering on his lips. That is, if you're up to the task. While we're still willing to talk, you should think this through. Hawkeye Barton cut in, his voice laced with a veiled threat. Trust me, you don't want to see what happens if we have to take this further. After all, there were more than 40 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on site, each one armed with a submachine gun. Barton couldn't believe that a mere vampire could be too much for them to handle. Clack, clack, clack. As Barton finished speaking, every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent on the scene immediately raised their submachine guns. Every barrel was trained on Dany Rand. Even if you can heal yourself, can you really handle a situation like this? Black Widow added, brimming with confidence. With 40 submachine guns firing at once, not even the strongest regenerative powers would matter. You'd be reduced to a bloody mess in an instant. So this is what you're relying on? Dany Rand glanced dismissively at the ring of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, pointing their submachine guns at him. So, you think numbers and firepower make you strong? Even now, with the odds stacked against him, Dany's arrogance hadn't faded in the slightest. Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow exchanged wary glances, their brows furrowing as their sense of caution deepened. For him to show up despite knowing how many agents were waiting, he must have a backup plan. But the factory was clearly empty. No one else was supposed to be here. Could it be that, like Dany Rand, his accomplices were hiding somewhere outside? Barton and Black Widow instinctively began scanning their surroundings, searching for any sign of trouble. Yet, no matter how carefully they looked, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. They'd already scouted the perimeter too, just as empty as the inside. Suddenly, a sharp, splintering sound echoed through the air. What's happening? What was that noise? The moment that strange sound rang out, the SHIELD agents instantly tensed, their alertness heightened. The atmosphere on site grew thick with tension. No one could pinpoint what the sound was, but even without knowing, everyone could sense it spelled trouble. It had to be Dany Rand's contingency plan. Again, the harsh sound of cracking and breaking rang out, echoing through the space. Under the shrill noise, Hawkeye, Natasha, and the other agents scanned the area, determined to figure out what was going on. But no matter where they looked, nothing seemed amiss. It's inside the wall. The wall. Zenitsu Agatsuma was the first to notice something was wrong at this critical moment. He suddenly pointed to a wall on the other side of the street, his voice sharp with alarm. That splintering sound? It was the wall cracking. But with the darkness of night, no one had noticed the fractures spreading across the surface. Zenitsu hadn't caught it at first either. But the moment the wall began to split, a heavy, unmistakable aura of vampires seeped out, one he sensed immediately. Inside the wall, the SHIELD agents were momentarily stunned. But before Zenitsu could explain further, realization hit them all at once. With a grinding eruption, cracks spiderwebbed across the wall until it could bear no more, and it came crashing down in a shower of debris. From the collapsing wall, shadowy figures burst out one after another, an endless stream, as if someone had upended a basket and let its contents spill. They actually bricked all those monsters inside the wall. That's insane. A chorus of shocked exclamations rose from the crowd. Everyone was stunned, speechless, floored by this wild and ruthless tactic. Who would ever think to seal people inside a wall? What warped mind comes up with that? It was beyond belief, a maneuver as audacious as it was horrifying. Hawkeye, Black Widow, and all the SHIELD agents, every single one of them, were utterly shaken. At last, they understood why their earlier searches had come up empty. Of course, the factory was deserted. The real threat had been hidden in the wall outside all along. How could anyone have found them? It was impossible from the start. A torrent of footsteps thundered through the night, echoing like a drumbeat of oncoming danger. Chaotic footsteps echoed as the vampires surged forward like a tide, rushing toward the group. In no time, more than 40 SHIELD agents were completely surrounded. However, under Dany Rand's control, the vampires held back for now, not launching an immediate attack. Instead, each one bared their fangs and claws, growling low and menacing at the crowd. They looked just like a pack of savage wolves, desperate to tear everyone apart. And the SHIELD agents were nothing more than prey in the eyes of these vampires. Gulp! Gulp! The tense sound of swallowing swept through the agents. None of them could keep their composure anymore, sweat streaming down their faces. Some even had trembling hands as they gripped their submachine guns. The situation had turned on its head in an instant, the atmosphere so tight it felt like it could snap. Even Hawkeye, Barton, and Black Widow struggled to keep calm. My wife Zenitsu, tell me, you can handle this, right? Black Widow stared hard at Zenitsu Agatsuma, almost chanting it to herself as if trying to will it true. At this moment, all their hopes rested on this young man. They knew there was no way they could hold back this army of vampires on their own. Wow, this is too terrifying. I'm so scared. I want to go home. But Zenitsu suddenly burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. It wasn't a figure of speech. He was truly crying, tears streaming down his face like a rainstorm. Black Widow. Hawkeye, Barton. Kid, this is no time for jokes. Get it together. Barton hissed urgently at Zenitsu. We're doomed, totally doomed. I'm gonna die today. Please, you have to protect me. I don't want to die. Zenitsu kept on wailing, his fear spiraling out of control. Damn it, Barton cursed under his breath, unable to stop himself. With Zenitsu in this state, he couldn't put much faith in him, and the rest of them had no hope of holding back this horde of vampires. This is bad. Really, really bad. So, everyone's faces have changed now? Where's all that bravado from before? Dany Rand folded his arms, a confident smile curling on his lips. They're afraid. Turns out, even these people know fear. But don't worry, you won't die today. You'll just become one of us. And that, my friends, is your good fortune. Bursts of laughter rang out from the vampire army. Several sharply dressed young men brushed the dust off their clothes and joined Dany Rand. They were David Hayter and 3 other powered vampires. The 5 of them stood together, gazing down at the SHIELD agents with cold, superior eyes, like cats watching cornered mice. David Hayter's eyes fell on Black Widow in the crowd, surprise flashing across his face. I clearly knocked your soul out. and yet you're still standing? He propped his chin on his hand, clicking his tongue in amazement. Interesting. Very interesting. Black Widow, of course, noticed David Hayter too. Last time, this guy had been struck by Uncle Nine's talisman. Who would have thought he'd survive that as well? Everyone, listen up. Don't let this guy get close. He can literally knock your soul out of your body. Black Widow's face darkened as she warned everyone at the scene in a grave tone. Knock out your soul? Other than Hawkeye Barton, the rest of the agents almost bit their own tongues in shock. Wasn't this a bit too outrageous? All right, folks, let's get this party started. Dany Rand called out to David Haight and the other special vampires. With a blur, he charged straight toward the crowd. She's mine. David Haight took the lead, making a beeline for Black Widow. I never agreed to that. Whoosh. Hawkeye Barton moved with astonishing speed, loosing an arrow at David Haight. Snap! But David Haight caught the arrow effortlessly, snatching it out of the air as if it were nothing. Barton's expression grew tense in an instant. Just as Natasha had warned, these elite vampires were on a whole other level. To catch his arrow so easily from such close range, what ordinary person could pull that off? That's it. David Haight glanced dismissively at the arrow in his hand and smirked. Boom! But just as the sneers spread across Haight's face, the arrowhead exploded in his grip. A searing shockwave erupted, blasting him backward and tearing his body to shreds. You sly dog, you made me angry now. A furious voice rang out, and to everyone's disbelief, David Haight climbed back to his feet as if nothing had happened. The gruesome wounds on his body closed up right before their eyes, healing at a pace visible to the naked eye. In just a few moments, he looked as good as new, as if he'd never been hurt at all. What kind of monster is this? Barton was shaken to his core. He'd heard from Black Widow that vampires had extraordinary regenerative powers, but seeing it with his own eyes was another thing entirely. Not even a bomb could put a scratch on him. How on earth were they supposed to kill something like that? Tat tat tat, tat tat tat. As Barton and David Haight clashed, a barrage of gunfire erupted around them. The SHIELD agents didn't hesitate. They opened fire on the vampires without mercy. But these powered vampires were like super soldiers, completely unfazed by the hailstorm of bullets. They moved with blinding speed and overwhelming strength, each wielding their own unique powers. The outcome was all too clear. Despite the relentless gunfire and countless bullets striking the vampires, SHIELD agents fell one after another, like wheat cut down by a scythe. Bang! 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 Black Widow fought with all her might, landing several shots on Dany Rand. But as expected, they didn't so much as faze him. Are you just scratching an itch for me? Dany Rand curled his lip in disdain and, from a distance, threw a punch straight at Black Widow. What the? Black Widow was left momentarily stunned, caught completely off guard. What's with you? Swinging your fist at me from several meters away. Trying to scare me? Whoosh. But in the very next moment, Black Widow's vision blurred. A golden wave of energy was actually blasted out from Dany Rand's fist. In the blink of an eye, it surged right in front of Black Widow. What on earth? Black Widow was completely stunned, unleashing a golden energy blast barehanded. Was this some kind of joke? A vampire? You're telling me this guy is a vampire? What kind of vampire can do something like that? But Black Widow was no amateur. At the very last second, she dove sharply to the side. Though it was a close call, and far from graceful, she managed to dodge Dany Rand's light wave attack by a hair's breadth. Boom! But the SHIELD agent behind Black Widow wasn't so lucky. He was struck head-on and sent flying. Crack! With the chilling snap of breaking bones, the agent was hurled several meters and crashed to the ground with a sickening thud, lying motionless. There was no way he could have survived that. But at this moment, Black Widow had no time to care, because the sound of fluttering fabric echoed once again. Before she could react, Dany Rand darted up to her like a phantom. Zip! Black Widow raised her arm, and the Widow's bite on her wrist launched a grappling hook straight at Dany Rand. He didn't dodge or flinch, as if he didn't care at all, letting the hook strike him squarely. Crackle, crackle! A surge of powerful electricity arced through the air, making Dany Rand's whole body tremble. But he simply grabbed the grappling hook and tossed it aside like a piece of trash. He was completely unharmed. Quite a bag of tricks, lady. With a cold laugh, Dany Rand charged at Black Widow once more. Bang! 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 A hail of gunfire erupted as Black Widow grabbed a submachine gun and unleashed a relentless barrage at Dany Rand. Boom! But in the next instant, Dany Rand pressed forward through the storm of bullets as if they were nothing and landed a punch squarely on Black Widow. She was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a rag doll. She couldn't get up again. Even though Black Widow was a top-tier agent, at the end of the day, she was still human. How could she withstand Dany Rand's superhuman strength? All she could do was lie helplessly on the ground, eyes wide open as she watched Dany Rand stride towards her, step by step. Natasha! Barton cried out in alarm as he saw Black Widow in danger. There was no room for hesitation. He fired an arrow straight at Dany Rand. Whoosh! Dany Rand threw a punch through the air, and a blast of light wave shot out. In an instant, it knocked Barton's arrow to the ground. Boom! And at that very moment, a heavy punch landed on Hawkeye Barton, sending him crashing to the floor as well. Trying to fight me and still getting distracted? You must have a death wish. David Hayter flexed his wrist, his face cold and merciless. If Dany Rand hadn't ordered him to keep these people alive for conversion, Hawkeye Barton's soul would have been punched right out of his body. He wouldn't have stood a chance. Die, you monsters! A few tense, angry shouts rang out. At this point, there were barely any S.H.I.E.L.D. agents left. The vast majority, like Hawkeye Barton and the others, had already fallen to the ground. Only a handful were still struggling to hold on. Even the sound of gunfire had grown sparse and feeble, echoing their helplessness. A flurry of movement. A volley of dull thuds. Several superpowered vampires darted swiftly among the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and in the blink of an eye, the last few crumpled to the ground as well. It had only taken a few short minutes. From start to finish, over 40 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were brought down by just 5 vampires. There was only one exception, Zenitsu Agatsuma. Zenitsu had spent the entire fight huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. All right, time to divvy up the spoils. Dany Rand's voice rang out as he clapped his hands, brimming with confidence. I'll pick 5 for myself. The rest are all yours. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents erupted with fury. Were they really being treated as spoils of war? What kind of sick joke was this? But in their battered state, anger was useless. All they could do was watch helplessly as these vampires ran wild. The first one, you're not bad. Dany Rand pointed straight at Black Widow and strode toward her. Black Widow's face darkened. Wounded as she was, there was nothing she could do. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Zenitsu Agatsuma, still shaking in fear. Gritting her teeth, she mustered her strength and shouted at him. Zenitsu Agatsuma, how long are you going to cry? Pull yourself together. After all, he was highly recommended by Uncle Nine. Maybe, just maybe, he had something up his sleeve. In that moment, Zenitsu Agatsuma became Black Widow's final hope. And the last hope for all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. No, I can't, I'll die. I'm really going to die. Zenitsu was still trembling, his hand gripping the Nicaran blade, shaking violently. Dany Rand shot Zenitsu a disdainful glance, a derisive sneer curling his lips. He could see it clearly. This kid had been shaking with fear the whole time, blade or not. What a coward. Not worth another look, Dany Rand thought, as he brushed past Zenitsu, heading straight for Black Widow. Don't come any closer. I won't let you hurt her. Zenitsu, though still trembling, gritted his teeth and stepped in front of Black Widow. You? Dany Rand scoffed, swinging a fist at Zenitsu without hesitation. Get out of the way. Move. Black Widow, powerless to stop any of this, could only shout desperately at Zenitsu. But Zenitsu was still shaking all over, nearly losing control of his bladder. How could he possibly dodge? Dany Rand's fist was about to land squarely on Zenitsu. And then, in that instant, Zenitsu suddenly fell asleep, eyes tightly shut, as if he'd fainted from sheer terror. A sharp crack resounded. But in the next breath, Zenitsu's grip on the Nicaran blade tightened. He murmured softly under his breath, thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. With a lightning-fast slash. The moment Zenitsu Agatsuma's hand rested on the hilt of his Nicaran blade, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from him, radiating an intense pressure. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents nearby, Hawkeye Barton, Natasha, and the others, felt the crushing weight of that presence, as if the atmosphere itself had grown heavy. It was as though the timid, cowardly boy who'd stood before them moments ago had vanished without a trace. In his place stood something akin to a dragon on the verge of awakening, a force impossible to ignore. A crack of thunder split the air, bursting forth from Zenitsu himself, its blinding flash forcing Hawkeye and the others to shield their eyes. He had unleashed it at last. Zenitsu Agatsuma had finally erupted with his true power. Hawkeye and Black Widow could not hide their excitement. For so long, they'd placed high hopes in the boy whom Uncle Nine had so highly recommended. Again and again, they had waited for him to step forward to turn the tide in their favor. Yet, time after time, Zenitsu had only let them down. But not this time. At last, Zenitsu had awakened. Both Hawkeye and Black Widow were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the extent of Zenitsu's real strength. If nothing else, the spectacle alone, the sheer presence and build-up, was extraordinary, the tension palpable. What's happening? On the other side, Dany Rand stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Standing face to face with Zenitsu, he could feel that staggering force pressing down on him, more intense than anyone else present. The coward he'd seen before had disappeared entirely. In his place now stood an ancient beast, so fearsome that even Dany Rand felt his heart quail in terror. Goosebumps prickled across Dany's skin, every hair standing on end. Though they had yet to exchange a single blow, a voice deep inside told him, "If that blade comes down, I really will die." A metallic ring cut the silence. The Nicaran blade had cleared its sheath in a single, swift motion. In the very same instant, Zenitsu's figure vanished, leaving behind only a streak of golden light. That light moved with such impossible speed, it was like a bolt of lightning tearing across the sky, flashing past Dany Rand before anyone could react. And then, in a heartbeat, Zenitsu reappeared 10 meters behind Dany Rand. His eyes were still closed, as if he were lost in sleep. His right hand still rested lightly on the hilt of his sword. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. Silence. The room felt utterly still. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, locked on Zenitsu and Dany Rand. He was so fast, too fast. It was all over in a single, electric instant. Neither SHIELD's agents, nor the superhuman vampires like David Haight could process what had happened. All they saw was a flash of searing gold, lightning crackling at its edges. That was all. Nothing else was clear. By the time anyone could react, Zenitsu was already standing somewhere else. All that remained was confusion. A dull thud broke the silence. Dany Rand's head hit the floor with a muted roll, tumbling a couple of times before coming to rest. Then, his headless body followed. The legendary stone-masked vampire, Dany Rand, had been slain in an instant. Shock rippled through the crowd. No one could believe their eyes. Dany Rand, such a powerful vampire, was taken down in a single move? Are you kidding me? But this was only the beginning. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. With his eyes shut, Zenitsu Agatsuma softly uttered those words once more. David Haight and the other supernatural vampires immediately felt a chill run down their spines. The last time this golden-haired boy murmured those words, Lord Dany was wiped out in an instant. Everyone attacked together. Kill him. At David Haight's shout, the 4 supernatural vampires lunged at Zenitsu in unison. In a blur of motion, Zenitsu's figure vanished from where he stood, accompanied by the slicing rush of air. At the same time, that familiar golden flash reappeared, streaking across the battlefield in 4 connected, jagged lines. In the blink of an eye, the lightning swept across the bodies of the 4 vampires. Once again, a familiar surge of electricity erupted, and then there was nothing but deathly silence. Zenitsu's form materialized somewhere else, utterly calm. Fourfold. He murmured the words as if in a dream. David Haight and the 4 vampires lay on the ground, their defeat beyond any doubt. Some had their heads severed, some were cleaved clean in 2, some split from shoulder to hip. No matter how it happened, they were all dead, and their deaths were nothing short of gruesome. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Even Hawkeye, Barton, and Black Widow, along with every SHIELD agent present, were left petrified. Their eyes were wide with shock as they stared at Zenitsu, frozen in place. It was as if lightning itself had struck them. Waves of astonishment surged in every heart. An instant kill. Another instant kill. The monsters who had brutalized more than 40 fully armed and highly trained SHIELD agents, as if they were nothing, were wiped out in a heartbeat by that golden-haired boy. This wasn't an exaggeration. It was simple fact. He dispatched 4 monsters in succession, not even taking a full second to do so. Who on earth was this boy? What kind of godlike power did he possess? Only now did the SHIELD agents begin to understand why Director Barton and Director Natasha had insisted on bringing this child along. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. This is unreal. Even Hawkeye, Barton, and Black Widow themselves were just as stunned as the rest of the agents. They nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets, their minds on the verge of crashing. No wonder Uncle Nine had recommended Zenitsu so enthusiastically. Who could have guessed that this eccentric kid, always talking about marriage, was hiding such monstrous power? Legend value from Natasha Romanoff, plus 951. Legend value from Clint Barton, plus 924. Legend value from other SHIELD agents, plus 148. What just happened? A puzzled voice broke the silence. At last, Zenitsu slowly came to, his face a picture of utter confusion. Young man, I never imagined you'd be this powerful. Black Widow and Hawkeye Barton helped each other to their feet and started walking towards Zenitsu Agatsuma. Uncle Nine wasn't lying to us. You really are full of surprises. Oh, really? Natasha, You saying that makes me a bit embarrassed, Zenitsu stammered, unable to fully understand what Black Widow meant, but delighted all the same to be complimented. Just as he was about to say something more to her, Zenitsu caught something in the corner of his eye, a sight that made his heart skip a beat. The gruesome corpses scattered on the ground suddenly came into view. Ah, what are these things? Zenitsu let out a terrified shriek, his face contorted in horror, as if he'd seen a ghost. No, don't come any closer. Stay away from me. Panicking, Zenitsu scrambled backward, trembling uncontrollably as he tried to put distance between himself and the bodies. But luck was not on his side. Just as he managed to escape from one corpse with its eyes wide open in death, he stumbled straight into another body, the very one he had sliced in half himself. So scary. Zenitsu's eyes rolled back, his body shuddered violently. And then, with a sway, he collapsed headlong to the ground. He'd fainted from fright. Zenitsu had actually been scared unconscious by the corpses of the very vampires he himself had killed. Hawkeye, Barton, Black Widow, the SHIELD agents. Is this for real? What kind of legendary move is that? Looking at the young man before them, who could only be described as the epitome of cowardice, Hawkeye and the others found it impossible to reconcile this trembling figure with the fearless warrior they'd witnessed just moments ago. But there was one thing they were slowly beginning to understand. Zenitsu's timidity wasn't an act. This was truly who he was at heart. Only in the face of the most extreme situations did he unleash a shocking, overwhelming power. Uncle Nine had been right. This young man was certainly interesting. Suddenly, a cacophony of guttural roars erupted, drawing the attention of Barton, Black Widow, and the SHIELD agents. Everyone turned to look, their faces tightening with dread. It turned out that the lowest rank of corpse walkers, now freed from the control of upper vampires like Dany Rand, had reverted to their primal instincts and begun closing in on the group. With claws bared and jaws agape, they surged forward, intent on devouring the SHIELD agents, literally tearing them apart. Tension gripped the scene once more. During the earlier battle with Dany Rand and his group, the enemy's aim had been to turn rather than kill, so very few agents had actually lost their lives, fewer than 10 in total. After a head count, 32 SHIELD agents remained. On the surface, that seemed like a substantial force, but the horde of corpse walkers numbered several hundred. Worse yet, every SHIELD agent was badly wounded. Even with weapons and ammunition, there was no way they could truly handle the threat that now surrounded them. Gunfire erupted, sharp, urgent, relentless. Black Widow was the first to draw her pistol, squeezing off rounds at the advancing corpse walkers, and the other SHIELD agents quickly followed suit. Wounded though they were, each one fought back with grim determination. But it was utterly futile, a drop in the ocean. Barton, wake up Zenitsu now. This is our only chance. Black Widow shouted to Hawkeye Barton, firing her gun as she spoke. In reality, Barton needed no reminding. He understood perfectly well what was at stake. He immediately began shaking Zenitsu, shouting at him over and over, hoping to snap him out of it. But, maddeningly, Zenitsu was letting everyone down at the worst possible moment. No matter how loudly Barton yelled, Zenitsu just wouldn't wake up. And in those precious seconds, the horde of undead had already charged right up to the SHIELD agents. A scream split the air. One of the agents, after desperately emptying his clip, was surrounded by several corpse-like creatures. They pounced on him with the ferocity of starving beasts, dragging him to the ground. There was a frenzy of tearing and biting. Soon, the screams faded into silence. The SHIELD agent made no further sound. He was gone. Everyone nearby felt a chill crawl up their spines as they witnessed the scene. More screams echoed from around the room. At that moment, several of the snarling, zombie-faced creatures lunged straight for Black Widow. She barely managed to dodge them, expending every ounce of strength she had left. A quick glance around told her the other SHIELD agents weren't faring any better. Things were looking grim. Zenitsu. He was their only hope. Still Zenitsu. Black Widow's eyes snapped back to Zenitsu. But this unreliable guy wasn't just failing to wake up and help. He actually needed Barton to protect him from the onslaught. Just moments earlier, if Hawkeye hadn't driven off a few of the undead with a flurry of arrows, Zenitsu might have already become their next meal. A guttural roar cut through her thoughts. One of the corpse creatures hurled itself at Black Widow. Normally, she could have handled something like this with ease. But badly injured as she was, her movements were sluggish. The creature tackled her to the ground. Its jaws gaped wide, lunging for her. Black Widow braced herself, pushing frantically at its throat, fighting to keep it at bay. But the struggle slowed her. More undead surged in, piling on one after another. This is bad. Black Widow's face grew grim. Suddenly, just when disaster seemed inevitable, a shadow darted into the fray. It was a black man, bald, dressed casually in jeans and a t-shirt. He strode up to Black Widow with calm assurance, reaching out with both hands to grab at the undead. With effortless strength, he snatched up one of the monsters and flung it away. The creature sailed a dozen meters before crashing down, toppling several others in its path. In moments, with barely any effort, he'd hurled all the attackers away from Black Widow. She stared dumbfounded. Who was this guy? And how is he so strong? Are you all right? He turned, glancing at her. I'm fine. Black Widow scrambled to her feet, wasting no time. She snatched up her gun and opened fire on the approaching undead. Hurry, get out of here. The black man didn't say much more to Black Widow. After a brief exchange, he rushed off to help the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in need of rescue. Well done, Luke. A voice rang out. A woman, dressed in blue jeans and a black jacket, appeared on the scene. She tossed a teasing remark to the black man, then casually sent a corpse-like creature flying with a swift kick. It was no exaggeration. She literally kicked the thing through the air. It's her, Jessica Jones. Black Widow might not have recognized Luke Cage, but she instantly knew Jessica Jones when she saw her. The Defenders had been under SHIELD's watch ever since their battle with the statue fruit wielder. Black Widow, of course, knew who they were. But Luke Cage? He had only joined after Jessica Jones was gravely wounded. Unable to stand by while Jessica kept risking herself in mysterious ways, he had confronted her, and only then became part of the team. This was Luke Cage's first mission, so Black Widow naturally didn't know him. Even so, the sight filled Black Widow with renewed hope. If Jessica Jones was here, then what about the other Defenders? She immediately turned to look. Sure enough, Matt Murdock, Frank Castle, and Colleen Wing were all there as well. The Defenders. They're all here. A surge of energy swept through Black Widow, reigniting the strength that had nearly left her body. She was well aware of the Defenders' power. They were all formidable in their own right. While even their strength might not be enough against hundreds of vampires for the embattled S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, their arrival was nothing short of a miracle. At the very least, they could greatly reduce casualties and help more people escape to safety. A rush of air sliced through the chaos. Matt Murdock's cane moved in a blur, a tight web of motion as he struck at the corpse creatures with relentless force. Those sluggish, dull-witted monsters stood no chance. One by one, Matt Murdock knocked them to the ground. Thunderous blasts echoed through the scene. Frank Castle gripped a shotgun, pulling the trigger again and again, each shot tearing into the corpse creatures around him. Nearly every blast reduced a monster to ruin. Blades flashed, swift and sure. Colleen Wing's katana cut through the air with deadly precision, each stroke severing a creature's head. The pressure on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents eased immediately. Still, no one dared let down their guard. The situation remained dangerously precarious. After all, the Defenders, for all their prowess, were only a handful. The enemy, however, numbered in the hundreds. The disparity in power was staggering. Jessica, don't get caught up in the fight. Remember, your mission is to save lives. Start with that child. In the midst of battle, Matt Murdock shouted to Jessica Jones, gesturing towards Zenitsu Agatsuma. A child? Oh God, what's a kid doing here? Jessica Jones spotted Zenitsu right away. Muttering under her breath, she leapt high into the air and shot forward like a bullet. In an instant, she shot up dozens of meters into the air and landed right in front of Hawkeye Barton and Zenitsu Agatsuma. Bang, bang, bang. With just a few casual punches, the corpses attacking Barton and Zenitsu were all knocked to the ground. Leave this kid to me. Having eased the immediate crisis, Jessica Jones strode straight over to Zenitsu, who was lying on the ground. I'm counting on you. Hawkeye Barton nodded heavily to Jessica Jones in gratitude. Without another word, Jessica Jones scooped Zenitsu up in her arms, leapt high into the air, and vanished in a blur. Barton could only watch in awe and envy. Flight. What an unbelievable, almost unfair ability. It's just a pity, he thought, that this woman sometimes used such a power for something as trivial as spying. What a waste. Whoosh. Before long, Barton's vision blurred again as Jessica Jones returned. She walked straight up to Barton. Now it's your turn. No, I can still hold out a bit longer. Save the others first. Barton refused firmly. It's all the same to me. Jessica Jones shrugged, not insisting. With another swift leap, she landed beside another S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, helping them up. And just like that, she whisked them away from the battlefield in her bold, unstoppable fashion. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. And so, Jessica Jones began her own show. She darted and soared through the ranks of the zombie horde, rescuing everyone on the scene one by one. She was the very picture of dominance and grace. Everyone there witnessed Jessica Jones descending from the sky. Her unmatchable presence was etched deeply into the mind of every SHIELD agent. Whoosh. At last, Jessica Jones landed beside Hawkeye Barton once again. This time, you're the last one. Phew. Hearing Jessica's words, the utterly exhausted Barton finally let out a long breath of relief. Natasha, is she all right? She made out too, didn't she? He asked anxiously. Jessica Jones rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sorry, but do you really think we have time for introductions right now? She had no idea who Natasha was. Without another word, she grabbed Barton and sprang into the air. Whoosh. Barton instantly felt himself rising, weightless, in the open air. The world spun past in a dizzying blur, scenes flickering by like a fast-forwarded movie. The sensation of gravity and weightlessness washed over him in quick succession. He'd barely had time to register it all before. Thud! He felt solid ground beneath his feet as he and Jessica Jones landed. A glance around showed that all the SHIELD agents were present, and so was Zenitsu. At last, Barton's heart could settle. Barton, are you all right? Black Widow hurried over with concern in her eyes. I'll live. Barton gave her a nod and checked her over with the same concern. Seeing she was unharmed, he finally allowed himself to relax. Is everyone here? Barton asked. Black Widow said nothing more, simply nodding in response. The two of them asked in vague terms, but deep down, both knew exactly what was being discussed. They were referring to the living. As for those who had already perished, all that could be offered was regret. Under these circumstances, there was nothing to be done but to leave them behind. A guttural roar echoed through the air. Another roar followed, then another. They had barely exchanged a few words when the hoarse cries of the undead drifted over from not far away, growing louder by the moment. Hawkeye Barton turned his head to look and saw that the horde of undead was once again surging toward them. His expression grew immediately grave. Friends of the Defenders, thank you for your help, but what's the evacuation plan? Barton asked, his tone utterly serious as he looked to the Defenders. He had already surveyed the area. Only 2 sedans were parked nearby, which must be the Defenders' vehicles. Other than that, there was not a single other means of transportation. Yet there were 30 or 40 people present, far too many for just those cars. Evacuation? With my brother and I here, there's no need for evacuation. A cold and imperious voice rang out. Barton instinctively turned to look, only now noticing 2 odd uncles mingling with the crowd. They were 2 Eastern men, dressed in the long robes of old China, both wearing dark sunglasses despite the late hour. On their backs, they each carried something wrapped tightly in white cloth strips. What it was no one could say. In short, everything about their appearance exuded strangeness. The heavenly cripple and earthly defect. That's right. It was none other than the legendary duo, the heavenly cripple and earthly defect. There was a reason for this. The balance of power between good and evil was far from equal, so naturally, Rorschach had to find some allies for the Defenders. Otherwise, victory in the final battle of this biohazard scenario would be impossible. What's more, neither the Defenders nor SHIELD had ever encountered Kimimaro before. They had no idea how formidable he truly was. Simply letting Zenitsu Agatsuma defeat Kimimaro wouldn't be nearly dramatic enough. But the heavenly cripple and earthly defect made for the perfect foils to highlight Kimimaro's terrifying strength. That was precisely why the legendary duo had appeared here.